This young man was originally an unemployed shut-in in the 21st century, spending his days sucking lollipops and browsing the web for jobs. One ordinary day like any other, he accidentally clicked on an ad page. Then, as if it were all planned, it dragged the young man into a new interface. No matter how much he screamed in despair, it was useless. This is Earth in the year 2696, at the Star Academy. In the year 2696, alien creatures invaded Earth, causing devastating damage, and ultimately a federation was formed that used nuclear weapons to destroy the aliens, but they left the X virus worldwide, causing Earth to mutate. Zombies and mutated beasts ran rampant, survivors evolved, opening the path of cultivation for warriors. Since then, Earth's warriors have been called kings. Lam Tu, who transmigrated here, was still dazed and unable to grasp what was happening when suddenly his roommate Ma Kuang, a level 1 warrior from Class 29 of the Stellar Academy, gave him a thorough beating. Because he currently has no talent for cultivation, he's often seen by his friends as useless. Treated like a servant at home, bringing meals, doing laundry, everything, he has to do all the daily chores for them. Beaten and bruised, feeling some pain, Lam Tu finally began to realize that this time travel was the real deal. The young man thought to himself, damn it, is there anyone as unlucky as me when it comes to time travel? A flood of memories surfaced, insults, endless beatings, and the overwhelming desire to give up on life, forcing Lam Tu to endure this miserable situation and take the blows in his place. You have now regained your composure, and no matter what, the word give up does not exist in your dictionary. So even if you get beaten until all your ribs are broken, you still refuse to submit to this kind of strong bullying the weak. But the stronger you are, the harder you take the hits, which is really infuriating. Vo Kung charged like a wild beast, ready to finish off his opponent with a single strike. But unfortunately for him, this body no longer belonged to the old Lam Tu. It was now Lam Tu with the aura of the main character, so there was no way he would be bullied anymore. Just in time, in this life-or-death moment, the bruised death system that brought the young man to this world appeared. It announced that the anger test of its owner was complete and asked if he wanted to use a stored power boost. With no time to hesitate, Lam Tu immediately agreed to use it right away. Then boom, two fists collided. Vo Kuang's hand shattered into 100 pieces, causing him to scream in agony as if his soul was about to leave his body. The gang members panicked and hurriedly carried their boss to the school infirmary for surgery. After that attack, Min's condition wasn't much better, just a bit more conscious than the other guy. After the system finished processing, a notification appeared that he had won a chance to draw a prize. Despite his whole body aching, Lam Tu's eyes lit up as he hurriedly pressed the button, hoping to hit the Alliance token. When luck strikes, 10,000 Alliance coins instantly appear in his pocket. After spinning, the young man drags his battered and broken body to the medical room to treat his wounds. The young doctor seemed very friendly when she saw him. Perhaps he was a regular patient here. She glanced over him, then ordered him to strip completely and lie on the table, causing the little guy to panic a bit. However, a few minutes later, she began to work seriously. As requested, Lam Tu used a recovery liquid priced at 9,800 Alliance currency. The young man began to fall into a coma, his full-body injuries identified, with a predicted recovery time of 5 hours. Meanwhile, Lam Tu clenched his fist, silently thinking that the original owner of this body must have lived a life far different from his imagination, often bullied and beaten by others, but from now on he would no longer tolerate being oppressed by anyone. 5 hours later, he would be a completely new Lam Tu. In Class 29 at the Star Academy, the homeroom teacher was outlining the plan to go to the A20 combat zone with 20 participants. He looked around the class, saw Tio Tio, and asked about Vo Kuang's whereabouts. After hearing the student say he was beaten by Lam Tu and is undergoing surgery in Area C, he was extremely surprised. Even the other classmates couldn't believe what they had heard. How could someone be crippled by a useless guy? Just then, Lam Tu walked in with an unprecedented cool confidence and boldly asked, "Teacher, can I go?" The crowd below started buzzing like a broken radio. Is it just me, or does Lam Tu seem very different from before? Yes, it seems like he has become a completely different person. Am I seeing things? The teacher heard the young man and immediately advised, "Lam Tu, you don't need to get worked up. Area A20 is quite dangerous. You should reach the beginner martial artist stage first before thinking further." Ma Kuang's underling also chimed in to mock, thinking Lam Tu was scared. But unexpectedly, he challenged him on the condition that if he won, he would be allowed to join the training session. From the system's analytical perspective, this guy, Hua Tuan, is at the entry-level martial artist stage, with no remarkable strength, even weaker than Ma Kuang. So Lam Tu just needs to carefully dodge and wait until his anger builds up. Then he can land a single powerful punch to knock him out. With that careful plan, Lam Tu arranged to meet Ma Tuan at the training ground after school to settle the score. A few hours later, at the training ground, news spread widely that the loser from Class 29 had challenged a martial novice to a fight. Countless people came with the intention of watching a good fight. Before stepping into the arena, a few friends tried to persuade the young man to reconsider, but he confidently kept moving forward, firmly replying, "Don't worry, I've been wanting to fight him for a long time." As soon as he saw Lam Tu, Ma Tuan rushed forward to attack, shouting nonsense while fighting. "A worthless guy daring to be arrogant, let me teach you how to be a real man." Lam Tu continuously dodged the blows, his wounds already healed, but one punch still caused pain throughout his body. Despite the crowd urging him to strike, whether attacking from the left or right, the young man did not counterattack and remained faithful to his plan. The old teacher watching all this felt that even just dodging, not a single moment, was pathetic. I had never seen such a determined look in his eyes before. Finally, the moment has come. The anger meter has reached 100%. All the humiliation endured for so long is about to explode. Ma Tuan unleashed his final decisive move. Hong Hok charged fiercely at his prey. Lam Tu was not holding back either, fighting the enemy with one hand. After that fatal blow, all that could be heard was Ma Tuan's agonized screams, blood splattered across the floor, and the stunned silence of the onlookers. Lam Tu arrogantly looked at him with confidence and mocked him. Defeated by a cripple. Doesn't that make him the worst of the worst? Seeing the situation was unstable, the teacher immediately sent someone to get him treated quickly to avoid affecting the real combat training in Area A20. The teacher also praised Lam Tu, truly making others see him in a new light. Defeating the one considered the strongest in the class, Lam Tu easily secured a spot to participate in the field training. Area A20 is located in the northern part of the city. This place is contaminated by nuclear pollution, overrun by mutated viruses everywhere, filled with zombies and mutated beasts, extremely dangerous. But risk and opportunity always coexist, as many parts of the mutated beasts are highly sought-after materials. The mutated energy in their brains may be a special crystallized energy that helps warriors train, making it quite valuable. This time, the Academy provided everyone with uniforms and assigned battles against ordinary zombies and mutated beasts to increase the intensity of the game before the teacher pretended to be dangerous and gave a warning. But unlike previous training, you must overcome the fear within when facing zombies and mutated beasts. Last year's real combat training saw several students paralyzed by fear get swarmed and bitten to death. Only real combat can truly test everyone's abilities and strengthen their resolve. After the scare, the teacher began explaining the rules. There are a total of 20 people, with 4 in each group. Groups are free to move, but are not allowed to go deep into Area A20. The strength of the mutated beasts and zombies inside is not something you can handle. Whether you live or die depends on yourselves. Let's get started. A few people are showing signs of panic and fear. But Lam Tu was different. In his eyes, those things were just valuable experience points to level up. Before long, the group of students quickly split from the main group and advanced into Area A20 with their team. Lam Tu's group faced Level 1 zombies with sharp teeth carrying a viral infection, their combat power reaching 380, a full 100 levels higher than Lam Tu. But no matter the difference, what he needed was experience points. So he charged ahead, easily slicing the monster's head in two with one strike, successfully leveling up to 2. While the young man was rejoicing, another group of zombies came rushing in. Before he could react, he turned around only to be cut to pieces by Chuang Yi in a cloud of smoke. Lam Tu could only bitterly watch as others snatched the experience points away. The group pressed further inside. The movement ahead is the Level 1 zombie leader, with very fast action speed, sharp claws, and the ability to summon zombies with combined combat power. The purple-haired guy in the group confidently rushed forward, but at that speed, he could do nothing and could only lie still and wait for death. Fortunately, Chuang Yi stepped in to save the day, and Lam Tu hurried over to warn him that this was the zombie leader and had to be killed with one strike, or it would call more Level 1 zombies, which would be a big problem. Of course, Chuang Yi didn't listen and fought the monster, even letting a useless loser embarrass him. He intended to slash with his knife as usual, but it didn't seem right. The zombie skillfully threw it aside and howled loudly, calling the hairy horde for help. Just as expected, the once peaceful sky was now filled with the undead. The purple-haired guy and Chuang Yi were so scared they almost pissed themselves, hastily grabbing their shoes and running away. The fat guy also urged Lam Tu to leave quickly. But you came here to gain experience, not to run away. If you kill all of them, you can level up several times, so you have to risk it and charge forward no matter what. Seeing his friend like he was possessed, so different from the Lam Tu he used to know, the fat guy didn't hesitate and started attacking. Both fought fiercely, cutting down one after another. In the heat of the moment, Lam Tu was grabbed by the zombie leader and thought he was done for. But surprisingly, he quickly used all his system points to instantly boost his power, twisted the zombie's head 360 degrees with his bare hands, defeated the enemy, and smoothly leveled up to 6, unlocking the system gene. According to some books Lam Tu has read, a large part of human genes is never used. The so-called gene lock is the most basic potential within the body. According to legend, if the gene lock is unlocked to the highest level, one can become a godlike existence. Driven by youthful curiosity, Lam Tu pressed to unlock the first gene to see how strong he could become. But it was really disappointing. A bright red notification was sent. Warning, warning, still not level 15. At this point, Lam Tu was quite desperate. What the hell is this? Isn't it just level 15? As long as I keep leveling up by fighting monsters, I'll reach the unlock conditions in no time. Just wait and see. After dealing with all the zombies, the fat guy approached his friend with suspicion and asked, Lam Tu, are you still the Lam Tu I know? You suddenly got really strong just now, taking down all the zombie leaders. The guy can't exactly say no. I ended up here by bad luck, so I just had to act like I was totally fine in front of my friend. Then the two of them continued deeper inside and soon reached the restricted area the master had warned about. Lam Tu seemed deeply regretful for not encountering a single zombie along the way, missing even a tiny chance to gain experience points. Just as he was about to take a risk and sneak inside to see what was there, his companion suddenly trembled and pointed behind him. Snake there, by that tree is a large python. Lam Tu instinctively turned to look at the snake in front of him, but it was no ordinary giant python with a third-level color change. The young man's face turned pale, bloodless, and he hurriedly ran away with his tail between his legs. As he ran, he shouted loudly, dumbfounded, "Why do you keep chasing me? Go chase that fat guy." Meanwhile, the fat guy was running out of breath when he suddenly looked back in panic to see his friend had already run deep into the abandoned area. Lam Tu ran for a long time and finally shook off the serpent, but he couldn't let his guard down. It could change color based on its surroundings, so it was better to stay cautious. Looking around for a way out, suddenly an arrow was pressed against his head from behind, accompanied by a warning, "Don't move! What are you sneaking around here for?" The young man was trembling inside, truly doomed now. This group was an adventure squad hunting zombies and mutated beasts for materials and rare essences. They were all official martial artists, impossible to deal with. But Lam Tu still had to smile brightly, acting as if nothing had happened, then replied, briefly and concisely, "Hello guys, I'm just passing through." Seeing his clothes, they immediately recognized him as a student of the Star Academy. One of them stepped forward, grabbed the combat knife, and threatened, "Leave the combat knife here or you can get lost." Lam Tu gently pleaded, "Brother, not having a battle blade in a place with such an ambush risk is basically asking me to die, isn't it?" "Then you can go die right now for me." Unexpectedly, as soon as he said that, the snake attacked, and with one bite he was swallowed whole in its belly. The adventurer squad started to panic and shout. The leader tried to calm them down, saying, "Brothers, don't be afraid. This is a level 3 evolved beast, an alien serpent, and it's definitely worth millions." Taking advantage of the chaos, Lam Tu slipped away to observe the situation, thinking to himself that it was foolish for just a few level 1 fighters to provoke a tier 3 evolved beast. People who die for money are truly stupid. Better for us to stay here and wait for a chance to snatch back the battle blade. The serpent was attacked repeatedly, wildly thrashing its tail and leaving several people severely injured. After a long struggle, the group of adventurers finally managed to take down the mutated beast. Whether anyone else got to claim the spoils remains unclear. The leader stood tall and ordered Lam Tu to skin the serpent and extract the rare gem for him, warning him to be careful with his life. Little did he know this was the moment for Lam Tu to truly shine. "You will take it out, but that's your loot." Hearing this, the other guy angrily charged, but a weakened body with no strength to stand. What can it do? Right after that, he was peacefully sent off to his ancestors by Lam Tu, allowing him to level up to 7 and get another chance to win a prize in the lottery. In addition, Lam Tu also collected a dozen spoils from the serpent spirit into the hunters' backpacks. The situation here was quite dangerous, so men quickly packed up and left. However, no matter which way they went, they were still lost in the danger zone. Just as they didn't know which direction to take, birds flew in from all sides and something formidable appeared. Turning around, an evolved 4th-grade electric leopard appeared, its features and combat power too overwhelming to analyze at a glance. Lam Tu just wanted to run for his life, but one surprise after another kept coming. Following the leopard was a cool-looking blonde girl named Lac Nguyen, a fourth-stage martial artist, charging in. Then the girl and the leopard clashed in an intense battle, like the heavens shaking and the earth splitting, with the leopard taking a heavy hit and collapsing to the ground. Just when the battle seemed over, it was only pretending to be dead. As the girl approached, it sprang up and struck a critical blow, sending her flying off the cliff with her fate unknown. Lam Tu, standing nearby and witnessing everything, felt something was off. It wasn't playing dead, just temporarily unconscious. Then he cautiously approached with the intention of delivering one more strike, hoping to be the one to defeat the boss, claim the rare mutated beast star, and become rich. With that intention, the young man crept forward, swinging his blade with a savage grin. But before he could strike, another one appeared behind him. It was then that Lam Tu remembered the electric leopards usually went out hunting in pairs, one male and one female. Then Lam Tu had no time to think and quickly curled up to run away, begging and pleading, "Sister-in-law, electric leopard, I didn't kill your husband." Running like that, the young man reached a dead end, a cliff right in front of him, and the leopard was charging. With no other choice, he'd rather be torn apart than be electrocuted to death. So besides getting burnt on the outside and delicious on the inside, becoming its dinner, he closed his eyes and took the leap down below. Not sure if it was luck or not, but right below the cliff was a lake with some wooden logs that softened the impact and saved their lives. Even more surprising, the blonde girl from earlier had also fallen there. And following the usual pattern, of course, the young man would save her and take care of her attentively. Holding the little sister in his arms, Lam Tu silently wondered, how could there be such a beautiful little sister? She was probably only about 17 or 18 years old, but already a fourth-level martial artist, definitely a genius disciple from a prominent clan. Just then, a loud rumble came from a starving stomach, and luckily there were some delicious fish in the lake. Nothing could be better. Then the young man started a fire, dried his clothes, grilled the fragrant fish, and ate heartily, just as the blonde girl crawled up and pointed a sword right at his face. "Why are you dressed like that? What have you done to me?" Lam Tu froze for 5 seconds, then panicked and tried to explain. "What did I do? I pulled you out of the water. If it weren't for me, you would have drowned long ago." After receiving the brain-clearing technique along with a fragrant little fish, the young lady calmed down and began her self-introduction. "My name is Lac Nguyen. Speak up. What do you want? I don't want to owe anyone anything. Tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. And then no one owes anyone anything, or you'll have to deal with me." "I've never seen anyone treat their lifesaver so coldly," Min said with a bright smile that he wanted to become as formidable as her. Lac Nguyen felt she was wrong and thought she still had time to turn back, hoping that if he asked for gold and jewels, he might get them. But that poor talent was a bit too difficult. At night, Lam Tu sat in a corner watching over the girl as she rested, grinning with satisfaction as he opened the system to draw a prize, silently praying to win some kind of weapon. But the wheel slowly stopped. The needle pointed to 1,000 alliance coins, which was really disappointing. Fortunately, thanks to a gust of wind, the needle moved a little further. The system immediately announced, "Yes, congratulations to the owner for winning the 100 Birds Worship the Phoenix." Lam Tu was as joyful as spring blossoms, and he even got a martial skill card, which could only be crafted by martial artists of the 6th rank or higher. The cards were classified by level into bronze, gold, and diamond, with higher levels granting greater power. Holding the card in his hand, M couldn't stop his excitement, his heart screaming loudly. This was a mature martial artist card, even more valuable than the diamond card, because it changes with the cultivator's progress. Behind him, Lac Nguyen was awakened by the young man's foolish laughter. With senses sharper than a watchdog's, she noticed a sound, and Min only just began to pay attention. Could it be the adventurer group they met earlier? That can't be. He quickly told Lac Nguyen to run, but because of her injury, she couldn't move, so the young man had no choice but to carry her on his back, pretending to care about her safety as they fled. So just a short time after they set off, a squad of adventurers showed up. They judged from the situation that they hadn't gone far, and if they found them, they would deal with them without mercy. On this side, Lam Tu carried Lac Nguyen on his back, feeling heavier with each step. According to her explanation, it was because of the sword on her back, not because she had gained weight. But you don't seem to believe it much. While they were busy arguing, an obstacle appeared ahead. A long pink snake with a strange habit of being active at night, venomous fangs, and a combined threat level of 670 points. Lac Nguyen knew she couldn't fight, so she handed her sword to the young man to deal with the serpent. Just as she said, it was really heavy. Min couldn't even lift it with both hands. So an immobile person teamed up with a rookie, and together they quickly took down the bright pink snake. Lam Tu confidently pointed his index finger at it with a challenging tone. "Come on, bite me, bite me. I won't just kill you. I'll take your rare star and sell it for money. Aren't you furious?" But somehow, even after its head was chopped off, the snake still lunged wildly to bite the young man's hand, giving him quite a scare. Lakuat stood nearby, quietly smirking, her expression saying, "Damn you, who told you to mess with me?" But before she could laugh for long, her teammate was already in agony, covered in red rashes, her whole body burning up and itching all over. Only then did she start to feel scared. This snake has a kind of lustful poison that causes the victim to be overwhelmed by intense desire. We're really doomed this time. Before knowing how to handle it, Lam Tu was like a young cow in heat, eyes full of desire, drooling uncontrollably, and pounced on her, pinning her to the ground. No matter how much Lakuat threatened, Men could no longer control himself and kept moving closer, kissing her repeatedly. Just as he was about to leave, luckily she quickly bit him to regain control of the situation, then kicked him straight toward the water pit on the other side to soak and calm down. The guy ran, holding his mouth while not forgetting to apologize to her. Fortunately, after soaking in the cold water, he returned to normal. However, his mind was still fixated on those soft, fragrant lips. While the young man was relaxing, on this side Lakuat ran into big trouble. The earlier adventure squad had sneaked up, approaching with shamelessly hungry looks. Young but weak, the girl could do nothing and was caught in their hands. Luckily for her, just as they were about to strike, Lam Tu returned in time. With the ability to see each person's traits, the young man confidently pointed at each one as if he were a deity. Zhang Liang, martial artist level 2, specializes in swordsmanship with a total combat power of 1,540. Li Huan, a first-level martial artist skilled with the Graba sword, faced an opponent whose divine origin was unknown. Without using a combat power calculator, he could still accurately state their information and combat power, which seemed to intimidate them enough to flee quickly. Even Lakuat was surprised by his special ability. The two young men quickly packed up and left, knowing that if they waited for a response and gave chase, it would only cause trouble. It was exactly as expected. After running a short distance, they realized they had been set on fire. The leader, frustrated, ordered his men to carefully guard the perimeter. He wanted to capture both alive to tear them apart and vent his anger. Lam Tu wasn't stupid either. His head wasn't just for show. Knowing they would have guards outside, he decided to stay in the restricted area, waiting a few days for Lakuat's strength to recover before going out. The next day, Menhot Huang woke from his daze, seeing the situation before him, holding her peacefully asleep but feeling uneasy, not wanting to be castrated right there. He could only pretend nothing was wrong and gently wake her up. As soon as she opened her eyes, Lakuat calmly said she just smelled a beast evolution and was ready to go out and fight. Even a dog would have to call her master for that sense of smell. She also explained that she hadn't fully recovered yet and needed 2 more days before she could give him a spear to fight with. Lam Tu seemed scared. The lowest evolved beasts here were already second stage, and at his current level he was just prey for them. However, she said something that left the young man silent, not daring to utter a word. With that level of skill. If you don't seek out stronger enemies to fight, how can you ever improve? Don't worry, I won't let you die for now. In the following days, under the command of Lakuat, a young and talented woman who understood the habits, attack methods, and weaknesses of the evolved beasts, Men leveled up to level 9 and was able to handle 2 third-stage evolved beasts at the same time. The young man collected countless rare stars to share with her, but was flatly refused. By then, she had fully recovered and had no reason to stay here any longer. They both had to say goodbye and go their separate ways, even though Min was reluctant. It's not because of longing or love, but because those people might still be lying in ambush. If caught, I'm as good as dead, but Lakuat didn't care about that. What she wanted was to find the Thunder Tiger to face off once again. Before leaving, she didn't forget to warn the kid. Next time we meet, if your strength still hasn't surpassed mine, I'll deal with you. Lam Tu broke out in a cold sweat and called out, "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to repay kindness with hatred?" "Yes, where did you come from?" After that question, only Lakuat's voice echoed back. "Sacred Realm, and you, when did you disappear?" A few hours after they parted ways and went their separate ways, Milanmo finally reached the outer edge of the restricted area, but as soon as he set foot there and before he could look around, he was ambushed by that group. Fortunately, there was only one enemy. If he could strike quickly before his comrades arrived, there might still be a chance to escape. Lam Tu dodged with his sword, but the vast difference in strength left him no opportunity to counterattack. The opponent rushed forward like an arrow, shouting confidently, "Let's see if I can pierce your heart." Men put all his strength into defending. seemingly about to give out when the system had just charged enough attack power. With no time to think, he immediately unleashed a powerful strike aimed straight at the opponent's weak spot. He thought it was a trivial trick. He blocked with his hand, but ended up with broken bones and shattered eggs, left only to hold his brother in pain. However, Men was a very kind person, preferring to deal with it quickly rather than let the enemy die slowly and suffer endlessly, so he swung a swift strike to send his brother back to the earth, while the system congratulated him for reaching level 10 and unlocking the Rage skill. Rage is an active skill. After using it for 10 minutes, both strength and stamina will increase. When it ends after 5 minutes, you will be in a state of exhaustion. Before the young man could even celebrate, the accomplices of that guy appeared. The foolish leader looked at his brother lying on the ground and asked, "Kid, how dare you kill my men?" Men answered honestly, "Humph, do you think I'll just stand still and watch this guy kill me?" It's infuriating to be dealt such a crushing blow. The leader immediately ordered his men to charge, regardless of being outnumbered, as long as they could wash away the shame. Lam Tu was trapped, facing 4 first-level fighters and 1 second-level fighter, with no clear advantage, so he had no choice but to rely on the skill he had just acquired. Rage unleashed. His physical speed increased significantly in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the young man vanished from the martial artist's sight, slipping away to safety. However, this skill only lasts for 5 minutes, after which fatigue sets in, leaving you vulnerable to attacks, so you must find a way to win quickly. The 2 guys below with long spears are well suited to your fighting style. Then Lam Tu launched a sudden attack, swiftly taking down the leader and seizing his weapon. Confident, the young man wielded his spear with ease, combining it with the frenzied 100 Birds assault, quickly putting several enemies to eternal rest. However, the stronger the move, the more energy it consumes, and being surrounded and attacked by 3 others took quite some time. Following the saying that to catch a thief you must first catch the ringleader, he aimed straight for him. They also realized that the secret technique the young man was using only lasted a short time and had side effects, so as long as they surrounded him and didn't let him escape, he would definitely have to surrender. But before they could rejoice, his energy burst out, and Lam Tu had to immediately use it along with the 100 Birds soaring like a god to charge and prepare to stab the leader. However, they say bad luck never comes alone, and right at the crucial moment, disaster struck. Thuong Dai broke apart under the pressure. Along with the side effects of the rage, the young man no longer even had the strength to draw his sword and fight. "Truly unstoppable!" The leader laughed wildly as he raised his knife to strike. But it seemed the situation was about to turn around. This game was far from over, as a strike came from behind, accompanied by threatening words. "Just a small squad of second-rank martial hunter dare to mess with the students of the Star Academy. Who gave you the guts?" It turns out to be Senior Dr. Teo Nguyen Tui, a 4th-level martial artist. Luckily, her timely appearance saved the little guy's life. Lam Tu looked very surprised to see his sister, not expecting a doctor to be so powerful. After some small talk and teasing, the young man took off his pants for treatment, and Nguyen Tui seriously helped him escape from there. At the gathering place, the teacher was calling the roll one by one along with the trophies the students had collected. Looking around in all directions, there were still people missing. Asking the chubby Duong Tien, we learned that our clueless student had accidentally run into the restricted area. The others in the group had heard this and immediately started mocking him. A useless person is still useless. Running into the forbidden zone probably means he's been eaten by zombies, or maybe devoured by evolved beasts. Duong Tien, seeing his friend insulted, felt angry and wanted to rush up and punch the guy. Even though the teacher advised them to wait a little longer, they still wanted to cause trouble, thinking it would be better to go back. Maybe Lam Tu was already 8 parts dead. However, right after that sentence, reality slapped him in the face. A familiar voice rang out, "Who's wiping my ass like I'm dead?" That's right. No one else but Lam Tu returned safely, walking up cool and confident. Duong Thien greeted his friend with a bright smile, while Hua Tuan and the others still looked on with contempt and mockery. "Lam Tu, have you been hiding all these days, unable to take down even a single evolved beast?" Men pretended to be weak and asked back, "Oh, it seems you guys have also killed quite a few evolved beasts, haven't you?" They put on disdainful expressions and replied proudly, of course, Brother Truong Yi had dealt with all 8 of those evolved beasts. Those around him also crowded in to praise him, making the class president puff up with pride. He thought he looked cool, but little did he know. Then M turned his backpack upside down, spilling out a pile of rare crystals, including 3 third-grade rare crystals that stunned everyone. Zhang Yi was unwilling to accept it, accusing the young man of cheating, but as soon as he spoke, he was scolded by the teacher. "Then show me how you cheated." One third-grade rare spirit stone is worth at least 400,000 to 500,000. Who among you can take out more than 1 million to buy 3 stones and cheat? The outcome of this fight was beyond my expectations. Let's go back to the hotel and rest first. Since none of us are official martial artists yet, we can't sell the rare stars through the Martial Alliance website. But since the hotel owner buys them, we can sell to him. This news made the young men as happy as on New Year's, their eyes filled with fluttering dollars. The hotel owner buys rare crystals like scrap metal. A first-grade crystal is worth 1,000 Alliance coins, a third-grade one 500,000, and altogether, Lam 2 has nearly 2 million. This time I hit the jackpot and I'm about to get rich. After waiting in line for so long, it's finally my turn. The owner's eyes sparkled like stars as he looked at the loot, urging Lam 2 to quickly hand over the Alliance cards so he could transfer the money. Just as the transaction was going smoothly, someone came to cause trouble. They arrogantly cut in line, took out 10 second-grade rare crystals to give to the boss, then showed off to Class 29. According to the system's view, one is Ton Tram, a martial artist ranked around 108 on the Academy's combat power leaderboard, and the other is Lin Nguyen, a beginner-level martial artist. These two seem itchy for a fight, mocking the whole class and even coming after Lam 2 to insult him. They say you don't mourn until you see the coffin, and now the coffin is standing right in front of them. The young man didn't care who he was. First, he had to provoke him verbally. I'm exactly the useless person you mentioned. What's the matter? Do you want to see me that badly? If you won't line up, then fine. But if you open your mouth and hurt others, apologize to me now, or I'll make you taste what it's like to be dealt with by a loser. So frustrated, Ton Tram rushed forward, intending to teach him a lesson with a punch. Unexpectedly, Lam 2 blocked the strike with just one hand, leaving him stunned. When the opponent stopped using his hands and switched to his feet, it didn't faze him at all. Instead, he landed a brutal uppercut to the face, bloodied and battered. Completely enraged, Ton Tram flew into a fury, unleashing his full power in attack. Men still used the old move to dodge fiercely, making him even more frustrated. The classmates watching kept cheering non-stop. Trung Yi felt a bit intimidated, not expecting Lam 2 to become so strong in just 3 days. But the people from the TM2 class were no pushovers either. The cat and mouse had been playing around for a while, and Ton Tram was now putting all his strength into the final decisive strike. Lam 2 blocked with one hand and parried with the other, seemingly overwhelmed, but in the next moment he turned the tables. The system conveniently launched an attack force and suggested using it. However, with his current ability, he was confident he could defeat his opponent without it, just scaring the monkey with a chicken. Then 1, 2, 3, spinning and spinning, Ton Tram's hand twirled around. The bones inside shattered into many misshapen pieces like clay. The first group was terrified, wanting to rush forward to even the score, but all were afraid of Lam 2's power. While they were arguing back and forth, the hotel owner interrupted. Lam 2's classmate has already transferred the money for 3 third-grade rare crystals into his account. Check it again. The news about the waste from Class 29 handling the 3rd stage evolved beast shocked them even more. It's unbelievable that a useless guy could be this strong. The young man intends to defeat everyone to secure a spot in the top 108 on the leaderboard. But no matter how much Min argued back, they didn't dare to step forward. Just then, the 2 teachers from the 2 classes came in and interrupted the matter. The students from Class 1 quickly tattled about someone from Class 29 breaking Ton Tram's arm. Luckily, the teacher from Class 29 was fair and just, demanding a detailed retelling of the incident, so Lam 2 wasn't falsely accused. But the teacher still had to pretend to be strict and make the kid apologize, even though inside he was secretly pleased and praised the boy for fighting well, putting those arrogant students in their place. Even ordinary teachers don't seem to know what respect really means. Lam 2 had to pretend to apologize. Classmate Ton felt really embarrassed. I shouldn't have been so harsh just now. But don't worry, I'll cover your medical expenses. After all, we brothers aren't short of money. Something feels off. Is this kid really apologizing? The damage was not severe, but the humiliation was so intense that the classmates around had to hold back their laughter. Before being taken for treatment, Ton Tram even turned back with a defiant look to challenge Lam 2 to a final match. After the first-year students left, the teacher kept the Class 29 students busy by testing their combat power to see if anyone had leveled up after practical training. One by one, they were weighed, and Trung Yi reached the standard martial artist level with a total combat power of 675, surprising everyone. The teacher praised him highly, saying he could try practicing the cultivation technique tomorrow. According to the ranks, a combat power of 300 to 600 is beginner-level martial artist, 600 to 800 is standard martial artist, and 800 to 1,500 is first-level martial artist, becoming an official martial artist. This strength comes from the cultivation technique of martial artists, as there is a lot of energy in the universe beneficial to humans. These energies are called sources. Martial experts absorb the source energy in the air through cultivation techniques, enhancing cellular activity, muscles, and even bones, thereby strengthening the body. Most of the class members had finished checking, leaving only Lam Tu as the last one. Some had already seen him break Tantram's arm, yet they still acted disdainful and mocked him as he stepped forward. However, just a few seconds later, the information screen hit them in the face, leaving them speechless and not daring to utter a single word. Lam Tu was a quasi-level with a total combat power of 676, even higher than Chuang Yi. That night, Master La called the two young men aside to discuss their future development plans. Since they were both standard martial artists, they needed to carefully consider the choice of weapon suitable for themselves. According to the teacher, the evolved beasts on the third level have completely mutated skin that bullets and even laser emitters cannot penetrate, but through human effort, a special metal from another planet was obtained, and using it to craft new weapons can harm the evolved beasts. So choosing the right martial skill set and matching weapon is the only way to truly reveal a martial artist's real strength. After listening to the explanation, Lam Tu quickly raised his hand and said he had thought it through and chosen the spear as his weapon. He even took out the top 10 world martial artist rankings to compare, noting there was still no one using a spear, so he would become that person. After speaking, men immediately ran off without giving the master a chance to respond. The basic spear technique and the cultivation skill card were already in hand, only the spear manual was missing. But since he hasn't become an official martial artist yet, he can't shop on the Martial Alliance website, so he has no choice but to go to the school's Divine Martial Shop to try his luck. It seems this place gets very few visitors. Seeing a customer, the owner warmly welcomed him and proceeded to introduce all the spears he had one by one. But no matter which one he picked up, Lam Tu was never satisfied and kept complaining. Too light. Way too light. Boss, don't you have any better ones? Pretending to be annoyed, he dragged out a 65-kilogram spear that had been gathering dust in the corner since it was made and started to introduce it. It is made from a sample of quartz crystal meteorite. Not only heavy, but its sharpness and durability far surpass ordinary weapons made from mineral crystal meteorites. It is called the Silver Soul. Min held the spear in his hand, feeling that this was truly the weapon made for him. However, the price was quite steep, reaching 1.2 million. Hearing the price made my heart freeze instantly. It was hard enough to sell over 2 million rare crystals, and one spear already cost more than half that. Training really is a money burner. But knowing that, there was no other choice. So the young man painfully reached into his wallet to pay. Becoming a martial artist, I can finally use cultivation techniques. Every moment on Earth contains various types of energy, which martial artists call sources. But ordinary people cannot sense it. Only martial artists can feel it and absorb it to cultivate their bodies. I've only just started training, so I'm curious to see if there are any changes. Then the young man pulled up the system to check. Just as he was watching intently, it suddenly sent a notification. The lottery draw opportunity has been updated. Do you want to proceed? It turns out that besides the rewards, there is also a chance to draw once more every month. Just right. Today at midnight, on the first day of the Wood Tiger month, he drew and prayed that the prize wouldn't be a weapon, or else it would be a big loss. How the hell did the guy end up winning a rapid growth set? Following the system's suggestion, he immediately used the kit, but somehow it was unusually heavy, the whole outfit weighing a total of 130 kilograms. Frustrated, he tried to take it off, but since the accelerated growth process wasn't complete, all he heard was the system's warning beep forbidding removal. The owner is advised to adapt tonight, or tomorrow you'll be crawling to school. Also, upon completing the rapid growth progress, you can receive 25 potential points. Hearing about the potential points, Lam Tu's eyes lit up like stars in the sky. Wasn't it just crawling? I can do that. After crawling all night, the young man finally managed to stand and walk nearly 19 laps. But the progress is still poor, only reaching 1,000 out of 1,000 on paper. Dragging my battered body to class, I suddenly got hit from behind and fell flat on the ground. So frustrating. The guy turned around and started yelling loudly, but when he saw it was the pretty neighbor girl from the days of bare-chested rain showers, Diep Song Ni, he let it slide and smiled brightly. The girl is about to take the university entrance exam, so the teacher is taking the kids on a school tour to see which one they like. Men is delusional, thinking that Song Ni wants to apply to the Star Academy because he's here, While the two brothers were chatting drunkenly, a fan of the girl suddenly appeared to tease them. "Song Yi, is this the same Lam Tu who used to live next door to you? I heard that the strongest trash at the Star Academy is also named Lam Tu. Could it be the same person?" Seeing her brother being mocked, the girl intended to step in and fight this guy, but he ignored her and only targeted Lam Tu, planning to embarrass him. However, it was unlucky for him because this man was not the same as before. "I'm not afraid of anyone now, and if you want to get beaten like that, I'll make sure your wish comes true. Even though I'm carrying over 100 kilograms on my body and feeling exhausted, dealing with a brat like him is no problem." Then, Guang Bin confidently charged forward, launching a series of attacks at men. Normally, the young man would have been able to dodge, but now it was simply impossible. However, he quickly turned the tables, grabbed his opponent's hand, and squeezed, then delivered an upward kick straight to his face, sending him flying 3 meters away, clutching his hand and crying out in pain. Just when it seemed over, unexpectedly, his older brother Duong Thien, a martial artist with a total combat power of 752, appeared and ambushed men from behind. This guy is a third-year student ranked in the top 100 of the school, vice president of the Martial Arts Association at the academy. Caught off guard, he couldn't dodge and took a direct hit from this honeycomb-faced guy. He flew into a rage on behalf of his younger brother and slammed Lam Tu like a punching bag. Seeing her brother getting beaten up, Song Ni stepped in to stop him, but he showed no respect for a woman and threw a powerful punch anyway. Luckily, Lam Tu reacted in time to push Song Ni aside, or she would have been hit too. But the consequence was that the young man took the blow. Talit lay on the ground. Lam Thien was still not satisfied, using his strength to overpower the weak, trying to cripple the young man. At that moment, the teacher from Class 29 came running from afar to stop him, but Lam Thien pretended not to hear and continued attacking. The situation was getting more and more serious. At the critical moment, fortunately, Teacher La arrived just in time and ended the fight with a single strike. Despite the clear truth before him, Lam Thien stubbornly insisted that men had hit his younger brother first, so he was just seeking revenge. The teacher, of course, knew the whole situation and said that the school would handle everything. Before leaving, Lam Tu even challenged him to a duel in 3 days, despite the teacher and Song Ni trying to stop him. Then the news that the loser wanted to challenge Duong Thien in the top 100 quickly spread and became the hottest topic at school. Everyone believed the young man would be beaten to death. The boy seemed very confident as he went to the infirmary to treat his wounds. There, Miss Teo Nuoc Tui used some kind of medicine that quickly healed his broken arm. According to her explanation, it is a Tau family healing medicine that can quickly regenerate bones and muscles, and it is very expensive on the market. Nihuoc Tui also warned Ku that it's best not to offend the Duong family because their power is immense. But since the others had already come all the way to the door, fighting back was only natural. Seeing Lam Tu so determined, she didn't stop him and instead gave the young man quite a big surprise. That is the martial arts card for Li Than Dong Bao Li Quan, a very expensive martial arts card. When practiced, it can generate powerful strikes that make the air explode, making it the most ruthless close combat technique. But if the body isn't strong enough, it will break the arm, causing broken bones and muscle damage for the practitioner, so no one trains with it. However, if you're going to help someone, you might as well go all the way. To help the young man train quickly, Ruo Shui also gave him a healing potion combo. So even if his bones and muscles were injured, it was not a problem. With the new martial skill, Lam Tu trained tirelessly day and night, but at his current level, he could only injure his opponents on the surface. In addition, thanks to relentless training, the young man has reached level 11, but the accelerated growth system is still insufficient, only about 80% effective. Finally, the duel between men and Duong Thien has arrived. Not only was Lam Thien humiliated, but Teacher La in the stands was also looked down upon by the teacher of class 253. Despite that, the teacher still had great faith in his student without any hesitation. The official match begins with the same arrogant look as always. Duong Thien charges forward wielding a massive sword. As soon as he made his move, he immediately closed in with the blood-wind monkey strike. Using the advantage of speed, the enemy was stabbed through the neck before they could react. Fortunately, I managed to block with my spear, but still got slightly injured. With the sword energy in hand, the opponent kept attacking, and after just a few strikes, Lam Tu was knocked off the beam. The young supporters below the arena were very worried, but luckily he was still conscious and stood up to reassure everyone. Just then, the system announced that the rapid growth progress had reached 100%. Congratulations to the host for gaining 25 potential points. Lam Tu did not hesitate to give him all kinds of points to level up, and he was also able to shed the heavy burden on himself. Standing tall, Ngao Loi declared that was just a warm-up. Now the real fight begins. Duong Thien was quite bitter from the harsh blow and charged forward as if he wanted to devour the young man alive. But now is the time to show himself. His speed and strength surged as if he had become a different person. He swung his spear through the air, combining a powerful strike with 100 birds soaring towards a phoenix, then thrust straight at his opponent, breaking his sword in two despite its hardness and leaving him severely injured. Unwilling to be defeated by a cripple, Duong Tianloi pulled out a vial of some kind of drug, like a growth hormone, and drank it all in one go, his body transforming into a giant with bulging muscles. Unexpectedly, he used AA, a drug developed to temporarily enhance human strength, to defeat Lam Tu. However, forcing the absorption of energy to enhance physical strength will damage the user's tendons and muscles. Mild cases result in a sharp decline in cultivation. Severe cases turn them into cripples. Because he used a banned drug, Teacher La wanted to stop the match, but the teacher of Class 253 treated it as normal and calmly said the school didn't forbid it. Besides, the host of the Duong family, Duong Mobak, was also present at the match. He is one of the shareholders of the Star Academy, so the school has to show him respect. That's why the match continued. Lam Tu An Han kept trembling all over, curled up on the arena floor. However, 30 is not New Year's yet. The young man quickly wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up to activate his explosive skill, combined with the violent fist charge. The two faced off, and although Duong Thien used forbidden drugs, Min held his ground. With another critical strike, Lam Tu attacked the internal system of his opponent, crippling one of his arms. Duong Thien refused to give up and charged with his spear to finish him off, but with the aura of the protagonist, Lam Tu easily dodged. Just as he was about to strike back and fulfill his wish, the head of the Duong family, Duong Mo Bak, stepped in to stop him. Thanks to that, his beloved son was able to survive. Before disappearing, Duong Mo Bak looked at Men affectionately and left with a line, "Kid, I already miss you." In the end, the result of this martial arts arena battle was that Lam Tu, Class 29 Year 2, defeated Duong Thien on the Academy's top 100 ranking. The next day, while the young man was in the recovery room, Teacher La knocked urgently on the door, and upon seeing him, said he had one good and one bad news and asked which he wanted to hear first. Lam Tu, still sleepy, wanted to hear the bad news first. Du Diong was compensated, which is better than being happy first and suffering later. According to Mr. La, the Academy has decided to punish you. Before the teacher could finish, the young man shouted loudly, "What punishment? On what grounds are you punishing me?" The teacher calmly sat down to thoroughly explain to this foolish student. The Duong family is one of the Academy's shareholders, and this time Duong Bin had his arm broken, while Duong Thien was nearly beaten to death. For people of their high status, this is a great humiliation. Because Duong Thien used banned substances during the match, the Duong family had no choice but to make a formal complaint about the battle performance. They even deliberately added that Duong Bin was just a high school student to pressure the Academy into punishing him by sending him to the Guang Ming base for training. The good news is that he was promoted to the top 100 strength list, rewarded with a silver tier spear martial skill card, Violent Storm Spear Dance. Master La said this is a martial skill created by the Grandmaster spear expert Bak Li Duke, capable of striking 100 times in 1 second, but very few have truly mastered it. Lam Tu held the card in his hand, feeling as happy as a festival, smiling uncontrollably at the thought of being able to shoot 100 spears, promising himself to train hard so as not to disappoint his master and to definitely survive and return. Because his battle uniform from last time was torn to shreds, he had to spend money to buy a new one. While happily walking, someone attacked him from behind, but luckily he reacted quickly and dodged in time. Judging by their appearance, they're all first-stage martial artists, probably here to hand over experience points. Even though this is the city area, they still dare to make a move. But with this level of strength, they're just punching bags for me. Before long, the first one's head flew off, lying motionless on the ground. A martial artist of the standard level could take down a first-level martial artist, and did so quickly and efficiently, leaving the others a bit unsettled. However, they still recklessly charged forward, seeking death and becoming experience points for Lam Tu. The two others saw this and quickly fled, tail between their legs, not daring to look back even once. Watching their backs disappear, the young man immediately guessed that they were sent by the Tang family to deal with him. Lam Tu's judgment was quite accurate. After fleeing to report back, the two others were beaten again by Madame Tang Tan. Duong Mo Bak was completely unaware of this. As soon as he found out, he immediately went to reprimand his wife, and then sent people quickly to clean up the bodies to avoid federal investigation. Still, the wife believed she was doing the right thing. Cam Tu Lam had forced her son onto a deadly path of training. After her husband said he pressured the Academy to punish her by sending her to the Guang Ming base for a mission with a 70% death rate, she finally stopped complaining. A few days later, Lam Tu carried countless belongings and joined the army as the punishment had been decided. First, Commander Tan Kwang, a second-level martial artist, gathered everyone to take attendance. Right away, he was eager to intimidate. Everyone, give me all your strength. I hope each of you can survive this mission. Some people saw that Lam Tu was just a high school student and not an official martial artist yet, so they started teasing him. Hey kid, did you grab the wrong script and end up on the wrong set? The chief officer saw this and told them to shut up. But that guy still wouldn't let it go, trying to say a few more words until he was punished with push-ups and finally learned that silence is golden. Tan Kwang reminded Lam Tu that even as a student, once involved in a mission, he was just like them, always at risk of death. 15 minutes later, the group of 40 people began to set off. In the training cabin of the transport plane, everyone trained hard to strengthen their abilities. While Lam Tu was sitting quietly, a young man claiming to be Li Dich, who was also a student at the Star Academy, approached to ask about him. He seemed kind and asked why he had to come to this place. Men sighed and said it was because the school had set him up. Just then, Kim Hai, who had mocked men earlier, stepped forward from somewhere. He acted like a newbie, bullying a veteran, demanding to see what was inside the box Lam Tu brought, but he was already disliked from the start. Of course you don't want anyone touching it, he replied coldly. Didn't your senior at home tell you not to mess with other people's stuff? Curiosity can be deadly. Haven't you heard that before? Despite the warning, he still ignored it and grabbed the box, nearly falling backward in shock. Lam Tu kicked once. The spear landed firmly in his hand. Its tip pointed straight at his neck as he taunted him. This so-called top-tier martial artist is nothing more than that. Kim Hai angrily grabbed his neck and bitterly asked, "Kid, what did you just say?" He confidently answered, seizing every word. "I said you're trash." Kim Hai was scolded harshly. The punch came flying. But bad luck for him. Before he could react, he took a punch to the face, his front teeth flying out. Unwilling to accept defeat, he quickly got up to attack. But just then, Chief Officer Tan Kwang stepped forward to stop him, and instead of defending him, he ended up scolding him even more. A martial artist was defeated by a high school student who isn't even an official martial artist yet. Do you still not feel embarrassed enough? With so much energy wasted on pointless things, it's better to think about how to survive at the Guang Ming base. After a long flight, the team finally arrived at the Guang Ming base. Before heading to the central area with 3 other instructors to fight the highly dangerous evolved beasts, Tan Kwang ordered everyone to split into 4 squads of 10, each led by a squad leader entering the Guang Ming base through the south gate. But somehow, Lam Tu and Kim Hai ended up on the same team, and even more surprisingly, their leader was a very strong-willed girl from the literature department. The 10 of them were responsible for eliminating evolved beasts and zombies in the small town near the Guang Ming base. The high-level evolved beasts were deep inside the town, while outside, there were only a few low-level second-stage ones. Kim Hai eagerly charged forward first but underestimated the enemy and nearly got bitten. Luckily, Lam Tu stepped in to help. The experience points from these second-level zombies were not insignificant. The hot-headed young man single-handedly took down the entire group to the amazement of his teammates. But then the situation grew tense as the zombie leader roared, calling the others to join. It's like an endless horde. No matter how many you cut down, they just keep coming in waves from everywhere. Captain Tuvan ordered everyone not to panic and to shoot first while the zombies were still at a distance. Lam Tu took down countless zombies, accumulating a good amount of experience points. The young man allocated all his system points, now reaching level 12, with a combat power of 800 and earning the title of the longest martial artist. However, his rage power can only be used 3 times a day, with an 8-hour cooldown, and it cannot be upgraded. The zombies were closing in. Everyone started fighting hand to hand, all looking panicked except for men who smiled brightly, eyes fixed only on experience points. The number of enemies kept growing. They couldn't afford to be surrounded. Tuvan ordered everyone to retreat and take temporary shelter in the abandoned house next door. Because the zombies were right on their heels, someone had to stay behind to hold them off in order to close the rolling aluminum door. Now only Lam Tu and Tuvan remain outside. As the team leader, she cannot abandon her teammates and run away, so she tells men to go inside first. But the guy pushed his sister away and answered coolly, "Sorry, sis. I'm not used to letting girls help." I thought otherwise. But he was just pretending because he was afraid of losing experience points. It's rare to come across something this good, so he couldn't miss it. After a fierce fight, Lam Tu finally rushed into the building. Everyone quickly closed the aluminum door, but it seemed unstable, so they had to rush upstairs. Seeing the corpse in front of him and the chaotic scene, Li Dich was quite surprised and exclaimed, "Could it be that there are mutants?" Just as he finished speaking, something fell onto his back. Luckily, Kim Hai reacted quickly and eliminated it. It really is a mutant. This guy probably hasn't brushed his teeth yet this morning or stepped on a dog turd. It looks like the whole group has walked right into their lair. The mutated creatures are swarming all around now. Tuvan quickly orders everyone to head up to the 3rd floor, but it's not very feasible since everywhere is swarming with these mutated arthropods. In this critical moment, Lam 2 discovered that this building has 4 floors. The next stairs probably lead to the rooftop, so I urged everyone to hold on and then figure things out up there. Luckily, no one has gone down yet, so we can finally catch our breath calmly. The situation stabilized a bit, so the captain allowed everyone to rest and recharge, because the zombies on the 1st floor would leave on their own if they didn't see them. Lam 2 observed below and noticed something strange. The appearance of a level 2 fang dog with a large head, agile movements, keen sense of smell, sharp teeth, a tendency to roam, and a combined combat power of 712. What's more surprising is that the dogs and zombies are fighting each other. This unexpected situation is actually a good chance for the team to get out of here. Tuvan quickly had everyone prepare their gear to go downstairs, first to break through the encirclement. After the team was reorganized, they continued with the mission. Everyone followed orders to take care of a few zombies and then get out. But just when it seemed easy, they were unfortunately spotted by the fang dogs before they could even run. Fortunately, they were weak, so just a few strikes were enough to wipe them all out. However, people often say that bad luck tends to come all at once. Cool. Just as we finished dealing with the leveled-up group, their leader appeared, a huge level 3 fang dog. Moving much faster than the others, it charged at us like a bullet. Everyone quickly fought back, but it seemed hopeless because its skin was quite tough. Soon, a few people were left like ghosts in the legend, with severed arms and blood everywhere. From Van Ku, she swung a fierce slash at the beast. However, her attack couldn't reach the enemy, and she almost got bitten instead. Fortunately, Lam 2 stopped it just in time. Then the young man gathered his strength, tensed his glutes, and pushed it away with a powerful strike that sent it flying several meters. It seemed like a victory, but since there was no further notification from the system, they had to wait and see. Indeed, this beast is not dead and has become even more furious, its whole body covered in a violent rage, now looking bigger than before. It lets out a roar, followed by a huge explosion. Although everyone had already fled, they were all still seriously injured, but it didn't stop there. The fang dog kept charging as if it wanted to tear them all apart. Despite being injured, Lam 2 struggled to drag himself up, spinning his spear a few times and combining it with the 100-bird soaring attack to unleash a devastating blow at the enemy. A huge explosion followed, sending him flying quite far, but fortunately the leader of the Hellhound was taken down. But the situation was still far from settled as one problem after another arose. A roar echoed and the level 2 zombie leader appeared. That was the roar that called the zombies to surround and attack earlier. What's more shocking is that this leader directly pulled out the Fang Beast's mutant star and swallowed it whole. Everyone was extremely confused. Could zombies really use heterocrystals to evolve? From the system's analytical perspective, it was clear that it was indeed evolving into a level 3 leader. Lam 2 charged forward alone, telling everyone to hold back the leeches while he dealt with the leader. If it finished evolving, there was a high chance it would wipe them all out. Then he charged alone with a stick straight at that freak and attacked. However, its skin was even tougher than the fang dog earlier. Even with a combined strike using the 100 birds facing Phoenix technique, it barely made a dent. In that critical moment, Men suddenly remembered he was already a first-stage martial artist and could probably quickly grasp the martial skill on the card that Master Ladua gave him. Ignoring the danger, the young man pulled it out and kept practicing. Truly, heaven helps those who help themselves, but his patience wore thin. Still, he managed to grasp quite a bit, unleashing the violent flower strike 3 times at once, and with repeated effort, he reached 4 strikes. The other team members were amazed to see him not only learning the martial arts card during battle, but also comprehending it at an incredible speed. Kim Hai couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, thinking that perhaps his madness was why, despite his young age, his strength was already extraordinary. Tuvan did not treat it as something special to keep everyone from being shaken, so she urged their spirits on. Brothers, we cannot let a high school student surpass us. Move forward. Although Lam 2's side has repeated the violent lotus attack many times, the best they can manage is only 5 strikes. But crooked is better than nothing, so we'll have to make do. However, the leader has now fully evolved, so basic attacks hardly affect it at all. If we don't deal with it quickly, more zombies will keep coming, making things even more troublesome. There was no other choice but to use the ultimate move, the furious Lotus Bloom version of Rage. The aura suddenly surged explosively, feeling as if the spear itself had merged into one, unleashing a powerful strike that flawlessly finished off the enemy and successfully leveled up to 13. With his current ability, the young man confidently blew them all away in one breath. After a long time of crawling and struggling, giving it his all in battle, everyone finally managed to cleanly take care of the group. They all thanked Lam Tu profusely for defeating that leader. Tuvan wondered if the young man's sudden power boost was due to some kind of special technique. The young man was a bit surprised to hear that, waving his hand to confirm it was just his martial skill. She also asked why, after his power increased during the fight, he only used a single spear technique. Yet, that move from the same martial skill became incredibly powerful. Her question left Min unsure how to answer, since the young man himself didn't know the reason. He just felt as if he had become one with the spear. Tuvan guessed that he might have already comprehended Aongia, which means that when practicing martial skills and reaching a certain level of understanding, one can unleash the full power of the technique. With the lowest level of martial skill, if one can comprehend it, the power can suddenly erupt to match that of silver. However, Aongia cannot be easily understood like that. It requires a deep understanding from the martial artist and a bit of luck as well. Out of 1,000 people training in a martial skill, only a handful reach the level to comprehend Aongia. After hearing his sister's explanation, Lam Tu felt completely clueless. If that were really the case, shouldn't he be able to unleash the power of the golden martial art by now? After the two sisters finished chatting, Tuvan told everyone to pack up and return to the building to rest for the night. For the first time in his life, Lam Tu tasted the meat of a 3-stage hound and couldn't stop praising it. While everyone sat together, the young man asked about the Sacred Realm. According to his understanding, the captain explained that it is the Sacred Realm Academy, one of the 5 great academies, the academy of the strongest martial artists. Each warrior there is on par with the geniuses of other academies. The minimum admission requirement for the Holy Realm is a level 2 advanced warrior. With such high requirements, it's quite difficult for an ordinary person to achieve. However, the young man still secretly dreamed of the day he could reach the advanced warrior level and stand proudly in front of that little girl, Lakuat. The next day, the team continued deeper into Zone A20 to carry out the mission of eliminating zombies and evolved beasts in the central area. Lydic suddenly pointed towards the tall walled buildings where something was lurking. According to the system, this is a level 2 reptile species with extremely fast speed, skilled at climbing, and sharp claws. Those bitten will be infected with a virus that turns them into reptile zombies. Kim Hai saw them and thought they were as slow as snails, so he raised his gun and fired without waiting for anyone to stop him. However, contrary to his expectations, they dodged the fatal shot in an instant. Sensing something strange, they began analyzing the situation, realizing the creatures were likely bait trying to lure in prey like a pig tempting a tiger. The earlier gunshot had provoked the reptiles, who now charged to attack. With astonishing speed, one person in the group was bitten before they could react. In this critical situation, Lam Tu decided to retreat to a more open area to avoid being ambushed from above. Following Tuvan's orders, everyone quickly supported each other and ran toward the park. Surrounded on all sides, there was no other choice but to risk their lives and kill them. In the end, after a desperate fight, barely surviving and exhausted, they managed to deal with the reptile zombies without any further casualties. Just as he sat down and took a quick drink, Lam Tu was suddenly ambushed again. Luckily, he reacted in time and managed to dodge. The assassin then appeared directly. He is a level 3 shadow warrior, skilled in using daggers with evasive techniques and so on. Men pointed his sword threateningly, demanding to know who he really was, but the man disdainfully replied, "You're about to die. No need to know my name." Tuvan saw someone daring to attack the Federation's soldier and stepped forward to clarify the situation. However, this guy didn't care about the Federation at all and attacked directly, sending her flying quite a distance. Seeing their captain under attack, everyone angrily rushed forward together. Lam Tu knew this person came for him, so he pretended to flee to lead him away and protect his teammates from getting involved. After running for a while, he finally found a suitable place to face the enemy head-on. The ambush quickly caught up, acting as if they were mighty and superior. "Kid, let's see where you run." "Who said I wanted to run? I just want to find a place where no one will bother us so I can finish you off." "You arrogant brat, I'll chop you into 8 pieces. Did the Duong family send you to kill me?" "So what if it's true or not? A kid who's about to die still wants to go to the Duong family for revenge." "That's true. I really do have a plan. But first, I have to deal with you." So after a pointless back-and-forth fight, the two young men charged at each other and fought. Lam Tu's attack speed was so fast it caught his opponent off guard, who thought to himself that this kid had just unleashed a deadly fighting spirit that suddenly made him sluggish, his evasive moves strangely uncanny. Could it be a rare martial arts skill in agility? The feeling was one that no one would like. He kept charging forward, attacking while dodging the spears from Lam Tu, then leapt into the air as if flying, unleashing countless flashes of blades like a violent flower storm. However, these flashes of blades are partly real and partly illusion. Not all are lethal strikes. The young man watched his opponent's moves with a delighted and admiring expression, eagerly countering, ready to show what true deadly intent looks like. Both sides are evenly matched. The opponent said he had carefully observed these moves when you dealt with the zombies, so to him, they are nothing special now. The first spear transforming into 4 spears is all useless. He confidently closed in, wielding 2 blades to easily control Lam Tu. I won. But Men sneered back wickedly, not so sure about that. Only then did he look down at his chest and realize he had been hit all along. It was truly unbelievable. I clearly dodged all 4 strikes, so how come it's like this now? I just can't believe it. Lam Tu was afraid Ku would die without knowing the reason, so he sat down to explain everything. It turned out he had already noticed someone was following him, so during the fight he only used the 4 piercings to surprise his opponent now. They say that, but actually, whenever someone gets close, the system immediately displays that person's attributes. You can't not look, and the guy isn't exactly someone with superhuman observation skills. Just as he found out the reason, he immediately collapsed and became an experience point for Men, helping him successfully reach level 14. But at this time, Lam Tu's condition was also not very good. Although leveling up restored his stamina and health points, the wounds from the 2 daggers kept bleeding. Just as his 2 teammates ran over to help from a distance, the young man felt a bit relieved that he wasn't abandoned, and then fainted peacefully. By the time he woke up, it was already midnight, and everyone had taken him to a safe place to recover. Seeing that he was okay, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Li Dik and Kim Hai reported that the undead he killed was one of the assassins from Teen Du City. So this time, he would definitely get a big reward, but both of Lam Tu's arms were injured. Although the medicine was applied, it still took some time to regain normal movement, so the captain decided to stay here for another day, rest well, and then continue the mission. A month later, the whole team finally dealt with all the zombies and mutated beasts that could escape from this demon gate. This time, thanks to Lam Tu, the mission was a complete success. Everyone regarded him as a brother in life and death. Even Kim Hai, who was initially prejudiced, has now completely changed and sees him as a blood brother. Just as things were going well, a group of people appeared ahead, blocking the way with arrogant face, acting all high and mighty. So they're soldiers of the Federation. Looks like the haul isn't bad after all. Do you need help collecting the spoils of war? Tu Van looked at them with burning eyes and replied coldly. If you already know they're Federation soldiers and still dare to mess with them, who gave you the guts? Lam Tu, watching from the side, warned her. Among them is a 3rd-level martial artist, so be careful. As the young man finished speaking, that person charged forward, pointing his blade at him and clearly declaring, I only want this kid. At that moment, Tu Van suddenly realized he was Doc Lang Chu Tu Vu, the one who had once massacred an entire battalion. She had always hated him because her comrades had all died because of him, and now that she faced Not Quiet, she would kill without mercy. Just as the captain was about to strike, Men stopped him, saying to leave this one to him. And before fighting, he took a moment to ask if the man was on the same team as the immortal shadow he had dealt with. But when he heard that name, he seemed triggered and charged up in a rage. Don't lump me together with that fool. Although we are both 3rd tier, our abilities are worlds apart. Chu Tu Vu was right. The power unleashed by the Than Ku Kim is definitely stronger than Lam Tu's Silver Soul. Perhaps this guy is a formidable opponent. While the young man fights, his teammates are far from at ease. Following Tu Van's orders, everyone rushed to deal with those cowards first, then support him afterward. However, it seems Min is facing a tough opponent this time, almost like an egg fighting a rock. Chu Tu Vu directly showed the young man what true martial skill looks like, swinging his blade with incredible force that the young man could not possibly defend against. Luckily, he unleashed his rage just in time, only getting a few scratches and torn clothes, but not cut in half. Seeing the opponent still standing, he charged forward again. The battle grew more intense. Lam Tu was completely overwhelmed. Chu Tu Vu smiled savagely, delivering the first strike, shattering a piece of Min's soul made from martial ore stone, a truly devastating move. Facing the fierce enemy ahead, Men had no choice but to use his final move. After countless battles, he successfully developed the powerful 100-bird soaring technique, just like the one used in the silver martial skill. If fused with the rage of Lakuat, it would create an immensely powerful supportive strike. However, even though it is considered the strongest move he currently has, Chu Tu Vu can still withstand it without suffering any damage. He used the third strike, intending to end the battle, finishing Lam Tu quickly and without pain. The blow was so powerful that the young man could only think of death. But at that moment, a strange sensation appeared, perhaps an illusion before departing, or the result of using rage that boosted his body's attributes, allowing him to merge with the spear. Without much time to think, Lam Tu unleashed his decisive move, showing him what true raging flame really was. Chu Tiuvu was struck through the chest, collapsing directly onto the ground, only managing to wonder if that move was Aongia. Lam Tu finished off the enemy, his power increased by 1 level, but his body no longer had the strength to endure, and he fainted. The next day when he woke up, everything had been neatly taken care of. The mission was over, and they were on the spaceship heading back. Tu Van surprisingly took great care of him, monitoring the young man's condition day and night without rest. She took out a card for him containing 3 million yuan as a reward for defeating the Shadowless sect. Lam Tu's eyes lit up like stars when he saw the money, and he thanked the big sister profusely. But she acted a bit sulky, scolding me that helping you so much, running back and forth, wasn't just for a simple thank you. Really a fool. The young man rubbed his head, shyly smiling as he asked her how she wanted him to thank her properly. Scratching the itch just right, Tu Van slowly approached the young man and gently took his hand, or maybe to repay him with her body. Min was startled upon hearing this and could only refuse by saying he was still a student and didn't want to date early, then asked what day it was to change the subject. But today is exactly the 20th, the young man's final exam day, and if he doesn't get back early, he won't make it in time. Seeing him rush around, the older sister just waved her hand tiredly. It's only 4 a.m. now, 2 more hours until we reach Tindio City, so you don't need to worry. Before everyone leaves the base, the commander conducts a roll call and hands out rewards to the survivors. Lam Tu looked at the soldiers receiving medals with envy because each medal had a unique code. The recipients enjoyed many privileges, and even the police dared not mess with them. When it was the young man's turn, the chief officer stepped forward to praise his achievements and even awarded him the prestigious medal representing his heroic deeds. Lam Tu was quite surprised to receive such a great reward, but it would be a waste to refuse it, so he had to accept it. So at the academy, the final exams have officially begun. Everyone is cheering loudly at the intense showdowns between the students. Teacher La waited for a long time but still saw no sign of Lam Tu and became very worried. Why hasn't that kid shown up yet? He already missed the written exam, and if he doesn't arrive in time now, the school will expel him. By the timeline, the federal soldiers should have returned yesterday, right? Could it be that he has sacrificed himself? No, he will definitely survive and come back. Duong Thien, excited, asked Master La where exactly Lam Tu had gone to experience things and why he hadn't returned after a whole month. A question with no answer. The teacher and student could only remain silent and wait. On the arena floor, after returning from the deadly path known as a place where 1 in 9 survives, Duong Thien's strength increased significantly, easily defeating his opponent ranked 98th in combat power. Next up are Lam Tu and Trantio's turns. The teacher called the young man's name repeatedly, like calling out to a child, but still received no response. After shouting more than 3 times, the teacher had to resort to a 10-second countdown. If you still don't show up, it means you forfeit the match. No sooner had he finished speaking than the young man jumped out saying, "I'm here, no need to count down." Everyone was quite surprised to see him. Some were happy, others doubted his strength, while Duong Thien was filled with bitter resentment. Lam Tu, has he still not died at the Light Stronghold? But it's good to have him here. This time I'm definitely going to personally crush him. On the arena, the young man was once again looked down upon by his opponent. But it seems quite familiar. Men didn't get angry, but raised his finger defiantly, saying your ranking on the power chart at school is only around 100-something, right? This level means nothing to me. Provoked to anger, right after the signal to start, Tran Tiu rushed forward. Just back from the Ghost Gate, facing such a weak opponent, Min didn't even bother to draw his weapon, and only used his bare hands to block the attacks. A kick was swung, and the opponent fell painfully, clearly hurt. He got up to keep fighting, but the result was still being overwhelmed non-stop. Not wanting to be defeated by a loser, Tran Tiu pulled out his ultimate move and struck. The opponent had been all talk for too long, so it was time to show some real power with an explosive punch that knocked Tran Tiu down in an instant, sprawling him on the ground without even breaking a sweat. The fight ended so quickly that Master La and Duong Thien couldn't even blink, their mouths agape in shock. The chubby guy happily welcomed his friend back, hugging him and ruffling his hair like he was family. While waiting for the next round, Lam Tu opened the system to check his stats. Not only did he reach level 15, but he also earned a chance to draw a reward and gained a new skill called False Intestines. This skill allows him to conceal his power and appear as an ordinary person. Unless the opponent is at least 2 levels higher, they won't be able to notice. It's crazy. Like the system watched too many martial arts dramas or something to come up with this trick. What's more, the young man is even eligible to unlock his first gene. But this comes with many risks, including a 10% chance of death, 20% chance of coma, and 30% chance of unpredictable complications. This is no different from a 50-50 gamble. It's too much of a scam. But let's just leave it for now and add 15 potential points to his strength. Just then, the announcement blared, inviting the young man to fight in Arena 13 for the next match. The director of the Star Academy, Zhang Lin, who had been watching anxiously, felt both bitter and worried as Lam Tu managed to complete the mission at the light base, survive, and even grow much stronger. He didn't know how to explain this to Duang Ra, but after some thought, he decided to just let him face the strongest opponent and have him killed in the arena to settle it. Then, the random draw list for the final match, which everyone believed was determined by fate and luck, was tampered with. Lam Tu just hoped he wouldn't face anyone in the top 10 of the power rankings and would be grateful for that. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than bad luck struck immediately. On the announcement board, 2 big lines hit his eyes. Number 1024 Lam Tu versus number 8 Deep Kolam. Number 1023 Truong Ngi versus number 208 Duong Tien. It hit like a lightning strike. This is truly unbelievable. Truong Ngi was utterly shocked, never expecting to face Duong Tien in the first match, probably going to be torn apart like dog meat. As for Men's opponent, he's said to be a high school student, ranked 4th on the combat power list, frequently entering dangerous zones. A place where evolved zombies and monsters coexist for training, with extensive combat experience and extremely ruthless tactics. Seeing how strong the opponents of Kwang's 2 students are this time, Teacher La could only offer encouragement and warn the 2 boys to be careful. Among the senior teachers appeared a man called Mr. Dieppe. Judging by the way people addressed him, he seemed to be highly respected. When the principal saw him, Hot Hai hurriedly welcomed him and brought out the resume of the outstanding student for him to review. But Mr. Dieppe said to wait and watch the final match first. On the stage were Truong Ngi and Duong Tien. Knowing the opponent was from Class 29, the arrogant blonde with a face like a graveyard showed a defiant arrogance. "You don't need to admit defeat because with me here, Class 29 will all die." Truong Ngi didn't say much, ignoring his posturing and attacking directly, but the difference in strength was too great, and he was immediately restrained by his opponent. Duong Tien cruelly squeezed the young man's hand, twisting it backward as if he wanted to devour him alive. Not stopping there, not satisfied with crippling his arm, he also tried to break Truong Ngi's leg. Seeing the situation was bad, Lam Tu ignored it while Phi Nhu flew up from below to intervene. "Duong Tien, if anything happens, aim at me. Don't harm my friend." The 2 sides saw each other like fire and water, ready to rush in and tear each other apart. The referee then suddenly appeared and asked which class they were from. "Don't you know? During the match, you are not allowed to rush in on your own." Min looked at him with itching anger, frowning and angrily retorting, "Are you a teacher? Do you want to see your student beaten to death in the ring?" Unable to respond, the teacher had to end the match, declare the winner, and quickly call the doctor for treatment. "Hey, how come the doctor is Sister Nuok Tui?" After being apart, Men now has the chance to meet her again in this awkward situation. But she saw you still teasing him until the kid's face turned bright red first. Truong Ngi lay on the stretcher, crying in pain, unwilling to accept that he couldn't block a single move. He reminded Lam Tu to be careful when facing that ruthless guy. To reassure his friend, Mi comforted him and promised that he would definitely get revenge for him. Next was Lam Tu's turn to enter the ring, facing Deep Kolam, who at just 18 was already a second-class soldier with a total combat power of 1,847, not much different from the third-class soldier Chu Diungu. Truly worthy of being the 4th-ranked genius in the Academy's combat power chart, known by everyone as the Tiger of Teen Dieu. As soon as the referee signaled the start, Deep Kolam struck with his massive hammer, smashing it hard onto the ground. Although made of special stone as hard as steel, a sizable hole was punched through with just 1 blow. Luckily, Lam Tu dodged in time, or he would have met the same fate as the stone floor. He looked at the smaller youth with disdain and praised him mockingly. "Pretty fast, kid, but don't worry. No matter how quick you are, I'll still smash your head in. It won't hurt a bit." Deep Kolam struck once, and the special stone floor, as hard as steel, was pierced with a sizable hole. Lam Tu's haters in the stands kept talking, convinced the young man was definitely going to die this time, and couldn't possibly withstand such a strong opponent. Nuok Tui and Duong Tien couldn't stand it anymore, and angrily told him to shut up and watch carefully. The outcome is still uncertain. But this guy arrogantly insists that Lam 2 will lose. If he wins, I'll take this arena match. The doctor's sister just laughed scornfully and promised to watch the live stream of him eating dirt. With the power of the Warhammer, Diepko-Lam nearly gained the advantage, launching continuous attacks. Lam 2 planned to use his rage, but it seemed unfeasible due to the long cooldown, so he had to save it for the final move. Then the young man used the fierce storm dance, seizing the moment when his opponent was distracted to land a hit. Although it was just one strike, it barely fazed him compared to Diepko-Lam's relentless pressure. Frustrated, he condensed his power, focusing everything on the next attack. The energy fluctuations caused by the Warhammer suppressed men, leaving him unable to move. But it's okay. Still going strong. If I can't dodge, then I'll just fight. Combining the 100 of birds, facing the phoenix, and the violent rain of plum blossoms, the young man counterattacked in a way that even the judges were damn surprised. This kid is actually pretty impressive. No joke. Hey 30 is not New Year yet. Just blocked this hit and got hit again by Diepko-Lam's next move. His special technique kept coming out non-stop. Nyuktui and Master Law were shouting anxiously from above, telling the kid to jump off the arena or he'd be crushed to bits. But it was already too late. Lam 2 took the hit from the earlier attack. Diepko-Lam arrogantly thought the guy was already out cold, like a garlic clove on the roof, naked and eating chicken. But, as the main character, how could he die so easily with that kind of aura? It's just that he was forced to the point where he couldn't activate his rage skill. After taking a beating, now is the time to strike back. Lam 2 suddenly grows unexpectedly strong. Like a kite in the wind, he quickly rose up and defeated the high-level opponent. Diepko-Lam, unwilling to accept defeat for the first time, resorted to a dirty trick, pulling out a bomb and throwing it at Lam 2. The situation was unexpected, so he could only push his friend who had just come to congratulate him outside without thinking further. At that moment, Mr. Diep flew down from the arena, using the advanced application skill of the circular energy to block the attack and save the young man's life. This skill is only available to soldiers of level 6 and above. It releases the primal energy in the body outward, forming a circle that blocks all attacks. After saving Lam 2, Master Diep encouraged him, saying he was trying hard and praised the young man as very promising. He also did not forget to admonish Diepko-Lam. It's good for young people to want to win, but using unscrupulous methods and immorally attacking a classmate is simply unacceptable. The principal rushed over to assess the situation, but as soon as he saw him, Mr. Diep immediately lost his temper. "Is this the outstanding student you introduced to me?" The principal was so ashamed he could only bow and apologize, promising to deal strictly with this cruel behavior. Seeing the teacher cowering like a dog caught in a trap, Lam 2 was very curious about this gentleman's background and asked the teacher. However, Mr. Law didn't know who he was either, only guessing that he was probably someone from one of the 5 biggest academies visiting the school for an inspection. Due to the recent incident, the competition was temporarily postponed, and the young man was sent back to the dormitory to rest, recover, and recharge for the afternoon battle. Happily, he opened the system to claim the lucky draw reward upon reaching level 15, along with this month's bonus power. With 2 chances in hand, Lam 2 prayed to the heavens and gods to bless him with a big prize. But unlucky for him, he ended up with a worthless silver sword skill card that had no effect at all. However, this damn system always surprises its owner, promptly sending a notification. It noticed the host had many extra skill cards and could combine any 3 skill cards of the same rank into 1 skill card of that rank. Well, something is better than nothing, right? Lam 2 continued to use his last draw, hoping this time he would win a big prize. But bad luck is still bad luck. Completely unlucky. When opening the box, it was just a bunch of skill cards, none of which stood out. At that moment, the guy happened to have 3 silver cards, so why not try the system's new function to combine them into 1? So it's a sacrifice for both father and son. Lam 2 now has the new skill card Tai Quiet in hand. Sounds pretty good, seems quite impressive. Min decided to learn it immediately. The skill can counter enemy attacks and strike back, with its power determined by the strength of the countered skill. It consumes a lot of the user's energy and has strict timing requirements for the counterattack. If the opponent's level is too high, it cannot be countered. Having acquired a new skill, the young man was overjoyed as if he had just escaped being single. That afternoon, the competition continued. Lam 2's opponent at this moment was Phi Phi, a schoolgirl with the body of an adult. While he was still scratching his head, wondering how to make his move, she locked him down with a cold, sharp gaze and her bracelet, kissed him on the cheek, and then conceded, surprising everyone watching. Lam 2 was stunned for a few seconds, not understanding what had just happened. Where is this place? Who am I? Suddenly being kissed is a scar. Sister Nuoc Tui got so jealous she was practically losing her mind, secretly cursing that girl as a fox spirit for daring to seduce Tiu Lam Tu, but then she suddenly ran up, pulled the boy back, and stole a kiss from him, leaving the young man confused and panicked once again. Being kissed twice in one day, I don't know if it's bad or good luck for Lam Tu. As the elders say, getting involved with a girl is a painful death. The competition continues with a round of 15 fighters, but since it's one-on-one matches, one person will be left out, so there will be a 2-on-1 fight. They say what you fear the most is what will happen. And being the target of attention, he was immediately placed into this brutal match. The young man's opponents were Tuong Dao, ranked 10th, and Chu Tuan, ranked 12th. And since these two have a good relationship and might team up, this time it's going to be a tough fight. Lam Tu racked his brain but still didn't know how to deal with the opponents, so with time running out, he had no choice but to drag himself onto the stage first and worry about the rest later. Just as the teacher said, these two really teamed up to fight, having studied your 100 birds facing the Phoenix technique in advance and used counter skills against it. They also knew that the violent Lei Hoa move can only be countered by one person from the same direction, so their attacks were perfectly coordinated. They kept attacking relentlessly, showing off their strongest, most ruthless moves as if they wanted to kill their opponent immediately. But these two unlucky guys didn't know that Lam Tu had just learned a new shield technique and foolishly rushed in like moths to a flame. The best part is always at the end, so now the counterattack begins. Combining the newly mastered decisive move with old skills, one strike sends the opponent flying like a burst bubble, lying flat on the ground unable to move. In the end, the referee announced Lam Tu's victory 2-1, turning it into a 1 versus 2, a truly spectacular comeback. Watching Lam Tu on the arena, Truong Lun, the head instructor of the Tin Dio Academy, was so frustrated he didn't know where to vent his anger and could only grit his teeth. Just then, Duong Thien stepped forward and asked him to arrange the next top 12 match so they could be in the same group. He wants his enemy to taste the pain on the path of death that he himself endured. And so the top 12 match officially begins. The first match is Lam Tu versus Duong Thien. Since men had previously defeated Duong Thien, both of their abilities have now been upgraded. It's hard to predict the outcome of this match. Besides, it seems Duong Thien has already boosted the power of his second-tier soldiers. Duong Thien's little brother also came to cheer for his arrogant brother and said, "Want to defeat my brother? Dream on." This time, Lam Tu will definitely die a terrible death. The fat guy teased the kid when he saw him. "Oh, I didn't expect this kid to show up too, here to watch your brother get beaten by Lam Tu." Making Q so angry he was speechless and could only watch silently in frustration. On the battlefield, after a flurry of moves challenging each other to taste pain, the two young men charged in, ready to show the world an epic fight. Duong Thien wielded the bloodthirsty sword, a weapon costing nearly 100 million made from a red blood star, and attacked fiercely. He swung with all his might as if wanting the sword to taste his opponent's blood. Lam Tu counterattacks, launching a continuous spear assault but to no avail. His moves were nullified by the opponent's footwork. Master La and everyone outside watching were also very surprised because this skill requires soldiers to reach level 3 to train it. So why does someone only at level 2 like Duong Thien have it? It's truly unreal, Malada. Not stopping there, Duong Thien directly strikes with a fierce, icy punch, sending men flying several meters and spitting blood, continuously overwhelmed. Lam Tu kept struggling, unable to use his rage, only able to rely on the 100 birds facing the Phoenix technique, but somehow even that skill was countered by him. Then came countless blows from Duong Thien that men took without missing a single one. Even his special moves couldn't help the young man turn the tide. His spear shattered into pieces. With no chance to counterattack, he became a punching bag for his opponent to vent his anger, as if he had been holding it in for a long time and now finally had the chance to release it. Master La and Duong Thien worried about Lam Tu's life, constantly shouting for him to give up, or he'd be beaten to death. But for someone used to taking hits since childhood, this was nothing. The young man still mustered his strength and shouted, "No, Lam Tu, I will not lose." However, the more Vu Meng fought, the more blows he took. Duong Thien, like a hungry tiger, pounced, ready to send his opponent to the afterlife, sitting on the altar eating naked chicken. Fortunately, the referee stopped him in time. Otherwise, the young man would have needed his family to carry his coffin home. Lam Tu was seriously injured, unable to stand, and his body gradually slipped into unconsciousness. In his dream, he saw the system send a request to unlock level 1 genes with a 10% chance of death, 20% chance of coma, and 30% chance of unpredictable conditions. Determined to win this fight and defeat Duong Ra, he agreed to unlock the genes immediately, without caring about the consequences. But strangely enough, no side effects appeared. If I had known, I would have unlocked it from the start. Lam 2 successfully unlocked the level 2 gene, with strength, stamina, and speed rapidly increasing, his whole body seeming to be pushed to the highest level. Besides, he also won 3 raffle chances and became a level 2 soldier. Truly, unbelievably lucky. In the arena, the referee was announcing the winner when suddenly Lam 2's body behind him twitched and stood up nonchalantly, startling everyone as if they had encountered a ghost in real life. An impossible event. Even Mr. Deep found this kid fascinating. No drugs, yet suddenly growing stronger. A few months ago, he was a weak, useless guy. Now he can fight with a body potential close to martial artist level 3. It's truly unimaginable. It felt like every cell in his body was bursting with power. Lam 2 immediately charged forward before his opponent could understand what was happening. Duang Tian blocked the strike with his hand, but it seemed he underestimated his opponent and ended up with his arm broken off, revealing it was actually a robotic arm. This sly guy was surprisingly angry and resentful. It's all your fault that I became this half-human, half-machine monster. To increase my cultivation, I took a deadly path of training but was crippled by monsters there and had to accept this half-human, half-machine modification just to survive. Although this type of augmentation raises my cultivation to the level of a third-grade martial artist, it can only go so far. I can never upgrade it any further in my lifetime. Everything is thanks to your so-called blessings. Go to hell. As he spoke, Duang Tian charged forward with bloodshot eyes and the intent to thoroughly finish off his opponent, leaving him utterly defeated and disgraced. Truly a man of limited looks but boundless cunning. However, he was still inexperienced and naive, unaware that Min had just gone through a hellish ordeal of life and death. Lam 2 quickly turned the tide, showing him that flashy moves can't beat real skill. 1 kick, 2 punches, 3 knockouts, followed by countless other strikes. It was a spectacular attack that sent his opponent flying into the air and crashing to the ground, knocking him unconscious. The referee saw the young master in a dangerous situation and thought that if he didn't stop it, he would definitely get heavily criticized, so he hurriedly ran over to announce the match was stopped and declared Lam 2 the winner. The result of Lam 2 defeating Duang Tian twice in the ring surprised everyone. Duang Bin, seeing his brother defeated, also had to admit that Lam 2 was truly strong. Just when everyone thought Duang Tian had been unconscious for a long time and stopped paying attention, he suddenly woke up, pulled out a prepared syringe from his pocket, and lunged toward men from behind. Lam 2D. This is a special gift I brought back for you from the deadly AMZ path. Just 1 dose can turn you into a zombie. Ha ha ha. He still tried to stab the syringe at his opponent, ignoring the judge's screams to stop and that the match was already over. However, at this moment, anger had taken over him and he could no longer think clearly. His face twisted into a fierce snarl as he muttered repeatedly, "Ha ha ha. I want you to turn into a zombie. Into a monster." Faced with his opponent's madness, Lam 2 just gave a slight smile and whispered, "This is you forcing me," and the syringe needle reversed, stabbing straight into his throat. Duang Tian didn't have time to deny it, his body twisted and covered in spikes, truly becoming a zombie. Lam 2 didn't hesitate. If he's a monster, then death is inevitable, and quickly used his knife to send him off on his final journey. After that strike, only blood splattered across the arena, and the tragic screams of Duang Bin could be heard, along with a furious shout demanding Tian Ni's life back. Then came a palm strike from the head of the Duang family, Duang Mo Bak. He ignored the competition rules and charged at Lam 2, seeking revenge for his son. Seeing the situation escalate, Master Diep quickly intervened to block the attack, saving the young man once again. With the opponent's 6th-level martial strength, Duang Mo Bak had to reluctantly bow his head and say softly, "Sir, Lam 2 killed my son Duang Tian. I have to take him to the police station. Please do not block my way." In response to his unreasonable excuse, Mr. Diep firmly replied, "But I see that Lam 2 killed a mutated zombie for the safety of the Tin Dieu Academy. Is it illegal to deal with zombies in Tin Quang City?" Duang Mo Bak gave up and had someone take his son's body away. However, he seems to underestimate the rules, thinking that having money means he can do whatever he wants. Mr. Diep continued to speak up to prevent the virus from spreading before the police confirmed that the corpse turning into a zombie should not be handled arbitrarily, right? This time, Duang Mo Bak has no choice but to keep quiet and accept the principal's arrangements. Meanwhile, at the Federation soldiers' dormitory, everyone is praising Lam 2's achievements. He is truly strong, returning just to kill the eldest son of the Duong family. However, despite the praise, They all know that with the Duong family's power, Lam Tu will definitely face big trouble after this. Just as the young men were worried, the commanding sister stepped in to announce, "I just received news that mutated zombies have appeared at the Star Academy, and the higher-ups have ordered us to set out early tomorrow morning to investigate." This is really good news. There's nothing better than getting to see Qian Hu again at a time like this. The young men were all eagerly waiting. The next morning, while still sound asleep in his pajamas, Lam Tu was abruptly woken by Master Trong Lan, eyes half closed, and informed that he was involved in a murder case and had to go with the police. Seeing the teacher, the young man itched his eyes and had to open his mouth to insult him. "So fast you've already made a move on me? Before, you sent me to the Fortress of Light to die. It must have been that old man who caused it, right?" Humiliated by his student, he angrily pointed at you and shouted, "Besjolts, are you a student to speak to your teacher with that attitude? Scumbags like you deserve to be locked up." These people refused to listen and just ordered someone to handcuff the young man and take him away. But Lam Tu was not stupid. He confidently said that with a 1-star Medal of Honor, no one had the right to arrest him. If you want to arrest someone, it has to be the military who comes to take them away. Hearing about the medal, they thought Men was lying and got even angrier, pointing right at his face and shamelessly cursing him. Just then, a military tank stopped right outside the door, and Tu Van Gao stepped out boldly to warn, "How dare you lay a hand on a martial artist with a 1-star badge from the gang? I'll take you all in." Trong Luke looked stunned and confused, not understanding what was happening. Despite trying to explain in the end, the whole group was handcuffed and led away within minutes. It was a rare chance to meet again. Lee Dik and Kim Hai kept asking about their younger brother so quickly that he couldn't keep up with the answers. But before the fun could last long, Teacher La suddenly showed up with news that Q was being punished by the school. Because of the pressure from the Tang family, they just made the decision. Then the teacher handed the notice to Lam Tu. At this moment, it was like, what the hell? What the heck is going on? Punish for what? Such a realistic image must be fake. The teacher continued to explain further. The school believed that the student knew the syringe contained poison, but still deliberately injected it into Duong Thien, causing him to mutate. Although it was not intentional murder, it was a malicious act that directly caused Duong Thien's death. So the school decided to expel the student. Lam Tu listened to the announcement with anger, cursing those damn bastards. Although regretful, the teacher had to be clear with Q and apologized for his limited ability to prevent this from happening. Besides, Teacher La promised to use his connections to help you transfer schools. Not wanting to cause trouble for others, Lam Tu thanked him and firmly declined the offer because it is very difficult for an expelled student to get into another school. Tu Van, who had been watching the situation closely, spoke up. "It's okay. If not here, then somewhere else. This time, the education officer asked us to come here to officially invite you to join the Martial Federation." Lam Tu felt that what she said made sense. If you can't finish high school, you can't get into university. If that's the case, why not join the Martial Federation and take down the teacher with the others? Heaven never seals off anyone's path to survival. Opportunities are always open to those who know how to seize them, not just one, but several chances right before you. Just then, Mr. Diep approached from afar to compete for a slot with Mrs. Tu Vaughn's group. He said Lam Tu could come to their academy to study, pulling out an invitation letter and handing it to him. After reading the paper, Mien screamed like a pig being slaughtered. "It's the Holy Realm Academy." The young men standing nearby echoed the statement. "What? The Holy Domain Academy?" Mr. Diep did not disappoint the kids and confirmed it. "That's right, no mistake, it is the Holy Domain Academy. I am the teacher in charge of special admissions at the Holy Realm Academy. Every year at this time, academies search for talented students and offer special admission spots." Teacher Lam Tu observed for a while, and with his talent, he was fully qualified for admission to the Holy Realm Academy. Lam Tu felt a bit confused. Could someone like him, who had been expelled, really have a chance to enter the academy? Seeing Q stunned, Mr. Deep tried to persuade him further and emphasized that he just needed to register in person on September 1st. Hearing the teacher's firm answer, Lam Tu finally believed it was true and promised he would definitely come. In that moment, the young man suddenly thought about the moment he could meet that beautiful lost girl again, which surprised and delighted him beyond words. However, even though he received the acceptance letter, there was no address. And even the previous online contacts had no information at all. "You have no choice but to ask the teacher," Mr. Diep said coldly. "Just go to the end of the deadly road and someone will pick you up to the academy." Yeah, the guys next to me were even more surprised. What? The path of death. As far as they knew, it was not just a path but an entire area. There are large-scale zombies and high-level evolved beasts, known as one of the most dangerous areas on Earth. It is said to also have the strongest evolved beasts reaching level 10, along with mysterious laboratory ruins left over from the war era. I thought Lam 2 would be scared, but instead he got even more excited. The more evolved zombie beasts there are, the more experience points he gains. There's nothing to fear. It's a paradise. Ha ha! The young man told the teacher that he would first go to the Black Sea to take the warrior qualification exam and then report back later. Mr. Diep thought that was very good and beneficial for future development. Before leaving, he also congratulated the young man and encouraged him to keep going. Such unexpected good news made everyone feel that Lam Tu was truly lucky. The brothers nearby kept praising the young man's good fortune, then invited him and Master Law to go drinking together with no one leaving early. So to ensure safety, Master Law suggested I call some friends to come along. The more, the merrier. But who they were having fun with, no one knows. For Lam Tu, it was like falling into a spider's lair surrounded by demons. In front were Ngoc Tui's breasts, behind were Song Ni and Tu Van. It was truly suffocating. Has anyone ever been this scared of girls? When the offer came from Hai and the older sisters, the young man refused immediately without hesitation, saying he could improve his training on the way. A few days later, Lam Tu went alone to the border area of the Spirit City, carrying a newly purchased rifle. His soul shattered into 100 fragments during the fight with Duong Thien. He told himself that once he obtained the martial qualification certificate, he would immediately log into the Alliance website to buy the most powerful weapon to use to his heart's content. While dazed, Min sensed the breath of a martial artist nearby and silently watched to see who was coming to give experience points. Just as he turned to punch, the guy behind him was sent flying several meters. So it turns out the wild dogs of the Duong family were sent to guard. But these guys are too weak, just a few basic moves and the whole group was taken care of. Lam Tu carried his spear, wondering as he walked. After dealing with the lackeys, the Grand Master should show up by now, right? That's exactly right. No sooner said than done, Duong Mo Bak made his move. He still insisted on avenging his son. Facing an opponent several times stronger, Lam Tu showed no fear and remained defiant. Old man, if you're worried that Duong Thien is too lonely, I don't mind escorting you down with him. And so the two sides charged into combat. Faced with Lam Tu's defense, the old man realized his strength was no ordinary feat. Stabbing 5 spears in quick succession, each strike carrying the peak power of a second-stage martial artist, Duong Mo Bak pressed on with his attack, and with more than 3 minutes left on the cooldown for his rage, Mien had no choice but to hold out until then. If he couldn't fight, he had to dodge, leaving only escape as an option. But running away endlessly is not an option. Liuan was so strong that even though the attack was blocked, the weapon was shattered into pieces. Just as his rage had finally cooled down, the young man tensed his glutes and launched a strike that caught the old man Duong off guard. Duong Mo Bak finally felt fear, trembling as he begged, "No, no, you can't kill me. I'm the head of the Duong family. If you kill me, the Duong family won't let you go." But now I'm not the same as before. I'm not afraid of anyone. Finding a chance for revenge is hard enough. If I don't deal with you sitting right in front of me now, it would be a waste. The young man replied coldly, "The Duong family. I never cared much before. Do you know why I had to leave Tin Quang City? Because I have received the acceptance letter from the Holy Realm Academy. Now I am a student of the Academy, a person of the future, not someone that a pathetic clan like yours can reach. Go to hell." Saying that, the young man immediately shot him back to his son. He had been so confident until now, but after dealing with Duong Mo Bak, Lam Tu finally dared to loosen up and breathe a sigh of relief. If he hadn't used his fury, he might have been the one who died. No joke. Although the old man was dealt with, Min's condition hadn't improved much, so he had to find a place to rest and recover. The young man looked at the system board and comforted himself that with a little more effort to break through his combat power to 2,000, he could become a third-stage warrior. It just so happens that the number of draws has already accumulated to 4, so why hesitate and not spin now? But this system seems to like surprises. Everything is just question marks. It even announced that if he spins again today, he will have a chance to win more prizes to pique his curiosity. On the first spin, Lam Tu won a large number of different crystals. Although not very useful, they can still be sold for a good amount of money. Keep trying your luck. The young man received the legendary weapon Crimson Moon Fist, a pair of boxing gloves that suited him perfectly. With such a great find, Lam Tu eagerly pulled another spin. But where there is luck, there must be misfortune. If you play, you have to accept it. This time, I got a large number of skill cards, but none of them are related to spear techniques, and they don't have any effect anyway. In a moment of clarity, Men decided to merge them all, hoping to create the martial skill card he needed. 3 silver cards can be combined into 1 gold card. With that fierce belief, Lam Tu kept praying to the gods for his wish to come true. But this cruel damn system sent a notification that was quite unexpected, wasn't it, old lady? Congratulations, owner. The martial skill card fusion failed. As the saying goes, third time's the charm, but for the last time you just have to hold your breath and wait. Finally, after kneeling, begging, and crying, the system granted him his wish and successfully fused the Galaxy Golden Martial Skill Card of the Lost Nine Heavens. Today, Lam Tu really stole everyone else's luck and deserved to get bitten by a dog a few times. There was one last draw left, and without hesitation, the young man hit spin immediately. How the hell did he end up winning the stage growth prize? Last time, carrying a 100-kilogram suit, he seemed a bit hesitant, but blinded by gold and silver, driven by greed for potential points, he reluctantly agreed to take the risk. After resting and relaxing, Lam Tu continued his journey. On the way, he accidentally saved a young man named Loi Luong, who was being chased by a second-stage beast evolution. He learned that Min had also come to the Black Sea to participate in the martial artist exam. So to repay the favor, he invited Min to join and introduced his team to the young man. But along the way, Loi Luong's group also picked up a new member. Beautiful, cute, Lolita style, but her behavior is a bit strange. She calls herself the little princess of the dark system. As soon as Bak Li Haolin saw Min, she ran over and said his skills were quite good, suitable to be her disciple, then laughed loudly and asked Lam Tu if he wanted to be her disciple too. Lo Luong, standing nearby, was not surprised, and Tham whispered to the young man, "The first time she met us, she said the same thing, asking if we agreed to be her disciples." Lam Tu was like, "What's wrong with this girl? Does she have a screw loose?" Not wanting to argue any further and waste time, he left a remark and continued on. "Sorry, I wasn't looking for a Lolita to be my master." On the way, the group came across an area full of human bones. Based on the judgment, May realized this was caused by second-stage evolved humanoid bird beasts living in packs. The group's troublemaker was surprised by the explanation but refused to believe it, arguing it might be giant man-eating beasts instead. But no sooner had he finished speaking than reality hit him hard, as a giant bird swooped down from the sky to attack. The guy in front quickly used his spear to sever the monster's neck in one strike and felt proud. Is this all the evolved second-stage beast can do? Lam Tu didn't let him enjoy his moment and responded immediately. No, the danger has only just begun. But indeed, that's how it is. A group of giant-mouthed creatures with rocket speed and owl-like eyes charged forward. Men quickly used the newly bought gloves to block them, but the increasing numbers made it quite difficult. Bak Li Haolin happily praised from the side. "Your skills are really impressive, increasingly fitting the requirements to be my disciple." Lam Tu felt his headache from hearing it too much. "As for taking disciples, little miss, show your true strength first before talking." Oh my, she actually charged forward alone to showcase her skills, proving herself worthy of being a true master. In the blink of an eye, wielding 2 swords and a fierce aura, she took down all the man-eating birds, leaving the young men beside her, wide-eyed in amazement. The curious one asked where Haolin bought the sword and if he could have the address. She said that even with money, you couldn't buy this because it was made by her mother. After praising the sword, the 2 guys also complimented her parents for creating such a powerful weapon. Lam Tu watched from the side, silently cursing the 2 idiots. It wasn't the sword, but Bak Li Haolin's skill that easily cut all those monsters in half. Another guy was curious about where all the mutant stars from the man-eating birds had gone, trying to dig but couldn't find any. Haolin then took out a pouch from her pocket, pointed to it, and said it was right here, handing it to Lam Tu and asking if he wanted it, saying it could be considered a welcome gift from the master to the disciple. Men's mind was completely stunned. How could she do something like that? Catching monsters and collecting rare stars without getting caught. Is this girl crazy or what? Do you want others to see you as a master that badly? Selling a dozen second-grade strange stars would bring in a lot of money, yet you just give them away. Addicted, but still hesitant, even when faced with money and fame, he couldn't sell himself short. Lam Tu looked at Haolin and flatly refused. "I don't need it. I haven't agreed to be your disciple yet." Being rejected again felt like 100,000 knives stabbing my chest. Haolin pouted in sulky displeasure. "If you don't want it, fine. I'll absorb it myself." Min looked at the girl in disbelief, wondering what kind of twisted life philosophy this was. Damn, how could she absorb it so fast? More than 10 second-stage heteromorphic crystals were absorbed in an instant. Besides her strong abilities, has this girl also cultivated the art of absorbing heteromorphic crystals to a supreme level? You really can't judge a person by their appearance. You have to strip them down and look inside. That's just basic level thinking. The others looked at the pile of star crystal shells drained of their power and couldn't help but lament in regret. At night, for convenience, the whole team gathered around a fire by the tree to rest and roast meat. Halin held the skewer and ate ravenously as if she had been starved for 1,000 years. Lamtu beside her looked at her eating style and had to praise her beauty. The group from Lei Liang grilled meat while watching them eat heartily and urged them to eat more, not worrying about running out. I tried using the system AI to check Halin's information, but all I knew was that she was a 4th-stage martial artist and everything else was just question marks. Just as Lamtu was about to ask if she came from the Star City, Halin suddenly felt dizzy. Her whole body lost all strength and she collapsed to the ground. Worried, I rushed over to ask if she had eaten too much and was being scolded by Chow Chow. But the young man right after also fell into the same state as the girl, his body completely drained of strength. Only then did they both realize they had been poisoned. The group from Lei Liang quickly revealed their true nature. They said it wasn't poison, just a bit of E-alin, a colorless and odorless liquid that only drains all the strength of a 1st-stage martial artist for a short time. We just want money, we're not into dangerous games or killing anyone, Lamtu weakly tried to explain to them. A C-alin has low effectiveness, only working on 2nd-tier martial artists or below, and can only be bought at the night market, plus it's not cheap. Are they really willing to spend that much? Humiliated but shamelessly admitting it, they know that to achieve their goals they must pay a high price. Their strength is limited, but their methods are boundless. They cannot reach the higher ranks, so they can only target the lowly 1st-rank fighters. Every year, many 1st-stage martial artists come to Black Sea City to take the certification exam, and just finding 1 or 2 fat lambs means a year of easy living without working. The guy poked a knife at my neck, demanding I hand over the rare gloves he's been eyeing since morning, along with that bulging backpack. He gently touched Hao Lin's cheek, asking her to take out the 2 swords and the accompanying gear. Then they had a little fun together. But these guys are dumb no matter what they do. Their only skill is being dumb. The smell of grilled meat quickly attracted some uninvited guests. Just as I turned around to look, one of them was bitten across the body by the red-eyed wolf and was leaving this world. The 3 remaining tried to hold on while attacking, but their weak strength made them no match for it. In this situation, running away is the best strategy. Lo Luang lured the wolf toward the 2 young sheep lying helpless, planning to come back and collect the leftover gear after it finished eating and left. But that's not going to happen, Wolf. Still too inexperienced and naive. I have too many things to handle at home to be messing around here. Lamtu immediately stood up and punched it with a violent strike that made its head spin. The group hiding behind the tree saw the young man calmly stand up and were completely confused, asking why he wasn't hurt at all. Lamtu pretended to be poor and answered firmly that he was a 2nd-level martial artist, but just hadn't taken the exam yet because his family had no money. Lo Luang felt more and more dizzy, his body too weak to stand. What exactly have I gotten myself into? The wolf keeps attacking. Men counters with his gloves, but weighed down, he can't fully use his strength and can only whimper for Howlin to come help, or he'll die right before her eyes. The girl had been pretending to lie still on the ground without a sound, only stirring when her name was mentioned. The group of people watching Luang now saw Lolita's little sister so calm and collected that they were truly disheartened. Nothing could surprise them anymore. A chill ran down my spine, unwilling to open my mouth to question. Why are you okay too? Could it be that you're also a level 2 martial artist? No money at home, so you're only going now, huh? Howlin dusted off her clothes and, not wanting to disappoint them, replied, It seems you've misunderstood. I came to Black Sea City not to take the martial qualification exam, but to be a judge. After she finished speaking, not only did the thugs fall back in shock, but even Lamb 2 was lifted sideways as the red-eyed wolf howled in surprise. Then, with just a few basic moves, Howlin simultaneously channeled her energy into 2 blades and both legs, increasing her speed. And with the power of the 2 swords, she sliced off the monster's tail and cut its throat in an instant. After dealing with the mutt, she gave the thugs a cold glare, ready to settle the matter with them. Now they were trembling all over, sweating cold, begging repeatedly, Big sister, we only want money. We don't kill people. Please spare us. That's right, big sister. We won't do it again. We'll be good from now on. Despite their desperate pleas, she showed no mercy, swung her blade, and blood splattered everywhere. Loi Luang lay completely still. Truly, the law of the jungle spares no one. Once strong and calling out to Loli this and that, now he sits on the altar watching naked chickens. Seeing their comrade sent to his final rest, the 2 remaining felt heartache like a knife and tearfully begged for mercy, applying the law of survival. Big sister. Please spare my life. I don't want to die. I will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a good person again. Hao Lin, tired of his annoying nagging, waved his hand and said, "Get lost. So noisy." The girl kept lecturing that it was because that guy, on repaid kindness with hatred. Her disciple had saved him, but he deliberately led the wolves here. That fisherman harmed my disciple, so I'm targeting him, not because I want to get my hands dirty. Now get lost and don't let me see you on this path again. Spared their lives, they quickly ran off with their tails between their legs, not daring to utter a single word. This time, it was truly the old folks bearing the burden. Do I have to eat vegetarian and chant Buddha's name for a whole month? But looking at that brat in front of me, I really feel sorry. Seeing this, Hao Lin began to lecture. A killer will sooner or later be killed. As a martial artist, you shouldn't be too merciful. But sis, you misunderstood. The guy regrets losing experience points, not the life of that bastard. After settling the matter, only the two of them remained. Hao Lin stretched and told Ku to talk about their business. Lam Tu put on a serious face and whispered, "Our business? What business do we have? A woman acting like a man? You want to talk to me?" Talking about love, that's definitely a cold love story. The guy who's been single for nearly 20 years tries to scare the girl but ends up getting beaten badly. After hitting his apprentice enough, Hao Lin curiously asks about the technique he's using to suppress his cultivation, because she feels that Lam Tu's true strength is more than that. Men, beaten and scared, only dared to lightly drum on the table, saying that her strength was always like that and there was nothing to suppress. The girl saw that the kid didn't want to reveal anything and didn't push him, then suggested that if the young man had any questions, she would answer them. Feeling relieved, men immediately fired off a series of questions. Why are you a third-grade martial artist? Are you really the judge of Black Sea City? How old are you? Gra Hao Lin seemed annoyed by the kid's many questions, but still tried to answer them all. I am a third-level martial artist. I am indeed the examiner of Black Sea City, but don't expect me to give you any special treatment during the martial artist qualification exam. Besides, a girl's age is a secret, so you shouldn't ask. But if you become my disciple, I will teach you everything on your way to Hak Hai. When you get there, you'll definitely be able to secure your martial artist qualification smoothly. After all, Lam Tu is already a second-stage martial artist, so there's no worry about not getting the qualification, and of course he immediately refused to become her disciple. After trying to persuade him again and again without success, Hao Lin angrily demanded a duel. She will restrain her power to first-level martial artist and not use any weapons. If I win, the guy has to accept becoming her disciple. Lam Tu agreed immediately upon hearing that. He was full of confidence, planning to take this chance to teach Lolita a lesson. Want to be my master? No way, but being my girlfriend might be negotiable. And so the young man used his top-notch gloves and unleashed a fierce punch. Hao Lin, with a cold gaze, directly defended with her bare hands, thinking that with the system's power she could confidently show her strength, but before she could even react, she was sent flying dozens of meters away, too embarrassed to say a word. Seeing the girl looked younger but had such skill, he felt a bit shaken inside. His strength was no match, so calling her master wouldn't hurt. Learn the technique first and decide later. Lam Tu was now completely convinced and shyly uttered the word, master. Having subdued the kid, Hao Lin was so happy she couldn't stop smiling as she explained to him why his punch was so much weaker than hers. According to her, it was because he used the wrong method of energy force. Cultivation techniques allow martial artists to absorb energy from the universe and gather it within their bodies, improving muscles, strengthening organs, and even enhancing the body's cells. The rest is stored. The energy stored in the body is called primal force. When a martial artist channels primal force into a weapon, the quality of the weapon changes, becoming harder and sharper. But no matter how hard it becomes, it cannot escape its true nature. When using energy to cover the weapon, the stronger the energy, the greater the weapon's power will be. You have to listen carefully for a long time to understand. After the explanation, Lam Tu still seemed a bit doubtful. He looked at her sword and saw no change, only a faint layer of energy. Hao Lin noticed his apprentice was still clueless, so he told him to focus his energy into his eyes and watch carefully, then continued playing the role of the teacher explaining. Only by focusing the energy into the eyes can one clearly see the energy of others. Before, what he could see with the naked eye was just a faint light when the energy was released. Martial artists from level 1 to 3 have blue energy, from 4 to 6 purple, and from 7 to 9 orange. 9 levels and above are yellow. It serves as a basis to observe and judge whether an opponent's strength is strong or weak. She then raised her sword and swung it a few times to demonstrate for the kid. Although the sword was made of ordinary materials worth about 10 to 20,000 alliance coins on the market, when infused with energy, its sharpness could rival weapons worth tens of millions. However, if you only infuse the weapon with energy, it will easily get damaged. Lam Tu nodded knowingly, but still wondered, if energy exists, why do martial artists still use high-grade weapons? Wouldn't that cost a huge amount? Hao Lin was already impatient, but still tried to calmly explain further. You're mistaken to think it's just about coating the weapon with energy. The energy is also infused into the weapon to maintain balance inside and out. The quality varies with each type. Although the outside is coated with energy, the impact from each collision causes internal damage. Low-grade weapons have poor internal quality. After being coated, although the sharpness is no different from high-level weapons, it is more prone to damage upon impact than premium weapons. My brain was all twisted until now, but it finally cleared up, and my blood started flowing normally again. He realized he had been tricked. Although she had suppressed her power to the level of a top-tier martial artist, the energy flowing into his fist was not the same. Lam Tu angrily confronted her, demanding an explanation and calling off the previous bet for cheating. Sometimes patience is the best way to avoid a bigger fight. Hao Lin was exposed, shyly scratching her head, but still confidently insisted that the young man would not accept defeat. Then, to help him forget his humiliation, she quickly changed the subject and asked him to try covering the sword with his energy for her to examine. Lam Tu clenched his glutes, strained his butt muscles, sitting and pushing with all his might until it felt like his anus would burst, his face pale and breathing heavily like a broken door, yet he could only cover 1/5 of the weapon. Holding the sword in his hand, Min couldn't help but marvel at how truly difficult this method was. Hao Lin stood nearby watching and added that this is not easy to learn. Even a third-grade martial artist would struggle to evenly cover a weapon with primal force. She thought to herself, this kid managed it on his first try. Truly a talent. If once doesn't work, then twice. If twice doesn't work, then 3 times. Lam Tu was determined to keep practicing until he succeeded. But how could training make me sleep so deeply? When I woke up, I saw the Lolita girl squatting on me with a dark look, ready to do something. Still just a kid of school age. So, as a reflex, I protected the Zim. I curled up in a corner, screaming in fear. Hey, what do you want to do? I'm not the type to act carelessly. Hao Lin, angry at being misunderstood, punched the young man several times until his head was all bruised. It turned out she was just curious about the official outfit Min was wearing and wanted to touch it to see what it was like, not that she had any intentions toward someone like you. After clearing up the misunderstanding and shedding the pervert label, Hao Lin quickly got into character and began her first day of training. Her goal was to reach the distant mountain before nightfall. Lam Tu, sluggish and weighed down by his heavy outfit, looked at her with a strange expression. That mountain is about 100 kilometers away according to the map. Run for what? Run all the way there. Run to your death? But before the young man could even react, she dashed off, leaving him to scream behind her. However, this time Lam Tu didn't seem to have it easy. He had to rely on his own strength without any shortcuts. Behind him, a flock of cannibalistic humanoid birds from Oni Jai chased closely. Despite that, Hao Lin still forced the young man to keep running, not to stop, and to kill them while running. She ordered him to try to deal with them over the next 10 kilometers. This was a test of speed, accuracy, and reaction. We need to locate the alien crystals, cut them out precisely, and extract them. Lam Tu panted heavily, frowning and angrily asked, Master, you want me to run, kill the man-eating birds, and also cut out the parts containing the alien crystals accurately and take them? How is that possible? After the young man asked, the girl didn't answer, but 2 blades were already swung, severing the heads of several mutant creatures with their cores neatly in Hao Lin's hands. Got slapped hard in the face. My friend got so pissed off he started swinging wildly, and in the end we ran so much we were coughing up blood, covering nearly 50 kilometers. I was so exhausted I could barely breathe, so I asked the girl for a few minutes to rest and regain my strength. Even as a master, I still have compassion. Hao Lin agreed to a 10-minute break. The young man sensed something was off and clearly asked her, since there were 2 of them, why do those man-eating birds only target you to attack? The girl, now with a face as cold as ice, frankly admitted that she had smeared some things on your clothes while you were still unconscious to attract them. Min was furious after hearing it, cursing angrily. Henry really had a strange smell on him and didn't even realize it. Hao Lin felt very proud of her achievement, ignoring her disciple as she grabbed him by the collar to threaten him that the 10 minutes were up and they had to keep running without another break. The young man was furious but powerless. Only 2 minutes in and already daring to say 10 minutes, he secretly thought if he got stronger, he would get his revenge. At that moment, the system also notified that the mission progress acceleration reached 60.21 out of 50,000. Lam Tu looked at this progress and felt certain the mission would be completed before reaching the Black Sea. Although Lolita's method was a bit underhanded, it was truly effective. His speed, accuracy, and reaction force kept improving. Now it is possible to easily extract the rare star as quickly as possible. Finally, through relentless and voluntary effort under compulsory spirit, both have reached the destination point. Exhausted, he slumped down on the ground and complained. Dazed, finally finished running. He carried heavy loads, killing and running, forcing me to run over 100 kilometers. Yet Hao Lin showed no sympathy at all, outright denying Q's efforts like this. How can he not be overwhelmed? Back then I had to run over 1,000 kilometers. There's a pile of rubble ahead, let's spend the night there tonight. Just then, an arrow suddenly flew out of nowhere, straight at Lam Tu's head, catching him off guard. Luckily, the master reacted in time and saved him. Following the arrow, two men hiding behind appeared, and it seemed Hao Lin already knew who they were, so he immediately questioned them. You guys have been following since 5 a.m. and now you finally can't hold back and want to make a move. That long-haired guy sure talks big. Heh, but he's been found out. Originally planned to strike when this kid was at his weakest, and then focus on dealing with you. Lam Tu was extremely tense beside him, silently thanking Bakli Hao Lin for stepping in to help, otherwise it would have been all over. Using the system's observation mode, you detected that both of them are 4th-level martial artists with immense strength, while on your side, only Loli is at that level, leaving you unsure how to handle the situation. According to her, they are the Yin-Yang brothers Lam and La Duong, who often ambush and kill martial artists in the mountains near Tindiu City to steal their belongings. Not only that, these two are also among the most wanted by the Federation, with a bounty of up to 50 million alliance credits on their heads. But before the young man had to worry, the girl leapt forward with her sword and confidently said to the kid, "Disciple, open your eyes wide and watch how I use my energy to attack them." The Yin-Yang brothers combined their martial skills, firing a volley of arrows with considerable force. However, Hao Lin felt no fear at all. She used the defensive martial skill to fend them off, and even amidst the hail of arrows and bullets, she remained unharmed. Lam Tu stood behind watching, feeling that something was off. Could this girl really be a 6th-level martial artist? I heard that some advanced martial artists can train to a certain level and forcibly shrink their bodies to achieve the effect of rejuvenation. Could it be that Bai Li Hao Lin's little sister is actually Bai Li Hao Lin's old aunt? Just thinking about it gives me goosebumps all over. The two brothers, caught off guard by the blocked strike, looked at each other in shock and said, "How is this possible? Aren't all the rookies heading to Black Sea City to take the martial artist certification exam? Why did a master suddenly appear?" Before they could even question it, the two of them were struck down in an instant, killed without a single second to utter a final word. Thought they were clever bragging early, but ended up getting beaten flat. Just all show with no substance. The elders warned us not to mess with women, especially ugly ones. The uglier, the more dangerous. But we didn't listen. Now looking at those two idiots lying half dead on the ground, I wonder if stabbing one more time would count as experience points. Then he raised his sword like some kind of weirdo with a twisted hobby. But no matter how long I waited, the system still didn't show any sign of adding points. Just as I was about to give up, I suddenly received a notification that I had defeated a 4th-level martial artist. You have been awarded 3 million experience points and successfully leveled up, reaching 16 potential points. That's going too far, doing nothing but reaping the rewards. The fisherman who gains the advantage is truly unbeatable. Hao Lin saw his disciple laughing crazily like he was losing his mind and became very worried, wondering if he had run himself into a brain meltdown. Lam Tu, as cunning as a stray dog, scratched his head and whispered, "If you ever face a high-level martial artist like this again, you don't need to kill him. Just beat him to a near-death state, then I'll finish him off with one more stab." "What's that supposed to mean?" Hao Lin heard it like, "I spoil you too much, so you've gotten spoiled, right?" She bluntly replied, "Dream on, Wolf, no chance. If you want to make money to spend, go kill yourself. I just happened to come across a few criminals rewarded by the government alliance and dealt with them casually to earn some pocket money. You even want to share this little money with me." How did Lam Tu end up being misunderstood as trying to grab the reward money? Sorry, money isn't everything, because in this world there's also gold and diamonds. What I need are experience points, which are even more valuable than money. While the guy was silently cursing, the damn system sent another notification. "Warning, warning. System park detected to be under maintenance. The Northern City Guildmaster deals less than 40% damage to high-level martial artists, so experience rewards will be distributed proportionally. Level dropped to 15. Potential points have been reclaimed." Lam Tu was so angry he couldn't hold back and started yelling loudly. "Damn, this is ridiculous. This isn't my fault. What right do you have to take it all back?" 5 seconds later, realizing it was being scolded, the system sent another notification. The host discovered the North, now rewarding the host with 3 draws while keeping level 16. The system still has a bit of conscience. I thought happiness meant letting go. Hao Lin beside him noticed Lam Tu's spirit seemed off, so he touched his forehead to check if he really had a fever. Only after confirming his disciple wasn't unwell did he feel relieved and ordered him to keep running, making the most of the time to quickly reach Black Sea City. At night, the two of them closely teamed up to start a fire and roast meat, while resting at the edge of the forest. It was still the same picky eater, the messy little Lolita, who made Lam Tu warn her to eat slowly or she might choke immediately. Kids laugh at the joke but respond to men's kindness. Ha Lin eats even faster, as if a thief is about to snatch her tasty bite. She ate while telling the young man to eat faster and get ready for the training session. Tomorrow we reach Black Sea City, so what if he can't get the martial artist certificate? Lam Tu immediately fell backward, stammering in protest. No way, we still have to train. I already have the strength of a second-level martial artist, so how could I not get the martial artist certificate? Unless, wait, I remember you said you're the judge. You wouldn't deliberately fail me, would you? Just as I finished speaking, Ha Lin suddenly stood up with a strange look, like she had just finished playing, and then punched the guy hard right into the tree trunk. Suddenly getting hit, Men clutched his stomach and whimpered in pain. Why did she suddenly strike like that? You want to kill me, don't you? But she didn't answer, and instead asked back, do you really not feel the defense getting stronger? At that moment, Men finally noticed, I really don't feel it. The girl's attack power is huge, so logically the guy should be hurt, but right now I only feel some muscle soreness. Hao Lin saw his disciple still confused and began to explain. Your current energy is very weak, but as the energy in your body grows and surrounds you, your defense becomes stronger. All right, today's special training is to take punches. Before Lam Tu could understand what was happening, he was hit with a slap to the face, followed by a relentless barrage of attacks from the little girl. By early the next morning, the young man's not-so-handsome face was swollen up like he'd been stung by bees. Ha Lin, feeling guilty, promised to make it up to him properly. Hearing the word compensation, his eyes immediately widened, shining brighter than the stars in the sky, and he whispered softly, compensation? Could it be physical compensation? But not a chance? He's like a brand new mat, never used, always provoking Mrs. Lasat just to pick a fight. To make up for the damage, Hao Lin kicked him once, and then made the young man run to Black Sea City before evening. If I let him catch up, he'll definitely get beaten like a bone. Fueled by the will to run for their lives, the two young men quickly arrived at Black Sea City earlier than expected. First, Hao Lin took Lam Tuang Bao Kok on a tour. This place had countless different products like martial skill cards, rare stars, weapons, and even battle outfits. The shopkeeper warmly welcomed the customers and showed them everything. After browsing around, Hao Lin decided to pick a few martial skill cards for his brother to train with. But looking closely, they're all silver cards. What she wants is the diamond martial skill card. The saleswoman shyly said that even Black Sea City doesn't have that kind of martial skill card. Those rough-looking guys came to buy, overheard some talk, and butted in to mock. You can tell just by looking their country bumpkins. What do they know about diamond martial skill cards? I've lived this long and never seen it before. That's right, without at least a level 6 martial rank, even owning a diamond martial skill card won't do any good. That is the family's treasured heirloom. Without a diamond card, Hao Lin had to tell Lam Tu to just pick whichever one he liked. But the young man used a spear, so after searching for a long time, she still couldn't find anything suitable. She was quite surprised because she had seen him carrying a spear all day, so she curiously asked where he kept it. Lam Tu did not hide it, and frankly said that it was already broken when fighting someone in Tindiu City, and he planned to buy a new one on the Martial Artist Alliance website, after obtaining his martial artist certificate. It sounded reasonable. She then repeatedly pointed at the pile of martial skill cards in front of her, telling the manager to wrap them all up and give them to Lam Tu as a welcome gift from the master to the disciple. Looking at the stack of cards in his hand, Min felt there were really too many, and they were even less useful than the cards he had before. Hao Lin just picked randomly, so she told him to keep it for now, and if it doesn't suit him, he can sell it whenever he wants. She also said that none of the weapons here would probably catch the eye of either of them. When you officially get your martial artist certificate, I'll prepare a big gift for you. Watching the girl's back as she left, the arrogant fools who mocked her earlier regretted it deeply and cried pitifully. The Alliance said they'd give over 2 million yuan as a gift. So heartlessly rich? I wonder if she still needs disciples. I also want a beautiful and wealthy master like that. Since we had entered the city by night, neither of us had to spend the night in the forest, and Hao Lin Hao boldly spent tens of thousands of yuan to rent 2 deluxe rooms at a high-end inn to rest. Relying on the beauty, Lam Tu couldn't help but wonder about the girl's true background. Could it really be that the old demon was resurrected, then changed his ways? Is the old man trying to seduce a young girl? Well, no use overthinking it. First, I'll learn these 3 martial arts skill cards, and the rest of the common skill cards can be gifted for now. I'll merge them later. While training in the garage, someone knocked on the door. The young man happily thought it was little Lolita coming to train with him, so he eagerly went out to open it. But it wasn't a girl. It was a server bringing late-night food. But this food is strange. It's all just experience points. They are people sent by the Tang family to avenge Tang Mobak and Tang Thien. With his improved reaction speed, Lam Tu easily dodged their surprise attack. Before long, using the move he just learned, the young man effortlessly sent one of them back to the earth, reuniting with his ancestors. The other injured guy was no pushover either, cursing the intelligence for sending wrong info that got him beaten badly. "You have to weed out the roots." Lam Tu turned to finish off the last one, not letting him wonder why he didn't use the spear as reported, as the young man directly landed a blow that left a sizable hole in his chest. Before leaving, he only managed to shout once, claiming to be from the Flower God Palace and that he couldn't be killed, then fell silent along with his friend who was logging out of the Earth server. After dealing with them, Lam Tu had to admit that his skill in disguising his true strength was so formidable that it made the enemies underestimate him, allowing for an easy victory. At this moment, Ha Lin, sitting comfortably at the back sipping tea and watching the drama unfold, also spoke up in praise. "That was quick handling, huh? As expected of my disciple, able to envelop weak spots with full power so the blade cannot pierce through. It seems the training these past few days has brought you considerable gains." After realizing she had been there since he was stabbed, Lam Tu angrily shouted, pointing at her and unleashing a torrent of curses. Is there any master like her? Seeing the 2 guys who killed her disciples, she didn't bother and just sat nearby watching the show. Blah, blah. Ignoring the loud shouting, Howlin calmly finished her cup of tea, saying she was confident in her disciple, which is why she didn't intervene. Then I told him to pack up and move to another room, and someone would come to clean up these bodies. The next day, the 2 young men carried their belongings and went together to the place for the martial qualification assessment. According to the announcement, the test will start at 9:30. Registered fighters are invited to one side to have their admission cards checked, then proceed to the Northern Institute for the combat power test. Howlin told the kid to behave and line up, while Min went to the examiner's room to register. But as soon as she left, Lam Tu ran into trouble, like avoiding one problem only to face another. A huge, burly guy stormed forward, pushing and shoving others to get ahead. Rumor has it he's a BB soldier, a martial artist, but because he specializes in provoking fights, his qualification to compete gets revoked every year. And as usual, bad luck hit him this year when he ran into men. A rebellious kid who feared no one. Big-headed but not very bright, the fat guy pounded his chest to show off with a gruff voice that rose in anger. "Kid, are you deaf? I told you to get out of the way." Lam Tu saw him about to make a move and stopped him, saying, "Chen what? Wait your turn carefully. But you haven't seen the coffin yet, so don't cry." He rolled his eyes and grimaced as he retorted, "Why do I have to deal with idiots like you every year? Looks like my qualifications got canceled again this year. But it's fine, I enjoy tearing apart idiots like you. Damn you." The crowd around saw men dare to confront the fat guy and kept whispering, thinking he was really looking for death. But as soon as the words left their mouths, they had to retract them immediately because the one looking for death was not men but Bibi Bin, who was painfully clutching his arm and screaming on the ground. Under the young man's cold gaze, they only dared to smile politely and wave their hands, showing themselves as a high-quality group who did not play the unethical pushing and shoving game. After waiting for a while, it was time to test combat power. The martial artists participating in the assessment here all had combat power around 800, just reaching the first stage, so they used camouflage skills to hide their true strength. Luckily, it wasn't detected by the machine. The combat power just barely didn't exceed 1,500. Otherwise, it would have been a second-level martial artist. A second-level martial artist without a certificate would become a laughingstock. The next test is a strength test, and the judge for this category is none other than the Lolita, Bak Li Haolin. Min was surprised when he saw the girl. At first he thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be real. Haolin asked everyone to line up carefully and began explaining the rule that the force of a single punch must reach 1,000 kilograms to pass. The big-headed guys who came to compete seemed to not believe the girl was the judge. They laughed foolishly and mocked her. "Stop joking. A little Lolita who's not even grown up is the judge? I bet she can't even lift 100 kilograms herself." The others standing nearby also joined in. "That's right. How does the Martial Artist Alliance operate? Why would they let a kid be the judge? At this age, they probably haven't reached the level of a first-stage martial artist yet." Little Lolita, I have candy for you here. Without many words, Howlin directly showed them what politeness means. Just a gentle push reached a strength of 9,999 kilograms, leaving them all stunned and speechless. However, there were still some who didn't believe it and decided to try. But his strength only reached 895 kilograms, not enough to pass the parking round. This guy actually thought the judge had tampered with the machine and angrily rushed to hit her. Howlin ignored him, gently caught his arm, twisted it in just a few seconds, then gave him a cold glare and warned, "You've got 30 seconds to get out of here, or you'll stay here forever." He was so scared his face went pale, green as a frog's belly, clutching his arm in pain as he ran while apologizing. The others who witnessed her swift arm twist chose to stay silent, not daring to utter a word, obediently following her commands in an unusual way. After waiting for a while, it was finally Lam Tu's turn for inspection. Seeing his disciple Nguyen Howlin visibly excited, and knowing that Thang Ku still doubted him, she immediately revealed that she was a 3-star member of the Martial Alliance, often invited to preside over combat examination events. After hearing that, Q became even more suspicious. What kind of person is she anyway? The Martial Alliance has 5 membership ranks. 5-star members are almost always key leaders within the Martial Alliance. 4-star members are the top martial artists of their countries or have made significant contributions. 3-star members are already extremely skilled, at least possessing strong abilities. It's truly unbelievable. It's like a dream. Lam Tu was taken from one surprise to another, feeling skeptical about life. What kind of person is she really? You really shouldn't mess with her. After the lady answered all his questions, the young man quickly stepped up to test his strength, and with just a light punch, the result showed 1,999 kilograms. The crowd below couldn't help but whisper among themselves. VL barely punched lightly, and it was already 3 times the combined strength of all of us. Didn't you hear just now? That young person seems to be a disciple of the formidable Judge Lolita. No wonder it's like that. The master said both of them are so young. Is that a special trait of their sect? At this moment, Lam Tu just wanted to rush over and clarify that she really wasn't any kind of master. As for the sects, I've only known her for a few days. Seeing the results on the screen, Howlin felt a bit bitter and disappointed in her disciple who always kept his skills hidden. She urged him to quickly take the 100-meter sprint test and the 50-kilometer endurance test, reminding him not to embarrass her. After several rounds of tests, Lam Tu successfully became part of the Martial Alliance, and the instructor handed him the card with a detailed introduction. This is your martial artist card. The number is printed on the back, and the initial password is the last digit of your ID number. With this card, you can log into the Martial Alliance network system on your phone and computer, check weapon trade information, or accept various missions. Just as the young man happily held the card in his hand, Howlin appeared out of nowhere like a restless spirit and pulled him outside, saying as they walked, "My judging mission here is over. I just received news of a new mission from the Alliance, so I have to return quickly and won't be training with you anymore." After hearing these words, Lam Tu felt overjoyed, silently grateful that he had finally escaped the old witch. But to show sincerity, he still had to say a few words to hold on. "Teacher, please don't go. Continue training with me. Please don't leave, baby." With a sarcastic attitude and no sincerity at all, the young man was beaten and humiliated by the girl. After a long verbal fight, Howlin took out a box and handed it to the young man. As promised before, once you receive the martial artist certificate, you will be given a big gift. And this is what she brought to you. It was a long spear she had just swindled from the person in charge of the Martial Alliance branch in Black Sea City. She looked very proud of her achievement and confidently boasted about it. Although using primal energy to cover the weapon can achieve great effects, having a high-grade weapon greatly increases your combat power. This long spear is called Black Mang, a long sword left behind by the great spearmaster Bach Lai Due Di. Lam Tu poked and examined the shiny high-level weapon in front of him until he was bored, then turned to his master with a puzzled look. After a few seconds of gathering his thoughts, he suddenly screamed in shock. "Master Bach Lai Due Di. Could it be that the person in charge of the Martial Alliance branch in Black Sea City is him? I know now you are Bach Lai Due Di's daughter. He gave it to the person in charge, but she wanted to take it back." Hearing the young man's speculation, she thought he should be writing novels instead. And as for being a daughter, could she really be that old? "This is asking for a beating." Howlin angrily punched the young man and shouted for him to quickly try the spear right away. Men mustered all his strength, tensed his glutes and facial muscles to finally lift the spear out of the box, grimacing as he asked the girl how much it weighed. After hearing her calm answer, 500 kilograms and the only spear in the world made from black stillstone, Lam Tu didn't know what else to say. It took a few seconds for him to regain his composure in stunned silence. Black obsidian was the very thing that fell to Earth 100 years ago and destroyed an entire city. Fortunately, the area was filled with zombies and mutated animals, so there were no human casualties. After the black stone fell, inside its mouth was a large black rock with a vast surface area. Some people brought that stone back and used sophisticated tools to craft it into 12 unique weapons. Although these weapons were not the sharpest, their hardness was world-class, and each piece was worth a fortune. Holding such a precious weapon in his hands, Min was so moved he shed tears, unable to believe she had given it to him. He asked again, as if afraid she would take it back the moment he let go. After giving the gift to her beloved disciple, Hao Lin hurriedly said goodbye and left. She urged the young man to keep trying and to come find her in Tiankong City to chat if he ever had the chance. Watching her walk away, Min's mind grew more confused, his thoughts tangled and spinning like he was dizzy, wondering if he had heard wrong. Tiankong City is the largest city in the world, using the most advanced mystical technology to suspend the entire city above the central hill. Not just anyone can enter or leave freely. At minimum, you must be a level 5 martial artist or someone with outstanding scientific achievements in Lin Than. He couldn't stop marveling that Hao Lin was truly a wealthy lady, wondering if he should consider relying on her. Just joking, though, the young man knew his place well. It's best to rely on himself and crawl under the train like a stray dog, honestly facing the path of death ahead. Ignoring his thoughts, Lam Tu sat with his mouth open, dragging his heavy body to the train station. But bad luck struck the young man as the train to the path of death had already departed early. Because it was too dangerous and few people came, the 3 daily trips were reduced to just 1. Well, since it's already done, might as well accept it and reluctantly spend money on a ticket for early tomorrow morning. Lam Tu wandered around, hesitating to find a place to rest. He planned to return to the martial artist's hotel from before for one night. Though it was a bit expensive, it was very comfortable. Just then he realized someone was following him. Perhaps they were sent by the Flower God sect, so without hesitation the young man used the 36 stratagems to flee, escaping like the wind. However, it seemed they were well prepared, surrounding him from all sides and blocking every escape route, confidently revealing themselves. Just then, the system sent a notification that the rapid growth mission was complete. Lam Tu calmly shed his heavy clothes, putting all his skill points into strength, ready to face the few enemies ahead without hesitation. The first one quickly rushed to attack but was immediately kicked away. The rest saw their comrade getting easily defeated and rushed forward to seek revenge. They confidently swung their knives wildly but ended up as punching bags for the young man to vent his anger. The others, watching their friends disappear in minutes, felt terrified. Confused and fearful, they exclaimed, "Is this really the power of a second-level martial artist? This is terrifying. How can he be this strong? If I hadn't upgraded my defensive martial skill, that punch would have shattered my spine." However, even knowing they were rushing to their deaths, the temptation of money and the orders of the sect left them no choice but to keep fighting. Surrounded by enemies, Lam Tu unleashed a fierce punch straight at Phuong Tran. Clenching his fist, sparks of lightning appeared, his eyes filled with astonishment, feigning weakness. Suddenly, Phuong Tran attacked Lam Tu before he could react, swinging his blade down, and Lam Tu was hit as he couldn't dodge in time. Phuong Tran's eyes showed clear anger. On this side, Lam Tu is holding his injured shoulder with one hand, grimacing silently without a word. Lam Tu Duang's eyes look up as Phuong Tran leaps into the air. Phuong Tran wielded his swords with the golden martial art move, Heavenly Right Slash. He split into multiple versions of himself. Phuong Tran wore a smug expression. This move would cut the brow into 1,000 pieces. Lam Tu looked unbothered and let out a sound of surprise. He smirked at easy as many fierce-looking Phuong Tran clones charged forward. Die. Lam Tu's eyes full of confidence. I'm an expert in clones. The two charged into a fierce battle. Lam Tu easily found Phuong Tran among the clones and sneered. Hello, brother Phuong Tran. Phuong Tran couldn't believe it, his face trembling with fear. You actually managed to break the golden martial art. Heavenly illusion slash no way. How did you find my exact position among all those clones? Besides, how do you know my name? Lam Tu clenched his fist and replied, because I'm a local. After saying that, he unleashed the fierce mirror fist, a punch straight to Phuong Tran's stomach. Phuong Tran couldn't defend against the blow at all, his eyes wild as he shouted, Damn it, Phuong Tran, even if I die, I'll take a piece of your back with me. Phuong Tran raised his hand with force, a purple orb appearing on his chest. Staring at the person before him, who was desperately trying to destroy him, Lam Tu sighed, Here we go again with self-destruction. Can you please come up with something new? Phuong Tran's eyes rolled back, veins bulging red. Phuong Tran used all his strength, The purple sphere shattered, throwing Lam Tu far away, his back hitting the wall. Covered in wounds and pain, Lam Tu thought to himself, damn it, if I hadn't learned to use energy to envelop my whole body to boost defense from my master, I'd definitely be beaten to death this time. Now, controlling energy to protect my body in an instant, I still feel so weak. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Dangerous. Luckily, we already escaped. Anqi Black looked at Lam Tu's battered body, holding his injured arm with the other hand. Anqi sneered. Although Boss Fuang Tren didn't kill you by self-harm, judging by your current state, you probably can't even lift a punch, right? Anqi is arrogant, but don't worry. We'll cut you into pieces one by one to avenge Boss Fuang Tran. Lam Tu smirked. How do you know my fist can't rise? How can a man say he can't get back up? Lam Tu's eyes blazed brightly, sparking with the fury of a storm about to break. The subordinates shouted in surprise. Ah, what is that? Fak Tungjai panicked. Oh my god, this guy suddenly got better. One teammate's eyes were full of shock. Just moments ago, he looked weak. So how did he suddenly turn into a fierce man? Suddenly, Lam Tu's sword rushed forward. They were beaten badly and could only scream, "Oh no, don't come here." The system notification kept ringing. Experience gained 1. Experience gained 1. Experience gained 1. Back in real life, night fell over the luxurious castle. Lam Tu's face was haggard, his hand trembling as he clicked on the computer screen, his body shaking as he sighed, using rage and pleasure skills for a while, then feeling weak afterward, so weak he could barely hold the mouse. Lam Tu quickly searched, knowing he had to set off for the death road tomorrow, and wanted to look up some information online first. Suddenly, a message appeared on the screen saying that viewing this article requires an alliance fee, asking whether to continue or cancel. Lam Tu quickly pressed continue. Lam Tu shouted in anger. Damn it, they want money just to view a lousy web page and it costs 10,000 alliance credits. But he thought it over and reluctantly took out his phone to transfer the money and leave. After all, spending 10,000 alliance credits to quickly check the information he needed wasn't really a loss when he still had a few million left. The screen showed images of evolved beasts surrounded by black volcanic rock with no grass in sight, looking extremely eerie. The third stage evolved beast, the volcanic scorpion, usually hides under the volcanic rock and has a piercing sting that causes paralysis. After being bitten once, the third stage directly falls into a state of localized numbness. The fourth stage evolved beast is large and fierce, with a huge body often covered by 2 pairs of wings, resembling a black magma monster that attacks humans relentlessly. Lam Tu was amazed to see such a variety of evolved beasts in the death zone, from tiny insect-like creatures to gigantic ones, and as images of 5th stage evolved beasts appeared, powerful and carrying special attributes, some wielding circular weapons, Lam Tu gasped in awe, feeling their overwhelming presence. Then he closed the website with a sigh and left it to fate, smiling with anticipation, wondering how much the teacher's convenient gift, the black steel spear, would be worth. Surprisingly, 2 swords crossed each other, appeared on the screen. The Black Mang sword group, made from black iron and obsidian, was valued at 1 billion in the auction. Lam Tu was shocked by the alliance's 1 billion currency. He remembered what Hao Lin had said, that this was only the starting bid price. Lam Tu stared seriously at the screen, surprised that the convenient teacher was so wealthy and actually gave such a big gift. Could it be that she really saw us and wanted to move us to tears? Repay with my body. Over here, Bakli Hao Lin sneezed and suspiciously said, "What the hell is that? Why do I keep sneezing like this?" At this moment, inside another building, the lights were on and a scream was heard. What, the entire town was wiped out? The leader stood in the shadows, radiating killing intent, scolding angrily. Useless. Truly useless. This is no longer just the Tang family's problem. He killed several members of my Huathan Dian in a row. We would have died if not for him. The leader ordered his men standing before him to announce a bounty on the hunting network, posting his information and offering 10 million alliance credits as a reward. A suspicious underling asked, "We don't need to take action anymore." The leader sighed tiredly. "If headquarters finds out that our Black Sea branch can't handle even a small fry and has suffered so many losses, we'll lose all our face." Elsewhere, the sun had risen. Golden light spreading across the space on the high-speed pig ship crossing the desert. On the ship, passengers were moving about, and Lam Tu was intently looking at his phone. A smile spread across his face as he saw the system notification. Host Lam Tu, level 16. Strength 320. Stamina 107 plus 20. Speed 80. Total combat power ranges from 1,935 to 1,980. Third-grade martial artist title adds 20 points to physical attributes. Rage accumulation 0/1. Skills: Analytical Eye. Fury, feigned intestines. Suddenly a message popped up, and Lam Tu was excited. Last night he bought a new phone and sent his number to some friends he knew, and someone had already called him. "This is Master La." Lam Tu answered the call. "Hello, Teacher La." On the other end, Teacher La is asking where I am. Lam Tu greeted Teacher La. "I'm currently on the train to the Death Road." "Is something wrong?" Teacher La asked with a serious expression. "Did you check the hunting network? I saw that you have a bounty on you." Lam Tu furrowed his brows and asked the teacher in confusion. "The hunting network?" Master La replied. "That's right. It is a website specializing in posting bounties for killing. Who founded it? Where the network servers are located is unknown. Moreover, the website's technology is so advanced that even the most skilled hackers have no way to breach it. The Federation itself is basically quite powerless against it. Now you have to be more careful. I think quite a few people will come looking for you and cause trouble." Lam Tu replied, "Yes, I understand. I will be careful." He searched on his phone while doubting who announced the bounty on the Flower God Temple. On the bounty notice, Lam Tu, second-level martial artist, specializing in palm and foot techniques, spear weapon. 100 million alliance credits. Lam Tu felt angry and mocked, pretending to be indifferent. "Am I really only worth 10 million alliance credits? Second-grade martial artist. Hey, this is good enough." Lam Tu thought this small amount of money wouldn't even catch the attention of high-level fighters. Only low-level ones would be interested. Now that he was a third-stage fighter, he could just wait for those greedy guys to come and give him experience, when suddenly the ship shook violently, causing the cup on the table to tremble. Lam Tu's body trembled, puzzled. How could a high-tech ship shake like this? He leaned toward the corridor, hearing loud noises beyond the door. "What's going on outside? Why is it so noisy?" Suddenly, someone kicked the train door open and flew forward, striking Lam Tu with a punch. Lam Tu dodged the blow while shouting, "Who goes there?" and threw a punch back at him. The man quickly ducked to dodge the blow. Lam Tu swiftly kicked him in the stomach. Lam Tu caused the man to fall down in pain, clutching his stomach, spitting water, his body trembling and groaning. Lam Tu looked toward the opposite corridor and saw several of the man's accomplices advancing fiercely. Lam Tu suspected, could it be that someone wanted to hijack the ship? Both sides rushed into battle. Chaos erupted. Lam Tu assessed that the ship's narrow space and large-looking weapons basically rendered them ineffective, so they were at a disadvantage. Suddenly, a plane rushed in from outside. Only then did Lam Tu realize and exclaim that these guys came prepared. Suddenly, the new guy who was knocked down earlier attacked Lam Tu from behind. Lam Tu noticed, quickly turned around, and grabbed his arm tightly. Lam Tu grabbed the arm and unleashed the flame surge technique. The man's hand caught fire, and he cried out in pain, but he couldn't pull his hand away. Lam Tu's powerful fist came straight at him. With a kick, Lam Tu sent the man flying into the wall. The man collapsed to the ground, dust swirling around him. Lam Tu glanced back and saw someone grabbing a passenger, intending to kill him. No money, then die. At that moment, Lam Tu quickly rushed forward and unleashed a fierce punch, striking the opponent's face. Lam Tu asked the passenger who had just been bullied, "Are you okay?" The passenger, sweating and trembling, said, "I'm fine, thank you." Lam Tu crossed his arms and watched the situation. "Who exactly are these guys?" The passenger said, "The Black Tiger Bandits, known for robbery, but I never expected them to dare hijack a train this time. The situation here is that the Allied forces in Black Sea City have definitely received the information. The Black Tiger Bandits continue to charge straight ahead." The passenger continued, "We just need to hold out until the Alliance army arrives, no problem. You stay behind while I go ahead." Before he finished speaking, Lam Tu had already rushed forward. The passenger only managed to say, "Be careful." Lam Tu kicked two opponents who couldn't react in time. The passenger's eyes went wide and mouth agape as he exclaimed, "Damn, are young people these days all this strong?" Suddenly, more fighter jets appeared in the sky, chasing after the ship. Suddenly, the Black Tiger Bandits shouted, "The Alliance troops have arrived, everyone retreat quickly! Retreat quickly!" The Black Tiger Bandits kept shouting and charging forward. The planes were hit by bombs, smoking, bursting into flames, and crashing to the ground. The passenger shouted happily, "Great! The Alliance is here just in time." Seeing Lam Tu chasing after the bandits, he asked, "Hey, where are you going?" Lam Tu ran, shouting, "Don't run away with my experience points." He chased after the Black Tiger Bandits, looking at them as if he had found gold. Experience points, experience points." Lam Tu grabbed the thieves with shining eyes while they screamed miserably. The Alliance soldiers boarded the train, holding guns and shouting, "This is the Alliance. Everyone stay still, raise your hands, and do not move." The passenger shouted, "Don't shoot, we are passengers." Then he pointed at Lam Tu and smiled brightly. But you guys are too late. The robbers in this carriage have already been dealt with by that strong brother. The Alliance soldiers pointed their guns at the two and said, "Show your tickets." Lam Tu showed his passenger card and then he believed it. "Yes, you really are a passenger," the female attendant spoke. "Sorry for scaring you passengers. Earlier, the Black Tiger gang tried to hijack the train, but the Alliance forces have dealt with them. We apologize for the inconvenience, and the company will compensate all passengers." The passenger retorted, "What about the warriors who died because of your negligence?" The female Alliance soldier bowed sincerely and apologized, saying the company would send compensation to their families, so please rest assured. Suddenly, Lam Tu spoke up. "If you've chosen the death road, you must be mentally prepared to die at any moment." The passenger asked in surprise, "Young man, are you from Death Road? My name is Dian, and she is also going to Death Road. Can we work together? Let's take care of each other." Lam Tu turned around and introduced himself. "My name is Lam Tu. Do you have anything to collaborate with me on?" Dian Tree scratched his head and recounted, 3 years ago, I ventured into Death Path with a group of adventurers and gained knowledge of the first half of the journey. With me there, you could avoid many hidden dangers. This is probably your first time coming to the Death Road, right? The Death Road has many paths from the start, all leading to death and difficult to navigate without guidance." Lam Tu thought for a moment, then agreed, saying, So we might cooperate. You came to Tu Lam Chi Lo to do the same as others, hunting evolved beasts for money? Dien Tree said, "I came to Tu Vong Chi Lo to find a certain plant, but there might be powerful evolved beasts there. I think if possible, I'd like to ask for your help." Lam Tu said as he opened the door, "You can consider coming to find me when we reach the dock." In the gray sky outside, a few scattered houses stand on the desert. Dien Tree said, "This is the starting point of the Death Road, the only place where people live. Black Stone Town." As the two carried their weapons and walked talking, suddenly a large hand reached out and a stranger appeared. "Wait. This Death Road isn't a place for a brat like you. One wrong move here and you're dead. Why don't you hand over everything valuable on you to me, and I'll protect you?" Lam Tu laughed and said, "Is this what a disguised fight looks like? You think to yourself, great, someone's already gaining experience points this fast." Suddenly, a beast charged at the two of them. The screams, were the sounds of a second-stage beast transformation. The beast charged straight at that guy. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp, long teeth, and with one bite, it sent the threatening man flying. Lam Tu stood with his arms crossed, mocking, saying, "If you're not careful, you'll end up dead," only to realize he was talking about himself. Suddenly, the beast turned its head, its mouth still stained with red marks. Seeing Lam Tu growl, Lam Tu sneered, "What are you looking at?" Dien Tree shouted, "Watch out!" The beast was charging at Lam Tu at an incredible speed. Lam Tu calmly said, "Beast, are you even weaker than that guy?" As he spoke, he unleashed the violent mystic move, delivering a kick to the monster's head that made it stagger. With just one strike, Lam Tu killed the beast on the spot. Dien Tree gaped in shock at the large monster lying defeated on the ground. Lam Tu asked curiously, "Why did an evolved beast suddenly appear?" Dien Tree rushed here because sometimes evolved beasts break through the wall and run into the small town. The people in the town are already used to it, Lam Tu asked in surprise. Evolved beasts run in at any time, yet the people in this small town still dare to stay. He stood up and told Dien Tree, "Let's go." Dien Tree replied, "All right." People around were talking, and a martial artist from earlier spoke up, saying that guy's aura was only at the first martial stage, yet he could kill a second-stage evolved beast with a single strike. Seeing how young he was, could he be heading to the Holy City Academy at the end of the Death Dragon path? The teammate next to him agreed as well. "Yeah, every year quite a few young prodigies get accepted into the Holy City Academy, passing through the Death Dragon path to reach the Holy City Academy." The woman in the team smiled and said, "I didn't expect there to be such a formidable kid. People want to team up with him." An old man sitting inside the tower sighed with a look of exasperation. "I really don't understand why young people these days risk their lives over competition." The hothead in that martial team angrily turned around and shouted, "Old man, what did you just say? Are you insulting us?" I asked him, "What kinds of evolved beasts are around this death path?" The old man lit a cigarette for Nam Nhi and said, "There are too many types of evolved beasts. My old head doesn't remember clearly." Not satisfied with the answer, the troublemaker stepped forward and snatched the cigarette from the old man's hand. "I'm asking him, so don't mess with me." On this side, Lam Tu's group turned back to look at the situation. Dien Tree spoke up. "Those guys want to die here. That old man isn't as easy to provoke as he looks." Lam Tu thought to himself, so he really is a fourth-rank martial artist. Unexpected that a villager from a small town could be this strong. But it's strange. If he didn't have that kind of strength, the evolved beasts would have already run into the village and eaten him. Meanwhile, the old man picked up his cigarette without saying a word. The punk grew even angrier, raising his foot to kick the old man. "How dare he look down on me? He wants to die." Suddenly, Lam Tu appeared and kicked him in the back. "You're an adult, but still don't know to respect the old and love the young." The punk bent down and turned around, shouting, "Kid, you looking for trouble?" Lam Tu smiled and raised 2 fingers. "Aren't you the ones looking for trouble? You have 2 choices. Leave on your own or I'll send you to the other side." Those martial artists were so furious they gritted their teeth in silence. They left, not forgetting to leave a threat behind. They turned and walked away. "Let's go, kid. Be careful for me." Lam Tu asked the old man anxiously. "Are you all right, sir?" The old man replied, "I'm fine, thank you, young boy." At that moment, Lam Tu smiled and, turning away, said, "It's good to hear that. Then we'll be going now? Goodbye, old man." Suddenly, the old man called Lam Tu back. "Young man, wait!" He puffed on his cigarette as he spoke. The old man spoke gently, saying that in recent years, there haven't been many young people like you who respect the elderly and love the young. The old man could not bear to see a young person like you die early. After going 500 meters ahead, remember to take the detour. There's danger up ahead. Lam Tu smiled. "All right, thank you, old man." Tree thought to himself, this guy must have seen through the old man's true strength already, right? He deliberately made a move just now, truly a cunning one, with monstrous beasts crawling all over the mountains ahead. A large shadow with 2 thin horns on its head appeared just behind the mountain. A giant monster appeared, looking like a super-evolved cricket magnified, and not just one, but a swarm flying towards them. The other martial elders were terrified. It was the second evolution of the Black Phoenix beast. A flock of black phoenixes charged straight ahead, attacking one of the martial elders who screamed in agony. In the end, only a dry skeleton remained, not a shred of flesh left. The remaining martial artists hurriedly ran away, run quickly. Then the black phoenixes swarmed and devoured another person. "Ah, help me!" That person cried out for help in vain. In the mountain, the beasts always appear in packs and are terrifying. Tree looked toward where the monsters appeared, his eyes filled with worry but also relief. "Luckily, we listened to that old man, or we'd be doomed." Lam Tu smiled with satisfaction, realizing that you can't just bully those who seem small and weak. Then Tree and Lam Tu continued on their journey. Lam Tu looked at the crooked stone pillars in front of him, realizing there was basically no way through. Tree, walking ahead, raised his hand and said, "It's okay, there are usually traces left by those who passed before. Let me see if I can find them." Behind the 2 of them, 2 others hurriedly ran over. They were the ones Lam Tu had scolded earlier for being rude to the old man. The woman among them, wearing tattered clothes and with messy hair, looked at Lam Tu and Tree and shouted, "Hey, do you 2 know if that path leads to the evolved beasts?" "Why didn't you tell us?" Lam Tu said, one hand on his hip, his expression far from welcoming. "You're nothing to me, so why should I care about your lives?" The girl was speechless, her brows furrowed. "You!" Tree shouted from the other side. "Found it! Come this way!" They stood silently watching Lam Tu and Tree walk away. The girl said to her teammate, "Let's follow them. They seem very familiar with this area." The teammate with messy hair agreed. Between the towering stone pillars, Lam Tu grasped 2 large stones with both hands and stepped out to another place. Lam Tu followed Tree. "Truly, we're lucky to have you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to get out so easily." Tree smiled politely and said it was too much praise. It was thanks to the traces left by those who came before us. In front of them was a dense, leafy forest covered in deep green. Lam Tu wondered about it, and Tree explained that it was Ui Lam Chi Sam, named because all the trees there were green, but there were many evolved beasts inside, so they needed to be careful. Lam Tu noticed a sound behind the 2 of them. It was the group from earlier. But Lam Tu sensed something else too. His eyes showed a searching look as a pack of evolved beasts appeared. Tree was shocked. Damn, why is the Black Emperor here? Could it be chasing those guys all the way here? Only Lam Tu quietly rejoiced inside, just in time to seize the moment, worried he wouldn't gain any experience points. The Black Kings chased after the others from before, who fled while screaming nonstop. "It's the Black Emperor! The Black Emperor!" Lam Tu smiled inwardly, knowing those martial artists were all terrified by the Black Emperor. Lam Tu reached out to remove the strands, but it was hard to blame them. They were small, numerous, and fierce, making them really difficult to deal with. The spear was freed. Lam Tu held the spear, but unfortunately, it didn't pose a challenge. Using the 100 crowns phoenix technique, Lam Tu swung the spear and a wave of fire appeared. A powerful wave of flames surged toward the black beetles, burning them to ashes as the system kept announcing. Spirit, killing the Black Emperor. Worm. Stage 2, grants 5,000 experience points. Killing the Black Emperor. Worm. Stage 2, grants 5,000 experience points. 5. Lam Tu continued to attack the Black Phoenixes with his spear, feeling excited and happy inside. Although he didn't gain many experience points, he made up for it with the large quantity. The Black Emperor bugs burned and fell repeatedly to the ground. The system kept announcing, Spirit killed Black Emperor bug second stage. Gaining 5,000 experience points in an instant, Lam Tu wiped out all the Black Kings in one strike. Lam Tu knelt down proudly on the ground. A group of black phoenixes lay scorched and scattered on the ground. Lam Tu held a cloth bag, his eyes satisfied as he pocketed over 100 second stage rare crystals. No wonder Death Road is said to be a place to make money, but dealing with tens of thousands of Black Hawks just now wasn't easy. Those guys were all wide-eyed and speechless. Dientry could only smile to himself. This kid effortlessly wiped out over 100 Black Hawks. Truly impressive. Maybe this time I can definitely get that tree. Lam Tu held his spear and moved forward. Let's go, we still don't know what monsters are waiting for us ahead. Dien stayed behind, raising an arm to cheer us on enthusiastically. In the middle of the gloomy forest, the branches were covered in a deep, somber green. Lam Tu asked, Is this the thing you want to find in the Ui Lam Chi Sam? Dientry replied, No, we still have to pass through the green forest to reach Hak Diem Lake. At that moment, Lam Tu and Dientry were resting by the tree trunk. Lam Tu looked at the phone screen in his hand and said, According to the post on the Martial Alliance website, if we go further ahead, there will probably be many evolved beasts. Dientry agreed firmly, That's right. Moreover, it's unclear whether these evolved beasts are affected by the terrain. Their flesh is blue, allowing them to easily hide in the forest, so we must be extremely careful. Lam Tu scrolled through his phone, revealing the missions. 1. Collect soil from the Ui Lam Chi Sam. Reward 100,000 alliance credits. 2. Obtain the skin of the Lam Di Sha. Reward 1,200,000 alliance credits. 3. Gather DM Chi crystals. Reward 50 million alliance credits. 4. Before reaching 4, Lam Tu stopped and asked, What exactly is DM Chi crystallization? The reward is surprisingly high. Dientry sitting nearby explained, DM Chi crystal, I remember this thing is apparently at the bottom of Black Flame Lake. Every few decades, this kind of crystal forms at the bottom of Black Flame Lake, and it is extremely rare. Lam Tu's eyes lit up as he asked, Your goal is also at Black Salt Lake, right? Yeah, just trying my luck a bit. I took this mission first. Lam Tu suddenly sensed something. There was a sharp energy. A beam of light power attacked the spot where Dientry and Lam Tu were sitting. The two quickly dodged. Lam Tu warned, Be careful, there's an assassin. More beams of light appeared and kept attacking. Lam Tu ran quickly. Lam Tu looked up at the high branch. I found you. Lam Tu jumped up, using his foot to kick the tree trunk, swiftly climbing step by step to the treetop. Lam Tu had discovered the person who unleashed the attacking powers. The man looked horrified as Lam Tu suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Lam Tu thrust his spear across the man's head, blood gushing out, killing the second-level martial artist. Received 1,500 experience points. Lam Tu smiled. It seems there's more than just one of them. Turn everything into experience points for me, then launch an attack on Dientry. Dientry dodges and runs away. Damn it, they're from the damn Black Lake Bandits. Is this also their territory? Dientry drew the weapon from his back and swung his spear, a flash of power bursting forth. A member of the Black Lake team was struck by Dientry and knocked back. He shouted loudly, Lu Quang Tram! That guy was knocked down to the ground, smoke rising around him. At the same time, a shout came from behind Dientry. Dientry realized it and used a move to attack that guy. Dientry panted heavily, sweating profusely, and gasped, Lu Quang! Dientry's eyes widened in surprise as the person behind him was Lam Tu. Dientry was shocked inside. That kid was terrifying. While he had only dealt with one, Lam Tu had already taken care of the remaining 67. Lam Tu stepped forward and asked, Is the Black Tiger bandit gang holed up in this area? Dientry tilted his head and replied, I'm not sure either. However, there are many martial artists with hidden motives in Ui Lam Chi Forest, those who specialize in attacking other martial artists and stealing their belongings. Lam Tu then asked, Which direction should we go now? I feel that the colors and types of trees here are all uniform, making it basically impossible to distinguish directions. Dientry confidently took out his treasure, a GPS device, saying, "No need to worry, I have this." Lam Tu was curious. Dientry took out the locator device, showing some dots on the screen. "No. In this place it will be affected by magnetism, so the compass won't work. This device will only point to the direction of the strongest magnetic field." Dientry pointed out that the deeper we go into Ui Lam Chi forest, the stronger the magnetic field becomes. "As long as we have this device, we won't get lost. Walk this way." The trees have a gloomy color, and there are also wisps of bones around. Lam Tu sensed that there might be a high-level evolved beast over there. Dientry replied, "Let's go check it out." The two walked on the brown ground. Lam Tu assessed that the soil was slightly wet, indicating it had just rained here. Dientry replied, "Yes, the path of death sometimes has rain, but it only falls in a small area." Lam Tu's eyes were serious. Ahead there was a dark shadow, like a giant worm lying on the ground. It was a third-stage evolved beast, the tyrant dragon waterworm. A rare species found in Ui Lam Chi forest has a body size of about 50 centimeters. Occasionally, a mutant appears, reaching up to 1 meter in size, moving slowly and making a sound like a cow's moo. Both Lam Tu and Dientry turned pale. Dientry exclaimed in horror, "Oh my God, Lam Tu asked if there was salt?" Lam Tu thought, "I heard that water insects are afraid of salt. I wonder if this one in front of me is afraid too." Dientry took out a jar of salt, but there was only a little left at the bottom. "Yes, but very little." Lam Tu opened the salt jar, his eyes sinister, as he threw all the salt onto the water beetle. The salt grains stuck to the water beetle's body. The water wraith opened its huge mouth and screamed. Both Tu Lam and Dientry were thrown off balance, their mouths wide open as if they could swallow the whole world. The giant water dragon opened its round mouth wide, its teeth circling along the shape of its mouth. The water dragon attacked Lam Tu, but he dodged, and the dragon crashed straight into the large tree behind it. The mouth of the water beetle was covered in green substances that sprayed onto the tree trunk, causing the large tree to break and fall. The water beetle was now furious, its body moving as the giant creature quickly charged to attack Lam Tu. Lam Tu thrusts his spear, unleashing flames that surge straight into the body of the water beast. Lam Tu stabs the water beast with his spear. The water beetle seemed affected by the heat and destruction of the fire, opening its mouth wide and screaming. Lam Tu and Dientry stared at their opponent with serious eyes. Has Lam Tu finished calculating how to deal with it? Tui Diet should be extremely terrified after losing the water inside its body. With the fiery flames of Chiu Bach O Trio Feng, it might be able to roast it. The fire is still burning on Tui Diep's body. The eyes of the water beetle glowed, surrounded by clouds of dust from its movement. Lam Tu was astonished. Damn it, it burrowed deep into the ground. The water beetle buried its whole body underground, crazily shouting, "No, I can't see it anymore." A figure emerged from underground, and Lam Tu warned, "Be careful, it's still here." The system displayed evolving the third-level beast, the tyrant dragon water insect. Characteristics: a rare species living in Ui Lam Chi Sam, body size about 50 centimeters. Occasionally a variant appears, reaching up to 1 meter, moving slowly with a voice like a cow's bellow. Lam Tu tilted his head toward the sound. "Someone new has arrived?" A newcomer appears. That is Wang Er, a third-rank martial artist. Dientry whispered to Lam Tu that he was a hunter, someone who ambushed warriors in Ui Lam Chi Sam. Dientry then spoke to Wang Yi. "What do you want?" Wang Yi smiled, holding the blade covered in red silk. "What do you want? You already know, but still ask. If you know I'm a hunter, of course I want to cut off your heads and take everything from you." The system activated, revealing Wang Er, a third-grade martial artist, along with a giant reptilian beast whose body matched the color of the earth. Third stage evolved beast, the tyrant dragon water insect. Characteristics include a rare species found in the Ui Lam forest, body size around 50 centimeters. Occasionally a variant appears reaching up to 1 meter, moving slowly with a voice resembling a cow's moo. Lam Tu looked at the man and the beast before him and warned, "Don't say I didn't warn you. If you take another step forward, you might lose your leg." Wang Yi pointed his finger at Lam Tu. "In all these years, this is the first time I've been scared by prey. Kid, you've got a lot of guts, but just wait. I'll make sure you die a little more satisfying." Wang Yi grabbed his knife and confidently stepped forward, unaware that a mutated beast was right in front of him. Wang Yi stepped forward and was bitten by Tui Diet. Wang Yi was terrified, calling out to Wang Long Tui Deep. The water beetle bit down on one of Wang Er's legs, tearing his pants and releasing green fluid. Wang Er swung his arm at the water beetle and cursed. "You filthy creature, die!" Lam Tu wondered. "So it's all settled?" Suddenly, a bunch of small larvae appeared on the ground, emitting a green aura, and the system announced the evolution of the third-level beast, larvae. The larvae of the Overlord Dragon Water Flea move quickly, have suction cups on their heads, and can cling to the human body to suck blood. They are highly nutritious and crispy when eaten raw. Lam Tu gasped in shock. Damn, they actually produced this many little ones. A swarm of larvae appeared, clinging to Wang Er's legs. They even latched onto his body. Guang Ming waved his hands to shoo them away, his eyes filled with terror, shouting non-stop, "Get out!" But the larvae kept clinging to his body, and Guang Ming kept trying to drive them off. "Get off me!" Guang Ming fell to the ground, shouting as the swarms of larvae crawled all over his body, gathering in full force. In the end, Guang Ming was left with only dry skin, his eyes nothing but deep black hollows. Seeing this, Dian Tree hurriedly said, "Lam Tu, we need to run quickly." Lam Tu raised his hand to his forehead, peering closely and thinking to himself that although these water beasts were small, they were third-stage evolved creatures worth a pile of experience points. Ignoring Dian Tree's warning, Lam Tu's eyes lit up with eager excitement. "Experience points, come here!" Lam Tu launched a fierce spear attack straight at the water insect larvae. Lam Tu used another move, the Lakuat spear thrust, to attack the small water beasts. The water beasts were thrown back and flew up. The system continuously announced, Tin killed the Overlord Dragon Water Bug. The young breed gained 1,500 experience points. Tin killed the Overlord Dragon Water Insect. The young clan received 1,500 experience points. Lam Tu laughed heartily, never expecting such small water insects to yield so much experience. Lam Tu kept unleashing relentless electric strikes, causing the water bugs to fall one after another. Then Lam Tu swung his staff for one final flash of light. The water sprites scattered, dust and smoke billowing. The system kept announcing continuously. Tin killed the Overlord Dragon Water Beetle. The larvae gained 1,500 experience points. The water insect larvae were attacked, convulsing as they died. Finally, through the rising smoke, the water insects lay scattered on the ground, while Lam Tu stood still with his sword, ending the glorious battle. Dian Tree was amazed to see the water creatures lying dead in large numbers at his feet. In less than a minute, he had completely wiped out the small water creatures. The water creatures were torn into pieces, scattered across the ground. But Lam Tu was surprised, frowning, "Damn, it's still alive." The giant water creature appeared again before him, opening its mouth wide and lunging forward. Lam Tu unleashed a burst of flames with his power, shouting, "Die." The flames shot straight toward the giant water beast. Lam Tu glanced back at the giant water beast and the smaller ones. He ran forward quickly and shouted, "100 demons bow to the phoenix." Lam Tu swung his spear, releasing energy and flames full of power, still trying to run. Lam Tu fiercely thrust the spear straight forward. Lam Tu held the spear with its tip against the ground, ready to unleash his energy. Fierce flames erupted on the ground, burning the water beasts, which opened their mouths wide in a scream. The system appears, confirming the killing of the Overlord Dragon Water Worm and awarding 1,888,888 experience points. Congratulations to the owner for successfully leveling up, with the current rank now at level 17. The water insect was cut in half, and a red mutant crystal also fell from its body. Lam Tu walked on the ground covered with the bodies of small water insects. That's great. With this much experience, a 4th-grade rare crystal can sell for over 1 million, and the water beast's skin is also a valuable material. Lam Tu checked on his phone, his eyes filled with immense joy. Damn, the reward for harvesting the Overlord Dragon Water creature on the Martial Alliance website is actually 10 million. Getting rich. Getting rich. Lam Tu laughed with joy as the system displayed a status board showing Lam Tu at level 17, strength from 320 to 337. Stamina 107 plus 20, speed 80, total combat power from 2,102 to 2,220, martial artist rank 3 adding 20 stamina points, and rage accumulation at 0/100. The analytical eye skill raged in disguise. Lam Tu looked at his level board and thought he had already reached level 17. Having gained 17 accumulation points, Lam Tu said, "System, increase all my strength." Lam Tu stood at a distance, waving to call Dian Tree. "Let's go." Dian Tree replied, Right ahead is Hak Diem Lake. At Black Flame Lake, the forest remained gloomy as ever, accompanied by the cold and vast waters. Lam Tu asked, "Is this really Black Flame Lake?" Dian Tree looked ahead and said, "Yes, this is Black Flame Lake." Lam Tu reached out to touch the water, and the lake was surprisingly bone-chilling cold. a bit strange. Suddenly, Dien Tri collapsed to his knees, and Lam Tu looked on in surprise and confusion. "Brother Dien," he said, as Dien Tri showed the image on his phone with a sincere look in his eyes. "Lam Tu, I beg you to help me. The tree I mentioned before is the Black Flame Mountain, growing at the bottom of Black Flame Lake." Tears streamed down Dien Tri's face, his eyes full of sorrow. He explained, "My daughter is infected with a virus, suffering from a rare disease that gradually weakens her immune system. The condition of this disease is so severe that even a slight cold wind could take the girl's life." Lam Tu looked at Dien Tri and the image on the phone. Dien Tri recounted, "For years I've been running around, gathering information everywhere, until I learned that Black Flame Mountain at the bottom of Black Flame Lake can cure my daughter's illness." Dien Tri placed both hands on the ground and lowered his head. "Lam Tu, there must be powerful evolved beasts at the bottom of the lake, but their strength probably doesn't surpass the spear. Throughout this whole journey I've seen your skills, and if you go down to the bottom of the lake to get that plant, there will definitely be no problem. I beg you to help me." Lam Tu remained silent, his eyes still fixed on Dien Tri. He knelt down, lowered himself closer to Dien Tri, and smiled. "Brother Dien, without you, I wouldn't have been able to reach this place so easily. I just happened to be assigned to collect the crystallized salt, so even if you didn't ask, I'd have to dive to the bottom of this lake anyway." Dien Tri took out his gear and smiled brightly. "Thank you, Lam Tu. Don't worry, I won't let your efforts go to waste. This swimming goggles are for you, with a small spotlight on top to help you see clearly underwater," said Dien Tri to remind Lam Tu. "But the crystallized DMG is not always there. You have to rely on luck to find it." Lam Tu put on the goggles. "Whether or not they work, I'll still give it a try. Don't worry, I'll definitely retrieve what you mentioned for you." Lam Tu jumped into the water, leaving Dien Tri on the shore. Lam Tu swims down into the water, feeling the current. It's so cold. Lam Tu turned on the light underwater. After using his energy to envelop his body, he felt it wasn't so bone-chillingly cold. Lam Tu continued to swim around. In such a large lake, there wasn't a single fish. How strange. Lam Tu kept swimming deeper and saw that the bottom of the lake had no salt crystals or black salt deposits. Suddenly, Lam Tu noticed a strange object ahead. Is that white object a crystallized DMG? A black creature swimming toward Lam Tu is an evolved beast. A fierce fish appeared. It was the giant white clam, a fourth-stage evolved beast. Lam Tu's light shone directly into the face of the giant white clam. His body still radiated an armored aura, his mouth clenched shut to keep the water out. Lam Tu struggled to look at the white clam giant. Grimacing as it charged, he watched its movement with frustration. Damn, too fast to dodge. The surface of the water remains calm, but beneath it, Lam Tu is fiercely unleashing his power to attack the giant white clam, igniting his fury. Lam Tu kicks straight at the two massive claws of the giant white clam. The giant white clam turned to look at Lam Tu with fierce eyes. Lam Tu gathered his strength and threw a powerful punch straight at the white clam. The white clam struggled, enduring the punch that pierced straight into Lam Tu's head. A loud explosion sounded, shattering the giant white clam into what seemed like hundreds of pieces. Lam Tu thought to himself, the fierce fist must suffer from the lake water's resistance and can't unleash its full power. He didn't know if the fish was dead since the system hadn't confirmed the kill. Suddenly, Lam Tu noticed something glowing around the pile of bones. Lam Tu exclaimed with joy, "Hey, that's the crystallized DMG, isn't it?" He shone his light to the side and saw the black DM-san. Lam Tu happily sank to the bottom, feeling relieved to have found the black DM sand. But suddenly, the giant white clam lunged from behind to attack him. It was still alive. Lam Tu was caught off guard by this sudden attack. Damn! The fierce punch, however, had no effect on it. Lam Tu charged forward and struck the giant clam's eye with a powerful blow. But the fish was unharmed. It swam around Lam Tu as if looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, it raised its large claw, aiming to grab Lam Tu. The claw lunged forward at a rapid speed. Lam Tu dodged the damn claw. The power of the violent fist is very weak underwater. It basically can't threaten it. And he also couldn't bring any weapons down here. If the rage time runs out, he will definitely die underwater. Lam Tu quickly swims straight to the surface. He has to get ashore first, and then figure out what to do. The giant white lobster stared at Lam Tu with fierce eyes. It swam straight towards him, opening its large mouth full of sharp teeth, ready to swallow him whole. Lam Tu tried to swim even faster. The fish was still chasing him. Lam Tu struggled to reach the surface quickly. Suddenly, the giant white lobster moved forward, blocking Lam Tu's escape. It clamped its large claw straight onto Lam Tu, but only managed to grip the suit he was wearing. Lam Tu smiled smugly, biting the hook. How did your Golden Lotus escape? The battle gear costs millions from the Alliance. Hope it's durable enough. Lam Tu used all his strength to pull the giant white crab ashore. Get up here! Lam Tu swam faster and faster, finally breaking the surface. Excited, he shouted, Come up here, you bastard! Dien Tree stared at the fish with his mouth wide open. The fish was so big. Lam Tu kicked towards the white clamfish. The white clamfish was dragged ashore, its eyes filled with anger as it stared at Lam Tu. Lam Tu landed and said, You're on the shore now. Do you think you're my match? Then he punched and kicked the giant white clam. Die! The screen displayed a notification. Killing the 4th stage evolved beast. Ku Mengao Bak Ngu awarded 350,000 experience points. The Ku Nyao Bak Ngu rolled its eyes and lost all vitality. It couldn't withstand Lam Tu's critical strike. Dien Tree rushed over, calling out as he ran. Lam Tuanqi asked with concern, Are you okay? Lam Tu said, I found that the DMC has crystallized with Hak Diem San. Lam Tu carried the Black Salt Mountain up and asked Dien Tree, Is this the one? Dien Tree was so happy he cried, Yes, this is it. Thank you. Dien Tree bowed to thank Lam Tu. Thank you. My daughter has been saved this time. No need to be so formal. Dien Tree said, Lam Tu, this is a martial arts technique card left by my ancestors. I can no longer practice it. Sister Dien is giving it to you as a gift. Lam Tu immediately refused. Huang Kim Tan Fap is too precious. I dare not accept it. Dien Tree tried to explain. The value of Hak Diem Song is no less than that of the Huang Kim body technique. To me, this is a life-saving medicine. You keep the Lam Tu Huang Kim technique. At this point, Lam Tu has no choice but to accept this gift. All right, since Mr. Dien said so, I will accept it. Are you getting ready to go back now? Diem replied. That's right. Now I have to hurry back and bring Hak Diem San to save my daughter's life. Lam Tu hurriedly asked, Brother Dien, if we keep going forward, where will we reach? Sister Dien replied, Going 50 kilometers ahead is all within the territory of Uilam Chi Sam. I'm not sure either. 3 years ago, my team and I only reached the edge of Uilam Chi Sam because we were driven back by powerful evolved beasts. After saying that, Dien Tree waved goodbye to Lam Tu. Lam Tu, farewell for now. We will meet again if fate allows. Lam Tu happily replied, saying they would meet again if fate allowed. As night fell, Lam Tu grilled the giant white clam and praised how surprisingly delicious the meat of this strange fish was. Lam Tu took a big bite of meat and said, Step on snow without silver. This technique sounds really powerful. I could feel my body as light as a swallow, the skill truly strong. Suddenly, a huge lightning bolt appeared in the sky. Lam Tu panicked. Damn it, what kind of crazy weather is this? The new clothes had only been drying for half a day. Lam Tu quickly crawled into the nearby cave, savoring meat and fish while watching the rain. With this rain, let's just take cover first. Suddenly, a girl came running frantically from afar, shouting, Help! Help me! Save me! There are tall evolved beasts over there! Save me! This girl is Vuong Tiu Hua, a 3rd-grade martial artist. Lam Tu quickly stood up to support her. Stand up first! Before Xiao Hua could say thank you, Lam Tu delivered a kick toward her. Lam Tu delivered a powerful kick toward Vuong Tiu Hua. She was slightly startled, but quickly dodged his strike. Wang Xiaohua stood behind Lam Tu, puzzled. Why did you suddenly attack someone? Lam Tu looked solemnly at the girl behind him. Vuong Tiu Hua is a 3rd-level martial artist and also a hunter of Uai Lam Chi Sam, right? Her performance was clumsy, and the killing intent on her body could not be hidden at all. Xiaohua was surprised that she actually knew my name. In the rain, Xiaohua smiled, putting one hand behind her back, but it didn't matter. Prey with an X-level difficulty on the hunting ending network. A little chick like you, I can crush you with ease. Tiahua raised an arm to signal the attack, and other figures emerged from the forest, rushing to assault Lam Tu. A fierce swordsman ready to die swung his sword straight at Lam Tu, but with his excellent agility, Lam Tu easily dodged. Lam Tu lowered his body, eyes sharp and observant. He swung his spear in a fierce, blooming strike, leaving the other man terrified. What? In an instant, he was knocked away, accompanied by a scream of pain. The system announced the precise killing of a 2nd-level martial artist, awarding 16,000 experience points. The others refused to give up, charging at Lam Tu with the determination to kill him or die trying. Each one used a different move. One launched the 5-linked thunder cannon, another used the wind dog fist, and the last one unleashed the 9-bone crushing kick. Lam Tu's eyes focused intently on those desperately trying to kill him. He swung his spear and delivered a powerful kick infused with radiant energy. Those guys turned pale and were thrown back. Lam Tu gripped his spear tightly, continuously unleashing strikes. Lam Tu unleashed a series of continuous moves, the violent storm of spear flowers. The spears multiplied and pierced those enemies. Continuous screams were heard as the system displayed that Tin killed a second-level martial artist and gained 16,000 experience points. The system killed a second-level martial artist and gained 16,000 experience points. Tianhua watched the scene in disbelief. Why do you, clearly only a first-stage martial artist, easily handle those second-stage martial artists? Xiaohua's eyes were dangerous and smiling with interest, but that only made it more exciting. Tianhua laughed gleefully, unleashing terrifying power that crushed the head of the strong fighter, filling me with excitement. Tianhua stood from afar but quickly vanished. Tianhua swiftly appeared right in front of Lam Tu. Lam Tu raised his spear to block Tianhua's attack, thinking to himself that the speed was incredible. Definitely a martial arts technique. Tianhua's continuous attacks targeted Lam Tu, who quickly dodged them and counterattacked with his spear. Tianhua smiled, assessing with the powerful weapon in hand. Not bad at all. Tianhua unleashed the prison dragon strike again. A powerful attack was launched, and a giant snake appeared, fiercely charging forward. Lam Tu tilted his head back to look at the giant snake in the air and dodged its attack. He smiled, wiped his chin as Xiaohua's weapon rushed towards him from behind. Lam Tu glanced in surprise as the two throwing weapons of Tianhua flew back towards him. Lam Tu counterattacked with his spear. Two darts flew off in different directions, but more darts came, relentlessly attacking Lam Tu. Lam Tu used his spear to block. Gritting his teeth, he tensed his body to hold it back. Why is it like this? I can't push it away. Xiaohua's eyes sparkled with delight as she laughed heartily. The harder you push, the faster it snaps back. If it doesn't tear you to pieces, they won't stop. The darts flew straight at him, leaving Lam Tu's body covered in scratches. Lam Tu swung his spear and charged straight at Tianhua. Damn it, then I'll kill you first, Lam Tu shouted and charged forward. The spear was thrown, but Tianhua quickly dodged. Tianhua was amazed. Damn, this kid really knows how to play. Xiaohua retrieved his throwing stars and said, Looks like I underestimated you. He unleashed his move, Moonfang Slash, while Lam Tu was not worried but excited. At this point, Lam Tu also launched his move, a powerful strike, creating a terrifying explosive impact in the battle. Tianhua's eyes widened in shock. Why? How is this possible? The speed and strength suddenly surged. Amid the smoke and explosions, Tianhua screamed loudly as the system announced the killing of a third-rank martial artist, awarding 300,000 experience points. Beyond the vast desert lay dense forests and a large lake. Lam Tu walked out and was crossing the desert, looking like he was about to die of thirst. Sweat poured down his face, a large piece of wood strapped to his back, his tongue hanging out, holding a water bottle, his expression full of suffering. Oh my God, this place is really strange. On one side, it's raining lightly with dense forests, and on the other side, there's a dry, scorching desert. Lam Tu raised the water to drink. In such dry heat, without a water source, he would probably be dehydrated soon. Luckily, he brought a drink that could replenish enough water for the whole day. Stepping on the sand, his foot suddenly sank in. Lam Tu was terrified. Damn it! Did he just encounter quicksand? In front of Lam Tu, a mound of sand bulged up. Lam Tu's eyes widened in shock. An evolved beast has appeared, the Nga Ni Thuok Tu Nya Trung. This fourth-stage evolved beast lives in the desert, is very agile, skilled at hiding in the bangpan, and delivers deadly strikes. A giant evolved beast appeared before Lam Tu. Lam Tu drew his spear and launched an attack on the beast. 100 herbs bow to the phoenix. While the giant Nga Ni Thuok Tu Nya Trung opened its mouth wide, the fire was rushing towards it. The fire attacked the giant creature, causing it to fall. In just a second, the giant creature collapsed to the ground unconscious. The body of the Na Nahiki Thuok Tu Nya Trung trembled and curled up. Lam Tu smiled and said, That's how you handle it. Do you deserve that body? Behind, loud laughter echoed as Lam Tu looked questioningly at a group of martial artists running towards the Na Ni Thuok Tu Nya Trung. A young man looked at Lam Tu and asked, Did you kill him? Another person touched the body of the Nha Ni Thuok Tu Nya Trung with disdain. I've been giving him too much credit. How could a first-grade martial artist possibly handle Nga Ni Thuok Tu Nya Trung? They must have just happened to pass by, right? Thinking they got a great deal. Lam Tu held the spear confidently and admitted, This is my prey. That guy doesn't believe it. You're the one who said that, right? Tran Khan spoke up. Trancon pointed and laughed. Let's go, let's pull out the alien parasite from this guy's ear canal and take out the teeth, too. Those are top-level materials for making weapons. But then a girl and her teammates appeared. The girl with coffee-colored skin frowned, crossing her arms over her chest. Trancon, he already said he's his prey, so don't cause trouble. Trancon and a teammate ignored her completely, and even sneered. Foolish woman, who exactly are you allied with? Isn't it because you saw that handsome kid that you removed? The girl was angry. What did you say? If you're so tough, say that again. I've been putting up with you for a long time. The teammate held the girl back while Trongdan walked away, they said. Lam Tu felt annoyed listening to the conversation. Are these people fighting among themselves? Besides, what does it have to do with me being handsome? Trancon clicked his tongue, while his teammates only added fuel to the fire. That's for sure. But these two still haven't realized that the creature behind them is slowly getting back up. The girl on Trongdan's team, Loi Loi, spoke up. The giant insect is still alive. Get out of the way quickly. Trancon tilted his head back, and in an instant, the ear-eating insect crushed him. His teammate shouted, Trancon! Trongdan's team shouted, Fall back! Fall back! But only Lam Tu glanced at the crushed giant insect, feeling extremely annoyed. That damn creature actually dared to swallow my experience points. Trancon's teammate blamed Lam Tu, saying, You did it on purpose. You clearly knew it wasn't dead, so why didn't you say anything? Lam Tu calmly replied, I already said it. That was my prey. Trancon's teammate angrily charged at Lam Tu with a sword, shouting, You bastard! Go die! Lam Tu coldly swung his spear and struck him down. Knowing this place is a path to death, be prepared to die at any moment. System notification. 3rd rank martial artist killed. Received 300,000 experience points. Trongdan and his team looked on in astonishment. Lam Tu looked at the man lying on the ground and tilted his head, asking, You guys seem to be on the same team as these two but didn't intervene? Trongdan replied calmly, You misunderstood. We're not a team. Just happened to meet and decided to travel together for a while. If you don't deal with these kinds of people, even I won't be able to hold back and will have to handle them. Lele shouted in panic, Big brother, that giant insect is coming this way. The fierce Nanni Thuoktu creature charged straight ahead, but Lam Tu calmly scolded, Humph, you beast. Isn't one splash of chili sauce enough to get you hooked? The spear in Lam Tu's hand glowed with power, his eyes shining as he swung it with a move called Bak O Trio Fung, sending fierce flames rushing toward the Nanni Thuoktu creature. The ear-cutter worm was scorched by fire, writhing in agony. Lele's eyes were filled with astonishment. What kind of martial art is that? That person's power is terrifying. Zhangdan continued as well. I've never seen that kind of martial skill before. Nganyi Tuoktunya, his move precisely destroys from the inside out. The Agnithortunya insect opened its mouth wide and screamed fiercely, with flames blazing inside. System notification. Spirit killed the 4th stage evolved beast Nganyi Thuoktunya Trung. Gained 177,888 experience points. Lam Tu stepped over to the fallen Nganyi Thuoktunya Trung, holding its rare essence and smiling. Truongdan stood with his hands on his hips, assessing the kid as strange. His aura seemed weak, but his strength was actually very powerful. Trongdan's teammate added, He actually managed to handle a 3rd stage giant bug all by himself. Another teammate spoke up. Trongdan, the teeth of the Nganyi Thuoktunya Trung are very important to us. Trongdan looked at the person in front and said, I'll go negotiate with him. Seeing Trongdan approach, Lam Tu asked, What's going on? Trongdan scratched his head and smiled. Big brother, you have so many teeth from the Nganyi Thuoktunya bug. Could you give us some? Trongdan negotiated. It's not a gift. We will exchange it with other materials. This tooth is really important to us. Lam Tu walked away, waving his hand. These teeth are useless to me. Take them. Consider it a thank you for what you just said on my behalf. Zhangdan's eyes lit up with excitement. Really? That's great. Thank you, Truongdan called out to her team. Hey everyone, come over here and start pulling the teeth. Loi Loi smiled, saying it was surprisingly easy for us to take all the teeth from this parasite. Truongdan, didn't he also look at us? Truongdan snapped back, saying if she kept talking, he'd pull out all her teeth. Trongdan's group stopped pulling the teeth of the parasite. Then Trongdan's group peeked out, and Loi Loi said, Hey, it looks like that guy has already left. Lam Tu was walking away, his figure fading into the distance, but his foot sank into the sand again. Lam Tu quickly jumped into the air, shouting, Not another giant worm, is it? Lam Tu held his spear ready for battle, staring at the spot that had just sunk. Smoke rose from the sand, and Lam Tu was suddenly pulled underground, his face turning pale as he screamed non-stop. In the end, Lam Tu landed somewhere beneath the earth. Lam Tu crawled up, rubbing his head and groaning. "It hurts. I think I fell into a cave." He looked at the strange place before him and wondered, "Where is this?" "It looks like a secret passage." Lam Tu reached out to touch the wall. Could this be a relic left over from the war between humans and alien invaders in the century? I heard that many places in the Death Road are relics left over from the great battle in the last century. Lam Tu touched the light in the center of the pattern on the wall. Could those strange indentations on the wall be some kind of mechanism? Deep inside the secret passage, red eyes were fixed on Lam Tu. Lam Tu narrowed his eyes, sensing something approaching. A giant golden chup appears. It is a golden trial beast in its third transformation. And it wasn't just one golden rat, but a whole swarm of them. Lam Tu was terrified like this. Lam Tu took a battle stance. The swarm of golden beasts attacked. Lam Tu swung his spear with force. Each strike unleashed bursts of power that took down the golden beasts. The system announced that the evolved third-stage golden beast spirit was killed, earning 180,000 experience points. Lam Tu kept attacking, and the system kept announcing. The evolved third-stage golden beasts earned 180,000 points. In moments, Lam Tu wiped out all the golden beasts. The golden beasts lay in a long line on the ground, while Lam Tu stood catching his breath, relieved that although there was no real threat, the sheer number was exhausting to kill, yet he smiled at the bag in his hand, knowing it wasn't for nothing. The experience points and rare beasts were not bad. Lam Tu ventured deeper inside, sensing the golden beast had been startled and had just fled to their own territory. As Umbi walked, Lam Tu guessed, could there be someone else in the tunnel? Sensing an attack, Lam Tu quickly blocked it with his spear. "Who is it?" Truong Dan was bewildered. "Is that you?" Lam Tu was also surprised. "Who are you guys?" Lam Tu asked if it was you who disturbed the golden mice just now. "You guys ended up here again?" Jang Dan smiled and explained, "We were just traveling through the desert. Suddenly the sand gave way and then I fell down here." Huang Kim Thu. It seems like we just disturbed a group of evolved beasts." Jang Dan laughed happily. "We really have a connection. Let's get to know each other a bit. My name is Trong Dan. This girl is Loi Loi, and the tall guy next to her is her boyfriend, Quang Luk. The other culprit named Bang Vu." Truong Dan's teammates warmly greeted Lam Tu. "Hello?" Lam Tu also smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Lam Tu. If we fall together, let's go together." Lam Tu walked with Truong Dan's group. Truong Dan asked what kind of secret passage this really was. "Why is there no passage?" Lam Tu, walking beside, answered, "There must be a pile of debris left here from the year 2554. Truong Dan was surprised. "More than 100 years have passed since 2554. How do you know that?" Lam Tu pointed behind and explained, "I just saw the time engraved on the wall." Lam Tu recalled the carved images on the wall when they first entered, and asked if anyone felt the indentations on the wall looked familiar. Truong Dan was confused and asked, "Familiar how?" Lam Tu suddenly had an epiphany, took out the strange crystal. Truong Dan looked at the crystal. "Which evolved beast does this strange crystal belong to?" Lam Tu answered, "The third stage golden beast. It was disturbed by you guys. The evolved beasts ran ahead. I found some and killed a few." Lam Tu held the red strange star in his hand, and when he encountered the golden beast, I was very curious why this place had that kind of evolved beast. It wasn't until I killed them and took out the strange star that I suddenly realized the golden beast was the key to this secret passage. Lam Tu placed the strange crystal into the center of the carving from earlier. The crystal fit perfectly and began to glow. The door opened. Lam Tu said, "I really guessed right." Truong Dan was amazed. The passage really opened. They stepped through the door, with Lam Tu providing knowledge. People from the previous century used evolution beasts' strange crystals as a new energy source. People at that time not only used alien crystals to enhance their own strength, but also used them in many different places. It seems this relic also used alien crystals as fuel. In front of Lam Tu's group were piles of junk and scraps. What kind of strange things are these? Truong Dan observed that this place was very likely a laboratory from the previous century. Lam Tu guessed this was a group of shocked mutants. Before him was the image of a mutant lying in a test tube as if being maintained. Mutants in the last century. To defeat alien invaders, Earthlings merged human bodies with the DNA of evolved beasts to create a new kind of human. The image of the mutant's head became clearer. This new human is very strong, but also very bloodthirsty and brutal. Eventually, the experiment had to end and all the mutants were exterminated. The mutant bodies were also very tough. Lam Tu frowned in surprise, never expecting that after a century, something this terrifying would still not have completely disappeared. Suddenly, black vines appeared at his feet. It's wrapped around my leg. Bang Vu, help me! Help me, please! Bang Vu, hang in there, what is this? Let me go. Bang Vu then pulled Bang Vu down. Bang Vu. Lam Tu's men were caught off guard as Bang Vu desperately called for help. Save me! The vines were very dangerous. Bang Vu reached out for help. Help me! Then Bang Vu was pulled deeper in, leaving only desperate cries for help. Help me! Truongdan rushed forward. Bang Vu struggled to rise, the vine wrapped around his entire body, suspending his chest in midair to gasps of surprise. Whoa, what is this? Bang Vu shouted angrily, let me go! But the vine wrapped around Bang Vu and Tuedi it, yet a light of power surged forward. Huang Luk and Loi Loi were stunned. Zhang Dan looked worried. Bang Vu and Lam Tu rushed forward to attack the vine with their strength, but Bang Vu's body was pierced by the vine. The 5 of them fell to the ground, and Bang Vu's teammates could only call out his name. Lam Tu looked at the vines and said there was no way to save him anymore. This place is very strange. We must quickly find a way out. Bang Vu's body moves, and his teammates keep calling his name. Bang Vu, Bang Vu. Bang Vu's face was covered in veins, and so was his entire body. Bang Vu sat up, his body pierced through by vines, looking terrifying. His teammates were stunned. What was happening? Lam Tu discovered it. Damn it, it was the AM virus. Inside the body of the monster just now was the AM's virus. Lam Tu's group ran with all their strength, with Loi Loi leading the way. Brother Lam, the exit is this way, Truongdan. Lam Tu spoke up. Lam Tu grabbed Truongdan's hand and ran. The fierce evolved beasts howled. The evolved beasts in the flames, Lam Tu's group quickly ran out of there. Lam Tu's eyes were full of astonishment. Behind Lam Tu's group, a pack of evolved beasts was chasing them. Lam Tu shouted, "They're coming! Run fast!" Bang Vu was turned into a zombie, fiercely chasing after them. He raised his muscular arm to attack. Lam Tu unleashed an attack, sending a beam of power toward Bang Vu. His eyes were serious. This AM virus was extremely strong, and warriors infected with it would immediately turn into zombies of the same level. Seeing Bang Vu's twisted zombie form, Lam Tu found a way. And even if the head was cut off, the body could still keep moving. If they bite, the virus spreads instantly. Lam Tu swung his spear, unleashing his power. The only way to deal with them was to cut them in half, completely disabling their ability to move. One of Lam Tu's legs buckled to the ground as the vines coiled into a large spiral, then launched a powerful attack at him. Lam Tu quickly dodged. His eyes widened in surprise as the vines successfully wrapped around his body. The vines grew even more numerous, twisting and curling. Lam Tu looked at them and realized these were definitely not vines but some kind of unevolved beasts. There is also the AMS virus inside their bodies. Lam Tu warned Truongdan's team to be very careful. The vines appeared more and more, and they kept attacking. In an instant, the vines all struck out at once. Lam Tu's group rushed forward to attack. Truongdan is being entangled by them. This is bad. Lam Tu appeared just in time, cutting the vines off Truongdan. Watching the vines being cut, then healing, Lam Tu frowned seriously. These vines are really hard to deal with. Lam Tu unleashed his power, sending out a blazing fire to burn the vines. This thing might be like a plant, not sure if it's afraid of fire. The vines twisted and writhed, bending in the burning flames. Lam Tu smirked. They're afraid of fire. Lam Tu continued his attack, unleashing another burst of flames. Once again, the vines writhed in confusion within the fire. But in just a moment, the fire went out. And the vines remained calm. Not only that, the vines moved in circles following a spiral path. Lam Tu was shocked. This is bad. They will explode and release the mutants. Lam Tu shouted, "Damn it, this guy is really smart. Stop him quickly." All 4 of them, Lam Tu, Truongdan, Loi, and Huang Luk, struggled to cut through the vines. The vines wrapped around the container in front of the mutant, causing it to crack. And finally, the container shattered, releasing the mutant. The mutant fell to the ground. And in a moment, not only one mutant was freed, but another as well. The mutants had now opened their eyes, awakening with long, sharp claws. "The mutant has successfully broken free," it growled fiercely. The system announced a mutated creature of special grade, possessing the explosive power of an evolved beast, without sensation, relentlessly pursuing its enemy. Lam Tu saw the situation was very tense and cursed. "Damn it, they're all grade 3, find an exit quickly." The mutant's hand was reaching close to Lam Tu's face. The mutant swung his hand to attack, but Lam Tu quickly ducked to avoid the strike. Lam Tu's body stiffened for a moment, but he quickly counterattacked the fiercely aggressive mutant fighting with one hand. The mutant swung his arm, sending Lam Tu flying backward. Truongdan was worried. Lam Tu took down several mutants at once, while Truongdan launched a counterattack. Golden lights were unleashed to strike the mutants, but barely affected them. Truongdan was shocked. Is it useless? The light of power still appeared within Truongdan's body. Flames were unleashed to attack the mutated humans. The mutants shouted loudly and charged straight at Lam Tu. Lam Tu called out, "Zhangdan, you go ahead. I will follow behind." Truongdan was worried. Lam Ka and Lam Tu calculated that there were still many dangers lurking in this ruin, so they needed to preserve their strength and could not use rage and power for the time being. Lam Tu swung the spear, unleashing flashes of power, thinking he had to use the crude method his master taught him. Black energy, extremely sharp, combined with his own energy, wondering how powerful it would be. The bursts of power struck directly at the mutant's body with fierce attacks. Lam Tu smiled brightly. His power had indeed increased significantly. Both hands gripped the spear with great strength. Before Lam Tu could even knock the mutant away, the system showed that he killed a level 3 mutant and gained 589,127 experience points. Lam Tu's expression was full of joy and surprise, never expecting to earn over 500,000 experience points. Excellent! Looking at the mutated creatures before him, Lam Tu stood ready to fight, filled with joy. All of this is mine! Lam Tu charged forward to attack. The mutants all aggressively opened their mouths to attack Lam Tu. Lam Tu assessed that although these mutants had thick, tough skin and seemed immune to pain, making them difficult to deal with, they were valuable for gaining experience points. Lam Tu calmly eliminated the mutated humans at this moment. He thought that the narrow path here made it difficult to be surrounded. This is a good opportunity to deal with many enemies and gain experience. The mutated humans fell one by one, surprising Truongdan's teammates. The system announced Tain Tin killed a level 3 mutant, gaining 599,128 experience. Loi Loi's eyes were full of admiration. This big brother is incredibly strong. But then Lam Tu was counterattacked by the mutants, and Loi Loi was stunned. Just 3 seconds after praising him, Truongdan hurriedly ran over from afar, worried. "Brother Lam, watch out!" Truongdan saved Lam Tu from the mutant's strike just in time. The mutant made a sound. Lam Tu stood behind and thrust his spear into the mutant. Lam Tu's eyes were cold as the system kept announcing, "Ding ding, kill the level 3 mutant. Mutant defeated. Gained 577,771 experience. Congratulations to the owner for successfully leveling up to level 18. 10. Received 18 potential points. Lam Tu's strength chart appeared. Host Lam Tu, level 18. Strength 337,349. Physical 107 plus 20. Speed 80. Total combat power 225. 2,350. Third tier martial artist title. The power to control rage is over 100. Skill. Analysis Eye of the False Intestine Fury. Lam Tu looked at his hand and smiled, inwardly. Great. I leveled up again. The system added 18 potential points, 12 strength points, and 6 stamina points. Lam Tu joyfully soared into the air to attack the mutant, feeling as if his power had increased greatly. The black blade felt even lighter as the system announced the killing of a level 3 mutant, awarding 599,000 experience points. Truongdan couldn't believe his eyes. What was going on with this guy? It was like a bloodthirsty fight, getting stronger the more he fought. Lam Tu stood before the mutants, fighting fiercely, when a sound echoed from within, sparking curiosity. This is Lam Tu speaking. The explosion came from the other end of the passage, along with roars, probably a giant evolved beast. The mutants all looked up and shouted at once, then suddenly they all ran away. Truongdan didn't understand. Were they all running away? Lam Tu guessed that something was summoning them. How strong could these 3-realm mutants be if the monsters could command them? Lam Tu walked on, ignoring them. Let's keep moving. In a place within the secret passage, light shone through the opening, casting the shadows of 4 people on the ground, surrounded by a wide variety of weapons. Kwanglook was amazed. Wow, this is an arsenal. Truongdan assessed that they were all old-style guns, and there were even bombs. If we take all of these, we could definitely sell them for a lot of money. Lam Tu said, first we have to get them all out. We still don't know if we can carry them outside yet. Loi? Loi put a finger to his lips, signaling silence. Shh, everyone quiet, it sounds like a fight. All 4 of them leaned in, listening closely. Lam Tu heard sounds through the crack in the door. Trung Dun looked at the door in front of him, and another martial artist had already rushed in. Is there an exit behind this door? Kwang Luk crossed his arms over his chest and spoke. From the gap behind the door, all four of them pushed with all their might. Lam Tu was the one who suggested pulling the door open to see. Truong Dan judged that this door was too heavy. The door was opened. A gap revealed the light. A loud explosion appeared behind the door. Lam Tu was stunned. Before him was a group of martial artists fighting evolved beasts, with smoke rising thickly everywhere. Zhang Dan was amazed. This is Lam Tu's response. I didn't expect so many martial artists and mutants to be here. Zhang Dan wondered why they were fighting here. Lam Tu looked at the mutant in the distance, and finally understood that the mutants we encountered earlier were all driven here by this evolved beast. One of the martial artists was knocked far away toward Lam Tu's group. Lam Tu caught the person. The martial artist wiped his mouth with his hand. Thank you for coming? The group of Zhang Dan was surprised. Tan Feng brushed the dust off his body. Trung Dan, so it's you after all? Zhang Dan looked at the chaos before him and asked, what is happening here? Why are there so many martial artists and mutants here? Tan Feng pointed to the martial artists over there and explained, my friends and I got lost here, but some special martial artists came here to hunt. The deep area in the main hall leads outside, but a level 6 green draconic beast blocks the way, making it impossible to pass. All four of Lam Tu's group looked more helpless than a trapped rat, with one speaking up and another quickly following. Guang Luk said, what? Lam Tu continued. A level 6 draconic beast, huh? Tan Feng recounted. The level 6 draconic demon beast is a giant creature, 10 meters long, resembling a sea dragon covered with long, vine-like green tentacles that are extremely tough and can easily pierce steel plates. Trung Dan was shocked. An evolved 6th grade beast, such a powerful creature, and you guys still dare to face it? Tan Feng looked at the fighters battling fiercely over there. We have more than 100 3rd and 4th grade fighters here, plus a 5th grade fighter named Liu Kuang holding the position. We can definitely kill the evolved beast. Moreover, that evolved beast is blocking the way out. If we don't kill it, we can only wait here to die. Lam Tu spoke up. Still, we're facing a 6th grade evolved beast attacking so recklessly, it doesn't seem wise. Lam Tu thought to himself, those people looked a bit off, all acting like they were crazy. Tan Feng eagerly called out to Lam Tu's group. Instead of waiting here to die, it's better to kill that Luke Dang Kui beast. The 6th level mutated energy inside it is worth a fortune. Tan Feng looked happily at the fighters battling. Moreover, Liu Kuang still had 2 of the latest L2 bombs in his hands. This bomb must have injured the Luke Dang Kui Thu. The bomb was thrown, exploding in a burst of smoke and flames. The vines twisted and appeared again, and when the master unleashed them, there were shouts. The Luke Dang Kui Thu is out, everyone be careful. It's definitely injured. Brother Lu's firepower is really impressive. Lam guessed that the vines in the laboratory were indeed this monster, capable of extending its tentacles so far. In other words, the entire underground ruins were under its control. Liu Chang spoke up. Everyone, the Luke Dung ghost beast has appeared. We will split into 2 groups. Some will block the mutants, and the rest will come with me to confront the Luke Dung ghost beast. The warriors eagerly attacked the tentacles of the dying Luke Dung ghost beast. The warriors shouted wildly as they charged into battle. They worked together to kill the mutants. Lam Tu stopped Zhang Dan's group. Everyone be careful. These mutants are all controlled by the Luke Dang Kui Thu. Lam Tu watched intently, wondering why he suddenly felt so eager to fight. This feeling was strange. The mutant suddenly saw something and aggressively charged at Lam Tu. Lam Tu stabbed the mutant through the chest with his spear, and Trung Dan also slashed the mutant with his sword. Lam Tu kept watching, observing the martial artists fighting over there. Then he saw the joyful expressions on Trung Dan and Kwang Luk's faces. Lam Tu thought that the state of Trung Dan's team was like the others in the main hall. Lam Tu kept watching them, all very excited, fighting with all their might and becoming stronger. Each spear was pulled out from a mutant. Lam Tu looked at the wounds again and hummed. All the mutants had been killed. Trung Dan excitedly pointed, Big Brother Lame, look quickly. The Luke Dang demon beast seems to be in trouble. The Luke Dang demon beast threw its head back, its tentacles pouring out, while the warriors cheered eagerly. The Luke Dang Kui Thu really looked unstable now, continuing its attack. Victory is right before us. We're about to win, the martial artist kept laughing with joy, killing this evolved Luke Jai beast to claim the rare spirit. The 6th grade rare star is mine. Mine. No one better try to steal it from me. Truong Dan joined in the excitement. Brother Lam, let's go too. Lam Tu stopped him, holding Zhang Dan's shoulder, saying we shouldn't go. Haven't you noticed something has changed in yourselves? Zhang Dan asked innocently. What change? Lam Tu explained. From the moment we entered the hall, we became inexplicably excited. All the fighters in this hall, except for Liu Kuang, are in a state of excitement. If I'm not mistaken, the bomb thrown by Liu Kuang definitely has something wrong with it. The bomb might contain adrenaline gas. Watching the warriors fiercely fighting the Lukdang Kuithu, Lam Tu continued to explain that this gas stimulates human adrenaline. While it can boost combat effectiveness for a short time, it is harmful to the human body. That's why these fighters are risking their lives to attack the Lukdang demon beast. Liu Kuang is treating everyone like human shields. Zhang Dan understood the problem and angrily said, "Damn it, that bastard actually uses us as human shields." Lam Tu continued, moreover, he is exploiting the Lukdang Kuithu to wear down our numbers, hoping to benefit like a fisherman waiting for a catch. The Lukdang Kuithu aggressively lashes out with its long tentacles. A severely injured martial artist speaks up. "This isn't right, the evolved beast is playing dead." The martial artist with red claw marks all over his body replied, "No, it's definitely a counterattack before death. Everyone, keep attacking." The tentacles of the Lukdang Kui were launched to attack the martial artists, who screamed in pain. Other martial artists, anxiously asked him, "Are you okay, brother?" Suddenly, the martial artist who was just attacked by the tentacle had veins bulging all over his body, a pale face, bloodshot eyes, and was growling. Those martial artists turned into zombies, mindlessly attacking the others. The uninfected martial artists were terrified. They've mutated. It's the AMS virus. Everyone be careful. The zombie is attacking an ordinary martial artist. The martial artists screamed in fear. Like Hoa said, "I am Diep Lang Than." Those zombies kept attacking, and the martial artists were shouting, "Stop immediately." Truong Dan and his team witnessed this transformation. Luckily, no one rushed in earlier. The mutants were eliminated by us, so this evolved beast deliberately lured the martial artists close and then turned them into its puppets. Lam Tu spoke up, but judging by its condition, it probably can't hold on much longer. Liu Qiang shouted, "They are no longer our allies, kill them all!" The martial artists obeyed obediently, shouting, "Kill, kill!" Meanwhile, Liu Qiang also threw his weapon, unleashing his power. Liu Qiang's attack charged straight at the six-claw beast. The six-claw beast fell, its body torn open, revealing an object inside. The martial artists with astonished eyes are the sixth-rank alien martial artists. The eager martial artists laugh with joy and scramble, claiming it is theirs. "Get lost, that's mine." Liu Qiang's eyes were full of possession. "This is mine." Liu Shuang threw his weapon, killing the fighters. "You all deserve to die." The martial artists were caught off guard and could only call out to Brother Kuang. Truong Dan asked Brother Lam, "What should we do now? Robbery?" Lam Tu smiled. "Of course we have to rob. That bastard doesn't deserve that rare star." Liu Kuang smiled wickedly. "It's mine, and no one better try to take it from me." While Liu Kuang laughed triumphantly, claiming ownership, Lam Tu rushed in from behind, eyes sharp, swinging his spear to attack, and Liu Kuang sneered mockingly. Liu Qiang also realized it. "Kid, you dare to compete with me." Liu Qiang quickly counterattacked Lam Tu. Lam Tu sneered, "You put drugs in the bomb so everyone present would take the hit for you, benefiting yourself, like a true scoundrel." The other martial artists were shocked. "What did you say?" They questioned Liu Qiang what was going on. The martial artists who learned the truth were all furious. "Damn it! This despicable little man, kill him! That alien is ours!" The martial artists charged fiercely at Liu Kuang. "Kill him! Kill him!" Liu Kuang's eyes gleamed as he swung his weapon fiercely. "That kid doesn't know his own strength. Go die." Lam Tu's eyes were calm as he assessed the situation. "I'm a third-tier fighter, and my skills definitely can't withstand a single strike from a fifth-tier warrior. Luckily, he just killed the Lukdang demon beast, so he must have used up a lot of energy and isn't as strong as usual." Liu Qiang launched an attack at Lam Tu, their powers clashing. But then Liu Qiang was knocked back, followed by an explosion. The warriors charged at Liu Qiang, shouting curses, "You bastard, taking advantage of your weakness to end your life. Die." The martial artists were furious beyond measure, tricked into being human shields. "Kill him! Kill him!" They charged forward, hacking at Liu Kuang. Liu Chuang also fought back with all his might. The fighters looked at Lam Tu and quickly shouted, "Kid, get out! The alien energy is ours, stealing our alien energy. You should die too." Lam Tu struck out at them with a palm. The Lukdang Kuithu on the ground twitched, and Lam Tu sensed it. Looking at the tentacles of the Lukdang Kuithu lying on the ground, Lam Tu said, "This Lukdang Kuithu is not dead yet." His eyes turned sly. "Good, I just found another one." Lam Tu unleashed his power to kill the Lukdang Kui Thu, the system displayed. Excellent. Killed the Lukdang Kui Thu Lukjai, gained 8,888,888 experience points. The Lukdang Kui Thu lay sprawled on the ground from the final blow. Lam Tu's eyes were full of disappointment. An evolved Luke-level beast worth only a little over 1,000,000 experience points is just too stingy. Lam Tu approached the Lukdang demon beast, realizing in his heart, no, maybe his damage to the Lukdang demon beast was below 40%, so he only received 1/10 of the experience points. Liu Cheng ran up from behind. Kid, stop right now, that belongs to your boss. Lam Tu stood up, ready to strike. Liu Chang launched an attack, threatening him to go die. Liu Kuang swung his weapon at Lam Tu. Lam Tu used his spear as a shield, the clash of weapons sparking flashes of light. Seeing Liu Kuang fiercely trying to kill him, Lam Tu calculated in his mind that a 5th-grade martial artist was not something he could handle. At this rate, he would lose soon and had to find a way to escape. Lam Tu smirked. Then let's see this move. Lam Tu attacked with his spear. Liu Chang dodged but couldn't hide his surprise. Damn, how did this brat suddenly get so strong? He's just a low-level martial artist. Lam Tu smiled. The 5th-grade martial artist was nothing more than that, his whole body radiating power. Take another hit from me, the strongest martial skill. Liu Kuang grimaced. The last strike still wasn't its strongest move. Lam Tu shouted to boost his morale, then ran off as fast as he could, not forgetting to curse the idiot. Liu Kuang was boiling with rage. Damn it, how dare he mess with me? I'll tear you to pieces for sure. Watching Lam Tu's back as he ran away, Lam Tu reached the door and opened it for him. Behind, Liu Kuang was charging fiercely, saying, You think you can run away that easily, kid? Lam Tu gritted his teeth and struggled to open it. Oh. Lam Tu pushed his body to the limit, and finally the door creaked open a little, but behind him, Liu Qiang had already caught up and was swinging his weapon. Die! The brat sneered. Suddenly, a terrifying explosion erupted behind Lam Tu, sending him flying, while the system also announced the defeat of the 5th-grade martial artist, awarding 12,000,000 experience points. Amidst the thick smoke, Lam Tu cheered while the system announced congratulations to the owner for successfully leveling up to level 19 and receiving 19 potential points. Lam Tu grimaced in pain, touching his head, feeling like his entire skeleton was about to crack. If he hadn't gone to that weapons warehouse earlier and even gotten a bomb, he wouldn't have stood a chance against that 5th-grade martial artist. Lam Tu looked at the personal strength stats displayed. Host Lam Tu level 19. Strength 349 to 359. Physique 113 plus 20. 120 plus 20. Speed 80 to 82. Total combat power 2,350 to 2,520. Martial artist rank 3. Accumulating over 100 rage, the analytical eye skill activates camouflage. Lam Tu focused and instructed the system to allocate 10 potential points in strength, 7 points into physique, 2 points into speed. Team Trungdan rushed over. Mr. Lam, are you okay? Lam Tu wiped his mouth and smiled. I'm fine. Trungdan asked, What about that 5th-grade martial artist? I saw him chasing you just now. Lam Tu proudly recounted his feat. I tricked him into the armory and blew him to pieces. Tan Fong was horrified hearing the shocking story. No way, that was a 5th-grade martial artist? You really took him down like that? And Trungdan proudly praised, Lam, you're really strong. Lam Tu and his group started moving, and Lam Tu said, Let's go. The Lukdang demon beast is dead. We can escape this cursed ruin now, right? On the ground lay the bodies writhing in agony. Mutants and those turned into zombies. Lam Tu looked at them. It seemed only a few of us were left. Lam Tu sat down to rest with Trungdan's team. Lam Tu said, Let's treat the wounds first. Rest a bit, then we'll set off. Lam Tu held the water bottle and tilted his head toward the shattered body of Lukdang Kui Thu across the way. There must be a lot of useful documents on the body of the Lukdang Kui Thu, and there should be something usable on the bodies of these soldiers as well. After an hour, Lam Tu asked Trungdan's team, Are you done yet? Let's set off. Lei Lei eagerly raised her hand. Let's go, let's go! The whole group started moving away from this place. Lam Tu wondered if going straight ahead would lead them out of the ruins. Tan Fong, with one arm bandaged, spoke up. Maybe it's possible. Before, after causing chaos all over the ruins, those people and I finally reached this place. Everywhere else is blocked off. Lam Tu was surprised it was just an iron gate like this. Couldn't they have designed something more stylish? Truongdan, Lam Tu, Quangluk, and Loi Loi all pushed the iron door open together. Lam Tu cheered, Let's open this iron door together. Meanwhile, Tan Fong stood aside watching, unable to help because of his injured arm. Lam Tu opened the door, his eyes full of surprise. Inside, there were many machines. Lam Tu also found the control room. Trong Dan looked at the machines inside and asked Tan Fong, "I remember you studied a lot about technology before. Can you start up this control panel?" Tan Fong replied, "This is an older model control panel, basically unfamiliar. Moreover, first we need to figure out how to start this machine." Lam Tu believed that the underground relic must use strange crystals as a power source, so let's see if there is any device where we can insert the crystals. Lam Tu saw a power box and reached out to open it. "This is probably just a power box, right?" Inside the power box were small square slots that seemed to require something to be installed. Lam Tu fitted the spirit stones perfectly, placing one after another. In the end, Lam Tu lost his temper, thinking it was asking for too much. He kept placing one gem after another, and finally, only 2 more were left to complete it. The power box was finally filled with the strange crystals, but the dots just blinked across without any response. Lam Tu felt no joy, angrily smashing the power box while shouting curses. You took 20 of his rare crystals and still nothing happened. The power box needs a jolt. It only starts with a jolt. The strange crystals also lit up and connected with each other. Seeing the power box activated, Lam Tu was speechless. It really needed a beating to start. Trung Dan on the other side saw that Lam Tu had found it and was happy. "Brother Lam, you found the power source?" Lam Tu said sadly, "I found the power box, but it takes 20 strange crystals to start this control room." Tan Feng became enthusiastic. "I know, this is the teleportation center. We can finally get out." Lam Tu's eyes, wide and innocent, asked, "Do you know how to use it?" Tan Feng was full of a spirit. There should be no problem." Tan Feng reached out to start the activation, flicking the control lever. A beam of light appeared in the center of the room, and Tan Feng smiled to himself. "All right, I really am a genius." Looking at the light in the center, Tan Feng explained that this teleportation platform can take us to the surface. Tan Feng and Lam Tu's group ran to the light platform, but the alien force probably couldn't hold for long, so everyone quickly stood on the teleport platform. Lam Tu's group stood on the platform under the light, and in an instant, they all disappeared. Then the 5 of them were thrown out, sand flying everywhere, everyone screaming in pain. Lam Tu landed with great dignity while Tan Feng groaned in pain. "Who was hurt?" Tan Feng smiled. "We're out. That's great. Finally able to leave that cursed place. Quang Luke must be just as happy to have his life back." Lam Tu spoke up. "All right, everyone, we'll part ways here. Hope to meet again if we get the chance." Truong Dan asked, "Lam Tu, where are you planning to go?" Lam Tu smiled. "Just straight ahead." Truong Dan watched the figure of the young man walking away and thought to himself, going straight ahead, could it be that Lam Tu also wants to go there, while Loi Loi stood beside him, nudging Truong Dan's arm teasingly? "Is it because you can't bear to leave that you're chasing after him?" Truong Dan glared at Loi Loi to shut her up, only she was so talkative. Loi Loi covered her mouth, laughing with delight. In the darkness, by a wall, Lam Tu sat next to it with a small fire burning nearby. Lam Tu put his luggage down, not expecting the desert night to be so cold. He took out items from his luggage, realizing he hadn't carefully checked the form of the evolution beast's 6th grade alien before in his rush. Inside was a strange beast eating other strange beasts. Caught red-handed, it froze stiff. Lam Tu was stunned. Damn, what the hell is this? As the 6th grade mutant star matured, the 6th grade mutant star quickly hid the mutant star behind its back, pretending it hadn't done anything. Lam Tu was confused. What had he just seen? This 6th grade mutant was actually shy and scared. It had truly become a spirit. Lam Tu picked up the 6th grade strange spirit and asked, "What exactly are you? Could you be an evolved beast?" Silently ran into my pocket and ate that rare 6th grade spirit pill. Lam Tu's eyes blazed with anger. "Damn it! I want to kill you, cut you open to get my spirit pill back." The strange spirit, Green Shell, panicked, signaling with its hand that it shouldn't do that. Lam Tu smiled, realizing it could indeed understand him. Lam Tu took a picture of the 6th grade alien essence and posted it online to see what it really was. Lam Tu also found out, but still couldn't identify it. Could it be an alien creature that looks like a mutated star? Lam Tu touched the body of the mutated star 6th stage, making it giggle ticklishly. It looked tough like a 2-star outside, but was actually soft and squishy. "Forget it, I won't kill you, but you're not allowed to eat my alien scraps, and you're definitely not allowed to run away," Lam Tu said as he looked at the 2nd-level green alien sitting on the ground, feeling a bit bored on the road. "Consider it raising a pet. I'll call you Quan Con." A few days later, Lam Lam Tu used his spear to stab the evolved beast, and the system notified that he killed a third-level pink desert seed, earning 150,000 experience points. As for Quan Con, it quickly ran to the evolved beast and took out the mutant crystal. Quan Con handed the crystal to Lam Tu. Lam Tu smiled. "You helped me get quite a few rare crystals. Consider this one a reward for you." Watching Quan Quan happily eat the crystal, Lam Tu thought to himself, "This little creature looks chubby, but it runs incredibly fast. When I kill the evolved beast, it can pull out the strange crystal for me. This helps me avoid a lot of trouble. Moreover, it seems to really enjoy eating the strange crystals." Under the clear blue sky in front of us are rows of green trees with a lake right in the middle. Lam Tu called out excitedly, "Look, Con Con, it's an oasis. The clear water even has pure bubbles." Lam Tu tilted his head back, water droplets splashing up, his expression pure joy, completely at ease. Both Lam Tu and Con Con felt as fresh as flowers. Lam Tu laughed heartily, joyful, truly joyful. Suddenly, Lam Tu sensed someone attacking, a sword blade coming close to him. Lam Tu quickly counterattacked to stop it. Whoever the attacker was, their skills were too strong, knocking Lam Tu and Con Con far away. Lam Tu thought to himself the sword was really sharp. This was a master. But Lam Tu was stunned to see the girl appearing before her was herself, and Lac Nuit was also shocked. It was Lac Nuit who suddenly lost his balance and dropped his sword. Lam Tu quickly caught her. "Hey, hey, hey!" Lam Tu's eyes filled with worry. "Are you okay?" Lam Tu looked at her hand stained with red. "Blood, you're injured." She quickly put down her luggage. "I have medicine with me, let me help you apply it." On Lac Nuit's back was a large slash, blood spreading across her back, her body trembling. Lac Nuit was determined not to give in. Hey, let me go." But Lam Tu was very serious. If she told me to let go, then I had to let go. "I'm not letting go. Are you going to bite me? I'm giving you the most precious recovery medicine," Lam Tu gently advised while applying the medicine to Lac Nuit. The drops seeped into the wound on her back. Lam Tu asked who had hurt her. Before she could answer, Lac Nuit had already closed her eyes and fallen asleep. Lam Tu covered Lac Nuit with his jacket, thinking that before, his rank wasn't high enough to see her true level. Unexpectedly, she is a 4th-grade martial artist, and her combat power far surpasses others of the same rank. Lac Nuit is now a 4th-grade martial artist. Lac Nuit squinted and asked, "What are you doing here?" Lam Tu crossed his arms, looking mysterious. "Guess what? If you get it right, there will be a reward," but Lac Nuit couldn't care less about Lam Tu's jokes. Vu Pham turned around, saying, "Whatever you want, I'm not interested," and Lam Tu could only think to himself that this girl was really boring. Lam Tu made it clear, "Actually, this time I came to the Holy City Academy because I was selected by the Academy." Lac Nuit remembered their conversation back then. Lam Tu asked Lac Nuit, "That's right, where are you from?" Lac Nuit had already flown away, leaving only 2 words, Holy City. So now Lac Nuit suddenly sat up, very surprised that he was really selected by the Holy City Academy. Lam Tu replied calmly, "Yes, but don't get the wrong idea. I didn't come to Holy City because of you." Lac Nuit didn't bother lying down and turned away. "Humph, you're overthinking it. Lam Tu just knows 3 dots. The 2 of them sensed something strange. Lac Nuit sat up, and Lam Tu also got ready to stand. Hiss, it seems like more than one person is coming. Lac Nuit frowned. "They're here for me. You better hurry." Lam Tu grabbed the bag worn in front, lowered his voice and said, "As a man, how could I leave a woman behind and run ahead? Come on, I'll carry you." Lac Nuit also climbed onto Lam Tu. Lam Tu ran quickly, not forgetting to remind her, "Hold on tight." The wild beast in his luggage appeared, holding a fruit medicine, and said, "Take this medicine to speed up your recovery." Lac Nuit was surprised. This was a 6th-level evolved beast. Lam Tu introduced, "This is my pet. Quan Con, don't even think about taking the mutated spirit inside it." Lac Nuit held the bottle of medicine with a bored expression. "It's just a 6th-grade mutant after all." Lam Tu continued, I forgot to tell you. I've already taken the medicine in your hand." Lac Nuit didn't see it as important, so she was indifferent. What happened next? Lam Tu sighed. "She's not cute at all." Lac Nuit spoke up. "If you carry me, you won't run fast." Behind the 2 of them, a group of people were chasing. "She's here!" Lam Tu calmly said, "They're here." The leader shouted, "You think you can run after killing over 100 members of my Black Tiger group?" Another guy with a spear, "Stay back from me." He threw the spear. "Die." The spear flew over Lam Tu and Lac Nuit's heads. Lam Tu kept running urgently. The spear landed right in front of the 2 of them. Then the others caught up to Lam Tu and Lak Nguyet. Those black tigers are fierce. Let's see where you run. Lam Tu looked at the newly appeared men, all of whom were peak third-grade martial artists. Then he looked back at the young lady on his back, thinking that Lak Nguyet was surrounded by these people, yet managed to kill over 100 members of their guild before leaving. This strength was truly terrifying. The leader reached out to touch his catfish beard. Little sister, don't waste your energy, you won't get away. But Lak Nguyet's eyes were very cold. You will die. The leader spoke. Girl, I attacked you before, and now you're seriously injured. Do you think we're still afraid of you? That guy smiled, though he didn't know where you found such a weakling. His clueless expression was simply not worth looking at. Lam Tu's face looked completely dumbfounded. The leader licked his lips, his eyes full of cunning. You should come to this brother, so he can slowly show you some love. Lak Nguyet said to Lam Tu, Let me go. Lam Tu smiled from behind. It seems I'm being underestimated. The leader shouted loudly, telling his men to only attack the men on Lam Tu and Lak Nguyet's side and spare the women. Such beauties would be a pity to kill. Wait a moment, brothers. Let's enjoy this together. Then they laughed loudly, wicked and full of malice. Lam Tu remained calm as he watched them. One of them rushed forward to attack Lam Tu. Die, kid. He swung his sword. Greedy, go to hell. A strike of radiant power was unleashed. Lam Tu thrusts his spear forward with a commanding stance, a smirk playing on his lips. Lam Tu wields his spear, channeling the power of fire. Lam Tu strikes with the move, White Crow Phoenix. The attacker was stunned. What kind of martial art is this? Lam Tu's flame surged straight at the man, making him scream. Meanwhile, Lak Nguyet was fighting the others alone, frowning as she assessed the situation. This girl is clearly badly injured, so why is she still so tough? A subordinate smiled. Your sister is here, that guy is holding a spear. Rushing towards Lak Nguyet, she caught a glimpse of the guy, but Lam Tu's spear stopped him just in time. Lam Tu blocked for Lak Nguyet. Are you okay? Lak Nguyet, back to back with Lam Tu, asked. I'm fine. Are you okay? Lam couldn't be serious. How could a man say he couldn't do something? The two separated to fight. Lam Tu was excited, swift, and victorious. Lam Tu fought the others, and the spear-wielding guy from before smiled excitedly as he charged forward. Kid, you use a spear too? Heh heh, let me show you how to use a spear properly. Lam Tu's eyes were full of seriousness. That guy charged straight in with the meteor strike. Lam Tu spun the spear in his hand, grinning confidently without a hint of embarrassment. I'm the original master of the spear. Lam Tu also unleashed the tidal wave, White Crow Phoenix. A powerful flame appeared, exploding with a bright flash. The spear-wielding guy stepped back, but his expression still looked very intrigued. This kid's got some skill. Lam Tu, holding the spear, also smiled. This is just a fraction of my true power. Behind Lam Tu, two others armed with weapons were rushing straight in to sacrifice themselves. Lam Tu glanced at them, then unleashed a powerful flash of light that sent the two flying back. The spear-wielding man attacked wildly. Damn brat, die already. He charged straight ahead, but suddenly his eyes froze in shock. It turned out that Lam Tu easily dodged and raised his spear to strike directly at him, but he quickly blocked it. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to hold it. Damn, what kind of weapon is this? Why is it so heavy? The man suddenly remembered something. Wait. Looking closely at the spear, he vaguely realized the shaft was heavy and black. Could it be that your spear is the Black Mang? Lam Tu's eyes gleamed with excitement. Oh. You know it too? That guy still used his spear to defend. But I didn't expect my luck to be this good to actually come across such a masterpiece weapon. As long as I kill you, the black spear will be mine. Lam Tu unleashed a flash of light and let out a shout. Lam Tu flew back and asked, You like it? Then I'll give it to you. Lam Tu threw the spear to catch it. The guy caught the spear with one hand, but almost fell forward, his arm holding the spear bulging with tension. This is way too heavy. Lam Tu's eyes sparkled as he mocked foolishly. Lam Tu delivered a series of kicks to the man's stomach, sending him flying. Lam Tu grabbed the spear and charged forward, saying, People like you don't deserve to use it. Another man quickly flew over to block the attack. At the same time, on the other side, the leader was already exhausted and battered. Damn it, this woman is terrifying! His henchmen still attacked eagerly. Die! Lak Nguyet's gaze remained cold as ever. She dodged the attack and now charged forward to counterattack. The henchman was terrified. With one slash, Lak Nguyet cut the man's body in half. Lam Tu shouted, Watch out behind you! The big boss behind is attacking Lak Nguyet. Lam Tu protested. Fighting isn't supposed to be like your style. Having your pretty face slashed isn't good, you know. Lakuat casually shut him up, saying, "Mind your own business and don't let others cut you in half." On the other side, Lam-Tu is fighting two others. Lam-Tu is also having a hard time with these guys. One of them threw a punch, but Lam-Tu managed to dodge. He wiped his chin and assessed that the three of them worked very well together, with a mix of short and long weapons, making them truly difficult to fight. The spear-wielding guy lunged forward, shouting, "It's time!" He split into multiple copies of himself, sending them charging straight at Lam-Tu, fiercely ready to make his mark in the underworld. Lam-Tu's eyes widened in shock as the spear strikes flew straight at him. Looking at the enemies surrounding him, he cursed under his breath, "Damn it, there's no way out anymore." Lam-Tu looked from one enemy to another, realizing the only option was to unleash his rage. His whole body lit up as he shouted, "Rage!" The spear wielder was horrified and surprised. "What is this?" His aura suddenly surged. Lam-Tu's body shone brightly as he charged forward, unleashing his move, Violent Fury Le Hua. His spears also multiplied and rushed straight ahead. The spear-wielding man couldn't believe it. What? The spears pierced straight into that man, the system announced, killing a third-rank martial artist, gaining 302,300 experience points. The others were shocked. Damn, how did this kid suddenly get so strong? Stop hiding it and use your strongest martial skill. Even one person can unleash the Crimson Lotus technique. He unleashed two swords glowing with power, shouting. Lam-Tu's fiery rage showed no sign of fear. "I happen to know the flame skill too." Lam-Tu unleashed a similar light attack, but even more devastating. Baka Triufeng summoned a massive, fiery phoenix, terrifying the enemy, who was then engulfed in flames. The system announced the defeat of a third-rank martial artist, awarding 306,500 experience points, while another opponent unleashed a fierce ice mountain attack. His attacks were unleashed, deadly, but Lam-Tu spun the spear in his hand to form a shield. Lam-Tu swung his sword powerfully. This death. The man's eyes were filled with terror. Lam-Tu pierced through his body with the spear, and the system displayed that he killed a third-rank martial artist, gaining 3,017 experience points. Lam-Tu was satisfied, having finished everything. On the other side, the leader was fighting Lakuat. The leader smiled. "Little beauty, you fight well, but once my men kill that weakling over there, you won't be able to do anything." Lam-Tu appeared. The leader looked up. Lam-Tu struck down at him, but he quickly dodged. Lam-Tu stood in front of Lakuat. "Old man, open your damn eyes and look carefully. Where are your comrades?" The leader shouted angrily. "Damn you useless bastards!" The leader rashly unleashed his power. "I'm risking my life against you." The leader's eyes sharpened. "Die." The leader flew into the air to attack, furious like a raging army. Lam-Tu smiled. "I'm also an expert at saving your ass. Now it's your turn." In the air, one person wielding a sword and another with a spear charged straight at each other. Their weapons clashed, but the leader lost ground as Lam-Tu managed to stab him. The system announced, "Kill the third-rank martial artist. Gain 301.17 experience points." After clearing the battle, Lam-Tu carried a wooden beam on his shoulder, holding a spear in one hand as he walked over, sat down beside Lakuat, panting, and asked, "Are you okay?" Lakuat hugged her body. "I'm fine." Lam-Tu handed her the medicine. "Take this. Don't worry, I haven't taken this one yet." Lakuat drank the potion, not expecting his strength to increase so rapidly. Lam-Tu admired himself. Hey, that's my handsome guy, a genius with extraordinary talent." Lakuat stood up, and Lam-Tu was puzzled. "Oh, where are you going?" Lakuat replied. "Holy City," Lam-Tu exclaimed. "You're going to Holy City too?" Lam-Tu stood up carrying his luggage. "That's great. Hey, wait for me. Just now I used a lot of my strength to help you, and I'm seriously running out of energy. Let's take a short break." Lakuat ignored him and kept walking. Lam-Tu hurriedly chased after her. "Hey, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Do you want to wear me out?" In the forest, the leaves are lush and green, and there are even some strands of hair. Lam-Tu thought to himself, finally seeing a forest that looks somewhat normal. Lam-Tu followed behind, admiring the scenery. It seemed they were about to reach the Holy City Academy. Suddenly, a voice said, "Ha, we won't let you get to the Holy City Academy that easily." Lam-Tu and Lakuat turned their heads together toward the sound. Over there, Truongdan was discussing something with a group. "Kong Haothian, what do you mean?" Kong Haothian said with a sly expression. "I heard that the Holy City Academy will have a multiple-choice test for new students, so wouldn't it be better for us to handle the competition in advance?" Truongdan understood and said, "So you want to kill us?" Haothian calmly defended himself. "We're all classmates. Talking about killing sounds harsh. I just hope you know when to back off." Tianfeng was furious. Retreat! You all know how dangerous this whole road is. Coming back to kill us, how is that any different? Lakuat asked Lam Tu from a distance. Do you know them? Lam Tu replied, I do. Lam Tu and Lakuat approached. Lam Tu waved his hand in greeting, surprised by how lively the place was. Truong Dan's eyes lit up happily. It's big brother Lam Tu. Lam Tu looked at Hao Thian and said, Brother, I'm also a new student at the Holy City Academy. Shouldn't I turn back too? Truong Dan was surprised. Big brother Lam Tu, you really are a new student at the Holy City Academy. Truong Dan sighed. We are also new students, but there is a difference between these new students and other new students. Hao Thian looked at Lam Tu, who just appeared, and said in an annoying tone, Little brother, you should know that the beauty beside you is pretty good too. Hao Thian reached out to touch Lakuat's face, saying, I can let you guys off, as long as those two beauties agree to be my girlfriends. How about that? Lakuat withdrew at her sword. Hao Thian kept teasing. Come here, little sister. Lakuat coldly swung her sword, the tip grazing Hao Thian's finger. Hao Thian pulled his hand back, eyes filled with horror. Damn this crazy girl, she almost cut off my finger. The underling whispered, Big brother, it seems like he is a 4th-level martial artist. Hua Tian smiled calmly at Lakuat Ungdung. So what if she's a 4th-level martial artist? Ha ha! Don't you see it's injured? How could a girl like that let it go so easily? Lam Tu spoke up. Lam Tu asked if they knew the Black Fox bandits. Hao Thian replied, So what if we know them? They're just over 100 people, and there aren't many 3rd-level martial artists among them. How come you also have ties with the Black Fox bandits? Do you think I'm afraid? Lam Tu crossed his arms over his chest, his eyes darkening. We do have connections with them, but because they offended us, they have completely vanished from this world. The henchman was shocked as if he had heard something earth-shattering. What did you say? More than 100 people, and at least 5 peak 3rd-stage martial artists among them, were all killed by you. Another subordinate spoke up. Even we wouldn't dare to offend that group easily. Hao Thian interrupted. You say you killed them. Do you expect us to believe that? Lam Tu smiled. Oh, you don't believe me? You can go ahead and try. Hao Thian responded as well. Oh, the kid's got guts. Hao Thian prepared to strike, holding his sword pointed at Lam Tu. If you want to try, then try. Lam Tu clenched his fist with all his strength, warning that once he was done, Hao Thian would die. Lam Tu threw a punch, a fierce strike, his fist hitting Hao Thian's arm. Hao Thian's men charged forward, ready to die. Hao Thian shouted, All of you, get up and kill that kid! The blade was pressed against Hao Thian's neck. Hao Thian stood still. Lakuat had the sword pointed at him, daring to move, and I'll kill you. The underling pointed and ordered to release him. Lam Tu held up 3 fingers and gave you 3 seconds, smiling in his eyes. Leave or die. Truong Dan and his team were ready. Tianfeng and Quang Luk also stood solemnly in a silent moment. Hao Thian shrugged and said, Fine, fine, we're leaving. After saying that, Hao Thian and his group left. Truong Dan was delighted. Thank you, big brother Lam Tu. That guy's name is Kong Hao Thian, a powerful martial artist from another academy in our city, but he's just very arrogant. If it weren't for you two, we really wouldn't know what to do. Truong Dan scratched his head and smiled at Lakuat, also thanking her. Lam Tu waved his hand, saying it was nothing, we're all on the same side. He then asked Lakuat if this was the end point of the death road. Lakuat replied, Yes. Truong Dan reached out to touch his head. Brother Lam Tu, can we go with you too? Lam Tu agreed. Sure. It's just right that someone on the way can cooperate. Zhang Dan happily thanked big brother Lam Tu. There was a group of martial artists sitting by the fire chatting loudly. Lam Tu, chewing on a piece of meat, looked over at them and asked, I see. Those people all seemed to be from the Holy City Academy. Quite a few of them. Lam Tu asked if anyone knew roughly how many new students enter the Holy City Academy each year. Truong Dan thought for a moment. I don't really know, but our academy, including Bang Vu, has 5 people selected. And there are also 5 people from Kong Hao Thian. Lam Tu said in surprise, So your city selects 10 new students? Lam Tu thought to himself, Tin Diu City only has him alone. So it seems Tin Diu City is still a small town. Truong Dan smiled. Having many people doesn't mean much. For example, we have 5, but none of us are as good as big brother Lam Tu. I heard that this year there is someone from the Thien Kong Academy who is only 18, but already a 5th-level martial artist. Lakuat spoke up. The name is Trak Kai Ten, from the same academy as me. Truong Dan's group was amazed. All the same, Truong Dan asked. You? You two know each other? Are you also a student of the Thayan Kong Academy? Leilei's eyes were full of admiration. Sis, you're amazing. That's the most prestigious academy in Tien Kong City. Ordinary people basically cannot enter Tien Kong City, and when praised, Lac Nuit just blushes, shyly silent, but still manages to show a bit of coldness. The sky is clear, the leaves gently swaying in the wind, and a group of martial artists stand on the tall cliff. Lam Tu was stunned, never expecting that the new students would number over 1,000. These people were at least third-grade novice martial artists, and their ages were around 17 or 18. Zhongdan replied, but the end of the path to death is just a cliff. So where is the Holy City Academy? Lam Tu guessed there might be an organization like the traditional star formation. Lam Tu smiled. It seems we were wrong. A large spaceship appeared and we boarded it. The spaceship landed on the cliff. Sima Cheng appeared and introduced himself. Everyone be quiet. I am Sima Cheng, a first-year teacher at Holy City Academy responsible for welcoming everyone to the academy. Ma Than announced that there was just something he needed to tell everyone. As you all have seen, the Holy City Academy is not at the end of the death path. The reason for this requirement is to let the path of death weed out the weak. Those hot-headed fighters are reckless. But I have faced death 9 times and survived, fighting bloody battles for the meaningless chaos caused by you all. Others agreed. That's right, damn you. Pay for my brother's lives. Ma Than's sharp eyes made it clear. The Holy City Academy does not accept trash. The weak must be eliminated. Those guys didn't understand the situation and charged straight at Ma Than. You're the real trash. I'm done here. Kill this bastard and avenge our fallen brother. Lam Tu stood speechless, watching the scene unfold as a bunch of fools waved their weapons in front of Ma Than, feeding him kills. A beam of light appeared and launched an attack at that guy. In that moment, the guy collapsed to the ground and died on the spot. The others were horrified. What just happened? Ma Than raised his hand, and a special elite squad armed with guns appeared. 2 gave the order to attack, and they raised their guns and fired. The loudmouths from earlier were all shot and screamed in pain. Ma Than remained calm in front of the dead bodies, showing that those who do not follow the rules will meet the same fate. Ma Than continued, next please take out your enrollment notices. Lam Tu and the others took out their enrollment notices. Ma Than directed the rear screen vehicle out, tore the back of the enrollment notice, then instructed everyone to stick the enrollment notice on themselves. Ma Than smiled. The final test was something Lam Tu vaguely guessed. Could it be that Ma Than shouted that only those with the 3 admission notices had the right to board the spaceship? Just as Lam Tu suspected, it was exactly that. Ma Than shouted, "The trial begins!" He smiled wickedly and wished everyone good luck. A martial artist stood before Lac Nguyen, the beauty, holding the enrollment notice. Lac Nguyen looked down on him, unaware of his own limits. That guy had no idea he was walking into a fire pit as he reached out to tease Lac Nguyen. "Come here, little sister." Suddenly, a group of people were thrown back, and the other fighters were also terrified. Lac Nguyen was cold, but strong like a proud rose blooming under the blazing sunlight. The other fighters frowned as they watched Lac Nguyen hand a stack of admission papers to Lam Tu, but he refused, saying, "I don't need it." Then Lac Nguyen gave it to Loi Loi to hold. Loi Loi's eyes shone brightly. "Thank you, sister." Over here, Trong Dan is fighting. A martial artist kicks Trong Dan. "Give it here." Trong Dan feels feverish. "Damn it!" Loi Loi ran over to where Trong Dan had fallen to the ground. "Look at this, it's enough for 3 people. Truong Dan looked at the stack of admission papers in Loi's hand. Loi asked where she got this from, and then answered herself. "Just now, Sister Lac Nguyen gave it to me." Truong Dan wiped his face. "I don't need it. Give it to Tan Fong and Quang Luk. I'll take care of it myself." Loi Loi sighed. Hao Thien and his gang appeared. "Looks like you guys have a lot. Haoshan charges in to attack, obediently hand it over to me, then you can die." Truong Dan used his weapon to block the attack as footsteps approached. Ma Than greeted the 2 people in front of him. The speed is quite fast. Once we have the admission notices for the 3 of them, they can board the spaceship." Ma Than reached out to receive the admission letters. Track Kai Tin greeted her. It had been a while since they last met Lac Nguyen, but Lac Nguyen coldly ignored him. Kai Tin smiled helplessly. He walked inside. It seemed she still didn't like to talk about that. "All right, we'll meet again at the Holy City Academy," Ma Than announced. "Lac Nguyen, you can come up now?" Lac Nguyen replied, "I'm waiting for you." On this side, Loi Loi was attacked by Hao Thien and dropped the admission papers. Quang Luk shouted loudly from the other side, "Loi Loi!" Lam Tu charged from behind Bai O Triu Feng. Hua Tin was amazed by the fiery power of Lam Tu. "Damn! In an instant, all the admission letters of Hao Thien's group were snatched away, taken by Lam Tu using the snow-stepping silver tower technique. Lam Tu handed the enrollment notices to Zhang Dan's group. Here, plus Lak Nuyits, there should be enough for everyone now. Truong Dan spoke up. Even my admission notice that was stolen has been recovered. Thanks, big brother Lam Tu. The Hao Thien group refused to back down. Damn it, pretending to be cool in front of girls feels pretty good, doesn't it? You'll have to pay for this, brothers. Kill them and take back the enrollment papers. Lam Tu glanced, huffing. I was already annoyed with you guys in the forest yesterday. One of them unleashed the deadly sword move, while Lam Tu countered with the violent flower strike. Before the other could finish his attack, Lam Tu stabbed him and even taunted him. Le Ma Le Mei. The system announces that the spirit killed a third-level martial artist and received 350,000 experience points. Hao Thien was not happy, having been killed by a single slash. This kid's agility is terrifying. Another guy also launched an attack. Big brother, leave this kid to me. I'll punish him directly. Lam Tu easily caught the other guy's weapon, thinking he could use a sword with such little strength. Lam Tu drew his spear. Here, take a look at my spear. The guy was stunned. Damn, you can even catch my sword. Lam Tu coldly stabbed through the neck, killing and shocking everyone. An idiot genius, killing a third-rank martial artist. Gaining 350,000 experience points, Lam Tu struck a blow that knocked the spear from his opponent's hand, who gasped in shock. Seeing this, Kong Hao Thien's face turned serious as he shouted for everyone to charge forward. Then, he and two others rushed in, using their skills one after another, making their weapons radiate a sharp and powerful aura. Lam Tu slightly lowered his head, narrowed his eyes with contempt, knowing that no matter how trashy they were all the same. Then he unleashed a decisive strike, a wave of blue like an impenetrable wall crashing forward, shattering each attack from Kong Hao Thien's group and forcing them to retreat. From the thick white smoke, Lam Tu dashed straight out, chasing after Kong Hao Thien. He shouted in shock, "What?" Lam Tu smiled, reminding with good intentions, "Remember to be careful next time." Kong Hao Thien Huang was terrified, raising his hand to shield his face, his pupils shrinking with overwhelming fear. Kong Hao Thien shouted urgently, "Wait, I have something to say. We don't need the notice. Spare us." But before he could finish, Lam Tu unleashed a devastating strike that wiped out him and his gang. They were blasted apart and sent flying. Lam Tu spun his spear calmly, standing firm before each burst of smoke columns. The system announcement sounded all at once. Spirit killed a third-stage martial artist and gained 360,000 experience points. Spirit, killing a third-stage martial artist, gained 371,000 experience points. Spirit, killing a third-stage martial artist, gained 399,900 experience points. After watching Lam Tu's quick and simple moves, everyone watching erupted in awe. A scruffy man who looked like moss had grown on his hair shouted, "That guy is terrifying!" Calmly killing 5 people, another man behind him couldn't help but tremble and sweat, saying, "He's a ruthless person. Don't provoke him. Don't provoke him." The voice was filled with fearful anguish. Truong Dan and Loi Loi ran closer to him, carrying the great swords on their backs. Truong Dan said, "Big brother Lam Tu, thank you." Loi Loi also happily called him Big brother Lam Tu. Beside them, a sturdy man holding a stone hammer also approached amicably and said, "Thank you, brother." Receiving so many thanks makes Lam Tu feel shy. No need to be so polite. We're all on the same side. Suddenly, Lam Tu's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Lak Nguyet standing with her hands on her hips, cheerfully saying, "Lak Nguyet, are you waiting for me?" Lak Nguyet didn't answer. She turned and walked away with a snort. Lam Tu, standing behind, didn't understand, and sighed softly as he watched her back. Truly a proud personality. Moments later, on the large, exquisite armored airship under the blazing sun, the guide's voice broke through clearly and loudly. "Congratulations to everyone for passing the final test and earning the official qualification to study at Saint City Academy." Tu Mathan smiled happily and said with open arms, "From now on, we are classmates. The rules of the Holy City Academy forbid fighting among classmates." Lele spoke coldly. "Just now they forced us to slaughter each other, and now they act like good people." Zhang Dan frowned but said nothing, clearly displeased. Lam Tu was also annoyed by this behavior, clicking his tongue a few times. Tu Mathan, unaware if anyone heard his grievances or dissatisfaction, cheerfully continued, "It will take about 3 more hours to reach the Holy City Academy so everyone can rest comfortably on the spaceship. There isn't a single window on the spaceship. It seems they don't want us to know the exact location of the Holy City Academy." Lam Tu looked around and spoke to the girl in front of him. "Lak Nguyet, Do you know anything about the Holy City Academy? When she heard her name, Lac Nuiet gave him a glance, crossed her arms, and walked past him as she spoke, saying that outwardly, the 4 major academies in the north and south are the highest in the country, but in reality this mysterious Holy City Academy is the top academy. The faculty team, scientific research strength, and martial artists here are all top tier. Thinking of the martial artists with extraordinary power and the great scientific research of the academy, Lac Nuiet continued, it can be compared to the strongest academies in the world. Yes, their attitude towards the new students reveals everything. Lam Tu closed his eyes and smiled softly, saying, the geniuses at ordinary academies here aren't even worth a damn, killing at will. With so many eliminated at once, it's uncertain whether those warriors who lost their admission notices can even make it back alive. Recalling the scene where everyone killed each other over a single paper, Lam Tu's tone revealed a deep sense of pain and helplessness. Then, 3 hours quickly passed as the massive spaceship gradually approached a floating island in the sky, along with a magnificent, colossal structure. The spaceship landed on an open field. Sima Cheng looked at the students and calmly announced, everyone, we have arrived. Standing before the grand gate of Uini Academy, Tumathan proudly said to the students, welcome to Thanthan Academy. Suddenly, a loud screech echoed through the sky as a huge black bird flew out from the academy, and someone screamed in terror, Coo! The 9-level flame mystic bird. Lam Tu also looked up with wide eyes. At this moment, Lam Tu finally got to see its colors, no longer just pitch black from the lack of light. Now, the mysterious bird looked like a flame that never went out. Tumathan looked at it and explained, this evolved beast is an ally of the Holy City Academy, so everyone has nothing to worry about. Lam Tu's face showed shock, his eyes filled with a hint of fear as he thought to himself, the 9-level flame. Mysterious bird is one of the 12 most terrifying evolved beasts left on Earth, and unexpectedly there is one here. Saint City Academy truly lives up to being the most powerful and mysterious academy. Tumathan led everyone through the gateway and clearly said, everyone come here first to begin data collection. In front of them was a low platform with a small electronic screen on the front. On top of the platform was a cube with glowing striped lines on its surface, and beside it stood a long-haired professor with a kind expression. Welcome new students from the south. Please line up and stand in front of this machine for scanning. A person stepped forward, and the cube emitted a beam of light that scanned him from head to toe. After the scan was completed and the contract signed, the platform immediately extended a card with the school emblem and the number 6 from a slot. The professor held up a similar card and began to explain with a smile, this card is your pass at the Holy City Academy and also a points card. Alliance money cannot be used in the Holy City Academy, and only points earned within the school can be used to purchase items. You will be given 500 points each month, so use them wisely. The first student looked confused at the card in his hand, while another student behind him raised his hand and asked, Teacher, you said we are new students from the south, so are there new students coming from other places as well? The professor handed the card to the person in charge and smiled. That's right. There are also new students coming from the north, totaling 641. Their training takes place at the extreme cold zone in the north. They passed the test before everyone else. Very soon, everyone will get to meet. After a while, everyone had their own pass in hand. Lam Tu looked at the card in his hand, lost in thought. He looked at Lac Nuiet and curiously asked if she knew what the number on the back of the pass represented. Lac Nuiet turned to him and showed her card, which had the number 1, completely opposite to his number 10. Lac Nuiet's cold voice said, Class. So you're in class 1 and I'm in class 10. Lam Tu scratched his cheek with his index finger, thinking that because of his camouflage skills, the machine scanned and placed him in class 10, while Lac Nuiet, who was stronger, was assigned to class 1. Tumathan raised his arm high, smiling broadly as he shouted, New students who just got their cards, come over here to me. The number on the back of the card indicates the class everyone is assigned to. Soon, a teacher from each class will come to guide everyone. Before he could even take a step, Trongdan's group found him. Trongdan spoke up. This number actually represents the class. Brother Lam Tu, what class are you in? Lam Tu raised his card, his eyes indifferent to the question. I'm in grade 10. After hearing his answer, Quang Luk, Tanfong, Loi Loi, and even Trongdan all widened their eyes in excitement. Trongdan said happily, Really, that's great. Big brother Lam Tu, we're classmates now. Lei next to me chimed in too. Big brother Lam Tu, Truongdan, me, Huangluk, Tanfong, we all entered grade 10. Lam Tu was also surprised. He whispered, What a coincidence. Watching them laugh and talk so happily, lost in their own world, Lakuat stood beside me with her arms crossed, silently staring at them. Then Tumathan pointed toward the open door as a group of teachers came out and said, "These are your teachers. Please follow the number on your wristbands." From the teacher stepping forward with each number displayed on the wristbands, Tumathan's voice continued, "Please follow your teacher." Lam-Tu turned to look at the girl beside him, sighed softly, and said, "It seems we have to part ways here." But Lakuat said something vague to him, that the academy wasn't that big. Watching her figure grow smaller as she approached her class teacher, Lam-Tu pondered quietly, wondering to himself, "The academy isn't big. Does that mean the arrogant one thinks the academy isn't big enough to meet again? Or that it's small enough for me to have time to find her?" But before he could finish his thoughts, Truongdan had already taken a few steps, turned back and called out, "Big brother Lam-Tu, let's hurry up too." Lam-Tu snapped out of his thoughts and quickly replied, "All right, I'm coming." He stepped forward toward his class professor. The man with long black hair braided over his chest held a watch displaying the number 10. The teacher smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Nam Chin Hui. Starting today, I am your teacher." According to the man, the system board also displayed the information. But except for the opponent's name, all the information afterward, from traits to strategic summaries, was displayed as question marks, meaning it couldn't be grasped. A thought flashed through Lam-Tu's mind. His analytical eye couldn't analyze the teacher's true strength. Lam-Tu's expression grew serious as he silently concluded that this person was very strong. Standing in front of the 10th grade teaching building, which was estimated to be about 10 stories tall, Nam Chin Hui introduced, "This building belongs to our 10th grade. Looking into the classroom with its neat and beautiful furnishings, the teacher continued, "As long as you insert your card into the device on the desk, it can be linked to your profile." The daily lessons, besides basic theoretical knowledge, included a tour of the gym where Nam Chin Hui added, "There are also simulation exercises, mechanical practice activities, special training for martial artists, and so on." Returning to the classroom, Nam Chin Hui stood on the podium and smiled. "Starting now, our class will elect a class president to help support the class. Does anyone want to run?" He asked the opposite side, and Lam-Tu raised his hand and asked, "Teacher Nam, what are the benefits of being class president?" Nam Chin Hui replied, "The class leader needs to keep the key to the training room on the 3rd floor and take care of the equipment inside, but it also makes it convenient for them to train any time, and the school will give an extra 500 points each month as a reward." The students were all amazed and excited, causing a commotion. Wow, winning means getting 500 points more than other students, plus access to the training room any time. Such great benefits. The main character, Hya, said calmly, "Students, take your seats. Everyone just find a spot for yourselves, one by one." Lam-Tu quickly found a seat as well. The main character, Hui, stood on the podium, swiftly working at the teacher's desk. An orange electronic screen appeared as the teacher said, "It seems no one has chosen anyone, so let's vote. The one with the most votes will be our class president for Class 10. In front of Lam-Tu appeared a system board displaying all the names of the students in Class 10. "Heh. With benefits like this, of course I have to choose myself," thought Lam-Tu, as he raised his hand to tap his name on the system board. Another student eager to compete said, "With such good treatment, I choose myself." A student sitting next to him agreed, "Right, of course we can't let others take the benefits." After a few seconds, teacher Nam Chin Hui spoke up. "The results are in. Lam-Tu has 5 votes and becomes the class president of Class 10. The numbers appeared on the system board. Except most people voted for themselves, so only got 1 vote each, and the group of 3 people led by Truongdan voted for Lam-Tu, so instead of no votes he had 2. The ones who received votes were Phi Phi with 3 votes and Lam-Tu Cat with 2 votes. But the group was unhappy, and a strong-looking student angrily pointed at Lam-Tu and shouted, "No, they all know each other. It's not fair, not fair." 1 or 2 voices echoed the words "not fair." The person sitting next to that student also rested his hand on the table and said sharply, "That's right, Teacher Nam, it's not fair." Nam Chin Hui closed his eyes and asked vaguely, "What do you think would be fair?" Labin immediately clasped his hands and showed off his strong muscles, confidently saying, "As the class president of Class 10, my strength must be the strongest among us." Another voice quickly interrupted in agreement. Right. Strength must come first." Teacher Nam Chin Hui responded very comfortably. "All right, but the fight is a bit rushed. Let's use this to decide the winner." The teacher finished speaking and immediately pressed a button on the teacher's desk. The strength measuring device would determine who had the strongest fist and declare the winner. A mannequin-like machine rose from the floor in front of them, and the teacher asked evenly, "How is it?" Everyone shouted in agreement. Labin stepped forward, his hair changing from blue to light brown, full of confidence as he pointed to himself and said, "Teacher Nam, let me go first." He smirked, his face radiating arrogance. Labin focused his strength on his elbow and shoulder, gathered his power, leapt forward, and punched the force measuring machine with a loud thud, causing the display on the machine's chest to instantly jump to 9,800 kilograms. The students below immediately erupted, excitedly praising and admiring. The whole group, noisy, actually hitting 9,822 kilograms. Oh my God. I couldn't hit that no matter how hard I tried. As expected of Labin, impressive. He lifted just one finger. Unlike the student's emotional outburst, Lam Tu remained unfazed, even looking a bit bored. Nam Chin Hui glanced at the number on the measuring device and smiled warmly, praising him. Yeah, not bad strength. Labin turned and walked down, meeting Lam Tu with undeniable contempt. He flexed his muscles and said, Lam Tu still has a long way to go if he wants to be class president. Lam Tu snorted and replied as he walked away, I'm definitely going to be class president. He stepped up to the strength meter, pointed at it, and asked, Teacher Nam, I want to ask if I break this, do I have to pay for it? Teacher Nam, the main character Hui, gave him an answer. No need, just use your full strength. Labin grinned widely at the students behind him and laughed loudly. That foolish kid actually worries about breaking this with one punch. Truly arrogant. Lam Tu stretched out his right arm, stepped up to the strength meter, and in an instant, he smirked proudly, gathering power in his right arm before delivering a deadly tiger punch. With a loud bang, Lam Tu's fist struck the force meter, creating a powerful shockwave. Nam Chin Hui stared in shock as shards of the meter flew out, while Labin was directly horrified, mouth agape, shouting loudly. He really broke it. Is this even human? Nam Chin Hui looked at Lam Tu's knowing smile, still unable to hide his shock. This guy silently used martial techniques, but even with that, the force meter shouldn't have broken so easily. The teacher paused for a moment before concluding that the strength of this kid really cannot be underestimated. Jang Dan laughed heartily from below. I knew it! Big brother Lam Tu is definitely number one. Lam Tu smiled, his handsome face shining brightly. Nam Chin Hui's steady voice echoed. If no one has any objections, Lam Tu will serve as the class president of Class 10. In addition, you can access the school network just by scanning your card with your phone. If there's nothing else, we'll end here for today, and tomorrow at 6 a.m. we'll gather in class. Trung Dan suddenly remembered something while sitting below and quickly raised his hand to ask, Wait, Teacher Nam, I want to ask where our dormitory is. Nam Chin Hui happily replied, Holy City Academy does not provide housing. Students must use points like money to rent a room they like. Everyone can go to the housing registration office to find a place they like and rent it. The group of students stared in shock and shouted in unison, What? You have to rent it yourself? The teacher's bright smile couldn't be hidden as he quickly said, That's right, dismissed. In front of the housing registration office, bustling with people, Lam Tu's group stood in the lobby watching the displayed images, casually discussing a standard apartment, 50 square meters, monthly rent 50 points, a villa with training rooms and full facilities, monthly rent 500 points. On the screen appeared a spacious, beautiful house with a note stating the BU villa rent is 500 points per month. Loy happily looked at the house, her eyes full of admiration, thinking if she had to live somewhere, it should be the best place, and this villa wasn't bad at all. But very quickly, Lam Tu spoke up to shatter that dream. He spread his hand, squinting as he explained, the rent is 500 points a month, so if you run out of points, what will you eat? The school canteen, breakfast is 5 points, lunch and dinner are 10 points each. After 1 month, 500 points just for food wasn't enough. Lam Tu pointed at the screen, closed his eyes, and said, So only a fool would spend 500 points to live in such a fancy place. But he hadn't noticed a hand suddenly raised behind his head. With a sharp crack, Lam Tu choked in pain. He held the bump on his head, turned around in shock, stammering, Who hit me? Lac Nuiet asked coldly as she just appeared. Who are you calling stupid? Lam Tu exclaimed in shock, trembling as he pointed at her, saying, You didn't really use 500 points to rent that villa, did you? Lac Nuiet ignored his question and asked back, Have you picked a place to stay yet? Lam Tu blinked and replied, Not yet. What's wrong? Lac Nuiet raised her hand and continued, Give me your card. Lam Tu handed her this card, sweating coldly, and quietly asked Lac Nuiet, who was standing in front of the transaction counter, Hey, what are you doing with my card? Lac Nuiet said, The villa I rented has 2 floors. You transfer 250 points to me. You stay on the first floor. I'll stay on the second. Seeing the confirmation screen requiring a fingerprint, Lac Nuiet called Lam Tu over to verify his fingerprint. Lam Tu placed his index finger on the confirmation screen and forced a smile, saying, "If that's the case, we can consider ourselves living together." Before he could finish, the aura around Lac Nguyen darkened ominously. She crossed her arms, furrowed her brows, and warned, "Say one more word, and I'll kill you." Lam Tu was startled, immediately quieting down. Moments later, in the bright yellow villa, Lam Tu sat cross-legged on the living room sofa, letting Con roam freely around the house. He laughed comfortably and said, "The villa is definitely different. These points aren't wasted. Let's check out the content on the Academy Map website, the shopping center, and the combat power rankings. Oh, there are also point-accumulating missions." He suddenly sat up. The system screen displayed a series of point-accumulating tasks, scoring missions, and training drills. 1 hour daily, 150 points each time for cleaning the women's restroom. Half an hour a day, 100 points each time playing the Dead's Eternal Light. 5 hours a day, 250 points each time, drawing a good review. Half an hour a day, 120 points each time. Lam Tu sprayed glue and looked at the tasks, unable to help but say, "What kind of tasks are these?" Then Lam Tu suddenly noticed his emotions became excited. "Oh, there's also an exchange station where you can trade items for points." Remembering what he had encountered, Lam Tu even felt lucky. It was good. He had picked up quite a few Evolution Beast documents along the way. He spoke, his eyes reflecting the bright screen, filled with excitement. Lam Tu put on his backpack and headed to the exchange station. Inside, many seniors from previous classes were whispering nervously. It seemed like there was something wrong with Tran N4 as they covered their mouths and whispered closely to each other. Some people started to notice. At that moment, many whispers suddenly arose, attacking him. "Look quickly, that's this year's new student. Hasn't even gotten their uniform yet. Tisk, tisk. Looks so clueless. This year's new students really aren't any good, huh? What is this kid doing here? What good stuff could a new student possibly trade?" There was a lot of noisy chatter, but Lam Tu paid it no mind. He calmly approached the teacher working at the exchange station and asked, "Hello, teacher. I wanted to exchange some items." The professor with white hair showed no particular expression, just simple curiosity. The clerk asked bluntly, "You haven't even received your uniform yet, so what items do you want to exchange?" "Selling items here can only be converted into points, not alliance currency." Lam Tu obviously understood and replied, "Yes, I know this." He pulled out a skin of the 4th stage aquatic tyrant dragon and continued, "Teacher, please tell me how many points this can be exchanged for." The professor was so astonished he widened his eyes in disbelief. He held the piece of skin with both hands, examining it carefully. Rare evolved beast, the skin of the 4th stage overlord dragon turtle can be exchanged for 10,000 points. A 4th-year student standing nearby was so shocked he almost dropped his jaw. Damn! He actually has a scale from the 4th stage of the tyrant dragon. The student behind him frowned and said, "Maybe he found it on the death road. That kid's luck is really something." 10,000 accumulation points. After saying that, he produced another block of ice emitting a 7-colored light and continued, "There's also this." The old professor lifted his glasses, observed seriously, and said, "This is sulfur crystal, an item that can be found but not forced. I'll exchange it for you at 100,000 accumulation points." The chatter grew lively again. So it was sulfur crystal, and to get that much at once with such good quality was impressive. This clueless guy really stepped into a streak of bad luck. He struck it rich. 100,000 accumulation points. How many missions will it take to earn that? Ignoring the chatter around him, Lam Tu continued to smile as he brought out the last item and said, "Teacher, there's a little more here. Please take a look for me." The old professor was startled and stammered in panic. "Here it is. This is the flesh of the 6th stage evolved Luke Dang demon beast. Oh my god, how did you get this? Could it be that you killed a 6th grade evolved beast? Did I hear that right?" 6th grade evolved beast. Everyone there was stunned with their mouths wide open. A senior male student spoke up, followed by another student. The words were somewhat hesitant. What is the background of this new student? Could he be a genius from a powerful family with many trump cards, which is why he can handle the 6th stage evolved beast? Still, someone arrogantly scoffed, "That kid looks like a rich heir, so those items were probably just picked up." But someone behind him said, "The core of the tyrant dragon water spirit 4th stage, the flesh of the Luke Dang Kui beast 6th stage. How about you pick up some too?" The professor took Lam Tu's card, inserted it into the point exchange machine, and said, "The flesh of the 6th grade Luke Dang Kui beast is very valuable, but you don't have much of it, so I'll give you 500,000 points, plus the 2 from before, totaling 610,000 points." "All right, thank you," Lam Tu said. But you also have another intention. I want to ask if I can exchange for a martial skill card. The professor raised his finger and shook his head, explaining, martial skill cards, weapons, combat clothes, these are produced in large quantities by the Holy City Academy, so they are not exchangeable. All right, besides that, I also want to use the points to exchange for a 6th grade rare spirit stone. I can't get any more at all. I thought I could exchange it, like trading a diamond martial skill card for at least 1,000,000 points, right? The professor placed the item in his palm and said, a grade 6 rare spirit stone costs 80,000 points each. I've already deducted it from your points. Lam-Tu replied comfortably. All right. Under the warm sun that had faded, the twilight tinted the green leaves with yellow, making them look withered. Lam-Tu stopped, rubbed his temples, sighed, and complained. Why is it that every time there's nothing new? He turned around and said irritably, you guys come out here, there's no one around, perfect for killing and robbing. 3 guys in grade 12 uniforms stepped forward. The leader arrogantly said, Junior, let's get acquainted. I'm Trung Dao Dai Tuong. I just saw you exchange 1,000 points at the exchange station. He scowled, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together, growling, that's why I especially want to borrow 10,000 points from you urgently. The 3 of them surrounded him again, and Lam-Tu calmly asked, there's no point withdrawal machine here, so how am I supposed to transfer points to you? Trung Dao Dai Tuong raised his eyebrows, smirked, took a slight breath, and said, are all new students this dumb? The accumulation card has the function to transfer money. Lam-Tu Ngato pulled out the pass card, eyes wide, and said, oh, it actually has this function. Then he praised, very good, very good. Immediately after, his expression changed. Lam-Tu sneered and said, if that's the case, then transfer your reward points to me. Trung Dao Dai Tuong immediately rolled up his sleeves, veins twitching wildly in frustration, and angrily said, kid, you're tough, huh? We wanted to rob you, but you actually intend to take our points? Lam-Tu looked at the gritting teeth of his opponent, smiled calmly, and said, if even you can rob me, then why can't I? Trung Dao Dai Tuong opened his eyes wide and shouted, you damn kid! He swung his fist at him, shouting for a fight. Lam-Tu's eyes instantly glowed a deep blue as he executed the snow step technique, vanishing in an instant with a flash of blue lightning, leaving the senior brother stunned and scattering in a cloud of dust. Lam-Tu appeared behind them, calmly and slowly stealing their steps. Trung Dao Dai Tuong snapped his head around to look at him, surprise and fear both flashing in his eyes. He stammered, this is a martial arts technique. Lam-Tu gave him a glance, rubbed his knuckles, and grinned. Senior brother, how's your agility? After speaking, Lam-Tu leapt up, darted toward one of the 3, delivering a rapid kick straight to his face, making him scream in agony, then quickly switched sides, using the fire claw technique to choke his opponent with lightning speed. Trung Dao Dai Tuong watched his men fall one by one without struggling, angrily shouting, damn it! Die! He shouted, using the great serpent fist technique as he angrily charged at Lam-Tu. Lam-Tu was startled and couldn't react in time, so he took the full hit, letting out a cry as he was thrown far back, catching himself at the corner of his mouth. Trung Dao Dai Tuong sneered and said, kid, you don't want to drink the new wine, but want to drink the penalty wine. Keep forcing me to make a move. That was 10,000 experience points just now. Now hand over all your experience points or you'll be stuck in the infirmary for a month. Lam-Tu glanced at him and said calmly, you should be glad you're at the Holy City Academy, because outside... Trung Dao Dai Tuong glared at him bitterly and interrupted, outside, what? You 3 have long become my experience points. Lam-Tu snapped, channeling spiritual power into his right hand as blue flames quickly appeared, forming the violent lightning fist. Just a first-year freshman, yet you dare to trade blows with me. Watch me cripple your arm. He shouted loudly, activating the great serpent fist again, as a giant serpent seemed to coil around his arm. Boom! 2 fists collided directly, creating a powerful shockwave that spread across the surrounding area. Trung Dao Dai let out a long, agonized scream, as if his flesh or even his entire arm had been twisted together. He stared at his arm in horror while his comrades quickly gathered around him. Central Island soldier, your arm is likely broken, the others guessed, their voices more panicked. But he seemed unable to hear it. Trung Dao Dai Tuong clutched his arm, screaming, it hurts so much, hurry and take me to the medical room. But how could Lam-Tu let him go so easily? He stormed up to them, coldly saying, did I say you could leave? You challenged me first, and now you want to run away? Trung Dao Dai Tuong gritted his teeth and hissed each word. Lam-Tu, on the other hand, smiled warmly and raised a finger, saying, 10,000 points each, and this matter is settled. The long-haired guy helped him up in surprise, saying, 10,000 points? Do you know how many missions you have to complete to get that? Trung Dao Dai Tuong gasped in disbelief. No way, you're bluffing. Lam Tu leaned in close with a cruel smile, his voice dark as the underworld, saying, "Not giving it, huh? Then I'll just have to cripple your wings." Trung Dao Dai Tuong stared wide-eyed in shock, truly scared and horrified, quickly saying, "Wait! Can't I hand over 10,000 points?" His two allies looked at him in panic, and the guy next to him nervously said, "Stop fighting, we'll surrender too." Lam Tu crossed his arms, speaking calmly, as if they were being reasonable. "Come on, how do you transfer the points?" Trung Dao Dai Tuong raised the pass card, tears still in the corner of his eyes, and quickly said in fear, pressing the button beside it, the main face of the accumulation card would turn into a screen. He continued, "What's your ID number? After logging in, you can transfer points." Lam Tu read out 9,814,126 in one breath. Trung Dao gritted his teeth and pressed hard on the card, still defiant as he said, "The points have been transferred." Lam Tu stood watching them, hands on his hips, flashing a sly smile, completely dismissive, and said, "Ha, ha, 30,000 points accumulated and received." Then he turned and walked away, waving to the three of them, saying, "Thanks for the accumulated points. Goodbye." Damn that kid, I definitely won't let him off. Trung Dao Dai Tuong clenched his anger and hissed each word, his eyes fixed on that back filled with hatred. That kid clearly gave me a very weak impression, so why is he so strong? Was he pretending to be weak on purpose to lure the tiger in? The guy with the short hair asked, looking suspicious. The long-haired man among the three glanced upward, silently recalling, and he too was doubtful. The ferocity it just displayed was terrifying. "Is that kid a new student?" Trung Dao Da Tuong snorted coldly and said, "I have to spend 5,000 points inviting Senior 53 to cripple both of that guy's arms." He glared at Lam Tu's departing figure, clutching his arm with cold eyes, while his comrades argued loudly, each with their own opinion. Just crippling his arms was too easy. "The two of us together have enough 5,000 points, so let's cripple his legs too." Back at the mansion, Lam Tu called to Lak Nuit. "Let's train, then go out for a meal." In the training room, Lak Nuit sat cross-legged, eyes closed, refining herself as a faint aura surrounded her body. It took a while before Lak Nuit came out. She gasped a few times, and as soon as she stepped out, she pointed in one direction with her eyes closed and said, "The screen in the living room can order fast food." Lam Tu held the remote pointed at the TV screen, pressing buttons, then glanced at her and said, "Lak Nuit, you take a shower first, I'll order the food. By the way, just tell me what you want to eat. It's on me." After a while, Lak Nguyen stepped out of the bathroom, carrying the warm, humid steam with her, her hair tied back neatly. She looked up and asked, "That fast?" Startled immediately, Lak Nguyen was a bit dazed. In front of her was a table full of food with about 8 savory dishes and 2 soups. Lam Tu sat down at the table and started eating. He happily enjoyed the meal and cheerfully said to her, "Come on, eat until you're full." Since arriving at the death road, every day it's either bland food or hard-to-eat evolved beast meat. I'm about to throw up. Lak Nguyen widened her eyes, still a bit surprised, and instinctively asked, "This whole table must have cost at least 100 points, right? Where did you get so many points from?" Lam Tu almost choked, quickly composing himself with a bright expression. Pointing to his cheek as a slight blush appeared and the corner of his mouth lifted. Duong Duong smugly said, "Steal one from me and I'll tell you." Lak Nguyen immediately drew her sword to Lam Tu's neck and said coldly, "If it's so good, say it again." Lam Tu instantly panicked, as if about to burst his gallbladder. He broke out in a sweat like a waterfall and screamed in terror. "Ah, sister, I was just joking. Why do you carry a sword with you even when eating?" Lak Nguyen frowned and scowled, her tone fierce as she asked, "Who are you calling sister?" Lam Tu quickly jumped out of his chair, knelt down, grabbed Lak Nguyen's leg, and cried out begging, all right, I won't call you sister. How about I call you Miss Town Nguyen instead? After all, in the eyes of others, we're basically starting to live as housemates." Hearing his words, Lak Nguyen kicked him far away and shouted at him to get lost. Moments later, in the training room, Lak Nguyen held her sword while opposite her, Lam Tu wielded a spear. Lak Nguyen swung her sword and said, "Come on, let's spar for a bit so this lady can see your current strength." Lam Tu asked, puzzled in his heart, she's already bathed, so why does she still want to practice swordsmanship? Quietly recalling the times when she wasn't exactly kind to Cam, he wondered if this girl was like that violent Lolita, trying to use the duel as an excuse to hit him. Why are all the beautiful girls around me so violent? Lak Nguyen frowned and cut off his distracted thoughts coldly during the duel. She just lunged forward with her sword, lightly scolding as if craving a hit. Lam Tu wasn't ready yet, and combined with the earlier sparring, he was already somewhat injured. Now with this one strike from Lak Nguyen, he coughed harshly, spitting out fresh blood. Lak Nguyen stopped, startled, watching him clutch his chest and struggle to breathe. Lac Nguyen was a bit startled. When did you get hurt? Lam Tu defended himself with the spear in his hand, awkwardly smiling as he said, It's okay. This evening I'll use evolution beast materials to exchange points at the trading station. In the end, I fought with 2,000 students from Zhongdao Daitang School, got slightly injured halfway through, but those guys were unlucky. They even obediently compensated me with 30,000 points. After saying that, he even managed to laugh. What's there to be proud of getting beaten up like this? Lac Nguyen turned her back and walked away, handing him a bottle of medicine as she said, This is wound medicine, twice a day, 2 pills each time. Lam Tu took the bottle, squinting as he said, I'm not even sick, why do I need medicine for such a small wound? Lac Nguyen said firmly, No, you are sick, tapping her finger on her forehead and glancing at him, saying, Right here. Lam Tu was at a loss for words, then walked away without looking back. Lac Nguyen said coldly, Today no training, you should rest and recover. Lam Tu watched her retreating figure, wondering silently if she really liked him, seeing him hurt and worrying like that. Entering his own room, in the dark space, the ruby-like stone emitted a faint blue flame in the night. The stone floated before his chest. Lam Tu sat cross-legged in meditation. The same aura that surrounded the strange energy stone also enveloped his body. Lam Tu quietly thought to himself, Wow, this feeling of power continuously flowing into my body is amazing. Moreover, with this absorption, my experience points are skyrocketing. This is quite a surprising discovery. I'll need to absorb a lot more high-grade strange stones to level up my experience. But the 6th-grade strange star contained such powerful energy, it felt like it wanted to tear my body apart. The strange starstone shattered, breaking into uneven large and small fragments. Lam Tu silently affirmed that the body of a martial artist is a container. Only by growing larger can it hold more primal energy and become increasingly powerful. With a simultaneous thud, the strange stones fell, and the aura surrounding the body gradually dissipated. Lam Tu concluded that to advance to the next martial level, he must relentlessly refine his body through demonic training. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he walked to the window and saw Lac Nguyen struggling with her long dress, thinking to himself, Why is she sneaking out so late? He rested his chin on his hand, exhaling deeply, lost in random thoughts. Could she be going on a date? No, that's not right. Doesn't she already have me? Forget it, stop overthinking. Focusing on training is what really matters. In a distant place, Trung Dao Dai Tuang's face was angry, his hand in a cast, unable to hold back his emotions. A little anger towards everyone around him. Huangban Haido, the school president, agreed to help us with a little anger, right? He asked. The person with crossed arms leaning against the wall replied, I already told Tiu Suyen to find Principal Huang Ban. With 10,000 points accumulated, he will definitely agree to take action. At that moment, another person suddenly pushed the door open and appeared. Xiao Chuan clenched his rough face and said, Zhang Dao, I've already invited Headmaster Huang Ban Haidu. Zhang Dao laughed triumphantly when he heard this, then let out a heavy snort and said, before fully stepping in, being beaten like that by a freshman is really pathetic. Huang Ban Haido growled through clenched teeth, barely catching his breath before being struck by a sudden blow from someone who appeared out of nowhere, their voice unmistakably familiar and loud. Don't give up now! Huang Ban Haidu collapsed to the floor with a thud, his spiked club slipping from his hand. He spun around, glaring fiercely, and shouted, Who the hell are you? Did you just kick me? Lac Nguyen calmly looked down at the fat guy and replied coldly, A new student? Huang Ban Haidao was a bit surprised and shouted in disbelief, A new student? Why are you a new student? Holding his large spiked club, the bulky man charged at her angrily, shouting, I don't care if you're a new or old student. How dare you attack me from behind? Now I'm going to cripple you. Lac Nguyen drew her sword with a whoosh, directly knocking the weapon out of the fat man's hand, leaving the wild sea fighter stunned by her skill. Lac Nguyen's eyes grew cold as she hissed through gritted teeth, Dare to move, and you'll die. Someone from the Great Wall Central Island nearby saw this and couldn't help but laugh, sneering, Dead. Ha ha, pretty girl, are you joking? The Holy City Academy forbids killing. Lac Nguyen glanced at him, frowning, and replied, You can try and see if I dare. Suddenly, Huang Ban Haidao was startled, his hand continuously pointing at her, stammering, You are Lac Nguyen, this year's new genius student of the Academy. He widened his eyes, sweat suddenly appearing and dripping down his cheek, repeating her name in shock. Lac Nguyen Trung Dao Dai Tong looked at the senior brother he had invited with suspicion, unsure who was shouting. The Lac family in Thien Kung City all focused their gaze on Lac Nguyen. She showed no reaction, still holding the sword at the fat man's neck. Trung Dao Dai Tuong stammered. The Lac family and Huang Ban Haidao both shrank back, their legs trembling as they knelt down unsteadily. Trung Dao Dai Tuong knelt, his body shaking, eyes red, gritting his teeth as he thought, this girl really is from the Lok family, and she truly entered the Sacred City Academy to kill. Lieutenant Dai Tuong trembled, breathing heavily and pale, saying, Miss Leok, the elders must be blind not to see Mount Tai. We offended your friend, and we hope you will show mercy. We won't dare to provoke your friend again. Lak Nguyet looked at him trembling and kneeling at her feet, only watching without speaking. Lak Nguyet snorted, sheathed her sword, and turned to leave. Behind her, Huang Ban Haidao seemed to lose all strength and slumped down, watching her figure disappear along with Trung Dao Dai Tuong. He sighed in relief. Phew, she's finally gone. That girl's aura is terrifying. Then suddenly turned to curse the one who invited him. You bastards, why did you offend her? Trung Dao Dai Tuong explained fearfully. We didn't know, just randomly blocking the way of a new student who would have thought she actually knew that big shot. Regardless of everything, the darkness passed quickly, and the gentle morning sunlight shone on a corner of the villa roof. At this moment, a top male student like Lam Tu finally received his uniform. He put it on, yawning as he called Lak Nguyet's name, but she didn't respond. Startled, he noticed only a small portion of breakfast left on the table, surprised to think she had prepared breakfast for him. Lam Tu held the diploma in his hand, chewing absent-mindedly as he looked toward her room and said, She's already gone to school this early? Then he thought, although she usually seems like an iceberg, she actually cares about me a lot. Heh heh. Lam Tu stepped out the door and saw the Lei group waiting for him, the two girls waving and calling out to him. Big brother. Lam. Quang Luk and Tan Fong suddenly ambushed him, whispering in a sinister tone, one after another. So, class president, did you sleep well last night? Lam Tu just felt annoyed and quietly snapped, Get lost. As he reached the 10th grade building, the teacher's steady voice echoed. This concludes today's theory class, followed by free study and training time. The learning atmosphere at Saint City Academy is very relaxed. Nam Chin Hui leaned on the table with both hands and said seriously, You can come to the theory class if you want, or not come without losing points. The students immediately cheered as if bursting with joy, feeling like it was a blessing, and some even asked, Wow, is it really that relaxed? A teacher Nam Chin Hui smiled wickedly and said, But I have to warn you, the Holy City Academy holds a small test every month, and if you fail, don't blame me for being harsh. The students immediately whined and groaned. There are tests too? I knew there was no such thing as a free lunch, with a training room and gravity room upstairs to meet everyone's daily practice needs. Holding the card, Nam Chin Hui continued, Lam Tu, this access card is yours. The teacher handed him the card and calmly continued, The training room is open from 6 to 12 hours daily. Remember to clean up after use. Lam Tu took the card and replied, Yes, Teacher Nam. But the teacher still didn't let him go right away. The main character, Hui, seemed to remember something, then held out his hand and said, Right, give me your ID card, I'll send you 500 points. Mr. Nam took the card and slipped it into a slot on the desk. Immediately, a transparent orange screen appeared before him. Seeing the number, Hui was astonished and couldn't help but raise his voice. 6,640,200 reward points. The teacher looked at him in disbelief and asked Lam Tu how he had accumulated so many points. Because his voice showed no hesitation, the whole class buzzed like a disturbed beehive. One student was astonished. Teacher Nam, you didn't see it wrong, did you? 640,200 accumulation points. Another student couldn't help but complain. Oh my God, the class president turned out to be a wealthy person. Lam Tu looked at them without saying anything. But Labin looked like he was drinking chicken blood directly, veins bulging in frustration as he angrily questioned, How could this be possible? Teacher Nam? Last night he had the same points as us, so how did he suddenly get 640,000 more today? He pointed at Lam Tu and shouted, He must have hacked into the school system to get those points. Some agreed, that's right, Teacher Nam. You must investigate thoroughly. Nam Chin Hui frowned deeply, his tone stern. Shut your mouths. What do you take the Holy City Academy for? Is the school system really that easy to hack? You guys try hacking me too. The system shows that these accumulated points were all obtained by Lam Tu exchanging evolution beast materials at the school's exchange station. Labin, looking dumbfounded, said, There's an exchange station too? Why didn't I know that? If that's the case, I also have a few items I can trade. A student behind him exclaimed happily, I have some too, let's go exchange together. Lam Tu looked at the group laughing foolishly and muttered softly, A bunch of idiots, his tone full of disdain. Teacher Nam Chin Hui read the transaction history and couldn't help but praise. The kid has quite some skill, managing to gather so many items on the path of death to get here. Suddenly, the teacher noticed something unusual. Squinting, he said, "Hey, this transfer is from your sophomore friend at Saint City Academy, too." Lam Tu scratched his chin shyly, ran his hand through his hair, and smiled. "That's right. Last night on the way back from the exchange station, I met 3 acquaintances who were worried I didn't have enough points at the academy, so they generously gave me some. I already said I didn't want to, but they're too enthusiastic and keep insisting," Lam Tu said shamelessly, while elsewhere in the academy, the group from Trung Dao Dai Tuong kept sneezing nonstop. How could the main character Hui not know this boy was lying? But the teacher just smiled and quietly warned him, saying more with less. "Keep an eye on this kid." Then the teacher let him go, turned around and said, "All right, I have to go to a meeting now. In a week, there will be a freshman tournament. Everyone must train hard. At that time, I will select the top 5 fighters to compete against other classes for the #1 spot in the freshman tournament." The group of students slammed the table and cheered. Labin shouted loudly, "Don't worry, teacher. We will definitely train seriously." Someone next to him also said, "That's right. We won't let Class 10 down." In the training room, the 10th grade students stood alert, each practicing on their own. Lam Tu was seriously training with a long spear when Labin approached him. He carried a wooden sword on his shoulder, his face slightly grim as he said, "Lam, how about we spar a bit?" Before Lam Tu could speak, Truong Dan stepped in, her expression serious and cautious as she asked, "Labin, what do you mean?" Labin raised an eyebrow, a smug look on his face, smirking as he said, "No other reason, just want to spar with the class president." "Class president, you're not scared, are you?" Then he frowned, thinking to himself, "This kid broke the force measuring device with 1 punch yesterday. But it must be a mistake somewhere." His aura felt very weak. How could he have shattered the force measuring device with just 1 punch? Lam Tu said calmly, "You're so weak, of course I wouldn't dare to face you. I'm afraid I might accidentally beat you up." His words made Chan Lebin's veins bulge with anger. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You itching for a fight?" After speaking, he immediately swung his sword. The clash of the 2 weapons rang out with each strike. Lam Tu swiftly blocked the attack. He sneered, "Too slow, watch this." Lam Tu unleashed his skill, the spear in his hand turning into a heavy rain. Countless after-images stabbing toward Lebin. Lebin gritted his teeth, struggling to fend off hundreds of spear thrusts, but in the end, he couldn't hold on and was struck by Lam Tu, flying backward, shouting, "That Than!" Some of Lebin's juniors saw this and rushed over. "Brother Bin, we're coming to help you." Lam Tu sneered at the stern-faced Truong Dan, who was furious. Relying on Dong to fight alone, how shameless. "Quang Luk, let's go help Big Brother Lam." Quang Luk took a stance, and Tan Fong couldn't just stand by either. Suddenly, Lam Tu spoke up to stop them, arrogantly saying, "Truong Dan, you don't need to come here to deal with these rookies. I'm enough on my own." But he secretly thought this was a good chance to use them to assert his authority as class president. Lebin and his followers charged forward at the same time. He shouted angrily, "Arrogant brat, you'll regret this." Lebin gritted his teeth and rushed forward, only to be blocked and thrown back by a group of skilled fighters, causing his men to shout in dismay. Lam Tu rushed forward, delivering a series of kicks straight to Lebin's face, knocking him flat on the ground with a painful cry. Smiling, Lam Tu dragged Lei along the ground and asked them, "Impressed yet?" Lebin fell silent, veins bulging with frustration, wiped the corner of his mouth, his gaze bitter, and let out a heavy snort before standing up to face him. Lam Tu looked at him without speaking, as if giving up. Lebin arm wrestled with him and said softly, "Sorry, class president, I admit defeat wholeheartedly, Om." Truong Dan smiled faintly on the side and whispered, "I knew Big Brother Lam Thu could handle it alone." Tan Fong glanced at her helplessly, snorted, and said, "You were the most worried just now." Lam Tu spoke up again, looking around sharply and asking, "Is there anyone else?" Standing in the center, surrounded by the students of Class 10, he was neither arrogant nor flattering, but spoke seriously, saying that because we were the weakest in the entrance exam, we were assigned to Class 10. But does anyone care about volunteering? If you don't want to lose face at the freshman tournament, then train hard. Next, move to the gravity room. Zhang Dan hesitated. "This is the gravity room." She fiddled a bit and said, "It seems like I need to scan a card." Lam Tu looked thoughtfully at the door of the gravity room, silently judging that although martial artist exercises can make the body stronger, the delicate organs inside cannot be effectively exercised. But training in the gravity room was different. The body's cells in the gravity room are in a state of intense consumption, placing heavy loads on the internal organs and other systems. Therefore, using cultivation techniques in the gravity room to absorb primal energy or conduct other training exercises is very beneficial for strengthening the body. Just as he finished his thought, he stood up and opened the door. Seeing the setup inside, everyone was a bit surprised and exclaimed, "Is this the gravity room?" Tanfong walked in, unable to hide his surprise, saying, "This is the first time I've seen this. Zhuangdan seems to have discovered something and called everyone to look here." She exclaimed loudly in shock, "Damn, you actually need points to use the gravity room." The screen clearly showed that double gravity costs 2 points per minute. Triple gravity costs 3 points per minute. Tanfong panicked, calculating that double gravity for an hour is 120 points, and with only 500 points a month plus rent and food, there's simply not enough for training. At that moment, Lam Tu suddenly spoke up. "Zhuangdan, don't you have the flesh of the Lukdong demon beast? Those things are worth a lot of money." Tanfong Yu suddenly remembered exchanging points and cheerfully exclaimed, "That's right." Lam Tu put one hand in his pocket, turned his head, and said to them, "Besides the exchange station where you can trade accumulated points, the school network also offers many tasks, and the rewards are all accumulated points." He smiled at everyone, holding his card in hand, and continued, "Today it's on me. Any student who wants to train in the gravity room can stay. Let's try the simplest one, double gravity." Everyone cheered happily and shouted, "Thank you, class president. Long live the rich class president." Beep! The card was swiped, the gravity bar lit up immediately, and the cold mechanical voice announced, "Double gravity training begins." Everyone gasped and looked up. In less than a minute of resisting, Tanfong was already down on one knee. He was terrified beyond words. Lei immediately sat down hard on the floor, shouting with difficulty, "This is double gravity." Lam Tu felt slightly uncomfortable, squinting one eye and thinking to himself that under the gravity, his body's cells seemed to be constantly depleted while simultaneously dividing to create stronger new cells. Holding the 6th grade rare essence in his hand, he resolved to use his cultivation method to absorb the essence within the primal force, which would be even more effective now. Time passed, and all the students in Class 10 had settled down, sitting cross-legged to cultivate. After an hour, some began to complain. "I can't take it anymore." Leben also felt a bit tired, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He turned to look at him, still calmly cultivating, unable to help but think in amazement. It's been over an hour, yet Lam Tu remains comfortable. Is his strength really that great? Some started to leave, and Tanfong followed them, complaining, "No, I can't keep going." Feeling like he was about to break, Zhuangdan looked at him, still calm. She admired him endlessly. Big brother Lam Tu looked so relaxed. She sighed softly and continued, "We're both new students, so why is the gap so big?" 2 hours later, Lam Tu finally opened his eyes and looked at him in surprise, saying, "Hey, am I the only one left? If it's just me, might as well try triple gravity." Saying that, he swiped the card again, and the machine beeped to announce the start of triple gravity training. Immediately, Lam Tu seemed knocked out, clutching the ground and crying out, "Oh man!" trembling as I try to lift my head. Lam Tu gritted his teeth and commented, "Damn, this is really intense." He smiled with interest, sat cross-legged, took out a green-grade rare star sphere, and silently thought to himself that his body ached terribly, feeling like all his organs and bones were about to collapse and explode. But the system showed his experience points were increasing wildly, much faster than the experience he gained from killing monsters. In the training room, everyone was comfortably working out, gathering in small groups. Zhuangdan felt a bit worried. Big brother Lam Tu has been in the gravity room for 5 hours. Nothing should happen to him, right? Just now, after an hour in there, I felt it was hard to breathe, and my brain was lacking oxygen. Loi whispered beside me with a teasing look and said, "If you care so much about Lam Ka, go check on him. Don't worry. The gravity room has a smart system that automatically shuts off and gives a warning as soon as the trainee can't handle it anymore." At that moment, a new trainee entered through the door and dropped a shocking piece of news for everyone. He said, "The class president is currently training under triple gravity." Zheng Dan gasped in shock and shouted. Triple gravity, Qin Feng's condition was not much different from hers. He panicked too. Triple gravity? It's been 5 hours now. Is he still human, or has he become an evolved beast? Back in the gravity room, Lam Tu's condition seemed quite normal. He showed his brow to the green-grayed alien crystal that had turned gray in his hand, muttering to himself, "The primal energy of the Luke family's rare star is absorbed so quickly, it seems after class I'll have to go to the exchange station to get some more." Lam Tu clenched his fist and struck the air once, thinking to himself, under triple gravity, his reflexes and speed were very slow, and the power of the violent knee strike was also extremely weak. However, if you strike with full force under triple gravity, wouldn't the power of the violent knee be tripled as well? Glancing at the system display, the Gravity State Training System offers difficulty levels from 1 to 99, and Lam 2 seems to be pondering. What does the Gravity State Training System mean? Although a bit confused, he still wanted to fight at a very low level. Select a difficulty level and give it a try. The cold mechanical voice spoke just 2 words: start. Immediately, a machine gun appeared from a small compartment in the gravity room. It fired, a sharp sound cutting through the air. It was a laser gun. Lam 2 reacted just in time and quickly dodged. He was amazed. Damn, is it really that powerful? I'm not wearing combat gear. If I get hit by this laser, I could die. This is unexpected. I won't act rashly and will start training instead. The laser gun swung around, firing 2 beams. Lam 2 quickly lowered his body to dodge. The laser beams flickered like afterimages, 4 or 5 firing at him simultaneously. Lam 2 was forced to use martial skills to dodge the attacks. After a while, the cold sound of machinery echoed again. 30 minutes had passed. Training was over. At this point, Lam 2 was so exhausted he collapsed, panting like a dog. He thought to himself, 3 hours at double gravity costs 360 points. 2 hours at triple gravity costs 360 points. Reaction speed training costs 1 point per second. Quickly regaining his composure, Lam 2 took his card and stepped out of the gravity room, still thinking that in less than 6 hours, Datio spent 820 points, but she trained for 6 hours like practicing on her own for over 10 days. He concluded that having money is definitely the best. As soon as he stepped outside, Trong Dan approached, seemingly having waited for a long time. You seem to be in a hurry, Zhang Dan asked him. Big brother Lam 2, you're finally out, are you okay? You were in there for 5 hours straight. Carrying his things on his shoulder, Lam Tu Quan smiled and replied to them, Don't worry, what could happen to me? You guys keep training, I have some business to take care of outside for a while. Watching him walk away, Tan Fong could only awkwardly give a thumbs up and say, The class president stayed in the gravity room for 5 hours and came out unharmed. That's impressive. Trong Dan also praised him. Big brother Lam 2 has never disappointed anyone. After leaving the exchange station, Lam 2 sighed with some frustration. 80,000 accumulation points for 1 green rare star. Even over 600,000 points couldn't get many. He quietly calculated, realizing he couldn't just wait for a lucky break and had to find a way to earn some accumulation points. Looking at the tall tower before him, Lam 2 suddenly had an idea. The tallest tower is the competition tower shown on the school map, and as long as you can make it onto the competition rankings in the tower, you can earn corresponding points every day. He chuckled softly. This is definitely a good place to earn points. Let's see. Under the beautiful light, the tower seemed to shine even brighter. The competition tower has a total of 100 floors, and the academy selects the top 100 students based on their overall ranking to become the floor masters. So as long as you can defeat the floor master on the first level of the competition tower, it means you have entered the academy's top 100. The academy will rank the floors weekly based on the challenges in the competition tower. Each battle room will be broadcast on the large screen in the hall. To encourage challengers, the academy will award different points based on the floors. First-year challenge ranking list. First place, Trak Ku Tin on floor 20. Second place, Yu Duanghang on floor 19. Third place, Dien Tu Ha on floor 18. Rank 4 is Lak Nguyen on floor 17. For challengers in all ranks, there will also be a weekly floor challenge ranking. The person at the top of the list will also be rewarded with accumulated points. Lam Tu looked at the ranking board in silent amazement. No way. Lak Nguyen is here too, and even challenged the floor master of the 17th floor, with 2 students right in front of him. The guy with wine-colored hair said in surprise, This year's freshmen are really strong. Someone challenged the 20th floor on the first day. The blindfolded guy next to him added, I heard some of this year's students are geniuses from the Sky Academy, coming from powerful families, so it's not surprising they can make it into the Academy's top 100. But when they saw Lam Tu approaching the registration desk, they didn't think much of him. The guy with the wine-colored hair was the first to notice. Look, another new student has just arrived. The blindfolded guy immediately said, That kid doesn't know his limits. Does he think it's that easy to challenge the Academy's top 100? The guy with the wine stain replied, I don't think he's anything special. Maybe the first floor got knocked out. The blindfolded man sighed softly before saying, That's how it goes every year. A few new freshmen who don't fear the veterans are just inexperienced. The battlefield opened, and Lam Tu ignored the back and forth and stepped in. At the same time, the battle reached its final moments. After a heavy sound, the challenger was forcefully thrown out of the arena. The referee's announcement echoed. UL won 2 matches. The person looked at the tablet and continued reading the announcement. First-year Lam Tu defeated ULAP 5-2. Next match, please get ready. Lam To down on the floor looks quite startled. So fast it's already my turn? Isn't there anyone ahead to challenge? He stepped onto the arena, the rustling sound from below echoed again. It was the newborn emperor challenging. He laughed scornfully and said, "I wonder if you'll end up crying." The referee suddenly answered that question with a laugh, saying he would definitely be beaten to tears. The card information showed this rookie was only a third-level martial artist, while the one who just lost was already a fourth level. Suddenly he hesitated, looking at the computer in his hand with some doubt. Strange. Why does the combat level check show that his fighting power doesn't even reach the third martial rank? Yu Lap is a tall young man with very dark moss-green hair styled like HKT. He stepped in front of him and sneered. "Newbie, are you planning to use a weapon or just your fists to fight me?" Lam Tu smiled and said, "It's just the first floor of the competition tower. No need to use weapons." Yu Lap was so angered by this that his blood boiled. He glared at him and shouted, "The arrogant kid!" Yu Lap threw a fierce strike straight at his face, growling, "You want to die." Lam Tu tilted his body to watch the punch, a bit surprised, thinking he actually knows the violent fist technique. Yu Lap chuckled harshly, his fierce face almost like a compliment. "The kid knows how to dodge, huh? How about this then?" Immediately, Yu Lap unleashed the snow-stepping martial art, countless punches raining down like bullets, their after-images relentless as they flew toward him. At the same time, Lam Tu activated his ultimate body technique, vanishing above the snow, swiftly dodging the barrage of phantom fists rushing toward him. Yu Lap was shocked and terrified, carrying such a large barrel, yet his agility was so flexible. Damn it! After thinking for a moment, Yu Lap gathered his strength and taunted, "If you're so tough, don't run away." Lam Tu laughed confidently and replied, "If you're not running, then fine. I happen to know the violent fist." With that, he immediately used the violent fist technique. A deep blue aura enveloped his fist. Lam Tu's eyes and eyebrows curved proudly into a smile. The students watching the match were all amazed. Some exclaimed, "Oh, this new student also practices violent fist," while others sneered, "One is third rank, the other fourth rank. You can tell who's stronger just by looking." Only the referee wearing analytical glasses recognized and hurriedly said, "That's not right. That new student's violent fist is different, but it was too late." Lam Tu instantly added Tiger Light Fist. A red flame quickly ignited in his hand, and as the two fists collided, the fiery aura of Tiger Light Fist seemed to flare up and envelop him. Yu Lap screamed in pain, his arm feeling crushed by an intense force. The announcer shouted that Lam Tu was the clear winner, and Yu Lap was knocked out of the ring. Lam Tu looked at his defeated opponent, slightly clenched his fist and waved it, smiling faintly as he commented, "Yeah, really weak." The audience immediately erupted. What kind of pain is this? Bare-handed punches sent Yu Lap flying. Even the referee was shocked, lifting his glasses and saying, "No way! Is the strength of this rookie really that strong? Could it be that my skill level measuring device is broken?" However, Lam Tu didn't stop there. He kept testing. One punch to the second floor, Lam Tu won again, and the third floor was the same. A flying kick, the announcement continued to ring out. Lam Tu Nam wins. Viewers watching the live screen could only say, "Damn, that kid actually fought barehanded all the way up to the fourth floor." The referee's voice sounded shocked as he looked at him. Testing his skill, there's definitely something wrong. On the fifth floor, Lam Tu is already ready to engage. Your opponent is a tough and sturdy woman. She smiled and said, "You punk, you actually want to fight me one-on-one. What weapon are you carrying on your back? Put it down or you won't be able to beat me." Lam Tu obediently put the item down, took out his spear, and smiled, saying, "I use a spear, so be careful, miss. My spear is very deadly." Then he immediately charged forward to show his spear. Lam Tu used the 100 Umbrellas Phoenix technique as fiery energy surged from the spear tip down the shaft. With one strike, the opponent was sent fleeing. She screamed in fear, "Oh my God!" Then came an endless streak of victories. Floor 6, Lam Tu Nam first win. Floor 7, Lam Tu Nam first win. He jumps back. The second-year student, acting as the referee, was so frustrated he wanted to smash the computer in his hands. He shouted, "Damn it, is this a freshman or what?" He actually fought straight up to level 20. The person next to him hurriedly held him back, anxiously warning, "Hey, hey, hey! Getting this testing machine angry will cost you 1,000 points, so be careful not to break it." In the next match, everyone prepared as the second-year third-place student faced off against Lam Tu, the top-ranked freshman, and both stood ready to duel. Lam Tu looked at his opponent silently, thinking to himself that this was indeed a fifth-level martial artist, so it seemed he would have a tough fight ahead. On the freshman rankings, the name Trak Ku Tin from Thien Kong Academy, like Lak Nguyen, also fell to him. Baka glared at him, gripping the sword hilt tightly, and said, "It's really surprising, a third-grade martial artist reaching floor 20. This freshman class is not to be underestimated. Today I just defeated a freshman. I heard he's a prodigy from the Sky Academy. His strength isn't bad, but unfortunately he couldn't last 10 minutes before being beaten." He drew his sword, his eyes darkened, but his face showed a strange excitement as he quietly asked, "How many minutes do you think you can hold out?" Lam Tu smiled and said, "You still have a long time ahead of you." With a sharp sound, the two powerful weapons clashed, sending sparks flying. Elsewhere, in a villa, a clear voice of a young man spoke up. "Kutin, quickly start the live broadcast of this competition tower." There's also someone who fought up to the 20th floor. Trakai Tin tapped on the keyboard and casually asked, "Oh, is he a first-year student like us?" The young man beside him objected, "No, it's Class 10. Trak Kai Tin was shocked. "Class 10, no way." Seeing the person on the screen, Trak Kai Tin's voice unintentionally grew louder. "It's him," he thought. Placed in Class 10. Compared to others, he was probably the weakest, so how could he have reached level 20 on the second day? And at the same time, the person beside him quietly asked, "Do you know him?" Trak Kai Tin frowned slightly, recalling the interaction between Lak Nuit and him, his voice deepening as he said, "A friend of yours." Back in the arena, Lam Tu wiped the sweat dripping from his chin, breathing heavily as he thought to himself, could it be that a 5th-level martial artist really isn't a match for me to challenge now? That guy looks so relaxed while I'm struggling to keep up. But I've already figured out the pattern in his footwork. Lam Tu charged again, activating the hidden skill Wind Rider, but Bakak seemed to split into multiple copies. He continued using his martial arts technique, the ghostly leap, coldly saying, "It's useless. Your attacks can't touch me." Just as predicted, Lam Tu immediately used the martial arts technique Snow Kick to closely follow his original form. He smiled and said, "Don't think you're the only one with martial arts footwork." Bakak opened his eyes wide in surprise. What the hell? How could he have predicted my hiding spot? Before he could even react, the spear carrying fierce firepower pressed against his bicep. Bakak cried out in shock, quickly retreating as a heavy sound came from his throat and a tear appeared on his right bicep, exposing the flesh. Bakak scowled fiercely, cursing silently. Damn it, a 5th-grade martial artist like me got injured by a clueless 3rd-grade fighter and in front of so many witnesses. He raised his sword, gathering a deadly force. "Damn bastard, you want to die!" With that, Bakak crazily charged forward. Lam Tu blocked the spear thrust with his body. He gritted his teeth but couldn't hold on for long. Pushed back, he lowered himself to brace against the ground, quietly murmuring, "This power is too strong." Below the stands, everyone watched the battle intently, and a question was asked twice. Did I see that right? He actually managed to hit Bakak. Another person said, "I never expected a peak 5th-grade martial artist like Bakak to be injured by a 3rd-grade newcomer." Bakak stepped forward slowly, the sword in his hand radiating a fierce aura. He growled, "Bakak, what are you doing today? Using failure as motivation? You rookie have successfully pushed me over the edge. Next, I will fight you seriously." Without another word, countless sword intents appeared, like a myriad of swords charging forward. Bakak closed in and continuously launched attacks, each strike clashing fiercely. Faced with such a violent onslaught, Lam Tu could only grit his teeth and defend passively. The attacks grew more relentless, and he clenched his jaw as if trying to crush it. With a fierce expression, Bakak held only one thought for Lam Tu. "I will pierce 5 blood holes in your body." Lam Tu's face tensed as he finally saw clearly and thought to himself, "So strong. Is this really a 5th-level martial artist? The power of wielding a weapon can harm others." Ba's eyes were filled with hatred as he swung his sword even harder. He silently resented, "You can dodge a few strikes." In contrast, Lam Tu felt a bit excited. Although the situation was difficult to change, he smiled slightly. It had been a long time since he faced such a strong opponent. Countless clashes of swords created a symphony, with every strike of sword energy soaring through the air. The battle was fierce, a fight between the strong, an absolute cinematic experience for the viewers. Lam Tu fought and defended at the same time, his thoughts racing faster than the wind, feeling the thrill of risking everything in battle. Bakak also had his own thoughts. This kid's strength was clearly much lower than his, so why could he fight so fearlessly? He glanced up at him. Long felt slightly troubled, and the more he fought, the more aggressive he became, making it somewhat difficult to handle. At this point, Bakak activated his golden martial skill, Ice Wind 3 inches. unleashing hundreds of thousands of ice shards like countless blades all at once. Just then, Lam Tu shouted, "Ice Bone, watch me break through!" He repeated, activating the 100 Crow Phoenix on the spear. Blazing flames erupted. But what surprised Lam Tu was that the 100 Crow Phoenix could not counter the opponent's 3-inch ice wind, as hundreds of ice shards flew toward him like 1,000 swords descending. Lam Tu recoiled in shock. This is bad. The 100 Crowns Phoenix cannot stop his move. A tremor shook the arena, white smoke engulfing half the battlefield. Lam Tu was immediately encased in a block of ice. Watching this scene, the stands quickly erupted with loud chatter. He actually froze an entire person. Incredible! Is this the power of a 5th-level martial artist? It looks like the newcomer has already lost. Inside the block of ice, Lam Tu's eyes flickered slightly. He had to make a cold decision. He couldn't stay frozen like this, so he had to use his trump card. At that moment, Baka turned to ask the head referee why he hadn't declared him the winner yet. The appointed head referee said, "You only win if within 10 seconds he can't resist or leaves the arena." Hearing that, Baka immediately reddened and headed towards Lam Tu. He said, "That's easy. I'll just kick that block of ice off the stage." Crackling sounds suddenly echoed. Baka stared in shock. The fiery image of the phoenix flared up, and the 100 Crowns Phoenix lit up the arena once again, the flames much stronger this time. Everyone in the audience was shocked. Damn! Turning into a block of ice like that and still able to use martial arts. Look, he's using his skills to neutralize the ice on his body. That's insane. Can martial arts really be used like that? After successfully performing the Phoenix Nirvana, Lam Tu proudly smiled to himself, thinking that luckily, when he was frozen, he used the rage skill on the flames of the 100 Black Phoenix, allowing him to break free from the frozen state easily. Now, with one move to defeat him, Lam Tu spun the spear in his hand and struck 3 times with the 100 Black Phoenix, sending 3 fiery spear strikes simultaneously toward Baka. Baka gritted his teeth and fought back fiercely, unable to help but say, "Damn, that kid actually escaped the frozen state so quickly." Right after, Lam Tu leapt in front of him. He smiled, gathering strength at his injured head, and said, "See you again, Baka. You only know how to say you." Lam Tu thrust his spear forward, and Baka firmly blocked the strike. He clenched his jaw tightly. Lam Tu's eyes turned cold as he gathered his strength and with a single strike, sent Baka flying off the arena floor. The referee's voice rang out, "Lam Tu won." He sheathed his sword intent, slung the spear over his shoulder. Even the stands erupted with emotion. Oh man, I really have no words. A 3rd-level challenger even managed to beat a 5th level. This year's freshmen are incredibly tough, each one stronger than the last. As Lam Tu walked away, the head student and referee quietly asked, "Freshman, do you want to continue challenging floor 21? Lam Tu walked away without looking back, just waving his hand and saying, "I'll continue the challenge tomorrow." Before leaving, Lam Tu glanced at the first-year challenge ranking list. All the initial positions dropped by 1 rank, giving the top spot to Lam Tu on floor 21. He was a bit surprised. He ranked first because he defeated the floor 20 master and earned the right to advance to floor 21. If that's the case, Kutin probably didn't defeat Baka. It seems the top spot on the daily challenge leaderboard earns 1,000 points. Lam Tu laughed with satisfaction. This is good. At Trak Kutin's villa, his friend's face was full of disbelief. Damn, a 5th-grade martial artist got defeated by him. How did someone like that end up in Class M? Kutin, his rank is above yours. Trak. Kutin. Dan looked at the computer with his hands clasped, seriously saying, "This guy is somewhat interesting. It seems I need to pay special attention to him." Back by his side, Lam Tu dragged himself along, panting heavily, his face looking as if this trip was about to end in a cold night. He couldn't help but grumble angrily, "Damn after effects of rage, why haven't I made it back to the mansion yet? I'm about to lose it. Ha ha ha, looks like your stamina is almost gone." Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from behind. Lam Tu clung to a lamppost, exhausted, and turned his head. "They are 3 second-year students," the one in front with blonde hair spoke up. "Just now, you looked so imposing on the stage, so why do you look like a dead dog now?" He quickly added, "Humph. A tough 3rd-level martial artist challenging a 5th-level martial artist. It's a wonder he's not dead from exhaustion. Baka, having fought 2 freshmen in a row, is exhausted. You may win, but only by taking their resources." Lam Tu looked at them, breathing heavily and pale, and replied, "If I'm not mistaken, Baka is also struggling to stay afloat. Taking advantage of the battle when my stamina was drained, you came looking for me, right? So what if I did? These freshmen are impressive this year. On just the second day, someone has already fought their way up to the 20th floor. As an alumnus, I have to keep your arrogance in check. The blonde-haired guy, speaking as if he had the moral high ground, continued. I've also done some digging. Some freshmen on the leaderboard have backgrounds, but you're the only one from some star academy. Lam Tu said bitterly, so I have no backing, and that's why I became a target for your anger? Tell me, how do you know I have no backing? The dark-skinned guy following the blonde immediately grabbed the bully by the collar, threatening with a raised fist and shouting, Why are you talking back to him? After the fight, I said we'd talk it out. I was betting on winning in 3 minutes, but you made me lose 5,000 points, yet before his fist could come down, it froze midair. The black guy glared and shouted, Oh, who are you? Lak Nuit did not answer him. He gave a cold, serious order to release him. Lam Tu, with a gaunt face like someone who had survived a famine for 7 years, could still manage to smile. Look, speak of Chow Chow and here he comes. Your brother's scene has arrived. Lak Nuit repeated angrily. Are you kidding me? I told you to let him go. As she spoke, she twisted her opponent's arm behind their back. With a sharp crack, the other two immediately rushed forward. The blonde shouted, You filthy brat, if anyone deserves to die, it's you. Then Lak Nuit kicked the black guy, sending his tooth flying. Watching Lak Nuit punch and kick, Lam Tu couldn't help but admire her. He thought to himself, surprisingly, she didn't use any weapons yet, was so skilled. She charged forward, activating her violent fist technique, knocking 2 men flying with a single blow. Lam Tu widened his eyes in shock, feeling like thunder struck his heart. He muttered, So this girl also knows the violent fist, and its power is even stronger than my own. Handled them in a minute, Lak Nuit watched the 2 guys from room 52 run off, then hurried away herself. She suddenly glanced at him, and Lam Tu quickly smiled to win her favor. Thank you. How did you know I was here? I saw you in the video at the competition tower, so I came here, Lak Nuit explained. Then she snorted softly, spending 5 hours in the gravity room and still coming to the competition tower to challenge, not afraid of getting beaten to death. Lak Nuit softly asked, Can you walk on your own? Lam Tu was startled, thinking he misheard. He quickly pressed his hand to his forehead and weakly said, I have no strength left, but if I rest for a while, I can recover. After saying that, Lam Tu also thought to himself that this girl, though fierce on the outside, actually cares about him inside. So troublesome, I'm carrying you, Lak Nuit said, unable to resist for even 2 seconds before carrying him on her back regardless of his consent. Lam Tu felt uneasy, huh? How could a guy like me let a girl carry me? Hearing that, Lak Nuit glanced at him and said casually, Don't overthink it. This is me repaying you. Lam Tu was a bit dazed as he recalled the memory of carrying her. His face flushed slightly. Under the evening light on the long road, people eagerly turned their heads to look at the 2 of them and whispered among themselves. Ah, look quickly. That beautiful girl is carrying a boy on her back. Are they a couple? Someone spoke up. Lak Nuit carried him past the crowd, ignoring their words. Only Lam Tu, his cheeks still rosy, could hear the whispers growing louder. That boy is so annoying. Letting a girl carry him like that, I'm really impressed. Why is the person she's carrying not me? Because you're ugly? Someone quickly muttered. Lak Nuit carried him steadily on her back along the road home, and by then the street was quiet, with no more teasing voices. Only then did Lam Tu lift his head, and as he did, he stared blankly, admiring her face, thinking to himself how beautiful her profile was, with a faint fragrance in her hair. It smelled so good that he unconsciously kissed her cheek. Suddenly snapping out of his daze, Lam Tu just felt something was wrong, his face pale and bloodless, his heart pounding as panic set in. Oh no, what have I just done? Why did I lose control and kiss her? Damn it, I'm definitely doomed this time. Lam Tu broke out in a cold sweat and said, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to just now. But he only heard Lak Nuit calmly say 2 words, You dare, then angrily threw him aside and shouted, Kiss me. Lak Nuit approached with a fierce aura. Lam Tu quickly stood up, waving his hands and stammering, Lak Nuit, little Nuit, I was wrong, please forgive me. Time quickly passed after that life challenge event. At the dinner table, Lam Tu looked at Lak Nuit and thought, What's wrong with this girl? I did something so outrageous and she didn't hit me. I thought I was a goner for sure. Could it be that she actually likes me? Thinking of this, Lam Tu's face flushed with an unusual redness. Lak Nuit noticed and wiped her mouth, asking, Are you feeling any better now? Lam Tu nodded with a start and replied, Feeling better now? Lak Nuit immediately scheduled, Stop eating and go train. Lam Tu was surprised and said, Hey, you just finished eating and already exercising. You'll get a stomachache. Watching her back as she walked away, he thought painfully, rubbing himself. Is she trying to take advantage of the situation to fight? It seems that what happened earlier still weighs heavily on their hearts. In the training room, the two of them sparred back and forth. Lakuat seriously assessed that this guy's strength was noticeably greater than yesterday. She thrust her sword with determination, knowing that the higher the martial rank, the harder the training. Yet he showed no signs of struggle, and his skills had clearly advanced. Lam-Tu blocked the spear with his own, and she wondered what kind of training he had done. Lam-Tu quickly put some distance between them and said anxiously, Hey, calm down. Are you trying to kill me? Lakuat swung her sword fiercely and said, Shut up! The long spear in her hand was knocked away, and Lam-Tu immediately raised both hands, disarmed and surrendered. Lakuat praised, Your spear technique is good now. Lam-Tu smiled. Of course, I don't take you lightly. Suddenly, Lakuat dropped her sword and said, I remember you also practiced the fierce fist before, so let's see. She clenched her fist tightly and said firmly, Whose fierce fist is stronger? Without hesitation, Lakuat threw a fierce strike. Lam-Tu dodged in panic. Hey, just because I say fight means we fight? No sooner had I dodged than Lakuat's figure vanished. Lam-Tu couldn't help but think, too fast. Suddenly appearing behind him, Lakuat delivered a fierce punch, and Lam-Tu was immediately knocked away. Lakuat spoke from behind. Don't be bound by what you see. Release your energy to truly feel it. Lam-Tu struggled to get up, crying out in pain. The two continued exchanging punches and kicks. Lam-Tu thought to himself, how could this be a girl's fighting style? This is as hard and sharp as a needle. Use your energy to feel it. Lam-Tu executed the martial arts snow-stepping silver, stepping back to dodge her attack. Lakuat widened her eyes in surprise, thinking to herself, this person is so smart. No wonder he progressed so quickly. When I first met him in Area A20, he hadn't even reached first-level martial artist. In just a few short months, he became a third-grade martial artist and successfully entered the Holy City Academy. On the second day of school, he defeated a fifth-grade martial artist in the competition tower. Lam-Tu suddenly saw an opportunity and cheered silently. It was his turn to attack. Lam-Tu lowered his body and stepped forward, saying, Watch my authentic violent history fist. But it seemed Lakuat was distracted. Lam-Tu was startled. How did she get in here now? What are you thinking about? He shouted in panic. That girl is so clueless. What is going on? Be careful or I'll hit you now. Lam-Tu gritted his teeth and slammed on the brakes, holding tightly, squealing. Luckily there was still some distance before contact. But it's still not right. Your hand still got hit. The atmosphere suddenly felt like the second move of Diao Chan, and your hand accidentally touched her chest. Lam-Tu recoiled in panic, shouting, I didn't mean to. Why didn't you move away? Then came a beating, while Lu Jiai's strange star stared blankly at his father getting thrashed. Lam-Tu's screams echoed loudly. I didn't mean to. Don't hit me. Whoever it is, don't punch my face. Help me. Domestic violence. Domestic violence. The next morning, the building where the 10th grade class is held. Trungdan looked at his bruised face with concern and asked big brother Lam-Tu, What happened to you? Loi Loi looked at him and guessed, You weren't beaten by Miss Lack, were you? They fought each other? Guang Luk whispered wickedly beside him, Class president, you can't use force on a girl, you know? Do you need me to transfer some experience to you? Lei Lei perked up Guang Luk's ears and said happily, Oh, you ask a lot. Guang Luk immediately took a submissive stance and forced a smile, saying, Who said that? I didn't. I was just joking with the class president. Suddenly, Labine excitedly spoke up to congratulate him. Class president, congratulations on ranking first year in the competition tower. You're really strong. How did I not see Tai-sun before? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Is that the competition tower in the Holy City Academy? Someone replied, That's right, the class president went straight up to floor 21, while the genius rival from class 1 only reached floor 20. Praise and admiration kept pouring in, all focused on him. Wow, class president is amazing. Even pushing the top rival to the limit. That's just too impressive. Class president, how do you train like that? Teach us, please, teach us. Class president Lam-Tu held the point card in his hand and agreed calmly. Fine. First, let's train in the double gravity room for 5 hours, then I'll tell you all about it. In the gravity room, all the 10th grade students came to train. Sitting upright, but their bodies trembling uncontrollably like Parkinson's eggs, Labine gritted his teeth to endure. Even his voice groaned as the double gravity pressed so hard that his fingers couldn't move. What is the class president doing? Then when he looked up, he could even see Lam-Tu dancing with the spear right there. Labin screamed in shock. How could he dance so lightly? This was the difference. After 5 hours, everyone groaned in unison. I can't hold on any longer. The 5 minutes were up. Lam Tu heard everyone complaining and said, this is too uncomfortable. Then he went to the control panel and said to them, next is triple gravity. Who wants to continue? Immediately, the whole group scattered like a disturbed beehive trying to escape. Class president, my pants are still drying outside the dorm. Class president, my stomach hurts. I'm not playing with you anymore. Class president, my mom called me to eat. I want to go to the bathroom. At the fastest speed, only Lam Tu was left. He turned his head back in frustration. It seems these guys can really run like the wind. They're clearly not tired at all. Tomorrow, we must make them train with triple gravity. Only then can we use triple gravity training. No wonder they're weak. At that moment, Kong Luke returned, bringing a girl with him. He spoke up. Captain, the great beauty Lak is here to see you. Lam Tu turned his head. Lak Nuit, why are you here? Lak Nuit said calmly. My card has run out of points. Lam Tuam fell silent, his eyes quietly assessing, thinking to himself, if your card runs out of points, you come to me, but am I really your husband? Suddenly, a few people peeked out from outside the door, all eager to gossip. Class president, is this your wife? After the question, a burst of laughter followed. Lam Tu looked at them seriously and said loudly, shut up! Do you have nothing better to do? Or do you want to come here and train with triple gravity? No need, class president, we won't bother you two anymore. Then they ran off. The event ended. Lam Tu felt tired and let out a soft sigh. These guys suddenly announced a terrifying warning, starting training with 5 times the gravity. Damn, 5 times the gravity. Lak Nuit, are you trying to kill me? With that, he immediately fell face first to the ground. Lak Nuit stood firm, arms crossed, looking down at him sternly. It's just 5 times the gravity, and you can't handle that? In another building, first year class 1, the mathematician. Inside the room, the students of class 1 sat seriously and neatly. Trak Kutin suddenly asked Latieu that if he had seen Lak Nuit. Latieu replied, he seems to have moved to class 10. Trak Kutin doubted, moved to class 10. Could he really be looking for that kid? Latieu added, guys, should I help you go teach that kid a lesson? No, first we don't need to deal with that brat. Trak Kutin said to find a chance to bring some people to teach those useless kids in class 10. Back in the gravity room, Lam Tu collapsed to the floor, gasping for breath. He said, 4 times gravity is enough. 5 times gravity would be beyond the limit. Lak Nuit replied, too weak. The system voice announced, the 10,000-volt training begins. From the ceiling, 2 chains carrying high-voltage electricity appeared. Lam Tu turned pale and shouted, damn. 4 times gravity, and now 2 chains with 10,000 volts? Are you even human? Lak Nuit grabbed the 2 chains and dragged them across the ground toward him, saying, my house has this kind of gravity room too. I've been training like this since I was a kid. Suddenly, her face darkened. Just now, did you say I'm not human? Lam Tu recoiled, his voice trembling as he denied, I don't. Lak Nuit glared sternly and cracked the whip toward him. Lam Tu dodged far away, but the 2 chains wrapped around him as high-voltage electricity ran through his body. Lam Tu screamed loudly outside, and Truong Dan looked at the gravity room and said, they're fighting in the gravity room again. Huang Luk also felt scared and said, this scream is so pitiful. Indeed, the more beautiful a woman is, the more terrifying she becomes. Lei lay beside him, with eyes burning like fire, suddenly asked, so am I scary? Huang Luk flinched and quickly replied, I'm not scary at all. This is a question. Loi Loi pulled Huang Luk's ear back with a very fierce tone. Did he mean that I'm not beautiful? Huang Luk said painfully, you're wrong. Our Loi Loi is the scariest. Loi Loi growled again. What did you say? He said it once again. What part of you is scary? This time, Huang Luk couldn't say anything more, unable to escape the pressing attack, only able to cry out in pain while even the 10th grade students were stunned by the terrifying situation. In the gravity room, Lam Tu finally escaped this torment. He groaned weakly. The electric shock nearly killed me. I can smell burnt flesh on my body. Lak Nuit once again voiced her disdain for his weakness. She snorted and said, it's only 10,000 volts. Lam Tu lay face down on the floor, painfully thinking to himself that with this aching feeling and his weak body, he probably couldn't train to avoid the laser today. However, the electric shock just now greatly increased his experience points in his internal system. Although it's not as good as absorbing alien stars, it's still much better than killing alien beasts. Looks like if there's nothing else, getting shocked works too. Suddenly, Lakuat said, "This is for you. Consider it a reward for using your accumulated card information." Then she gave him a slap. Lam Tu immediately cheered up and said, "How could I be shy? Nguyen always uses my points for every purchase. No need to say more. How could I not accept such a precious reward from her?" Lakuat reached out coldly and said, "If you don't want it, give it back to me." Lam Tu immediately walked over, smiling, and said, "I need it, of course I do. How could I not need something that Nguyen gave me?" Hearing this, Lakuat could only remain silent. In the gravity room for 2 hours, Lam Tu held 2 high-voltage chains to train himself. "Soldier, congratulations, Master. Successfully leveled up to 20, earning 20 accumulation points. Congratulations to the Master for acquiring the new skill, Devour, which can absorb all energy and convert it into experience. Congratulations to the Master for successfully becoming a 4th-level martial artist. Received the title of 4th Stage Martial Artist." A series of system notifications followed. Lam Tu was so happy he could burst. The 4th Stage Martial Artist title increased his physical attribute by 50 points. "That's great. Finally level 20, no wonder I got shocked every day." Lam Tu clenched his fists, encouraging himself to absorb the 6th grade strange star under 4 times gravity every day, endure 10,000 volts, and his experience increased to 66. The system increased physical potential by 20 points and changed the title to 4th Stage Martial Artist. That means my physical strength will rise to 228. System summary for host Lam Tu. Level 20, strength 400. Stamina increased from 158 plus 20 to 178 plus 50. Speed 101. Total combat power raised from 4,020 to 4,520. Title: 4th Stage Warrior with 50 stamina points added. Skills include Analytical Eye, Rage, Camouflage, Devour, and Lam Tu's Silent Vow. Stepping out of the gravity room, he thought to himself, the freshman tournament is coming soon, so he must prepare as thoroughly as possible. Tonight, he has to learn the Silver River 9 Heavens martial skill, then head to the exchange station to see if there are any rights or golden treasures to seize. Elsewhere, under the late afternoon sun, cries of pain echoed. Covered in wounds, Labin snapped, "Stop fighting, Fak Tai Tuan, what do you want?" Fak Tai Tuan didn't really mean anything by it, just wanted to let you know that from today on, you 10th graders are not allowed to use this path. Labin wiped the wound on his cheek and said, "This path isn't yours either. What right do you have to stop us from passing? This is the road to the exchange station. We also need to go trade goods." Fak Tai Tuan sneered, pointing below his crotch, saying, "You can go through this road. Just crawl under my crotch. From now on, Class M will use this road." The guys around him immediately burst out laughing. "I'll go through with my feet." As soon as he finished speaking, Fak Tai Tuan was kicked decisively. Fak Tai Tuan let out a cry as his balls were crushed. Lam Tu smiled and continued, "Not paying attention, huh?" The feeling of shattering was overwhelming. Fak Tai Tuan's heart ached deeply. The calls for the class president came from the 10th grade. Lam Tu stayed still, lowering his gaze to Fak Tai Tuan, trembling and collapsing on the ground, as a reckless figure charged toward him. "You want to die!" That night, he unleashed the golden martial art wolf chief. Lam Tu smiled and also adjusted his violent technique to meet the strike. The two forces from their fists collided, creating a shockwave neither too big nor too small. The reckless fool screamed out loud, pulling his arm back and clutching it, shouting, "What the hell is your master technique?" Lam Tu raised his fist at him and smiled. "Mine is the bronze martial art of fierce power. Not bad, right? Do you still want to try?" The tone rises slightly at the end. "Wait." Fak Tai Tuan suddenly raised his hand to stop him, and Lam Tu looked at him wide-eyed. Fak Tai Tuan said with difficulty, "I'm a third-year talent. We just had a little misunderstanding before. Can we stop this here?" He looked at Lam Tu thoughtfully. Though his aura seemed weak, his inner strength was strong, having reached a level of Than Dong Vu Ki, which was impressive. It wasn't worth dragging this out. Lam Tu didn't care what he was thinking, and readily agreed. Lam Tu smiled and said, "As long as you kneel and leave it here, everything ends here." As he spoke, he pointed at Labin, causing an uproar as everyone simultaneously accused Lam Tu. "You brat, go to hell, abusing others." Without a word, Lam Tu unleashed his chain kick and fire claw to teach those moral hypocrites a lesson. Fak Tai Tuan appeared behind Lam Tu at lightning speed. He laughed wickedly. "Humph. Refusing fresh wine. Wanting to drink penalty wine." At that desperate call, Fak Tai Tuan unleashed a golden weapon technique on Lam Tu's body, sending a surge of electric energy through him. Fak Tai Tuan laughed maniacally. This strike of mine can kill a level 3 evolved beast. Enjoy it well. But contrary to Fak Taituan's expectations, Lam Tu's reaction to this energy was quite good. He was silently amazed, feeling so comfortable with this sensation. At that moment, the system screen suddenly appeared, detecting incoming attack energy and asking if he wanted to use the Devour skill. Without hesitation, Lam Tu agreed, starting to use energy devouring. Gained 1,000 experience points. System experience bar increased by 10%. Lam Tu almost rolled his eyes. That devouring skill only gave a tiny bit of points. The system spoke up just in time. Master, it's not the devouring skill that's trash, but your opponent who's too trash. Lam Tu calmly turned his head to look at the person behind him, and said in a teasing tone, "What are you doing?" Fak Taituan stared in shock, mouth agape. He shouted, "How come you're not hurt?" "Because your skill is just too trash," Lam Tu said before punching him in the face. Fak Taituan was thrown backward by the force, and just as Lam Tu was about to deal with him again, a stern voice rang out, "Stop! No fighting in the academy!" Fak Taituan, bruised and battered, brightened up at the sight of who had arrived, as if saved by a straw. The man shouted, "Teacher!" The third-grade teacher stood among the students and solemnly said, "I know you started the trouble, but now you've paid the price. This classmate, let's stop this here." The teacher said so, and Lam Tu did not want to make things worse, so he stood up and stepped back while the third-year students quickly moved to help Fak Taituan. Then the third-grade homeroom teacher looked at you and said, "Quickly take them to the infirmary." The third-grade students responded promptly, "Yes, sir." Lam Tu stood watching them as Labin suddenly stepped closer behind him to express his thanks to the class president. Lam Tu looked at him, arms crossed, and asked curiously, "Why did you guys get involved in this?" Labin, with one cheek swollen, spoke a bit awkwardly, not really understanding either. "To be honest, we're not really sure either. We just wanted to change centers, then ran into them and got beaten for no reason." Lam Tu heard this, grimaced, and fell silent in thought. In the infirmary, the homeroom teacher of Class 3 looked at Fak Taituan lying on the bed with his arm bandaged by the doctor, grinning and then clenching his teeth. He asked, "Who told you to go provoke the 10th graders?" Fak Taituan glanced sideways, hesitating slightly as he said, "I just didn't like the way they looked." Their teacher obviously didn't believe him, but couldn't press too hard either. The teacher just said, "You guys are being watched. The young man who just fought you is Lam Tu. Although he's in 10th grade, he's the top among the male freshmen." At that moment, they all stared in shock. Fak Taituan panicked, his voice rising uncontrollably, his body trembling as if about to collapse. He was Lam Tu, who had broken through to level 21, ranked above Trakutin. Fak Taituan gritted his teeth in hatred, his hands clenched so tightly they trembled, silently cursing the damn Latiu That for tricking him and causing him to offend his people. The homeroom teachers of Class 3 only said that much, then turned to leave but paused briefly before stepping out to remind them. "In 2 days, the new student tournament begins. Remember, you're Class 3, so if you lose to Class 10, be ready to face the consequences." Elsewhere, the exchange station was still bustling with people coming and going. The professor in charge of exchanges spoke up first. "The little brother has come again." The professor leaned on the table and asked directly, "What do you want to exchange this time?" Long Tu candidly stated his purpose. "This time, I want to buy the golden martial arts card, the business technique, the chief technique, and the foot technique." The professor in charge tapped a bit on the screen and pointed, saying, "They're all here. Take a look and see if it works for you." Then he looked quite surprised. "Silver Storm. Fierce Strike on the screen is the golden martial arts card. Silver Storm, Fierce Strike." The professor asked seriously, "Do you want this card?" "This martial technique is very difficult to learn. As far as I know, those who have trained in this style have all been seriously injured," he explained. "Have you heard of a powerful technique from the Qingtong martial arts called the Fierce Assault Master? The initial stage of the violent strike causes self-injury before advancing to harming others." The professor continued, saying that the Silver Electric Violent Strike is an enhanced version of the Violent Strike, combining brute force with the use of primal energy to generate electric currents, amplifying the power of the technique. But it's not just the violent martial artists. While training, they must also withstand immense electric currents to avoid injuring themselves, the professor said. Lam Tu smiled and snapped his fingers confidently. "I'll take that one. And also give me this Divine Windfoot card." Then he picked another card. The professor said nothing, turned his back to prepare the card for him. Lam Tu was in an exceptionally good mood, happily thinking that lately he had been training with electric shocks every day, and since he knew the Violent Master, this technique would definitely suit him. Stepping out of the exchange station, the setting sun peeked behind the mountain range, casting a warm glow over the Sacred City Academy. Lam Tu looked at the card in his hand, smiling as he walked, unable to help but reflect. The freshman orientation is in 2 days, so tonight I have to finish studying Silver Lightning Fury, Divine Wind Step, and Milky Way. Fall 9 Heavens? Hey, are you Lam too? Suddenly a voice called his name. Trak Kutin stood on the wall, hands in his pockets as if he had been waiting for a long time. Lam Tu was indifferent and asked, "What's the matter?" Trak Kutin said calmly, "Being able to last 3 rounds proves your strength is not weak, but it doesn't mean you can be with Lak Nuit. You two belong to different worlds. If you understand, then," he said sternly, "I advise you to leave on your own." Lam Tu Nyu heard the laughter and smirked, asking, "Are you threatening me?" "The name Tai Tuan, the one I crippled, must be the one you came looking for." Trak Kutin closed his eyes and calmly replied, "It's not a threat, just a little negotiation. I've already looked into your background. Your parents are gone, you come from poverty, and unless you can reach level 9 martial artist, you'll never be worthy of Lak Nuit." Lam Tu no longer cared about him. This guy wasn't anything to Lak Nuit anyway. He stepped forward and said, "You don't need to waste your breath on me. It's best if you focus on yourself. The freshman tournament is in 2 days, so use the time to train. If you dare to mess with the 10th grade, I will make sure you regret it." Another student following Trak Kutin was left speechless. "Trak, is he missing a move?" Trak Kutin's face sank into the shadow of the tree canopy, no longer bearing the scholarly look he usually wore. Now it was filled with sheer dominance. Trak Kutin let out several sharp breaths, clenched his fist to summon the fiery power of the violent fist, and said darkly, "In just a few days at the freshman tournament, I'll make you lose face." Lam Tu strolled leisurely into the house, deep in thought, hands in his pockets. A clan capable of nurturing such a powerful martial artist is definitely no ordinary family. Lak Nguyen belongs to the Lak family branch in Tien Cao. So, just how influential is the Lak family? But after thinking it over, Lam Tu realized there was no reason to hesitate and muttered to himself while rubbing his nose, "Why am I overthinking this? I'm not even going to propose." As he stepped into the house, the plate of delicious food on the table immediately caught his eye. Just then, Lak Nguyen came out of the room, looking like she had just finished training, still holding a small sword in her hand. Seeing Lam Tu come back, she said, "I've eaten. The food on the table is for you." Lam Tu sat down slowly and casually asked, "By the way, the freshman meeting is in 2 days. I heard we can choose the training schedule between 2 areas. Lam Tu chewed and asked, "Have you chosen which area yet?" Lak Nguyet went straight to her room, not sitting down to chat with him. Hearing him ask, she turned and smiled slyly, her words vague and teasing. "You'll find out when the time comes." Lam Tu was probably very hungry, chewing a mouthful of food while silently scolding her affectionately in his mind. Since when did this girl learn to fish in troubled waters like that? Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. 2 days later, the long-awaited freshman welcome ceremony arrived. In the giant stadium, laughter and chatter buzzed like a swarm of bees, filling the air with lively noise and excitement. After a moment of free greetings, an announcement rang out. "Everyone, please pay attention. The freshman assembly is about to begin entering the stadium in order." So the top students quickly gathered by class. Truong Dan raised his hand and called out loudly, "Big brother Lam Tu, over here, over here!" "Yife." Lam Tu politely responded with a gentle smile and raised his hand to signal he had seen her. Lam Tu was busy looking for something, his head turning from side to side, scratching his hand, wondering why he couldn't find her in the first-year group. Where did this kid run off to? Early in the morning, Lak Nguyet was nowhere to be seen. It turns out he was looking for an escape route. At that moment, Nam Chin Hui's voice rang out, and everyone immediately focused their attention on him. All right, let me introduce myself to everyone a little." Nam Chin Hui smiled and raised his hand to announce to Class 10. "This student is Lak Nguyet, who just transferred to our class. Actually, she originally was, but before Nam Chin Hui could finish, Lak Nguyet interrupted, reminding him, "Master, there's no need to introduce my transfer." Nam Chin Hui understood and agreed. All right. Then Nam Chin Hui turned back to the class, smiling as he gave them some reminders. In short, everyone has to get along, and no one is allowed to bully her. But the master didn't realize that no one in the class is a stranger to her. Lam Tu was stunned, as Lak Nguyet was followed by sounds of delight. "Sister Lak Nguyet, Sister Lak Nguyet." Lam Tu scratched his head, wondering why she was here. Lak Nguyet just replied with a faint smile. The main character Hui finally realized that everyone knew each other. Quang Luke, standing next to Lam Tu, took the opportunity to tease him. "Lak Nguyet is the class president's girlfriend, our sister-in-law. How could I not know?" Lam Tu, probably embarrassed, quickly stopped Quang Luke with another question. "Aren't you in class 1? Why would you suddenly transfer to my class? Huang Luk wasn't done yet. The troublemaker kept teasing. This sentence is even more shocking than the previous one. Your class president has no idea. Sister Lak Nuit, of course, remained silent in the face of Huang Luk's teasing out of love. Then what did Nye Nye do that caused Huang Luk to get kicked in the butt by both of them? Not only was he kicked, but also rudely chased away. Get lost. Only then did Lak Nuit respond coldly. An arrogant attitude. Because you guys are too weak, being crushed by another class won't be easy. Lam Tu was stunned when she changed classes, and after hearing this, his face went blank. Can't she talk without insulting others? But despite saying that, Lam Tu was secretly happy inside. He looked at Lak Nuit with gentle eyes, a soft smile appearing on his face. He watched Lak Nuit laughing and chatting freely with her classmates, feeling relieved, thinking the freshman event might be a competition with her, but now it was completely fine. Lam Tu's cheeks flushed as a sudden thought crossed his mind. This girl really doesn't like me, does she? Thinking about it, that's kind of a relief. After a few minutes of joking around, the principal on stage began his speech. The freshman welcomed everyone who passed the trial and entered the Holy Domain Academy. I believe over these past few days, everyone has come to understand the Holy Abyss Academy well. After the greetings, he introduced himself, saying his name was Bak Lai. You can call me Dean Bak Lai, and today I won't say much. According to the old tradition of the Holy Realm Academy, we must hold the freshman assembly, which is also known as the freshman examination. Just one look at him exudes an intimidating seriousness, with reddish-brown hair, glasses, a stern gaze, and a thick beard covering his mouth. It was hard to tell if he was smiling or angry. Lam Tu looked at him and suddenly remembered that Bak Lai was not from the same family as his master. Seeing the invisible flames radiating from Bak Lai, Lam Tu couldn't help but marvel. Even from a distance, he could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from him. Truly a level 9 martial artist. Bak Lai calmly snapped his fingers and invited everyone to look at the big screen. 2 different scenes appeared on the screen. He explained everything in detail. This trial allows you to choose between 2 arenas. The one who collects the most rare stars will win the trial. The winner not only receives bonus points, but also a special skill card that cannot be bought on the market. Bak Lai pointed to the screen on the left, showing a dense forest all in vibrant green, the first being the Emerald Jungle. To the south of the Sacred Realm Academy, although there are also high-level evolved beasts, the danger level is not high. Everyone can go to this area. Moving to the second image, Bak Lai's eyes suddenly grew much more serious. Although he was explaining, it sounded like a warning. Second is the G17 ruins in the north of the Holy Realm Academy, an abandoned city occupied by high-level zombies and terrifying evolved beasts. This place is very dangerous. Not everyone needs to go to the G17 ruins, but each class must send 7 people in. After hearing this, Labin snapped awake, sweat pouring down, eyebrows furrowed, and said bluntly, "There's the G17 ruins. That place will get people killed." Lam Tu crossed his arms and looked at his classmate's expression, asking, "You know that place?" Labin immediately replied, his eyes filled with confusion and fear, the image of a terrifying zombie flashing through his mind. This land once experienced a terrifying virus outbreak. Some warriors went in to carry out a mission to eliminate everything, but they all got infected and turned into high-level zombies. Moreover, the evolved beasts there are mostly level 4 and above, and I heard there are even level 7. The classmates nearby who overheard were scared and screamed in panic. What? Level 7 evolved beasts. The male lead Hui calmly reminded, "Lam Tu, you divide the people to the G17 ruins and the Tui Luke jungle. I'll handle it." Lam Tu stepped forward, clapped his hands to get everyone's attention, and said, "Everyone be quiet. I'm here to organize the teams." Lam Tu looked at Lak Nuit's expression and somewhat guessed. "Huh? You want to go analyze G17 too?" Lak Nuit said with his eyes closed, as if to say, "This is a given." Already fond of challenges and now with a beautiful companion, Lam Tu immediately added his name as well. "Is there anyone else willing to go with me?" Lak Nuit encouraged when she saw everyone's hesitation. "Although the G17 checkpoint is dangerous, danger always comes with opportunity. I'm not forcing anyone. If you want to go, step out of line yourself." Trung Dan raised his hand, excitedly saying, "Big brother Lam Tu, I'll go with you." Kwang Luk then looked at the girl next to her, Loi Loi, with a calm and gentle gaze, completely different from her earlier nervousness. So Kwang Luk took Lei Lei's hand. "Sung Fong, class president, I'm going." His little girlfriend agreed. "Sung Fong, I'll go with Kwang Luk." Tan Fong didn't hesitate either. "Our team of 4, 3 have gone already, so of course I can't be left out." Lam Tu counted and continued. "There are 6 of us now, still 1 person missing." Someone's hand was trembling, clearly hesitating. It was Labin. After a moment of inner struggle, he volunteered. Team leader, I'll go. Lam Tu smiled proudly and nodded. All right. Finally, the member selection is done. Lam Tu clenched his fist and shouted, Boost the class spirit. Truly a model and kind class president. All right, everyone. The 7 of us will head to the G17 ruins, and you all go to the vast Tuiluk forest. Give me 120% spirit. This time, we have to achieve great results. In response, the classmates cheered excitedly. Don't worry, class president. Class president, everyone must be careful. The voting has ended. Everyone proceeded to their chosen locations. The planes were circling in the sky. On the plane, Lam Tu folded his arms and asked intently, Labin, what's wrong? Is he scared of something? The kid replied, I'm fine. His classmates looked very superior and mocked Labin cruelly. Tisk, tisk. If you're scared, then don't go. It's hard to keep your life safe. Ha ha, 10th graders. If you're not weak, then you're just a coward. Truong shouted angrily, What are you guys talking about? You want to fight, right? Labin hesitated for a long time before finally admitting it. Actually, I have been to the G17 ruins. After hearing this, everyone showed surprised expressions. Zhang Yan asked, What do you mean you've been there? Labin recalled the memory painfully, lowering his head and clutching his head with both hands. I have a bit of a hot temper and don't accept defeat from anyone. There was a time I bet with my classmates who said I wouldn't dare to go to the G17 ruins for training. His eyes darkened suddenly when he mentioned the outcome, clearly showing his deep sadness. In Labin's mind, the gruesome scene replayed. Hundreds of zombies swarmed like a flood, biting his classmates. Labin's tone was tinged with bitterness as he recounted the first day we entered the G17 ruins. My friends were all bitten and injured by the evolved beasts there, then infected and mutated. In the end, Labin recounted, I was the only one who managed to escape. This was what made him feel even more heartbroken and pained. Lam Tu carefully observed, Your friend was bitten and infected by the evolution virus. The evolved beasts there all carry the mutation virus, Labin stated firmly. That's right. If bitten and wounded by those evolved beasts, within 24 hours you will turn into a zombie. They fell into silence, wondering what the upcoming battle would be like. The planes flew over a forest where colorful flowers bloomed brightly, as if wishing them luck for the fight ahead. It was a forest covered in green, looking very pleasing to the eye. Finally, they had landed. An announcement from the monks echoed. Dear friends, we have arrived at the G17 ruins. Please gather below the spaceship. The 7 of them calmly stepped down, each wearing a worried and uneasy expression. A sorcerer with orange hair tied up in a topknot gave instructions to everyone before we set off. There are a few things you need to keep in mind. Besides the zombies in Area G17, the evolved beasts also carry viruses. He was giving very detailed instructions. If bitten by an evolved beast, you must receive treatment here within 24 hours to have a chance of survival. A large snake lurking nearby looked on curiously, more amusing than frightening. The monk ended with the perfect warning. If you don't get treated in time, you'll have to rely on your ancestors to carry you off. After hearing that, everyone complained, Oh, damn, evolved beasts carry the virus too. Is that 10th grader for real? What a black-mouthed liar. Lam Tu pointed in a direction and announced, We'll go that way. Lac Nguyen immediately agreed, All right. Tanfong's eyes held deep thoughts. Everyone felt a rising sense of unease. Quang Luk walked closely beside Loi Loi, never taking his eyes off her. Labin, who knew the situation in the G17 ruins well, was also deeply worried. They slowly moved deeper into the G17 ruins, traveling in groups. Time passed slowly as they gradually advanced further into the forest. In front of them now stood an abandoned house, covered in thick vines and flowers of every color. But things that shine brightly often hide many dangers. The group from Lam Tu's class was passing by this house, their faces extremely serious. From inside the leaves, an entity appeared. It was sneaking through the foliage with rustling sounds, as if something was about to happen. That entity was a level 4 zombie, originally a martial artist infected and mutated with agile movements and great strength. Once bitten, the victim becomes infected and turns into one of them. Seeing it suddenly leap forward like that, Loi Loi screamed out loud. Lac Nguyen rushed up like lightning, her eyes flashing with sharp and agile sparks, as if ready to deliver a fatal strike to that disgusting zombie. Just as expected, with swift movements and decisive strikes, Lac Nguyen was strong enough to defeat the zombie in the blink of an eye, protecting Loi Loi from a dangerous situation. Feeling safe, Loi Loi sat down and patted her chest to reassure herself. You scared me to death, thank you, Lac Nguyen, Quang Luk immediately asked. Although he couldn't protect her in time, he was very scared. Quickly held her hand and gently asked, Are you okay, Loi Loi? Truongdain, who was straightforward and honest by nature, said, "If something happens, you have to speak up immediately. That damn thing even knows how to hide in the bushes and ambush me?" Lam Tu wondered silently how many experience points a level 4 zombie could give him. Outwardly, they always agreed with Truongdan. That's right, fighting without honor is really unacceptable. Lost in thought, Lam Tu suddenly smiled shyly, as if remembering his lover. Lac Nguyen turned back and warned coldly, "Be careful." After taking down one, the group continued deeper into the ruins. They had been warned by the earlier zombie, so everyone was now on high alert, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Then another zombie ran out from the bushes, looking hungry and funny, staring at Lam Tu without fear, but he acted like he was about to cry. The system announced he killed a level 4 zombie and earned 150,000 experience points. Lam Tu was quick and decisive. Looking at the zombie lying there, Lam Tu felt a bit disappointed. Damn system. Only a level 4 zombie, and it gives this little experience. Moreover, this one keeps hiding around to ambush me. I wonder if its owner urgently needs to level up by hunting monsters. One after another. After failing a bit on the ground earlier, this one appeared from above. Lam Tu sighed in frustration, slapping his face. Not again. Does it feel annoying? Just like earlier, this zombie got smacked by Lam Tu once. Lam Tu seems to be playing with it. Not killing it outright, but making it sway back and forth. It's so dizzy. Sticking out its tongue and rolling its eyes, the head controlled by Lam Tu keeps shaking like it's playing around. Labin panicked and ran over to ask the class president why he didn't kill it. He said, "We can't let it keep screaming like that. It will lead many other zombies there." Lam Tu Jia has a plan behind all of this. Contrary to Labin's unease after witnessing the horrifying scene, Lam Tu remained calm and composed. He said he wants it to make noise to lure all the other zombies out there. Each one is hiding already. It's really annoying to be ambushed like this. Why not just deal with them all at once and be done with it? Just as planned, the zombies are drawn to the sound this one is making. They all came rushing over. Each one had a different appearance. Actually, there are only 2 types. Whether standing or squatting, each one looks just as shabby. Not only in front, but all around them, there were already plenty of corpses. Did Labin really scream that much? It's over, class president. Let's run quickly. But running like this isn't like Lam Tu anymore. He's sprinting fast with a look like he's ready to fight. Oh no, class president is jumping. Don't joke around. These are all your experience points. Lac Nguyen quickly caught up, running alongside Lam Tu. Seeing you this fired up, I'm a bit surprised. Hey, Lac Nguyen, why are you even more enthusiastic than me? I really don't understand why you always rush headfirst into danger like that. Even now, you're still joking around. Oh, my little Nguyen is worried about me. Lac Nguyen snapped back sharply. Seeing both of them charge forward so bravely, how could the rest just stand by and wait? They took their positions, readying their weapons. Guang Luk spoke first. "Brothers, let's go up too." Loi Loi also spoke up. "These two are complete lunatics." Tanfong was even more humorous, casually putting his hands in his pockets and saying, "The squad leader and sister-in-law really are a perfect match." Truongdan warned him to be careful, or Lac Nguyen would shut him up again. Lam Tu uses the white bird technique on one side, while Lac Nguyen applies her inner energy skill on the other. Announcements keep sounding continuously. Tin killed a level 4 zombie, gaining 150,000 experience points. Tin killed a level 4 zombie, gaining 130,000 experience points. Tin killed a level 4 zombie and gained 150,000 experience points. Truongdan watched from afar in awe. This martial move of a big brother Lam Tu seems to have improved a lot. Tanfong also nodded in agreement. That's right, the first time I saw the class president use this move, it wasn't this powerful. But now it must have leveled up to a golden martial skill. Lac Nguyen is flying through the air like a bullet. Guang Luk put on an admiring and amazed expression. But I feel like my sister-in-law is even stronger than the class president. What kind of divine lovers are these two? Their strength is insanely powerful. At this moment, Labin was suddenly attacked by a zombie rushing towards him, but he showed no reaction and hadn't noticed the zombie coming at him. Seeing it lunging right in front of him, Labin finally shouted, "Ah!" He was immediately hit so hard his face twisted. Lam Tu arrived just in time to scold Labin harshly. "If you want to die, then get lost. I don't need useless teammates holding me back." He fell silent, feeling ashamed and blaming himself for being so cowardly. So he pushed himself forward, saying, "Labin, I don't want to be looked down on by anyone anymore. Let's kill." After wiping out the zombies, the group moved to another location, but the eerie silence around made them uneasy and suspicious. According to the information displayed online, this area is supposed to have the most evolved beasts, right? But we haven't seen a single one after all. Lam Tu quietly realized there was only one possibility. He fixed his gaze on the large indentation in the stone wall and commented that a powerful evolved beast must be here, which is why other evolved beasts dare not invade this area. Lam Tu looked in another direction and calmly announced, "Look, it's coming." The ground suddenly trembled, birds scattered in fear, and the air quickly grew hazy. Lac Nuit rushed ahead and quickly said, "It's right up ahead. Lam Tu is excited to go with her. Let's go see. That roar is full of power, probably a fourth stage evolved beast." Zhang Led saw these two were too fast and had to shout out, "Hey, you two wait for us." It was a beast with two long horns like a buffalo, covered in thick black fur. A faded yellow tuft of hair stretched from the top of its head all the way down its back to its tail, and its cloudy eyes along with two protruding fangs looked truly terrifying. Every beast here has its own name. The real name of this beast is the Golden Frenzied Beast, a fifth-stage evolved creature. The typical Chow, after being infected, mutates into the Golden Silver Chow Dian with a statue-like body, golden fur on its back, and a defense as solid as metal. Only then did Lam Tu panic, realizing it was a fifth-stage evolved beast. Lac Nuit, be careful. When did Lac Nuit leap onto the back of the golden-backed mad beast? Its iron-hard skin blocked Lac Nuit's sword strike, leaving her stunned. Why couldn't she cut through? Not only that, but it also used a hind leg to fling Lac Nuit off the beam. Lam Tu rushed over worriedly, calling her name. At that moment, Lam Tu was carrying Lac Nuit and running off like a bullet. As he ran, he asked her, "Lac Nuit, are you okay?" At that moment, Lac Nuit calmly replied to him, "I'm fine. I used 90% of my original power to move." From afar, a furious-looking bull appeared. Suddenly, the bull charged quickly toward the two of them. Instantly, Lac Nuit pushed Lam Tu aside, drew her sword, and shouted, "Get out of the way! Don't block me!" The mad buffalo was about to charge at Lac Nuit, who was already in a ready fighting stance. Seeing this, Lam Tu shouted a warning. Lac Nuit's eyes sharpened as she prepared to act. Without a wasted move, she swiftly delivered a fatal strike to the buffalo. Her slash made the bull's eye bleed black. Seeing that, Lam Tu admired and exclaimed, "Amazing, our little Nguyen is still the best. The bull is completely overwhelmed now." The two standing behind Lam Tu were also surprised, and the dark-skinned guy said, "It's still Sister Lac Nguyen, who's amazing, but now it's in an aggressive state. How can we get close?" Lam Tu smiled and said, "No need to get close. Everyone use martial skills to attack from a distance." Immediately, he unleashed the 100 Phoenix Tide power and said, "Hey, watch me roast the bull for everyone." Seeing this, the others cheered with excitement. "Wow!" Immediately, the black guy rushed out and said, "Then watch us." These guys quickly unleashed their powers one by one. Landslides and cracks appeared as Moonfang Slash, Five Link Slash, and Flaming Fire Strike were unleashed one after another on the buffalo, causing it great pain. These attacks struck the buffalo directly, leaving its body covered in scratches. Suddenly, the bull's eyes began to glow, looking terrifying as it charged wildly at them. Seeing this, Lam Tu said to everyone, "Be careful, this beast is charging through. Is it trying to die with us?" He immediately jumped into the air, swung his spear, and shouted, "Your armor is too tough to pierce. I'll just smash you down." Right after that, he swung a strike at its head. Suddenly, Lac Nguyen rushed in, and with a single blow, she severed the bull's head from its body. Witnessing this, Lam Tu was utterly stunned and exclaimed, "Oh damn, how did you do that? I was just yelling at this beast to make it into fatty meat, and you went ahead and chopped its head off. Isn't this hitting me in the face?" Hearing that, Lac Nguyen sheathed her sword and explained, "Didn't you see the back of its neck? The skin there was already roasted by you." Hearing that, he felt embarrassed, scratched his head, and said, "Oh, so it was already roasted." Suddenly, someone came in and said, "Unexpectedly, it turns out to be Jiang Huai and his gang." At that moment, Jiang Huai continued, "The monster we were hunting was killed by you guys." Then he glanced at Lam Tu and introduced himself. "I am Jiang Huai from Class 4 of the Northern Institute, and this yellow-backed crazy antelope was driven here by us." He touched the horn of the Chow and said with a sinister smile, "Thank you all for your help. We take it as a favor. The rest of the parts on this golden-backed Chow belong to you. Its hard back can be forged into good weapons." Hearing that, the dark-skinned guy angrily shouted, "What do you mean? Isn't what you're doing just robbery?" Seeing that, Jiang Huai shamelessly said, No, we're just taking our own spoils. This was originally our hunt." Hearing that, the black guy shouted angrily, "What proof do you have that this is your prey?" Jiang Huai quickly replied, "Like I said, we've been fighting this golden-backed beetle for a while now. Look, a piece is missing from its claw. That's from my friend. Ton Oh-hai broke it with his axe. At that moment, Hodak nodded and sneered. A bunch of scum from the Southern Institute. His words forced Lam Tu to speak up. 5 or 6 level 4 fighters surrounding and attacking a golden-backed Chowdian, but only managing to break off a piece like this. Anyone would think they were just trimming its nails. Lam Tu continued with a voice full of contempt. So then who are the real scum? I guess even if we die in Zone G17, the Holy Realm Academy wouldn't even care about the risk from this side, right? At that moment, Lakuat drew her sword and swung it straight at Jiang Nai. Seeing this, Jiang Nai quickly dodged and said, "What do you want to do? How dare you attack us?" Lam Tu quickly responded and raised his spear towards Jiang Huai, saying, "This is not the Holy Realm Academy. What's wrong with killing a few thieves?" He struck quickly, but luckily Jiang Huai blocked it with his sword. This made Lam Tu furious and curse. Damn it. Lam Tu's men, including the red-haired guy and the black guy, also rushed at them and shouted, "Kill!" Seeing that Lam Tu had no intention of stopping, Jiang Huai panicked and said, "Crazy fools, how dare you try to steal the spirit anomalies from us?" Hearing this, Lam Tu's face twisted into a mocking sneer as he replied, "You really know how to twist the truth. But since you said that, then leave all the spirit fragments and points in your news cards here." Hearing that, he thought to himself, damn, he had thought they were just some trash from Class 10 of the Southern Academy, but their skills were not only decent, but also quite strong. Lam Tu kept attacking relentlessly, forcing Jiang Huai to defend. Suddenly, Jiang Huai unleashed the Golden Void technique, his face full of malice as he said, "If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy." Lam Tu was stunned and lost sight of him. Nowhere to be seen. From behind, this Jiang Huai rushed forward to stab him and shouted, "Nahai Dan, you're right. Those scumbags died during training. The Academy won't investigate. Just go die." At that moment, Lam Tu turned around and said to him, "Your speed is much slower than the laser gun in the gravity room." This left Jiang Huai stunned and speechless. "Oh no, an enemy!" Lam Tu immediately rushed to Awakens, leaving Jiang Huai stunned. "Oh, how did you know I was behind you?" Right now, Lam Tu uses the Thunderstorm Fist and says, "There's still a lot you don't know. Try out my new move." This made Jiang Huai go freeze in shock and shout out loud. Immediately, he took Lam Tu's punch and was thrown flying into the beam. At that moment, Lam Tu laughed heartily and said, "Ah ha ha, the paralysis effect is pretty good. Now I'm the Thunder and Lightning King over here." Lakuat was still fighting the two others fiercely. One of them was thrown back and cried out in pain while Jiang Nai tried to sit up and said, "Damn, this woman is too strong." Immediately after, he was held at sword point by Lakuat, who calmly said, "Try to move." Her face was cold as she said, "You're dead, and over there the two sides are still fighting fiercely." Hodak was furious, drew his sword and shouted, "A level 3 fighter against a level 4 fighter. It's like throwing eggs at rocks." He laughed loudly as he swung his sword, mocking that my challenge was just nail filing. "Now I'm going to help you right in the head." Luckily, there was a spear that suddenly flew straight at that annoying Hodak, knocking him backward. In a daze, he let go of his hammer, which fell straight onto Hodak's foot, making him yelp in pain. Lam Tu then stood before his red-haired friend and calmly said, "Use your hammer to file your nails." Lam Tu looked at him provocatively and said, "How does that feel?" The other guy looked up with a terrifying face and said, "Do you want to die?" Immediately, he unleashed his power and charged swiftly at Lam Tu. Instantly, Lam Tu unleashed the silver lightning fierce fist and said, "You want to fight me? You're the one who wants to die." The two punched each other with great force, but Lam Tu's strength sent the shouting man flying back as he cried out, Jiang Huai's men were extremely worried. The pink-haired guy panicked and said, "How is this possible?" Jiang Yai Ton Oh-hai was knocked down. The man standing next to him gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it!" At that moment, the dark-skinned guy shouted, "Good opportunity!" and immediately set off a series of explosions, catching the others off guard and making them cry out. "Ouch!" Jiang Huai's men, covered in injuries, sat down heavily on the ground and cried out, "It hurts!" Lam Tu now stood before Jiang Huai, making him so scared that he begged for mercy. "We were wrong. Please forgive us." Lam Tu looked at him with contempt and said calmly, "I can spare you, but only if you hand over all the mutants on your bodies, along with the news card points." Hearing this, Jiang Huai trembled in fear and said, "We can give you the news card points, but once we hand over the mutants, the trial is over for us." Seeing him say that, Lam Tu's face turned terrifying and he said, "Not handing it over, then we'll kill you all and take it ourselves." Seeing you point their spear, Jiang Huai's men were terrified and stammered, "We'll give it to you, don't kill us." After a moment, the dark-skinned guy spoke up. I never expected that the 4th grade students from the Northern Institute would have 2 level 5 alien crystals. Ha ha, now we have 3 level 5 alien crystals. We definitely won't be at a disadvantage. Hearing that, Lak Nuit said, Not necessarily. If you dare to come to the abandoned G17 area, there won't be any energy-saving lights. Lam Tu then added, And there's only 1 week left. We can't delay. We have to give our all to collect the mutant crystals. At that moment, Lam Tu turned to Lak Nuit and asked, Lak Nuit, what's wrong with you? She then said, I just feel like someone is watching us. Suddenly, a flash of a light came from the abandoned building, and immediately, Lak Nuit shouted, Scatter! The purple beam shot out with terrifying power. It brushed past Lam Tu, tearing his pants. The system then displayed a notification. External energy detected. Devouring skill activated. 2% energy absorbed. Gained 2,000 experience. Seeing that, Lam Tu panicked and shouted, What the hell is this skill? How come it only absorbed a few energy points? Fortunately, my uniform is combat gear, or else this leg would be useless. Immediately, he used the martial arts snow kick to protect everyone. At that moment, Lak Nuit ran straight into the building and said, The snipers are inside that building. We have to go kill them. Seeing this, Lam Tu shouted, Lak Nuit, be careful. The sniper saw her running in and immediately warned his teammates, Attention, someone is rushing into the building. Squad 1, prepare to engage. Squad 2, continue attacking the target. At that moment, the black guy anxiously asked him, Big Brother Lam Tu, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. Immediately, he grabbed his spear and told his teammates, You guys hide here, I'll go help Lak Nuit. Lam Tu had to dodge their sniper shots as he said this. Damn, the neighboring building has snipers too? He rushed to the building's door and shouted, Go kill these guys first. His teammates saw that and said, The guy in black said those two really are a pair just going off like that. The person next to them added, So what do we do now? Need help? Hearing that, the dark-skinned guy said, Big Brother Lam Tu can still use his agility to dodge bullets under triple gravity, but we don't have that skill. Going out there is basically a death sentence. The guy in the black hat said, Damn it, why would someone sneak attack us? The dark-skinned guy then explained, Do you think only the Academy Saints are training here? This place has all kinds of people, including those who specialize in killing and robbing. Right now, the group in blue shirts is also hiding here. Hearing the noise, the dark-skinned guy turned around and shouted, Who's there? The short-haired guy in the blue shirt nervously stood up to explain. Our people. We are Class 10 North Institute. You are from the South Institute, right? Hearing that, the guy in the black hat said helplessly, Class 10 North Institute. We're Class 10 South Institute. Yeah, why do I suddenly feel like I just fell from the sky too? At that moment, the dark-skinned guy looked at them and asked, Why are you guys here? The short-haired guy replied in a fearful voice, We just got here too, saw someone shooting everywhere, so we hurried to hide here. That's right, I just saw 2 people run into the building. They are on the same team as you, right? Hearing that, the guy in the black hat confirmed, Yes, it was our class president and his wife teaching those sneaky attackers a lesson. Hearing this, the guy with short hair was so shocked he yelled out, What? Just those 2 are dealing with a whole group armed like that? Your 10th grade boys' dorm is that strong? Suddenly, someone was pushed off from that building over there, causing him to scream. Oh, so that's the sniper who's falling down right now. Seeing that, the short-haired guy shouted, Ah, that's the sniper from earlier. Seeing that, the dark-skinned guy said, Yeah, our Class 10 boys are that strong, that tough. On the other side, the green-haired man twisted his face in rage and frantically pulled the trigger, firing bursts of light bullets. Lak Nuit's face tensed as she dashed through the deadly hail of gunfire. The sniper was furious, gritting his teeth as he hissed, Damn it, no matter how I shoot, I just can't hit. Lak Nuit leapt right beside him, sword in hand, the blade burning with a fierce aura like a hellfire that had burned for 1,000 years. With a blur of motion, the green-haired man was knocked back, screaming in pain. Lam Tu, watching from the rooftop of another building, couldn't help but praise. Another one down. My little Nguyen is too strong, huh? With a sharp whistle cutting through the air, Lam Tu quickly dodged a laser bullet rushing toward him, sighing once again. Bullets came down like rain. Lam Tu dodged left and jumped right, silently cursing himself. Damn it, he just wanted to bluff a little, but he didn't expect so many people to gather and shoot together, making it impossible to do anything. Looking up at the 4 or 5 figures aiming their guns from above, Lam Tu had to think. These guys were well-equipped and well-trained, probably bounty hunters. He hesitated for a moment, a thought crossing his mind. Were they here to kill him? Lam Tu smiled slyly and whistled quietly to himself. There's a way now. He punched forward, sparks flying from his hand, activating his martial art, the thunderstorm fist, gripping the reinforced steel tightly as the high-voltage electricity spread rapidly through the nearby charged objects. A group of snipers standing on the scaffolding were thrown into the air, shouting in panic, "What's going on?" "Ah!" A piercing scream stretched out as Lam Tu moved swiftly in front of them, holding a spear charged with inner power, smiling as he said, "This is my wind, thunder, lightning fist, truly living up to its name." He unleashed a 100 Oaks Phoenix strike, the fiery phoenix's afterimage appearing as it struck the snipers, sending them flying, even falling from the rooftop to the ground. Bang! The young man in the Northern Institute uniform hiding to the side stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, trembling as he said, "Is this really the strength of the 10th grade? Too terrifying." The sniper dropped to his knees, eyes filled with panic, begging, "Please, don't kill me. I'll give you all the gems in my bag. Just don't kill me." Lam Tu did not answer him, swung his spear, and the man's life ended instantly. Glancing at the unchanged expression on his face before death, Lam Tu sneered, "Killing me means those strange crystals are mine. Trading your life for my stuff. How foolish." Noticing the phone with half the screen inked over, he knew he had guessed right. These people really are online bounty hunters. Lam Tu squatted before the man's black briefcase, rummaging through it with delight. "Oh, there are 2 level 5 strange crystals, 3 level 4 strange crystals, and over 10 level 3 strange crystals here. Not bad, not bad. Just enough to soothe my wounded soul." After some time, Lam Tu finally found Lac Nuit. He ran over to her and asked, "Are you done?" Lac Nuit softly hummed. She handed him a dark green backpack and said, "Inside these bags are 2 level 5 rare stars, and a few level 4 and 3 rare stars." Lam Tu was amazed. "Oh, damn, this guy is rich. He even has 2 level 5 rare stars. Ha! Ha! Now we have a total of 8 level 5 rare crystals. This trial run is definitely a sure win." At this moment, the group led by Trong Dan stepped forward, and Trong Dan spoke. "Big brother Lam Tu, are you two okay?" Lam Tu smiled brightly, holding up the spoils to show everyone. He said, "No problem, everything's settled, and we even got quite a few rare crystals, including several level 5 ones inside." Then Lam Tu suddenly squinted. "Hung, the guys behind are the young man with the spiky hair grinning broadly. Hello, Lam Tu, we are Class 10 from the Northern Institute." Lam Tu raised an eyebrow, his voice calm and indifferent. "Oh, you're also from Class 10? The person hesitated. Mr. Lam, can we make an exchange?" Nam Dao Din asked. Lam Tu's eyes grew slightly serious as he curiously asked back. An exchange. What kind of exchange?" Nam said, "I want to trade some important information for your rare stars." Lam Tu seemed interested. "Oh, tell me more. The news is so important it could be worth as much as the rare gems." Nam rubbed the back of his head, trying to appear calm, and said, "A spatial rift, I know the location of one. As long as you can give us 2 level 5 alien crystals, I will tell you the location of that space rift." Lam Tu was astonished. "A space rift?" He repeated doubtfully, then said, "That's a good thing. Maybe we could even encounter rare creatures or treasures from the other world." But then his eyes suddenly sharpened. Lam Tu said, "How can I trust you?" Nam, though worried, seemed to be an honest person. He said, "I gave him my info card to hold until you find the space crack, then return it to me once you confirm what I said is true." Saying that, he held the card out in front of him and shyly continued, "We're all in 10th grade, but if you're strong, we don't want to be weak. We have to pass those advanced classes this time for sure. Moreover, I believe with your strength, you can definitely reach the space gap." Lam Tu widened his eyes at the card and listened as he said, "If you have the chance to become stronger, as fellow 10th graders, we will be proud of you." "Well said, this feeling of agreement is killing me." Lam Tu suddenly patted the young man on the shoulder and asked a related question. "You are the class president of Class 10 at the Northern Institute, right?" He replied, "Yes, I am the class president." Lam Tu smiled faintly and suddenly said, "You don't need to show me the news card, and I'll give you 3 level 5 rare stars." The young man was so shocked he panicked. "Hey, are you really giving me 3 level 5 alien crystals? Do you really trust me that much?" His voice involuntarily grew louder, with a bit of stammering too. That's right, because he was also in Class 10, also a rookie, seen as the lowest scum in others' eyes. Lam Tu smiled, a hint of pride on his face. He handed a bag of rare stars to the person opposite him and said, "If you're the class president, then let's work together to make Class 10 stronger." And the faces of all those who looked down on him. He was truly overjoyed, catching the bag he threw with both hands. He said, "Thank you, Lamb, for trusting me. I will definitely follow your example. Leading Class 10 to become stronger, please send me your news ID card. Now I'm sending you the location of the space gap. The Northern Academy Class 10 group must leave quickly." They waved hi to everyone. Truongdan squinted slightly at the departing group and anxiously asked Big Brother Lam Tu, "Are these people trustworthy?" Lam Tu raised an eyebrow, crossed his arms, and smiled, saying, I trust them." Looking at the smiles on the faces of those leaving, he said firmly, "Because of their eyes full of stubborn resilience, the reckless become stronger. People like that won't deceive us." Then he led the group back the way they came, excitedly saying, "Let's go see what kind of treasure that space rift holds." In front of the large city overgrown with vines, Lam Tu's group reached its base, and he said, "According to the marked location on the map, the space rift should be right here." Truongdan glanced around and asked suspiciously, "Big Brother Lam Tu, there isn't a single evolved beast around here. Could it be because the spatial beasts in the market have a terrifying effect?" Lam Tu didn't deny it and observed, "Very likely, which is why opportunity and danger always come together." Lam Vu led the way, Lak Nguyet marking it down, then suddenly asked, "Do you feel anything?" He replied, "I do. The primal energy is intense. Only where a spatial rift exists can the energy around reach this concentration." He exclaimed, "This is the place." Entering the city, Lam Tu studied the map and said seriously, "The spatial rift is in the center of the square. Everyone be careful. With energy this dense, there must be powerful beings present." Suddenly he looked up in shock, seeing strange webs and transparent slime everywhere. Loi Loi said hesitantly, "This webbing and slime are so disgusting. Why does it feel like stepping into an insect nest?" Suddenly a hand grabbed her ankle, making the young woman scream out loud. "Ah, there's a zombie." Kwang Luk quickly shielded her from behind. "You hit it with a hammer and scolded, 'Damn it, how dare you attack from behind?' But when you calmed down, Kang Luk was stunned and said, 'So it's a corpse after all.'" Zhang Dan was speechless, his tone slightly reproachful. Just a mummy and yet such a fuss? But Lei seemed to see the muscles in that body trembling. The young woman quickly spoke up, "No, that's not right. Everyone, look, the corpse is moving. That wrinkled skin is crawling." Lei said, "It seems like there's something under the skin." Suddenly, a strange creature crawled out, and Lei shouted, "It's an insect! There are insects inside the corpse!" The creature that just crawled out is a second-stage beetle larva. Characteristics: a being from another dimension with strong reproductive abilities, living inside a host's body, devouring the host's flesh and blood. Trungdan looked at the bodies not far away and spoke with disgust. "Surely these corpses on the ground aren't all infested with those disgusting parasitic bugs, are they? This must be a parasitic worm. Everyone be careful not to step on these corpses." Then Lam Tu raised his spear and stabbed the beetle larva to death. The system announced, "Tina, you killed a level 2 green beetle larva and gained 10,000 experience points," though even Lam Tu felt disgusted. Too little experience, not worth it. The group kept moving. Lei clung tightly to Kwang Luk's arm, unable to help but complain, "I feel so nauseous." Lam Tu walked ahead, observing and thinking, if there are larvae, then there must be adult bugs nearby, right? Could it be that the adult beetles are what keep the evolved beasts from entering here? Then they arrived. On the ceiling was a large, torn crack, with waves of light like the aurora stretching and twisting around the crack. And inside that crack was the site of tens of thousands of stars in the galaxy. Zhang Dan was amazed. This was the first time I had seen a spatial rift like that. So majestic, Loi Loi's eyes wide with admiration. "It's beautiful," but Lam Tu's expression was somewhat wary and gloomy. He looked up at the ceiling, sensing something inside. Lam Tu remained silent, calmly activating the analysis system in his eyes, revealing the form of a giant beetle, the display showing a level 6 mature green beetle, an alien creature from a different dimension with a terrifying bite force capable of easily tearing apart an adult. Lam Tu was quite terrified, facing a fully grown blue beetle, and it was level 6, truly frightening, but it seemed to be in a deep sleep and hadn't noticed us, so he didn't dare disturb it any further, changing the subject. Lam Tu said, "The creature in our imagination doesn't seem to be here for now. Let's keep our voices down, probe a little, and leave quickly." Zhang Dan suddenly noticed something and pointed at the object in front of him. He said, "Everyone, take a look at this stone. It's strange." "Could it have fallen from the space rift?" Lak Nguyet said suspiciously. "It's probably a metal type, and it's extremely hard too." She tried striking it once. Lam Tu also propped up his spear and poked the stone, adding, "The elasticity is also very strong, so if we bring it back to make weapons, It should be okay. Trungdan glanced around, guessing that the spatial rift only dropped this stone. Lam Thu pointed to one side and suggested, let's go over there and see. The primal fire energy in my body senses a blazing power in that direction. Everyone approached the cliff. Diengi, why is it suddenly so hot? There really is something there. Everyone looked down in amazement. It was a flower made of fire. Lakuat excitedly exclaimed, "The crimson lotus flame is indeed the crimson lotus flame." Lam Tu looked confused and tilted his head, asking her, "What is the red lotus fire?" Lakuat composed herself and explained, "It's an extremely rare type of energy that looks like a fiery lotus with power far beyond ordinary strange stars." Lam Tu scratched his chin and quietly asked, "Can this toy be absorbed?" But he secretly thought the energy seemed very strong, and if he could use cultivation techniques to absorb it, that would be great. But Lakuat quickly shut down this idea in his mind. She said sternly, "No, this thing is very dangerous. Although its fire attribute is very beneficial to you, its energy is too strong and fierce. So be careful, or you'll be reduced to dust immediately." Lam Tu looked at it and said, "Let's try to test it. Can we encounter it and come down? Bring it back first, and then figure out how to absorb it later." Lakuat countered again. "This can be harvested, but special tools and weapons are needed." Lam Tu's head was pounding as he shouted in frustration, "This won't do, that won't do. Are we just going to come here for nothing? Such a valuable treasure. If we wait until we're fully prepared to harvest it, someone else will have already taken it." Suddenly a strange voice called out from behind, "Found it! It's right here!" Lam Tu glanced at the group behind, wearing the North Institute uniform, who seemed quite astonished. "Oh, someone got here before us. How did they find this place?" Everyone turned to look at Trungdan, reminding him he was in the second class of Bakvian, while their leader seemed to ignore Lam Tu's group and laughed freely, saying, "It's great, it's still here after all." He waved his hand and ordered, "Lai Manhwa Min, prepare the tools, let's take the stuff away." Lam Tu looked at the object they brought and thought to himself that these guys actually brought the whole set of tools. He raised his hand to stop them, his face serious as he said, "Wait, we discovered this first." The leader looked down on him, a smirk playing on Duang Chao's lips as he said, "Ridiculous, did you see our tools or not? We came prepared, that's all. Besides, even if I gave it to you, do you think you could carry it away?" He laughed arrogantly. The trash from Class 10 Nam Vien, right? Or else I can just give you a few level 4 alien crystals as charity. That way your discussion ranking won't be too low." Immediately, the people around him lost control and laughed loudly. Someone patted his horse's rump and said, "The class president is truly a kind person." Lam Tu closed his eyes and smiled, softly saying, "Just a few level 4 alien crystals and you already want to drive us away? So you're trying to steal from us outright?" The class president pressed his face close to mine and said arrogantly, "I stole it. What can you do to me? Then kill them all." Lakuat suddenly appeared, wielding a longsword charged with intense energy, thrusting forward. The class president, with an angry expression, blocked her attack with his sword and exclaimed, "Why is this crazy person so ruthless?" Then he shouted angrily, "If that's the case, brothers, kill them all." Seeing the group approaching, Trungdan reached behind, grabbed his sword tightly and said, "I'll cut you all down myself." On the class president's side, he was fighting with Lakuat. She kept swinging attacks at him. He was surprised by this and thought to himself, "She looks pretty but fights fiercely, wielding a long sword. Could it be that this girl is really that strong?" Li Tian asked, "You're Lakuat, right? Aren't you from Class 1 of the Southern Academy? Why are you with those damn guys from Class 10 of the South Academy?" Seeing him keep talking, Lakuat swung an attack straight at him. She shouted loudly, telling him to stop babbling, and he was thrown against the beam. The class president's gaze turned to someone fighting, thinking to himself that he was also very strong and that he had miscalculated. If they fought head-on, even if they won, they probably wouldn't be much better off. The class president turned his gaze back and shouted to his teammates, "Hua Min, go hold off Lai Mac's opponent." Lai Mac quickly took out the red lotus fire. Hearing that order, the two of them immediately responded while fighting. "Got it, class leader." "Okay." A flame suddenly appeared in front of Lai Mac. He was taken aback by it. Lam Tu immediately appeared. He shouted, "You fool, if I were you, I would never touch the Hong Lian Chi fire." As he spoke, he thought to himself, "Aren't the blue beetles on the ceiling guarding the Hong Lian fire and will attack anyone who takes it immediately?" Hearing this, the red-haired guy smugly stretched out his claws and said, "Do you take us for fools? Aren't you here because of the Hong Lian Chi fire? Limo approached the Honglian Chi fire, opened a box, and spoke with a smug tone. Okay, this time it's a steal. More and more blue lights appeared on the ceiling. Li Mac's face showed a hint of triumph as he lifted the metal box in his hand. Seeing this, Lam Tu was extremely alarmed, thinking to himself, this is bad. The blue beetle has indeed awakened. Li Mac excitedly shouted towards the class president, Class president, got it? Before he finished, a blue beetle swooped down from the ceiling, heading straight for Li Mac. Slash! It attacks him, blood splattering everywhere. Seeing that, his teammates were shocked and shouted loudly, Li Mac, damn it! What kind of monster is this? Could it be a spatial beast crawling out from a time rift? It can even kill a level 4 martial artist like Li Mac in just 1 second. Could this monster be level 6? Damn! Why are there so many? The monsters kept rushing quickly toward the people standing there. Seeing that, the class leader looked somewhat scared. He was sweating profusely and thought to himself, 5 or 6 level 6 spatial beasts, even if we all teamed up, we couldn't defeat them. It seems we have no choice but to give up the Honglian Chi fire. Life is more important. He turned and ran away, looking back to say, Run fast, we can't handle these space monsters, leave here quickly. Forget about the Red Lotus Flame. His teammates immediately fled, each shouting in panic. Run quickly and get out of here, run quickly! Lam Tu's group still stood frozen in place. He turned his face toward the swarm of beetle-like monsters and said seriously, Let's go too, it's too dangerous here. Bang! Suddenly a loud explosion rang out. Huge boulders appeared blocking the path, trapping Lam Tu's group inside. The class leader then laughed triumphantly. Those useless Class M guys want to kill us, so I'm using you as bait for the beetles. Ha ha ha. Seeing what was happening before her eyes, Trongdan froze in disbelief and said, Damn, these bastards actually dared to block the exit and cut off our only way out. Seeing this, Loi Loi anxiously asked, What should we do? Are we going to die here? Lam Tu and Lak Nguyen fell silent, and he immediately ran off in one direction, shouting loudly, I'll go lure those bugs away. You guys hold on and find another way out. Seeing him run like that, Lak Nguyet's group anxiously shouted out. Lam Tu shouted louder, Big brother, Lam Tu. The monsters from the ceiling lunged down toward Lam Tu. He quickly jumped up, swiftly dodging their attacks. They ran in the direction of Lam Tu. He held Honglian Chi Hua close to his chest, running while looking back at the monsters charging toward him, worriedly thinking that since these beetles were protecting Honglian Chi Hua, he could use it to lure them out. Lam Tu immediately used the snow stomp technique to move quickly. He dashed forward like a rocket, shouting, Come here, you filthy beasts. Follow me. This. Suddenly, a creature burst out from underground, causing Lam Tu to shout in surprise, Ignore it! There's another one here. It snapped its large claw fiercely toward him. He quickly jumped up. They had to dodge the attack from the blue beetle monster, causing the box in his hand to fall. A red flame suddenly appeared in front of Lam Tu. Seeing this, Lam Tu was extremely alarmed. This is bad. The scorching flames quickly burned through Lam Tu's armor. It engulfed Lam Tu's entire body as he seemed unable to believe what was happening before him. A piercing scream echoed. Ah! Ah! Lak Nguyet's people immediately ran over to him from afar. They cried out in worry. Lam Tu, big brother, Lam Tu. The class president's strong flames enveloped Lam Tu's body from within. The system then displayed a notification. External ability check activated swallowing skill, absorbing 1%, 2%, 3%. His entire body was engulfed in flames. Lam Tu screamed in pain. Lak Nguyet swung her sword at the monsters in front of her, then turned toward Lam Tu and asked, Lam Tu, are you okay? Lam Tu, in pain amidst the sea of flames, shouted loudly, It's too hot, I feel like I'm about to explode. Lak Nguyet immediately ran to him and held him tightly. The two of them were engulfed in a vast sea of flames. Lak Nguyet Thane spoke up. My power is Icebone attribute. It can help you suppress it a bit. Seeing Lak Nguyet's action, Lam Tu panicked and shouted loudly, Lak Nguyet, you. Everyone around saw that and immediately shouted in worry. Class President Lak Nguyet. Holding Lam Tu tightly in the flames, Lak Nguyet said firmly, Lam Tu, I'm using my cold bone energy to help you suppress it. Quickly absorb the power of the Red Lotus Flame. Lam Tu gritted his teeth against the heat, and only then did the absorption progress bar start to slowly move up. 10%, 15%, 20%. He thought with joy, it's working. Under the suppression of Lak Nguyet's cold bone attribute energy, the swallowing speed accelerated even more. Trong Dan fought at the front, glancing back with admiration. Lakuat ignored the flames on Big Brother Lam Tu and rushed to help him, decisively charging toward the monsters. Lakuat, don't think you're the only one who can risk their life for Big Brother Lam Tu. She swung her blade hard into the back of a giant bug. Hai had long accepted that Lam Tu had saved her several times and that her life already belonged to him. She swung her blade wide, cutting down several monsters surrounding her at once, then quickly ran away. Even if I have to die, I will buy enough time for Brother Lam Tu. Truong Dan ran fast, luring the monsters chasing her relentlessly, shouting provocatively, "Right here, you beasts! Come chase me!" Bao Huoc wiped his sweat and asked the person beside him in surprise, "What is Truong Dan doing?" Tanfeng frowned and replied, "He's drawing the hatred of the green beetles, right? He's buying time for the class president." Tanfeng also decided to run up and help, shouting to his teammates, "Hurry, let's go help. Truong Dan can't handle it alone." Bao Huoc hesitated a bit. "But those level 6 space beasts are tough," Tanfeng quickly replied. "I know, that's why we have to go together. Otherwise dying here is certain." On this side, the progress bar shows nearly complete, absorbing 85%, 90%, 95%. Lam Tu's eyes and mouth open wide as the orange light streams in, veins bulging near his eyes. He painfully thought that the absorption was almost complete, but the crimson lotus fire kept destroying his body, and his organs and bones were only intact because the system was frantically restoring them. With the addition of Lakuat's icebone energy, his body felt like a weapon forged many times, and his physical strength was gradually increasing. Shortly after, the system displayed a notification of successful assimilation, gaining 310 million experience points. Congratulations to the owner for reaching level 21 and earning 21 potential points. Lam Tu moved his hand excitedly in the flames, feeling the surge of power. Damn, he had already gained 31 million experience points. How many evolved beasts did he have to kill to accumulate that many points? He focused on the virtual screen, silently ordering the system. The system added all 21 potential points to strength. Host Lam Tu reached level 21 with strength 400 plus 21, constitution 178 plus 50, speed 101, total combat power increased from 4,520 to 4,650, becoming a level 4 Feng Hao martial artist with constitution increased by 50 points. Lakuat lost strength and fell into Lam Tu's arms. Lam Tu asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Lakuat is weak because he overexerted his energy. "It's nothing serious." Lam Tu took out a small dark bottle and handed it to her. "Drink this nutrient solution to restore your strength, then quickly absorb the energy from the level 5 alien star. I'll go help Truong Dan." Lakuat couldn't help but worry. "You can't go alone. That's a level 6 space beast. The noise from the fierce battle over there reached us. Truong Dan, hurry and go stop it." Lam Tu calmly looked toward the battle and said, "Although I have temporarily absorbed the power of the red lotus flame, I still can't fully digest it. I feel like the power and violence inside me could explode at any moment, so I have to fight to reduce the primal energy." After fighting for too long, Truong Dan began to tire and accidentally fell, sitting heavily on the ground. The swarm of green bugs swarmed around her, constantly eyeing their juicy prey. The teammates outside shouted anxiously, "Truong Dan, run fast!" But she seemed not to hear at all. A blurry image carrying an orange glow rushed over, stomping on the green bug near Truong Dan Not. Lam Tu stood before his teammates in a defensive stance, ready to fight, anxiously asking, "Are you all okay?" As soon as Truong Dan was saved, she anxiously asked, "Big Brother Lam Tu, are you okay?" Lam Tu didn't turn back and replied, "I'm fine. You all fall back behind these beetles and leave them to me." The fire hidden deep within his body engulfed him completely as he tried to get used to the strange yet new sensation. Whoosh! The blazing power of the scarlet lotus flame is fierce and uncontrollable. The giant green beetles swarmed toward him all at once. Lam Tu's teammates called out worriedly, "Big Brother Lam Tu, be careful!" The class president is being cautious. Lam Tu, under attack, steadfastly stared at his opponent. He swung the staff in his hand, creating a large purple-orange vortex. Long confidently thought, this fiery flame can almost burn the spirit. This move is called Fire Refining the Void, channeling power into an orange column of light shooting straight into the sky with him floating inside it. While below the column, swirling energy forms a sharp shape, like an arrowhead. The blue beetles couldn't dodge in time and were quickly hit, each one destroyed, causing a massive, blinding explosion. The system kept displaying notifications, killed level 6 blue beetles, gained 10 million experience points. Tan Fong Ha was stunned. What kind of martial skill is this? I remember the class president's fire attribute skill is the blazing great bird. Zhang Dan stammered as he confirmed loudly. One move killed 2 level 6 treasures, Hoak cried out in resentment. Class president, do you intend to let anyone else live? Too reckless. Lam Tu jumped up lightly to dodge the attack of a beetle. He quickly calculated. Just now the light flashed, borrowing the fierce power of the Crimson Lotus fire within his body, randomly using his own fire-refining void technique. Like the righteous armor skill, it's hard to use twice in a short time, so he has to wait until he's practiced enough to master it. Lam Tu swung his sword in a wide arc, creating a purple flash, facing and blocking attacks from countless monsters, struggling as he thought he could only use 100 birds facing the phoenix to hold them off for now. Explosions kept roaring, white smoke billowed everywhere, and it seemed a few beetles had been hit. He continued to use the 100 birds soaring phoenix technique, telling himself that although empowered by the energy within his body, it still couldn't burn them to death. It could at least break their wings and strip them of their aerial advantage. He decisively charged forward with his staff to attack the monsters. Hailong thought, after refining his fire energy, he continuously used the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique. The wild, frantic energy in his body also lessened considerably. Indeed, only by non-stop fighting and releasing his primal force violently could he quickly digest it. He kept striking the monster's wings with his staff, but they only cracked without breaking. He couldn't help but shout, "Damn it, the shells of these creatures are too tough." The fiery flames of Bach Dieu Trio Fuang caused some damage to their shells, but even his black spear could only pierce a small hole in their shells. Lam Tu confidently wiped his mouth and laughed loudly. If that's the case, then I'll make holes in your shell like a sieve. After all, I have endless energy to use now. He continuously launched attacks at the monsters. 2 strikes from the 100 birds morning phoenix, 2 from the violent storm thunderflower. Tanfong watched in awe. The class president was so powerful, fighting alone against multiple level 6 space beasts like that. Bao Huang stammered in surprise. Is this the kind of combat ability a level 6 martial artist should have? Truong Dan noticed something was off. Big Brother Lam Tu's condition wasn't quite right. She calmly analyzed that Big Brother Lam Tu wasn't defending at all, just recklessly attacking, like he had been injected with adrenaline, extremely excited. Lakuat held one arm behind his back as he continued, and the fiery breath emanating from him was not his own energy. Truong Dan was stunned when she noticed Lakuat's presence. What class president? Could he be in danger at any moment? So what should we do? Does Sister Lakuat have a good idea? Lakuat drew her sword, channeling pale pink spiritual energy into it. Knowing she had to deal with the space beasts before moving on, she leapt up and swung her sword, freezing the monster in a sweep. Lam Tu ran in sync to attack the monster. He used his staff to break the ice block. The system now announces that killing a level 6 blue beetle grants 10 million experience points. He suddenly cheers, excited to pierce through this. He realized their weakness and became even more eager to attack. Lakuat stood beside him and explained, "The beetle's shell was burned by you and then frozen by my bone ice, so it will be weakened." Lam Tu realized, so that's how it is. He enthusiastically stood back to back with Lakuat and shouted, "All right, then let's finish this as a couple and work together to destroy their lair." Lakuat frowned and tapped Lam Tu on the head, making him cry out with a swollen bump, then warned sternly, "If you talk nonsense again, I'll sew your mouth shut." Tanfong admired loudly. Class president is so cool, even flirting at a time like this. Tran Duong silently wore a jealous expression. Lam Tu dashed forward using the 100 Phoenixes strike, hitting a blue beetle right in the stomach and flipping it onto its back. Lakuat quickly struck a few freezing blows on the monster in front of her, freezing it in place. Unable to move, but still poised to attack with its mouth open, he skillfully stabbed the ice block with his staff, unleashing a fierce flower strike. The system displayed a notification. You killed a level 6 green beetle and gained 10 million experience. Countless small green beetle larvae crawled out from the mother beetle, and the system announced they were level 2 beetle larvae. These creatures come from a different dimension, have strong reproductive abilities, parasitize hosts, and bite and devour their flesh. Lam Tu looked at the swarm of larvae in fear and shouted, "Oh damn, that was just the mother earlier. Everyone be careful." These beetles are only level 2, but there are so many of them. Tran Duong quickly ran over with his teammates. "Big Brother Lam Tu, leave this small matter to us." Lam Tu agreed. "Let me and Lakuat hold off the big ones." Tanfong Tran Duong and Bao Huak gritted their teeth and ran toward the swarm of level 2 bugs with their weapons. Lam Tu, who was attacking the mother bug, suddenly noticed his teammates and shouted a warning, "Labin, be careful!" By the time Labin stammered a response to the call, it was too late. Class President Lam Tu swiftly charged forward, spearheading a direct thrust into the monster's gaping mouth. His whole body hung in the air with the spear stuck firmly in the monster. Labin anxiously warned, this is bad, Class President. Quickly loosen your grip on the spear." Lam Tu refused to comply. As a martial artist, how could he let go of his weapon? "Bite down on my spear shaft quickly. Be careful not to poke your mouth." He exerted himself until his eyes turned white, a red-orange power enveloping the spear. He used the 100 Phoenix Tide technique, and the monster, in pain, had to open its mouth and release his spear. It tried to open its mouth wide, hoping the fire inside would disappear, but failed, its whole body smoking as it weakly collapsed to the ground. Lam Tu laughed triumphantly. "I didn't expect this to work. If your shell is tough, I'll burn you from the inside out." Lam Tu shouted encouragingly, "There are still 3 adult beetles left. Everyone, charge forward and eliminate them." Trung Dan raised his hand to kill. After a while, the ground was littered with dead baby bugs. Trung Dan was panting heavily, but finally felt relieved. "Phew, we've finally wiped them all out." Trung Dan plunged his knife into the ground and sat on the corpse of a monster, marveling at how he managed to survive facing so many level 6 spatial beasts. Loi Loi added, "Luckily, we have the class president and Sister Lak Nguyet." Lam Tu complained, "Hey, why are you all keeping so far away from me? I'm not a cannibal." Tan Fong stood from afar, sticking out his tongue, sweat pouring down like a shower. "Class president, right now you're like a furnace. Being near you feels like we're being roasted alive." Why didn't you say that when I was saving you guys?" Lam Tu put Bin down, exhaling sparks and intense heat. Lak Nguyet crossed her arms and looked at him, reminding, "Don't waste the nutrient medicine anymore. I'll keep using Primal Icebone to help you suppress the Red Lotus Flame. We've rested enough, let's keep going." Lam Tu stood up, resting his spear on his shoulder, a faint flame surrounding him. "All right, let's move deeper into the city. I need to fight, to face stronger enemies." The whole group stared at him like he was crazy. Together, they moved toward the unfamiliar city. Someone asked, "Why is the fog so thick here?" Lam Tu couldn't help but raise his guard and warned the team to stay alert and be careful of beastmen hiding in the fog. As he finished speaking, a red, veiny tentacle appeared in the fog, silently creeping closer to wrap around Trong Dan's thigh. She hesitated slightly. Trong Dan's leg is tightly wrapped by the tentacle, being lifted up as he screams. What is this? Help! Lam Tu called out to Trong Dan with concern. They quickly clasped each other's hands tightly. Lam Tu pushed the person up and sliced off the tentacle. He asked with concern, "Zhang Dan, are you okay?" Trong Dan seemed still dazed and replied, "I'm fine. But what is this nausea?" Loi Loi cried out in disgust, "This is so gross." The tentacle he just cut off lay on the ground, oozing green liquid. The thick shadows and squelching sounds caught his attention. Lam Tu looked at the horde of zombies coming this way and shouted, "Zombies? Are there that many zombies?" Lam Tu warned that these are level 4 tentacle zombies. Everyone be careful. The system is currently narrating about level 4 tentacle zombies. Their tentacles can extend or retract and vary in size. They like to play with binding attacks. The zombies stretch out their tentacles to attack Lam Tu's group. He shouted to warn his teammates, "Be careful, don't scatter." He jumped high and swung his spear in a wide arc to attack the charging monsters. Bak Diu Triu Fuang, the flames, heat, and thick smoke seemed unable to stop the swarm of zombies as numerous as ants. Lam Tu complained bitterly, "Just how many zombies are there? Damn it! Damn it! Are they all gone yet?" He turned around and asked his teammates, "Hey, Lak Nguyet, how's it going on your side?" He froze, staring at the empty space behind him. "Where is everyone?" He looked around, calling out to his teammates, Lak Nguyet, Trong Dan, and Quang Luk. The monsters took advantage of his distraction to rush at him, forcing him to struggle to dodge. "Damn it! The fog is causing problems, making us unknowingly spread apart. If everyone is isolated on their own, it will be dangerous." Then he braced himself and used the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique, causing the flames to scorch the surrounding rocks and all the living creatures to fall to the ground. His face gradually calmed, the flames around him quickly died out. He furrowed his brow and pouted as he looked around. Then he looked at the dead monsters scattered on the ground amid the smoke and dust and made his assessment. "Let's finish off the last few." Then Lam Tu calmly took out his phone, but as he tried to use it, he realized there was no signal. His face grew very serious as he frowned while walking, the weapon still slung over his shoulder, muttering to himself. Although he had saved the map of Area G17 before, there was no way to determine his location now. Without hope, he put the phone back in his pocket, held his remaining weapon, glanced at the smoke around him, frowned, and decided, fine, I'll find my own way. Then a bolt of electric power shot toward him, and Lam Tu felt it, but remained still. As the power rushed in and struck the spot where he stood, he sprang up, dodging while shouting out in full alert, "Hey!" Over there, a guy with bandages all over his face, holding a sword along with his group, frowned and sneered as he stepped into the smoke and greeted, "We meet again, you damn 10th graders from the South Institute," he added. "I never expected you guys to survive the space beasts." Then he frowned, sneered, and reached forward with contempt. "Heh heh. So it turns out you're just a bunch of second-year dogs from the Northern Academy. You were planning to come after us, but you brought yourselves right to our door." After hearing that, the guy still smiled smugly, covering his mouth with his hand while glancing around and asked, "Hey, why are you alone? Where did your comrades go?" Then he cursed, "Are they all dead?" On the other side, he held his spear and looked at him, one hand casually tucked into his pocket. Then the yellow-haired guy sighed, "What a pity. I think there were as many as 3 beauties." Hearing this, Lam Tu couldn't hold back anymore and furrowed his brows, glaring at the long-haired guy, sneering mockingly. "Sorry to disappoint you, we're doing just fine, just temporarily scattered in the fog." Then he informed the guy in good faith that those space beasts were already killed by him, and he even managed to grab a bunch of level 6 rare stars. Hearing this, the long-haired guy didn't believe it. His face darkened, eyes narrowed mockingly at him, pointing and sneering. "What? You guys can kill a level 6 space beast? What a joke." Then he furrowed his brow, looked at him as if realizing something, and stammered, "The breath on you is..." His body radiated a powerful fiery energy, still holding his sword calmly, smiling confidently at him. That guy with the messy hair shouted, as if he couldn't believe his own eyes, "This is the breath of the Scarlet Lotus Flame." Immediately, his eyes filled with panic, narrowing sharply as he pointed at him and stammered, "Did you swallow the Red Lotus Flame?" Holding a sword in his hand, he kept shouting, "But how are you still alive? Aren't you supposed to die from a violent body? This doesn't make any sense." Seeing that, he looked at them with a mocking smile and sneered, "Don't compare me to you useless lot." Then he added, "Yeah, it's just a single Red Lotus Flame. What can it do to me?" The others on the opposite side frowned in anger and glared at him with clenched teeth. The chef frowned at him, gritting his teeth in anger as he spoke each word harshly. Then they spread out, surrounding him from all sides. The guy with the tied-up hair stepped closer to him, and those around him drew their weapons. Holding a black sword, he said to him, "I can feel it. You simply haven't digested the energy of the Red Lotus Flame yet." "That's right. How could a useless guy like you digest it so quickly?" he asked mockingly. "Heh. Great. Now that I've killed you, I can still absorb the undigested energy of the Red Lotus Flame inside your body," he fantasized. Hearing that, Lam Tu sneered, glared around with a dark face, and disdainfully asked him, "You can even kill a level 6 space beast, so you think you can handle me with just a level 4 like you?" Hearing that, the guy grabbed his sword and charged, followed by the whole group. He glared at him with a wide grin and shouted, "There are many of us. Do you really think we're scared?" Then he ordered, "Kill him!" The group shouted in unison, "Kill!" In this situation, surrounded in the middle, he calmly watched them, then flawlessly dodged the storm of attacks from the group. As one swung a weapon at him, he stepped back and avoided it along with the spear. He shouted, "Damn, this guy is slippery like an eel." Next to him, a big fat guy jumped up, swinging his blade at him with a proud yell using the mountain flower slash. "If you're brave enough, don't run. Take a slash from me." Seeing that, he also looked up toward him. Then Lam Tu raised his spear and unleashed the violent rain blossom. He sneered, furrowed his brows, glared at him, and charged forward with a shout. "All right, just as you wish." Immediately after, his spear struck like a storm, catching the fat guy off guard as he raised his sword to block, his body pushed back by the force. He shouted in frustration. The power was too strong. On the other side, his eyes flashed with fire. His body began to blaze as he squinted mockingly. "Don't rush. There's something much more fun." Then, Lam Tu swung his spear, and a fiery phoenix appeared in the sky. He used the 100 birds facing the phoenix. The blazing red bird charged forward, then struck the fat guy, who widened his eyes in shock and shouted, "Damn!" Next, his body was blasted away by the flames as he cried out, then finally fell to the ground, curling up in pain. Seeing this, the others panicked and shouted in fear and shock. Just 2 moves and the leader is already taken down. Is the heat of this flame so intense it can turn a person to dust in the blink of an eye? Thick smoke and dust surround them. Seeing this, the man with the tied-up hair also began to worry, gritting his teeth and glaring at him, his face drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, this is the energy of the Red Lotus Flame, damn it. How much energy has he absorbed to make his martial skill reach this level of power? Then, unable to fight back, he panicked and shouted for reinforcements using a cowardly tactic. Senior Hodak, please take action against them, Senior Hodak. Hearing that, a group of people emerged from the dust, shouting and yelling, saying it was embarrassing, then mocked. So many of you and you can't even beat one person. This new batch of recruits is really useless. He noted that there were 2 others beside him. He frowned in surprise and muttered, Level 5 martial artists, you guys are 4th-year students, and even 4th-year students have to participate in the trial training? Lamtu wondered in confusion. Outside, the guy with broom-like hair grinned fiercely and replied, What did you say? We're also taking part in the trial, but that guy interrupted. He's Hodak, a level 5 martial artist. Right after, Hodak clenched his teeth, glared at him, laughed maniacally, and shouted, adding, Our mission is just to hunt you down. Seeing that, Lamtu on the other side calmly held his spear, one hand in his pocket, and looked at him as he spoke his mind. In the university forum it was said, every year some freshmen survive without being killed by evolved beasts or zombies. People assumed these survivors died from fights among freshmen or other dangers, but it turns out they were killed by you, the so-called seniors. You questioned him? He listened quietly in response. He sneered at your question, still chewing on a straw as he looked at his hand, exhaling with a sense of accomplishment and a hint of pride. That's right. Every year at this time, it's the perfect opportunity to go hunting. Then he added that the training was full of dangers. No one would know the freshmen were killed by us. Actually, we're just weeding out the weaklings for the academy. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that, he frowned in annoyance and looked at the surrounding dust, asking, This fog was also created by you guys. Hearing that, the guy pinched his eyes with one hand, smirked with a blade of grass in his mouth, raised his index finger and shook it, while the other hand rested on his hip as he replied, No, no. This fog was released by a high-level evolved beast sleeping soundly in Area G17. This situation is perfect for hunting. He made his judgment. Seeing this, Lamtu also frowned in dissatisfaction and spoke up to question the group. I didn't expect the second-year freshman from the Northern Institute to collude with a bunch of thugs like this. In the end, he clenched his spear tightly and spoke firmly to them. Then I will eliminate the wicked and cleanse the sect in place of the saint. Hearing this, the bald guy furrowed his brows in anger and glared at him, shouting a warning. You're about to die, but still so stubborn. Senior Hodak, he has some good stuff in his pocket for you. Please let him die in the most painful way. At this point, Hodak sneered, baring his teeth as he bit on a blade of grass and laughed mockingly. If you've entrusted your whole heart like that, then I'll fulfill your request. Immediately after, Lamtu also charged forward with his spear. On this side, Hodak shouted at the 2 disciples behind him, Brothers, chop that brat into 8 pieces for me. He's starting to draw his sword. Elsewhere in the training area, surrounded by thick fog and old moss-covered buildings, Labine glanced around irritably and shouted in his mind, Damn it, where is it exactly? He held the mace in both hands, glancing nervously through the thick fog, lips pressed tight and brows furrowed in caution, wondering to himself, Is that movement behind me some kind of tentacle zombie? Then, turning around, Labine swung the mace toward the smoke and shouted, Go to hell, you rotten zombie! Suddenly, a sword blocked his club. Then he bounced back, and so did the other person. A warning shout echoed through the fog. Labine looked closely to see who it was. Trungdan and the group from Loi Loi Quangluk stepped out of the smoke. They frowned as they looked toward Labine. Trungdan raised his sword in front of him and warned him. Do you want to stab these guys to death? Seeing this, Labine wiped the sweat from his forehead with difficulty, then looked at them and sighed in relief. Damn, you scared me. I thought there was some damn tentacle zombie. You guys have no idea I just killed so many zombies alone earlier, there were too many to finish off. Hearing that, Trungdan sheathed his sword on his shoulder, furrowed his brow, and seriously asked him, You were alone? Did you see Lakuat or Big Brother Lamtu anywhere? Hearing this, Labine calmly confirmed. Without hearing an answer, Trungdan clenched his fist, slung his sword over his shoulder, and shouted in frustration, Damn it, no signal on the phone. This fog makes us feel like we're blind. Those beside her crossed their arms and confirmed it. There's no other way. We have to search bit by bit. Everyone stay close together. Don't get separated no matter what. They stood in the fog talking, while at Lamtu's side, he unleashed a move, a phoenix strike, sending Hodak's men flying, all screaming in pain. Ha! Then he retracted his spear, ignited a fireball in his hand, and touched a man's head, making him spurt out. Blood is flowing. Seeing this, Hodak frowned deeply and shouted with difficulty at the man with the bun, "Damn it, we have so many people and yet it killed 2 of us?" Seeing the situation was bad, he asked, "Is it really level 4, or are you lying to me? This combat power must be at least level 5. Seeing this, the man with the tied hair looked on, both bewildered and alarmed. Hearing that, the guy with the bun widened his eyes in panic, froze, and confirmed, "Senior, it really is level 4. It swallowed the Crimson Lotus Flame, which is why its fire martial arts are so powerful." Then he added that the immense power contained in the Crimson Lotus Flame cannot be digested quickly. So hearing that, Hodak's face was full of mockery. His eyes narrowed as he grinned widely and shouted, "Oh, so now if we kill it, we can still absorb the undigested energy inside its body." Next, in the flames, a man burned by fire was full of fear, his eyes wide open as he reached out and shouted, "Ah, help me! I don't want to die!" Then he collapsed in front of the man with the bun and Hodak, and the fire began to consume him. Seeing this, Hodak also grimaced and frowned. Below the man with the tied hair, his face was full of panic and fear. Then he turned back and shouted at the blindfolded girl, his teammate, his eyes wide open as he warned her, "Stop it all. This kid is fighting to burn off the undigested energy of the Red Lotus Flame. What we're doing is actually helping him." Then he looked at his body absorbing the power, radiating an aura as he glanced around. Hodak gritted his teeth, frowned, and shouted his observation, "Did you see? That kid is actually struggling to hold on too." Then he gritted his teeth and made an observation. With its current body, if it's not suppressed from the outside or released through fighting, it will soon explode. Finally, he charged towards Lam Tu, who gritted his teeth and struck back, while Hodak jumped to dodge and ordered his men around him. "Brothers, stop attacking it head on. Let's just surround it without fighting and let it wear itself out." Then he added, "Wait for it to explode and die." The group around him listened silently in the dust. Then, with excited faces, they sneered at him and called out to Hodak, saying, "We will absorb the energy of the Honglien Chi Hua bursting from its body." Following his orders, the others quickly surrounded him. Seeing this, Lam Tu's face darkened as he glared at them, gripping his spear in silence, while the thick mist still lingered around. Then he furrowed his brow, bit his lip in frustration, and shouted inwardly, "Damn it! These guys have seen through my current state. No good. My body can't hold on much longer. I have to strike fast and win fast, then find Lac Nuit to use the bone ice energy to help me suppress it." His body radiated fire, and the spear was raised to his back. Behind him, Hodak swung his sword, which crackled with electricity. He gritted his teeth on a blade of grass, eyes wide with satisfaction as he looked at Lam Tu, who was just about to strike, and shouted, "You fool! You think I don't dare attack for real? What?" Then he added, "If I didn't attack with all 3 strikes, it was just to make you let your guard down." He saw his move and panicked, his face contorted as he looked up, sweating and unable to react in time, when suddenly an invisible hand pushed into his stomach, carrying a familiar blue aura. That was Lac Nuit. She grabbed his body from the waist and pulled him away, her face twisted as she moved quickly. Behind him, the guy named Hodak swung a blade through the air. Seeing this, Lam Tu regained his composure and looked down at the person holding his stomach and pulling him away. He frowned with a puzzled look, sweating as he shouted, "Lac Nuit," her body still radiating a blue aura. Right after, they stopped. Lac Nuit's arm still around his waist. The aura began to withdraw, and he awkwardly smiled with his eyes closed, then scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Damn, this is so awkward. Why does it feel like a beauty saving a hero?" Then Lac Nuit looked at him through the mist and made a comment. "You're not a hero, you're a chicken." Hearing that, Lam Tu was left speechless and couldn't argue back. Then Lam Tu pouted, turned around, glanced at her with his hands on his hips, furrowed his brows, and spoke with a hint of reproach. "Why does that girl keep poking at me like the Am I really that clueless?" Behind him, Lac Nuit silently glared at the group ahead, quietly giving his silent approval. In front of them, Hodak itched to fight, holding a sword in one hand and his other hand in his pocket as he walked toward the two, with the group behind him following. He exclaimed, "Oh, this guy's gang has arrived, and she's even a beauty." The other two silently watched him, next to the long-haired guy glaring at Hodak, his face serious as he frowned and warned him, "Sorry, Senior, this girl is someone who uses energy to suppress the power of the Red Lotus Flame." Hearing that, he glanced at the long-haired guy beside him, then raised the toothpick in his mouth to pick his teeth, sneering with contempt and cursing him to shut up, saying he wasn't blind and had seen it long ago. His eyes widened with interest as he concluded that she was a beauty-cultivating primal icebone energy. No wonder she was so cold. Immediately, he couldn't hold back and sneered as he charged toward Lam Tu and Lak Nguyen, shouting, Hey, I'm just a fiery guy. Let me warm up this cold beauty for you. The other two looked at him like he was a joke. Then Hodak ordered his subordinates to kill them. Immediately after, the crazed group rushed through the fog toward them. Lam Tu struggled to defend himself while holding his spear, his face contorted, and behind him, Lak Nguyen was busy drawing her sword to strike at them. Next, Hodak's sword strike was easily blocked by Lak Nguyen. The guy was knocked back, gritting his teeth in anger, eyes wide and frowning as he shouted inside, Damn, they're all demons, but this kid is even tougher than him. On this side, Lak Nguyen rushed forward with a determined look, her sword quickly striking one of Hodak's men and knocking him far away. Seeing this, Hodak turned pale with fear and stopped, looking at Lak Nguyen with a terrified gaze. Lak Nguyen stepped over the corpse of Hodak's henchman with ease, startling him. Then he squinted and shouted at her, Hey, this girl must be at least a level 4 peak, too strong. Then he ordered them to gather their strength first and kill this brat or we're definitely dead. Hearing this, the henchmen quickly surrounded Lak Nguyen, shouting as they ran, Kill her! Kill her! She kept advancing calmly. Then an axe-wielding thug swung at Lak Nguyen, but she just glanced once and dodged. He didn't forget to shout for morale, Die for cow! Immediately after, a volley of cheap spears was launched. Behind Lam Tu, she used the fierce Vulahua to strike the axe-wielding man who was about to swing down at Lak Nguyen, sending him flying back. Seeing this, she looked up in surprise. Next, the two of them leaned back to back in the mist. Their faces were full of vigilance. Lam Tu spun his spear with a smile while she gripped her sword tightly. Then they exchanged glances, one smirking with amusement, the other frowning calmly. On the other side, Hodak saw them like that and was extremely shocked, grinding his teeth on a toothpick, furrowing his brows, his eyes showing clear panic as he shouted in his mind, Damn it! That brat just pretended to be weak to lure us to that guy. I didn't expect them to coordinate so tightly. Immediately after, Lam Tu jumped up, holding his spear with the power of fire, shouting a warning, This weapon move you just learned, let's use you to test its power. Seeing that, Hodak was also startled and looked up at him. Then, Lam Tu thrust the spear forward and attacked. Golden martial art galaxy falls. 9 heavens. His face full of pride as he smiled, the spear quickly thrust downward, followed by a huge explosion with smoke and shockwaves. Seeing this, Hodak turned pale, dropping the toothpick from his mouth, his face wrinkled like a monkey's bottom as he shouted in panic. Is the power of this golden martial skill really this great? The guy with the messy hair beside him was also shocked, squinting suspiciously. Lam Tu then bent down, smirked, and swung his spear behind him as a warning. Now it's your turn. Unexpectedly, with the increase of the red lotus flame, the power of the silver river, falling 9 heavens became so immense. Immediately after, he leapt forward, thrusting his spear sharply toward Hodak. Lam Tu unleashed his full strength with a single strike, the 100 serpents rising tide. Flames swirled around him and his spear, while Hodak stood frozen, watching. Immediately after, he widened his eyes, gritted his teeth in fear, and reached out to block, then painfully shouted inside his heart, Why is the power of this move so much stronger than before? Next, Hodak grabbed the collar of the greasy-haired guy from behind and shoved him in front. The guy glared fiercely at his underling. He grinned wickedly, furrowed his brow, and shouted spitefully, I'm not ready to die yet, thanks to you. The greasy-haired guy with the bandage on his face looked shocked, glancing at him with a stiff body and fearful eyes, stammering, Senior. Immediately after, his spear thrust toward him, causing him to jerk back in pain and scream out, Ah! Hodak sneered, jumped to the side to escape, but didn't forget to glance back. Then he ran toward Lak Nguyen, who was swinging his sword at one of his henchmen. Her face was full of coldness, while he froze in shock. At this sight, Hodak's trembling face gasped as he reached out his hand forward. He furrowed his brow, broke out in a cold sweat, and screamed inside, It's over. We're done for. So many people on our side, and yet those two wiped out the whole group. Oh my God, I'm not ready to die here yet, Hodak cried out. Behind Lam Tu, he quickly rushed forward, interrupting his thoughts. He smiled proudly and happily, reaching out with fiery hands as he used the fire claw technique toward Hodak. He spoke up to confirm, Did I give it to you yet? Hearing him, he also turned his head, face full of panic, eyes wide open, gritting his teeth, unable to react in time. Next, Lam Tu grabbed Hodak's arm, causing him to tremble in pain and grit his teeth as he leaned back, while Lam Tu laughed excitedly and shouted at the other guy, Isn't it you who wanted my Red Lotus fire energy? Here, take it, I'm giving you that chance. Don't you want it? The guy holding the sword trembled and screamed. Ah, ah, ah. Immediately after, he panicked so much that he shouted out in pain. I'm a member of the Radiant Moon Legion. The burning hand still raised a threat, his face furrowed with fear. If you kill me, you will all die. Hearing that, his hand on Lac Nguyet's shoulder kept burning. Lam Tu squinted, sneered, frowned, and shouted mockingly, "What the hell is the Moon Legion anyway?" Then he confirmed he had never heard of it before. Seeing this, the man named Hodak also began to grow angrier. He pointed his sword at the fiery arm on his shoulder and cursed, "Are you stupid? Go die already." His expression showed fear, but Lam Tu still held on tightly. Then Hodak didn't hesitate to strike, severing the arm with a single blow. Then he ran off recklessly, disappearing into the forest. Lam Tu grabbed his severed arm and watched the fleeing figure in silence before regaining his composure and, somewhat bewildered, couldn't help but express his admiration. Damn, running that fast. They say he's the strongest, but he did the cowardliest thing, leaving only smoke and dust behind. Then his eyes narrowed as if realizing something, and he muttered with contempt, "No, not really cowardly. This guy even dared to cut off his own hand." Then Lam Tu ignored him and calmly walked through the smoke and fog to Lac Nguyet's side and asked her, "Lac Nguyet, have you ever heard of the Moonwing Legion?" Hearing this, she both sheathed her sword and stood before the body of some guy as she answered, "I've heard of it, and here's more. The Moonwing Legion is one of the strongest armies in this world, handling missions like assassinations and attacks on smaller nations." Hearing this, Lam Tu widened his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, "Oh damn, they even attack small countries? So how strong are they exactly?" His face was sweating with panic. On the other side, Lac Nguyet calmly sheathed her sword and added that they weren't actually that strong. It was just that their captain was a level 9 warrior. This legion always avenges their own. If a member is killed, they will stop at nothing until the killer is dead. Then she added, "I heard that a king in a small African kingdom once killed a member of the Moonwing Legion. A war broke out, leaving piles of corpses and smoke and fire. Lac Nguyet confirmed that within just 1 week, that small kingdom was completely destroyed." Hearing this, Lam Tu grabbed his head in panic, eyes wide and mouth agape, shouting out loud as he accidentally poked the level 9 martial artist. "Damn, I'm not just unlucky, it's something else." Then he squinted and looked at Lac Nguyet, questioning her. "But Lac Nguyet, when I said those things, what was that calm expression of yours about?" Seeing that, her face remained calm, carrying a hint of disdain as she muttered, "A rookie is really just a clueless fool." But she didn't answer him. Then she turned back to him, her eyes flashing with contempt as she said, "Coward, if they dare to come, we'll just kill them." Her words were calm. Seeing that, Lam Tu couldn't help but let go of his head, looking at her with a hint of admiration as he asked a question. "Who is Xiao Yueyue to give you the courage to challenge a level 9 martial artist standing next to the spear planted in the ground?" Seeing him ask that, she spoke up to change the subject. In your current state, you'd be dead before the Nguyet Duke Legion even arrived." Hearing that, Lam Tu looked back at her swollen veins and frowned in confusion. Then she reminded him, "The energy of the Honglian Chi fire is much stronger than I imagined. The original power of my ice bones is also about to lose its suppressive effect." Upon hearing this, Lam Tu, like a wronged young girl, collapsed to the ground, tears welling up, trembling and weak. Thuong also lay there, throwing a tantrum, and asked Lac Nguyet, "So what should we do now? Am I really about to die from my body breaking down?" Then she reached out to touch her chin, looked at him thoughtfully, and seriously concluded that if they could find an evolved beast with ice or water attributes to absorb the heterogeneity, they might still be able to suppress it. Hearing this, Lam Tu frowned in pain and responded to her. "Just now I heard those trash from the Nguyen Duke Legion say, this fog was created by a high-level evolved beast." Then I asked again, "The evolved beast that can create this fog is probably water or ice attribute, right?" Around them, dust and thick fog swirled. After hearing him speak, Lac Nguyet calmly confirmed, "So let's head into the center of the fog and take a look." Right after, Lam Tu also sensed someone moving through the thick fog. Finally, he raised his spear, communicating with it while grimacing and nodding as he warned Lac Nguyet, "Be careful, something is coming this way." A pack of mutated red-eyed dogs, 5th-level evolved beasts, approached them with glowing red eyes. He then furrowed his brow warily and warned with a sharp gaze, "Be careful. These are level 5 evolved beasts, mutated red-eyed dogs." Immediately after, Lam Tu and Lakuat rushed toward the pack of monsters lined up before them, signaling to attack. In another corner of the forest, curses kept ringing out non-stop. Damn it, I didn't expect that kid to be so strong. Sigh. Hodak managed to escape and is sitting by a spaceship on the ground, frustrated. Then, holding a bottle of medicine, he grimaces in pain as he looks at his bandaged and bleeding severed arm, realizing he'll need to get a prosthetic arm in the future. Then, he threw the vial rolling into a bush and shouted arrogantly, "Want to kill me?" No chance at all. Then he tried to climb into the spaceship while rummaging through the bag and made his judgment. I'll give you the big gift. Then he muttered, "As long as it awakens." Immediately, his pupils contracted, and he laughed with delight, saying, "Everyone here will die. Ha, ha, ha." Finally, he laughed maniacally. Then, the spaceship was also controlled from inside the forest and shot up into the sky. Below, he saw it swipe by and was startled, furrowing his brow and grunting. Then Lam Tu turned around, still holding his spear, and asked Lakuat what it was, before guessing it might be a small flying machine. She was also holding a sword, glancing over at his question. Then, his face filled with confusion as he stared wide-eyed and made his observation. The spacecraft is attacking something in the center of the fog. Bright bullets from the ship continuously rain down on the ground, filling the area with smoke and flames. Immediately after, in the smoke and flames, sparks began to flare up. Then a large fire broke out, and the spaceship, as if its mission was complete, turned around and left. Finally, a blue wing appeared, followed by a sharp beak taking shape. At last, a large blue bird spread its wings and let out a cry amidst the smoke and dust. Wind and mist. This is the Ice Spirit 100 Birds, an 8th-level evolved beast. The bird kept crying out. A hole appeared around it, and a cold aura continuously poured out. Meanwhile, Lam Tu and Lakuat struggled to raise their hands to withstand the bird's overwhelming presence. Then he grimaced, gritting his teeth, eyes fixed on the bird as he struggled to conclude. An 8th-level evolved beast, the Ice Spirit 100 Bird. Are there really such powerful evolved beasts here? Next to Lakuat, she also looked up, furrowing her brows as she looked around, and concluded that the fog was gone. It seems this fog was created when the Ice Spirit 100 Bird was asleep. Then she concluded that someone deliberately attacked it to force it awake. She sneered and glanced at him with excitement to confirm. "That's great. Its alien energy just happens to counter you." Seeing them, his expression looked like he had stepped in something unpleasant as he awkwardly looked up at the bird flapping its wings in the sky, scattering the mist before him, and stammered to confirm. "You're not seriously planning to kill this level 8 evolved beast, are you?" From another direction, someone standing on top of a building called out, "Zhang Shao, what level is this evolved beast?" On the rooftop wall, Trak Kai Tin looked up and answered them. An 8th-level evolved beast, the Ice Star 100 Birds, and behind him, the crowd also followed his gaze. As soon as the Mable heard the answer, the scene gradually became chaotic, and a blue-haired person shouted in panic. Level 8, behind him, a blue-haired person looked up fearfully and said, "Maybe we should just run." The person closest to Kai Tin Nyut was still panicked, glaring at him and saying, "An 8th-level evolved beast is not something we can handle." Meanwhile, he had already stepped down from the rooftop wall, then smiled, one hand in his pocket, the other hanging loosely as he looked at the crowd and made his judgment. "I've already sent the news to the Hunters Guild, and soon someone will come to hunt it down. Until then, we still have a chance to benefit from this." Below, the bird was still hunting the surrounding animals, causing them to scatter in panic amid the angry cries of the bird and the frantic sounds of the creatures below. Seeing this, Lam Tu furrowed his brow in alarm, turned around, and shouted a warning to Lakuat. "Damn it! It's the Tide Beasts! The pack of evolved zombie beasts from the Ice Star 100 are rapidly charging this way." She remained calm as she looked back at the beasts behind her, then frowned and called out while running back. "The number is too large. We simply can't kill them all. Just avoid them for now." "We simply..." Then the two of them ran toward a nearby building, with Lam Tu's voice confirming from a high place. "Avoid the Tide Beasts." Behind them, the animals fled in a line from the claws of the bluebird. Then the two of them ran and saw their mother reach the rooftop. Lam Tu leaned his hands on his knees, bent over, and gasped for breath. Next to him, Trak Kai Tin was calmer, standing straight, holding his sword and wiping sweat from his brow, frowning. Right after that, Lam Tu also held his spear and looked down below. He made an assessment. "Based on what we see now," he interrupted. Next to Lakuat, she gradually took up her sword and stepped forward, looking down at the tide of monsters and giant creatures below. Then Lam Tu regained his composure, squinting and furrowing his brow in curiosity. "The people inside the Mist Center are probably dead, and I don't know if the Zhangyan group will survive this disaster. Below, houses are collapsing and shaking. Suddenly, spaceships appeared in the sky. Lam Tu looked up and couldn't help but praise. Someone has arrived already. This speed is incredibly fast. Next to Lakuat, someone calmly commented, probably here to hunt the ice spirit 100 birds. Then a spaceship landed on the roof of the building they were standing on. Then a group of people stepped out, led by an old man. Behind him, a man with a goatee also looked at the two of them, furrowing his brows as he asked, "Oh, are there students here? The condition of the people here is impressive." Behind him was a man with a crew cut, squinting harshly. They were all heavily equipped with gear, while above them, an elderly man with white hair and beard calmly watched the two. Then he concluded that these past few days were the first time the students at the Sacred Academy had been training their spiritual energy. The news about the awakening of the ice spirit was also shared online by a student. On the other side, Lam Tu and Chak Kai Tin also looked back at him. Then his eyes narrowed, his brows furrowed, and he spoke with a judgment. "It seems like this kid has lost control of his powers." Meanwhile, Lam Tu pointed at the old man, frowning in surprise and stammering as he tried to assess him. Is this old man probably a level 7 martial artist? His inner thoughts were already screaming, unable to analyze the person, but at least he must be level 7. Next to Lakuat, with a wary expression, furrowed brows and glaring eyes at them, the old man quickly clasped his hands behind his back in a friendly manner, smiling as he said, "You don't need to be so guarded against me." He stepped closer to the two of them and added, "My only interest is that white bird. I have no interest in you kids. I want to ask how long this white ice bird has been around." Then he asked, "Has anyone fought it before?" The people behind continued to watch them. Hearing this, Lam Tu also lifted his spear onto his shoulder. He frowned and looked at him warily before answering. It had been almost always asleep until someone attacked it with a plane, which is why it woke up. Behind them, the bird was flying gradually toward them. Seeing this, he also looked up at it and made an assessment. The kid means someone deliberately woke it up. Right after, he clasped his hands and flew up, ordering the people behind him to follow. They all flew up together. The 5 of them faced the blue bird head-on and charged toward it. Lam Tu squinted and muttered, "So many of them." Then the bird noticed and glanced at them. Then it turned towards them and let out a powerful roar. The roar echoed around and chunks of ice began flying relentlessly toward the 5 of them. Seeing this, the old man also raised his hand in front of him, his face darkening with seriousness as he shouted, "Keech Kwang Bao." Attacking. Immediately below, a gun was installed, its barrel beginning to charge energy ammo, followed by a shot aimed straight at the bird's head, causing it to stagger. Below, Lam Tu watched intently, furrowing his brows in surprise. His body twitched slightly as he spoke up to ask again, using the Keech Kwang Bao Ka-17 from the military base. Afterwards, they exclaimed, "So impressive." Next, pulses from all directions slammed straight into the bird, creating a massive explosion in the air. The old man frowned, pointed at the bird, and confirmed, "The white bird is badly injured, brothers. Kill it." Next to the guy with the glasses, who was just excited, he furrowed his brows and shouted, "Kill!" Right after that, down below, Lam Tu watched in shock, mouth agape, eyes wide with disbelief as he asked again, "No way. An 8th-level evolved beast can be dealt with that easily?" Beside him, Lakuat held her sword and explained, "It must be someone from the Allied army who can control the K-17 light strike." A group of people relying only on advanced technology faced a massive explosion of smoke and dust, yet the bird above remained unscathed. It squinted and glanced at the people around as the smoke cleared, then roared again, shooting ice chunks all around. Immediately, under this pressure, the 5 others quickly spun and tumbled backward, one of them screaming, "Ah!" Another person was also struck back by the electric shock, his face darkening. "Ah!" Finally, another person widened their eyes in shock and stammered out loud, "How is this possible?" Above, the old man who just fired an energy orb grimaced as he judged the detestable beast for pretending to be weakened. Next to him, the man with glasses holding a long sword also frowned as he looked down at the chaos below. Then he looked toward the spaceship, glaring as he gave the order, "Light burst, continue the attack." Hearing this, the gun barrel began to gather another earth bullet. Next, it raised its barrel, and the bird over there quickly flapped its wings, sending whirlwinds flying toward them. Then the water cannons directly attacked the surrounding infrastructure. Immediately after, the buildings were destroyed by the whirlwind from the fan blades. The top of the tower was also where the spaceship was docked. Right after that, Lakuat stood calmly with her arms crossed and assessed the situation. "All of Quan Fuang's weapons have been destroyed." The second act is just beginning now. Seeing this, Lam Tu furrowed his brow in confusion and looked toward her with curiosity. Except for the southern troops, are the other fighters also this fast? In another area on a different rooftop, a man jumped into the sky full of pride and shouted, "Ha ha ha, a good opportunity." A butcher with a wrinkled face laughed smugly as he jumped off the rooftop with his muscular fists, 3 tufts of hair, and 3 tufts of beard, shouting orders to start the attack. Immediately, the group under that guy quickly flew up after him. Soon, they stood before the fierce bird, flapping its wings aggressively. Faced with the bird's overwhelming presence and wind power, a swordsman in front couldn't help but cry out in pain. Then a man wielding twin maces jumped up laughing. He attacked from behind, shouting to urge them on. "Don't be afraid, keep attacking, then reinforce. Just get it." The ice feathers on its body were already extremely rare. Immediately after, the bird squinted and turned its head toward him, while the other guy swung his weapon down at its body, but missed. Angered by the enemy's attack, the bird gritted its teeth and glared fiercely. Unleashing its power, another vortex formed around the spinning double hammers. In the end, the vortex struck him and sent him crashing into the wall. Beside Lam Tu, he watched in amazement, his pupils narrowing and frowning as he praised, "No wonder it's an 8th-level evolved beast. The power of a single strike is that strong." Next to her, Lakuat sat down, placed her sword on the ground, took out a spirit stone, closed her eyes calmly, and said, "There's still a long way to go. We can rest for a bit first." Then she added, "Top-tier level 8 evolved beasts can be huge, but even if that person attacks, it would probably take more than 3 days to finish." Seeing this, he was also surprised and asked, "It takes that long to fight?" Up ahead, the fierce battle raged on amid smoke and dust. Hearing his question, Lakuat also recalled the other's fight. As for her, she was just watching while sipping water and eating popcorn. Lakuat closed her eyes, bowed her head calmly, and confirmed to him. When I was 10, I dealt with a level 9 Kim Diem Phuc Dia alongside my family, fighting for a whole week before we won." Seeing that, Lam Tu gaped at her, his eyes wide, and he shouted, "What?" Then he pointed at her and asked again, "You were already fighting evolved level 9 beasts when you were years old?" Meanwhile, Lakuat calmly sat in meditation and confirmed it to him. "At that time I was young. Only my family fought while I stood aside observing and gaining combat experience." Seeing this, Lam Tu's expression calmed down a bit. He slung his spear over his shoulder, squinted his eyes, twitched his eyebrows, and muttered, "Hundreds of warriors struggling to fight an evolved level 8 beast. Even if your family can attack a level 9 evolved beast, they still bring a kid like you along to watch. What kind of immortal family is that?" Then he shouted excitedly inside, as if he had accidentally met a little rich lady. Next, they took out spirit stones of various colors and placed them on the ground. Lam Tu stretched, yawned sleepily, closed his eyes and nose, sat cross-legged on the ground, then shivered as he watched the battle, which still showed no sign of ending, and muttered to himself. So they really fought for a whole day and night. Next to him, Lakuat was still meditating. Below, the bird landed on the ground, its eyes scanning for the fallen humans. Someone's voice continued to urge them on. "Keep attacking quickly. This ice-white bird has run out of strength." Up above, he scratched his head, furrowed his brows, squinted at them, and commented, "They're really fighting with the enthusiasm of a rookie." Then he also concluded that even a fool could see this white ice bird was basically not exhausted. Suddenly, an energy bullet shot toward the bird's head. Along with that, a series of ships were flying toward the battle. Seeing this, Lam Tu looked up, furrowed his brow, and made an observation. "Oh, the Alliance troops have arrived, and it seems they brought even more firepower," he observed. Immediately after, the ships fired at the bird while flying, causing an even bigger explosion. Meanwhile, Lam Tu sat back with a sigh, eyes half closed and brows furrowed in frustration, wondering if high-tech weapons could work with a top-tier martial artist to speed up killing the white bird. When are we going to make a move? Next to him, Lakuat reacted slightly, but still closed her eyes and meditated. Finally, she furrowed her brows, closed her eyes calmly, and spoke without hurry. The gunshot at the bird came first. Next, she looked toward a nearby building and spoke to confirm. "Let's wait for the guy hiding in the shadows to make the first move." The electrified bird's body screamed, then fell to the ground, creating a thick mist. Seeing this, the butcher-like men cheered triumphantly, glaring and shouting. "Ha ha! We finally killed it!" the one furthest away shouted as he raised his weapon. "Great! We finally won!" another man cheered. "Ha ha ha, that's great." Right after, the group all landed on the ground, the bird lying there, its whole body electrified and unable to resist. The man with the scruffy hair and beard turned his head to glance at the group below. narrowing his eyes with a smug smile, and said, "According to the plan, I only take the alien star. Everything else on the ice star, white bird, belongs to you." Immediately after, he stepped forward and beheaded the bird in front of the crowd. Then, the cut dug deep into the star-shaped alien core inside the bird's body, a six-pointed star, causing some onlookers to shout excitedly, "Haikip, alien core, level 8 alien core." Then he shouted excitedly again, "I have never seen a hetero star of such a rank in my life." Immediately after, the three-strand beard and hair man frowned with a smug smile and reached out toward the hetero star. The henchman behind sneered and shouted, "With this rare star, at least we can cut 10 years off our struggle." Suddenly, a swordsman from the old man's team rushed forward angrily and yelled, "All my brothers are dead. What right do you have to take the rare star and claim it? The alien is mine?" The butcher with 3 tufts of beard and hair sneered and glanced at him, asking back only to him. Suddenly, a sharp lightning strike hit. The body of the old man's team member was instantly killed by a single shot from the spaceship. The butcher with 3 tufts of hair and a beard was startled and looked up. Then he gritted his teeth, eyes wide with panic, and shouted, "What?" Then a broadcast sounded from above the spaceship. "All warriors who dare to steal from the Alliance will be killed without question. Drop the alien corpse, or else don't blame us." The guns on the ship quickly activated and aimed at the people beside the bird's body. The bearded butcher with 3 tufts of hair was also utterly shocked. Then he clenched his weapon tightly. An announcement rang out from the spaceship above, warning the unruly, then it prepared to fire. Finally, it unleashed a burst of gunfire, causing a massive explosion with smoke and flames scattering everywhere. And the 3-bearded, 3-haired man still tried to swing his weapon, defending against the bird's corpse while shouting, "Damn Alliance! How dare you dream of stealing my alien star! Die for me!" Immediately after, the ships kept firing down, and the forces below attacked back with continuous shouts. "Kill, kill, kill!" The crowd fights fiercely and relentlessly. Seeing that, Lam Tu above watched with a spear in one hand and the other hand in his pocket, chuckling. "Ha ha, so the fight has really started." Beside Lak Nguyet, also holding a weapon, she looked down, ready to act at any moment. Suddenly, a shout rang out. Big brother Lam Tu, the class leader, Sister Lak Nguyet, while the other 2 were still standing, enjoying the fierce battle between the spaceship and the crowd below. Hearing the familiar call, Lam Tu turned his head to look at them, smiled, frowned, called Trong Diem, then sighed in relief. "Good, you're all okay." Trong Dan's group was also running toward him. Labin Hook looked up at him with a worried frown and said, "We searched for you in the fog, but ended up entering the territory of a giant bird, almost got killed." Beside her, she also smiled at him. Next to Trong Dan, full of excitement, wide-eyed and frowning, he looked up at him and proudly recounted, hoping for praise. "Fortunately, the keen-eyed Thunder Spirit spotted you guys on the rooftop and ran straight here." Seeing that they were still fine, he frowned slightly and smiled warmly, carrying his spear on his shoulder as he looked at them and confirmed, "It's good that you're okay. The other students from the Holy Realm Academy have probably all left by now, right? You guys should go too." He looked at them and confirmed. Hearing him, Trong Dan was full of confusion, staring wide-eyed at him, and asked, "Big brother Lam Tu, you and Lak Nguyet are not leaving?" Hearing that, he honestly turned around, furrowed his brow, and glanced at them to confirm. We're not leaving now." Seeing that, Trong Dan couldn't help but look at them and ask, "You guys aren't planning to steal the level 8 mutant beast, are you?" The 2 others remained silent, with only dust in front of them. She added a reminder that those people were all experts at level 6 and 7. Then Lak Nguyet looked at them calmly, furrowing her brows as she confirmed, "It will definitely fall into our hands. Otherwise, I doubt Lam Tu can hold on until we return to the Sacred Realm Academy. That rare star has an ice attribute and can merge with the energy of the Red Lotus Flame inside Lam Tu." Hearing that, Trong Dan looked confused, furrowed his brow, and stammered as he looked toward him. "Big brother Lam Tu, is this true?" Next to him, Loi Loi also poked his head in, furrowing his brows as he asked again. "I thought the class president had already absorbed all the energy of the Honglian Chi fire." Beside him, Labin also frowned helplessly, feeling sorry for himself. The class president was burned by the Red Lotus Flame while saving us, yet we couldn't do anything to help him. Seeing that, he waved his hand with a smile and gave the order, all right, you guys better retreat quickly." Then he spoke up again to confirm, "Don't interfere with us stealing the items from the tiger's mouth." Hearing this, Trong Dan and his group quickly turned and left. They looked back at him with reluctance. Trong Dan frowned and reminded them, "All right, we won't hold you up any longer, but you all have to be careful. Class President Lakuat, you two be careful. Lam Tu stood on the rooftop with Lakuat, waving back at the group. Right after they left, the area below began to fall into ruin. The remnants of the recent battle, bodies and broken machines, were piled up amid smoke and fire. Next, a round hammer appeared, wielded by a man with blazing eyes still standing strong. Below him, his subordinates lay scattered. Seeing this, Trak Kai Tin also stood on the wall holding a weapon in one hand and a sword in the other, confirming aloud. It's time for us to make our move. And the men under his command looked down below as well. Right after, Trak Kai Tin pulled out a grenade with excitement and smiled, then confirmed using it. Meanwhile, from another underground pipe, Lam Tu asked if those big bosses weren't chasing them. Then he smiled with his eyes closed, raised his hand to hold the back of his head, and confirmed. Luckily, those unlucky guys threw smoke bombs, not only helping us create cover, but also blocking the blades for us. Above, Lak Nuit walked ahead, also looking his way with a smile of agreement. Then Lam Tu Luke searched his pocket, humming happily with his eyes closed in confirmation. I didn't expect the level 8 rare star to fall into my hands so easily. Oh, damn. What is this? Where's my level 8 mutant? Seeing that, Lak Nuit helplessly squinted and sighed before asking him, Are your eyes blind? Why would I steal the egg of the ice star centipede? Seeing this, Lam Tu's face was still shocked as he stared at the egg like a fool, confirming it repeatedly with his eyes. He froze in place for several seconds, then Lam Tu turned around in panic and gloom, shouting to confirm with Lak Nuit. No way. Clearly I stole it on purpose, right? Then he frowned, looking at the egg in his hand, and asked again, What use is this thing? It's probably just a nuisance. Seeing that, Lak Nuit crossed her arms near him and frowned as she reminded him, This is a level 9 ice spirit centipede egg. It might hatch into an ice spirit centipede. Seeing that, Lam Tu was a bit startled and realized. His eyes looked at the egg as if discovering something interesting, and Lak Nuit added, You can try training it to become your mount. Then Lam Tu began imagining himself riding on the majestic bird's head, pointing with 5 fingers, while the bird flapped its wings below and he rubbed his chin, furrowing his brows with interest as he muttered, That's true. It does look pretty cool. Lak Nuit beside him quickly stroked the strange crystal out for him, its aura thickly radiating around, and she looked at him, reminding, Hold it. Start absorbing it now. Seeing that, Lam Tu also stood there dazed, still holding the egg in his hand. Then, with a silly look, he raised his eyebrows in joy and shouted back at her, holding the strange crystal in his hand. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to snatch it. When did you make your move? I have no idea at all. Next to Lak Nuit, seeing him flatter, she also closed her eyes and urged him to speak. Stop talking so much and focus. Outside, where the smoke still lingers and the buildings lie in ruins, a voice rang out, How is young Trak doing? Got it yet? Hearing the other person ask, Trak Kai Tin grew even angrier, clenching his fists, his face darkening like he'd stepped in something foul, and shouted in frustration. Damn it, it was stolen by someone else. You, with your messy hair and the ring on your mouth, also frowned in surprise and shouted to confirm. What? It's been stolen. Immediately, he regained his composure, opened his backpack, took something out, grimaced, smiled, and continued speaking. Yeah, finding them is actually pretty easy. I have this. The person next to me frowned and pointed, asking. He placed the electronic board in front of him and began to explain. This is the latest device for detecting mutated stars, capable of scanning both inside evolved beasts and stolen mutated stars. Next, Kai Tin probably added, Look, the densely clustered red spots are the aliens behind us. These are the residual aliens inside the evolved beasts around here. He drew his sword while holding the board, baring his teeth and frowning with a mocking smile. The guy with curly hair and a lip ring next to him also laughed excitedly, watching the board to see what would happen. Next, a red streak lit up on the board. Kai Tin must have seen it and turned pale, eyes wide with panic as he shouted. Found it. The brightest red mark is an 8th-level mutant star, so they didn't run far. Then he grimaced, darkened his face, gritted his teeth, and charged forward, shouting at his teammates behind him. Let's go. Back to Lam 2. His body felt like one half of his face was being burned while the other half was frozen cold. Next, he couldn't help but scream curses in his mind. Damn it, this unbearable hot and cold feeling made him feel like he was about to explode right there. His body was absorbing the alien star, one side burning with fire, the other freezing cold. With Lam 2 in the middle, struggling to endure it, frowning, gritting his teeth, the spear still in front of him, Lam 2 realized that the energy of the red lotus flame in his body was constantly neutralizing with the ice-bone energy of the level 8 alien star. Instead, it increased at its biting and swallowing speed. Immediately after, the system announced congratulations to the owner for successfully leveling up. The current rank is level 22. Hearing this, Lam 2 sneered and furrowed his brows with satisfaction, his body still burning on one side and freezing on the other, as he shouted, filled with joy inside. That's great, leveling up again so quickly. Meanwhile, Lac Nuiet outside seemed to notice something and turned around cautiously, while he in front was still trying to absorb and balance the heat and cold. A horde of zombies stood at the doorway, and seeing that, she shouted out in pure disgust. Damn it! The ice spirit exploded in anger and died, attracting these zombies to rush over. Immediately after, they charged, and Lac Nuiet didn't hesitate to draw the flying sword toward them. She reassured him, "You focus on absorbing the strange energy. I'll take care of these zombies." Then, the zombies were quickly cut into pieces and lay scattered on the ground. Lac Nuiet also leaned on her sword, closed her eyes, frowned, and gasped for breath. Phew, finally dealt with them all. I didn't expect there to be so many of them. Her sword pierced a zombie, while behind her, he was still absorbing the heteromorphic energy without stopping. Then she turned to look at him, wiping sweat from her hand while wondering how much he had absorbed, though it felt like the energy of the crimson lotus flame in his body had stabilized. He was still sitting there, absorbing on the other side. Suddenly, Trak Kai Tin's voice rang out, surprised that they had stolen the level 8 alien energy. Seeing this, Lac Nuiet frowned warily, turned her head to look at them, and shouted, "Trak Kai Tin and his team are following the map," smiling. Then he reached out, squinting and grinning as he demanded from Lac Nuiet, "Lac Nuiet, for the sake of the bond between our families, just give me the level 8 rare star and I'll spare you." Behind him, the guy with the spiky hair and lip ring pointed anxiously at him and shouted a warning, "Chak Tiu, that kid is absorbing the level 8 alien star." Seeing this, Trak Kai Tin frowned and glanced at him to listen, then looked at the guy absorbing the alien star and shouted, "What? Daring to absorb my level 8 strange energy again?" Beside Lac Nuiet, biting her lip anxiously as she watched them. Then he raised his hand to stop his teammates, squinting and sneering as he drew his sword with a loud clang and confirmed, "I'm stopping Lac Nuiet and Latu Thad. You guys go steal the level 8 heteromorphic essence, and you keep holding the sword hilt, watching them." Latu Thad obediently agreed upon hearing this. Then he and his teammates quickly slipped into an alley and rushed toward Lam Tu. Seeing that, Lac Nuiet was a bit startled as he looked toward them, the sword in his hand. Chak Kai Tin had also taken a fighting stance. Then Lac Nuiet rushed to Latu That's side, while he ran, glancing back at her. Lac Nuiet shouted a threat at them, "Whoever touches him dies." Seeing that, Kai Tin quickly rushed forward with his sword to stop them. On the other side, Latu That also quickly ran over. Lac Nuiet shouted firmly, "With me here, you won't get through." He stepped closer with his sword, smirking and furrowing his brow as he spoke. "That level 8 mutant core, my Kai Jing definitely wants it." The two henchmen quickly rushed towards him. Latu That sneered and shouted with contempt, "Yeah, an 8th level mutant star can't be absorbed by trash like you." "Take it back." His hand reached forward with a teammate behind him. Suddenly, his ice-covered arm grabbed Latu That. His fiery arm seized the other person's arm, and then Lam Tu opened his eyes, each glowing with a different color as he pulled them back, his determined gaze burning and freezing as he declared that just relying on a few people to steal his rare star was impossible. "Here!" Latu That quickly clenched his teeth in pain and shouted as he looked up. "Ah, my hand." The person beside me also screamed in pain. My hand, my hand." One of their hands was frozen while the other was burned by fire. Immediately after, both of them pulled their hands back, staggered, and struggled to stand up. Then Lam Tu raised the spear with his fiery hand. Next, he spun the spear around, creating a vortex with Lam Tu standing inside it. He used the 100 tide winds, then immediately launched a fiery phoenix forward. The other two quickly jumped aside to dodge. Latu That was puzzled and asked, "Why is this fire technique so hot?" Then he advanced with a spear surrounded by sharp ice shards, swinging it in a circle to unleash the Icebone Storm Spear. Finally, the spear pierced the top of the head, causing a crack in the ground to break open. Immediately after, he grabbed his body and backpack, jumped over from the crack, and shouted to her, "Go leave those 3 under the pipe." Immediately after, the 2 also disappeared. Below, Latu That and his team were beaten to the point of anger, unable to react, and shouted with dark faces, "Damn, they got away!" The person beside him sat up while wiping his face. Then Trak Kai Tin opened the map again, clenched it with both hands, his face dark with anger as he shouted, "Damn it, why is the red dot lighting up without an 8th level alien star? Could it be because the primal energy of the 8th level alien star was absorbed? How could it be absorbed so quickly? Beside him, Lakuat glanced over at him with a frown, clearly displeased. Finally, his face darkened, and he turned to ask Chak Kai-tin in panic. "Chief Chak, the heart monitor lost the signal. What should we do?" As for you were so furious you gritted your teeth and clenched the control panel, which you then threw to the ground, shattering it. Finally, Chak Kai-tin stormed toward the hole at the top of his head, gritting his teeth in anger and shouting, "Laknguiet, Lam Tu, you just wait!" In a wooden house in the forest, Lam Tu was meditating while absorbing the alien star in his hand. Surrounded by auras when the system announced congratulations on successfully leveling up to level 23, then again to level 24. Congratulations to the owner for successfully leveling up. The current rank is level 25. Congratulations to the owner for winning a total of 4 prize draws. Congratulations to the owner for gaining 94 potential points. Immediately after, Lam Tu opened his eyes in amazement and looked down at the strange star, making an assessment in his heart. I didn't expect absorbing an 8th level alien star and the red lotus fire to grant me so much experience, allowing me to level up 3 times in one night. The system added 42 potential points to strength, 30 to physique, and 22 to speed. Immediately after, the stats screen appeared again. Host Lam 2 at level 25, strength 421 increased to 463. Stamina 178 plus 50 increased to 208 plus 50. Speed 101 increased to 123. Total combat power increased from 4,650 to 5,124. The level 4 martial artist title grants an additional 50 physical attribute points. Skills: Analytical Eyes, Fury, Camouflage, Devour. Finally, the system reward board appears. Congratulations to the owner for advancing to the level 5 martial artist stage and earning the level 5 martial artist title. The level 5 martial artist title grants a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% when attacked. Congratulations to the owner for successfully unlocking the 2nd level gene. Congratulations to the owner for acquiring the new skill, Clone Realm. When using Clone Realm, the clone can output 30% of the original's combat power. Usage time is 30 seconds. Cooldown time is 12 hours. Seeing this, Lam Tu couldn't help but feel excited as he stroked his chin, furrowed his brows, and smiled while reflecting in his mind. The total combat power finally exceeded 5,000. Now I am also a level 5 martial artist. Plus, I unlocked the 2nd level gene and gained a new skill. Then he glanced over his own stats again. It shows host Lam Tu, level 25, strength 463, stamina 208, speed 123, total combat power 5,124. Title: Martial Artist level 5 with a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% when attacked. Skills: Analysis, Eyes, Fury, Camouflage, Devour, Clone Alert. Then his eyes couldn't hide the joy as he smiled and confirmed inside, switching to the title Martial Artist level 5. Although 50 points are still missing, the 30% chance to reduce damage by 50% is the key to survival. Then Laknuit's voice rang out again, asking him if he had finished absorbing. Hearing that, he slowly closed the window, glanced at her from behind, unsure how to respond, while Laknuit looked at him with a mix of shock and panic, her eyes wide as she assessed the situation. It usually takes 3 days and nights to absorb an 8th level alien, but you finished in just 1 day and night. Hearing this, he flared his nostrils, gave a thumbs up to himself, and grinned arrogantly, saying, "Heh, heh, that's because my talent is extraordinary." Seeing his action, Laknuit ignored it and calmly turned her head to urge him. "What? If you've finished absorbing, then let's go. Today is the last day." Feeling embarrassed, Lam Tu stood frozen for 5 seconds with a dark expression. Then they left, but he kept walking behind her, looking hurt as he placed his hand on his chest and frowned, asking her, "Little Nguet, can't you give me a compliment? I tried my best too, you know." Meanwhile, Laknuit frowned unhappily and shooed him away. Then the two stood at the foot of a city gate, one holding a spear, while Jangdan's group argued fiercely to the point of bloodshed. Jangdan clenched his fists in anger, and seeing this, Lam Tu quickly ran over to them, his face full of worry, reaching out and asking, "Zhangyun, what's wrong with you all?" Seeing that, the whole group looked at him, grimacing with wounds and surprise. Then she showed a smile of joy as she looked at him. Right after that, Truongdan angrily pointed at the spear-wielding man blocking them, glaring at him and accusing, "Big Brother Lam 2, those guys from Class 1 of this hospital stole our rare herbs." Seeing that, the other guy also looked at him. Then he seemed to realize something and flinched in surprise. Meanwhile, Lam Tu and Laknuit calmly walked toward him, their faces showing clear discomfort. Then he crossed his arms, sneered, and furrowed his brows as he looked at him, and asked,
Thucked. Yea, ma, patented.
You are Lam Tu, the top of the new student competition tower list in the 10th grade male academy. Then he spoke up, introducing himself with a smug smile and furrowed brows. I am Ao Duanghang from Class 1 of the Northern Institute. She is Dian Tu Chan from Class 1 of the Northern Institute. Next, he glanced at the short-haired girl beside him who was frowning in discomfort, holding a peach in her hand. Then in his mind, Lam Tu quickly reordered the rankings. Second was Trak Kai Tin, third Ao Duanghang, and fourth Dian Tu Tran. Then he reached out to touch the orange, pouted, frowned as he remembered he was number 1. Then he muttered, I remember now. You were originally ranked 2nd and 3rd on the rookie competition tower list. Then Lam Tu honestly frowned, sneered, nodded, and looked at him to confirm that now you are all under my feet. Seeing this, the other guy, Ao Duanghang, darkened his face, gritted his teeth, and glared at him in anger, speechless at this confidence. Then he pointed at Lam Tu's face and taunted, You can only top the list because of pure luck. Now, after a match, let's see who really stands at the top. His face twisted like a monkey's butt, frowning as he added, If you win, we'll return the rare stars stolen from your friends to you. Beside him, Dian Tu Chan frowned, giving them a friendly look. Then he exuded authority, his face stern as he firmly placed his spear in front of him, holding it with both hands and declaring that if you lose, all your mutants will belong to us. Next to Dian Tu Tran, he said nothing, just silently watched. Hearing that, he also smiled confidently with a sneer, furrowed his brow, and looked at them to confirm. Win or lose, you won't lose a single cent. Do you take me for a fool? He asked them, then drew his spear and got ready, making a deal. Here's the deal, if you lose, you give us the rare star. Immediately after, Lam Tu and Lak Nuit began drawing a circle with their weapons, one with fire, the other with ice, confidently looking at them and saying, If it doesn't go this way, I'll have no choice but to kill and rob. Hearing this, Ao Duanghang couldn't hold back anymore and angrily charged at him with a spear, shouting, Just relying on you and you want to kill me. Then the two spear tips clashed, sending a powerful force radiating around them. Seeing this, Lam Tu smiled excitedly. You use a spear too. Congratulations on successfully sparking my interest. Next, Dian Tu Tran quickly approached Lak Nuit, confidently holding his sword, and asked her, I heard you're in Class 1 of the Southern Institute, so why did you come to Class 10 of the Southern Institute on your own? Do you really want to be teammates with those scumbags? Lak Nuit calmly stepped forward with her sword, then lunged at the dark-faced man, swinging her sword and shouting, If you provoke me, you have only one way to die. On the other side, Dian Tu Tran also raised his sword and crossed a block, ready to defend. On the other side, he launched a storm of attacks at Ao Duanghang, leaving him no time to react. Seeing this, he retreated with difficulty and shouted out his assessment. I remember you were only level 4 when you challenged the competition tower before. So how is it that your power is almost level 5 now? Hearing this, he smirked slyly at him while continuing his relentless attack and shouted, Is that right? What's the deal? My leveling speed is fast, isn't it? Then Lam Tu added, How could you lowlifes even compare? Hearing his taunt, Ao Duanghang's face darkened with anger as he shouted. Damn it! He grimaced and tried to hold the spear to defend himself. Then he jumped up, shouting, furrowing his brow as he thrust his spear toward him, using the golden martial skill stone, shattering heaven. Scripture, while Lam Tu silently watched. Immediately after, he thrust his spear upward. The two spear tips met in midair, generating a massive surge of energy. Next, Lam Tu was knocked far away, his body piercing through several stone walls. Then, through the dust, Lam Tu's voice echoed, reminding that once you're a level 5 martial artist, the gap in strength is huge. Then he stood up in the smoke, holding his spear, tilting his head to glance at him, and confirmed, So this is your true strength. Even if given a chance, you still won't make it. Next, he swung his spear forward and shouted to confirm, My turn now. Immediately after, his body emitted a cold heat as he used the violent frost spear technique. Faced with the power before him, Ao Duanghang's face turned pale like a banana leaf, his pupils contracted, and his brows furrowed in disbelief. Then, he quickly blocked the spear in front of him, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth and shouted inwardly, How could he unleash so many spear techniques in just 1 minute? Next, his spear pierced the shoulder blade, releasing a cold mist. Ao Duanghang's face twisted in pain from the icy burn as he screamed. Ah! He lay sprawled on the ground, finally so furious that his eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging, and he gritted his teeth, shouting in anger. Damn it! A worthless 10th grader like you dares to hurt me. Then his body blazed with fierce golden light, gripping his spear tightly as he shouted, "I will send you to hell." Immediately after, he accelerated, using the stone-shattering heavenly strike, and charged with his spear. On the other side, Lam Tu struck first with the violent dance spear without hesitation, then quickly spun his spear to block the attack. His face twisted as he shouted, confirming the move, "You won't be able to handle me!" Hearing this, Lam Tu smiled excitedly and looked toward him. He frowned and sneered, still holding the spear as he confirmed, "Then I'll change my move for you." Immediately after, he thrust his spear forward with a powerful strike, blooming like a flower as he shouted the name of the move. Bone-shattering violent flower spear. Seeing this, Ao Duanghang's face filled with fear, his hand gripping the spear trembling as if shocked, teeth clenched tightly in his mind. The original energy is ice attribute, but I remember he always uses fire attribute. Next, the cold began to seep into Ao Duanghang's flesh, making him start to tremble. Immediately after, he stumbled, his face contorted in pain as his foot went numb, screaming in confusion inside. The ice bone power was too strong, and his right foot felt like it had frozen after being struck. On the other side, he sneered, carrying his spear, tilting his head toward him and asked, "How does it taste? I'll let you try the ice and fire dual torment." He swung his spear in a wide arc, creating 100 phoenix waves as he leapt into the air. Then, grimacing with struggle, gritting his teeth and glaring, he looked up at Lam Tu and shouted in his mind, "Damn it, my right leg is frozen, I can't dodge at all." Immediately after, he slammed the tip of his spear into the ground, grimacing as he clenched it tightly and shouted, "Damn it, this is the only move I can use!" A surge of red and yellow energy quickly erupted around him, and then a sphere enveloped Ao Duanghang while his phoenix and spear continued to fiercely charge at him. From behind, Lam Tu tilted his head, pointed at him with a smirk, and said confidently, "Ha ha ha. You think wrapping your whole body can protect you from my flames? I have to turn you into a clay-roasted chicken." Then the move faded, revealing Ao Duanghang struggling. He frowned, looked up at him with angry eyes, and shouted, "Damn you, Lam Tu, I'll chop you into 100 pieces." Meanwhile, Ao Duanghang's body was still steaming hot, his feet frozen in place. Next, he charged at him with a spear, shouting, "This move was originally meant to counter Trak Kai Tin from Class 1 of the Southern Academy, but using you as a test subject works too." Immediately after, Ao Duanghang hurled the spear forward, shouting the name of the technique, Diamond Armor Fiery Slash, as a large column of fire shot toward Lam Tu. He was a bit startled by this. Then Lam Tu grimaced, gritted his teeth, and shouted in his mind, how could this kind of spirit be a martial spirit? Then he concluded that even with his skills, he might not be able to counter it. In the end, he confirmed in his mind that this was the only move he could use. Thinking this, he quickly sprang up, spinning his spear combined with ice and fire toward Ao Duanghang's incoming strike, to test just how powerful the move had become after absorbing the 8th-level alien star attributes of ice and crimson lotus fire. Then he shouted the name of the move, Galaxy 9 Heavens, as the two spear tips struck each other with great force, sparks flashing between them, one side red and blue, the other yellow, colliding fiercely. Next, Ao Duanghang coughed up blood and fell backward. Lam Tu also coughed up blood. Then Ao Duanghang rolled to the ground, and his classmates ran over shouting, Class President! Class President!" full of worry. Next, Ao Duanghang still tried to sit up, his shirt soaked in blood, frowning and gritting his teeth as he looked at him to confirm. "I'm fine." Behind the crowd, faces twisted with worry in the dust. Ao Duanghang judged that this kid also had some real strength. Next, he looked over at Dien Tu-chan and Lak Nuit. Lak Nuit kept attacking, while Dien Tu-chan could only defend and make observations. Dien Tu-chan is no match for Lak Nuit. They're both tough to deal with. Right after, Ao Duanghang pointed at the two and shouted urgently with a grim face, "Ignore me, go help Dien Tu-chan and capture that girl first." Immediately, the group of students also grabbed weapons and charged at Lak Nuit, startling her. At that moment, Trongdan and his classmates also took up weapons, their faces twisted with anger as they stood in front and shouted, "Don't think you can bully the weak just because you're many." Seeing them, the group from Class 1 still itched to fight and charged to provoke, the scum from the male dorm acting like they were ready to die. And Zhangdan was no better as he rushed forward shouting, "I'm willing to take you on." Then, Ao Duanghang got back into fighting stance, gritting his teeth and grimacing as he looked at Lam Tu, urging, "Ignore them, our fight isn't over yet." Then added, "I have to make you disappear. Even without weapons, scum like you are no match for me." Immediately after, Ao Duanghang swung his fist with all his strength, unleashing the golden insect-crushing stone fist as he lunged toward him. Seeing that, Lam Tu also looked up at him. Then, he raised his electrified fist, smirked at him, and shouted, "Don't think you're the only one with martial arts skills. I use Silver Thunder Strike." Finally, their two punches collided with a thunderous roar, electricity scattering everywhere. The moment they touched, an electric crackle sounded from the other side. Ao Duanghang quickly pulled his hand back and screamed in pain. "My hand." His face twisted like a monkey's butt, his eyes rolled back. Immediately after, his body was jolted by electricity and thrown into the air, screaming in pain, while the guy below ran past with a dark face, looking incredibly cool. In the end, Ao Duanghang lay motionless on the ground amid dust, and he stood proudly watching him. On the other side, Dian Tu Trun was also shocked as Lac Nuiet pressed her sword to his neck. She looked down at it, her pupils shrinking in fear. Immediately, Dien Chan Tu trembled with fear, her pupils shrinking as she looked at Lac Nguyen, whose sword was pressed to her neck, while Lac Nguyen's face remained cold as she stared at Tran Tu. She surrendered. "Lac Nguyen, don't kill me. I admit defeat." On the other side, the students sitting around Ao Duanghang looked confused, while he lay motionless on the ground. Lam Tu glanced back at them, furrowing his brow with a smirk, and confirmed, "You lost. Right in front of you is Dien Tran Tu with a sword pressed to his neck by Lac Nguyen." Right after, Ao Duanghang also woke up and was helped to kneel on one knee, struggling with a frown full of sadness and resignation. "We lost." The two classmates on either side also frowned with worry as they supported him. Then he happily looked at them and pointed, reminding them, "If you're going to play, then accept the risk and bring all the heteromorphs here." His brow furrowed, eyes squinting with a playful grin. Hearing that, Ao Duanghang still stubbornly glared, furrowing his brows at Lam Tu, and shouted in frustration, "We can only give you 1/3 of the heteromorphic stars." Hearing that, his eyes narrowed and his face darkened as he confirmed, "If that's the case, then I'll just have to kill you all." Next, Ao Duanghang looked at him, placed his hands on the ground ready to fight, and shouted in confirmation, "We can only give you 1/3, otherwise, even if we have to die, we will fight you to the end." Both Dien Chan Tu and the first-year group darkened their faces, looking at him with irritation and determination. Ao Duanghang threatened further, "You and Lac Nuiet might be fine, but what about the others? By then, once the fight starts, they will surely have to die." After a moment of thought, the sunlight pierced through. Lam Tu reluctantly raised his spear and waved to them in agreement. "All right, then 1/3. On the other side, the dark-faced group stared at him. Then he stared back at them, seriously contemplating in his mind. These guys are no pushovers. If they really go all out, Zhang Yan's group will definitely die. Right after the deal was made, Tian Zhenzi quickly threw a backpack towards him. Her face twisted as she shouted out, "This is 1/3 of the money. Take it." Then she asked, "Can we go now?" "Over here." Tanfeng also took the backpack but looked at them seriously without responding, while Lam Tu nodded, furrowing his brows as he looked at them to confirm. "Go ahead." Right after the wounded group was escorted away, Lam Tu couldn't say anything more. He watched their figures leave, and once he confirmed they were gone, he quickly knelt down, leaning on his spear, and coughed up a burst of black blood. Then he shouted out his thoughts, confirming that Ao Duanghang's strength was truly formidable, worthy of a level 5 peak martial artist. Seeing his condition, Trong Dan quickly rushed over, worried, and asked, "Max, Big Brother Lam Tu, are you okay?" He stood up and looked at them, wiping his face with one hand while holding his spear with the other, as Loi Loi anxiously shouted at him, "Class President, in response to their questions, I just confirmed that I'm fine, only slightly injured." Next, Lam Tu led the way while taking a sip of water and confirmed, "Let's go, we have to make the most of our time." Behind the group, others followed him. Outside the school's warship fortress, the loudspeaker announced, Class 1 of the Northern Academy earned a total of 208 Level 5 rare stars and 10 Level 6 rare stars with a combined score of 258 points. Inside, Tian Zhenzi waved his hand and called for the others to help carry the class president into the treatment chamber, saying, "You guys take her in there, I'll watch over things here." She stood beside the assessor. Then, Trak Kai Tin came in carrying a loot bag on his back and 2 more in his hands, sneering and mocking Dien Tran Tu. "Oh, even Ao Duanghang got beaten that badly. Dien Tu Tun, it looks like you guys ran into some tough opponents." Hearing that, she also startled and looked toward him. Then he threw 3 bags down in front of the examiner, one hand tossing, the other on his hip, eyes closed with arrogant confidence as he made his judgment. Only 258 points, not much of an achievement. Hearing this, Dien Tran Tu also glanced at him warily, while the appraiser was startled when he saw the bags in front of him. Then an announcement rang out again. Class 1 of the Southern Academy won a total of 222 level 5 rare spirits, 12 level 6 rare spirits, with a combined score of 280 points. The evaluator placed the classified spirit stone on the table, still holding a red one in hand. Upon hearing the announcement, Trakai Tin smirked arrogantly, crossing his arms and looking at the furious Dien Tran Tu as he spoke mockingly. Sorry, the first place in this freshman competition belongs to our Class 1 South Institute. His eyes narrowed as he sneered, while the crazy Tran Tu clenched his fists, wishing he could punch him to death, and screamed in frustration inside. Annoying, if we hadn't given a third of the strange spirits to Lam Tu's group, first place would be ours right now. Immediately after, Dien Tran Tu glanced toward Lam Tu's team as they walked in. Then she turned to him with a mocking and joyful smile, hands on her hips reminding Trak Kai Tin, "Don't celebrate too soon, you're not necessarily in first place." Seeing Lam Tu, he crossed his arms and scowled, while he calmly stepped forward. Next, Trak Kai Tin frowned and sneered, looking at him as he responded to Tran Tu. "Is that so? You don't really think the useless guys from the 10th grade boys' dorm got more rare stars than us, do you? Then you secretly assume these kids stole the level 8 rare stars. If you count it all up, they could definitely win, and then add more. It's just that no one is stupid enough to offer rare stars to the school." Right after, Lam Tu also came to the judging table and poured everything out. The contents of the bag surprised both the judge and Trak Kai Tin. He crossed his arms and stared wide-eyed while the others smirked confidently and kept pouring. Then the examiner looked at the meter in shock, eyes wide, and the crowd around started shouting, "Why are there so many rare gems? Aren't they Class 10 Nam Institute?" Hearing that the weakest class had piles of rare crystals on the table, the chatter grew louder, and it seemed they even had more rare crystals than Class 1 of the Southern Institute. Then the system announced that Class 1 of the Institute scored 280 points, ranking first. Class 10 of the Southern Institute scored 280 points, also ranking first, and Class 1 of the Northern Institute scored 258 points, ranking second. Then came the announcement that Class 10 Nam Vien had collected a total of 205 level 5 rare crystals and 15 level 6 rare crystals, with a combined score of 280 points. Hearing this, even Trak Kai Tin was shocked, shouting in disbelief and furrowing his brow in agitation. 280 points with their strength, how could they have killed so many evolved beasts? They must have just picked them up by chance. This score doesn't count. Seeing their rivals were unsophisticated, Dien Tran Tu casually put his hands on his hips and mocked him. "Oh, then you guys try picking some up too." Seeing this, Kai Tin quickly walked over to the examiner and asked, "Teacher, now that there are multiple first-place winners, how will the prize be divided?" He was furious and shouted inside his mind, "Damn it, the first prize at this freshman competition is incredibly generous. I had the victory in the bag, those damn scumbags." The teacher saw this and calmly turned to look at Kai Tin. Finally, he raised his hand to support his chin, lowered his head, and furrowed his brows, lost in thought. In recent years, there has never been a first-place tie, so the teacher had to ask the dean for approval. Hearing this, Trak Kai Tin's face darkened with anger as he glared at him and shouted inwardly, "If they didn't bring out their level 8 strange energy, they would only be tied with us, so why is it like this?" Contrary to Trak Kai Tin's anger, the members of Class 10 were celebrating triumphantly around Lam Tu, who clenched his teeth in frustration and glared fiercely inside. "That's right, where is their level 8 mutant core? It originally belonged to me, and I will definitely take it back." As for him, he sadly raised his hand out of boredom, glanced over, and sighed, thinking, "If I had known, I wouldn't have absorbed so many alien stars on the way back." Then, in a cool green area with trees and grass beneath the school's spaceship, time passed until a short week had gone by, and out of more than 100 new trainees in the abandoned G17 zone, only over 60 remained. The mortality rate was as high as 40%. Lam Tu and his Class 10 had just disembarked from the spaceship, their smiles full of confidence and radiance. In Class 10, the main character Hui excitedly pointed towards them with a smile. "That's great, they're all back." Seeing that, another classmate looked over and smiled brightly. "All the class leaders are back, that's really good, I was so worried." Another student shouted, "I told you, as long as the class president leads the team, everything will be fine." The main character Hai eagerly stepped forward and smiled in agreement. "The abandoned area G17 is extremely dangerous. Hunting 5th-level evolved beasts for rare crystals is even harder. The achievement doesn't matter, as long as everyone returns alive." Then he added, "This time, our class performed very well in the Green Forest, ranking 16th. Everyone in the class will receive a reward of 10,000 points." Seeing him so enthusiastic, Lam Tu's group smiled confidently and mysteriously without responding. Then he frowned in dissatisfaction and spoke up to question him. "Teacher, do you really think our abilities are that poor? You didn't even ask about our results." Next to him, Truongdan also looked at him with dissatisfaction. Hearing this and seeing their expressions, Nam Chin Hui was a bit curious and glanced at him in surprise. Right after that, he clenched his hands happily, grinning as he asked Lam Tu, "Oh, so what rank are you all?" Which place in the top 10? Hearing that, he closed his eyes proudly, then smiled smugly and denied it. No, teacher, why don't you take a wild guess?" Hearing that, the main character Hai became even more excited. Blushing and snorting, she frowned and squinted excitedly at him, shouting, "Could it really be that you made the top 10? Seeing him guess wrong again and again, Lam Tu confidently raised his index finger to the sky, hands in his pockets, confirming number 1 with a total of 280 points. Faced with this firm assertion, the whole class felt like they had been struck by lightning, their faces full of shock and speechless, especially the main character Hui. He stammered and asked again, "Number 1. Then his eyes lit up. He hugged him tightly and shouted excitedly, losing his composure. Great. Number 1, you say." Then he added that this achievement would probably go down in the history of the Holy Realm Academy. The whole group of students started to buzz loudly in response. Seeing this, Lam Tu felt a bit awkward, smiled at him, but still let himself be hugged. Then he scratched his face and glanced away with a hint of disappointment, before adding more. "Unfortunately, the damn top student in Class 1 of the Southern Academy has the same score as us." I didn't really pay attention to what he said. The main character Hui put his arm around him, smiling with his eyes closed and raising his hand to cheer. Tying for first place is still first place. Ha. Seeing that, Lam Tu also leaned back, looking at him in surprise. Then at the Baka Stadium, standing on the podium, the training session ended. Tui Luke's jungle performance this time was number 1, Class 1, North Institute. Each person is rewarded 50,000 points. A Golden Warrior. Card number 2, Class 1. Institute, each person is rewarded 40,000 points. A Golden Warrior card number 3, number 16 from Class 10 Male Institute. Each awarded 10,000 points. Number 17. Hearing the announcement, the crowd below was shocked and kept whispering. This time, the 10th grade Male Institute didn't come in last. Aren't they the worst? I heard the training results in the G17 abandoned area for the 10th grade Boys Academy are really good. Next, Baka up front held a board, smiling warmly with his eyes nearly closed, and spoke loudly. Then I announced the training results in the abandoned G17 area. Then he commented, Quite interesting. This year's Freshman Festival seems to have many top talents, with both Class 1 and Class 10 of the male dormitory achieving the highest scores. Hearing this, the boys from Class 10 excitedly raised their hands and cheered in celebration. Long live the 10th Male Academy class for first place. Long live the class president. Faced with this result, the crowd burst into excited chatter. How could the 10th grade Male Academy possibly be first place? Even getting the 16th spot in the Tui Luke Forest would be impressive enough. The most dangerous area is the abandoned zone G17, yet it managed to claim first place. Then someone asked, with 280 points, how many evolved beasts must have been killed? Since when did level 5 evolved beasts become so easy to drop? Faced with this situation, Baka was at a loss and turned to look at the dean beside him, still holding the results board, and asked, "Originally prepared only one prize for first place. Now there are 2 first place winners. How should the prize be divided?" Then added, such a headache." The dean was also frowning in embarrassment when suddenly Trak Kai Tin from below stepped forward, frowned, and made a request. "Dean, I, Trak Kai Tin from Class 1 South Institute, want to duel Lam Tu from Class 10 South Institute." The guys around also stood with their hands on their hips, seriously cheering. Then Trak Kai Tin added, "Only the winner is the true first place." Hearing this, the first-year boys from the South Institute cheered and agreed loudly. "Right. Support the duel, otherwise no one knows if some class is cheating." "Right. Support the class president. The results of Class 10 South Institute are just too unrealistic. Support the class president. Support the duel," while Trak Kai Tin still sneered confidently, glancing at Lam Tu on the other side. Seeing their enthusiasm, he also spoke up to confirm. "You want to fight, so I have to fight even more. I'm the one who's scared of you." The other side of Class 10 Nam Institute shouted excitedly, "Class president, fight him. Class 1 Nam Institute is bullying people too much. Beat them down." "Class president, We support you. Seeing this, Bak Li-tu on the podium looked at Lam Tu and Trak Kai-tin standing face to face and felt conflicted inside. The showdown between Class 1 and Class 10 is truly the first of its kind since the school was established. Then he glanced down at the teachers of both classes below and asked them, "What do you teachers think?" The teachers beside the first grade class quickly crossed their arms, closed their eyes, and calmly confirmed, "I have no opinion." Meanwhile, Nam Chen-hui remained quietly silent. Then he opened his eyes to provoke, "Teacher Nam afraid to lose?" Still crossing his arms, he sneered teasingly. "Don't worry, I'll make sure Kai-tin goes easy and doesn't cripple Lam Tu." Hearing that, Nam Chen-hui calmly closed his eyes and smiled. Fomac. If Lam Tu feels there's no problem, then of course I have no reason to hold back as if my wish has been granted. The first-year Nam Institute teacher smiled smugly. Next, the male lead Hui pointed at Trak Kai-tin on the arena floor, tilted his head with a confident smile, and confirmed, "I will make sure Lam Tu gives his all to crush the first-year Nam Academy geniuses beneath his feet." Right after receiving approval from the two teachers, Bak Li quickly spoke up to confirm, "Choosing the day is nothing compared to the day I hand this podium over to my students. Whoever takes first place will depend on the skills of the students." Next, Trak Kai-tin quickly drew his sword, smiled proudly, and glanced at him while calling out, "Come on." Hearing that, Lam Tu also turned and smiled teasingly, asking Lak Nguyet, "Little Nguyet, do you think I can beat him?" She heard that and closed her eyes calmly before confirming, "You're already at level 8 of the Strange Star Node, and if you still can't win, then you might as well go back to the Star City." Hearing these words, Lam Tu was hurt and carried his spear onto the arena, his face darkening as he pouted stubbornly, like a proud devil unable to say a single good word. Below, cheers kept rising non-stop. "Class president, keep it up, big brother Lam Tu. Go ahead and knock that bastard down." Behind him, Dien Tran Tu crossed his arms, squinted, and smiled as he commented, "Humph, you fool who doesn't know your place, daring to challenge Trak Kai-tin." Beside him, Ao Duang Hong, still with his arm in a cast, frowned and seriously said that the outcome of this fight was still uncertain. Right after that, the two faced each other in the arena. Trak Kai-tin looked at him with displeasure and said, "You stole my level 8 alien star and tried to trick me, Lam Tu. I'll teach you a lesson right here in front of the whole school." Then he cautiously stepped forward with his spear, scratching his ear casually as he retorted, "At that time, many people were fighting for it, so how did that cluster of rare stars end up belonging to you?" Then he asked further, "Brother, even if it really is yours?" Then Lam Tu cut him off, glanced at Trak Kai-tin with a provocative frown, and sneered in confirmation. How could I just let them off like that? Seeing that, he also grabbed his sword and rushed toward him, swinging it while shouting, "You arrogant fool, die for me." Meanwhile, Lam Tu remained calm. Next, Trak Kai-tin pressed down on his spear with his sword, gritting his teeth and shouting with contempt. "A mere ordinary guy who just reached level 5, his strength is nothing special." Then he firmly declared he wanted to defeat me. Not a chance. At that moment, Lam Tu still held his spear firmly, defending without a word. Immediately after, Lam Tu stepped back, sweeping a wide arc of the 100-tide phoenix technique around him, unleashing great flames that surged toward Trak Kai-tin before converging into a fiery phoenix charging forward. Seeing this, he also raised his hand to defend, but asked hesitantly, "Why is this fire so hot?" Seeing that, Kai-tin seemed to regain his senses, frowning in surprise and shouting inwardly in confusion. I remember he used this move before in the tower, but the temperature wasn't this high. Right after, Trak Kai-tin rushed out of the fire, looking a bit confused, his body still wrapped in flames. Next, his clothes and hair caught fire. Kai-tin shouted, realizing if hit by such high heat, he will definitely suffer severe burns. This is bad. Immediately after, his face was filled with panic. Finally, his hair was burnt into a frizzy mess like popped corn, his eyes wide with shock, his body starting to smoke as he gritted his teeth in pain. Lam Tu spoke up again, taunting, "How does roasted pork taste?" Seeing that, Kai-tin must have been unlucky and furious, swinging his sword forward and shouting, "Dare to mess with me, then die!" He launched a sword strike, glowing with a magical aura. Immediately after, Lam Tu furrowed his brows, a bit stunned, and shouted, "How can the speed be this fast? Can't dodge it, I have to use this move." Without hesitation, I quickly swung my spear in a wide arc. On the other side, Trak Kai-tin was still charging forward at high speed. After colliding, a small explosion occurred and both were thrown back in opposite directions, landing amid dust and smoke. Seeing this, Trak Kai Tin looked up at him in surprise and asked, "What kind of martial skill is that?" He could even shoot back at the luminous divine beast. His eyes narrowed, sword raised in front, alert. Next, he still looked smug as he lightly glided forward, sneering and shouting that it was impossible. "He only managed to block my attack earlier by sheer luck. Once I use my martial arts technique, this move of yours is useless." Outside, Bak Li watched the two of them while reading their profiles. He concluded that Trak Kai Tin was born into a prestigious family with abundant resources, which is why he was nurtured into a genius like him, then added that Lam Tu's background was too simple, and he was just an average student at the Star Academy. Then he squinted and made his own judgment while watching the fight. How could he become a level 5 martial artist in less than a year? Then he listed that no forbidden drugs were used, nor any advanced cultivation techniques, confirming that Lam Tu leveled up based on his own abilities. Next, Bak Li seriously watched him fight and dodge attacks up there, then made another assessment. If that's true, then this kid's talent isn't ordinary but that of a peerless genius. It's just that special conditions are needed to fully unlock his potential. Then, as if realizing something, he suddenly shouted in surprise. The meaning behind that spear struck him. Bak Li, wide-eyed with shock, imagined the spear filled with dark energy, then shouted out his confusion. What is the connection between this kid and Bak Li Haolin? Why give the darkness to the kid? Next, he aimed the spear at Trak Kai Tin, unleashing a violent, icy spear attack, while Trak Kai Tin jumped up, dodging and commenting. "Too slow, your spear." Then he raised his sword, frowned at him, and shouted out in confirmation. He basically couldn't hit me. The sword in his hand glowed as he used the luminous spell, and I frowned while watching him, wondering what kind of body technique he had trained to move so fast that I simply couldn't land a strike. Then I made a decision. I had to slow him down. Thinking quickly, his hand grew ice. Immediately after, Lam Tu unleashed a fierce ice-bone flower spear attack, startling even Trak Kai Tin as he charged forward. Outside, Bak Li watched with his mouth agape, his face frozen, eyes wide as he kept shouting non-stop. That kid even knows how to use the bone ice attribute energy. What a talent. He observed that inside the arena, Trak Kai Tin was just as shocked, shrinking back with his legs frozen as he shouted, "This is the Icebone attribute!" Immediately after, he landed with difficulty, panicked and sweating, clutching his sword tightly as he shouted at him, "Isn't your martial skill fire attribute?" Trak Kai Tin's legs were frozen and unable to move. Then Lam Tu squinted, furrowing his brows as he swept a fiery spear around. Next, he shouted the name of the move, Bak Diu Trio Feng, then swung his spear in a circle, creating a fiery phoenix that attacked Trak Kai Tin. Immediately after, he quickly jumped up to dodge the bird but still took some damage, curling up with his sword to block and escape from the blazing phoenix. In the end, Trak Kai Tin was thrown back and landed on the ground. Then he trembled with anger. His face darkened as he glared and gritted his teeth at him, enunciating each word. "Icebone attribute. Surely you're not." Before he could finish, Lam Tu spoke up confidently, guessing right. He raised his hand to wipe his upper lip with a smirk, furrowing his brow to confirm that he had already absorbed the level 8 alien star. Seeing that, Kai Tin was probably full of anger, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth and muttered, "Trash, like you dares to absorb an 8th level alien star. Unforgivable." Then he entered a rage, veins bulging on his darkened face as he shouted, "You waste of heaven! I will kill you!" With bloodshot eyes gripping the sword tightly, he used the energy amplification technique. Seeing this, Lam Tu also looked at Kai Tin, furrowing his brows in panic and shouting, "Why has his strength suddenly increased so much?" Could it be that he also practiced a combat technique like rage? His body is still increasing its stats and turning a deep purple. Immediately after, Lam Tu realized this and frowned, sinking into anxious thought. This is the energy concealment technique. Then imagine someone practicing this technique with a completely purple body, suppressing the energy force inside and then releasing it during battle, equivalent to a power source that surpasses their own strength. Next, Lam Tu added more suppressed energy, so when he unleashed it, the burst of power was even stronger. On the other side, Trak Kai Tin still held the smoking arms, one eye closed and the other open, his whole body radiating a dense purple aura. Lam Tu shouted as he assessed further, "This method of cultivation is extremely harsh. Ordinary people simply cannot practice it, yet Trak Kai Tin managed to succeed." Next, Trak Kai Tin, ready like a madman, gripped his sword and charged at him with gritted teeth, veins bulging, shouting with certainty, "Lam Tu, this time you're definitely dead." He used the soul-slaying slash. The battle between Trak Kai Tin and Lam Tu was originally evenly matched, but by using the energy concealing technique, his strength increased significantly. Trak Kai Nguyen put all his strength into the sword, slashing hard across Lam Tu's body, sending him flying back, blood pouring out as he collapsed on the spot. Everyone around, seeing Lam Tu fall, shouted out in panic and worry. A lamb! Lam Tu, big brother, class president, he's dead. Lak Nguyen stood watching the fight, frowning angrily at everyone's panic, and said, "Why are you shouting like that? Look closely, he's not dead yet." The first-year students from Bak Vian watching the fight were also quite surprised by what was happening. Dien Tu Truna asked in confusion. "Surely that guy wouldn't die just like that, right?" Ao Duong Hong said angrily. "How is that possible? Can't you clearly feel that his presence is still here? What a tough opponent." Trak Kai Tin sighed in relief after defeating Lam Tu, feeling his strength gradually return. Suddenly a white smoke rose, obscuring Trak Kai Tin's vision and making him wary of his surroundings. By the time he could see clearly again, Lam Tu was gone. He panicked, searching, only to realize it was a clone. From behind, Lam Tu thought to himself, "The mirror clone is indeed useful." Lam Tu jumped up, putting all his strength into the spear, then unleashed the move. Violent Storm Spear. The move was so fast and precise that Trak Kai Tin couldn't react in time. He turned pale and tried to raise his sword to block, but Lam Tu quickly thrust the spear straight into Trak Tin Ka's shoulder. He winced in pain, sweat beading on his forehead. Everyone in the stands watching the match was commenting excitedly. Did Kai Tin get stabbed through his left shoulder again? This time Lam Tu's victory is within reach. Who would have thought the clumsy class president of Class 10 South Academy could defeat the genius class president of Class 1 South Academy? It's still a bit early to say for sure now. It's just a wound in the shoulder. The outcome is not decided yet. Trak Tin Kai firmly gripped the spear in Lam Tu's hand. A stream of poison from Trak Tin Kai's hand quickly spread along the spear. Lam Tu saw the poison spreading quickly and couldn't react in time. Trak Tin Kai laughed cruelly. "Ha ha, don't think you've won just like that." Noticing the poison spreading quickly along his arm, Lam Tu panicked and said, "Poison, you dare use poison again?" Trak Tin Kai still gripped the spear tightly as the poison grew stronger, then broke into a sinister smile. "As long as it means defeating you, nothing else matters." Lam Tu, poisoned by the toxic gas, lost all strength and collapsed to the ground. The azure long spear was still stuck in Trak Tin Kai's shoulder. Seeing Lam Tu fall, he drove the spear into the ground and pulled it out with all his strength. He gritted his teeth and pulled hard, finally yanking Than Truong Thuong free, blood splattering out. After pulling out the sword, Trak Tin Kai threw it far away and said cheerfully, If you're unarmed, I don't need to bully you anymore. Next, I will finish using the fist that shatters all your bones." Trak Tin Kai activated his special skill. The Black Dragon's fierce strike, the punch of crushing brilliance, unleashed like a powerful black dragon piercing straight into Lam Tu's body. Weakened by poison, Lam Tu could only lie still and endure, blocking nearly a dozen deadly blows in a row. As he endured the blows, Lam Tu thought to himself, "Damn it, the poison in my body isn't fatal, but it makes me weak and exhausted so I can't dodge his attacks." Lam Tu was like a fish on a chopping board, yet he spat out a mouthful of blood and barely managed to block the strike. Seeing Lam Tu was about to go down, Lam Tin Trak lifted him high, ready to deliver the finishing blow. He said firmly, "This punch will end you." Black Dragon. Fierce fist. Trak Tin Kai's punch transformed into a massive black dragon, like a whirlwind rushing straight at Lam Tu, causing the ground around to crack and collapse. The 10th grade student from Nam Institute saw the whirlwind and panicked, guessing the outcome. Is it over already? What kind of fist technique is this? How can it have such power? I only knew Trak Koi Tin's swordsmanship was fierce, but I didn't expect his boxing skills to be just as strong. Trak Tin Ka stood above the wreckage, confidently saying, "One punch from me, whether he dies or not, he'll be seriously injured. I'd guess he'll be bedridden for about half a year." Lam Tu was beaten to the point he could barely breathe, but then remembered the trust everyone in the class had placed in him. He didn't want to let them down. He couldn't lose. "I represent the entire male dormitory Class 10, and if I lose, they'll be mocked and ridiculed like before." Lam Tu decided to risk it and said, "System, unlock gene level 2. The system immediately displayed a notification in front of him. "Do you want to unlock the second level gene?" Lam Tu took a risk, thinking that although unlocking carried a certain chance of death, he had no choice but to try. He shouted as he unlocked, and immediately his body was overwhelmed by a terrifying power, causing excruciating pain. His muscles and veins bulged. But Lam Tu gritted his teeth and endured the agonizing pain, thinking to himself that no wonder the system warned of a certain death rate. This kind of pain could truly kill a living person. Lam Tu cried out in pain, and Trak Teen Kai asked confused, "What's going on?" "He looks like he's going crazy from the extreme pain. How could my poison be that strong?" Outside the match, the homeroom teacher of Class 10 South Institute quickly stood up and said, "Director, does Lam Tu need emergency treatment right now?" Director Bak Lai observed the situation and immediately stopped them, saying, "No need, it's okay." He thought to himself that this kind of pain was almost like breaking through some kind of blockage. What kind of cultivation technique is this strange kid practicing? No wonder even that black-clad spear girl gave it to him. After a while, struggling through the pain, Lam Tu finally triggered the notification. Ding! Congratulations to the master for successfully unlocking the second-level gene. After the gene upgrade, Lam Tu now feels a surging energy flowing inside his body and his wounds have been healed. With this new power, Lam Tu happily stepped in front of Trak Kai Tin and said cheerfully, "That was fun just now, wasn't it? Now it's my turn." After upgrading to the second-level gene, Lam Tu, now at full strength, quickly accelerated his counterattack against Trak Kai Tin. Lam Tu powerfully unleashed a Silver Thunder Fierce Fist. Trak Kai Tin angrily shouted, "Fake gods and demons! Watch my Black Dragon Fierce Strike!" Then he quickly launched his Black Dragon Fierce Strike Punch. Two immense forces collided, evenly matched as they exchanged 100 blows at a speed too fast for the naked eye to follow, their impact causing countless explosions. But then Trak Kai Tin quickly lost his advantage. He was knocked far away by Lam Tu. Trak Kai Tin was blasted away, causing the ground and rocks around him to shatter. Amid the thick dust, he asked in confusion and fear, "Impossible? How could that be?" Trak Kai Tin quickly got up, refusing to accept defeat. He angrily said, "I can't lose to you!" "Come on, keep fighting me. The battle isn't over yet." Lam Tu also rushed forward and said, "That's right. The fight won't end until I beat you into a pulp." Lam Tu leapt up, using the Divine Wind Strike to slam hard into Trak Kai Tin's head, knocking him down, and before he could react, his arm was grabbed tightly by the Fire Claw, leaving him unable to fight back. Lam Tu held Trak Kai Tin tightly with one hand while repeatedly punching his stomach with the Ho Kin Fist technique, then quickly ended the fight with a fierce Thunderbolt Fist Strike. The punch, combining strength and powerful electricity, pierced through Trak Kai Tin's body, sending him flying far away. Bang! The ground and rocks around echoed as well. Lam Tu stood there happily and said, "I won." The entire audience was still stunned by Lam Tu's swift victory, then erupted in joy after a brief silence. "We won, big brother Lam Tu. We won." Everyone stood up, dancing and shouting. "The class president won. Our 10th grade boys class is number 1. Long live the class president. Long live." Seeing the class advisor happily praise Lam Tu, he said, "Lam Tu, now you are the leader of the new students at St. Ku Academy, Class 10 of the male dormitory. Glory is because of you." Captain Bak Lai also stepped down from the stage to praise. Good. This battle was truly spectacular. That girl is truly a young hero." A classmate of Trak Kai Tin clenched his teeth in anger upon hearing the result, rushed down to the arena and shouted, "Chief Bak Lai, I suspect Lam Tu used banned substances. This match should not count." He and the first-year students of the South Institute loudly protested the result. Yes, he must have used banned drugs. Otherwise, how could he have defeated Trak Kai Tin? The more they talked, the angrier they got, standing up and shouting loudly. That's right, he was clearly about to lose. So how did he suddenly become so strong? We first-year students at the South Academy refused to accept the results and demand a retest for Lam Tu. Seeing the whole first-year class protesting loudly, Lam Tu crossed his arms and sneered, "What, a bunch of losers who can't admit defeat? I'm fine with it. Test me if you want." Principal Bak Li recalled the image of Trak Kai Tin unleashing his power and said, "Oh, so according to you, what Trak Kai Tin used wasn't the energy concealment technique, but a banned drug." A student leading the opposition to the match result said, "Trak Kai Tin used the energy concealment technique, everyone knows that, but in the end, how Lam Tu enhanced his strength, I can't see clearly. I suspect he didn't use martial skills to enhance his strength at all. He was using forbidden drugs." Director Bak Lai, seeing him dare to arrogantly show off in front of him, then unleashed his own 9th-level power, leaving him speechless. Yes, martial arts knowledge is vast and profound, and there are many things we have yet to understand. My teacher's inability to prove it only shows that his knowledge is still incomplete. The explosive power of a level 9 martial artist was like a beast that could crush him at any moment, leaving him speechless and too intimidated to argue. As he passed through Class M's area, The students bombarded him with insults so relentless he couldn't lift his head. As the top class in the South Academy, you have such an attitude? Can't admit defeat? Losing is just losing. Don't glare at others like that. Go wipe your tears and leave. He was furious. His face darkened, but there was nothing he could do. Turning to the class area, I immediately instructed everyone. All right, stop arguing and take Track Kai Tin to the infirmary quickly. Director Bak Lai announced, I now declare that the 10th grade male dormitory ranks first in the G17 Abandoned Area Trial Mission. Every student in the 10th grade male dormitory will receive 50,000 points, and the 7 students who participated in the G17 trial will each receive a golden martial arts card, causing all the 10th grade male dormitory students to cheer loudly. The homeroom teacher took the opportunity to proudly boast about his class's achievement. He also received an additional 50,000 points as a reward. The golden martial skill cards are hitting the jackpot. Hitting the jackpot. The first-year male students could only watch angrily, their eyes filled with resentment as they saw them receive their rewards. If looks could kill, the 10th grade boys of the academy would have been torn to pieces by now. At the martial arts skill storage, countless skill cards were displayed, and Lam Tu's group was allowed to enter and choose because they had won. Each person will receive a golden card of their choice, and upon entering, the whole group couldn't help but marvel at the academy's wealth. Countless martial skill cards were neatly arranged, their value immense. Look quickly, there are so many diamond martial skill cards here. Labin was quite curious. Are they just throwing around so many golden and diamond martial skill cards like that? Aren't they afraid someone will steal them? Lam Tu Thin said. Yeah, haven't you seen what level of experts the masters guarding the martial arts pavilion are? Who would dare to steal? Besides, from here to the outside, there are warnings and surveillance everywhere, with extremely strict security. Lakuat impatiently said, Don't waste any more time. The diamond martial skill cards have nothing to do with you. Go get the golden card that suits you. While touring the martial skill pavilion, Lam Tu suddenly saw a golden martial skill card covered in cobwebs and said in surprise, Oh wow, this golden card even has cobwebs on it. How much do they have to hate it to leave it behind like this? Lam Tu quickly dusted off the card to see what skill it was. After wiping the card clean, he could clearly see that the Heavenly Dragon Break was a spear technique skill card with an image of a dragon emitting a blue light, looking quite powerful. Lakuat approached from behind, startling Tu Lam, and then stepped forward to explain the card. This card is very strange. It is said that in the history of Thanku Academy, only 20 people have chosen this card to train with, but none have succeeded. Tu Lam looked closely at the card in his hand and wondered, Is it that difficult to cultivate? Lakuat stood behind silently, seemingly choosing a card. After a moment, she pulled out another card and said, To cultivate Heavenly Dragon City Breaker, you need to train in conjunction with this card to unleash its full power. Tu Lam looked closely at the card Lakuat handed over and was amazed. The Tyrant's Martial Technique. Suddenly, a warrior approached from afar and praised it. Hehehe, you're quite knowledgeable, aren't you? The martial artist slowly stepped forward and said, You're not wrong. A few years ago, many students wanted to learn this martial skill card, but they couldn't even read the information on it. Lam Tu was quite curious when he heard the martial artist say that. Hua Trung, then why can't you read the information on this martial skill card? The martial artist said seriously, If you can read the information of Tianlong Fa Than, study it well, and combine these two cards, you can truly unleash their greatest power. The martial artist regretfully added, But today, you can only choose one of the two. Lam Tu thought to himself at first when choosing the violent calendar fist, people also said he couldn't learn it. But he still did. Just because others can't learn it doesn't mean I can't. I'm a variable after all. After thinking it over, Lam Tu made his decision and firmly held up the card, saying, Teacher, I've thought it through. It's this Heavenly Dragon City Breaker card. After leaving the martial arts pavilion, Lam Tu returned to the rented house with Lak Nguyet. Entering the room, Lam Tu excitedly looked at the martial arts card in his hand and said, Let's give it a try. Maybe I can successfully train with it. Suddenly, the door opened and a golden martial arts card was thrown in, hitting Lam Tu on the head with a thud. Picking up the card to look, he saw that it was the Overlord Spear technique. Lam Tu turned around in surprise and asked Lak Nguyet. This is Lak Nguyet standing at the door with arms crossed, calmly saying, This one is for you. Lam Tu then awkwardly asked, Yes, you helped me pick this card, so what about you? Lak Nguyet calmly turned her back and said, The martial skill cards there are no good. I didn't find a single one I liked. Lam Tu was left speechless by her domineering CEO attitude. He gaped in disbelief. What? Who exactly is this guy to look down on the martial skill cards from the Sacred Realm Academy? Seeing this, Lam Tu gladly accepted it and said cheerfully, "All right then, thanks a lot." Lak Nuiet was about to leave, but didn't forget to tease him a bit. "Don't overthink it. I just feel like if you're too weak, it'll embarrass me a lot." Seeing Lak Nuiet so cold, Lam Tu thought to himself, "Does this cold on the outside but warm on the inside person think I'll die if she doesn't attack me?" After Lak Nguyen left, Lam Tu focused on learning martial skills, choosing her card and deciding to study it first. Lam Tu quickly placed the card in front of him and immersed himself in the training illusion. Inside the illusion, Lam Tu learned several new skills: Golden Martial Skill, the Overlord Spear Technique. In a short time, Lam Tu had mastered it and was amazed by the power it granted. The Spear Technique is truly formidable. The ones I learned before combined offense and defense, but the Overlord Spear Technique uses offense as defense with no defensive moves at all. It's all attack. I quickly grabbed the long spear and practiced the technique repeatedly until I mastered it. Simply put, it's either you die or I do. Finally, I have fully mastered the Overlord Spear Technique. Lam Tu looked at the Heavenly Dragon City Breaker card on the table and said, "Lak Nuiet said the Overlord Spear Technique can be combined with the Heavenly Dragon City Breaker. I just finished learning the Overlord Spear Technique, so now I'll try the Heavenly Dragon City Breaker to see if it's really as mysterious as the old man at the martial arts pavilion said." Lam Tu slammed the card on his forehead and shouted, "Golden Martial Arts, Heavenly Dragon City Breaker," then kept his hand on his forehead, face turned up to the sky. After a minute, Lam Tu said, "No reaction." After 10 minutes, he lost all patience and cursed under his breath. "Damn it, there's really no reaction." Lam Tu tore at his hair and stared at the card, not a single response. Could it be that I opened it the wrong way? Lam Tu then did a handstand and placed the card on his forehead, wondering if this would work. The card still showed no reaction, so he tried different poses, splits, leg stretches, and finally settled on an image of himself, kneeling and bowing to the card. "Maybe this way will work. Look how respectful my posture is." Despite trying many ways, the card still showed no reaction. Lam Tu angrily threw the card onto the table, his eyes blazing with fury. "Damn it, this is such a scam. I risked my life to get the top spot, and this is what they give me." The card thrown on the table scolded harshly, angrily retorted, "Didn't you choose me yourself?" Suddenly the system announced, "Essence detected unidentified energy. Do you want to assimilate it?" Just as Lam Tu was about to give up, the system appeared, and he was surprised to discover an unidentified energy. The card still held unknown power. Lam Tu placed the card on his forehead and said to the system, "Devour." The system also began to activate. The absorption skill was triggered, starting to absorb from 1% to 10%, 45%. During the assimilation process, Lam Tu suddenly fell into a hallucination. He appeared on a battlefield, surrounded by thick smoke and countless bodies. Tu Lam suddenly realized that this was a moment when a powerful general charged into battle on a war horse. In his hand was a long spear with devastating power, wreaking havoc as he charged into battle atop his war horse. The general shouted, and the horse and rider worked in perfect harmony to crush the enemy, causing them to scream in fear and flee in chaos. "Ah!" Lam Tu suddenly snapped out of the illusion. Drenched in sweat, he breathed a sigh of relief. But just now, I fell into an illusion. Tu Lam instinctively looked down at the martial skill card in his hand, realizing it had turned gray, proving that he had successfully absorbed the martial skill information inside. Lam Tu, happily full of energy, grabbed the spear and said excitedly, "A martial skill card with mysterious energy. Even a diamond martial skill card probably can't do this. Was that illusion just now the essence of the martial skill?" Lam Tu then focused his energy to perform the technique, the heavenly dragon breaking into energy that gradually formed into a dragon. But the power of the move was so strong that Lam Tu was knocked back, his spear falling to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood from his severe injuries. Lam Tu struggled to withstand the force of the whirlwind. "Mom, the force of this martial skill is so strong, the red dragon hasn't even fully formed yet, and I feel like I'm about to be lifted off the ground." Just as I was struggling to hold on, suddenly a bell rang near my neck. Ding dong! Lam Tu stopped training in confusion, thinking to himself, "It's so late, who could it be?" Lam Tu, looking worn out with disheveled clothes and a bit of blood at the corner of his mouth, opened the door and it asked, "Who is it?" Ma Bao Hu stood seriously with his arms crossed at the door and asked, "Are you Lam Tu?" Before Lam Tu could answer, he noticed the wound on Lam Tu's face and asked with concern, "Hey, are you hurt?" He then propped his chin up and said seriously, "Is this domestic violence?" Second, I heard from someone in Class 1 at Nam Institute that although Lak is very beautiful, she has a hot temper and hits people over every little disagreement. Lam Tu looked at the person in front of him in confusion, as he kept making wild assumptions without stopping. Living with her must mean you've been beaten quite a bit, right? Lam Tu helplessly frowned and said, "What the hell? That crazy guy knocking on your door at midnight isn't the neighborhood committee representative coming to mediate a family dispute, is he?" Ma Bao Huak came knocking on Lam Tu's door at midnight. After rambling for a while, he finally introduced himself. "I am Ma Bao Huak from Dai Ni, the 25th challenger in the competition tower. I heard you're the top rookie, so I came to ask if you dare to enter the competition tower and challenge me one-on-one." Lam Tu quickly declined. Ma Bao Hu said, "Are you crazy? Why should I go? The challenger is ranked 25th, but I think you should be ranked 250th. Ma Bao Huak boldly stated a principle. As a martial artist and the top-ranked rookie, you shouldn't refuse a challenge. Only the weak fear battle. After Ma Bao Hua made his passionate argument, Lam Tu didn't even bother to pay attention. He waved his hand and turned back inside, tiredly saying, "All right, say whatever you want." I was originally the weakling of the first-year 10th grade male academy. Lam Tu thought to himself that such a cheap provocation wouldn't work on him. Ma Bao Huak was a bit surprised that his words were useless, but then he smiled slyly and said, "You have no reason to refuse. If you beat me, this diamond martial arts skill card will be yours." He pulled a diamond martial arts skill card from his pocket and held it up in front of Lam Tu. Lam Tu's eyes lit up when he saw the diamond martial skill card, his mouth spouting some moral talk, but his eyes were glued to the card without blinking. As a martial artist, he should constantly challenge himself to train his skills, so I accept your challenge. Of course, this has nothing to do with that diamond martial artist body card. Seeing Lam Tu's pumped-up look, Ma Bao Huak was scared and thought, "Damn, calm down, man." When Ma Bao Huak saw Lam Tu finally agree, he put the card away and said happily, "All right, I'll wait for you at the competition tower next Monday." Lam Tu stood there dazed, watching him put the card away. Ma Bao Hua took a few steps, then turned back to remind Lam Tu. "That's right, I forgot to tell you, the competition tower resets once a week. Your previous position no longer counts, so tomorrow you have to start again from the first floor. If you can't climb up, you won't even see my shadow." After saying that, he calmly left. Lam Tu stared blankly after him, recalling Ma Bao Huak's warning. Lam Tu thought to himself, "Is there really a mechanism like this?" He turned and walked into the house, sighing tiredly. Whatever, since the diamond martial arts card was given at the door, a little obsession is fine. On his way back, Ma Bao Hua ran into Ao Duang Hang standing in a hidden corner and asked, "So, Senior Ma Bao Hua, has he agreed yet?" Ma Bao Hua proudly recounted. As soon as he saw the diamond martial arts card for body technique, he drooled and agreed immediately. Ao Duang Hang said angrily, "Country bumpkin, when the time comes, Senior Ma Bao Huak, please go all out. If you offend me, Ao Duang Hang, I will make sure he wishes he were dead." In Lam Tu's room, he opened the system and saw a notification showing 5 spins left. Lam Tu happily thought to himself he had already gotten 2 golden skill cards before, plus a diamond 1 someone had brought to his door. "Ha ha, I've been so lucky these past few days, I have to give it a try." Lam Tu started spinning the wheel and shouted out loud. The system announced, "Ding! Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a golden martial skill card." Lam Tu smiled happily and said, "Yeah, a golden martial skill card. My luck these past few days has really been great." Spinning again, Lam Tu drew a staff technique card. Ugh, another useless staff technique. The system announced there were 4 spins left. He silently told himself, "All right, even though I can't use it, at least I can sell it for money," then eagerly awaited the next spin, shouting to the system. The system kept spinning, showing 3 spins left. Holding the card in his hand, Lam Tu sighed in frustration. It was another useless golden martial skill card for him. Spinning again, the system showed 2 spins left. This time, Lam Tu was furious just seeing the silver card, gritting his teeth and cursing silently. "Damn it, this one's worse than the last, and I got a silver card again." Lam Tu, furious, spun the wheel again. This time it was 1,000,000 alliance coins, and the system announced 1 spin remaining. Lam Tu had completely lost his mind by now, raging and cursing the system like a wild beast. "Damn system, you've gone too far. You keep giving me junk. This is my last spin. I have to get something big." Something big? This time it did not disappoint Lam Tu. The system now announces the essence. "Congratulations to the owner for receiving a mysterious gift bag. Would you like to open the gift bag?" Lam Tu shouted with joy. Damn, a mysterious gift. "I can't wait. Just open it already." The system immediately activated and opened the mysterious gift bag. "Ding, congratulations to the owner for receiving a healing potion." Lam Tu held the 2 bottles of medicine in his hands, so furious he was about to spit blood, speechless. Gasping, He thrashed about, yelling and crying as he cursed the heartless system. Healing potion, my ass. What kind of crappy system is this? You just stand there watching me get hurt like this. Not even an introduction. What kind of low-quality product is this? After struggling for a while, Lam Tu had to accept this big fruit. He curiously opened the bottle to take a look. It smells pretty good. Let me try one, since I'm injured anyway. Lam Tu calmly swallowed the pill, thinking to himself that although the system was really cruel, it wouldn't go so far as to kill the host. As soon as he took it, the effects kicked in immediately, and all his injured organs and parts healed rapidly. Lam Tu felt his energy surge, and his strength seemed to increase slightly. After finishing the pill, he decided to try the Heavenly Dragon Break technique once more. Excitedly grabbing the long spear in his hand, he exclaimed, "Wow, the effect is pretty good. The wounds from practicing Heavenly Dragon Break are healing. I feel fine again. Let's keep practicing Heavenly Dragon Break." Lam Tu began to channel his power to form a fire dragon from a whirlwind, but it still failed just as it was about to take shape. Lam Tu couldn't defend himself and was immediately countered, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Swish. He sat down to rest, but still couldn't do it. Damn it, with so many healing pills, I don't believe it. I won't be able to train the Heavenly Dragon Breakthrough tonight. Lam Tu trained recklessly, taking a pill every time he got hurt and then continuing to persevere. Lak Nguyen stepped out of the bathroom and saw Lam Tu still tirelessly practicing. Heavenly Dragon breaking through, puff. Heavenly Dragon breaking through, puff. Lak Nguyen wiped her hair and sighed. Is this idiot breaking the house again? Despite that, she still heard Lam Tu continue training. Thien Long burst. Lak Nguyen ignored him and walked straight ahead. After all, he was trying. Entering the bedroom, Lak Nguyen immediately noticed a message and quickly tapped to open it. A photo appeared on the computer screen showing a girl walking with someone else in a forest. At the bottom of the photo was the message, "The person she wants has appeared. Hurry to the dark forest." Lak Nguyen stared intently at the gloomy face in the photo and said, "Finally found her." Early in the morning, at the apartment, Lam Tu woke up tired, his face still covered with countless wounds, and a bit of blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. He sighed. Strong, I completely overslept. Perhaps from exhaustion after training, Lam Tu fell asleep right on the ground, next to his spear and an empty medicine bottle. He sat up, stretched a bit, yawned. After training all night, he took all the blue pills and even coughed up some blood, but finally mastered the Heavenly Dragon Breakthrough. Lam Tu went to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash his face to wake up. Remembering last night's challenge with Ma Bao Huak, he excitedly said, "Today I have to go to the tower to compete, and it's a perfect chance to practice against Ma Bao Huak." Stepping out to the dining table, Lam Tu saw Lak Nguyen had prepared a delicious and beautifully arranged breakfast for Nyokim. Lam Tu smiled quietly. "Breakfast is ready too. Having a wife is really great." Caught up in the moment, Lam Tu suddenly turned pale with fear, thinking, I just blurted it out. If that sharp-tongued girl heard, it's the end of me. He frantically looked around but didn't see Lak Nguyen anywhere, so he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe she arrived at school earlier as usual. That morning at the Holy Domain Academy in Class 10 of the Male Institute, Lam Tu was warmly welcomed by everyone as he entered the classroom. "Hello, class president. Goodbye. Big brother Lam Tu." Lam Tu nervously asked the group of Truongdan if they had seen Lak Nguyen. Then he looked around searching, making Truongdan's group a bit puzzled. Lam Tu poked his head into the classroom to look but didn't find her, meaning she wasn't inside. Kwang Luk stood aside, teasing. "Class president, you two just separated for a moment and already miss each other." Lam Tu saw Kwang Luk was being annoying, so he punched him to shut him up. Seeing Kwang Luk clutch his head in pain, Truongdan crossed his arms and threatened if Lak Nguyen heard this, he was as good as dead, and Loi Loi, looking disgusted, said, Yeah, if you want to die, leave us out of it." In the afternoon, after school, Lam Tu rested his chin on his hand and asked puzzled, "I wonder where that girl Lak Nguyen ran off to. I haven't seen her all morning." Deep down, Lam Tu felt uneasy too. He was used to training with Lak Nguyen, and not seeing her made him feel strangely lost. Kwang Luk was beaten in the morning, but still didn't learn, running over to tease again. The two poor class presidents looked resentful as their little wives abandoned them, but before they could say more, Lam Tu angrily pushed them away, telling them to get lost somewhere else. Lam Tu turned to the group led by Truongdan and said, "I have to go to the competition tower to challenge. Now, are you coming?" They eagerly went to cheer him on. Truongdan jumped up, shouting, "Class president wants to go to Tandan On again? Of course we're going." Kwang Luk's eyes lit up excitedly as he said, "Class president, we'll cheer for you." The whole group then headed to the St. Ku Academy competition tower. Seeing Lam Tu enter, everyone stepped aside for him and whispered, "Look quickly, That's Lam Tu from Class 10 of the Male Academy. I heard he even defeated Tra Kai Tin in the freshman trial fight and is now the top freshman. Since when has Class 10 been this strong? Today he's here to challenge Ma Bao Huak, who's ranked 25th in the competition tower. Although he's the top freshman, there's no guarantee he has the ability to challenge a second-year senior. This kid is too arrogant. Seeing a crowd gathering around the competition tower, Lam Tu asked, "Why is the competition tower so crowded today?" Labine checked the news on the school forum and said, "Class president, when I looked at the school forum, I found out the whole school now knows you want to challenge Ma Bao Huak, who is ranked 25th. Tanfong angrily said, "That's right. Some people are deliberately spreading rumors to make a big deal out of this." Lam Tu immediately realized that someone was trying to sabotage him. He sneered, "Do you want me to become a laughingstock for others?" Trong Dan said irritably from behind. "What? Who's laughing at who isn't clear yet? Big brother Lam Tu will definitely win." The whole Lam Tu group stepped into the competition tower for the first floor. At this moment, the entire stands were packed with people watching excitedly. When they saw Lam Tu enter, they sneered. "Lam Tu is here. He actually dared to come." A few people laughed triumphantly and whispered, "How many floors can he fight through today? I bet he won't even get a chance to see Ma Bao Huak before he's beaten back." Lam Tu cracked his knuckles, ready to fight. Last time it took over 2 hours to reach floor 20. This time, who knows how long it will take to reach floor 25. The 10th grade boys from the South Academy cheered enthusiastically from below. "Class president, keep it up. Big brother Lam Tu, keep it up." As soon as Lam Tu stepped onto the arena, he was like a fish in water, quickly defeating his opponent with a single finishing move. First floor, Lam Tu wins. Second floor, Lam Tu wins. Lam Tu wins. Third floor, fourth floor, fifth floor. In the blink of an eye, Lam Tu had surpassed the 14th floor and was ready to challenge the 15th, leaving everyone in the audience stunned by his astonishing speed. Zhang Dan exclaimed, "Big brother Lam Tu, even flying on a plane wouldn't be this fast." Lam Tu turned calmly and said, "From floor 15 down are all level 4 challengers, and now that I'm level 5, of course it's easier. Starting from the 15th floor, all are 5th level students." As soon as Batkach Nyalo stepped onto the stage, he looked down on Lam Tu. He looked at him with a hateful glare and said, "Are you challenging the competition tower today? You seem pretty arrogant." "I really can't stand people like you, Batkach Nyalo." He swung his sword at Lam Tu, who didn't hesitate to counter with the Silver Lightning Fierce Fist. One punch sent Batkach Nyalo flying far away. He collapsed and couldn't get up after just one hit. Lam Tu calmly stepped forward, lightly pressing a thick mark right in the middle of his face. Lam Tu turned away with disdain. "Sorry, your time is very precious." Seeing Lam Tu defeat a 5th-year student with just one punch, the entire audience fell silent. The Jiangdan group was terrified. Defeated already? Is that how the class president of grade 5 is? Trak Kaiting under the observation stand clenched his teeth in anger and said, "Damn it, a bunch of useless guys. Not a single one can stop him. That's right. Letting a brand new rookie rocket through like that is just embarrassing." "Stop him. You must stop that guy." After finishing the match with Batkach Nyalo, Lam Tu immediately met an acquaintance who was a 5th-year student. He swung his sword in greeting. "Oh, we meet again, Lam Tu." Lam Tu immediately taunted him. "Yeah, we meet again." The defeated subordinate of the BOC heard Lam Tu mocking him and angrily charged forward. "Damn it! Don't think you're impressive, just because you beat Trak Kai Tin. I've beaten that punk Dan before too." Meanwhile, Trak Kai Tin stood under the stands, sneering non-stop. "You guys fight if you want, why drag me into this?" Lam Tu also made a move. "I'm not like you. You only defeated Trak Kai Tin, but I defeated both Trak Kai Tin and you." Bak angrily swung his sword to strike, but Lam Tu quickly blocked it. "Don't bully people too much." He thought to himself that last time his icebone skill caused it quite a bit of pain, so this time he would let it taste the feeling of being frozen. Bak then unleashed the golden martial art move, Ice Wind 3 inches. Lam Tu smiled confidently. "Another icebone technique? I have one too." Icebone Violent Thorn Bloom. A technique combining icebone and the speed of the sword, creating a powerful ice vortex that shatters Bak's hailstorm. 2 streams of icebone power collided, creating an explosion. The rumbling gently dispelled Bak's technique. He was just surprised when he saw Lam Tu's move. He exclaimed, "This is the icebone attribute. No way, your martial skill should be fire-based." Lam Tu was confident of victory and wanted to show him what true strength really is. "You mean this move?" The 100 birds, soaring, Phoenix formed a large ring of fire around Bak along the spear's path. Bak was struck by a 100 birds soaring Phoenix attack, thrown far away. the fiery vortex lifting him high before slamming him hard into the ground, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood in pain. Bak trembled in pain as he struggled to sit up. Damn, he actually managed to use both fire and ice attributes at the same time. Too extreme. Last time I could fight back and forth with him, but this time I was defeated too quickly. The referee declared Lam Tu the winner. Bak's classmates stood on the side watching the match and immediately started mocking him. So fast. You really are useless. Bak saw his friends mocking him, and his face darkened with anger. He angrily turned around and shouted, covering his mouth. But then he thought, I'm only at level 20. To reach level 25, I still have to fight 4 more people. From level 20 onward, every floor is filled with experts. It's not that simple. Seeing Lam Tu ready to start the battle on floor 21, Bak was confident that Lam Tu would definitely get beaten. The upper floors were not easy either, but in just a moment, Lam Tu quickly reached the 25th floor, leaving everyone shocked and stunned. He shouted in disbelief. Damn, did he really get to floor 25 that fast? The key players from floors 21 to 24 are all guys. How could he be that fast? His friends gaped in shock, then pouted in frustration, not even feeling embarrassed to criticize others. No matter how fast they are, they could never be as fast as him. At this moment, Lam Tu was standing opposite Ma Bao Huak. He looked at Lam Tu and thought to himself that this kid seemed to have gotten a lot stronger overnight. Ma Bao Huak threw this diamond martial arts card down and said, "You keep this card for now." Ma Bao Huak tossed the diamond card to the referee, causing the entire audience to gasp in surprise. Oh, damn! Is that really the diamond card? The referee raised the card in response. All right then, the students below whispered among themselves, abusing power to intimidate others, even betting the diamond card. No wonder Lam Tu came to the challenge tower to compete. Who could resist the allure of the diamond card? Ma Bao Huak shouted, "All right, the game begins!" He raised his hammer and charged quickly towards Lam Tu, striking down hard. Lam Tu quickly dodged as well. Seeing Ma Bao Huak's speed and reflexes were so fast, Lam Tu thought to himself, although this guy is big, his speed is surprisingly quick. One of Ma Bao Huak's hammer strikes was also incredibly powerful. His unpredictable technique made Lam Tu a bit worried. His moves were sometimes open, sometimes closed, strong and domineering. Ma Bao Huak raised his hammer high, smiling wickedly. Don't think you can use your agility to dodge my attacks. Lam Tu quickly launched a counterattack, saying, "Who said I want to run? I'll use the Overlord Spear technique." The technique transforms miraculously, like thousands of spears charging at once, combining offense and defense with great agility. Ma Bao Hua struggled to block with his raised hammer as the spear tips shifted like a rain of arrows. Ma Bao Huak could only defend as Lam Tu's moves grew faster and faster. Ma Bao Huak thought to himself that he had watched him fight before, and his spear techniques were never this fierce and overwhelming. This was a completely different style. Suddenly, a spear tore through the air towards Ma Bao Hua, who quickly dodged but still got a cut on his face. He angrily shouted, "How dare you compare your aura to mine?" Ma Bao Huak swung the hammer in his hand, unleashing a golden martial arts technique, and said firmly, "Let me show you what true dominance is with the Mountain Hammer Tiger Quelling Strike." The move carried a powerful force as it was launched. Lam Tu quickly dodged. He felt the power of the previous move and turned pale at its overwhelming strength. Lam Tu quickly used the Overlord Spear technique to block Ma Bao Huak's Mountain Hammer Strike. The moment the spear clashed fiercely with Ma Bao Huak's hammer, a shocking explosion erupted. The explosive force amazed everyone in the stands. It's unbelievable that Lam Tu is only a level 5 martial artist, yet his burst of power is so overwhelming. Because he blocked a strike from Ma Bao Huak, Lam Tu was knocked back several steps by the force, struggling to hold his ground. Seeing him withstand such a blow, everyone highly respected him. A level 5 martial artist can go one-on-one with a level 6? No wonder he's the top newcomer. Lam Tu darkly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his face twisted into a wild laugh. "Ha ha, this feels great. Keep going." Silently channeling inner energy in his hand, 100 birds. Facing the Phoenix Strike was unleashed, flames blazing fiercely surrounding Ma Bao Huak. The intense heat surged forward, making Ma Bao Huak break out in a cold sweat and cry out, "How is this possible? How can the temperature of this fire be so high?" Seeing that he could not face the fire directly, Ma Bao Huak created a protective circle around himself. Everyone watching the fight gasped and asked, "What is that?" Only a 6th-level martial artist can use this defense technique. End of story. Thanks to the protective barrier, Ma Bao Huak was almost unharmed by Lam Tu's blazing fire. Everyone was amazed that he could block Lam Tu's Firebird. Lam Tu smiled mockingly and said, "Wow, your turtle shell defense is pretty strong." Ma Bao Huak proudly replied, "See that? This is the difference between level 5 and level 6. If you can't break through the fins, I want to see how you plan to defeat me. Moreover, I can compress the fins attached to my body without affecting my combat strength." Ma Bao Huak then used a technique that wrapped the fins around him like an outer layer of armor. Not only that, but even his weapon is covered. Ma Bao Huak confidently said, "You're definitely going to lose." Lam Tu, like a general going into battle, charges forward with strength. The black turtle shell consumes a tremendous amount of energy, especially under constant attack. It will quickly break without enough energy. Lam Tu grips the sword firmly, determined not to retreat. Lam Tu perfectly combines two moves at once, the Overlord Spear technique and the Icebone Fierce Dance Spear, blending deadly speed with freezing to slow the enemy's agility. Freezing and stabbing in rapid succession left Ma Bao Huak exhausted and struggling to defend despite being surrounded. At this moment, parts of Ma Bao Huak's body were frozen, making him lose all agility. Ma Bao Huak thought to himself, "This is extreme. The kid's fire temperature is high, and the ice temperature is extremely low. Damn it! Even with the defense layer, my speed has clearly slowed down." Seeing Ma Bao Huak start to weaken and unable to fight back, Tulam quickly gathered all his strength for one final strike. Fierce Storm Spear, the speed of the spear strikes combined with the ice bones caused cracks to form on Ma Bao Huak's shield, eventually shattering it completely, leaving Ma Bao Huak panicked as his shield was broken. Seeing that Ma Bao Huak's fin finally shattered, Tu Lim decided to strike again with a fierce Le Hua Thuong attack. A powerful stream of ice bones erupted from Thuong's head, spreading in many directions like the tentacles of the White Tribe, enveloping Ma Bao Huak as he charged forward. Ma Bao Huak turned pale with fear, sweat pouring down like rain. "Damn, do you really like this brutal Vu Le Hua Thuong so much?" Ma Bao Huak was knocked down by a finishing move from Lam Tu, lying flat on the ground, and his hammer weapon flew far away. Everyone watching gasped in fear. "Oh my god. Lam Tu broke through Ma Bao Huak's defense. Ma Bao Huak's weapon has fallen out of the arena. How can he keep fighting now? This time he's going to lose badly, and his platinum card is gone too." Dien Tu Trun from first class at Bak Vien watched the match and crossed his arms angrily, saying, "A bunch of fools." Ao Duong Hong, seeing Ma Bao Huak drop his weapon, was not angry at all. Instead, he confidently said, "Ma Bao Huak's real weapon isn't that hammer." Lam Tu saw Ma Bao Huak had lost his weapon and confidently said, "You have no weapon left. You've lost." Unexpectedly, Ma Bao Huak stood up with a sinister smile, revealing his wicked face. "That big hammer is basically not my specialty weapon." Lam Tu was surprised and cautious upon hearing that. Ma Bao Huak turned around, pulled out a pair of shiny metal gloves, his face twisted with a sinister grin. "Compared to this hammer, I much prefer using my fists."
Yeah, his booze.
Putting on the gloves, he said excitedly, "Now the real game begins." He immediately unleashed the Furious Ape Strike, originally the rage of an angry chimpanzee, rapidly increasing his power and strength. Once the fury erupts, his power can destroy everything. Tian Zizhen observed and admired this move, noting that without relying on external drugs, it could quickly enhance one's own strength. "This martial skill is the first time I've ever seen it," Ao Young Heng said seriously. "That's because this martial art is extremely rare. You might encounter it but can't seek it out. And Ma Bao Huo's family only passed down this one technique." Seeing Ma Bao Huo suddenly grow stronger, Lam Tu quickly thought to himself that this guy's technique is quite similar to his own fury, but he wasn't sure if it had time limits or effects. While lost in thought, Ma Bao Huak launched a punch at Lam Tu, who quickly raised his spear to block it. His fist met Lam Tu's spear head-on without any damage, their strength evenly matched. Lam Tu opened his eyes wide in shock and surprise. He could actually use his fist to block the black steel spear. It seems Ma Bao Huak's punch has the upper hand. Lam Tu was knocked back, and before he could recover, Ma Bao Huak quickly jumped up, gained momentum, and slammed a powerful punch into Lam Tu, nearly pinning him to the floor. Ma Bao Huak unleashed his ultimate technique, punching Lam Tu more than a dozen times like a maniac. With each blow, Lam Tu sank deeper, and the stones around them shattered. Lam Tu's classmates were terrified at the sight, all screaming in panic as their leader Lam Tu was lifted up like a frog and thrown far away by Ma Bao Huak. Lam Tu's body was battered and bloodstained, and Ma Bao Huak unleashed his move once again. The Furious Ape Fist, striking with full force to pierce through Lam Tu's chest, causing him to spit blood and collapse on the spot with a large hole in his chest. Labin screamed in terror, struck through the chest. "Big brother Lam Tu, him!" Zhang Dan still had some clarity and firmly said, There's no way Big Brother Lam Tu would be killed like that. Then she suddenly remembered. Had she forgotten he had a special martial skill? As soon as Truongdan finished speaking, Lam Tu's body on the arena also vanished. Ma Bao Huac, seeing no sign of Lam Tu, flew into a rage. He had disappeared. When Ma Bao Huac was on guard and looked around, he realized that the figure behind earlier was just a clone. He can create clones. I've never seen such a strange martial skill before. As he spoke, he quickly blocked Lam Tu's attack. Lam Tu thought to himself, with his current strength, he couldn't handle Ma Bao Huac's full force burst, so it seemed he had no choice but to rely on a quick and fierce rage attack. Lam Tu quickly used his rage skill, and his strength surged rapidly. Everyone watching was left speechless in amazement. It was truly eye-opening. Dian Tu Zhen angrily mocked Ao Duanghang. Didn't you say martial skills that instantly boost your power are rare and can't be sought after? Ao Duanghang awkwardly replied, since when did such rare martial skills become so common? Lam Tu used the galaxy skill called Nine Heavens, a beautiful move resembling a shining galaxy, with each spear like a meteor shower speeding down to the ground. Ma Bao Huac was hit many times, causing him to scream in pain. Ah, he can still get back up. Ma Bao Huac laughed in admiration. Not bad. With this strength, the fight is more exciting. Ma Bao Huac shouted, come on, let's fight for real. With bloodthirsty rage, his strength surged to a new level, his muscles bulging and bursting, his shirt tearing apart, his eyes cloudy and filled with bloodlust. Seeing the situation before him, Lam Tu wondered in confusion, what kind of martial skill is this? Clearly, he was injured, but his strength increased, and his rage has a time limit. Once it runs out, he will become weak and surely lose. Lam Tu gritted his teeth and thought, this is the only move left. Heavenly Dragon breaks the wall, but Ma Bao Huac was no less skilled, launching his own attack. Chaos was inevitable. Ma Bao Huac saw a faint shadow pass by, tried to grab it but failed, then realized with a curse, it was just a clone. Suddenly, Ma Bao Huac was drawn into an illusion, standing in the middle of a smoky battlefield filled with countless fallen soldiers and raging fires everywhere, as a general wielding a long spear rode swiftly on horseback toward him. Ma Bao Huac quickly turned back as the general raised his spear, the heavenly dragon breaking the city, pulling him into Lam Tu's illusion, leaving him startled and panicked. Illusion? Why did I step into an illusion? Ma Bao Huac was startled to realize that the Bloody General's move was exactly the same as the one Lam Tu used earlier, so the move Lam Tu and his clone used earlier was just a distraction. Now this is the real technique. What kind of martial skill can trap an opponent in an illusion? Although quite bewildered by the overwhelming power of this technique, Ma Huac Bao quickly made a life-or-death decision. No matter what the move was, he would not stand by and wait to die. Gritting his teeth, he channeled all his rage into his final attack. The golden martial art did not cause a commotion. Ma Bao Huac's powerful fist clashed with Lam Tu's black spear. Two overwhelming forces collided with each other. At that moment, a massive explosion erupted on the arena, shattering the entire sturdy platform. Everyone watching tried to brace themselves against the huge explosion. They only had time to shout, the force is too strong, the arena is about to shatter. After the powerful explosion, a thick cloud of dust filled the air. Lam Tu still stood firm with his spear in hand, while Ma Bao Huac could no longer stand, his whole body trembling as he struggled to stay upright. I didn't expect you to have such powerful martial skills. Ma Bao Huac finally admitted defeat. I lost. After saying that, he collapsed, falling heavily to the ground. The referee declared Lam Tu wins. All the 10th grade boys at the academy erupted in joy. Long live the class president. You won. Big brother Lam Tu won. Awesome. The class president defeated even a level 6 martial artist. Ao Duanghang saw Ma Bao Huac admit defeat and angrily punched the wall. He clenched his teeth in fury and resentment. Useless, useless. That useless guy, Ma Bao Huac. After the match, the academy doctor immediately rushed over to treat Ma Bao Huac. Truongdan hurriedly ran up and asked Lam Tu, Big brother Lam Tu, are you okay? Lam Tu gently waved his hand and said, I'm fine, just a little dizzy, help me walk for a moment. The referee stepped forward and handed Lam Tu the Diamond Martial skill card. Hey, this is yours. Lam Tu took the card, so happy he forgot his fatigue. Oh damn, this is a top 30 martial arts skill in the world. Thrilled to bits, Lam Tu held the Diamond Martial skill card in his hand. Ha ha, big talk. I didn't expect Ma Bao Huac to be so rich that he casually gave away this martial skill card. While Thuan Mo was happy, Ao Duanghang angrily approached and shouted, Lam Tu, don't get cocky, I'm furious, and I'll settle the score with you sooner or later. Lam Tu provoked him until he was furious. I even beat Ma Bao Huak in a fight. What are you rushing for? Suddenly, Lam Tu seemed to realize something, deliberately raising the martial arts card in his hand to his teasing face and smiling. This agility martial arts card was provided by you. I knew it. Ma Bao Hu couldn't be that generous. You used this card as a condition for him to compete with me, hoping to use him to teach me a lesson. But you didn't expect me to win. Lam Tu laughed smugly, mocking him. Ha ha ha! Out Duang Hang, next time you want to give me a martial arts card, just say it straight. No need to beat around the bush. Ao Duang Hang, provoked by Lam Tu and unable to do anything, turned and walked away. Lam Tu, just you wait. One evening, while Lam Tu was walking along a narrow path in the Sacred Domain Academy, Dien Tu Tran suddenly appeared in front of him and called out. Lam Tu, quite surprised, asked, "Is something wrong?" He sneered with a smile. "Could it be that Ao Duang Hang is trying to give me a martial arts card and sent you to fight me?" Dien Tu Tran smiled back calmly and said softly, "Lam Tu, maybe you haven't seen Lac Nguyet all day, right?" "You don't know where Lac Nguyet went?" Lam Tu asked seriously. "Do you know where she went?" Dien Tu Tran said, "Early this morning I went to the classroom to find the instructor. I accidentally overheard Lac Nguyet asking for leave from teacher Nam Chin Quan. Lac Nguyet asked for half a month off, supposedly to go to the dark jungle to save someone. When Lam Tu heard that she went into the dark jungle alone, he was shocked, his face darkening with worry. The dark jungle, rescuing someone." Dien Tu Tran smiled and continued, "Do you know the dark jungle? That is an S-rank danger zone. Only martial artists of level 6 or above dare to enter. Lac Nguyet seems to be below level 6, so tell me, do you think she will die there?" Lam Tu said angrily, "Are you telling me this to make me go to the dark jungle? And then it's best if Lac Nguyet and I die there together, right?" Lam Tu said just one sentence that revealed all of Dien Tu Tran's evil intentions. She no longer pretended to be kind and showed a cruel face, saying, "Are you not going to save your beloved sister?" Lam Tu said firmly, "I will definitely go, but Lac Nguyet and I will survive and come back together." The next morning at the teaching building, Lam Tu was on his way from the dormitory to the lecture hall. As he walked, he thought to himself that last night he had checked the Martial Alliance website for news about the Dark Jungle, which was formed after a massive spatial rift suddenly appeared in the last century, causing a large number of alien plants and creatures to fall to Earth. The Alliance page also announced some missions about the Dark Jungle, but they were all taken by others. At the main entrance of the teaching building, the 10th grade students of the South Academy were arguing with a group of 5th-year seniors. Labin shouted, "Why are you looking for Big Brother Lam Tu? It's not because our class president defeated your stupid Ma Bao Huak yesterday that you're here to cause trouble today, is it?" A senior from year 2 quickly spoke up to explain. "Junior, you've misunderstood." Lam Tu quickly stepped forward and asked, "Who's looking for me?" The whole group turned around to see Lam Tu slowly approaching. Labin happily called out to the class president. Trongdan also called out to Big Brother Lam Tu, and the senior from year 2 saw Lam Tu and asked if he was really Lam Tu. Suddenly, a provocatively dressed girl approached, smiling warmly and greeting, "Dai Lam." Lam Tu saw her and screamed in panic, "Tiu Nuok Tui." Tiu Nuok Tui hurriedly ran towards him. "Dai Lam, I missed you so much I could die." Lam Tu was hugged tightly to the chest by Tiu Nuok Tui, making him blush with embarrassment and squirm uncomfortably. Everyone around found this scene truly remarkable. Labin also blushed while watching eagerly. "What is going on here?" Meanwhile, Truongdan was so jealous that black smoke was rising from the top of his head. "Who is that shameless girl?" the senior brothers from Class 2 also shyly asked. "Hey, we don't know either. Tu Nuok Tui just told us she knows Lam Tu, but we didn't expect it to be like this. They look like they have an unusual relationship." Zhang Dan shouted jealously, "Shut up, I saw it myself," making the whole crowd watching fall silent and close their eyes in fear. Lam Tu finally escaped from Tiu Nuok Tui's passionate embrace. He asked shyly, "Why are you here? And why are you wearing the second-year student uniform of the Holy Realm Academy?" Tiu Nuok Tui said shyly, "Why can't I be here? I'm actually a second-year student at the Sacred Realm Academy and your senior sister." Lam Tu asked suspiciously, "Aren't you the medical instructor of the Star Academy?" Tiu Nuok Tui said calmly, "The medical teacher of the Star Academy is my brother, but due to family issues, he left, so I temporarily took over his position." Lam Tu was shocked. Taking over his position? Can a medical teacher change like that? "You know medicine." Tiu Nuok Tui laughed and said, "What's so special about medical skills? Anyway, now we have therapy machines, so no matter how mild or severe the illness is, just lie down and it's all taken care of." Lam Tu said frustrated, Is there any medical teacher as irresponsible as you? Not treating and letting people die is truly a miracle. Tiunyuk Tui casually put her arm around Lam Tu's shoulder and said proudly, "My brother is too slow. He only came back to the Star Academy much later. As soon as he returned, I immediately rushed here. How is it? It's been a while since we last met. You must have missed me, right? I've heard about your outstanding achievements already. The top freshman in the G17 region, defeating Truck Hai Tin to become number 1. Twice challenging the competition tower and defeating the senior in the second year, always relentless. Ha ha, no wonder Tiunyuk Tui values you so much." Although she was smiling happily, she quickly changed her expression, her face darkening as she said, "But I also heard that the first-year male elf from the Southern Academy transferred to the 10th grade male academy because of you, and what's more, he's your roommate. Annoying, taking someone from me while I'm not around." Tiunyuk Tui grew angrier as she spoke. Lam Tu quickly explained, "It's not what you think. She just rented a mansion that's too big to live in alone, so I'm just sharing it with her." Tiunyuk Tui said with disdain, "So what if you have money? Today I'm changing my dorm to a villa, then you can come rent it with me." Li Bin stood aside, looking up at Lam Tu with sparkling eyes, and said, "So jealous. There are 2 beauties competing for class president." Trong Dan fumed with envy, crossing his arms. "So having money makes you so great?" Seeing Zhang Dan's expression, Lang Langfa broke out in a cold sweat. He immediately reminded Tiunyuk Tui, "Ahem, Tio, let's stick to the main topic." Tiunyuk Tui turned her head and gave Lang Langfat a sharp glare. "What? Reviewing old matters with Dai Lam isn't the main issue?" Lang Langfap quickly waved his hand and said, "Ah, yes, it is the main matter. You two continue." Tiunyuk Tui then seriously addressed the main issue. "All right, so we'll talk more when there's a chance. The reason we came to find you today is that we want to invite you to join us on a mission. The mission is from the Holy Realm Academy." Lam Tu pointed at himself and said in surprise, "Everyone else is a second-year student, higher rank than me, so why do you need me for this mission?" Tiunyuk Tui explained, "We accepted an S-rank mission to find a living mutated black-toothed spider in the dark jungle. The evolved beasts in the dark jungle are very strong, but their weakness is fear of fire. And your fire attribute martial skill just happens to counter it." Lam Tu laughed and said, "No profit, no deal. What do I get out of this?" Tiunyuk Tui said, "Helping me and you already ask for benefits. I won't let you go empty-handed. The mission rewards 500,000 points, and besides you and me, there are 4 others participating. I'll give you 200,000 points. How about that?" Lam Tu thought to himself, 200,000 points. It's not much for me right now, but I was planning to go into the Dark Forest anyway, so I might as well help Tiunyuk Tui since she helped me before. After thinking it over, Lam Tu decided, "All right, I agree with you. When do we leave?" Tiunyuk Tui happily hugged Lam Tu and said, "Ha ha, I knew it. As soon as I said it, you'd agree. Meet me tomorrow morning at the main gate of the Holy Realm Academy." That's settled then. Tiunyuk Tui and the senior from Class 2 turned and left. She even blew a kiss back to Lam Tu with a charming smile and said, "We're going to get ready now. Don't come back if we don't meet by noon tomorrow." Zheng Dan hurriedly stepped forward to advise, "Big brother Lam Tu, are you really going into the Dark Forest? That's an S-level area, very dangerous." Lam Tu said seriously, "Yes, I have a very good reason to go." Lele stood to the side with a wicked smile, saying, "Class president, you've been completely hooked by that senior. I have to go report this to Sister Lakuat." Tulam darkened his face and said nothing more. Before leaving, he turned back to remind, "I'm giving the training room key to Trong Dan. You all train hard, no excuses. I'll check your progress when I get back. Everyone must reach level 4 for me." The people in the class trembled when they heard Tulam say it. "Ah, we have to reach level 4. The class president is tougher than me already." At the teacher's guidance building, Mr. Nam shouted in protest, "What? The S-rank mission to stop the Dark Forest is too dangerous. I won't allow you to go." Lam Tu said calmly, "Don't worry, Mr. Nam, nothing will happen. I'm going with 5 seniors from the second year, and they are all level 6. Teacher Nam blushed with anger and objected, "That's still not allowed. Do you know where the dark jungle is?" "Even if it were you, teacher, you wouldn't dare say you could come back alive." Lam Tu immediately asked, "Teacher, did Lakuat also go to the dark jungle?" Nam teacher was stunned when he heard Lam Tu's question. He sighed and said, "Lakuat's situation is special. She directly asked the director, so I have no right to stop her." Lam Tu said seriously, "Teacher, I heard that Lakuat went to the dark jungle to save someone. She's in trouble, so I have to go." Please believe me, we will survive and come back. Seeing Lam Tu so determined, Master Nam sighed and said, All right, you must be careful. Lam Tu said, Thank you, teacher. Then he immediately left. The next morning, at the main gate of the Sacred Realm Academy, Tio Nuoc Tui waved and called out, Dai Lam, over here. Ma Bao Huoc also appeared and greeted politely. Hello, Lam Tu, we meet again. Lam Tu was quite surprised and asked, Why him? Tio Nuoc Tui pinched his ear hard and laughed. This fool is the one I called. I didn't expect him to dare cause trouble for you just because of a diamond martial arts card. Don't worry, I've taught him a lesson for you already. Ma Bao Huoc cried out in pain as his ear was pinched. Ah, it hurts, Sister Tio. Please be gentle. Didn't I already admit I was wrong? Little brother Lam Tu here. I didn't know you were Sister Tio's old friend. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare cause trouble with you even if I had 100 guts. Let's just say we never fought and don't know each other. Let's be friends. Lam Tu also reached out his hand in peace, saying, All right, it's over now, and I have to thank you for giving me that diamond martial arts card. Ma Bao Huoc said shyly, That belongs to Ao Duong Hung. The spaceship has already arrived. Tio Nuoc Tui quickly called everyone. Let's go, we will take the Academy's spaceship to Deep Blue City, then walk from there to the Dark Jungle. At Deep Blue City, the spaceship landed at the airport, and Tio Nuoc Tui led Lam Tu while introducing along the way. Since students from Tanvuk Academy often have missions in the Dark Jungle, the Holy Vuk Academy has its own spaceship flying directly to Deep Brew. There is also an office that handles paperwork and dormitories for students. Deep Brew is a city located just outside, closest to the Dark Jungle. The scenery here is very strange, gradually shifting from deep green to black until it reaches the Dark Jungle. Tio Nuoc Tui shouted to set off. From now on, raise your spirit by 200% and make sure to come back alive for me. This is Taro at the airport port listening to the black-clad subordinates report, he said disdainfully. Holy Realm Academy. A man in black watching saw Lam Tu's group step out of the shuttle and quickly reported the situation. Young master, I just saw them come out of the Holy Domain Academy's shuttle. He remembered Lak Nguyen killing his men and said angrily, That girl is also from the Holy Realm Academy, daring to kill the Black Crescent Society's men. This time you have to take revenge. Tora angrily ordered his subordinates to inform Ma to ambush them in the town outside the Dark Forest and quickly gather the brothers in the city to support Maeda. The subordinates received the order and hurried to make arrangements. Yes, young master. Tora, thinking of the alluring figures of Tio Nuoc Tui and Quach Lin, lecherously said, Spare those two girls. It would be a pity to kill such beauties. Tio Nuoc Tui and the group entered the town she had assigned. Ahead is the town outside the Dark Forest. We will rest there for one night and set off on the second day. Suddenly, the group was ambushed. A laser shot fired. Lam Tu quickly raised his guard and shouted, Watch out! Ma Bao Huoc immediately used his fins to form a shield that enveloped everyone, wrapping them up. The dense laser beams fired from multiple directions left Lam Tu puzzled. DM, why is there an ambush? Ma Bao Huo, defending the protective circle, asked suspiciously who these people were. Tio Nuoc Tui pulled out her fan to command. So many laser beams attacking non-stop like this. Ma Bao Huoc's shield won't hold for long. Everyone aim at your targets and use ranged attacks to take them down. All together now, understood. Tio Nuoc Tui saw the right moment and shouted, then acted. Tio Nuoc Tui unleashed the butterfly dance move. Tio Nuoc Tui's two fans turned into darts, flying swiftly toward the enemy. Lam Tu used his ultimate skill, 100 Phoenixes Rising, unleashing a fiery phoenix that flew straight at the foes. Quach Lin also used the fire saber. Quach Than Sam wielded the dragon saber slash, and Lang Lang Fat used the great earth sword energy. After several long-range attacks from Lam Tu's group, the enemy hiding in the branches with small lingering flames finally had to leave their cover and show themselves. Tio Nuoc Tui retracted both fans and said, The rat has come out, brothers, kill it! The whole group shouted fiercely. Kill! The enemy soldiers in black clothes fired their guns rapidly, shouting angrily, Green Bean, how dare you provoke us! Lam Tu rushed forward, quickly dodging all the laser beams, stomped on the snow to create a silver sound, and said disdainfully, Compared to training with lasers in a room with 6 times gravity, your attacks are just mosquitoes. The man in black panicked and dropped his gun. What? He quickly drew 2 swords from his back. This guy's agility was strange. Not a single shot hit him. He swung 2 blades fiercely at Lam Tu, but Lam Tu swiftly dodged and then unleashed the Overlord spear technique, hundreds of spear strikes hitting in rapid succession, leaving him unable to defend and sent flying far away. Lam Tu then used a fierce, blooming spear strike to finish him off. Tio Nuoc Tui, fighting 2 enemies alone. Couldn't stop praising him after seeing that one kill. Dailam, you're so powerful, I really like it. When Lam Tu heard Teo Nuoc Tui say that, he was scared out of his wits. Can you please not say strange things in the middle of a fight? On Ma Bao Huoc's side, he and the others quickly took down the group of black-clad assassins who trembled in fear. Are these guys really that strong? The leader reassured. Everyone, don't be too aggressive. Just hold them off and wait for the young master to arrive. Upon hearing this, Teo Nuoc Tui approached with a cruel smile. Oh, reinforcements too? But I guess they won't hold out for long. They shouted in fear, "Don't come over here!" On the side of the Black Stream Society, Taro and his men were entering the town when one stepped forward to report. Young Master Ma led 10 people and has already fought with the Saint Realm Academy's men. Taro confidently said, "What, surely we don't need to step in, Ma can handle it." The subordinate replied grimly, "Well, young Master Ma said they're about to fall apart." Tora shouted angrily, "Useless idiots, a bunch of losers, can't even handle a few students. I don't care. Tell them to hold on for 3 more minutes. We'll head over there immediately." The subordinate trembled and said, "Young Master Ma, they can't even hold on for a minute." Taro immediately panicked and said, "Bakiero, hurry up and stop hesitating. Charge forward at full speed." The subordinate holding the contact board asked, "Young Master, the Vice President is quite close to us. Should we inform him?" Tora shouted to Ogun. He slumped in thought, sure that she would scold him for being useless. Whatever. If things get dangerous, he'll just call her over. "Quick, let's go hold them off. It's best if we can kill them all. If we can't kill them, wait for Oga-san to come and show them what it means to live worse than death." Taro looked down at the 2 bodies on the ground in horror, his face turning pale. Taro said fearfully, "They're all dead!" Lam Tu and his teammates standing nearby turned to look at him. Taro pointed and said, "Fools, you dare kill members of the Kurokawa gang. Don't you want to live anymore?" Ma Bao Huo pointed back and asked, "Are you allied with those ambushers?" Lam Tu said, "If you're in the same gang, then take them all out." Taro sneered. "Are the students of Saint Realm Academy really that good? Daring to challenge the Kurokawa gang?" Taro pointed forward and said, "That cold, ugly girl too. This young master will kill all of you first, then kill her after." Lam Tu listened with doubt and said coldly, 1,000-year chill. Lam Tu asked, "Are you talking about the silver-haired girl with the long sword on her back?" Taro laughed coldly and said, "Oh, you know each other? It's that girl. She looks innocent, but is cold and ruthless." Lam Tu held his weapon and said, "Tell me what you know about her, and I'll spare your life." An angry fat guy stepped forward and said, "A rank 5 punk dares to talk back like that to the young master. Young master is just a low-level 6 rank against a rank 5 rookie." "Let our gang members handle these guys," Taro said. Taro pointed forward and shouted, "Brothers, show them the power of the Kurokawa gang!" The henchman behind charged forward, shouting, "Kill!" The chubby white guy slammed his iron mace, igniting flames downwards, but Lam Tu easily dodged. Lam Tu shouted, daring them to die. Lam Tu used the violent flower spear technique, each thrust striking rapidly like lightning. A flurry of strikes like rain knocked the fat guy away. Lam Tu swung his spear in a circle, creating a sharp whirl, quietly murmuring. Without hesitation, another violent Lahua spear strike was unleashed, stabbing straight at the fat man hanging defenseless in midair. The spear tip pierced through his heart like a flash of light, and he died before he could even gasp. The fat guy fell to the ground, creating a small crater. Ma Bao Huo swung his fist, knocking away a Kurokawa gang member, while elsewhere Teo Nuoc Tui waved her fans with both hands, generating bright red shockwaves that sent several others flying. Seeing that scene, Taro was startled and said, "What kind of demons are these?" Lam Tu looked at Taro and said, "Your turn." Lam Tu used the violent spear to thrust at Taro, while Teo Nuoc Tui also used the butterfly dance. 2 iron fans spinning like saw blades shooting towards Taro. Terrified, Taro hid behind a subordinate when suddenly a powerful voice shouted, "Stop right there!" That person said, "Surround them." A golden bronze shield appeared, covering Taro's group. The attacks from Lam Tu and Teo Nuoc Tui were blocked. The blue-haired woman landed, her muscular body rippling with strength. Kurokawa Yoshida Miyakeko saw her and happily said, "Kurokawa Yoshida Miyako, you've finally arrived." The subordinate hiding behind Taro said, "Great, the deputy leader is here." The woman had a sharp face, thick red lips like a monkey's bottom, and eyes as sharp as razors. Ma Bao Huo gasped. "Orange Aura, level 7 martial artist," Lam Tu said. "It must be a level 7 martial artist." Kurokawa Yoshida Miyako glared fiercely and shouted, "How dare you kill a member of the Kurokawa clan and lay a hand on my son?" Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko slammed the large sword down and said she was tired of letting them live. Teo Nuok Tui recognized her identity and exclaimed that she was Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko, an A-level wanted criminal of the Federation. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko sneered coldly and said, "Oh, I didn't expect this girl from the Holy Domain Academy to know my name. If you already know it, then why should I let you go?" Teo Nuok Tui showed no fear and replied, This place is near a small outpost in the dark forest where the Alliance guards are stationed. Aren't you afraid of drawing the attention of the Alliance troops? Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said angrily. If she were afraid, she wouldn't have built the Kurokawa clan base here. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said contemptuously, "Killing you guys is like stepping on a few smelly ants. It won't even attract the Alliance troops." After speaking, Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko swung her sword fiercely. Teo Nuok Tui quickly warned, "Everyone be careful." All three jumped up to dodge Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko's energy wave attack. Unfazed, Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko continued swinging her sword, unleashing countless sharp and powerful energy waves, sneering, "You quick-reacting brats make this even more interesting." Those waves of energy shot forward, crisscrossing like a net. Teo Nuok Tui raised her fan to block in front of her and ordered, "Lam Tu, Ma Bao Huak, and I will hold her back." "Quach Lin, you three handle that mess over there?" Quach Lin nodded in agreement. Lam Tu, Ma Bao Huak, and Teo Nuok Tui surrounded Kurokawa and Yoshida Mieko, forming a triangular siege, while the three from Quach Lin rushed toward Taro's group. Taro pulled something out from inside his shirt pocket, smirked, and said, "Kurokawa, Yoshida Mieko are here too. I don't have to risk my life anymore. Just sit back and wait for you all to fall." That small round object emitted waves of deep blue ripples. Quach Lin looked at the deep blue light with suspicion. The ripple waves formed a protective shield around Taro, and no matter how Quach Lin's group attacked, they couldn't break through. Taro inside was cursing a bunch of fools. This defense layer is the latest scientific and technological product, and it doesn't drain the user's energy. Taro said, "So even if you fight for 3 days and 3 nights, it won't matter at all." Looking at them, Quach Lin said if they want to be turtles hiding their heads, then just let them be. "Let's go help Sister Teo Nuok Tui deal with that fierce old woman first. The other two can handle it." On the other side, Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko leapt up and swung his sword down. Lam Tu Ma Bao Huak and Teo Nuok Tui's group struggled to resist being knocked away. Looking at them, Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said, "If you were all top-tier level 6, then maybe you could put some pressure on her." Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko sneered mockingly. "But you guys aren't just a bunch of riffraff. There are even some level 5 among you," Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said. "Heh. Defeating so many genius students from the Sacred Realm Academy in one fight," Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said. "Just thinking about it drives me crazy with excitement." Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko lunged at Teo Nuok Tui, saying, "It starts with you. Those three like to destroy the most beautiful things." Teo Nuok Tui quickly raised 2 fans to block in front of her. Teo Nuok Tui was struck and sent flying. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko swung her sword, unleashing the violent dragon sweeping tail technique. Sharp curved slashes flew out one after another. Teo Nuok Tui quickly shouted, "Everyone be careful. They are all using techniques to surround us." A purple energy barrier was formed, but those barriers were as fragile as paper against Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko's slashes. It shattered on contact. Teo Nuok Tui was thrown back by the recoil. Ling Lingfa and Guo Shensam were knocked to the ground while Xiaoruo Shui and Lin Tu crashed into a tree. The two helped each other up, and Lam Tu asked Teo Nuok Tui, "Are you okay?" Teo Nuok Tui replied, "I'm fine." She said, "Just one strike and it already broke through our entire defensive formation. Is this the difference in strength?" Lam Tu thought to himself. Fury could raise his power to level 6, plus one more forceful strike. With the Heavenly Dragon's city-breaking martial skill, he could fight back against her, but the Fury and Impact Strike could only be used once. Lam Tu thought it had to be used at the most critical moment to achieve the greatest effect. Lam Tu glanced at the Taro group arrogantly full of themselves and thought to himself, maybe that guy is the son of that fierce old woman, a burden she can use. Teo Nuok Tui said, "Quach Lin, you attack from the outside and watch those cowardly turtles. Don't let things go wrong at the crucial moment." Quach Lin nodded in response. Teo Nuok Tui raised her iron fan again and said, "Attack that stubborn old woman with
Full force. I've sent the message. Just hold on until the Allied troops arrive."
Lam Tu spoke. Lang Lang charged forward with his sword using a combat technique, while Quach Than Sam wielded his blade to perform the Dragon Blade Slash, and finally Ma Bao Huak rushed ahead, shouting the great Earth Sword Chi. though in reality he used his fists to execute the fist of flesh technique. All three of their attacks were blocked by Kurokawa, Yoshida, and Mieko, raising their swords in front of them. Lam Tu also attacked, thrusting forward with the Aonia Baovu Le Hua spear. Its tip swift and powerful, wrapped in pale purple lightning full of force, but it was still blocked by Kurokawa, Yoshida, and Mieko's swords. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said, "You even have the Aonia martial skill. Not bad." Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko sneered, "Too bad your strength is too low, useless to me." Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko swung his sword quickly a few times and shouted, "Go die!" Seeing Lam Tu get slashed, Teonyuak Tui turned pale and shouted loudly, "Lam Tu!" But Lam Tu's body, slashed and wounded, gradually faded to purple and slowly disappeared like an illusion. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko was shocked and incredulous. Teonyuak Tui also flinched in shock. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko glanced around warily as a shadow suddenly appeared behind her. Lam Tu unleashed the Bone Savage Bloom Spear, its sharp tip carrying chilling ice shards that pierced through as it struck. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko turned around in disbelief and said, "Why is it Icebone attribute?" The ice chunks hitting Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko froze and restricted her movements. Gritting her teeth, Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said, "Damn it, my movements have slowed down." Seeing this, Mabao Huo rushed forward and said, "Good opportunity." Mabao Huo used his Fury Fist, a strong and solid punch like steel cutting through the wind, striking Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko. The friction with the air created a harsh sound, carrying a heavy force like a mountain. Kurokawa Yoshida Mia was punched without missing a beat, her whole body soaring high. Mabao Huok said proudly, "Ha, ha, you managed to knock down a 7th-level old lady." Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko sat up, smiling fiercely, and said, "You filthy ants think you can beat me. Well done, consider it a reward. She will cut you to pieces." The whole group rushed forward to launch their attack. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko swung her sword behind her with force, using the fierce dragon tail strike, the blade sweeping forward in a circular motion like a dragon's tail, breaking through the group's attack. Mabao Huok and Teonyuak Tui were pushed back. Lam Tu gritted his teeth, then swung his spear with force, unleashing the fierce Vu Le Hua Tuong. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko sneered, "Humph, the skill of the shadow clone can't even harm her, let alone this ordinary move." Suddenly feeling something strange, Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko quickly turned her head back and exclaimed, It turns out there's another Lam Tu behind her." Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko shouted in disbelief, "Two of them." Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko angrily said, "Is that damn clone technique again?" Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko swung her sword forward, releasing a full-force slash, seeing Lam Tu still charging at Kurokawa Yoshida. Mieko decided not to dodge her own attack, certain this one was a fake. Then Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko turned around and said, "This one is the real deal. Watch me cut you in half." But when she swung through, that body vanished. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko shouted, "Hey, why is this one fake? How many clones did this brat split into?" A sudden sense of unease rose in Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko's heart. She looked up in horror to see Lam Tu's spear tip blazing with fierce flames, countless fires spreading across the sky and earth. Lam Tu used the fire-refining void technique, driving the flaming spear straight down with overwhelming and wild force. "What kind of trick is this?" Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko shouted in confusion. "Isn't this guy supposed to have ice attributes? Why use a fire attribute skill?" The flames exploded beside Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko. She gritted her teeth and said, "Damn it, how can a 5-star ranked guy unleash a move with such high heat?" Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said, "No time to dodge, I can only defend." Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko raised her hand and shouted, "A thin shield appears." Seeing this, Teonyuak Tui thought, "She's using a defensive shield, I must stop her." Teonyuak Tui immediately threw iron fans at Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko. Angrily, Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko raised her sword to block the two fans, causing the shield to disappear. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko shouted in anger, "Bak Yaro!" As other flames fell, a series of explosions erupted, the thunderous sound like the sky collapsing, the powerful force shaking the ground. On the other side, Taro turned pale with fear and said, "Oga-san, a subordinate is calling." The dust cleared, revealing a sword deeply embedded in the ground. Kurokawa Idamiko just shifted her body slightly, her angry face scowling as she gritted her teeth and said, "I didn't expect a 5th-ranked guy to make you so flustered." Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko held her swords with both hands behind her, saying, Looks like you have to get serious now. Taro breathed a sigh of relief and said, That's good. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko is okay. I told you, how could a level 5 kid hurt the great Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko? A subordinate said, The vice president is holding 2 swords. She's finally serious. Another said, This guy is about to be chopped into pieces. Lam Tu suddenly said, Oh, right. Lam Tu pointed and said, If she is an A-level wanted criminal, then the reward must be very high. Taro said, Of course, the bounty for capturing Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko is 100 million Ming dollars. Lam Tu was startled and said, 1 million Ming dollars, that much? Lam Tu turned back and said, Everyone, let's go up together and split the 100 million reward for taking down that hateful old woman. Teo Nuok Tui said, All right, everyone is choosing the right weapon, but it's frustrating not having money to buy one. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said, Relying on a bunch of useless fools. You think you can kill me in your dreams? Lam Tu, Ma Bao Huak, and Teo Nuok Tui jumped forward. Lam Tu said, How will you know if you don't try? Lam Tu swung his spear with the 100 birds facing the phoenix move, each spear creating a curved, graceful flame. The firebird flew past Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said, Damn it, where are you attacking? Is the vanguard really that weak? Are you out of breath already? Lam Tu said, I wasn't aiming at you. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko turned anxiously and saw the attack aimed at Taro's group. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko screamed in panic, Tai Lang! But the others had already formed a formation to surround her, blocking her advance. Lam Tu jumped onto Taro's protective shield. Lam Tu said, A turtle pulls its head in, and although this shell can't be broken, maybe I can try roasting it with high heat, right? Lam Tu thrust the spear down, the blazing fire surging to roast the protective cage. Inside, Taro cried out like a fish in a steamer,
It's too hot! Too hot! What kind of fire is this?
Why is the temperature so high? Taro said, blushing. I can't take it anymore. It's too hot. One subordinate suggested.
Young master will be roasted alive. Maybe we should get out.
On the other side, Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko angrily swung her blade to drive everyone away, shouting, Damn it! Get out of here, all of you! Tu Nuok Tui blocked the attack with her fan and said, Everyone, keep fighting. Over there, Taro couldn't take it anymore and said, Charge out, quickly get outside. Seeing that, Quach Lin turned back and said, The turtle has crawled out of its shell. All three, Quach Lin, Lang Lang Fat, and Quach Thon Sam, rushed toward Taro's group to kill them. Seeing this, Taro panicked and shouted, Wait, aren't these guys fighting Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko? Taro said, Why are they suddenly charging over here to fight us? Under the assault of the 3 Quach Lin, the black-clad henchmen fell like weeds. The 3 armed men leapt toward Taro. Taro looked on in horror, too scared to know where to run. On the other side, Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko screamed wildly, Get lost, all of you! Lam Tu heard that and snorted. The old woman is about to run out of breath. Lam Tu swung his hand to activate, triggering a violent explosion, his strength soaring as a stream of energy burst out around him, purple aura swirling around his body. Lam Tu said, Now is the time, Ma Bao Huo. What are you waiting for? Ma Bao Huak turned and said, Let's go. Then he also used violent rage, his muscular body swelling fiercely, the illusion of a large, powerful ape appearing, Kurokawa Yoshida. Mieko gasped. How did their power suddenly increase so much? Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said, How do you guys know how to use martial skills to boost your strength in an instant? Lam Tu leapt forward with his spear. Lam Tu used the Milky Way. Falling 9 heavens technique. The spear tips falling like shooting stars, dense like rain. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said in shock. He was originally level 5, so how is his attack now level 6? Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko raised his hand to form a shield and said, No, that's not right. This attack has reached level 7. How is that possible? Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko struggled to say, My defense is about to give out. Cracks appeared on the shield, and finally it shattered into pieces as the attack struck Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko directly. Ma Bao Huak swung his hand, using the fury-detailed iron fist, energy gathering around his fist, radiating great power. Then Ma Bao Huak punched Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko, flying away. Lam Tu placed his hand on Ma Bao Huak's shoulder and said, Ma Bao Huak, we also killed a level 7 demon. Ma Bao Huak replied, All right, for a small goal, suddenly the world changes, turning into a battlefield of ruins and corpses, the sky bright red like blood. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko said, Hey, this is Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko. Looking around, she said, In the illusion, Lam Tu lowers his center of gravity, raises the spear, and assumes the heavenly dragon wall-breaking stance, gathering bright red energy. Ma Baohua swung his fist using the Great Havoc Whirlwind technique. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko shouted angrily, "Damn it! I'll take you all down with me." Kurokawa. Yoshida Mieko used the Furious Dragon move, her energy becoming wild and fierce. She swung her blade, clashing with two attacks from Ma Baohua and Lam Tu. Cracks appeared on the blade, and finally it shattered. Her body was directly struck. Kurokawa Yoshida Miyakeko was blasted away and slammed into a rock wall, shattering the surface. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko helplessly fell to the ground, leaving a crack like a spider web. Kurokawa Yoshida Mieko went straight to meet her ancestors. Tiu Nyuktui turned around and asked, "Is it over? Taro's body is also at our feet." Lam Tu said, "Don't worry, it's all taken care of." Quach Lin happily said, "I really can't believe it. Did we actually kill a level 7 enemy?" Quach Than Sam said, "We only coordinated the attack, mainly relying on those two monsters Ma Baohua and Lam Tu to take action." Tiu Nyuktui puffed her cheeks and looked at Lam Tu and Ma Baohua, who were getting along well, saying, "These two actually worked so well together after fighting. I'm a bit jealous." At that moment, the military spaceship arrived. Tiu Nyuktui looked up and shouted, "Alliance forces." Tiu Nyuktui was speechless and said they only came after the fight was over. Standard procedure. The man in combat gear with short blue hair and a scar over his eye asked if everyone called the police, and despite facing that fierce woman, they're still standing here unscathed. "This isn't a false report, right?" Tiu Nyuktui said, "It's not a false report. You'll see once you check." The blue-haired man stepped forward to examine the body and shouted out, "Damn, she really is a fierce dragon." The blue-haired man looked up at Lam Tu and Ma Baohua and asked if they were the ones who killed her. "Which organization do you two belong to?" Tiu Nyuktui asked, "Is there anyone else here besides us?" Quach Lin said, "No doubt, it was us who killed her. We are students of the Sacred Realm Academy here for training." The blue-haired scarred man said, "They say students of the Sacred Realm Academy come with all kinds of monsters, and today I got to see for myself, yet they managed to kill a level 7 martial artist." The blue-haired scarred man then turned to a brown-haired person and said, "Xiaozhang, send the video of the body to headquarters." The blue-haired scarred man asked, "Hey, son, who among you will give me your account number? I'm about to distribute a 100 million reward to everyone." Tiu Nyuktui said, "Lam Tu, give them your card number. After receiving the money, we will divide it according to everyone's contribution." Lam Tu said, "Okay, my account number is on the screen." And a notification of payment appeared immediately. Lam Tu's eyes gleamed with pride as he said in Yuan, "Ha, I've already completed the small goal." Lam Tu said, "All right, the money has been transferred to you all." Lam Tu said, "Let's get going." The scarred blue-haired man pointed at the Taro group and asked, "Hey kid, these bodies are for you guys. We haven't touched their backpacks or weapons either. That guy from the Black Stream gang is probably from a wealthy family." The blue-haired man with a scar said, Heh, these kids know their place, huh?" The blue-haired man with a scar said, "No need to worry about the bodies. The evolved beasts around here will clean them up, seize all valuable items on them, and bring them back to the team." After a while, someone appeared and said, "Boss, the bodies of the vice leader and the young master are all here." The man with a dragon tattoo on his chest and sea-green hair painfully called Kurwa Yoshida Mieko Taro. That was Kubo Daiki, the leader of the Kurokawa gang. Kubo Daiki said, "Whoever dares to kill my wife and children, I want them torn to pieces." Kubo Daiki shouted, "No matter who it is, you must find them for me." The subordinate behind replied, "Yes, at the small village next to the dark jungle." Tiu Nyuktui said, "Everyone go find a hotel first. Liam Tu and I will go to the bar to gather information." Ma and Hoak agreed. At the bar, the atmosphere was lively with loud music. Lam Tu looked around and asked, "Didn't they say only level 6 warriors can enter the dark jungle? Why do I see so many level 5 fighters here?" Tiu Nyuktui said, "Before, there weren't that many fighters in the dark jungle, but now the number has increased several times. I just happened to overhear them mention something about ice lotus fire." Tiu Nyuktui said brightly, "It's out now. There's new news on the Alliance Martial Artists Forum about the dark jungle." Tiu Nyuktui read that the forum said, "Deep in the dark jungle, there is a cold ice lake where an ice flame exists. A form similar to fire but extremely cold." Tiu Nyuktui said the formation of the ice flame is related to the oscillating energy in a very rare alternate dimension. There is a martial clan willing to pay 10 billion alliance coins to obtain the ice flame. After hearing this, Lam Tu thought. Something extremely cold like that would be perfect for Tiun Nguit Nguit. Lam Tu thought he might as well try to take advantage of it since he had to go deep into the dark jungle anyway. Tio Nyuk Tui said, "So these people came for the Ice Lotus Fire? There will definitely be a bloody battle." Tio Nyuk Tui sighed and said, "It seems this trip into the dark jungle won't be very peaceful." A group of people from the Black River Society opened the door and stepped in. Tio Nyuk Tui said, "It seems like they are from the Black Stream Gang." Lam Tu said, "They look like they are searching for someone." Lam Tu said, "They probably aren't looking for us, right?" Tio Nyuk Tui said, "Maybe not. We left no one alive, and we took all the items, so it's hard to prove it was us." Lam Tu said, "You're right. It seems this trip to the dark forest is too unstable." On the second day, the village remained shrouded in darkness, faint light filtering through the dense leaves. Lam Tu's group, fully equipped, stood before the stone gate, the entrance to the dark jungle. A cocky, brown-haired man laughed and spoke. "Oh, any dog or cat can just wander into the dark forest. Are you here looking for the fire chain?" The brown-haired man said, "Probably got slaughtered before even stepping out of the town." Lam Tu turned around and said, "I don't know if anyone has taken me down, but I do know that if you open your mouth one more time, you'll definitely die in this town." The brown-haired man unleashed his full power and said, "A level 5 rookie dares to talk to you like that?" The brown-haired man jumped forward. The man shouted, "I can see you're tired of living." The sharp spear tip suddenly stopped right in front of the brown-haired man's forehead. He froze, trembling, and said, "You..." The brown-haired man was terrified and thought clearly, "It's only level 5, so how can the speed be this fast?" Lam Tu said, "If you dare move, I'll stab through your brain." The brown-haired man said fearfully, "Big brother, I was wrong." The brown-haired man said, "Please, great sir, spare this dog's life." He shut his eyes tight, terrified, thinking this gaze was so terrifying it felt like facing him would mean instant death. Lam Tu reluctantly shouted, "Get lost." The brown-haired man picked up his weapon and meekly said, Yes, thank you, big brother. We're leaving right now." Ma Bao Hu said, "You're a bit out of control." Lam Tu asked, "You think so?" Tio Nyuk Tui explained, "Lam Tu did it on purpose." Tio Nyuk Tui said, "Those fools act recklessly. Only by using force to settle things can unnecessary trouble be avoided." Ma Bao Hu replied, "The boss lady is right." Tio Nyuk Tui said, "All right, stop spacing out, let's go." The voice echoed from a large family house in the town. "Chief, yesterday 3 teams entered the small town near the dark forest, and we have been tracking them." The subordinate presented the documents and reported, "Based on the wounds on the vice leader and the young master, it is suspected that these 3 teams pose the greatest threat." Kubo Daiki ordered more skilled operatives to secretly follow them. "The dark forest has no phone signal, so we're tracking the traces they left behind." Kuboiki said grimly, "I've made contact to see if the Allied forces can scout the culprit's appearance. Once confirmed, I'll quickly regroup with you." Kuboiki stood up, radiating a cold, murderous aura, then tore them to pieces, cutting them into countless pieces as the scene shifted to the dark jungle. Strange trees appeared, their trunks marked with vein-like stripes. The 3 of them were walking through the forest when Ma Bao Hua suddenly looked around and noticed something strange. He raised his hand to his chin and said, "The trees in this forest are so weird. What the hell are they?" As he spoke, he punched a nearby tree to test it. Tio Nyuk Tui hurriedly raised her hand to stop him, saying, "You fool, don't touch those trees." But it was too late. The vines wrapped around the tree trunk split apart and intertwined, forming a thorny whip. Ma Bao Huak grabbed it and clenched his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Damn, what the hell is this?" Suddenly, countless other thorny vines attacked together, all aiming straight at Ma Bao Huo. He quickly jumped back, his face turning pale. "Damn, these plants can move?" Tio Nyuk Tui quickly turned to Lam Tu and said, "Lam Tu, these plants are afraid of fire. Burn them." He calmly replied, "All right." Then he began to use the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. Powerful flames burst forth, attacking ahead as the burning monstrous trees began to panic. It opened its mouth in horror, its eyes bloodshot. Suddenly, at the base of its trunk, the veins intertwined, forming legs like a tripod. It started to move. After a while, they all ran off in a flash. Lam Tu and the little calf scratched their heads in confusion. Lam Tu asked, "Is this really a tree? How can it even run?" The little boy Ma Bao Huak also questioned reality, a big tree growing long legs. Tio Nyuk Tui, hearing this, was both angry and scolding as she explained, "Foolish. The big tree in the dark forest is one of the 5 evolved beasts that mutated into a tree form." Ma Bao Huak hurriedly admitted his mistake. Sorry, Sister Tiu, I was wrong. She reminded everyone to hold back their curiosity. Don't touch anything carelessly. The others all answered in unison. Yes, then they turned and continued moving forward. Tiu Nyuk Tui warned that the light here was getting dimmer and told everyone to be careful. Suddenly, a giant spider appeared right in front of them. It leapt up above, making Quach Lin jump in fright, his face turning pale. Ah! The spider was about to stab its sharp claw into Quach Lin's neck when suddenly a familiar spear sliced through the air and pierced the spider's body. Quach Lin was so scared that he closed his eyes and waited for what was above. Lam Tu retracted his spear, observed the spider above, and then voiced his question. Level 5. Black Iron Spider. Is this the spider everyone is looking for? The system board also appeared. Killing a level 5 Black Iron Spider grants 2 million experience points. Tiu Nyuk Tui was still holding her glowing fanit as she turned back to explain. No, we came to the dark forest to find another mutated, black-toothed spider. But everyone must be cautious. Evolved beasts always appear in packs, and their fangs are highly venomous. Then what was bound to happen did happen. Countless other giant spiders began crawling toward them. Tiu Nyuk Tui shouted a warning. They're coming, everyone be careful. Then she turned to her two teammates, Lam Tu and Quach Lin, both with fire skills as main attackers, while the others focused on defense. Both of them began to unleash their fire powers. Dong Then responded clearly. Around the two of them, countless spiders were already burning. The system displayed a notification. Killing a level 5 Black Iron Spider grants 2 million experience points. Killing a level 5 Black Iron Spider grants 2 million experience points. Lam Tu got more and more fired up as he gained points like that. Ha ha, no one better compete with me. The system announced again that killing a level 5 Black Iron Beast grants 2 million experience points. He silently calculated that although 2 million points per beast is a bit low, patiently killing many would do. Although I had killed the fierce dragon before, it was with everyone's help, so the system didn't add experience points or health. This time I must earn them all back. Then came a series of notifications. Killing a level 5 Black Iron Spider earned 2 million experience points. The two Xiaoruoshui outside saw this scene and were speechless, with black lines all over their faces. Ma Baohuo couldn't help but feel confused. Why was he suddenly so excited? It's like getting a shot of adrenaline. After a while, the two Lam Tus had roasted the spiders to ashes, but he still felt unsatisfied and said, That's already all of them? I haven't even had my fill yet. In his heart, he thought, just a little more and I'll level up. Give me a few more of them. Quach Lin stood to the side, pale with fear, thinking this kid had gone crazy. At this moment, Tiu Nyuk Tui wore an admiring expression, her cheeks flushed as she praised. Our Dai Lam is the most formidable. There are still many evolved beasts ahead. Surely enough for you to have your fill of killing. Lam Tu was also surprised by this attitude, then quickly turned and replied, All right, let's go. At this time, the forest was still shrouded in darkness. Ma Baohuok looked at his phone for a while, then said worriedly, It's getting dark too fast, and with so many trees growing, you can't tell north from south or east from west. Besides, there's no signal, and the phone's compass isn't working either. A thick fog had surrounded everyone, and Tiu Nyuk Tui decided, It's getting dark, let's rest here for today. After hearing that, Quach Lin happily put down her backpack and said, Finally, we can rest, I'm so exhausted. She sat down, leaning against the nearby rock, breathing heavily, while Lam Tu beside her read the notice and was utterly shocked. He frowned with worry. The notice described a level 6 evolved beast, the black magma giant beast, characterized by its massive size, lizard-like shape, and a shell like a hard rock, often camouflaging as a boulder to ambush. Then he quickly raised his hand to warn his teammates. Quach Lin, don't sit leaning against that rock, it's a black magma beast. But it seems it's too late. At that moment, the rock behind Quach Lin began to rise on 4 legs. Its head turned around, its red eyes staring intently at her. Then, without hesitation, it opened its wide mouth toward her. Quach Lin was trembling all over, unable to move or dodge, only flailing her arms and legs in panic, screaming wildly. Lam Tu quickly used his martial arts technique to rush in and escape. With Quach Lin disappearing from the black rock beast's sight, he successfully carried her away, dodged to another spot, used the snow step strike surrounded by white mist, then gently set her down while giving instructions. Didn't Dan try to already say? Don't touch anything carelessly in the dark jungle. Quach Lin blushed and looked up, thanking him. The black rock beast was now furious and stood up fully. It roared with bloodshot eyes, emitting powerful energy. Tiu Nyuk Tui warned, Everyone be careful. Ma Baohuok couldn't help but swear at this boss. Damn, why is this thing so big? It opened its mouth even wider. A glowing round spirit pill appeared from within. Its power seemed to surge forth with great intensity. A beam of power shot straight down from the spirit pill, attacking Lam Tu's group, but they quickly dodged the strike. But the force alone was enough to split the earth and rocks in two, sending them flying into the air. The beam of light seemed unwilling to stop, continuing to pierce straight toward the forest ahead. After the power strike ended, a circular mark appeared, carved deep through the forest, revealing the sky beyond, and a voice exclaimed in awe, "The energy of this light beam is terrifying if it hits you. It's game over for sure." Hoak was left speechless and pale. Lam Tu, standing nearby, was equally terrified, but suddenly broke into an excited smile and exclaimed, "But man, you like this." Lam Tu happily thought, "Killing it will easily get you to level 26. Then he raised his hand, taunting the black rock beast. "Little turtle, hurry up and get it to my bowl." Suddenly a step leapt forward. It was Lang Lang Fat. He gritted his teeth and swung his sword down, unleashing the great earth sword energy. But Lang Lang Fat's strike hit the black rock beast like biting stainless steel. It was completely unaffected. Lang Lang Fat jumped back down to the ground, his face full of shock as he said, "The shell of this creature is too hard. It can't be broken at all." At the same time, Lam Tu also started jumping up and said, "Let me." He began to use the 100-bird soaring phoenix again, unleashing a powerful flame with his technique. Facing this fierce fire, the black rock beast opened its massive mouth and then swallowed the flames gently. After a moment, the 100 birds facing the phoenix had also disappeared. Lam Tu was extremely shocked. It could absorb his fire. Suddenly, the black rock beast opened its mouth and spewed the fire from earlier at Lam Tu. He calmly stood in the flames, intrigued, and said, "Using my own fire against me." After spitting fire, the black rock beast began to step forward. Its giant foot stomped on Lam Tu's position, causing a massive explosion. He quickly jumped up to dodge. Then he made a calculation. "If your mouth can absorb my fire, then I'll burn you from behind." After calculating, Lam Tu circled behind the black rock beast and swung his spear using the 100 birds facing the phoenix, unleashing a great blaze once again. But now its backside was burning, and it panicked, tearing up as it looked behind. Then the stones on its body began to crack and break apart from the flames. Lam Tu felt excited. Ha! The turtle shell has been burned and cracked. Large and small rocks keep falling, and Lam Tu becomes both confused and panicked. This creature is screaming loudly now, its eyes bloodshot, with rocks falling all around. Lam Tu struggles to raise his hand to shield himself. This is its way of defending. Done, he quickly used the mirror clone technique. Moments later, his body vanished into thin air. Then a figure appeared in midair again. Lam Tu held his spear and lunged at the black rock beast, shouting, "I'll blind you for good." With the Stormflower spear, Lam Tu stabbed the tip into its blazing red eye, causing the black rock beast to raise its paw and growl in pain. Ma Bao Huo, watching from outside, couldn't help but feel excited. "Well done." The black rock beast suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing a glowing orb that emitted a powerful burst of energy once again. The two of them quickly dodged to the sides. She shouted a warning, "This thing is crazy! Everyone be careful!" The black rock beast was still howling at the sky, lightning flashing all around it, while Lam Tu confidently swung his spear and said, "The eye is a weak spot, huh? Then I'll blind the other eye too." Without hesitation, he used the 9 Heavens Galaxy to strike the remaining eye of the black rock beast. Once again, its remaining eye was pierced by Lam Tu's spear, and it seemed to grow even more frenzied as it began to move, ready to attack its enemy. Lam Tu quickly leapt over its head and rolled to the back. Seeing this, Tiu Nuoc Tui immediately turned to Ma Bao Huac. Lam Tu aimed to pierce the enemy black rock monster's brain through its eye. Ma Bao Huac stepped up to intervene. She still held 2 golden fans in her hands for defense. Ma Bao Huac quickly jumped up to counter as well. All right. He immediately swung a powerful punch that shook the heavens. Following Ma Bao Huac's punch was a massive force forming a golden fist aimed straight at the face of the black rock beast. After taking 2 powerful blows from both of them, it quickly fell to the ground, its face resigned to death. Lam Tu bent down to observe. Then Lam Tu's spear tip was pulled out from the eye of the black rock beast. He held his spear while thinking. Cooperating to kill it means no experience points for me. Then tears streamed down his face in frustration. "I'm having such a hard time." It seems Tiu Nuoc Tui noticed his strange behavior, then turned to speak to Ma Bao Huac. Ma Bao Hu and Lam Tu tried their best to kill this black magma beast, so the rare star should belong to him. He generously replied, "All right, I didn't help much anyway." Then Tiu Nuoc Tui said to Lam Tu, "You hear that? The mutant star belongs to you." Lam Tu then turned around, his eyes shining as he happily smiled and flattered everyone around him. "Thank you, seniors." At this moment, Tu Nguyen Tui put down her backpack, sat down beside everyone, and said, "The danger is cleared. Let's rest here. The fact that the Digi creature was here before means there won't be any other evolved beasts in this forest, so it's very safe." After a while, Lam Tu's team continued on. They stopped in front of a cliff. Lam Tu looked down and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Was there really such a large crack in the dense forest? He quickly stepped back. Then he assessed the deep abyss, seeing nothing at all. Suddenly, Tu Nguyen Tui handed him a flashlight and said, "Here, take this." Lam Tu took it and looked a bit puzzled. A flashlight. Tu Nguyen Tui also held out another flashlight and explained that black-toothed spiders fear light and are attracted to it like moths to a flame once they detect it. She shone the light down into the abyss. "Look, they're coming. Down there are countless glowing eyes staring up, as if eyeing their prey. They are charging this way." A loud voice rang out. At that moment, the creatures below looked like crabs scurrying up. Tu Nguyen Tui quickly turned back to remind everyone, "Grab your gear quickly." Seeing the Tu group each holding a flamethrower while he alone carried a spear, Lam Tu scratched his head in confusion and asked, "Where did you all get these?" Tu Nguyen Tui explained, "High-precision flamethrowers, divine weapons essential in the dark jungle." Lam Tu was so angry he blew out fire. "Damn, you guys brought flamethrowers but still made me responsible for spraying fire the whole way?" Tu Nguyen Tui puckered her lips and winked as she explained, "Of course, it's to save resources. Don't worry, these are just spares, Dilem. You're the real treasure in my heart." Lam Tu blushed and stepped back. "Please, when discussing serious matters, don't say strange things like that, okay?" Ma Bahua seriously reminded from the side, "The black-toothed spiders are charging. Everyone get ready to burn them." They all breathed fire downwards, burning the spiders below. Lam Tu also unleashed Badio Trio Fuang from one side, shooting flames down to incinerate them. The flames burned the spiders as notification sounds of points earned rang out. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider granted 5 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5 million experience points. He continued to unleash fire while shouting to keep burning. "There are so many. Keep burning them. There are still countless black-toothed spiders crawling up non-stop." Lam Tu turned and asked, "Where do we have to catch the mutated black-toothed spiders?" Tu Nguyen Tui quickly replied, "Normally, there is one mutated black-toothed spider in every 100, and it might be about to appear." The community announcement popped up again, stating that killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 4.8 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 50,000 experience points. Quach Than Sam suddenly noticed to the side and panicked after seeing a swarm of black-toothed spiders crawling out elsewhere. "There are some here too. It's already out." Lam Tu Hung rushed over and said, "Leave the right side to me," thinking to himself, "These are all experience points. Being burned like that by you guys is such a waste." Then countless sounds of points being added echoed. Killing a level 5 black-toothed creature grants 4.9 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed creature grants 5.3 million experience points. Lam Tu was extremely satisfied and thought, "Ha ha, leveling up quickly feels great." The joyful expression and excited actions during the kill caught the attention of those nearby once again. Tu Nguyen Tui sighed that this kid was getting fired up again. Ma Bao Huac also said he didn't understand it. Killing a black-toothed spider is nothing to be happy about, right? The expressions on their faces looked like they were staring at a monster. Finally, a giant spider appeared before Lam Tu. It quickly launched an attack forward. Lam Tu jumped back, dodging in panic. "What the hell is this? It can withstand fire, is huge, and so ferocious." Then he turned around and shouted, "Hey, is this the mutated black-toothed spider?" Tu Nguyen Tui replied, "Yes, that's the mutated black-toothed spider, but it's been mutated for too long and grown too big, so we can't capture it alive, only the smaller ones that have just mutated." Lam Tu excitedly gripped his spear tightly. "All right, if we can't capture it alive, then I'll just have to kill you." Smoke surrounded him. Seeing the mutated black-toothed spider crawling closer, Lam Tu happily thought, "This one must give a lot of experience points." The flamethrower was sputtering weaker and weaker. Quach Than Sam said worriedly, "Sister Tu, the flamethrower is almost out, though. If no smaller one shows up, we'll have to kill these things by hand." Meanwhile, Lam Tu quickly plunged his spear into the head of the excited spider. It's okay, I still have the flamethrower. No need for you to fight barehanded." Suddenly, another mutated spider jumped up from the cliff. Lang Lang shouted in shock, "Another mutated black-toothed spider." He glanced at the approaching giant spider and smiled. "This one." Lam Tu, standing amid a group of black-toothed spiders being roasted, turned to everyone and said, Guo Lin and I will hold off the spiders. You all go catch those mutated ones." At that moment, the flamethrowers were set down. Tiu Nuoc Tui replied, "All right, you and Quach Lin, be careful." Then they ran off with everyone, not forgetting to leave a reassuring message. "If we catch it, we'll come to support you two." The four of them, led by Tiu Nuoc Tui, were surrounding a mutated black-toothed spider when suddenly a voice rang out. "Is that them?" At this moment, two masked men dressed in black were talking to each other. Their appearance matched the guild leader's description, but it seemed like two were missing. Then one of them said to quickly inform the guild leader. The other nodded in agreement. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared and said, "This little matter doesn't need to bother the guild leader." Heiji, with his strong physique, marched forward proudly and said, "I can handle these flies on my own." The two masked men up in the tree warned, "Sister Hai, these people have killed the vice president. We can't underestimate them." "Ah, do I look like I'm afraid?" she replied. "Who would believe that a few small flies could kill the vice president?" Then she shyly covered her face and pouted, thinking that if someone could handle them for the president, maybe the president would be in a good mood and make them the vice president. Besides, no one said to rush in there and kill anyone. The best ninjas are assassins. At that moment, her eyes flashed brightly, each hand holding a knife as she spoke dangerously. Turning toward the group of Tiu Nuoc Tui, Ma Bao Huoc then threw a punch that sent the mutated black-toothed spider flying out of the web. The spider fell to the ground, still dazed, and Lang Lang laughed while holding a large box and jumped up. They flipped the box over, trapping the spider inside. Then the two of them laughed happily and high-fived, saying they caught it. Suddenly, the ground beneath the two of them shook. They looked around cautiously. Quach Than Sam spoke up worriedly. "Did you hear any movement underground?" At that moment, several men in black jumped out to attack them from the side. Both of them turned pale in panic. Quach Than Sam exclaimed, "This is bad! It's 6 men from the Black Stream gang ambushing us." The masked men fiercely swung their swords, shouting to kill. A knife fell beside their feet. Both were attacked from both sides, with no strength to defend themselves. Ma Bao Huoc and Tiu Nuoc Tui also hurried over. Ma Bao Huoc reached out anxiously and called. Guotan Samlingling suddenly made a move, and the masked men raised one hand to form some kind of seal. A white smoke began to emanate from all around them, leaving the two confused. Suddenly, they appeared from above, jumping down to attack Tiu Nuoc Tui. A loud shout warned, "Sister Tiu, be careful!" Ma Bao Huoc quickly jumped out to the front of her. Taking the sword strikes, Tiu Nuoc Tui called out to Ma Bao Huoc in panic. Ma Bao Hua angrily threw a punch, forcing the others to step back to dodge. He shouted, "Destiny, how dare you ambush me!" Tiu Nuoc Tui quickly reminded everyone, "Gather together." Maintaining a defensive formation, they turned their backs to each other, surrounded by countless masked men wielding swords. On this side, Lam Tu and Quach Lin were holding off the black-toothed spiders when they also noticed it. Quach Lin asked worriedly, "What's happening over there?" "The people over by the altar seem to be fighting someone. Let's go check it out," she said as she quickly took down some spiders and turned to Lam Tu, who calmly replied, "Don't panic," then smiled excitedly. "Hey, right now we actually have a lot of backup. Give me your flashlight." He was standing on the edge of the cliff when a pair of high heels appeared and smugly said, "You're surrounded by me now." She appeared like a trained demon. Angry, she shouted, "Brothers, kill them! Avenge the young master and the vice president!" The henchmen's eyes were bloodshot as they charged forward with their swords. But suddenly, Lam Tu appeared behind her with his spear, teasing them. "You're the ones who are surrounded," Hidai replied with unshakable confidence. "What? You plan to surround us all by yourself?" Lam Tu calmly shone his 2 flashlights behind him and replied, "Take a good look. Who said I'm alone? I brought a lot of friends with me." As he spoke, he led a group of black-toothed guys running toward the others. Then he threw a flashlight at one of the masked men and said, "Here, take this!" While the man was still confused, Lam Tu dashed past and continued speaking. "Those guys really like the light." The masked man is still holding the flashlight, scratching his head in confusion. Suddenly, he was swarmed by a group of people climbing on him, unable to react. He fell down and could only cry out, "Ah! Ah! Ah!" Those guys immediately threw the flashlight in their hands away, then cried out, "It's the Black Tooth Addicts! Black Tooth Addicts, fall back quickly!" Ahidi glanced to the side and said to his subordinate, "Araki, quickly use your fire flame skill." Araki then quickly unleashed a few weak flames while shouting loudly, "Watch me!" Suddenly, a surge of power came from behind Araki. Lam Tu grabbed the spear in his hand and stood right beside him. Araki had already been knocked down face first onto the ground. Another man turned pale and shouted. Araki's woman grew even angrier, clenching her fists tightly. holding a knife with bloodshot eyes and hissing. "You scoundrels daring to attack from behind." Lam Tu smiled fiercely and replied, "This is called assassination." "Humph, isn't this your strong attack? Why call it despicable?" As he spoke, he used the 100 birds facing the phoenix technique, and flames began to spread, forming a barrier to stop the black-toothed spiders from advancing. Then he continued, "These guys can hold off the black-toothed spiders for a while, so hurry up and treat your wounds." Lam Tu turned around and urged everyone on. Upon hearing this, the 3 Ma Bao Hua all hurriedly took medicine to heal their wounds. Hetty was furious, pointing at them and shouting, "3 of you, if you want to die, then die together. Quickly run towards them and lure the black-toothed spiders over." The others charged forward wildly with their swords. "Right. Die together. Die together." Lam Tu remained calm, picking his nose with one finger while mocking them, thinking it was stupid to come up with this trick only now. Then he jumped up and used the fire forging skill, the flames merging together to form spirit fire particles. The fireballs surged forward together toward the black-toothed spiders. The black-toothed spiders and the masked men were all blown to pieces by the fireballs, while a few who managed to dodge fled in a hurry. Following that, the sound of points adding up echoed. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider granted 4.9 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5.3 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 4.5 million experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5.2 million experience points. A massive explosion erupts. Ma Baohuok's group had also regained their strength by now and rushed forward together, shouting, "Kill them all!" Each member of the Ta Shunghu clan took down one enemy swiftly, their eyes all bloodshot. Lang Lang grew even angrier, punching and shouting, "How dare you hit me? I'll make you pay with your life!" On this side, Lam Tu was still fighting enemies while earning experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider granted 50,000 experience points. Killing a level 5 black-toothed spider grants 5.4 million experience points. Congratulations to the host for successfully leveling up to the current rank of level 26. Lam Tu happily thought, finally I leveled up. The system board showed host Lam Tu rank 26. Strength 463 to 489, physique 208, speed 123. Overall combat power increased from 5,124 to 5,550. Title: Level 5 Martial Artist. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to block 50% of damage. Skills: Analysis Eye, Rage, Camouflage, Devour, Distraction. Lins. After reading his own information, Lam Tu felt proud inside. The system added 26 potential points to strength. Then he raised his finger and pressed the screen in front of him, and Lam Tu crazily shouted, "Ha ha ha, refreshing, really refreshing." Meanwhile, Heidi saw that expression and panicked. Is this guy crazy? He doesn't seem tired at all. Lam Tu was still full of excitement, grabbing his spear and eagerly saying to her, come on, you in red, fight me." She was so scared she almost peed herself, raising her hands to defend. You don't come over here." Then a desperate scream echoed through the forest from the edge of the ravine. After a while, the spiders were all roasted black, and Heidi's people along with her were lying flat on the ground. Lam Tu and the others finally sat down, panting to catch their breath. Then Ma Bao Huok chuckled happily and said, "Ha ha, killed them all, feeling great." The 3 young men nearby laughed along cheerfully. Lang Lang Fat also said a few words, having defeated the Black Stream Guild along with the black-toothed spiders. "This might be the greatest achievement of my life." Later, at a crack in the dark forest, Tionuok Tui's group sat before a small pile of colorful rare crystals. She couldn't help but marvel. The Black Thread Gang is really generous, giving us so many rare crystals and materials like this. Ma Baohuok happily added, "Ha ha, we got more rare crystals from the Black Iron Spider and the Black Fang Spider this time. We really scored." Tionuok Tui also picked up the colorful crystals into her backpack and told everyone, "All right, pack these rare crystals and materials in, and take the weapons from those Black Abyss members with us." After filling the backpack, she stood up and added, "Once we get back to the academy, we'll divide them among everyone." Ma Baohuok put on a backpack full of items along with a box containing the mutated black-toothed spider. But with a healthy and cheerful expression, he said, "The mission is successfully completed. We can go back now." Lang Lang added, "That's right, we can finally go home." Quach Lin beside him also smiled happily, while Lam Tu waved and said, "You guys go ahead. I have some things to take care of, so I can't go with you." Tu Nuok Tui then asked, "What's the matter?" Ma Bao Huok grew even more alarmed. "You're not planning to steal the Ice Lotus Flame, are you?" Lam Tu waved his hand to explain, "I'm not interested in the Ice Lotus Fire. I'm going to find someone." Ma Bao Huak then asked in confusion. Looking for someone, Tu Nuoc Tui said angrily. Dai Lam, do you really want to go find that fox spirit? Don't think I don't know. Your classmates have already told me everything. Lam Tu smiled on the outside, but inside he was furious, thinking, how am I going to punish those chatterboxes when I get back? Then, Tu Nuoc Tui turned to her teammates and said, Ma Bao Huak, you guys go ahead. I'm not going anymore. Ma Bao Huak panicked again. Why aren't you going either? Tu Nuoc Tui then approached Lam Tu, holding his hand and pouting, saying, I have to go find someone with Dai Lam. I have to watch over him to prevent him from dying because of that little fox spirit. Lam Tu was only able to panic and blush. Then he quickly pulled away and gave a weak excuse. No need, senior sister. I'm not that weak. But Tu Nuoc Tui still followed him, turning back to remind her teammates, Ma Bao Huak, you guys go ahead. Be careful on the way. Ma Bao Huak was a bit stunned and only managed to call out, Hey, Sister Tiu! Guo Lin from behind spoke up. It's useless. Once Sister Tiu has made up her mind, no one can change it. Ma Bao Huo could only sigh helplessly. Then Guo Lin turned away and said, Let's go. Moving over to Lam Tu and Tu Nuoc Tui, the two of them walked a bit before coming across a group of people lying sprawled on the ground, beaten, and their fate unknown. Tu Nuoc Tui spoke first. There were no signs of evolved beasts. It was almost purely a fight between martial artists. Lam Tu remained silent, stroking his chin as he observed a person. Then suddenly he grabbed the other's strong arm, and when he turned it over, he saw a horizontal wound on the chest that had been bandaged. The wound was cleanly closed, and there was bone-setting tape as well. Lam Tu narrowed his eyes and exclaimed, Lak Nguyet. Then he quickly stood up, diagnosing that these people were killed by Lak Nguyet, as their wounds were all the same. Then suddenly he turned around, Lak Nguyet's sword, a familiar sword, on the ground. He exclaimed, and Tu Nuoc Tui asked again, Are you sure it's her sword? Lam Tu then approached, picked up the sword, and said, I'm not mistaken. This sword is very precious to her, and has never left her side. Lak Nguyet leaving it here means she must be in danger. As he spoke, he placed the sword behind his back and quickly ran off. Without a weapon in hand, her situation was extremely dangerous. No, I have to find her quickly. Seeing Lam Tu's anxious expression, Tu Nuoc Tui jealously said, It seems you care a lot about that little fox. But when I said earlier that I was ambushed by that Black Shadow ninja clan, you didn't rush like this. Lam Tu hurriedly replied, Please, sister, we're nothing alike. Back then there were many of us, but now Lak Nguyet is all alone, so I'm worried and running faster. Tu Nuoc Tui's sharp mouth was still sulking. All right, I won't tease you anymore, just look over there. The footprints are scattered, so maybe Lak Nguyet left this way. He frowned as he saw the prints on the ground. You mean tracking in the wild too? Tu Nuoc Tui replied proudly. Of course, Daliam, I know a lot more. It's just a pity the young man doesn't appreciate me and treats his little sister like a treasure. Then she sighed again. After a while, deep in the dense forest, urging sounds echoed. Be careful, kill it quickly. Lam Tu heard the noise and said, There's a fight over there, let's go check it out. Tu Nuoc Tui immediately ran after, urgently reminding, Did you hear the roar of the evolved beast? That's not a fight between martial artists. Lam Tu replied seriously. Go ask, maybe they have met Lak Nguyet, or they are the ones chasing Lak Nguyet. At that moment, a man with yellow hair was thrown into the air and backward by something, crying out in pain. His body hit a large tree trunk, and he gritted his teeth in agony. At that moment, a wild ox with bloodshot eyes stopped and ran towards him. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his shirt and pulled him away. The wild buffalo charged straight into the tree trunk. The boy with yellow hair quickly spoke up. Thank you, Lam Tu replied with a cheerful smile. It's okay, just in time to cross the road. The two horned wild buffalo bellowed angrily. Gao Lam Tu quickly used the 100 birds facing Phoenix to create a fire in front. The wild boar stood still, not daring to come closer, but still showed an angry and fierce expression. Then the flames from the 100 birds soaring Phoenix rolled up onto its body. Its eyes clearly showed panic. At that moment, the boy's teammates rushed over to support him and asked, Zhuang Diu, are you okay? The other two also exclaimed together, what kind of martial art is that? In the blink of an eye, he burned that black-furred wild boar. Lam Tu kept attacking the wild boar, calling it a beast. Couldn't he burn you to ashes? He kept using the 100 birds facing Phoenix. 100 birds facing Phoenix. 100 birds facing Phoenix to attack the crazy beetle. Zhang Yao's two teammates were now scrambling to run away. Damn! Back off quickly, the fire is too hot. I'm about to be roasted alive. The mad boar screamed in pain, then couldn't withstand Lam Tu's flames and collapsed to the ground. Lam Tu stood nearby thinking, not receiving any kill reminder from the system. Is this bastard playing dead? He made a guess. The long-haired teammate stepped forward to speak. My friend, thank you for stepping in to help, but this black-furred electric buffalo has already been badly wounded by us. You came at the right time, so you got the better end of the deal. Lam Tu turned back and asked. So he immediately turned angry, his face darkening as he pointed at them and asked, Are you the ones who own the mutant of this black-furred electric buffalo? The long-haired Den still wore a smug smile as he replied, Truly clever. We worked hard and can't let you take all the profit. Well, if you've contributed a bit of super strength, then I'm not a petty person either. I'll give you the pearl. Lam Tu had calmed down by now, but his eyes were bloodshot inside. You think you can steal the rare star from me? Dream on, sweetheart. On the surface, he replied cheerfully, If you guys killed it, then you can take the rare beast's essence. I'm not going to fight you for it. The long-haired man smugly approached the buffalo and spoke. Consider yourself lucky, kid. Then he swung a knife, his eyes blazing. This is a rare level 6 evolved beast star. The mad buffalo suddenly opened its two blood-red eyes, then stood up and charged straight at the long-haired guy, sending him flying. It let out a cry, mooing like a cow. The long-haired guy gritted his teeth, anxiously watching the raging mad bull charging forward. The long-haired guy was gored across the chest by the bull's horn, and he couldn't help but feel the pain. Damn. Lam Tu then charged forward with full force, stabbing his spear straight into the buffalo's eye. The beast finally collapsed and a notification sounded. Killed level 6 black-furred mad buffalo, gained 22 million experience points. The long-haired guy here was angry and trembling in pain. Damn it, you did it on purpose. Do you know if that bull is dead yet? Lam Tu calmly said it was his own carelessness. What does it have to do with me? Who knows if that beast was dead or not? The long-haired guy was so angry his face turned pale. You. Truongdiu hurriedly advised. Just let it go. Lai Tam, hurry up and go. Sister is worried. That black-furred electric beast was indeed killed by him. Then he kindly took out a red stone and said, Brother, we really need the rare spirit of this black-furred mad beast, so can I trade you this rare spirit for it? It's also a level 6 rare spirit, and it's from a fire-type evolved beast which can help you a lot. Lam Tu saw that this person seemed decent, so he immediately reached out to accept it. All right, let's trade. This black-furred mad beast belongs to you. Then he drew the sword from his back and asked, That's right, brother. Have you ever seen this long sword before? Or maybe a cold silver-haired girl? A guy with spiky hair raised his hand and said, I've seen that sword before. Hearing this, Lam Tu quickly approached, shook him, and eagerly asked, You've seen it? Where did you see it? Did anything happen at that time? The boy recalled and said, At that time I saw a cold-faced girl with silver hair using this sword. She was being chased and hunted by many people. The leader was a woman with a mechanical arm. Lam Tu then offered his analysis, the mechanical arm. Is the woman the enemy of Lak Nguyen? But the boy with spiky hair pointed at the sword and asked, Why is it only the Than Trong sword? So what about that girl, how is she? Lam Tu sighed and replied, I'm looking for her too. Thank you for the information you provided. Goodbye then. After saying that, the two of them turned and left. After a while, the two of them rested by the fire. He said, Sister Tio, you go to sleep first. I'll train and keep watch through the night. After hearing that, Tio Nuoc Tui stretched, revealing all her curves, and said, Our Dai Lam is so gallant, I'll go to bed early to take care of my beauty. You have to be truly beautiful so that standing next to Dai Lam doesn't embarrass him, she teased, making Lam Tu blush. Then he took out the strange crystal from earlier and thought, What does this have to do with whether I lose face or not? After thinking, he absorbed the crystal, and a powerful aura radiated from him. Suddenly, throwing knives came flying one after another. Lam Tu opened his eyes in panic, and Tiu Nuoc Tui quickly woke up as well. Both of them jumped to the side to dodge the two throwing knives. They both drew their weapons together. Lam Tu Danmach angrily asked, Who? At this moment, Kubo Daiki appeared with dark energy, and I finally found you. Lam Tu spoke up and asked, Simpis? Oh, Shaskimi. Are you a member of the Black Thread Society? He was on high alert, assessing a level 7 martial artist. Furious, he thrust his sword forward and said, I am Kurokawa, the leader of the Black Stream Society. You dare kill my wife, I will carve you into pieces. Lam Tu remained calm, pointed at him, and asked, If you are the head of the Black River Society, aren't you also within the bounty range? As he spoke, his eyes lit up with the Chinese character for money, while Tayo Nuoc Tui beside him was extremely alarmed. Lam Tu poured some water, spat, and pointed at Kubo Daiki, asking, "What is the bounty on your head?" "You know?" Kubo Daiki also asked very seriously about my bounty. But Lam Tu looked left and right, then sighed and said, "This place is deep in the dark jungle. Would the Allied forces dare to come and collect the bounty? Forget it. I can just take a photo of your picture and wait until we get out of the dark forest to claim the reward from the Allied forces." Saying that, he quickly dropped his phone and took a shot. Kubo Daiki saw this and got even angrier, shouting, "That arrogant brat!" Lam Tu smiled smugly. "Foolish. Just a few words and I've already manipulated his mind." Now he's starting to use the 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. A powerful flame surged forward, taking the shape of a phoenix. Tunyuak Tui also raised her fan and unleashed the butterfly dance technique. A fan was thrown out, forming a circle along with a powerful force. Kubo Daiki then firmly gripped his sword, full of disdain. "Two ants trying to kill me." Then he used the flying dragon slash to strike out a sword energy. Tunyuak Tui's fan was knocked back when it collided with the sword energy. She was stunned as that single strike tore the flames of Bak Jiutriofeng apart. Lam Tu was also extremely shocked to see that. Damn, a strike that shattered the flames. Kubo Daiki started moving his feet, swinging with even greater force, shouting, "Go to hell!" Lam Tu stood there worried, thinking, too fast, damn it, there's no way to dodge. He used Earth Dragon Slash again, striking the ground with one sword, splitting the earth in two and sending rocks flying everywhere. Kubo Daiki was stunned and exclaimed, "It can be blocked again. This is a trap." No, the defense is much stronger than a guard. Lam Tu, having just dodged a deadly strike, breathed a sigh of relief and thought, although both are level 7, this guy is much stronger than that woman. Luckily, the passive defense of a level 5 martial artist was activated, or I would have been dead for sure. Tunyuak Tui turned to warn, "Dailiam, this guy is not easy to deal with. Be careful." Meanwhile, Kubo Daiki was still watching the two of them in surprise, wondering how a level 5 martial artist could block his full force strike. He was sure this kid was using some trick others couldn't see. At the same time, Lam Tu unleashed the violent rain spear technique, countless spears raining down from above to attack him. Kubo Daiki quickly swung his sword, gritting his teeth and thinking, "I have to see how many of my strikes you can block." He once again used the flying dragon slash technique, releasing a single strike that cut Lam Tu's spears in half, while Lam Tu was hit by the sword energy and had to retreat to dodge. Kubo Daiki couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "Nani, all blocked. Where's that cheating defense trick from before?" But Lam Tu quickly used the mirror clone technique, his body dissolving into nothingness. Kubo Daiki became even more panicked. Another clone, too. Lam Tu now appeared behind him again. He simultaneously used two combined techniques, Icebone and Violent Dance Spear. The powerful spear thrusts charged toward Kubo Daiki, leaving him terrified. Damn, why is it Ice attribute? Wasn't it Fire attribute just now? Kubo Daiki struggled to swing his sword in defense while wondering. The ice from Lam Tu's technique had now fused together, freezing his legs. Tunyuak Tui seized Kubo Daiki's weakness and cheerfully said, "Good opportunity." Without hesitation, she immediately threw her fan and used the butterfly dance technique. The fan quickly struck Kubo Daiki's arm, causing a wound. He scowled and shouted, "Baka, you two damn ants dare to hurt me." Then he shouted angrily, "Go to hell!" His words were followed by countless furious slashes of sword energy from Kubo Daiki. Lam Tu used the clone mirror again, his body dissolving into thin air, only to reappear behind Kubo Daiki. He quickly turned around and said irritably, "Humph, I've known that was a clone for a long time. You think you can fool me twice with the same trick?" His eyes suddenly turned dangerous. Two streams of sword energy were then slashed out by Kubo Daiki with satisfaction. Lam Tu couldn't dodge in time and took both sword strikes. Then he said in confusion, "How is this possible?" Kubo Daiki arrogantly pointed and said, "Kid, go down to hell and atone for your sins." Ha ha ha. But at this moment, Lam Tu's body vanished into thin air once again, and he used the mirror clone technique. Kubo Daiki was now panicked, gritting his teeth. How come it's still a clone? What kind of martial art is this? How can he create clones twice in a row? He didn't notice that a sinister red smoke had appeared around him. But by the time he realized it, his entire body was already engulfed in the smoke. Kubo Daiki spun around in panic. This is an illusion. He has now fallen into an illusion. The weapon glowed bright red, and the space around seemed to collapse. Lam Tu had once again used the Heavenly Dragon City Breaker. An image of a giant general appeared behind him. Kubo Daiki could only look up in surprise. What move is that? It's so powerful. He immediately swung his sword to use the diamond technique. Behind Kubo Daiki appeared a creature neither dragon nor snake, then arrogantly shouted, "Brat, even though your move is strong, how can the weakest level 5 fighter beat me?" His sword slash unleashed the Black Dragon Frenzy. Slash, and at the same time, the strange creature opened its wide mouth and lunged forward. The creature fought alongside the Heavenly Dragon General, creating earth-shattering explosions and a massive blast in the sky. The pressure from the explosion radiated outward, causing the earth and rocks to shatter. After the move ended, Kubo Daiki was blasted back, sliding a long distance across the ground. As for Lam Tu, he seemed to be at a disadvantage, his body thrown into the air, his hand losing control and dropping the spear. Yeah, seeing that, Teo Nuok Tui was terrified and shouted out, "Dai Lam." Lam Tu's whole body fell heavily to the ground, creating a large dent, blood spitting from his mouth. After propping himself up to sit, he grimaced in pain and sighed, "No wonder a level 7 martial artist could break through my Heavenly Dragon Wall so easily. Kubo Daiki over here is extremely proud. Even a chicken like you dying under my diamond martial skill is an honor for you." Lam Tu spat out a mouthful of blood with disdain and replied, "Let him crave that honor," he thought. Luckily, he had the rage skill to freeze time. Activating rage mode, launching the most powerful strike. If I can't kill him, I'll at least seriously injure him. Just as I was about to unleash my fury, someone suddenly spoke from behind. "Hey, are you looking for this sword?" Lam Tu turned around in surprise and then asked, "Who?" The footsteps were approaching his backpack, then without any hesitation picked it up. Lam Tu scowled angrily and shouted, "Damn it, that sword is mine, give it back." Kubo Daiki raised his sword and asked, "Who are you?" "Don't interfere in your business." The stranger still faced Lam Tu and asked again, "Answer me. Where did you find this sword?" In an instant, he appeared right in front of Lam Tu. Lam Tu grew even angrier and shouted, pulling his dirty hand away, but the stranger calmly caught his spear and still wore a cheerful expression as he said, "When that Japanese guy hit you so hard earlier, you didn't seem this angry." Lam Tu was momentarily startled, wondering how he could possibly fend off the spear with his bare hands. The stranger then raised the sword in his hand and continued, "Looks like this sword means a lot to you." Kubo Daiki watched the two of them anxiously, thinking that the strange guy was very strong, and wondering why he felt like they knew each other. Then he started calculating. No, if that guy really came to help, he was sure to lose, so he had to strike first to gain the advantage. Then he gritted his teeth and swung his sword again, using the Black Dragon Frenzy slash. The stranger finally exuded a dark aura, turned around and said, "A fly dares to ambush me." Then, casually holding the sword in his hand, the stranger drew it from its sheath and released a powerful aura. Kuboiki saw this and turned pale with fear. The stranger coldly slashed out countless powerful sword energies with the star-shattering slash, leaving Lam Tu watching in shock, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Damn, does a 7-star martial artist get cut down by one strike like that? Incredible. Teo Nuok Tui, standing nearby, was equally stunned. Lam Tu, reading the notification from the system screen, thought to himself, no wonder the system couldn't display his news. An 8th-level martial artist. After finishing up, the stranger turned around with a charismatic look that made everyone ask, "How is it? I've helped you two get rid of the trouble." As a thank you, can you two tell me any news about this sword? Lam Tu said irritably, clutching his spear. "I didn't ask you to pull it out, but I regret it deep down." Stealing my experience points. But still didn't forget to raise his phone to take a picture of Kubo Daiki's body, thinking he was a level 7 fighter. All those experience points just blew away with the wind. The stranger found that behavior strange and asked Ibai, "What are you doing?" Lam Tu quickly explained, "Is this guy a wanted criminal of some sort?" "See, there's no signal here, so I took a photo first and will claim the reward from the Alliance once we're outside." His eyes gleamed brightly, as if the word money was about to appear right above them. The stranger then slapped his forehead in frustration and said, "You really are a strange person." Silently he thought, "Sigh, since I killed the person, the reward should rightfully be mine, shouldn't it?" Then he started pointing at Lam Tu and continued, "If I'm not mistaken, you must be Lam Tu from the Holy Domain Academy, right?" Lam Tu then put his phone in his pocket, his cheeks slightly flushed, and asked, "How do you know my name?" "We don't know each other, do we?" The stranger looked at the sword in his hand and explained, "The owner of this sword told me." Lam Tu then became anxious, pointing at the other person and speaking loudly. "Lak Nuit told you. You know Lak Nuit." The stranger then smiled warmly and said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Lakuat. Lak Nuit is my younger sister." After hearing this, Lam Tu was even more shocked and couldn't help but blurt it out. "Ah, so you're the brother-in-law?" No wonder Teo Nuok Tui, standing nearby, was so jealous she was furious. Moments later, Lam Tu returned to his calm demeanor and happily shook hands with Lakuat, saying that he could really see the resemblance between him and Lac Nuit. Lakuat felt unable to keep up with how quickly he was changing his attitude. But Lam Tu kept talking. But until now, Lac Nuit has never told me she has an older brother. You came looking for Lac Nuit too? Lakuat replied cheerfully. I originally went to the Sacred Domain Academy to find her, but I heard she went alone into the dark jungle, so I came here to look for her. Suddenly, Lam Tu sighed and said, I heard from some fighters that Lac Nuit was chased and hunted by an enemy, apparently a woman with a mechanical arm. Lakuat then began to ponder. An enemy? A woman with a mechanical arm? Does Lac Nuit really have such an enemy? Seeing that expression, Lam Tu said bitterly, Hey, aren't you Lac Nuit's older brother? You don't even know your sister's enemy? Lakuat forced a smile and explained, Well, I've always been training outside, rarely going home. Then he put his arm around Lam Tu's shoulder and he said, You came looking for her too? Let's go together. With me here, I guarantee no one will dare to mess with you. Lam Tu then asked, Do you know where Lac Nuit is? Lakuat raised both hands helplessly and replied, I don't know. But knowing my sister, to escape her enemies, she would have to stir up trouble. Lam Tu was left speechless by this person. Then Lakuat continued, So she will definitely go to where the fighters gather in the dark forest now. Where are the most fighters? Lam Tu was shocked after hearing this. Did he mean that Lac Nuit, like the others, might be at Bang Lien Hua? But how does he know where Bang Lien Hua is? He asked a bit dejectedly. In response, Lakuat reached into his chest pocket and pulled out an object like a game controller, showing it off. Look, I have a device to track Bang Lien Hua. Lam Tu was speechless, thinking, Are you really here to find Lac Nuit and not Bang Lien Hua? But Lakuat immediately put his arm around Lam Tu's shoulder and started walking while he was still in disbelief. Let's go. After regaining his composure, Lam Tu asked, Can this device really locate the Ice Lotus flame? Lakuat replied calmly, Of course. Then he pointed ahead and told me to look, saying he had found something. There were people up ahead. Lam Tu was speechless again and replied, I already saw them. Ahead of them was a group of people chatting and laughing loudly. Lam Tu glanced and added, It seems your device can't detect the Ice Lotus fire, huh? It probably only senses people. Lakuat calmly put the item away and replied, The warriors who dare to operate in this dark forest all come here to get the Ice Lotus fire, so the Ice Lotus fire must be in this direction. Hearing that, Lam Tu continued, If they came here to find the Ice Chain fire, they will definitely see us as thieves and quickly eliminate us. Lakuat then decisively said, If they dare to make a move against us, kill them all. After hearing that, Lam Tu thought of Lac Nuit and said, Killing them all is fine. He couldn't help but remark, That tone really does sound like someone. The group approached arrogantly, each with a different hairstyle, and one of them glanced over mockingly as more arrived. Another guy sneered, saying there were only 3 of them and they didn't seem very strong. Even the bald guy mocked them. Ha 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 ha, 3 lousy chickens daring to come steal the Ice Fire Band. Lam Tu still wore a friendly expression and waved at them. Big brothers, don't be tense. This little brother isn't here to steal the Flame Gang from you. I just want to ask if anyone has seen a cold, beautiful girl with silver hair. At that moment, he pressed his face close to the yellow-haired guy. He still acted arrogantly and said, Kid, the rules of the underworld are clear. If you want information, you have to pay. Lam Tu chuckled darkly in response. Of course you need money, but it depends on whether the information you provide is worth it. The guy with the yellow hair then held out his hand and said, Look at the heavy bag behind you. How about you open it up first so I can see if there's anything worth the money? If I find something interesting, I'll share the information with you. After hearing that, Lam Tu waved his hand and said, Hey, no hard feelings. Fine then. You go straight ahead and find someone else to ask. Suddenly, the yellow-haired guy raised his weapon to block him. Then, with bloodshot eyes and a dangerous look, he said, Brat bothering me and still trying to leave. Lam Tu calmly raised his spear and replied, Or what, you want to invite this guy to dinner? But without hesitation, he pointed it straight at him. He quickly raised his axe to defend himself, but his expression showed some difficulty. Too fast. Then both the man and the axe were thrown straight backward. The guys who came along saw their comrade in trouble, but not only did they not help, they just laughed. Ha ha. Atam, can you handle this? Even a rank 5 spirit can't be dealt with. The guy with the yellow hair, Tam, angrily pointed and shouted, This guy has no professional ethics at all. Then he grabbed the weapon to help the person up and said angrily, Damn it, this time it's not something a level 2 alien can handle. Put that bag on your back down. As he spoke, he swung his weapon down fiercely. At that moment, Lam Tu and Atam charged at each other, while the others outside watched and chuckled. Suddenly, a red figure appeared and said, "Although this kid is only level 5, he can fight one-on-one with a level 6 martial artist." "Not bad. Lakuat has quite an eye for this," Lakuat said with satisfaction as he watched. Tiunyuk Tui stood behind and asked, "Aren't you going over there to help? Didn't you say before that with you here, no one would dare mess with us?" There was a hint of annoyance in her tone. Lakuat replied calmly, "He didn't ask for my help, and besides, I can tell Lam Tu won't lose out either." Then he turned to Tiunyuk Tui and asked, "Right, what are you to Lam Tu? Why do you keep following that kid around?" "Oh, I see. You also care about that kid? Are you my sister's rival?" Tiunyuk Tui immediately shouted to assert her claim. "I am Lam Tu's girlfriend. Your sister is the type to break the pot to steal the flour." Lakuat still smiled and said, "That's your business. What does it have to do with me?" Then kindly reminded her, "But I have to warn you, if you become my sister's rival, you better be careful. If she loses her mind, I can't protect you." On this side, those two were still fighting. Atam was standing idly in the smoke. One teammate egged him on. "Atam, you're at a disadvantage." Then the two guys came over and patted him on the shoulder. The punk said, "That's right. Do you need the two of us to help you?" Atam immediately annoyedly brushed his wife's hand away and said bluntly, "I don't even know what you two plan to do to me." The long-haired guy finally said, "Up to you guys, quick fight. Finish off that brat first, then we'll see." The long-haired guy and the buzz-cut guy excitedly rushed toward Lam Tu, saying, Hey, brat, prepare to die." They all swarmed around Lam Tu. Tiunyuk Tui angrily shouted, "You shoefaces, a bunch of level 6 guys attacking a level 5. Then she turned to Lakuat and asked, "Hey, are you just going to stand there and watch your sister's husband get killed?" Lakuat reluctantly said, "Who? I just saw him standing there steady as an old dog, planning to watch it all unfold." "Fine then, who told me to be his brother-in-law?" Tiunyuk Tui didn't say much more and swung both fans, using them as deadly weapons. The long-haired guy on this side caught the scent and glanced over, then smugly raised his weapon to defend as the fan flew back into Tiunyuk Tui's hand. She grabbed her weapon and said, "A bunch of bullies and a kid acting like we're invisible?" The long-haired man licked his lips with a vile hunger and said, "Pretty girl, I planned to deal with you last, but if you can't hold back, I won't be polite anymore." But before he could savor his triumph, countless sword strikes sliced through his body. The two remaining men turned pale with fear and exclaimed, "What? It's Lakuat using Tui Tin Tram again. Those sword energies cut through everything they pass." Their bodies were cut into pieces, and they could only scream in pain. The others behind them were equally terrified. One move and they're dead. Those guys from Atam are 6th-level martial artists. "Is he really that strong?" they said in shock as they looked at Lakuat. After killing, Lakuat still smiled and said, "No need to thank me. It's nothing." Lam Tu couldn't help but feel speechless, already furious inside. "I should be the one thanking you. You stole my reward. It's a level 6 martial artist worth a sea of experience points." After finishing, Lakuat turned back to the group. Those who preferred one-on-one fights or teaming up were already trembling with fear. At that moment, an older man with a full beard stepped forward and explained, "Senior, it was those 3 who were disrespectful and offended you. They were already killed by you. The items in their backpacks are also your spoils. We unintentionally attacked you, and we hope you, Senior, will show mercy and forgive us." As he spoke, he threw the backpacks of those guys down. Lakuat saw this expression and replied cheerfully, "Oh, you're quite reasonable." Then he turned and said to Lam Tu, "Lam Tu, go pawn those 3 guys' backpacks over here." He happily replied, "Yes, big brother." As he approached to pick up the bags, he happily thought, although there was no experience gained, getting this stash of rare crystals wasn't bad. Something is better than nothing. After dealing with the others, Lakuat waved goodbye. "Out of respect, I won't hold this against you anymore. Farewell." Then the 3 of them turned and left. A man with a ponytail poked his head out and asked the man with the beard, "Did the old king just let them go like that? That guy is at most peak level 7, and you're also level 7. Moreover, we have the numbers on our side." The man called the old king remained silent. Then he turned around seriously and said, "Can't you feel the killing intent that guy is giving off? Even though he's holding back, I can still sense the strong aura. That is the killing intent condensed within the sea of blood on Mount Thichan itself. If we make a move, we could all end up dead without a single survivor." Cut to, a while later, the 3 of them were still walking down the road. Lakuat walked ahead and said, "This kid's something else. standing up tough against a bunch of level 6 guys while you're level 5. Pretty brave. I'm impressed. As for the stuff in those unlucky guys' bags, you two can split it. He wasn't interested. Hearing that, Lam Tu happily exclaimed, "Thank you, brother." Then the two busily dumped out the pile of colorful, strange stars to divide between them. But Lakuat warned, "Still too weak." Lam Tu was sulking in front of the pile of strange stars, but lost interest when he heard that. The two brothers recalled the image of Lakuat saying he was still too weak, and he felt helpless, thinking he really was arrogant. Then suddenly, Lakuat seemed to sense something and hurriedly raised his hand to draw his sword. He quickly swung a strike backward. The giant bee silently flying toward them was sliced in half. Its body fell at Lakuat's feet. Lam Tu was wide-eyed in shock. A level 7 killer bee, one of the most poisonous creatures in the dark jungle. "Brother, how did you notice it? I truly admire your sharp intuition." Lakuat calmly replied to the killing intent as he sheathed his sword, then explained, "When it attacked me, I could sense its killing intent, including those before and the 3 martial artists just now. I narrowed my eyes as they launched their attack, and the murderous aura they emitted allowed me to identify their targets and predict their attack methods." Lam Tu scratched his head and said innocently, "Murderous aura, that invisible breath floating around, can you really sense and identify it?" Lakuat was a bit arrogant now. This kind of instinct can only be honed by bathing in a sea of blood and standing on a mountain of bones. His words revealed a pile of bones stacked like a mountain, showing he must have killed quite a few people. Then Lakuat's eyes suddenly turned fierce. "If you can't sense it, it just means you haven't killed enough people yet." Then Lakuat cheerfully said that Lakuat could also sense the killing intent of others and make predictions, but she hadn't killed as many people as he had, so she was still far behind him. Lam Tu fell silent after hearing that. Lakuat's decisive actions were because she sensed the opponent's killing intent, not just because of her hot temper. Would she really behead someone over a single disagreement? In his mind appeared an angry Lakuat raising her sword. Lakuat blushed a little and shyly said, "Yeah, that girl really does have a bit of a hot temper." Suddenly, a group of people flew towards them and a guy with yellow hair ran while shouting loudly. Lao Huyan sent a signal, confirming the location of the Lianhua gang. Several shadows dashed through the air, the one in front urging them to hurry. It was the mountain peak ahead. "Everyone, hurry up!" Lakuat has noticed them. Then he said to the two, "Did I just hear something? The ice chain flame has appeared." Lam Tu also guessed, seeing how hurried they were, it must be true. Lakuat looked at his item, which had now grown larger. Rarely panicked, he said, "The device is reacting. The golden finger is pointing towards the martial artists. Let's go. We should go too." But without hesitation, Song ran forward. The two Lam Tu also quickly followed, silently thinking that such excitement could only be because of the ice flame. At this moment, a bright crescent moon appeared in the sky. Below it, a tall mountain eroded around the edges, surrounded by gentle cloudsies. The martial artists below were trying to climb up by gripping with their hands. The 3 Lam Tu also arrived. Lakuat held the item in his hand and said, "This is the place. Climbing up the cliff, above must be the Ice Lotus Lake." He said this as he tucked the item into his shirt. But Lakuat immediately sat down, unleashing a surge of spiritual power, turned his head and said, "Rank 5, kid. I'm not waiting for you guys." With a single step of the immortal walk, he quickly leapt up, moving swiftly without any hindrance. Lam Tu below was still annoyed by the earlier remark. "So being high rank makes you so great? Let me show you the skills of this brother-in-law." Then he quickly crouched down to gain momentum, his whole body radiating spiritual power, and used a swift step to climb up, moving as swiftly as Lakuat. His eyes shone brightly as he used Snow Step to double his speed. Lakuat turned around, unable to hide his surprise. "Damn, your body technique is solid, not bad, kid." Meanwhile, Tiunyuak trembled all over below, climbing bit by bit with her hands, shouting, "The kid isn't chivalrous at all, doesn't even care about a weak girl," as she struggled to hold on to every jutting rock to climb up. Cut to the mountaintop where countless martial artists stand beside a large lake, seemingly waiting for something. Soon after, Tiunyuak climbs up, jumps down, and grumbles, I don't need you men to climb up for me." But when she saw the scene before her, she said in confusion, "So many people." She stepped behind her 2 companions and asked, "Why are all these fighters gathered here? Isn't the ice chain fire at the bottom of the lake right in front of us?" Lakuat took the opportunity to act like a senior and said, "You guys still don't understand this ice chain lake, do you?" So, to broaden your horizons, he kicked a nearby stone down into the lake. The stone instantly shattered into many pieces upon hitting the water, then broke down further into countless fragments, turning into pure nothingness above the hill. Both inexperienced youths saw the scene and exclaimed in unison. It crumbled into dust instantly. Lakuat began to explain that ever since the rare ice lotus fire artifact suddenly appeared here, it has altered the lake's original properties. The lake is now extremely cold. Anything that touches its water will turn into fire dust in the water. But warriors of level 6 and above can use their energy to resist the lake water as long as they are not injured and bleeding. But the energy consumption is too great, unless you risk absorbing the alien star to replenish your energy. Otherwise, you will turn to fine powder within 3 minutes. The ice lotus fire at the bottom of the lake probably hasn't bloomed yet. It can only be picked with a special tool after it blooms. So the warriors here are patiently waiting for the flower to bloom. Ha ha, this is the calm before the storm, he patiently explained to his 2 new mats. The little crawling boy Lam Tu looked around like a monkey searching for something, but there was no sign of Lak Nuyet. Didn't you say that Lak Nuyet might appear here? Lakuat evasively replied, I said maybe, not definitely. Suddenly, sounds began to come from the surface of the lake. Lam Tu sat down to observe and said, the water in the lake is changing. Lakuat immediately warned, if I were you, I'd stay a bit farther from the lake. Suddenly, a bunch of skeletons shot up straight, but their heads still had eyes and tongues sticking out, while the system also displayed a notification. 6th level evolved beast, the ice chain snake. After absorbing the primal force of the ice chain fire, it evolves into a venomous snake whose poison can turn hunters into fine powder. Lam Tu exclaimed in panic, Level 6, ice vine snake. But he quickly backed away and warned everyone, get back, this snake is highly venomous. Lakuat said in surprise, oh, this kid knows quite a bit. A martial artist who couldn't dodge in time was bitten by the ice lotus snake on the bicep. The martial artist cried out, ah, the ice chain snake is still biting. That flesh looks like it's melting and evaporating. Another fighter grabbed a blade and shouted to the bitten man, cut off that arm quickly, then decisively swung the blade down on the arm. The martial artist whose arm was cut off screamed in pain, my arm. The arm that fell was now just a small piece still steaming. The ice snakes were crawling up in greater numbers. The man holding the knife shouted a warning, fall back quickly, everyone else run in chaos. Don't get bitten by the snakes. One of them was unfortunately bitten by the ice snake on the thigh. He shouted, help me. Lakuat then turned to the 2 unrolled mats and said, did you see that? Even on the shore, you're not safe. The venom of this ice snake matches the lake's icy nature. The surface of the lake bubbled up again as another group of ice vine snakes surged forward. The martial artists shouted to warn each other, fall back, fall back! The blonde-haired man and his teammates panicked and turned to run. The ice chain snakes are coming again. A frozen snake opened its wide mouth and stuck out its tongue. It leapt onto Lam Tu's body, and he couldn't help but panic. Damn, it can shoot that far too? Then he immediately used the 100 birds facing the phoenix, a giant flame appearing with each of his spear strikes, forming a phoenix head to counter the charging ice snake. Immediately, the ice snake was burned by the flames until it cried out. After a while, its entire body was reduced to just a short piece. Suddenly, a step appeared and a voice spoke up. Ah, ha. He was a red-haired man wearing 2 pairs of glasses like a display. He continued, hey kid, your fire skills are amazing. How about teaming up with us to get the ice lotus together, he said, inviting them warmly. Lam Tu replied frankly, sorry, I already have a team. Hearing this, the man shamelessly came closer and grabbed Huich's shoulder, trying to pull him along. You only have 3 people, and just 1 at level 7, your strength is too weak. Look over there, those people are always watching you like a tiger stalking its prey. They seem to have bad intentions toward you. Lam Tu glanced to one side and asked, are you talking about those guys? The old kings were staring at him with intense auras, but Lam Tu calmly replied, I already killed 3 of them before. They didn't even dare to fight. You think we're afraid of them? The stranger continued. It seemed they had found some strong allies to help, then placed a hand on Lam Tu Bao's shoulder, saying, so you should reconsider whether to let us join. If you use your flame skill to help us deal with the ice snake, once we get the ice lotus, you won't miss out on your share of the fire. Lam Tu waved his hand without a second thought and refused. No team, if they dare to make a move, just let them come. Hearing this, the man finally revealed his true face and began drawing his sword. Fine. If you refuse, Lam Tu, then I'll get serious. He swung his sword and shouted, then you are the enemy, go die! Lam Tu quickly raised his spear to defend. This strike was a bit difficult, causing his knee to buckle. Once done, Lam Tu began to expose the truth. So you're actually on the same side as them, right? 7th level martial artist Kim Sun-seon. Trying to sneak an attack while I'm not paying attention? You're a level 7 martial artist, but is that how dirty you play? The system board also displayed a notification at this moment. Kim Sun-seon, level 7 martial artist. He heard that and panicked, asking, "How do you know my name?" Lam-tu pointed at him with a mocking grin, and Kim Sun-seon, enraged, swung his sword wildly while shouting, "Fuck, die for me!" The move he used is called self-slashing. The old king then raised his weapon and shouted to his comrades, "They killed 3 of ours. Do they think we'll just swallow the bitterness and take the loss? Now we have 4 level 7 fighters. They only have 1, brothers. Kill them." Then those guys started surrounding the 3 of Lam-tu. Lakuat radiated killing intent, calmly drew his sword and said coolly, "4 level 7 fighters, impressive, huh? Ha ha ha, looks like today we can unleash a great slaughter." But Lakuat still reminded his 2 new disciples, "You 2 take care of yourselves. Later when they fight in a group, I won't be able to care about you guys." After hearing that, Tui angrily pointed and shouted, "Hey, didn't you guarantee that no one would dare mess with us?" "That's just a lie," Lakuat explained casually. "I'm just letting Lam-tu practice. If you want to truly feel the sharp aura, you have to experience surviving death first. Then my whole body radiates spiritual energy as I leap up and counterattack." Lam-tu killed all the enemies with aura alongside the kid. At this moment, Lam-tu didn't say much and charged forward, spear swinging to kill. Tui also fought alongside them. The 3 of them charged through, each killing their enemies with a single strike. Kim Sun-seon sneered and pointed at Lam-tu. "You're the weakest. I'll deal with you first." Lam-tu was truly worried now, thinking to himself that although this guy was only early level 7, he was not someone a level 5 like him could easily handle, and without using his rage skill, he wasn't confident at all. "I still haven't found Lakuat, so I can't use this final trump card yet. This guy thinks I'm a soft target and seems to seriously underestimate me." He tried to defend against his attack. Then he started to strategize, realizing he had to strike unexpectedly. At that moment, the martial artists waiting shouted, "The ice snake is coming again! Everyone fall back! Fall back!" They scattered in panic while Kim Sun-seon still stood with his back turned, as if unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, an ice snake flicked out its long tongue, threatening to attack Kim Sun-seon, who was startled and exclaimed fatefully before rushing forward excitedly, saying, "Kid, at least your death will have meaning." He circled behind Lam-tu and smugly said, "Be my decoy." Lam-tu couldn't help but curse. Damn it! The snake had its jaws wide open ready to bite, but he quickly used the clone mirror, his body vanishing into thin air. Kim Sun-seon was only then startled. Ah, so it was a clone? This damn brat dared to trick me again. The snake was now almost biting his arm, but Kim Sun-seon's expression showed no fear as he raised his hand, forming a circle of spiritual energy. The ice snake could only bite into the circle. After a while, his hand was still intact. He said proudly, "But a tiny snake like that won't be able to break through my defense." Suddenly, Lam-tu appeared behind Kim Sun-seon and asked, "So what if I join in? Still can't break your defense?" But he gripped the spear tightly with all his strength and unleashed a powerful strike. Each spear thrust shattered his defensive shield. Kim Sun-seon turned around in panic to see his defense shattered, his arm already bitten by the ice snake. He cried out in horror, "Ah, it hurts so much." Tears and snot streamed out from the pain, his face already pale as Kim Sun-seon pressed the sword to his arm as if to cut it off himself. He gritted his teeth in pain, slashing down as he spoke. At the same time, Lam-tu on this side took advantage of using the 100-bird soaring phoenix and taunted, "How does the extreme cold fire taste? I'll give you an even hotter spark to fuel the fire." Kim Sun-seon snarled in fury, his whole body radiating a fierce killing intent. "Just relying on your level 5 kid and still wanting to kill me?" Then he raised his sword with one hand to block the charging head of the 100-bird soaring phoenix, but he was quickly knocked backward by that flame. Lam-tu said cheerfully, "Of course I know this move won't kill you. I just need to knock you away." Kim Sun-seon then turned pale, looking back at the clear blue water of the nearby lake waiting for him. He couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, finally a fitting end for a despicable man." Kim Sun-seon fell with a splash into the lake, his face corroded and pocked, surfacing to scream. After a while, only a few scraps of clothing remained on the boiling surface of the lake. The martial artists above were horrified, each commenting in disbelief. Could a level 7 martial artist really die like that? This ice lotus pond is terrifying. It must be because he had his left arm severed and was already injured, making it easy for the ice lotus pond to consume him. That's right. If the flesh is intact, just fully activating the protective energy will definitely hold out for a while. The old kings here were still fiercely attacking Lam Tu, shouting, "Die! Kill that brat! Die!" A shout warned, "Watch out for the ice lotus snake!" At that moment, an ice lotus snake silently lunged at its prey. Lam Tu immediately turned around to observe, then used the mirror clone, which vanished into thin air, just as the ice snake bit across. The red-robed man panicked when the ice snake lunged at him, only to find it was another clone. Then a ponytailed guy rushed over to save his teammate, swinging his spear to knock the snake away. Trying to use the same move twice. The snake's head turned toward Lam Tu, and he was extremely panicked. The clone was destroyed. This is bad. Then Lam Tu was bitten on the arm by the snake, and he cried out in pain. Tio Nyuak Tui turned around and shouted in panic. At that moment, Dai Lam Lakuat also turned back with a dangerous look. Suddenly, Lam Tu's eyes lit up, realizing he was unharmed. He looked at his two arms in surprise. One arm radiated fire energy, the other water energy. He guessed to himself, could it be because he was using both water and fire attributes at the same time? The others nearby gritted their teeth in frustration. How can it be bitten by the ice snake without being burned by the fire? Why isn't it affected at all? Damn, this time they're coming at us in full force. Everyone be careful. At that moment, a swarm of countless ice snakes surged forward together. While one ice snake was still fiercely biting Lam Tu's arm, he came up with some clever idea. Heh, I have a bold idea. Then he spread his arms and closed his eyes, letting all the ice vine snakes bite and tear at him. The martial artists were horrified to see that. Is that guy crazy? Why would he hug that pile of ice snakes? What a strange guy. He just got bitten by a frozen viper, but didn't get poisoned at all. He just got lucky. Being bitten by 5 or 6 ice chain snakes at once would definitely turn anyone to dust. But Lam too got bitten, and still joked around without being dissolved at all. But the bite did hurt a bit. Then he turned back and gave a sly smile. Heh. Without hesitation, Lam Tu charged straight at the group of old kings. They were terrified. What are you planning to do? Don't come here. Ouch! The others ran off screaming, one after another. Oh, help me. Help me. You don't come over here. The martial artists outside saw this scene and shivered with fear. Is that even a human? Truly no sense of martial honor. Damn, that person is really using the snake's power. It's too dangerous. Better not provoke it. There are countless splashes in the lake and desperate screams. Now there's a giant ice snake opening its mouth and lunging up. The crowd shouted warnings to each other. Damn, an even bigger one is coming. Everyone be careful. Even Lam too couldn't help but use his strength. Damn, how big is it? The man with the ponytail was still being bitten by a snake, causing him to scream in pain. The king cobra had firmly clamped its mouth on him, then opened its wide jaws again. Its body threw Lam Tu off, and he couldn't react in time, so he was flung away. Yeah. Lam Tu's whole body was now falling freely through the air, about to hit the surface of the lake. He panicked, unaware of what was happening. And finally he plunged straight down into the lake, water splashing everywhere. Those above saw this and cheered with joy, one of them said with great satisfaction. Ha 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 ha, hanging someone on it and it doesn't thrash you around would be strange. You reap what you sow, kid. Tu Nuoc Tui was shocked and called out. Dai Lam, Dai Lam. Lakuat held her back to reassure her, telling her not to go over there and be careful of that big snake. That kid was bitten by the snake but didn't use fire and fell into the pit, so he's probably fine. The Ice Lotus Snake King suddenly rose up. The guys who were laughing earlier were soon horrified as they were thrown aside. Quickly move aside, attack. Everyone together, attack it. The scene shifts to Lam Tu, who is now sinking underwater, but his body remains intact and uncorroded. His whole body floated in the water, surrounded by a few snakes slithering around, his body seemingly enveloped by some kind of spiritual energy. He opened his eyes and thought, although bitten by small snakes without venom, his entire body submerged in the Ice Lotus Lake still felt intense pain. However, by surrounding the whole body with primal energy, it might be possible to hold out for a while. Since I've fallen into the lake, I might as well look for the Ice Lotus fire. As he thought this, he began to swim using his energy, and when he reached a spot with a streak of light, he made a guess. Is the white light at the bottom of the lake the Ice Lotus fire? But when looking closer, it was the silhouette of a girl with long hair. She turned around to reveal her face more clearly. Lam Tu was so shocked he couldn't help but exclaim, Lac Nuit was on the surface of the lake, and everything fell silent into the darkness. Underwater, Lam Tu was still amazed. Lac Nuit, it really was Lac Nuit. At this moment, Lac Nuit also saw him and wondered silently why he was here. Lam Tu flailed his arms comically, saying, "I came to find you, but got knocked into the lake by those guys up there. I wonder if Lac Nuit understands my sign language." Lac Nuit looked at him with a puzzled expression, wondering what this fool was trying to say with all his gestures. Then she came closer, grabbed Lam Tu's hand and pulled him along, leaving him confused about where she was taking him. The two of them walked toward the streak of light, Lam Tu's eyes wide with amazement. Could this be the ice fire chain? Before them was a blue flower, but its petals were still flames clustered together. He silently guessed it hadn't fully bloomed yet. Bubbles rose from below. Around the two of them, countless water spheres also appeared. Lam Tu worriedly thought, "What is going on? Is there an earthquake at the bottom of the lake?" Suddenly, the petals of the Lianhua ice began to bloom, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "The flowers are blooming." The dazzling petals started to spread out brilliantly. The people fighting above were also startled by the strange phenomenon. One of the leaders looked worried. What's going on? Could it be an earthquake?" The group stopped to watch as the tremors came from the lake, glowing water swirling into a vortex. Cheers erupted. "The ice lotus fire has bloomed. The ice lotus fire has bloomed," someone screamed as if going mad. "Ha ha ha! The ice lotus fire is mine. No one can take it from me," then quickly jumped straight down. The others saw this and excitedly jumped in after him. Ice lotus. "Fire, here I come. Let's go steal the ice lotus fire," Tiu Nyuk Tui asked worriedly. "With so many people jumping into the lake, is Lam Tu okay down at the bottom?" Lakuat cheerfully reassured, "That guy Do is a notorious troublemaker. Just ignore him. Everything will be fine." The martial artists are now competing fiercely, swimming down with all their strength. Lam Tu looked up anxiously. "This is bad. All the martial artists have jumped into the lake. Is the battle for the fire band about to start?" Suddenly, a hand tapped him on the shoulder. Lac Nuit pointed towards a large rock. Lam Tu's cheeks flushed, thinking it was right to hide and let them fight like dogs. Then the two of them swam to hide behind the big rock. The reckless martial artist who went first now swam over with a greedy look on his face. "The ice chain flame is mine." Suddenly, he was struck in the back by a sword wielded by another martial artist. Struck by another sword blow, he cried out in pain. The swordsman holding the sword then cheerfully said, "Get over there." The one who was slashed gritted his teeth in anger. "Damn it!" Then his face began to corrode, and he cried out in despair. After a while, only a tattered piece of clothing remained in the blue water. Countless others also began fighting among themselves. "The ice fire lotus is mine. Go die. Kill them all." After a while, all that was left of those people were torn clothes and their final defiant screams. Meanwhile, a shirtless man with a mohawk gave a wicked smile. He reached out toward the ice fire lotus, laughing excitedly. Almost got it. His hand was about to touch the flower. Lam Tu watched anxiously, thinking this is bad, it's about to be snatched away. But just as that hand grabbed the flower stem, the guy suddenly screamed in pain. His whole body was rapidly corroded by something like acid, and he screamed in agony. "Why is this happening? I'm not willing to accept this." Lam Tu was still horrified by the scene. "Damn, it's dissolving completely. Looks like I can't touch the ice chain fire with my bare hands directly." Meanwhile, he didn't notice a man with two glowing eyes holding a sword creeping up from behind, wearing a mask of pure satisfaction as he swung the blade down. Suddenly, Con reached into his pocket and opened his mouth wide. He exclaimed in panic, "What is this?" Guang then jumped up and bit the bad guy's face. "Ouch!" Guang gritted his teeth and stomped on him. The guy was thrown down, crying out in pain. Then he shared the same fate as the others, screaming, "Ah, ya, ya, ah." Guang then grinned indifferently. Lam Tu was still shocked. Damn, someone hit him, damn it. Fortunately, Con stepped in just in time. The others fighting over here also started to pay attention. It's that kid." Lam Tu's expression showed silent frustration. "Damn, we've been spotted. Those guys keep exposing us. It's exactly the guy on the shore right now. Is it still not dead? Who is the kid next to it? Damn it. Hiding there means it definitely wants to take advantage of the situation." As they said that, they rushed towards the two Lam Tu people. Those guys rushed over while cursing non-stop. "We have to take it down first." It was already annoying on the shore just now. The one-eyed guy fiercely stabbed his sword down. Lam Tu quickly dodged to the side. He shouted at the others. Damn, you guys stole from yourselves. What are you doing at your old man's place? But since I'm underwater, I can't use fire skills. Still, this move might come in handy. Thinking quickly, he began to use the fierce silver lightning field. His eyes turned white as he punched the guy hard in the stomach. He fell freely down below, screaming in pain. After a moment, the whole group cried out as if shocked by electricity. Boo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Lam-Tu looked at his hand and thought with satisfaction. Wow, I didn't expect my fierce electric pulse to have such a powerful range, hitting like a divine skill. Then he got surrounded by others who kept cursing, "Damn brat, how dare you strike us first? Kill him!" Lam-Tu pointed at his face innocently and said, Hey, why are you all surrounding me? I barely even hit anyone. Electricity conducts through water. What does that have to do with me? Suddenly his eyes lit up with a strange glow. Lac Nguyen was going to steal the ice chain fire, and now she was rushing forward seriously. One fighter gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, that brat is about to get the ice chain fire. Then he swung his weapon and charged, shouting, Keep dreaming, you won't steal it from me. But Lam-Tu quickly appeared and kicked him. He thought to himself, maybe Lac Nguyen saw that their fierce silver hall leader could hold them off for a short time. After finishing the calculation, Lam-Tu used the electric shock move again, stunning the whole group at once. Meanwhile, Lac Nguyen approached the flower carefully and sliced a card across the ice fire flower. After finishing, Lac Nguyen waited there for a moment, while Lam-Tu watched her from below. After a while, Lac Nguyen raised 2 fingers up to signal. Let's go, back to shore. He understood the meaning and smiled in response. Those struggling with the electric shock were startled when they saw that. The Ice Lotus flame has been stolen. What is that card in that brat's hand? Why aren't they dissolving? The martial artists then turned their attack towards Lac Nguyen, shouting wildly, Great! The ice chain flame has been stolen. If we kill that brat, the ice chain flame will be mine. Lam-Tu still smiled widely, laughing all the way to his ears. Ha ha, our little Nguyen is still amazing. You guys better stop now. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a punch at the group, causing them to cry out in pain from the electric shock once again. He continued to use the Silver Thunder Fierce Strike repeatedly. Silver Lightning Fury Chief. Those shocked guys still haven't shut their mouths and keep cursing. You filthy little brat, just you wait. I'll tear you into 100 pieces. At the same time, Lam-Tu gently urged the other to head ashore. Let's go quickly. Then the 2 of them jumped out of the water. Lac Nguyen was still safe, holding the linked fire band. After seeing Lam-Tu appear, Teo Nguyen Tui anxiously ran over and called out loudly to Dai Lam. Holding Lam-Tu's head tightly against her chest, she happily said, It's good that you're okay. You sounded like you were about to suffocate while shouting. Yeah. Suddenly, the eyes of the 2 women met. Lac Nguyen asked coldly, Who is she? Teo Nguyen Tui also asked irritably, Who is she? Lam-Tu, standing between the 2 girls, hesitated a bit and said cautiously, Oh, let me introduce. This is my senior Teo Nguyen Tui, and this is my classmate Lac Nguyen. Teo Nguyen Tui Ten leaned close to Lac Nguyen and said, So you're the vixen who stole my Da Lam. Lac Nguyen wasn't about to back down and shot back something sharp. Her face turned pale. Teo Nguyen Tui was furious. What did she say? Say that again if you dare. Lac Nguyen replied firmly. You want to die? Then I'll make it happen for you. Seeing this, Lam-Tu immediately raised his hand to stop them, but it was insignificant. Hey, we're all family here. Lakuat also smiled brightly and spoke up. Hey, dear little sister, does seeing your big brother happy make you happy too? Lac Nguyen was so angry she fumed and shouted, I don't have a brother like you. Get out of the way. Teo Nguyen Tui also crazily joined in. If you have nothing to do, then get lost. Lakuat, a notorious killer who never blinks, now has to fear the fierce aura of these 2 Hadong lions of Lam-Tu. The Ice Lotus flame is still in Lac Nguyen's hands, and at this moment, a sound of surprise mixed with joy can be heard. Look quickly, that's the Ice Lotus flame. Oh my God, that brat actually got the Ice Lotus fire. Brothers, the Ice Lotus fire is ours. Kill them, take the Ice Lotus fire, then they won't dare come near us again. Lam-Tu scratched his head and tried to stop them. Hey, can you 2 stop arguing for now? Lakuat added, Yeah, there's a whole pack circling like hungry wolves out there. Let's deal with them first, then you can argue all you want. After hearing that, the martial artist sneered. Ha ha, you guys want to kill us? Out of the 4 of you, only 1 is level 7. What a ridiculous fantasy. Lakuat's face suddenly darkened, his eyes blazing brightly, his body exuding an indescribably dense dark aura. He hissed at level 7, wide-eyed, telling them to look clearly. Those guys were terrified and exclaimed, "How is this possible? This is an 8th-level martial artist." Lakuat now appeared like a great demon, hair flying, muscles bulging as he advanced. He smiled excitedly and said, "Come at me, all of you, little brats." The scar-faced guys here still spoke optimistically. "Everyone, don't be afraid. It's all alone." That's right, we have that many level 7 martial artists. The ant swarm strategy to wear down the elephant. As he spoke, he swung his sword proudly. Lakuat, now like a true demon, bared his claws and laughed with delight, saying, "Then let's see what you've got." Heh, it's been a while since I unleashed my full power. Suddenly, the flower in my hand started to slowly dissolve. Lam Tu was startled. "Ah, the ice lotus fire is disappearing." Lakuat turned around and explained, "Once you leave the ice lotus pond, the ice lotus fire will quickly disappear, so you have to absorb it immediately." Lam Tu looked at the crowd as numerous as ants on the other side and worried, "Here, so many fish are lurking like this." Lakuat cheerfully reassured, "Kid, I'm the main attacker. You handle the fish that slip through the net." Lam Tu quickly responded. He thought of Lakuat and told himself, "This time it's my turn to protect you." Then he turned to her and said, "Lakuat, focus on absorbing. Lakuat and I will protect you." Lakuat hesitated for a moment while Tiunyuak objected, "I don't agree, Dai Lam. There are too many of them." Lam Tu still commanded, "Dan Chi, protect Lakuat from behind, then move forward." Tiunyuak was still hesitant, but Lakuat looked up and said, "Thank you, I'm starting to absorb now." Then she closed her eyes to prepare for the absorption process. The others rushed over in panic. "Damn it. That girl is about to absorb the ice fire chain. We can't wait any longer. Let's risk it and kill them." A shadow flashed by, and Lakuat quickly appeared in front of the two, throwing a punch and asking, Hey, where are you looking?" He swiftly punched the guy in the chest, sending him flying and making him cry out. Yeah, the whole body of that guy flew straight into the forest and then crashed to the ground, causing a huge explosion. The other martial artists were stunned to see this scene. A single punch took out a level 7 fighter, and although he was level 8, this power was terrifying. Lakuat charged at the group like a demon. Only now, scared, it's too late. Lakuat was still absorbing when suddenly a despicable guy approached, threatening to cause trouble. "Ha! You guys keep fighting. The ice fire chain is mine." But right after that, Lam Tu's spear quickly appeared. He kept stabbing toward him. That guy still looked down on him, thinking a 5th-level guy dared to take the initiative to attack him. Lam Tu gave a sly smile and said, "Try this." He began using ice bones, unleashing countless freezing spear strikes, known as the Violent Frost Lotus Spear. The man's body was gradually being encased in ice. He still couldn't believe it and questioned himself in disbelief. I thought his attribute was fire, though. How can he still use ice powers? Then he arrogantly swung his sword and said, "This little frostbone is useless to me." Before he could finish, he looked down in shock. Hey, with an ice spear comes an ice snake flicking its tongue, waiting for its prey. Damn, it's an ice snake. The ice viper was small but fierce, biting the other guy's nose. Ouch. Then it quickly dissolved into thin air, leaving behind a pitiful scream. Lam Tu, carrying the spear on his shoulder, said, "Hey, do you know why I have to use the Icebone martial art? Because I dug up those who don't like fire from the Ice Lotus Lake." The others, fueled by rage, rushed forward. "You bastard, kill him!" "Damn it, you've gone too far this time. Let's go kill him," Lam Tu replied with disdain. So many people attacking one, the real ones lacking martial virtue, are you all. Luckily, when I fell into the lake, I happened to grab a good handful of ice vine snakes. As he spoke, he mischievously threw the ice lotus snakes like toys. Watch me, these deadly ice lotus snakes, each one fiercely charging as if obeying their mother's command. The martial artists all jumped up, dodging wildly, turning the place into a cloud of dust. Damn, this guy's even using ice chain snakes as darts, damn it, get out of the way. Fast. In another quiet corner, under the crescent moon, Lakuat was still closing her eyes, absorbing the ice lotus fire. Another martial artist with glowing eyes was lurking closer. He greedily said, "Die, I won't let you absorb it anymore. Give me the ice lotus fire." But Tiunyuak quickly used butterfly dance to stop him. He sneered and swung a strike, saying, "A level 6 girl, get lost." But at that moment, a ghostly figure with glowing eyes appeared behind him. Lakuat appeared and punched him in the back, making him scream miserably. Is he trying to sabotage my little sister? Tiu Nyuk Tui looked on thoughtfully, while Lam Tu asked, "Why did you come back here? Did you finish dealing with the group up front?" Lakuat proudly said, "A bunch of amateurs, done in 5 minutes." Looking over, the group was now lying scattered on the ground, all defeated. Tiu Nyuk Tui broke out in a cold sweat and stared intently. Lam Tu was amazed, thinking even a fast fighter couldn't disperse the aura this quickly after taking down a bunch of rookies. Lakuat gradually returned to his normal appearance, then smirked and said, "What do you think of my moves? Want to learn? If you want to learn, I'll teach you, but you have to become my disciple and come with me into the Dark Realm." Lam Tu was stunned upon hearing this. He actually comes from the Dark Realm. Isn't he Lak Nguyen's older brother? That place is a completely abandoned area filled with powerful evolved beasts, zombies, and criminals wanted by the Federation. "Don't listen to him!" A loud shout suddenly rang out. Lam Tu startled and turned around. Lak Nguyen was sitting and absorbing, also angry enough to open her eyes and say a few words. "Lam Tu will not go there with you, nor will he follow the same path as you." Lakuat reminded her little sister, "Don't worry and just absorb the ice-linked fire. Why are you still concerned about your little boyfriend there?" After hearing that, Lak Nguyen shouted even louder, telling him to shut up. Suddenly, her eyes widened, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Grandma, her whole body looks like it's about to be swallowed by the ice lotus fire." Lam Tu shouted in panic. Lak Nguyen and Lakuat stood helplessly by and said, "You fool, this ice chain fire has a strong energy tension. If you get distracted while absorbing it, you'll freeze into a statue." Lam Tu then anxiously turned and said, "Big brother, you can't just stand there and watch. What should we do now? How can we help her?" Lakuat replied helplessly, "You can't do anything. I don't know any fire attribute skills." Lam Tu said like a naive boy, "That's right, fire attribute skills." Then he continued, "Inside my body, there is the crimson lotus fire." After saying that, his whole body began to emit a rather transparent flame, called the crimson lotus fire. Lam Tu raised his hand, the flame from his arm flowing down to Lak Nguyen as if to regulate him. He thought with some difficulty. Surprisingly, it consumed so much energy, but it's okay. I still have many rare stars to absorb. Seeing this, Lakuat said with satisfaction, "This guy absorbed a level 7 alien essence for Lak Nguyen without even blinking. It seems he truly cares for her." Tiu Nyuk Tui stood silently by the side, watching. After a while, small black stones appeared on the ground. Lak Nguyen closed her tired eyes, and Lam Tu, sweating heavily, sighed, "Phew. Finally finished absorbing." Lak Nguyen then spoke happily, "Thank you." Lam Tu smiled and replied, "What kind of relationship do we have? Something this small doesn't even need a thank you." "Have you completely absorbed the ice lotus flame? How does it feel?" She finally shared her feelings, saying, "Yes, I have completely absorbed it, and I can even emit white flames." As she spoke, Lak Nguyen conjured a water element spirit flame in her hand. Lam Tu saw the flame and happily shouted. With one hand, he conjured a golden yellow flame. "Ha ha ha, I know this one too. Look, here's my crimson lotus flame." The other hand created a blue flame, while the other held the fire. Suddenly, the two flames rushed toward each other as if they were about to fight. Lam Tu shouted in panic, "Damn it, what's going on?" Lakuat yelled back angrily, warning them. "You two idiots, quickly retract your flames. Don't you know that the red lotus fire and the ice lotus fire repel each other?" Lak Nguyen quickly clenched her hand, and the flames gradually faded. Lam Tu also tensely clenched his hand, and it too began to dissipate. Lakuat then wiped the sweat from his brow and explained, "Hong Lianhua and Bing Lianhua are powerful opposing primal energies. When they collide, the energy explodes, and even an 8th rank martial artist cannot withstand it." After hearing that, Lak Nguyen fell silent in thought, while Lam Tu seemed excited. "Wow, is it really that strong? In other words, if Lak Nguyen and I join forces, we can stand against an 8th rank martial artist." Lakuat replied confidently, "That's right, from now on this will be your trump card, the combined skill of both of you." "Fusion skill." Lakuat deliberately drew out the words, his face slightly flushed with a hint of meaning. After hearing that, Tiu Nyuk Tui angrily shouted to shut up, while Lak Nguyen blushed and called him a pervert. Then Lakuat was punched into the air by the two girls, accompanied by shouts to get lost. After a while, Lakuat said, "All right, Lak Nguyen has finished absorbing the ice chain fire, so my mission here is complete. Everyone, goodbye for now. Tonight is a crescent moon night, but the light it casts on the world below still makes everything clearly visible." Lakuat was carrying a huge backpack on his back, and Lam Tu stared in surprise and asked, I remember when you arrived, both your hands were on your knees. Lakuat chuckled and explained, These are things I just collected from the bodies of the fighters, all my spoils. Lam Tu frowned and pointed at the broken pieces inside, asking, Fine, forget the strange stars, but what's with this messy pile of weapons? Lakuat said, You're also an 8th level master. Do you really look at these things? What do you know? This is called being frugal. I can't waste this trip, can I? Lam Tu was speechless and could only sigh, while Lakuat standing behind suddenly spoke up. So he came here especially to help me get the fire chain. Lakuat replied cheerfully, That's right. Who said you were my sister? Then Lakuat waved goodbye to everyone. See you again. Let's go, brother-in-law. The backpack covered half of his upper body. Lam Tu waited until he was far away before speaking. Isn't your brother very good? Why were you so harsh with him earlier? Lakuat recounted that he was sent into the Dark Realm to fend for himself at the age of 7. Yet he survived and became an 8th level martial artist. But he sacrificed his soul to the darkness, turning into a bloodthirsty beast who loves killing. Although he tries to control it, one day the darkness will completely consume him. Seeing him as a child being attacked by countless demons yet remaining calm was so pitiful. Even Tiunyuk Tui sighed after hearing this. Being sent there at 7 years old, her clan was truly ruthless. Lakuat closed her eyes helplessly and replied, This is why the clan can remain strong forever. Weakness is a sin. The moon had risen higher, shining down on the forest. A voice called out, Lakuat, we shouldn't stay here long. The warrior searching for the Ice Lotus fire could arrive at any moment. We should leave quickly. Below the ground were countless bodies of fighters, each with a large hole in their chest. Lin Tu looked down and said, Big brother Lakuat has killed them all. As long as we leave, no one will know we took the Ice Lotus flame. Lakuat replied, I still can't leave. He then asked, Why? I heard you came here to save someone. Haven't you found that person yet? Lakuat honestly replied, That was a lie I told the school. I didn't come to save anyone. I came to kill. Then she turned to one side. Lam Tu asked in confusion, Kill someone. Lakuat then recounted, 3 years ago, I went with 6 teammates to the Death Ruins to hunt an 8th level evolved beast. After we joined forces to kill that evolved beast, a woman named Trong Hao Keat in the group killed everyone to monopolize the level 8 alien star. 5 other teammates were killed, and only I was lucky to survive. I swore over my fallen comrades that I would kill Trong Hao Keat to avenge them. When I received the news that Trong Hao Keat was also in the Dark Forest, I came here. I didn't expect her to become the leader of a martial organization and secretly ambush me instead. Being at a disadvantage, I deliberately led them to the Ice Lotus Lake and pretended to fall into the water. A martial artist with ice attributes falling into the frozen Lotus Lake can stay underwater for a long time without drowning as long as they have no injuries, even without releasing their energy. I hid in the gaps between the gravel at the bottom of the lake, waiting for the right moment until you also fell into the lake. Zheng Harji probably thinks I'm dead, so she left without joining the fight, surely hoping the martial artists will destroy each other and see if she can claim the prize without effort. That's why she will definitely come back here. Lam Tu immediately asked, So you plan to wait here for her? Lakuat replied, That's right. He didn't hesitate at all and said, All right, I'll stay and help you. Tiunyuk Tui heard this and worriedly said, Hey, are you crazy? Staying here might not guarantee we catch Zhang Haojie, but we will definitely encounter other fighters, maybe even some at level 8. The boss is only level 5, and we are just level 6. How can we possibly face them? Lakuat replied, I have absorbed the Ice Lotus fire. Now I am at level 7. Lam Tu also happily responded, Fighting monsters at a higher level is my basic skill. Tiunyuk Tui could only break out in a cold sweat, trapped between 2 madmen. The scene shifts to the next day when a group of people appears, led by a woman. The 3 of them hid in a bush. Lam Tu asked, Is that them? Lakuat replied, Yes. Then he said, Let's go. We'll ambush at Ice Lotus Lake. Lam Tu approached the pile of bodies, wearing an excited expression. Ha ha, hiding in a pile of bodies to ambush them. Just thinking about it is thrilling. Tiunyuk Tui was speechless at this expression. This guy really has a twisted taste. Lakuat looked disgusted and said, I don't want to hide under this pile of corpses. Then the 2 girls agreed. Let's hide in the bushes. Lakuat spoke up as the group of Zheng Haojie's men appeared fiercely, and she was utterly shocked by the scene before her. Here, what exactly happened here? Why are there so many dead bodies? Are all the people from before already dead? Then they started to assess the situation. I know this person. He is an 8th rank martial artist. Even though he is only an 8th rank master, he is still 8th rank. Trung Hao Keat spoke up, noting that the wounds and injuries didn't look like they came from a mutual fight, but that someone had killed them. Who could have killed so many martial artists? Then she started giving orders. You all go into the water and check if the ice fire is still there.
They hesitated a bit, but Trung Hao Kiat shouted, "What are you waiting for? As long as there are no wounds, use your energy to protect your body. You won't die in a short time."
These guys pressed their lips, their faces turning pale with fear, then resolutely jumped into the lake together. Lakuat, hiding behind the bushes, began calculating in her mind, thinking this was the perfect chance to kill them underwater. Trung Hao Keat then gave another order, and the others spread out to continue checking the bodies for any strange creatures or other strong beings. They headed toward the pile of bodies stacked nearby. A guy with a pointed head covered his mouth and nose and came closer, saying, These bodies have already started to rot." Suddenly, an arrow appeared and shot toward him. Before the punk could check, an arrow pierced his stomach, leaving him stunned, and he immediately fell to join the pile of bodies. Scar-Eye noticed the commotion and looked over, stepping closer to ask, "Hey, punk, what's wrong with you?" Then immediately, a spear thrust up from the pile of corpses toward the scar-eyed man. He too was sent to join his friend, the scene shifting to another space. While at the bottom of the lake, a few of Zhang Haoji's people were still swimming down together.
One guy held a flashlight, looking around for a while, then thought to himself that there was nothing at the bottom of the lake.
It seemed the Icefire gang had already been taken by someone else. Suddenly, another guy pointed ahead and grunted. He turned around and saw Lak Nguyen coldly closing in, then cursed in panic. Damn it! Then there was a bloody scene blurred by the author, but everyone knew what happened to that guy. The two remaining men panicked and swam up trying to escape. Lak Nguyen frowned, thinking that running away wouldn't be that easy. Then she quickly appeared in front of the two, sending one of them off with a single sword strike. The last one turned around, saw that, and cursed. Damn it. Lak Nguyen continued rushing toward the next one. He barely surfaced and shouted, "Please save me!" Cough. There's an ambush underwater, but those words quickly stopped because of a graceful sword. Water splashed up from the lake with coughing sounds. Those on the shore anxiously warned, "Big sister, there's an ambush underwater." At this moment, Lam Tu emerged from the pile of corpses, thinking, Xiao Yueyue revealed herself too quickly. I originally wanted to ambush a few more. Taking advantage of their distraction, he unleashed a powerful move to eliminate a few more enemies, then raised his spear into the air, using fire training as the flames blazed fiercely. One of them looked up in horror. Damn, his flames formed fireballs that rained down on the group. One of them shouted, "Damn it! There are people attacking from behind. Everyone be careful, be careful." But they still couldn't avoid taking a few fireballs from Lam Tu. From inside the forest, a burst of energy also emerged. That was Tu Nuoc Tui. At this moment, she appeared with her butterfly dance technique, sending several enemies flying with her force. There are people here too. Lak Nguyen also leapt out of the water. Trung Hao Keat quickly created a shield and shouted, "A bunch of useless fools, don't panic, fall back, hold the defensive formation." The three Lam Tu members had now gathered together. Lak Nguyen stood at the front and snorted coldly. Seeing this, Trung Hao Keat spoke sarcastically. So you're the one who was defeated by me. So what? You think finding a level 5 or 6 martial artist as an ally can stand against me? Lak Nguyen replied briefly. I've killed enough of you. Trung Hao Keat immediately charged forward with his sword and shouted, I'll handle the girl in the middle. You two take care of the others. The rest recklessly rushed out, ready to kill. At this moment, Trung Hao Keat eagerly swung his sword at Lak Nguyen, who quickly leapt back to dodge the strike. A loud explosion erupted, obscuring everything from view. Lam Tu was still fighting two opponents at once when he suddenly noticed something beside him. He thought to himself, Lak Nguyen just advanced to rank 7, and she's still a bit outmatched against rank 8. I have to quickly get away from these guys and go help her. Heavenly Dragon Lam Tu slammed his spear into the ground, and countless flags appeared like a battlefield siege. Alongside him charged a mighty giant general toward the enemy, each spear thrust accompanied by roaring dragon heads. Those guys screamed in pain from Lam Tu's attack. A bald man gritted his teeth and questioned himself, is this guy really only rank 5 despite being so strong? Tu Nuoc Tui also spoke up, Dai Lam, go help Lak Nguyen. I'll handle these guys. Lam Tu immediately asked if she was okay on her own. Tu Nuoc Tui replied while striking, don't worry. Lam Tu also quickly unleashed the violent blooming spear, sending out countless spear thrusts. Trung Hao Keat was still behind her defensive veil, smugly saying, "An ant dares to ambush me, then swings a sword for a deadly strike." Lam Tu was blurry before her eyes.
Tu Nuoc Tui exclaimed in shock. "It can't be that easy for me to take care of you." "No, that's a clone." By the time she realized it, he was already behind her. He stabbed straight into Trung Hao Kitch's body, sending her flying backward. She squinted angrily and shouted, "You filthy brat, cut it out right now!" As she spoke, she unleashed her power on the shield, sending Lac Nguyen and Lam Tu flying back. Truong Hao Keat simultaneously threw an object and shouted, "Die!" A spiked iron ring. This is an iron ring designed with sharp spikes all around. Seeing this, Lam Tu clenched his teeth in worry. He grabbed the spear shaft to block the spiked ring. She laughed triumphantly, then raised her iron hand. The spiked ring hit the spear shaft and was deflected, then bounced back, making Lam Tu exclaim in shock, "Damn, it can change direction!" Zheng Hao Keat frantically wielded the spiked rings, the sharp spikes rushing forward one after another. Lam Tu panicked. Damn it! Again, death is unavoidable. He was continuously attacked by those sharp spiked rings and couldn't fight back. Truong Hao Keat said arrogantly, "Rookie, go play with the spiked rings." Then he turned his sword toward Lac Nguyen. "Your turn now." She swung her large sword and charged forward to meet the attack. Truong Hao Keat, like a madwoman, kept swinging her sword, sending out waves of sword energy, her eyes bloodshot as she shouted, "Go die, go die, go die." Lac Nguyen struggled a bit to fend off the strikes, causing large explosions on the ground with dirt and sand flying everywhere. Lam Tu was still trying to hold his ground against the sharp spiked rings. He angrily thought, "Damn it, I can't predict the attack trajectory of these spiked rings. This won't do." Lac Nguyen couldn't fight that crazy woman alone, so he observed the two in front of him and began to assess. Could this woman have a supernatural ability to control the three spiked rings with her mind? His eyes focused on the iron arm, and he suddenly exclaimed, "I got it. This isn't controlled by thought. If it's an electronic device, it must be vulnerable to high temperatures." He smiled with joy, as if he had figured something out. Then, without hesitation, unleashed the 100 birds soaring phoenix. A great flame appeared along the tip of Lam Tu's spear. That Zhang Hao Keat kept yelling and mocking. "How hot could the fire skill of a rank 5 like you possibly be? My thorn rings are all made of heat-resistant material." But she immediately panicked and screamed. "Is this kid's fire really that strong? Could the temperature be the Honglian Ji fire from another world? The consequence of underestimating others is death?" Lam Tu Sang replied with satisfaction. "Ha ha, I didn't expect you to have that knowledge. Yes, the flame burning within me is the fire that can incinerate everything. Honglian Chi Huo." At this moment, Lac Nguyen quickly swung her blade and asked, "What are you looking at? Is your move called Ice Flame Slash?" Zhang Hao Keat turned pale. "Ah, this is the Ice Flame Slash." Faced with Lac Nguyen's powerful attack, she could only quickly use her energy to create a defensive shield to protect herself. The jealous one was furious. How could you possibly control the ice fire? One with Red Lotus Fire, one with Ice Lotus Fire. You two are really lucky with your energy. Lac Nguyen then rushed over, still cheerfully replying to her. "It's thanks to your blessing. If you hadn't knocked me into the Ice Lotus Lake, I wouldn't have gotten it." Lam Tu then laughed loudly and charged forward. "Ha, ha, ha. Both of us as a couple are chosen by heaven. Afraid now?" Lac Nguyen snapped angrily. "Shut up with your nonsense. I'll kill you first." Lam Tu played dumb and replied, all right, let's deal with this light bulb first." It's done. He used the 100 birds greeting the phoenix again, and a giant phoenix head formed from the flames appeared. Truong Hao Keat inside the defensive circle still arrogantly mocked. "Although your fire is strong, you are only level 5, and level 5 fire can't kill me." Lac Nguyen then rushed in and used the Ice Flame Slash. Seeing this, Zhang Haojie said happily, "It seems you haven't fully absorbed the Ice Lotus Flame yet. If I kill you, I can take the energy of the Ice Lotus Flame that you haven't fully absorbed." "Ha ha ha," suddenly she exclaimed in shock. This missed." At that moment, Lac Nguyen appeared and asked, "Who said I wanted to attack you?" Lam Tu then ran away, still excitedly shouting, "We're about to collide! Run quickly!" The underlings gritted their teeth in panic. What are they planning to do? "Their momentum is too strong," Tu Nuoc Tui also shouted. "These two lunatics." Zhang Haoqiang asked, even more confused, "What are they planning to do? What do you mean by hitting once and running away?" A blue aura appeared, followed by a golden-yellow aura rushing forward as well. The two streams of energy collided, as if fueled by deep hatred, trapping Truong Hao Keat in the middle like a sandwich, unable to hold back his curses. "Damn it. Ah, no. How can this energy be so strong?" Then her whole body spread wide across the sky, screaming in agony. The move passed, leaving a large cloud of smoke on the ground. Beneath the ground where the explosion just happened, a crater with many small cracks had formed. Lam Tu felt incredibly tough and cheered. Damn, our combo skill is really powerful. Even an 8th level was easily killed. Lak Nguyen then punched Lam Tu in the face, making him bleed, and shouted, "Shut up! Tionyok Tui is still very scared. You two are crazy. Next time, can you give a 1-hour warning before using this skill?" She screamed at the top of her lungs. Lam Tu could only laugh it off, while Lak Nguyen blushed and looked away to avoid attention. As the scene shifted to Tam Lam City, where tall buildings appeared, a few people were about to enter, and guards with guns stood watch at the gate. Lam Tu approached and wondered what was happening. Why was this place sealed off? Then, Lam Tu began to pass through the gate for inspection. Next was Lak Nguyen. She coldly followed him when suddenly a soldier looked at the two girls with a vile expression. Then the soldier raised his hand and said loudly, "Wait, this device has a problem and can't continue scanning, so..." The dirty soldiers over here were whispering among themselves. Hey, the captain's old problem flared up again, poor beauty, about to be harassed by the captain. The so-called captain stretched out his dog-like feet and stuck out his tongue greedily, saying, "So I have to personally search." Lak Nguyen stood still, narrowing her eyes, daring him to make one more move. "Damn," she said coldly as she looked at him. The soldiers here shouted loudly, and one of them even raised his gun, aiming it straight at her. "Bold move. What do you think you're doing? Put down your sword." Lam Tu's expression darkened as he spoke. "We already swept through here. Clearly you're trying to cause trouble." The captain was scared, but still stubbornly said these people refused to cooperate with the sweep. There must be a problem. Brothers, catch them. Suddenly, someone's footsteps appeared, along with an annoyed voice. Too noisy. A blonde guy appeared annoyed and asked, "What are you doing?" "That hairstyle looks like his mom just put a bowl on his head and cut it." "This really brings back memories, brothers." One of the soldiers stepped forward, flattering eagerly. Reporting to the lieutenant colonel, these people refused to cooperate with the sweep. "We suspect they are allied with the thieves we intend to capture." The blonde guy sneered at them, saying, "Only rookies like you dare to try and catch a level 7. Explain exactly what happened." Lak Nguyen called out, "Tangnak." The man, quicker with his mouth than his brain, angrily snapped, "How dare you speak nonsense about the colonel's name?" Nongnak hadn't even answered when the man cut her off, glanced over, and after recognizing her, quickly said, "Miss Lak," then swiftly slapped the soldier for speaking out of turn, told him to shut up, and bowed to Lak Nguyen, who crossed her arms and asked why she was in Tan Lam City. Tang Nak nervously explained that he had been sent here from Tien Kong City for a mistake, surprised that Miss Lak was also in Tam Lam City, and when asked about the recent incident, Lak Nguyen accused the man of trying to take advantage of her and said she was about to kill him. Tang Nak was furious and shouted that anyone who dared to have designs on Miss Lak had a nerve as big as the sky. "Arrest him for me." Tang Nak pointed at the red-haired man who was trembling and could only call out to the superior. Lak Nguyen then asked again, "What happened in Tam Lam City?" Tang Nak quickly replied, "Last night, an invaluable treasure was stolen from the city lord's mansion, so the entire city was locked down. These past few days, the city has been sealed off, no one in or out. Sorry to trouble Miss Lak. If you don't have a place to stay for now, I can arrange one for you." She then went inside with her team and replied, "No need, we already have a place to stay." Tang Nak also spoke up in response, "All right, please go ahead at your own pace." After waiting for Lam Tu's group to leave, the curious soldier pointed and asked, "Colonel, who exactly are they?" Tang Nak sighed and replied, "Tien Kong City, the Lak family. They are the people in Tien Kong who dare to kill in broad daylight." After walking a bit, Lam Tu spoke up. "Little Nguyen, just how powerful is your Lak family, that even the city defense soldiers of Tam Lam show you respect?" Lak Nguyen closed her eyes in irritation and said, "None of your business." The scene shifts to a tall building, the Sacred Domain Academy branch in Tam Lam. The three of them enter the academy's hall together. Lak Nguyen was dealing with the receptionist. Lam Tu stood nearby watching, while Tiu Nuok Tui waited outside. Lam Tu asked, confused, "Where is everyone?" "It used to be very lively here, like a market." The old man sitting at the reception then spoke up. "Young man, what kind of talk is that?" The director jokingly compared the distribution of the Sacred Domain Academy in Tam Lam City to a vegetable market, saying that because of the lockdown no one is around, so he let them all rest. Outside, Tiu Nuok Tui smiled brightly and asked, "Hello, sir, may I ask if there are any trains returning to the Sacred Domain Academy today?"
The old man replied, "The last train of the day left long ago. The entire city is under lockdown. No one is allowed outside, so there are no trains. You can only stay here and wait until the lockdown ends." Then he smiled with satisfaction.
Heh. I can open a big room for you, the most luxurious kind, since there's no one here right now. The young people across from him just looked at him in silence. But Lam Tu suddenly snapped, "A luxury room must be very expensive. You old scoundrel, are you trying to cheat us?" he shouted, ready to argue with the old man. The bank card was placed on the table. Lakuat waved her hand and said, "All right, get the most luxurious room." Lam Tu looked over in shock. The old man smiled with satisfaction as he swiped the card and said, "Very good, generous boss. The 18th floor, the most luxurious room in the branch. 1 night for 10,000 points. Lam Tu shouted in frustration once again. 10,000 points for 1 night. Old man, why don't you go rob someone? Do you know how hard it is for us students to earn points?" The old man smiled calmly, then seriously reminded, "Tonight, rest well and don't go outside. There's a curfew and it's very unsafe out there." Lam Tu lay alone on the large bed inside the brightly lit modern room, staring up at the luxurious ceiling, savoring every bit of the feeling reserved for the elite, unable to help but marvel at how no wonder it costs 10,000 points a night. It turns out the entire 18th floor is filled with luxurious rooms. Hot springs, steam rooms, training rooms, gravity rooms, everything. You really know how to enjoy yourself. Suddenly, a faint noise from outside reached his ears, making Lam Tu jump up and look toward the entrance, leading to the living room, questioning himself. There was a noise in the living room. Could it be that little Nguyen was still training? Lam Tu frowned, a careless look appearing on his handsome, tired face as he complained. This cultivation fanatic was different from what he had imagined. When Lam Tu reached the living room, he only dared to peek half his body out to see if Lakuat was really practicing diligently, only to find not just Lakuat but also Tio Nuok Tui there. Moreover, they weren't training, but just standing together, looking out at the bustling city at night through the large transparent glass. Lam Tu couldn't help but wonder, why are you two still awake? Is there something interesting outside the window? Lakuat and Tio Nuok Tui remained silent, but their expressions revealed everything. Lakuat frowned slightly, staring ahead with a displeased look, while Tio Nuok Tui appeared so tense she was sweating, her eyes filled with extreme worry and her mouth agape. Lam Tu also looked in the same direction as the two of them, suddenly realizing the strange creature before them, standing frozen in place, unable to help but wonder aloud. Right before their eyes, a flying ship, neither too big nor too small, was rushing toward them at a dizzying speed. The sound of the engine could still be heard clearly through the glass door, impossible to go unnoticed by those inside. The flying ship suddenly detonated something underneath, as if to warn the people inside the building that it was about to crash and to get out of the way quickly. Both Lam Tu and Tio Nuok Tui were startled and unable to react in time. Only Lakuat, with determined eyes, remained calm, but all three showed nothing more than surprise and shock. Lam Tu managed to shout just before it rushed toward them, "Oh no, it's crashing towards us." Even as the flying ship is about to crash straight into Lakuat and Tio Nuok Tui, ignoring the resistance of the glass door, they still stand there without moving an inch. The only one who managed to react was Lam Tu, who disregarded his own safety. Instead of running away, he rushed forward to protect the two of them, shouting loudly to get out of the way. But the flying ship was about to crash into the building, showing no sign of stopping. And maybe its very purpose was to crash straight into this building. Bang! The ship shattered a large glass panel of the building, hundreds of shards scattered through the air like a deadly snowstorm. The cracks from the glass panels grew larger and shattered, indicating a significant impact. The front of the flying ship had crashed straight into the room, revealing a black and white head resembling a husky dog. But I have to admit, this ship is really impressive. Such a big collision with shards of glass flying straight in, and it still didn't get a scratch. It still landed safely, not very gracefully, but without any damage on the surface. The manufacturer is truly thoughtful. Tio Nuok Tui was hit right at the ship's nose and couldn't dodge in time. So, of course, the large shards of broken glass cutting into her delicate skin caused unbearable pain. Even Ya Lam Tu, trying to be the hero saving the beauty, couldn't help and was instead slammed hard against the wall by the force. Even someone as formidable as Lakuat couldn't escape the fate of being battered by the flying ship. But luckily, she still had control over her body, so it wasn't as bad as Lam Tu's agonizing state. The flying ship shot across the ground like a missile, leaving destruction in its wake. The friction suddenly intensified compared to when it flew in the air, causing sparks to ignite early and engulf the entire luxurious space in thick white smoke. Lam Tu, Lak Nguyen, and Tionyuk Tui lay scattered on the cold ground, unable to react, as a steel door opened on the ship, cutting through the thick white smoke. A squad of burly men who seemed fearless of anything approached. The one leading, probably the leader, didn't even consider where they were and just ordered his men to work. The city guards will arrive here in 5 minutes. Quickly get out of this building. Behind him are 2 other tall men dressed in tight black suits that look like uniforms of some secret organization. They carried a large iron block, not knowing what was inside, always following the commander's orders. But at least one of them still had a conscience when looking at the innocent victims of their reckless landing. Entering the place where people rest, lying unconscious on the ground, Tron Tru slowed down, worried for them. The pupils in the room. At this moment, Lam Tu slowly woke up from the rubble in front of him. His head was pounding like a hammer blow, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time, and one that made him deeply frustrated. His left hand rubbed his head that had just hit the ground harshly. Sweat poured down with an uncomfortable feeling, rising. Lam Tu couldn't help but blurt out, "Oh, my head feels like it's going to split." The leader looked down on him again, not caring about Lam Tu at all, casually tossing him to his subordinates to deal with, then not even bothering to leave. "Just a level 5, hand him over to you, deal with him quickly, then come down to meet us." The heavy, large iron box was handed over to 2 others to carry down, guarded by many others, while the 2 who initially carried the box stayed behind to finish clearing out the people in the room. The red-haired man laughed wickedly, arrogantly brandishing his sword and threatening fiercely. "Kid, consider yourself unlucky." Lam Tu was still unable to get up under his blade, crawling inch by inch on the ground covered with broken bricks. Tionyuk Tui was not in the ship's impact zone, so the shock was not strong, allowing her to recover faster. While Lam Tu was still unable to get up, she rushed out to save him. Using the great forest magic with her familiar fan weapon, she launched a series of attacks that, although not much against the 2 others, at least bought Lam Tu some time to recover. The red-haired guy thought Lam Tu was alone in the room and didn't pay attention to his surroundings, so he focused solely on him and ignored Tionyuk Tui. By the time he realized it, he had already been hit by her attack. But luckily his agility was good enough that the strike didn't affect him much, just a bit of carelessness. "Is there someone else?" Lam Tu had somewhat recovered, but he really couldn't stand these nameless intruders breaking into people's homes. "When my blood boils, I'm not afraid of anyone. Damn it, barging into someone's home and trying to kill people." In Lam Tu's hand there was suddenly a long spear, his angry face almost pressing the blade into the rude man's body. Without giving him time to react, the spear shot swiftly towards him, so fast it sparked flames aimed straight at the target. This firepower is the 100 birds salute, which Lam Tu always uses to confront his fierce enemies. The force it unleashes is far from gentle. If it can't kill the opponent outright, it can at least inflict serious injury. Lam Tu aggressively pushed forward. "Die for me." Unexpectedly, besides the redhead, the guy with the spiky hair was also a partner lurking and waiting for the right moment all along. He took advantage of the moment when Lam Tu was focused on attacking his brainless teammate to strike. Truly, he may be tall, but he's not dumb, and the power he unleashed was no less impressive. He is also someone with abilities, but unfortunately, those abilities are in the wrong person and used in the wrong place. Yet he still talks big. "Only you still want to attack me?" But it seems he forgot that he only has 2 people, himself and his teammate, while Lam Tu has more than one. Besides you and Tionyuk Tui, there's also Lak Nguyen, who always speaks up at the right moment. She stays silent, but won't sit idly by when Lam Tu is attacked and steps in. Lak Nguyen unleashed a dazzling white-blue ice blade at the troublemaker, her uncontrollable, fierce, demonic power attacking head-on as if to swallow the enemy whole. Seeing the ice force about to strike him, he was startled in shock. The spear in his hand stopped immediately, but the ice power showed no sign of stopping and completely surrounded him, leaving him no way to escape, while Lak Nguyen remained untouched by any counterattack. Only now does this fool belatedly realize that the quiet, strong, and resilient young lady Lak Nguyen is a level 7 martial artist he never expected. Lam Tu wisely seizes the opportunity to change his attack method, while the fool and the redhead are careless and complacent. Using violent force to trample on merchants and the innocent is also a form of cruelty and pain that they will have to endure next. Lam Tu now is nothing but the shadow of a reckless and arrogant youth. Where are you looking? Tionyuk Tui is joining the fight too. Deep Vu suddenly became stronger than ever, surging like a tsunami that swallows a person in dreams of ruling the world. The 3 forces combined into a fatal blow that could not be resisted, Even someone more skilled than Lakuat could not fight back.
And of course, the guy who started it all was no exception. He was slammed several meters away without being able to defend himself, flying off aimlessly. The red-haired man, seeing his teammate battered and broken by the combined attack of the three, unsure if he would even survive, hesitated, unsure whether to keep fighting or give up. Is there also a 7th-level martial artist? In the end, this guy cowardly abandoned his teammates to save his own life, turning and running away without a trace of regret. I can't fight 3 people alone. Only when facing death do you truly know who is sincere. The teammates who usually risk their lives together have now turned into a matter of survival, ready to abandon each other to save their own skin without fighting to the end. Lakuat finally spoke up now, but her cold words terrified the red-haired guy into dropping his arm. Even more frightening was that she still held the meter-long sword in her hand, showing no intention of letting go. Little Lakuat swung a heavy ice flame slash at the red-haired man who was desperately fleeing with all his might. Her determined gaze seemed to firmly declare that today she must take his skilled snake hand. The red-haired man was struck by the ice flame slash right on the shoulder, the force not light at all, causing him to scream out loud. The ice power didn't take his arm immediately, but slowly seeped into his flesh. It didn't take long to get through the thick protective uniform, revealing smooth white skin beneath, slowly biting down on his arm to prevent his escape. He painfully looked back, sweat pouring down his face, his mouth trembling as he said, "What kind of fire is this that feels cold? Could this be the ice chain flame?" The ice chain flame from the dark forest has been taken by this woman. At the last moment, he refused to give up and lose his life here. So he made a shocking decision to sever the arm tightly bound by the ice power, leaving Lakuat what she wanted, while he endured the pain and left with a shoulder now missing a strong arm and a fierce desire. "I don't want to die." Lam Tu stood from afar watching him run away in just a few short seconds, his eyes following Liu Chao's staggering figure fleeing into the darkness, dragging along the corridor like his own endless hell. The path he took led him to an abyss so deep it would never rise again. Even Lam Tu had to admit, this guy was truly formidable. To escape, he severed his own arm. Not long after, the entire luxury skyscraper shook, as if caught in the epicenter of an earthquake beneath a pitch-black sky, producing such a loud noise. It was definitely something serious. Lam Tu, inside a room on the 18th floor, could still feel the aftershocks, and concluded that a fight was happening downstairs too. Damn it, what kind of battle is this? The 18th floor can even feel the tremors. Nuok Tui emphasized beside them that, besides us, the only one left in this building is the old pervert at the reception who manages the Tam Lam City branch. Definitely not someone simple. Lakuat didn't wait for their decision, and had already turned to leave first. "Go help out!" Nuok Tui and Lam Tu ran after excitedly. It's not really to help, but to watch the big boss fight. The entire luxury building was engulfed in flames within minutes, right where the aircraft had crashed directly, turning it into a blazing spot in the dead of night. The squad leader and his subordinates were surrounded and severely beaten by the mysterious figure, barely able to stand for a long time afterward. The explosion roared thunderously, with tens of thousands of smoke plumes erupting and quickly engulfing nearly the entire floor of the luxurious building. The leader gritted his teeth in frustration, unwilling to accept watching his best subordinates being defeated by the mysterious figure like that. Could a single strike really take out a level 6? The mysterious figure still hadn't revealed himself, but he was already furious, demanding answers again and again. "Who exactly are you?" The man finally spoke up after the opponent's interrogation. "Me? Just an old gatekeeper, and he might not even be a match for me." The skilled hand had knocked those men down for good, yet it was an old man with a bald head but hair fanning out like a flower, his wise and gentle demeanor truly enough to drive the leader mad. The old man calmly said, "Let me guess. You stole the treasure from the Lord's mansion in Tamlamchi City. Am I right?" The leader impatiently shouted, "This is none of your business. Leave here immediately if you know your limits." Regardless of whether he knows the old man's true identity, he has failed to show the respect due to his elders, so even if he gets the treasure, it won't amount to anything. The old man pointed at him and ordered, "Take it off your chest and I'll let you go." But this guy wouldn't listen, ruining his good plan and even trying to order him to give up such a precious item. Honestly, not in his wildest dreams would he ever back down. This demand was too unreasonable for him, so he couldn't stay calm for more than a few seconds and shouted, "You're dreaming. I've risked my whole life for this." The old man had given him a chance to turn back, but since he didn't take it, there was no reason for him to go easy on him. The old man rolled up his sleeve to reveal a strong arm covered in wires and calmly said, "Fine, then I'll kill you first and take it back later."
Before the old man could act, the red-haired subordinate who had faced Lam Tu's men rushed over, clutching his injured arm to report, "Boss, we have a big problem. It's terrible. He has started the massacre." The leader has never faced combat directly, only relying on his subordinates to show off, so he has no idea how harsh real battle is. His men had to leave an arm behind just to survive and run down here to report to him, yet he coldly and indifferently scolded them. This useless piece of trash couldn't even handle 3 students. The red-haired guy was panting as he explained. "Boss, that girl is level 7, and she can even use the Black Forest's ice fire technique." The leader now widened his eyes and asked again, "What?" "One of them can use the ice chain fire." The subordinate pointed to his still fresh wound and said, "My hand was injured because of the ice chain fire." The old man fell silent for a few moments, lost in thought. So, the ice chain fire was stolen by those kids. Ha ha, no wonder they are students of my Holy Domain Academy. At that moment, Lam Tu also arrived and, seeing the situation on the ground floor, guessed that the old man was having a hard time dealing with these young, strong men. So he shouted, "Master, are you okay?" Lam Tu and 3 others armed with heavy weapons stood behind the old man like reinforcements, a powerful and unbeatable team of 4 warriors. The old man chuckled and joked, "I'm fine, just needed to stretch my joints a bit and didn't expect to run into this situation, yet you still remember an old man like me." The defiant leader boldly pointed at the 4 men and declared he feared neither heaven nor earth, without even bothering to see who they really were. "The 2 of you will be taken care of by the 3 of us. Today is your end. First, go kill that old man." His 3 subordinates were like loyal dogs obedient to their master, immediately carrying out the order. "Understood. They are truly determined, rushing fiercely towards the old man, swearing to kill him. Kill them." Unfortunately, their sky-high determination couldn't make up for their stupidity and mediocre abilities. They charged forward, wanting to kill all the Lam Tu people at once, but the 4 stood still like statues without any reaction. The old man finally spoke, threatening fiercely that no one was allowed to lay a finger on his students while he was here. He waved his hand toward them, his serious expression instantly making the atmosphere more tense. This bunch of fools definitely cannot escape the old man's grasp. A dazzling stream of magic poured out like hundreds of billions of tiny stars in the Milky Way, gathering to create an infinite power capable of crushing a person. With just that force, all 3 were thrown into the air. Their weapons were destroyed in an instant. That is the terrifying power of the universal chaos shift, the strength he relies on in every battle. The 3 were tossed around by the all-encompassing power, floating in the air for a long time before finally hitting the ground. The impact was heavy, and the injuries must have been severe. It seems this time these 3 won't come out unscathed. They were never a match for him. Dealing with them was as easy as turning his hand, not even worth mentioning. But the leader still acted all high and mighty. "All beings are equal. It's you, the so-called superior one, who's the real thorn in his side." The old man pushed off with his foot and flew straight at him, directly declaring war. The leader was startled, never expecting that even his most skilled subordinates could be defeated by this old man with just a gentle strike. His own skills were no match for this powerful old man. The arrogant face shifted to extreme tension, sweat pouring down like a shower, but his mind was busy figuring out how to respond. Next to him were still 2 sneering guards, yet the old man only took 2 seconds to break through their defense and sent him and the 2 others flying into the air without suffering any significant damage. An infinite beam of light radiated, shaking the ground. Those guys were definitely swallowed by the magic the old man created, with no way to escape. Lam Tu witnessed the entire process of the old man handling the situation, and admiration had long been clearly visible on his face. He couldn't help but exclaim, "The old master dealt with them so quickly. Do people like this really still exist?" The old man reached the heavily guarded iron chest secured with tens of thousands of mechanical locks, checked it while glancing at Lam Tu, and said, "Didn't I tell you I'm just an old gatekeeper? Come here and see what kind of treasure requires a whole army to guard it." Inside the large, thick iron box, there was only a simple treasure. A rough stone placed on a pure white cotton lining, like a luxury item, like a diamond ring. Lam Tu and the old man stared intently at the stone before them, and Lam Tu asked curiously, "Is this the heavenly stone?" He treats it like a treasure, yet easily picks it up to examine, but doesn't forget to praise his student. "Not bad, kid. You really know quality stuff. This is a rare material for forging." He suddenly turned around 180 degrees to probe and ask him, "Do you want it? Just tell me if you need it." Lam Tu couldn't believe that the precious treasure the old man cherished and fought hard to keep was now being willingly handed over to him. Wasn't this a bit too unreasonable? Doubt surged in Lam Tu's mind, turning his thoughts into words. Was the old master really planning to give something so valuable to him?
The city guards will arrive here in a few minutes. How can you run if you still carry this? The old man calmly explained, I give it to you because you care about me. And as for the others, I have a way to deal with them. He still noticed Lak Nguyet standing beside him, suddenly breaking off the conversation with Lam Tu to speak to her. Young lady, you're from the Lak family of Tien Tan, right? I owe the Lak family a favor, so I'm giving this to you.
Lam Tu jealously mocked him from the side. Giving away something that doesn't even belong to you, and still expecting to repay a debt with it. You're really generous. He said nothing more, only to be seen effortlessly splitting the stone in half. Inside was a bright blue gem shining like a sparkling crystal. Lam Tu saw the unbelievable. He actually split the stone he intended to give them in half, which was shocking, and he couldn't help but shout, Wait, didn't you say you would give this to us? What exactly are you planning? He held up the green stone for a closer look, chuckling, You fool, when I mentioned forging materials, I was referring to the stone inside the meteorite. While the meteorite itself is a good forging material, it's not even a fraction as valuable as this stone. He turned his back and walked toward Lam Tu, Lak Nguyet, and Tiu Nyok Tui, saying as he went, Hurry up and take it away. The security forces are almost here. He turned back, removed the small stone inside the meteorite, and carefully placed it in a thick iron box. With a deep gaze, he glanced at Lam Tu's group and cautiously said, The city lord is unaware of the stone's existence inside, so we need to return it to him. But before Lam Tu and the others could act, and before the old man could finish, the sturdy glass wall of the building exploded. Flames and smoke surged in all directions. Every minute, every second seemed to multiply, roaring as if ready to engulf the entire small ground floor. This is probably the security team that infiltrated to seize the meteorite and take it back for safekeeping. One of them stepped forward, aiming a gun straight ahead, while 4 others stood nearby, aggressively threatening that no one was allowed to move. He raised his hand. This building is surrounded. No one thinks about escaping. The old man frowned, showing a displeased expression, and sternly reminded, Captain Tang, do you dare lead your men to infiltrate the Sacred Realm Academy branch? Tang Nak, dressed in the security uniform, stepped forward from the crowd of surrounding guards, tense as he realized the person in front of him was no stranger, but someone he shouldn't have crossed. The tension was clear on the captain's face. Old Ha, please forgive us. We had no idea you were here. Lak Nguyet suddenly focused on the title Tong Nak had just mentioned and pondered for a moment. Oh, Ha what? So his last name is Ha. Lam Tu also didn't know who this old man was, so when Lak Nguyet mentioned it, his curiosity kept growing. You know who he is? It was only long after that Lak Nguyet belatedly realized that the person she had underestimated all along was actually a figure of great importance, someone her group might never have the chance to meet in their lifetime. Could he be Ha Tin, the deputy leader of the Martial Alliance and founder of the Holy Domain Academy? Tang Nak scratched his head and laughed sheepishly in apology. Sorry, Elder Ha, we were chasing the thieves' airship and never intended to offend you. But the glass behind Captain Tang was shattered into hundreds of pieces by a huge circle. Where are they? Old Ha briefly reported the current situation of the thieves to Tang Nak. I've taken care of all of them, but there's still one left upstairs. The thing inside the safe is what the city lord lost, right? You'd better check everything here once more. Captain Tang looked at the robbers lying scattered on the ground, then turned to the intact locked safe. Tang Nak showed clear relief when he saw the safe was still intact without any scratches or signs of tampering. He thanked Elder Ha for stepping in to help, quickly identify the faces of all the dead, and check the items inside the safe. The subordinates immediately obeyed the order and began a thorough inspection, their expressions tense. Report, sir. Facial recognition confirms the suspect is from the governor's mansion. Another man in charge of checking the safe reported in panic. Report, Colonel. It is indeed the meteorite. Just that? Tang Nak heard this and immediately came closer to take a look. Just what? What? Unexpectedly, in front of him was the same damaged meteorite, but it was no longer intact. The subordinate nervously reported that the meteorite inside had split in 2. Tang Nak quickly waved his hand to signal, It's okay! As long as it's still intact and nothing is missing. Lak Nguyet and Tiu Nyuk Tui exchanged doubtful glances after hearing this. Did they really not know there was another stone inside the meteorite? Did they really just overlook what was inside the stone like that? Lam Tu clearly understood what the old Ha said earlier. They really had no idea about the existence of the blue stone inside. It turns out they really didn't know there was a crystal inside the meteorite. The stone and the safe have been packed up and are ready to be carried out. Tang Nak was the last to stay and thank Elder Ha for saving them from a clear defeat. On behalf of the Lord of the City, we thank you once again for your help. As for the damaged parts of this building, a team of maintenance experts will come to repair them for free early tomorrow morning. Old Ha nodded to show he understood, not even bothering to look at Tangnak as he agreed. The City Lord is very thoughtful. Please thank him on my behalf. Old Ha, Lam Tu, and the two from Lak Nguyen Tiu Nuoc Tui watched Captain Do Bao An Do Tang gradually leave with the heavy giant safe without saying a word. Not long after, Old Ha also left, telling the three that the 18th floor could no longer be used and that he would arrange another room for everyone. Whether the three of you share a room or stay separately, don't worry, I won't charge you. Lam Tu felt it would be a waste to spend so much money on the 18th floor without getting anything in return. This floor was always here, so isn't all the money spent here wasted? He spoke up, demanding fairness. This 18th floor is so expensive, we haven't even stayed a day and it's already ruined. You guys should give us a refund. He absolutely cannot agree. In cases of natural disasters or man-made calamities, we are not responsible. Go back to your room and rest. Maybe tomorrow the planes will be able to come and go to the Sacred Domain Academy normally again. Earlier, Old Ha even acted kindly and gently. Why was Lam Tuan just now flatly refused when he mentioned changing rooms? Lam Tu must think this old man is a swindler. The next morning, with the sun at its peak, under the blue sky, white clouds, and golden sunlight, the building that was damaged by thieves and security guards the night before was now being carefully repaired, surrounded by scaffolding, indicating that the repair costs were not small. Lam Tu stepped out looking exhausted and spiritless, yawning repeatedly and complaining about being so sleepy he could die. Lam Tu led the way, followed by Lak Nguyen and Tiu Nuoc Tui, all three dressed neatly in combat uniforms that allowed easy movement. Lam Tu alone grumbled, "Who starts construction at 3 a.m.? I didn't get nearly enough sleep." The three of them had just stepped into the main hall when they were met with a shocking sight. People crowded from all sides with hardly any space left. Last night's events seemed to have made them forget that this place was originally lively and bustling, not a battlefield wreckage left by a terrible fight. Lam Tu was shocked by the crowd he saw and blurted out a curse. "Damn it, this many people here." Tiu Nuoc Tui explained, "The matter has been resolved, so Tam Lam should return to normal routine as well. This place has always been lively." A waitress suddenly appeared in front of the three, interrupting their conversation. "You three must be the trainees Lam Tu, Lak Nguyen, and Tiu Nuoc Tui, right?" The girl handed each of you 2 letters and gave some instructions. "This is something Director Ha specifically asked me to give to everyone. Also, the airship will depart at 9 a.m. Everyone can rest in the waiting room." Lam Tu took the letter and shook hands in thanks, not forgetting to ask, "Where is Director Ha?" The female staff replied, "Early this morning, Director Ha went out to handle other matters." Lam Tu received the information from the girl in front of him and thought about Old Ha. As expected, it's Ha Tin, the Deputy Director of the Sacred Domain Academy. I didn't expect the envelope to contain a star-ranking notification for Warrior Lam Tu. Lam Tu jumped up with joy and showed it off as soon as he opened it. "Wow, is this an invitation for the Star Warrior ranking?" Lam Tu turned to show off to Lak Nguyen and Tiu Nuoc Tui, chuckling. Its value was definitely higher than that of a regular warrior ranking. That old man is a bit twisted, but he's okay. He knows he owes us. Tiu Nuoc Tui and Lak Nguyen also received letters with the same content as Lam Tu, but their reactions were completely different. Tiu Nuoc Tui showed obvious joy, while Lak Nguyen was silent and showed no sign of happiness. It was as if she already knew she could do it. Lam Tu remembered the ranking deadline. There was still half a year until the ranking event. He silently made up his mind that he would have to give his all for the next 6 months. Otherwise, a 5-star warrior like him entering the rankings would only be laughed at. The plane had arrived at the building's location, truly a high-class steed, far superior to the small plane the gang used yesterday. The ship stopped in the building briefly, picked up the students, and then set off for the next station. The three of them had settled into their seats on the plane when suddenly a call from a stranger caught all their attention. "Hello, trainee Tiu Nuoc Tui." The man with green hair wearing a bright beige uniform slowly approached with a warm smile to greet. "I didn't expect you to be here on a mission, too. What a coincidence." His attention quickly shifted to Lak Nguyen sitting in the outer corner. The beauty sitting here, Tiu Nuoc Dong, didn't like this self-proclaimed guy very much. This guy just teased Nguyen, and she immediately got fierce. "Kim Tuan Tu, aren't you afraid of getting hurt? So you've never dared to take on that mission before?" Kim Tuan Tu laughed heartily in denial, saying this time I was entrusted by the homeroom teacher to carry out an important mission in Desert City, south of the Dark Forest. He looked handsome, dignified, and elegant, Probably not very popular with girls at the academy, but his character didn't quite match his cool and polished appearance. Lam Tu was sitting quietly without a word when Kim Tuan-tu arrogantly made a demand like a government order. "Hey you, I want to sit there, so go sit somewhere else." It goes without saying that Kim Tuan-tu wants to sit between the two beauties, Teo Nuoc Tui and Lak Nguyet, just like a wealthy young master in a bar with both arms around the beauties. Could this idiot really see himself as a young master and give orders to others without reason? Lam Tu sat still but still got hit. Clearly, he hadn't done anything to this guy yet, so why does he dare to order him around like he owns the world? Lam Tu not only refused to move, but crossed his arms and taunted him. "Who do you think you are? You still want me to give up my seat? Are you out of your mind?" Kim Tuan-tu thinks that just because he's a bit smarter, everyone has to obey whatever he says. He didn't even know right from wrong and pointed straight at Lam Tu, acting all high and mighty. "What did you just say? He's just a worthless first-year academy student. How dare he talk to a senior like that?" His rotten brain matches his rotten character, thinking that Lam Tu is lucky to have two beauties by his side, so he secretly plans to bring Lam Tu down. This idiot gets to sit with two beauties, so I have to humiliate him in front of them first. Lam Tu said that, but he still doesn't know what shame is, and even tried to get physical, threatening aggressively. "I spoke gently, asking you to give up your seat, and you still have no shame?" Truly, beauty given to the wrong person. Kim Tuan-tu has decent looks, but his character is another matter. His strange logic alone is enough to earn a punch. Lam Tu has never been afraid of anyone who doesn't understand reason. My right hand has finished gathering inner power and is ready to fight. I've never held back against someone like him before. Kim Tuan-tu grew bolder, and when threats no longer worked, he directly attacked with deadly intent. Lam Tu, thinking ahead since they were on the Academy's airship and couldn't cause too much damage that might disrupt the ship's journey, used only a light explosive lightning punch, enough to subdue the idiot who called himself his senior. As Lam Tu's leader touched Kim Tuan-tu's fist, it made a loud noise. Kim Tuan-tu's arm took the full force of the lightning from Lam Tu's position, twitching for a long time, the pain shooting up to his brain and spreading throughout his body, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ouch!" Kim Tuan-tu grimaced, clutching his shocked arm, and blurted out, "This kid's reckless, causing damage with his first strike?" "Ah no, it's just that you underestimated me too much, brother." Lam Tu frowned and warned sternly, "You should consider yourself lucky to still be on the Sacred Realm Academy's airship, or else your hand would have been crushed by now." Kim Tuan-tu was not convinced and wanted to strike again. This time he's using his foot, probably trying to crush Lam Tu's big head. That damn guy, I have to kill him. Lam Tu judged that he was no match for him, and he didn't want a fight to break out on the ship. But if the opponent declared war, he wouldn't hesitate to fight. With that whiny voice, he dares to threaten me? At the most tense moment just before the fierce battle was about to begin, a voice stopped everything. "Stop right now for me." "It's over. The Dean is here. Both of them are definitely dead this time." The Dean showed up at just the right moment. He stopped the fight, grabbed Kim Tuan-tu, and stood between him and Lam Tu. With a stern voice, he scolded, "How dare you disrespect the Academy's rules by fighting on the plane? This is too reckless. If left unpunished, incidents like this will happen repeatedly in the future." So he showed no mercy and directly applied the punishment. "When we get back to the Academy, I will report this to the faculty department." 3 days of detention, Kim Tuan-tu started the fight, but still acts like the victim. Definitely deserves an Oscar. Playing the victim while clutching his arm, he's really good at whining. "Sir, this is so unfair. He was the one who started it. Look, my hand is almost ruined." Lam Tu is not the mastermind, so of course he's not afraid. After all, he's the one standing up honestly, while the other guy who actually started it is the only one trying so hard to justify and whitewash it like that. Truly hopeless. Oh, is he acting now, too? Fortunately, this academic officer is reasonable, so no matter who started it, everyone involved in the fight must be severely punished as an example to the other students. That's why he made a decision that left both Lam Tu and Kim Tuan-tu completely baffled. No matter who started it, everyone is grounded. If there's any more fighting on the way back, I'll make sure to cripple you all. Kim Tuan-tu and Lam Tu watched Teacher Liu turn and walk away. Kim Tuan-tu said to Lam Tu, He. Kid locked up in the Sacred Realm Academy, let's see how comfortable you are." Lam Tu stood watching Kim Tuan-tu leave as well, feeling really annoyed with him. "Is this guy crazy?" "You say it like he's not locked up with me." Lam Tu approached Lak Nguyet and asked, "There was an instructor here just now. Why didn't you guys speak up for me and let that weakling make the first move?" Lac Nguyen looked at him with a displeased gaze and said, "Being locked up is good for you." Lam Tu felt annoyed and immediately retorted, "What the hell? How is being locked up beneficial?" Lac Nguyen just replied that he would understand when the time comes. Then the spaceship quickly took off. The spaceships flew back to the academy. Lam Tu cheered with joy, finally back at last. Lam Tu went along with Lac Nguyen and Teo Nuoc Tui. Lam Tu said, "I'm going to report to Teacher Nam." Teo Nuoc Tui smiled brightly and said, "Big Lam, I'll head back first too. I'll finish calculating the mission points this time and transfer your share to you." Lam Tu's eyes lit up as he said, "All right, time to earn a little extra." Lam Tu was a bit surprised and turned to ask Lac Nguyen, "Hey, you don't need to report to Teacher Nam?" Lac Nguyen frowned coldly and said, "No need. I've already gotten permission directly from the dean." Lam Tu looked both embarrassed and stunned, as if doused with cold water, and said, "Oh, you're still better. This is right in front of the academy." Lam Tu hurriedly ran to find Teacher Nam and reported, "Teacher Nam, I have returned." It seemed Lam Tu was not warmly welcomed. Teacher Nam angrily pointed at him and scolded, "Kid, can't you give me a moment of peace?" A level 5 kid running into the dark forest for a life-or-death fight, barely making it back and then fighting others on the spaceship. Lam Tu stared blankly, confused, and asked, Teacher Nam, I just got off the ship. How do you already know about this?" Teacher Nam threw this tablet at Lam Tu's face and said, "The incident report has already been issued, and the vice principal even called it. It's hard not to know." Lam Tu sighed in frustration. Are the people working in the academy office really this fast when dealing with students? Lam Tu glanced over the notice on Teacher Nam's tablet. The announcement about Lam Tu and Kim Tuan Tu fighting on the spaceship made Lam Tu feel extremely annoyed and frown, since normally getting them to do a little work could take half a month. Teacher Nam carefully reminded him, "Your focus is wrong. Didn't you pay attention to where the detention place is?" Lam Tu still spaced out and asked, "Where?" "Teacher Nam also wants to chat with this guy," he replied. "The place where the Sacred Realm Academy confines people is in the Thunder Domain, north of the Academy. Teacher Nam seriously said that the headmaster raises many level 8 Thunderbirds there, which can conduct the thunder and lightning of heaven and earth. So the place with Thunderbirds always has thick dark clouds and roaring thunder. Once struck by lightning, guided by the Thunderbird, they suffer severe injuries. Although timely treatment can save their lives, being burned inside and out by lightning is a pain not everyone can endure." Teacher Nam looked at Lam Tu with concern and said, "Besides, you're only level 5 and don't know how to use the orb for protection, which makes it even more dangerous." Lam Tu probably began to understand a little at this point. He pondered quietly, realizing it was the Thunder Abyss, which is why Lac Nguyen and Teo Nuoc Tui said it would be beneficial for him. After this incident, Lam Tu felt quite satisfied. Now, even at full power, the gravity training room for electric resistance is no match for me. This Thunder Realm might help elevate my electric resistance and electric attribute skills to the next level. Teacher Nam and Teacher Lam Tu looked even angrier with their indifferent expressions, as if they had no worries or thoughts. Tomorrow you will find out how terrifying it is to be locked up there. Besides, I heard that this time Kim Tuan Tu completed an important mission for the academy, so he was only given a written punishment and didn't have to be locked up. Lam Tu felt as if struck by lightning and immediately screamed in despair. "Oh God, this is so unfair. Besides, why do I have to go serve my punishment in the morning? I just escaped death and haven't even had a proper rest." Master Nam turned his back on Lam Tu and said, "You can't blame anyone for this. Go rest now. I'll take you tomorrow morning." By the time Lam Tu returned from Master Nam's place, the federal delivery ship did not land to deliver in the dark night. Lam Tu was surprised to see it flying away in the sky. "Federal delivery?" he asked Lac Nguyen. "Little Nguyen just got back and is already busy shopping online." Lam Tu was surprised to see Lac Nguyen fiddling with some strange device. He asked, "What is this?" Lac Nguyen didn't answer, but told Lam Tu to give her his spear shaft and crystal stone. Lam Tu asked her curiously, "What do you need the black spear and the crystal stone for?" Lac Nguyen glanced at him and said, "Of course, to help you forge weapons." Imagining Lac Nguyen busy forging weapons, Lam Tu exclaimed, "I never thought my little Nguyen could forge weapons too." Thinking of her in tight clothes, sweating from forging, Lam Tu couldn't help but drool and silently praise her. Hey, am I too seductive?" Lac Nguyen cut off his perverted thoughts and said, "This is an automatic smart weapon forging machine." Lam Tu turned dark and cried out in despair. Hey, what's with that face like you've been dumped? What do you mean by throwing my favorite weapon and the precious meteorite crystal in there?
When the materials were ready, the weapon forging machine started working, smoke rising as all the operating cycles began. Lakuat just said it would be finished forging in 3 days. Lam Tu stood behind, peeking over and asked curiously, "You handle it so skillfully, does your family have a forge like this?" Lakuat replied coldly, "More than one, and they have even more advanced features than this." Lam Tu couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "You have one, and it even has better features than this." "This one must be expensive, right?" Lakuat said lightly as if money were paper. "Not expensive at all, only 100 million alliance credits each." Lam Tu was stunned, counting the zeros in his head, stammering as he pointed at the machine. 100 million alliance credits while I was reporting to Master Nam. You already spent 100 million. Yet Lakuat frowned and asked him, "Is 100 million alliance currency a lot?" Lam Tu turned away to a corner and cried alone. "I don't want to talk to the tycoon." Cut to the scene in Thunder Realm, the northern area of the Sacred Realm students, where thunder roars across the sky. Teacher Nam and Lam Tu stood before a door. Teacher Nam said, "This is the place." Suddenly, thunder struck the nearby mountain with a loud crack. Lam Tu was so scared, he broke out in a sweat. Oh my, that lightning strike was huge. Teacher Nam led Lam Tu through the registration gate into the northern rescue zone of the Holy Realm Academy. The teacher above confirmed Lam Tu as the top student of Class 10, detained for 3 days, verifying his identity. Lam Tu's face twisted in a grimace, clearly unwilling to accept it. Just then, Lam Tu saw another male student being carried in, smoking from a lightning strike. Truong Tam Din, Year 3, Class 5, needs urgent medical attention. His face and skin were scorched black by the smoke. He was carried into treatment room number 4 for care. Lam Tu pointed at Truong Tam Din and asked what crime he committed. The teacher replied, "He stole someone else's martial arts skill card, was caught red-handed, sentenced to 5 days in detention, and today is the 4th day. He's been carried back 8 times already." Immediately, Lam Tu's face turned as dark as a pot bottom as he asked, 4 days being carried back 8 times for emergency treatment. Are the prisoners all beaten nearly to death, then saved and beaten again?" The teacher said coldly and lightly, "That's right. As long as you don't get beaten to death, you'll be beaten nearly to death until your detention days are up." Lam Tu forced a smile and said, "That's really cruel. Teacher Nam has already given up on you, and now you're scared?" "You should have thought of that earlier," the teacher said to Lam Tu. "Put your things in the wardrobe over there, then follow me." Lam Tu panicked and covered his body with his hands. "What? Why do I have to take off my clothes?" The teacher said, "It's not about taking everything off. You can keep your underwear to prevent anyone from deliberately wearing insulated clothes." Seeing that Lam Tu was unwilling to cooperate, the teacher called out, "Hey, someone help him take off his clothes." Lam Tu hurriedly said, "Ha ha, I'll do it myself, I'll do it myself." After taking off his clothes, the teacher took Lam Tu outside. He also said, "Just stay here for 3 days, then reassured Lam Tu. "We monitor you 24 hours a day, ready to provide treatment any time, so no need to worry about dying," said brown-haired Jia, teasing Lam Tu. "Aha, another unlucky guy just arrived." The green-haired one laughed loudly, "And he's only level 5. Truly unlucky." The guy with orange hair also laughed loudly, guessing he'd be carried down in less than an hour. The one with the pineapple-like hairstyle chimed in, saying it was great. Definitely going to be worse than Okamotonaji. Lam Tu looked up at the sky and saw a flock of thunderbirds flying in a storm. He couldn't help but tremble, realizing these were the legendary level 8 thunderbirds, and there were so many of them. A kind guy told Lam Tu not to look around and quickly sit down to adjust his state, preparing to take the beating. Lam Tu immediately obeyed and sat down. "Yes, thank you, senior." Lam Tu closed his eyes, feeling deep inside his body. This feeling made him let out a surprised gasp. He never expected the spiritual energy here to be so abundant. No wonder if there was no spiritual energy to help heal, everyone who came here would have been struck down. Everyone cheered eagerly. "The Thunderbird has started summoning lightning. Everyone get ready. The fierce lightning is gathering, expected to be very strong and terrifying. The lightning has already struck." The lightning was so powerful that rocks flew everywhere, and the person sitting on the ground was thrown out of the beam. But the attacks didn't just stop there. The guy who helped Lam Tu earlier activated a shield to create a circle around himself to block the lightning strikes. Everyone else did the same, opening their shields. At that moment, Lam Tu felt panic. Damn it, they could all open shields to protect themselves, and they were martial artists above level 6. It wasn't fair at all. What are you still thinking about? Set has already hit Lam Tu hard, burning his hair and making it stand on end. Lam Tu screamed out loud. The orange-haired guy saw it and said, He's done for. This guy is about to die. While others anxiously looked over, he couldn't hold on for even a moment. Just when he was about to collapse, Lam 2 suddenly received a notification detecting electrical energy, triggering the system's passive skill. Devour. Lam 2 stared in shock at his hands, burned and nearly useless from the lightning strike, as they suddenly healed as if nothing had happened. The devouring began, thinking he was struck down to hell, but unexpectedly it felt like ascending to heaven. Lam 2 laughed loudly. Ha! My experience points soared, and though my body ached, the feeling was exhilarating. Lam 2 greedily looked at his hands, wondering what would happen if he activated his cultivation technique right now. Without hesitation, he immediately activated it. This electric energy can also refine my body. The lightning storm has finally stopped, but Lam 2's body is already battered. The teacher anxiously called out, "Hurry, he's not okay, carry him." Lam 2 replied with all his strength, "I'm fine, no treatment needed." The teacher grew even more worried. "Hurry up, he's not okay, carry him, don't push him too hard or he might really die." Lam 2 waved them away. "I said I'm fine, so I'm fine. Move quickly, don't get in my way after I've been struck by lightning." All the teachers felt truly puzzled. Could this guy have been struck by lightning and lost his mind? The guy who helped Lam 2 earlier came closer and praised him, saying that being struck directly by lightning and still this strong is really impressive. Lam 2 then asked his senior when the next lightning strike would be. The kind guy said in an hour, so now he should catch his breath and recover his strength. Lam 2 sighed wearily. Oh, having to wait another whole hour. It's such a long time. The kind guy must be at a loss for words with Lam 2 by now. Did he really get struck by lightning and become dumb? I've never seen anyone so eager to get struck by lightning before. The bird keepers continuously circled in the sky as lightning struck the ground with a thunderous roar, accompanied by a pitiful scream. Medical staff rushed in carrying a stretcher with a student knocked unconscious by the lightning. They wondered in confusion, were these thunderbirds injected with some drug? Flying around day and night without resting, and the other staff immediately agreed. That's right, usually we head back to the base to rest by 9 p.m., right? What exactly fed to happen today? Finishing his words, the person ahead immediately turned back to look. He saw Lam 2 standing and training amid the lightning, shaking his head and thinking, is this guy really only level 5? He can remain completely unharmed under such lightning. At first, it seemed like he wasn't used to it, but after just one day, he has fully adapted to this lightning. A drop of sweat ran down the medic's face as he clicked his tongue. Truly an insulator. What a freak. Meanwhile, after absorbing all the power from the lightning, the system reported new information to him. Host Lam 2, level 2017, durability 512, stamina 22, speed 128, total combat power 5520, title, level 5 warrior. When attacked, there is a 30% chance to reduce damage by 50%. Skills include stone eye analysis, rage, camouflage, pressure point, and mirror clone. After reading it, Lam 2 laughed happily. So fast I leveled up again. Then after 3 days of punishment, at least I'll reach level 29. He looked down at his fist and the electricity running through his body. Once he reached level 30, he could advance to a level 6 warrior. Moreover, Silver Electric Shield, Chrono Fist, and Button Palm are all significant upgrades. Lam 2 happily jumped around in the lightning-struck pit, shouting at the top of his lungs. Just let him get a bit stronger. On this side, the medical staff were speechless as they looked at his unusual behavior. I think this guy's brain might have been fried. Then someone suddenly pointed to the sky, breaking the eerie silence. Oh my God, look ahead! A flock of thunderbirds is flying over, someone shouted. Something's wrong with the thunderbirds, quickly informed the school director. They immediately turned to look at Lam 2 excitedly, probably because this idiot showed off too much and angered the thunderbirds. The person beside him nodded deeply in agreement. No doubt about it. Definitely so. Up above, a thunderbird opened its beak with a piercing screech, its eyes glowing. Seconds later, they all swooped down on Lam 2 at once. He pulled his legs up and ran. What's wrong with these birds? Why are they all attacking me? Lam 2 ran toward the medical staff, causing them to retreat in panic. This is bad. The thunderbirds are starting to surround him. I told you. It must be because he showed off too much and angered them. How mean would someone have to be to make these usually gentle thunderbirds attack all at once? The person running ahead turned back and shouted, Stop arguing. This kid might get torn apart. Hurry and inform the headmaster. Lam 2 got pecked a few times by the thunderbirds. You guys are really going too far. His eyes blazed as he glared at them. Those stupid birds. Do they think I'm easy to bully? Lam 2 clenched his fists, unleashed his power, and roared, Get lost, all of you. The thunderbirds were stunned by the electric shock from Lam 2.
their eyes rolling back as they collapsed unconscious on the ground. Lam Tu laughed loudly. This move is really useful. I didn't expect to accidentally create a new skill. I definitely have to name this move. What should I call it? He thought for a moment, then turned to look at the Thunderbirds launching a new attack. Right, call it Electrolyte Firestone, but it seems like the Electrolyte Firestone needs a bit more fire. Lam Tu revealed a manic look, a smirk rising at the corner of his mouth. Then I'll add some fire. Under Lam Tu's hand, a stream of yellow light began to appear. He swung his hand forcefully toward the Thunderbirds, unleashing a move called Electric Light Firestone. The nearby medical staff stared wide-eyed. He's really only a fifth-year student? Have you informed Director Chuang yet? Why hasn't he arrived? The two looked at Lam Tu eagerly, chasing the Thunderbirds like catching chickens, a bit speechless. If they didn't arrive soon, the director's Thunderbirds would be badly beaten. At that moment, someone approached from afar. Qin Hui called out loudly, "Lam Tu, are you okay?" Suddenly, his footsteps and those of Director Chuang beside him faltered. They saw Lam Tu sitting cross-legged, panting heavily among the knocked-out Thunderbirds. Some lie on their backs with wings spread and legs kicking, others face down crying tears. Qin Hui stammered, "Did you hurt all of these?" Lam Tu nodded. "That's right, but don't worry, none of them are dead. I held back after all. They are the director's pets." Director Chuang sat silently, looking at the Thunderbirds lying on the ground. He raised his eyes to look at Lam Tu. "You do know these are the director's pets, right? The director entrusted me with these precious Thunderbirds, so how do you expect me to explain this to him?" Zheng Hui scratched his head and said shyly, "The head teacher? The Thunderbirds attacked Lam Tu first. He was just defending himself. Should I just stand still and let the Thunderbird peck me to death?" Headmaster Chuang fumed, pointing at Lam Tu, saying this student has no shame, always absorbing the lightning energy that attracts the Thunderbird. "The Thunderbird attacked him out of instinct to protect its food," Lam Tu argued back, shivering. "I didn't mean to. It's just that I was practicing skills related to lightning." Principal Chuang sighed and waved his hand. "All right then, Teacher Nam, take him to the medical room for treatment. I will report this situation to the director, and as for compensation, or how much to compensate, let him decide." Lam Tu rubbed his hands together and quietly asked, "Headmaster Chuang, with so much happening here, does my order end here?" Supervisor Chuang glanced at him. "What a nice dream. You've only been detained here for 1 day, but you're already bruised all over. I'll extend your detention. Even if there's no more lightning, you still have to serve the full 7 days to earn points." The news was worse than a slap to Lam Tu's face. He shouted, "Oh God, Chief Chuang, it really wasn't my fault." Time passed, and finally Lam Tu was released. As soon as he reached the gate, he called out to Tiu Nguyet Nguyet, "I'm home." Lam Tu was excited. "Do you miss me?" Lak Nguyet turned to look at him. "Did you really beat up the Thunderbird that badly? Your lightning control must have improved a lot, right?" Lam Tu immediately flexed his muscles to show off to her. "Of course, and it's not just a little increase." Lak Nguyet cut off his smug look. She handed the weapon to Lam Tu. The black spear was finished. "Try infusing your energy into the patterns on the spear shaft." Lam Tu's eyes lit up. This look is so cool. Without hesitation, he immediately followed Lak Nguyet's instructions, infusing the spear with his energy to create a new move called the Long Spear Thunder Black Fang. Lam Tu laughed loudly, flawless in every way. He lunged forward to hug Lak Nguyet and thank her deeply, unsure how to repay her kindness, only to be punched away by her the next moment. "Get lost!" Lam Tu could only leave 2 lines of nosebleed. "Yes!" Lam Tu suddenly shouted from inside the room, "Get out, get out, get out of here!" Lam Tu raised his hand to block Kuang Kuang, who was trying to jump on his face. "You were only detained for 7 days and subjected to electroshock. Can't you let me sleep a little longer?" Kuang Khan pointed and kept shouting, "Abba, abba, ah." Lam Tu glanced in the direction it pointed. He saw the backpack lying on the sofa and asked Kuang Khan suspiciously, "Is there a strange noise coming from the backpack?" Lam Tu carefully approached and unzipped the backpack. As soon as he opened it, his eyes widened in shock. Inside the backpack was a small egg cracking open, with a tuft of blue feathers poking out from a tiny hole in the shell. Moments later, a little bird appeared inside. It lifted its head and looked around. Both Lam Tu and Kon Kon stared at it in bewilderment. "It's hatched! It's hatched!" The little bird's eyes lit up, and it chirped a few times. Lam Tu lifted it up. "The little one's body is cool. It must feel comfortable. Birds that break out of their shells see the first creature they encounter as their mother. Does that mean it sees me as its mother?" But before Tubac could respond, Lam Tu saw it grow weak and lie limp in his hands, panting heavily. "What's wrong?"
It was fine just a moment ago. Lam Tu looked around in panic, wondering if the temperature of his hand didn't match its nature. It seems I need to prepare a separate environment to nurture it. He rushed to the cabinet and rummaged through everything inside. Lam Tu quickly found an icebox and placed 2 Bak inside. I'll order a cooling box for you online. For now, I'll just leave you here temporarily. As soon as it was placed in the tray, Teobak quickly regained its vitality. Lam Tu let out a sigh of relief. It really was because of the environment. He stood up and walked into the kitchen. Zhao Yue, look quickly. I'll be the father bird. You be the mother bird. Once inside, aside from the food laid out on the table, the kitchen was completely empty. Lam Tu placed Teobat on the table and pulled out a chair to sit down. Tiun Wit Nguit had arrived at school early again, and while eating, Lam Tu opened the system panel. He had accumulated 3 draws before, so with the rare bird he got, he decided to try his luck. Reward system. After 1 spin, the system immediately sent a gift to Lam Tu. Congratulations to the owner for receiving a large amount of strange crystals, Lam Tu said with disdain. This again. Little White and Gon sat on the table staring at the pile of strange crystals that had just fallen with hungry looks. They heard Lam Tu mutter, "They're all level 3, not very useful to me right now." He observed the little bird's behavior and immediately picked up a crystal to offer it. Could it be that this silly bird also wants to eat the strange crystals? As if in response, Teobak immediately gobbled down 2 pieces and let out a few joyful chirps. Watching Teobat and Con eat happily, Lam Tu felt a headache coming on. 2 gold-eating beasts in the house, how is this old father supposed to live? Lam Tu looked up at the wheel and continued listening to the system's result announcement. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the Diamond Martial Arts card, the health training technique. Lam Tu's eyes lit up as he held the card in his hand. The health training technique, a cultivation method for the muscle god, was created by the muscle demon about 400 years ago. By training health and willpower through self-movement, one gains powerful, close combat abilities. After the excitement faded, Lam Tu belatedly realized he had 2 Diamond Martial Arts cards, but Diamond Martial Arts require level 6 to practice. I have to level up quickly, reaching level 6 as soon as possible. Regaining his composure, Lam Tu ordered the system to continue drawing rewards. The system spun the wheel and announced, "Congratulations, Master, you have received a special martial arts card, sweeping in all directions." Lam Tu lowered his head to look at the card with many strange symbols in his hand. Special martial arts card, not a gold card nor a diamond card, what's so special about it? He held the card up to his forehead to see what it was. The system replied, "Master, this special martial arts card is part of a set that must be fully collected before you can train." The system's words made Lam Tu furious, and he threw the card onto the table. Huh? The set requires 3 draws, but I only got 1. Guang Ming and Teobak, who were busy eating crystals, also turned to look at him. Time passed, and Lam Tu returned to the Sacred Domain Academy. The students in Class 10 cheer happily. "Lam Tu, you're finally back. Class President, if you didn't come back, someone would go crazy. I heard you just got back and were put on lockdown for fighting, and there's also the matter of the Dean's pet Thunderbird." Impressive. Loi looked at Class President Lam Tu. "How did you find Lac Nuit? How did the hero rescue the beauty from such a dangerous place like the Dark Forest?" Huang Luk stood beside him, nodding enthusiastically. Yes. This is exactly what we want to hear," Lam Tu replied mysteriously. "This all started when I found the sword that Lac Nuit dropped in the Dark Forest." Just as he said this, a scream for help suddenly echoed behind them. "No more training?" Everyone looked up to see Lac Nuit coming in from outside. "Sister Lac Nuit?" Ignoring the others in the class, she walked straight to where Lam Tu Loi was. "Wasting a whole day of training, and you still have time to chat here. Go to the gravity room to train." Lam Tu anxiously asked, "The gravity training room? How much gravity do you plan to use?" Lac Nuit said coldly. 10 times. After hearing her say that, Lam Tu desperately reached out to his classmates for help. 10 times? Oh my god, help! Before anyone could decide whether to save Lam Tu, someone ran in shouting, "Trung Dan, Labin, the people from Class 7 are here again." Labin frowned. Why are these losers coming again? Loi asked if they should tell the class president, but Trung Dan shook his head. "No need to bother the class president. Let's go check it out." Outside, the 7th grade students were shouting loudly. "The results of the last sparring match don't count. We were just playing around with you guys. We haven't been serious yet, so fight us again." Truong Dan stepped forward and looked at them, grumbling. "Losing is losing. Why fight you again?"
Vanderm clenched his teeth and cursed silently at her casual attitude, originally planning to defeat Class 10 in the sparring match while Lam Tu and Lac Nuiet were absent, but unexpectedly let trash like you win. Now our 7th grade class has become the laughingstock of the whole school. The guy shouted, "Don't think winning once means you're all that. Last place is last place forever." Trungden sneered at him. "Defeated by our last place class, doesn't that mean you guys are even worse than the last place class?" Flanders' pupils stopped shrinking, veins bulging on his face. That bitch deserved to die. He raised his fist and lunged at Trungdan as if he wanted to die. Flanders' fist was gently stopped by a hand. The person who arrived was Lam Tu, a surprised 10th grader. Even Flander the Savage froze before class president Lam Tu. Lam Tu and the 7th grade students couldn't believe it and were somewhat afraid. When did he come back? Lam Tu turned to ask Trungdan, "What's with these guys? I was only gone for a few days and someone already dared to attack our doorstep." Tanfong immediately said, "Class president, while you were away, the academy just started the mid-year 5-on-5 class competition. Classes in the same grade form groups of 5 to compete against other classes, and just one win earns a reward from the academy." Lebin stepped forward to report this to Lam Tu. "The guy from Class 7 wanted to take advantage of you and Lac Nuiet being away to defeat us in the match, but in the end, we won." Lam Tu was surprised. Class 7 actually won? Not bad. It seems that while I was away, no one was slacking off. Flander from the forest stood nearby, frowning at their joy. "Crazy. Last time we were careless and let you seize the chance to fight again. This time, we will definitely defeat you." Lam Tu turned to look at him. "Not convinced, huh? Then I'll give you one more chance," he said confidently. "You all come at me together. If you can defeat me, I'll let the 10th graders fight you one more match. Besides, Lac Nuiet and I will not participate." Flander from the forest immediately smiled. "All right, you asked for it." He clenched his fist and launched a devastating punch. "Don't blame us for using our numbers to overwhelm the weak." Lam Tu smirked, preparing to strike. Silver Thunder Violent Fist, one punch that sent Flander flying straight into the sky. The 7th graders panicked and charged together, not breaking apart. Lam Tu lifted his right leg for a series of kicks, struck with a fiery claw from his left hand, and added a violent electric punch, scattering them all. The 7th graders were thrown far away and fell down like projectiles. Lam Tu snorted coldly. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't know how to seize it." Flander from the forest stood up and ran away with Class 7, shouting, "Just wait," before leaving. Watching Lam Tu easily defeat them, Trungdan was excited. Since Lam Tu came to the dark forest, he feels much stronger. Qinfeng's eyes lit up as he nodded in agreement. "Yes, with the class president here, maybe we can beat classes 5 and 6 in the interclass combat competition, right?" Lam Tu looked at him with exasperation. Just look at his expression. He smiled. "Our goal is to defeat everyone and become the top class in the North Academy," and the 10th graders seemed energized. They cheered each other on. "All right, let's train. Just don't drag me into the fight." The next day, another class came looking for Class 10. "Lam Tu, get out here for me. Get out here." Lam Tu awkwardly led the 10th graders out. "What's been going on lately?" Cats and dogs everywhere ran to the door, shouting. Sunda led Class 5, glaring at him with annoyance. "Crazy, that useless 10th grader is way too arrogant. Our 5th grade class officially challenges you all. This afternoon, we settle the score at the training ground." Lebin suddenly pointed at the phone in his hand, and the academy's forum leader exploded. Someone said he wanted to duel with all the classes in the Northern Academy, and even insulted everyone there as trash. Lam Tu glanced and frowned, seeing the date was yesterday afternoon. Definitely Class 7, deliberately causing trouble and making enemies for us clumsily. But that's fine. It saves me from sending challenge letters to each person individually. He turned to look at Class 5. "All right then, let's meet at the training ground, but do me a favor and ask if the other classes want to challenge us too, so they can prepare." He smirked, thinking it would save time to fight them all at once after beating these guys. Sunda's eyebrows knitted tightly as he shouted at Lam Tu, "You bastard! Just the last-ranked class and you still want to beat us. Keep dreaming." The 5th-year students cheered him on. "That's right, Class 10 is trash." They left a warning for Class 10 and then left. "This afternoon, we'll make sure you pay. Just wait and see." Trungdan stepped forward and asked Lam Tu, "Lam Tu, who are you planning to team up with?" "Those guys earlier were all top level 4. That guy Sunda is already level 5, while we're just starting level 4. Lam Tu reassured her. "It's okay. I'm also level 5, aren't I?" "No need to worry. Besides, we also have big sister Lac Nguyen." Lac Nguyen glanced at him and said, Call me when it's a match against Class 1. I won't join the others. Lam Tu sighed. All right. Do you think the other classes aren't competitive except for Class 1? Lakuat replied calmly. Class 1 isn't really challenging. I just find them annoying. The entire 10th grade class stared at her in confusion, and Lam Tu thought to himself, when it comes to showmanship, I have to give it to little Nguyen. In the afternoon at the Sacred Realm Martial Academy training ground, the stands were filled with students and the judges had taken their seats. Lam Tu led the 10th grade class, onto the field. Chin Hui looked at him. Did you make the post on the forum? Lam Tu shook his head. It wasn't me. Although I'm usually a bit arrogant, I wouldn't post something so brainless that stirs up hatred like that. Chin Hui nodded. All right, I guess it's definitely not you. But then Lam Tu continued. If I were the one posting, I definitely wouldn't insult just the Northern Institute. I will curse all the first-year students of the entire institute as trash. Before Chin Hui could say more, the announcement sounded. The sparring match is about to begin. Sun Da holds his spear and watches them, ready to die. Lam Tu slung his black spear over his shoulder and asked them, what kind of spear does the little brat use? Do you know how to use it? Do you need me to teach you? These words successfully angered the fifth-year students, who all rushed forward with their 8 divine spears. Grass thorn spears, second-level slash spears, and the chi break attack aimed at Lam Tu, while Sun Da pointed his spear at him, shouting, go die. Lam Tu frowned, focusing his firepower first to defeat the biggest threat, himself. He's got some brains after all. He gently channeled electricity into the black spear, forming the Overlord spear technique. Lam Tu smiled quietly, but faced with absolute power, his little wit was not enough. Electricity surged through the black spear as Lam Tu prepared to unleash the Overlord spear technique. Calmly watching the fifth graders rushing forward, a smirk appeared on his lips. He lightly swung the black spear in his hand in a circle, then pulled it back, sending the fifth graders flying. Lam Tu stepped forward again, kicking someone in the stomach and knocking them down. The fifth-year students were startled and turned around to call out to Sun Ya. The class president is rude. How could he do that? Lam Tu then turned to the weakest. Is that really worthy of a spear? I'll give him a spear strike. Lam Tu snorted coldly. Embarrassing. The fifth-grade students immediately panicked. The esteemed trio, the 2 strongest are already down. How can we keep fighting? In contrast to the bad mood of Class 5, Class 10 was clearly excited. The class president was imposing. Tanfong smiled confidently. It's all good, he shouted. Class president, just take care of these 3 riff-raff directly. But the next moment, Lam Tu was seen sitting collapsed on the ground. The 2 strongest have already been taken down by me. He looked up and smiled at them. The next 3 are up to you. The other 4 team members were immediately stunned. Zhang Dan was worried. Brother Lam Tu, aren't you going to deal with them? Tanfong urged. Don't bring the class president, the 4 of us are only level 4, fighting 3 level 4s. Lam Tu shrugged. I don't care, that's your problem. If you lose, I'll jump from here. The 5th grade group seemed reinvigorated when they heard Lam Tu wouldn't join. So we won't hold back anymore. These 10th graders are very cunning. Be careful not to fall into their trap. Right, maintain formation. Don't let them defeat us. Guang Look over there also revealed a sinister expression. If that's the case, everyone just let the class president check the results of our training. Tanfong grinned. All right. Zhang Dan still looked a bit worried as he observed the situation around him. Kang Luke was the first to rush forward with the Mountain God Tiger ultimate skill. Class president, this is my new martial art. Please take a look. Next up is Tanfong. Class president, this is my martial art. Huashan Spirit Force. Please take a look. Also, Lebin. The 3 of them kept taking turns saying, Class president, watch my sword-style strike. Class president, this move of mine. It's called the Spirit Moon Slash. Class president, here's another move of mine. Lam Tu was speechless as they kept calling him out, feeling utterly embarrassed. The 5th-year group was called over by them. Can't you fight without calling the class president? Isn't that annoying? Zhang Dan smirked. Finally, someone lost their cool. She lunged forward, swinging her sword in a sweeping strike. Trung Dan confidently shouted, Come down here for me. After taking out another person, she and Tanfong immediately attacked the same opponent together. Now it's 2 against 1. How could we not win? We're definitely going to win. Lam Tu twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed but knowing these guys fought smart. After a fierce battle, the announcement sounded. This round of competition was won by Class 10, and the students cheered, well done. Back in the classroom, they were still excited. The fight was real. Tanfong chuckled, wishing the class president's combo kick had turned Sun Da into a pig's head. Just watching it was satisfying. Lam Tu cut through their joy, reminding them they'd only beaten 2 classes so far, with 5 more to go, so no slacking off in training. Suddenly, they heard someone passing by discussing, "Quick, check the forum. A first-year student named Du Mok Tan just reached the 30th floor of the sports competition tower on his first day." What? That good? Guang turned to look at Lam Tu. Floor 30? Doesn't that mean it's even higher than Lam Tu's floor? That strong? Lam Tu explained to him. On the first day, I only fought up to the 20th floor, later agreeing with Ma Bao Huak to fight up to the 25th floor. Lakuat held the tablet and said to Lam Tu, "I've downloaded Du Mok Tan's battle video. You should watch it quickly." Lam Tu was puzzled. "Why do you want me to watch this now?" Lakuat replied coldly, "Because you're very arrogant and good at making enemies. It won't be long before Du Mok Tan comes looking for you." Lam Tu was speechless. "I'm not arrogant, I'm proud." "Fine, if anyone's quick to fight, they're more arrogant than me." Lam Tu bent down to watch the video Lakuat showed him. The weapon he used was a kanich, on par with a regular leader. Lakuat continued, "The senior he defeated was a level 7 martial artist, nicknamed the Sword King in Class 5 of the Northern Academy." Lam Tu frowned. A 7th level martial artist was easily defeated by him? This guy is really strong. Just then, Duang Hung came up from behind. "Are you guys also watching the video of Duang Ngok Tan's fight?" Lam Tu turned his head. "Ao Duang Hung," I laughed and asked him, "You're not here to give out diamond cards again, are you?" Duang Hung snapped angrily. "No." Lam Tu asked again. "So you came to Class 10 of the North Institute to spar with us? But it's still not Vietnam's turn yet." "Wait until we beat the first class of the North Institute to the ground," Hang said. Truong Dan stood beside him, trembling silently. "Truly, very arrogant," Duang Hong loudly interrupted. "He didn't come to find you to fight. I came to you for a deal. Please come and talk for a moment." Lam Tu approached him. "You want to negotiate with me again? Did you take the wrong medicine?" Duang Hing took out a card and held it in his hand. "I hope you can trade with me the diamond-ranked martial arts card I used to have." Lam Tu scratched his ear. "That's all thanks to me. Ma Bao Huak only managed to win now, at the last moment. You say trade means trade? Besides, the Thuan Bo technique is ranked 30th in the world and not for sale at any price." Duang Hung flipped the card in his hand. This diamond card was also a martial arts agility card called Shadow Clone, ranked 20th in the world. He curled his lips. "I know you have the clone skill, and if combined with the Shadow Clone, it will definitely be unexpectedly powerful." As soon as Duang Hung finished speaking, Lam Tu immediately showed a greedy expression and lunged forward. "I'll trade." Duang Hung startled and took a step back, his change in attitude coming too quickly. After the excitement passed, Lam Tu suddenly froze. "Wait, why are you suddenly being so nice? Is there some kind of scheme?" Duang Hung frowned and pouted. "What scheme would I have? To be honest with you, that diamond card was really hard for my father to get from the clan elder. And if I lose it, he will definitely kick me out of the house. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have done it. Couldn't I just give you the card? But you have to agree to help me with something." Duang Hung asked cautiously. "What kind of task?" Lam Tu stepped forward and whispered into Duang Hung's ear. "It's nothing major, you just need to follow my request." As soon as Duang Hung heard that, he blushed. "No, absolutely not. I won't do something like that." Lam Tu shrugged and turned away. "If you don't agree, fine. I'm about to reach level 6 anyway, so I'll just use this diamond card directly then." After thinking for a moment, Duang Hung reluctantly said, "All right, I agree with you." The two exchanged cards, handing me the sprint skill card. Lam Tu nodded. "Deal sealed." Lam Tu waved at Duang Hung, reminding him that he had agreed with me. He bowed his head to look at the clone card in his hand, the body skill card ranked 20th. The words were loud. A few days later, at the training ground of the Holy Academy, Lam Tu told Trong Dan that after a few days of sparring, only one class from the Northern Institute remained. Trong Dan nodded. After confirming that the top student of the Northern Academy was defeated by Lam Tu, he continued training outside. Today the team leader is Duong Pham, a martial artist who has reached level 6. Lam Tu smirked. No matter who he was, just eliminate him. He turned and said, "Labin, you don't need to go out. Let Lak Nguyen take your place." Labin nodded. "All right, he'll cover Kovu from behind. Everyone, do your best." An announcement sounded. "Players from Class 1 and Class 10, please take the field." Duong Pham stood ready, holding a large sword. "You must be Lam Tu, right?" "I am Duong Pham. I'm different from that useless Trak Koi Tin." Lam Tu nodded. "That's true. Compared to Trak Koi Tin, I will defeat you in less time. The announcement sounded. The competition began. He immediately grabbed the knife and charged forward. The Western 8 banners come out to see the blade. At this moment, 3 people also moved toward Lakuat. Lakuat, you are the traitor of Class 1. Today you will be taught a lesson. Lakuat flicked her head at them. Come here. They immediately rushed forward, ready to fight. Lakuat snorted coldly, and Trong Dan shouted, "They want to gang up on one, so let's help them." But then another guy jumped in. "3 kids, your opponent is me, Duong Tai Ho." One of his clubs slammed down near Trong Dan. She gritted her teeth through the attack, only to be thrown aside by Tai Ho moments later. Trong Dan leaned against the railing, his body trembling. Kwang Luk and Tan Fong also lunged at him. "Damn it, just watch this," Tai Ho sneered. "Idiot!" Instantly, Kwang Luk and Tan Fong were thrown aside. Tan Fong gritted his teeth. Is this really the strength of the first-year class? Yet the 3 of us couldn't even withstand one attack. Trong Dan wiped the corner of his mouth. It's okay. With Lak Nuit and Lam Tu here, victory is certain. The first-year students in the stands laughed loudly. Last place is last place. Can't even block a single move. Now it's 5 against 2. Lam Tu and Lak Nguyen are sure to lose. That girl Lak Nguyen, this time she has to taste defeat. Duong Pham faced Lam Tu. There are only 2 of you left now. As long as I hold you back, Lak Nguyen will have to fight 4 of them alone and will definitely lose. On the other side, Lak Nguyen was fighting 3 opponents alone, with a tiger warrior running up from behind. Meanwhile, Duong Pham raised his blade and unleashed a fiery slash. But I will deal with you before then, Lam Tu said with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, testing fire against me again, are you stupid? He swung the black blade in his hand to unleash a 100-fold phoenix tide. The floor exploded with mud, and the pupil behind Duong Pham's glasses contracted, surprised that his fire was so strong. Lam Tu sneered. Is level 6 all you've got? Duong Pham swung his blade in a fiery, devouring strike. Your fire may be stronger, but it's useless against my scarlet flame blade. This sword is made from a special extraterrestrial fire meteorite, capable of absorbing fire and converting it into power. He swung the sword to test his own fire. Lam Tu countered with an ice strike, the 2 forces of fire and ice clashing. Lam Tu's ice pierced through Duong Pham's fire, stabbing toward him. Lam Tu smirked and said, I forgot to tell you I also know how to use ice skills, but there's still someone on the field who's better than me at ice, right here. Behind you, Duong Pham suddenly realized that Lak Nuit had already come up behind him. What, these useless guys? 4 of them, and she still managed to escape. Lam Tu carried the black spear on his shoulder and said, Sorry, the 4 useless guys you mentioned were already knocked out by Lak Nuit. Duong Pham turned back and said, That fast she already knocked out 4 people. Could it be that she's already level 6? Lak Nuit swung the ice flame slash, despising all the unnecessary words. Lak Nuit coldly unleashed the ice flame slash. Lam Tu also launched the 100-rule Phoenix attack. Duong Pham was caught between 2 ice-fire strikes like a meat sandwich, and a loud explosion echoed across the arena, accompanied by the announcement that Class 10 had won. The 10th grade students jumped up with joy. We won. We defeated all the classes in the Northern Institute. Long live Class 10,000. Chin Hui smiled at them, congratulating you on becoming the top class in the Northern Institute. Tanfeng was all excited. Teacher Nam, what is our reward this time? I heard the rewards are plentiful, but I wonder what they include. Chin Hui squinted and smiled. You defeated 9 levels, earning 9 reward points. However, if it were 10 points, the reward would increase by 1 tier. Tanfeng frowned. 10 points, but only 9 levels. Lam Tu asked him, Do you mean we have to fight a match against Vietnam? Chin Hui nodded. Fighting against Vietnam's first class, they have already defeated 9 other Vietnamese classes. You and Vietnam's first class will have a championship match, so you will have a championship match with Vietnam's first class. Tanfeng laughed and said, The genius of Vietnam's first grade, Ao Duong Hong, has already been pinned to the ground by class president Lam Tu. Our championship match is definitely a win. Chin Hui reminded them not to underestimate their opponents. This time, Class 1 Vietnam not only has Ao Duong Hong but also Du Moc Tan, who reported on the first day that he had reached the 30th floor of the sports competition tower. Trung Dan turned his head to look at everyone. Du Moc Tan, he's in Class 1 Vietnam again. Yeah. The 10th graders looked at each other. It's normal for a genius like that to be placed in Vietnam's first class. This guy is already top level 6, right? Lak Nguyen stood calmly and spoke up. No, Du Moc Tan is already level 7. The entire 10th grade was shaken.
Oh my, level 7 already. The gap is too big, so how are we supposed to fight? Lam Tu smiled to reassure them. Don't worry. With me and Lakuat here, even if he's level 7, we'll make him bow down. As evening falls, everyone leaves the training ground. Lakuat stepped forward and asked Lam Tu, "Are you really that confident? Facing Du Mok Than, we might lose this time." Lam Tu was stunned, not expecting him to say that. "This isn't like you." He smiled at her. "Don't worry, we'll win." Then Lam Tu turned in a different direction. Lakuat asked him, "Where are you going?" Lam Tu waved to her. "Just some things to make sure we don't lose." In the evening inside the forest, Lam Tu strolled over. "You're early." Duang Heng looked at him with disdain. "Isn't it just about winning the first round?" "You're late until now. I've been waiting for half an hour." Lam Tu asked him, "I told you to help me find the power station. Have you found it yet?" Duang Heng glanced at him. "If Hang is involved, is there anything we can't handle? Follow me." The two moved to the power station of the Holy Domain Academy. Lam Tu whispered, "It's just a power station, yet it's hidden in such a secluded place." Duang Heng nodded. "Of course, if someone attacks, the entire power supply of the Holy Domain Academy will be paralyzed." He frowned and asked Lam Tu, "By the way, why did you ask me to bring you here?" Lam Tu took out a few small bombs. "This is for you. Help me lure the staff around to another place." Duang Heng jumped in surprise. "A bomb? You don't actually want to cause a power surge, do you?" Lam Tu shook his head and pointed in one direction. "It's just a fire pump, very low power. You're burning those trees over there." Duang Heng rolled his eyes. "You want me to set a fire? What exactly are you trying to do?" Lam Tu drooled and ran off quickly, saying he had to go recharge. "You're from a big family. You have to keep your word." Duang Heng lowered his eyes to the pile of bombs in his hand, gritting his teeth. "You bastard, if I had known, I wouldn't have agreed with you." After a while, small scattered explosions kept echoing throughout the forest. The guards at the power station were startled. "What's going on?" "There was an explosion. The other side is on fire." They quickly ran into the forest. "Go call a few more people to check it out." Lam Tu, now near the power station, heard the explosion, grinned, and jumped over the fence inside. That kid Ao Duong did a great job. Lam Tu slowly approached an electrical conduit, noticing there were no cameras around, and chose this spot. He raised his hand and punched down, beginning to charge electricity. The power conduit was damaged by Lam Tu, exposing a section of insulated wire inside. He absorbed the electricity flowing through it. "Tonight you must reach level 30. The system has detected great power outside and activated the swallowing skill that is currently exchanging experience points." Inside the power station, Master Lai led a group to inspect the surroundings. What exactly happened outside? Could it be that someone who dares to cause trouble at the Holy Realm Academy really has the courage of a tiger? Suddenly seeing the red alarm light up, the old man was startled. "It's over. The power is out. The power station of the Holy Realm Academy has now fallen into darkness." Inside the forest, Duang Heng is being chased by the guards of the power station. "Put out the fire quickly so I can catch him. I want him to suffer more than death." Who on earth did this? Duang Heng was terrified, wondering what this guy had done to cause such a commotion. This time, he almost got killed by him. Master Lai glanced and ordered his subordinates to activate the backup power source. "Everyone find him for me. We must catch the bastard who sabotaged this power station." They quickly responded. "Understood." On the other side, the system is still helping Lam Tu absorb. Congratulations to the Master for reaching level 30. Congratulations to the Master for achieving the title of level 6 martial artist. Lam Tu smirked. "I'm already level 6 now." Lam Tu closed his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. The system updated the new information. Host Lam Tu, level 30, strength 552, stamina 258, speed 160, overall combat power 6000. The level 5 martial artist nickname grants a 30% chance to reduce incoming damage by 50%. The level 6 martial artist title remains unchanged, with skills like keen analytical eyes, camouflage, and mirror clone. Lam Tu was now charred black, excitedly jumping around. He could finally train the Diamond Martial Arts card, and his 100 Orders Phoenix skill was a growth type that could continue to increase in power. Suddenly, a group of people ran over, shouting, "Whoever's hiding there, come out now." He was startled. "It's over, he's been spotted." Lam Tu leapt over the fence and ran fast as the cable station guards shouted after him. I saw him run in that direction. The guards at the power station quickly chased after him. "Don't let him get away." They all ran off in one direction, ignoring the person hiding behind a tree. Lam Tu smirked. "As long as I stay silent and close my eyes, no one will find me." Suddenly, a figure of Master Lai appeared behind him. "Kid, So you were hiding here. Lam Tu immediately turned back and said, "We're doomed." Master Lai reached out to grab him, still trying to run. In a moment of urgency, Lam Tu immediately used the mirror clone skill. Master Lai's pupils contracted as he stared into the empty space before him. Disappeared already? He sniffed, the smell of black, gray powder and burning. After he sabotaged the power line, he seemed to have been electrocuted, but why could he still jump around freely? Master Lai quickly thought, could it be the kid who sabotaged the director's Thunderbird? And now Lam Tu has also sneaked back home. Is little Nguyen asleep? He tiptoed inside, determined not to let her see his little black African look. Just as he thought that, Lak Nguyen immediately grabbed a sword and flew out of the house. "Who's there?" Lam Tu shouted hurriedly. "Don't! It's me, little Nguyen! Lak Nguyen looked at him suspiciously. Lam Tu pressed his face close to hers to take a closer look. "Why did you end up like this? The power outage earlier was related to you, wasn't it?" Lam Tu scratched his head and laughed. "Isn't it because of the competition the other day?" She squatted on the ground looking at him. "Are you okay? Do you need to go to the infirmary?" Lam Tu shook his head. "No need, just take some medicine." He thought to himself, the person at the power station is searching for him everywhere. Going to the medical room now would be like walking into a trap. Lam Tu quickly finished washing up, wiping his head as he muttered to himself while heading to level 6. "Not only has my strength increased, but my healing ability has also improved significantly." He looked down at his hand and decided to test his circle now. Lam Tu focused his mind to activate the circle. He opened his eyes to see why his circle was different from others, even crackling with electricity. Lam Tu reached out to touch the circle surrounding him. The circle had electricity. It could not only defend, but also attack. This is his unique secret technique. As soon as he finished speaking, the circle disappeared. Lam Tu was startled. It also consumed stamina, so each use probably didn't last long. Then he took out several diamond cards, held them in his hands, and began learning the diamond martial arts cards. Lam Tu placed the diamond card on his forehead, and 10 minutes later, he was still standing, motionless. Even half an hour later, except for the spiritual energy around his body expanding, nothing else had changed. Lam Tu panted heavily, frowning as he looked at the card in his hand. It had drained all his energy, but showed no reaction. Could it be that since he just reached level 6, his accumulated strength wasn't enough to activate this card? Lam Tu threw the card away, knowing that Ao Duang wasn't that good after all. At that moment, the system appeared again with a few suggestions, detecting an abnormality in the owner's acceptance of the martial arts recharge card. "Do you want to use the analytical eyes?" Lam Tu asked suspiciously. "The analytical eyes can also be tested on the diamond card." The system responded, "The owner has reached level 6. The analytical eye skill leveled up, unlocking more uses." It instructed Lam Tu, the owner, to place the diamond card on his forehead and continue activating the analytical eye. Lam Tu followed the instructions, surprised it could be used like that. The system immediately got to work and began analyzing. Later, many words flew out from the diamond card. The system reported a successful violent analysis, and the owner could receive the information. Lam Tu was stunned. Could there really be so much information in this diamond card? Could it be that with my current strength I can't open it? He held his head and groaned, feeling like his head was about to explode, unable to endure it any longer. At that moment, the system sent a new notification, detecting an external special power and activating the absorption skill. After absorbing everything, Lam Tu collapsed to his knees, blood dripping from his nose. What kind of diamond body martial arts card is this? It almost took my life. If he didn't have analytical eyes and the swallowing skill, holding this card would be useless. He wiped the blood from his nose. Ao Duanghang gave you this card to kill you, but his clone really has the 20th best body technique in the world, which suits my clone mirror perfectly. Lam Tu steadied his trembling body and went to rest on the sofa. As soon as he sat down, he pulled out another card to try this diamond martial arts training card, hoping it wouldn't kill him like the last one did. Lam Tu Ha was determined to win the competition the day after tomorrow. Taking a chance, he placed the card on his forehead. This diamond martial arts training card is actually pretty easy to learn. Suddenly, Lam Tu's eyes snapped open, and he threw the card to the ground. Damn it, is this training technique or yoga? Later, Lam Tu crawled down to the floor and raised his hips to the sky. He muttered, "Doing this move is so embarrassing." Lam Tu spread his legs and cursed. The person who invented this training method must be a pervert. Kwang Khan hid behind the wall watching Lam Tu practice while muttering, "For the competition the day after tomorrow, just take the risk." Early the next morning, at Lam Tu's house, he was lying flat on the floor, asleep in the yoga pose from last night.
Lac Nguyen walked up behind him, kicked him straight in the butt, and walked away. Lam Tu struggled to get up. I just learned a new training method, but the posture looks a bit awkward. Lac Nguyen turned and walked away, saying coldly, breakfast is ready, eat quickly, and then go train. Lam Tu said to her, today I'm not going to the training room in the lecture hall. I'll train at home. He thought to himself, with such a humiliating exercise, it can only be done at home. Lac Nguyen turned back and said, up to you. Lam Tu yawned, having practiced the strange stance all night, feeling almost exhausted. At the Sacred Realm Martial Academy training ground, Mok Than looked at Duong Hong and asked. He seemed very tense. Duong Hong nodded slightly. After all, he had already lost to him once. Mok Than flicked his chin and replied, you don't need to worry because this time you don't have to go out on the field. Duong Hong frowned at him. What do you mean? Mok Than pointed to the people standing behind him. It's nothing. Vietnam Class 1 isn't just you in 6th grade. Me and those 4 others will work better together. Just then, the announcement sounded, inviting the players to the stage. Mok Than led a few first-year students away, saying, watch closely. Under my leadership, the first-year Vietnamese class won't lose to the last-place class again. Duong Hong gritted his teeth. The bastard still wouldn't let the class president take the stage. Then he grinned. I'm waiting to see you get knocked down by Lam Tu until your teeth scatter on the ground. On the arena floor, Vietnam's first-year class was facing off against Lam Tu's 10th-year class from the north. He tilted his head and looked at Mok Than. Where is Ao Duong Hong? Why isn't he coming out? Mok Than replied disdainfully. He doesn't need to come out. Lam Tu frowned. He's the class president, so why isn't he on the field? Is he looking down on me? Who do you think you are? How dare you speak on behalf of the entire Vietnamese class? Mok Than frowned, his eyes fiercely fixed on Lam Tu. Duong Hong, standing below, laughed. Evil must be punished by evil. Lam Tu needs to try even harder. The final announcement sounded, and the competition began. Mok Than immediately took the lead and charged forward. Take them down for me. One guy with a spiked club tried to attack Lam Tu from the left while a huge giant blocked his right side. On the other side, the 3 of them, Trong Dan, Le Bin, and Tan Phong, were also surrounded by others. The rookies obediently went down. Mok Than approached Lac Nguyen to greet her. It had been a long time since they last met. Lac Nguyen just frowned without replying to him. The clash of weapons between Lac Nguyen and Mok Than rang out loudly. He looked up at her. Lac Nguyen, no need to be like this right after we meet, right? No matter what, I'm still Lac Nguyen, she said, thrusting her sword straight at Mok Than while covering her mouth. On this side, 3 figures have already been thrown off the arena floor. Truong Dan gritted his teeth, unable to hold out for more than a few seconds, fighting a level 6 at his level 4. The giant laughed provocatively at Lam Tu, whose friend couldn't even counter a single move, saying we're all level 6. Lam Tu chuckled and launched a level 6 100 birds facing Phoenix Strike. So skilled, huh? Lam Tu thought to himself. Just the right chance to use them to test the upgraded 100 birds soaring Phoenix. The giant immediately activated the circle, even sneering. Lam Tu was clueless. How did he know about level 6? Level 6 can use the circle to defend, so your attacks are useless. Lam Tu laughed loudly, seeing how long you could hold the defense, then unleashed more strikes of the 100 birds facing Phoenix technique, all aimed at one target. Explosions kept ringing out as the giant looked up at his circle. Damn it! Does this guy's martial skill not even consume energy? 2 other teammates immediately ran over. Hurry and help stop him! At that moment, Lam Tu flew up holding the black staff, adding another 100 birds soaring Phoenix move, following a phoenix flying towards him. He shouted, that was just the 100 birds. Now here comes the real deal. The big guy glared wide-eyed, but before he could finish speaking, the arena erupted with a loud explosion. The big guy was kicked straight to the ground by the 100 birds soaring Phoenix move, lying there with rolled-back eyes and a stream of snot running down his face. Tan Phong and Le Bin hugged each other, cheering. The class president took down one already. The class president is amazing. Zhang Dan was not as happy as they were. Frowning as she looked up at the arena, it seemed Lac Nguyen was always at a disadvantage. She didn't expect Du Mok Than to be so strong. On the stage, Mok Than was attacking Lac Nguyen with a spear in hand, a smirk on his lips. Lac Nguyen, have you not improved at all over the years? Lac Nguyen snorted coldly without replying. Lam Tu lifted the black staff, intending to rush at that bastard Du Mok Than, but he was quickly blocked by the other 3 from Class 1. Kid, where do you think you're going? The poor lover is being bullied. Can't hold it in anymore? One of them sneered. Surrounded by us, let's see where you can run. The 3 of them simultaneously flew to attack Lam Tu.
A loud bang erupted on the arena floor. Zhang Dan, Le Bin, and Tan Fong below turned pale. The dust on the arena floor obscured the view, with only a few sparks of electricity visible inside. Once the wind blew the dust away, everyone could clearly see that the three had completely missed Lam Tu because he had activated his circle. The first-year students were stunned. What? Lam Tu stood confidently inside the protective circle after activating it, looking at them. Even Qin Hui, watching from the stands, was very surprised. That is Lam Tu's circle. This kid Dat is already level 6. He raised his hand to scratch his ear as if they forgot to mention something to you all. I have a circle now too. The first-year students in the boys' dorm went crazy. Damn it. So what if it's level 6? I'll shatter your circle. The three of them frantically rushed forward, striking at Lam Tu's circle, but he stood calmly inside, raising his hand to observe closely. Can your little circles compare to mine? Lam Tu clenched his fist, and lightning instantly spread throughout his circle. His lightning circle skill. The first-year boys from the boys' dorm surrounded him, and Lam Tu was instantly shocked. Who was it? They could only scream in despair. Chuangdan was surprised. Lam Tu's circle also conducted electricity. The first-year guys gritted their teeth in disbelief. How could this be? His circle had electricity again. After an electric shock attack, Lam Tu charged forward with the black spear of storm and flower. It's my turn now, the top student from the male dorm shouted at him. Damn it! His body still numb. He immediately activated his protective circle. Such an unbearable bully. Lam Tu quickly reacted by throwing his cloak, telling him to get lost. Lam Tu used a violent move, the Lei Hua spear, to strike directly at the other guy's circle. He was stunned. What? His circle was instantly shattered, and he himself was kicked down bouncing. Le Bin Huan shouted, Great, another one down. But before his body could hit the ground, he threw a hook punch. The top student from the Southern Institute managed to pull himself back onto the arena floor. Lam Tu shouted, This is bad. There's an organ in the combat gear. Does the referee count that as cheating? The referee shook his head. The device on the combat gear is also a weapon, so it's not considered cheating. The match continues. The 10th grade students from the Northern Institute immediately protested. Damn, that's still not cheating? Are you blind? It's not fair. They clearly don't want us to win. Not fair. Hui, standing beside them, said, Indeed, the school has no such rule. He looked up at the arena and sighed quietly. The teachers of the top-ranked classes surely don't want the 10th grade, always called the last class, to win the combat competition. Lam Tu had no choice but to rely on you. The top student from Vietnam, who had just saved a life, immediately challenged with a sly grin. The last-ranked class must have the awakening of the last-ranked class. A champion? It shouldn't belong to you. Lam Tu laughed. It seems many people at the Sacred Realm Academy don't want us to win. He used the clone skill and shouted, Then I'll just win for you to see. Meanwhile, down below, Duong Hong was going crazy, clutching his head and shouting, How is this possible? He actually learned the shadow clone technique. For over 10 years, many people in the clan have failed to master it. Some even became useless from forcing themselves to learn, so I treated it like a worthless card to trade with him. But he actually learned from that pervert. It's just too twisted. Lam Tu swept the black ring in his hand, spinning with full force to knock me down from the arena. Someone was blasted down, yelling, Why me? And that third guy just now once again threw out his hook, thinking it wouldn't be easy for me to get down there. He reached out and grabbed the electrified hook directly. You still want to use that dirty trick in front of me twice? Remember not to use conductive materials next time. The other side was immediately shocked by Lam Tu's electric current, smelling of burnt meat. He screamed in pain. Lam Tu smiled confidently at the first-year student from the male academy. He was electrocuted so badly he seemed lifeless. The sword in his hand dropped to the ground and he fell straight backward. The other two gritted their teeth. Damn it, they all charged at once. Get down here, kid! One of them threw out a hidden wire from his shirt, while the other swung out another from behind, 2 hooks wrapping around Lam Tu from both sides. At the same time, they also tightly bound his hands. The 2 others pulled the wire tightly around Lam Tu, who frowned, realizing they wanted to use the steel wire to restrain him. Lam Tu unleashed the electric power within his body and shouted, Get off me! The 2 men were immediately stunned, one of them still stubbornly holding the wire. Come here before you do get electrocuted to death. I can kill you first. Lam Tu grinned, baring his teeth. Do you think that's all the electricity I have? Lam Tu clenched his teeth, tensed his body, releasing even more electricity, exploding. The 2 glowing wires gradually snapped into pieces as he unleashed a thunderous electric fireball strike. Tan Fong and Le Bin jumped up, 2 more guys down. The class president is amazing.
But on the other side, Lak Nguyen coughed twice, coughing up blood. Lam Tu stepped over to support her. Lak Nguyen, are you hurt? Lak Nguyen pressed her lips together and did not answer. Lam Tu asked her if she was feeling uncomfortable. He silently assessed Lak Nguyen. Today, it seems like Lak Nguyen isn't using her strength, looking full of worries. He pushed her back, saying, "You handle your wound first, I'll deal with him." Lam Tu shook his head, dismissing other thoughts, and decided to win first before talking. Mok Than sneered, pressing his injured nose to the ground, mocking, "Lam Tu only defeated 4 useless guys. Do you really think you can challenge me?" Doesn't know his limits. Lam Tu shrugged and replied calmly, "How will you know if you don't try?" Mok Than suddenly smiled and changed his tone to share a secret with him. "Lak Nguyen is my fiancé." Lam Tu was stunned by the fiancé. In pain, he turned to look at her. Lak Nguyen, what he said, I was thinking. No wonder Lak Nguyen was so troubled. At that moment, Mok Than suddenly attacked, unleashing a dragon spear strike. "You idiot, where are you looking?" The blade attached to his spear immediately slashed across Lam Tu's chest. The two charged at each other directly. Mok Than used a decisive move to counter Lam Tu. They were both pushed back at the same time. Lak Nguyen shouted loudly, "Lam Tu!" She looked at him. "Don't listen to what he's saying." Mok Than on the other side heard Lak Nguyen deny it and continued, "This marriage was decided by the heads of our 2 families. Lak Nguyen cut him off. "Cut. I don't agree. No one can manipulate me." Mok Than suddenly interrogated her. "Lak Nguyen, didn't you like this kid?" Lak Nguyen said coldly, "None of your business." However, Mok Than paid no mind to her coldness and continued to sneer. "But the strength of this kid means you 2 can never be together. Today I will crush this kid under my feet so you can see the reality clearly." Lam Tu raised his head and looked towards Mok Than. "Lak Nguyen, you go down to Sister Thuong. Let me deal with him." Lak Nguyen remained silent and did not respond. Later, she nodded, turned around, and left. "All right, I trust you. Don't lose." Lak Nguyen quickly jumped down and left the arena. Her sudden action made the 10th grade students from the Northern Institute anxious as if they were sitting on hot coals. Tan Feng held his head. Why did Lak Nguyen take the initiative to step down? Kwang Luk was dumbfounded too. "What is the class president doing? Are you sure those 2 can beat Du Mok Than?" Truong Dun interrupted from beside. "These 2 lunatics, just shut up. I believe in Lam Tu's choice. He will definitely win." Mok Than tilted his head and looked at Lam Tu. "You want to have a fight between 2 men with me because of a girl?" Lam Tu shook his head slowly. He bared his teeth and smiled at Mok Than. "I just want to close the door and fight the dog alone." This provocation angered Mok Than, and he launched a dragon strike again. "Wanna die?" Lam Tu quickly activated his protective circle. Mok Than's eyes lit up. He had been trained to resist electricity since childhood. He was about to unleash dragon roar-piercing heaven, disdainfully telling Lam Tu, "This little electricity is useless." The blue dragon roared and flew toward Lam Tu. This strike directly shattered his circle. Lam Tu was pushed back a distance, planting his black spear into the ground to steady himself. Mok Than didn't give him time to recover and lunged forward again. "Your circle couldn't withstand my attack in the first place." The 2 of us fought all across the arena. Mok Than sneered. "This is the difference." Lam Tu continuously unleashed a barrage of 100 remedies. Mok Than lifted his eyes to look at him. "Let me show you my circle." He activated his circle. His continuous 100-fold Phoenix Tide technique only hit the circle without touching Mok Than. Lam Tu then controlled the black energy in his hand to draw another move. "Let's see this move then." This strike of his directly hits the protective circle of Mok Than. A moment later, Lam Tu suddenly widened his eyes, his pupils shrinking, and his body was pushed back several steps by the force of the circle's counterattack. He was surprised that his circle could fight back. Mok Than broke free from the circle, preparing a new dragon-soaking sky strike. Cold and void responding to Lam Tu, "Don't think only your circle has attached attributes." At that moment, Mok Than struck, and Lam Tu quickly used a mirror clone to evade. Mok Than frowned. "This is bad, it's a clone." From above, 2, 3, 4 Lam Tu were striking down at Mok Than at the same time. He blocked while stepping back. Damn, this must be the diamond body technique. How does a kid from a remote wilderness know this skill? Suddenly sensing something, Mok Than turned his head to look behind, where Lam Tu was charging forward, surrounded by phoenix flames. Mok Than gritted his teeth and cursed, "I'm done for!" Lam Tu stomped his foot and leapt up, this time unleashing a full-force fire-refined void strike. A deafening explosion echoed across the arena as Lam Tu landed, steadying himself.
Is it over already? Unexpectedly, through the flames, he saw Mok Thien still standing there unharmed, except that his shirt was burned to ashes. He frowned at Lam Tu. What can a little fire do to me? Mok Kam Thuong stood there confidently, challenging him with a look. Lam Tu pressed his lips. This guy could still barely break through his fire-refining void. This time, Mok Thien struck with a powerful move, the Heavenly Dragon. He shouted, "Let me see your diamond skill." Lam Tu grinned. "Just right. I also have a dragon." He shook the black staff in his hand, breaking the Heavenly Dragon formation. Lam Tu and Mok Thien both shouted loudly, charging at each other as another explosion rocked the arena within a 100-meter radius. Thick dust and flying debris filled the air. Everyone standing below Trong Dan was staggered by the aftershock. Two figures on the arena floor gradually appeared as the smoke was blown away by the wind. Truong Dan furrowed his brow, trying to get a better look. Who won? At this moment, Mok Thien was already falling forward. Seconds later, he immediately collapsed to the ground unconscious. Lam Tu raised the black staff in his hand, accompanied by a declaration from the stands. Lam Tu won. He proudly shouted, "I won!" The 10th graders were so happy they jumped up and down. Lam Tu won. Long live the class president. Long live. Class 10 won. Class 10 won. The whole class quickly rushed onto the stage. "Class president, I love you to death." "Long live the class president, you're amazing." Lam Tu smiled as he looked at Lac Nuit approaching him and happily called out, "Lac Nuit, I won." His eyelids heavy, Lam Tu murmured, "I won." Then Lam Tu collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness amid the calls of the 10th grade students. "Class president, the class president is out cold. The class president has fainted." A staff member at the infirmary of the Sacred Realm Academy. 2 days later, Lam Tu groggily opened his eyes, now lying in the treatment room. Huang Luk Jen outside the glass cage called out to him, "Class president, you're finally awake?" Tan Feng stood beside him, happy. "You've been unconscious for 2 days and 2 nights." Lam Tu hurriedly covered his body with his hands. "I was with Lak Lak Nguyen, so why are you here?" Huang Luk laughed loudly. "For the past 2 days, Lak Nguyen has been taking care of you and has seen everything." Tan Feng frowned. "We're married. What's there to be shy about?" No sooner had they finished speaking than Lam Tu and Lak Nguyen punched them, sending them sprawling backward. "Get lost!" Labin was speechless. "These 2 blunt guys deserve it." Lak Nguyen handed him a set of clothes with a bathroom and clean clothes nearby. "Go take a shower." Teacher Nam Chin Hui said several times that Dean Bak Lai was urgently looking for you. Lam Tu watched Lak Nguyen leave, wondering if the urgent call from Dean Bak Lai was because his power theft had been exposed. After changing clothes, he went straight to the principal's office. "Hello, Dean Bak Lai." As soon as he stepped in, Mr. Lai pointed at him and accused him directly. "It's him. Definitely him." Lam Tu twitched the corner of his mouth, realizing he had been exposed. He stubbornly asked back, "Who are you? What power station?" Seeing Lai shout badly, "This kid is still making excuses. A real man owns up to what he does. Who else in this academy trains in the electric attribute?" Lam Tu grimaced. "Teacher, do you have any proof? Even though you're a teacher, you can't just falsely accuse a student." Bak Lai looked at Lam Tu and said, "Kid, what kind of proof do you want?" His hand touched the red button on the table. "Then I'll show you the evidence." On the screen appeared the scene of Lam Tu fighting with the Thunderbirds. Bak Li said, "Fighting on the spaceship is forbidden, and as a result all the Thunderbirds I raised were injured, still not fully recovered, and just a few days of peace. They ran to the power station to chew on the power cables, causing the entire Holy Realm Academy to lose power." He lifted his eyes to look at Lam Tu. "Kid, you really are a troublemaker. You're completely clueless. Didn't that kid Ao Duong say there are no cameras in the power station area? This kid got me into trouble." Teacher Lai looked at Lam Tu with solid evidence. "Do you have anything else to say?" He quickly raised his hand to make peace. "The Thunderbird incident really wasn't my fault. I didn't know it would turn out that way. It's true that I was the one who tampered with the power station, but I did it because I wanted to increase our strength quickly. I want to lead Class 10 to victory in the competition. I want to prove wrong everyone who underestimates Class 10. Bak Li stared intently at Lam Tu. "This stubborn, unyielding personality suits me perfectly, but if you make a mistake, you have to be punished. Here's the deal. I'll give you a chance to make things right." He said that recently a strange power was discovered beneath the Sacred Realm Academy, and someone needs to be sent down to investigate. You are the strongest among the level 6 fighters and the best candidate. As long as you complete this reconnaissance mission, you won't be punished anymore. He asked, confused.
There are countless masters at the Holy Realm Academy, many level 7 and 8 fighters, so why choose a level 6 fighter like me? Bak Li sighed. There's no other way. The island beneath the Holy Realm Academy is full of evolved beasts. He thought about the situation under the sea, paused, then continued. If we send high-level fighters, it might cause them to panic and lead to a terrifying beast tide. Lam Tu rubbed his hands excitedly and asked, so what do I get? Teacher Lai is angry with you. That kid even dares to demand benefits. Bak Li stopped Mr. Lai and replied to Lam Tu. As long as the mission is completed, of course there will be many rewards. He said to Mr. Lai standing nearby. Mr. Lai, you can go ahead. I have a few words to say to him in private. Teacher Lai nodded. All right. As he passed by him, he even snorted coldly. Teacher Lai quickly walked out the door and left the principal's office. Bak Li stood up and looked at Lam Tu, now speaking differently. In this inter-class competition, Class 10 came first, and all students who did not participate received 50,000 points and a gold skill card. You and 4 other students who participated received 100,000 points and 2 gold skill cards. He reached out to open the desk drawer, and you performed very well in this combat competition. So I will personally reward you with a diamond skill card. Bak Li held 3 cards in his hand. Here are 3 spear skill cards. Choose one yourself. Lam Tu asked in confusion why only I was rewarded, since we are not close. Bak Li sighed and said it's not that we are close, but someone special instructed me to take care of you, otherwise with my temper, I would have kicked you out of the Holy Realm Academy long ago. He suspects someone special gave instructions. Who is it? Could it be my little moon? Bak Li shook his head. Although Lak Nguyen is from the Lak family in Tien Kong City, she still can't just make things difficult for me. He glanced at Lam Tu. Do you still remember Bak Li Haolin, whom you met on the way to the Sacred Domain Academy? The one who claims to be your master. Lam Tu tilted his head in thought, only later remembering who Bak Li Haolin was. Lam Tu clapped his hands once. So that was the master back then. He pointed directly at Bak Li. She and you both share the surname Bak Li. You are family. You are her grandfather. Bak Li Langtran did not want to answer. Don't worry about the relationship. Just remember that your black spear was tricked away from me. Lam Tu replied with a forced smile. So that's how it is. Then thank you, Dean Bak Li. Then Bak Li continued. Besides, I should also tell you that Du Mok Thun is a disciple of one of the 5 founders of the Sacred Realm Academy. That old man is petty. You defeated his disciple, and when he returns, he will definitely look for a chance to deal with you. Lam Tu chuckled and replied, Let him come. I've never been afraid of anyone. Bak Li angrily chased him away, telling him to get lost because he found him annoying. Lam Tu obediently left the principal's office and ran home. Little Nguyen, I'm home. As soon as he entered, Lam Tu froze in surprise. He saw Lak Nguyen sitting by the door feeding Tubak and a white fluffy ball. Tubak turned its head to look at him. Lam Tu shouted in panic, Oh no, what the hell is this white fluff? Lak Nguyen immediately replied, It's gone. It seems to have evolved. Lam Tu looked at the white fluffy thing in front of him and said, This is Kun Kun. He lowered his head to look at it. Why did it turn out looking so ugly? She asked him, Where did you catch it? Lam Tu recalled and replied, In an underground laboratory, inside a level 6 crouching green beast. I thought it was a level 6 strange crystal, but it turned into this toy. Lak Nguyen nodded and then asked, Did Director Bak Li look for you about something? Lam Tu shook his head, saying no. Just talked about the prize from the competition and the incident where the Thunderbird was injured and placed under house arrest last time. She looked at him suspiciously and asked, Is that all? Lam Tu nodded uneasily. Yes, that's all. Lak Nguyen didn't ask any further. She turned and went into the house, saying nothing more. Suddenly, after taking 2 steps, Lak Nguyen stopped. She tilted her head and asked Lam Tu, The engagement between me and Du Mok Thang was decided by the family really. I neither agree nor does it concern me. He brought his face close to hers and said, Little Nguyen, caring about my feelings like that. Do you really like me? Lak Nguyen coldly punched Lam Tu in the face. Get lost! Time passed. 2 days later by the beach, Lam Tu was dressed in diving gear, preparing to go underwater. A member of the Holy Realm Academy stepped forward and handed him a dagger. It's not easy to use a spear effectively underwater. This is the dagger that Director Bak Li gave you, of very high quality, so don't lose it. The power fluctuation has appeared again. Now is a good chance to go down and investigate. He nodded and moved forward. Okay, let's go. The 2 behind gave further instructions. Director Bak Li has called a level 6 martial artist team.
If anything unusual happens below, they will provide immediate support. Lam Tu did not respond and quickly jumped into the sea. He quickly dove to the seabed. Lam Tu had reached the coral hunting grounds below. He swam a long distance. Small fish swirled around Lam Tu as if curious about something. Suddenly, he paused for a moment. This was Lam Tu looking at the massive structure before him. Doomed. I didn't expect the island beneath the Holy Realm Academy to be man-made. Just how big is this structure? The person above replied, So? Isn't it ridiculous? Lam Tu glanced around and saw a large fish ramming into the structure ahead. The system immediately provided him with information about this creature. Level 5, black-toothed fish, an alien creature known for its sharp teeth that can chew through hard materials. Lam Tu shouted in alarm, Hey, did you see that? These all seemed to be alien creatures. The people on shore were stunned. Where did these monsters come from? Why do they want to attack the protective screen? Quickly summon Director Baka here. He told them, and then dived deep. I'll go down and see. The academy staff warned us. Be careful. Going down a little further, Lam Tu suddenly widened his eyes, startled to see that the gap at the bottom of the sea was a spatial rift. There's a spatial rift beneath the island. The people watching from the shore frowned. This time it's going to be troublesome. After a moment, Lam Tu reported again that the spatial rift was disappearing on its own. Lam Tu turned his head to look around. What the hell is going on? I've never seen a spatial rift disappear that quickly before. The person on shore said to him, We can't explain it either. Check around for any other spatial rifts. Lam Tu looked at the system panel reporting fluctuations in front of him, and a new power fluctuation appeared. Not far to my left, the other person responded, I noticed it too. He dives deeper again. I'll go check it out. The observer warned, Be careful. Circling around to the other side of the protective screen, Lam Tu spoke again. There is someone ahead, and this person is not wearing diving gear. The system quickly retrieves information for Lam Tu, the AI robot model L247. He was stunned. It was another artificial intelligence robot. The people on shore also saw this image through the camera. I see it now. The situation seems more serious than we thought. That robot is holding something in its hand along with a strange crystal. A moment later, a spatial rift larger than before suddenly opened in front of it. Lam Tu frowned. The spatial rift appeared again. Was it the strange device in the robot's hand creating the rift? The person on the other side said, We are analyzing. Then he shouted again, Damn, this spatial rift is at least 10 meters. Suddenly, a swarm of strange creatures poured out from the spatial rift. The system provided Lam Tu with information. Level 5 rockfish, an alien creature characterized by a tough outer shell and high defensive capability. The rockfish charged forward at full speed. They kept charging headfirst into the shield beneath the Sacred Domain Academy. Lam Tu swam to a different position. He observed while speaking, the robot used a device to create a spatial breach, attracting alien creatures to attack the protective barrier under the island. Everyone, send reinforcements down quickly. The person on shore immediately took command and responded clearly to Lam Tu. Director Baka had arranged a level 6 martial artist team ready to provide support. Lam Tu swam after the robot. Luckily, the spatial rift didn't last long. That guy would definitely go somewhere else to create another one. Let me see if I can extend the time. The person above nodded in agreement. Good work. Stay safe. He sneaks up behind the robot. At this moment, it's about to open another spatial rift. Suddenly, hearing a sound, the robot turned its head and immediately activated its attack mode, detecting an enemy assault. Lam Tu quickly dodged its laser attack. Damn it, I've been spotted. The robot raised the strange object in its hand and shouted, I've been detected! Executing the second backup plan, activating at 100% power. The object in the robot's hand immediately releases a powerful energy source. Lam Tu covered his face, enduring some effects from the energy. We're doomed. This thing is trying to fully activate that device. Suddenly, Lam Tu's eyes widened, and he turned sharply behind him. We're doomed. The rift is right behind me. Lam Tu shouted loudly through the radio, See that? This space rift is over 10 meters wide and still expanding. More and more alien creatures are coming out. Everyone think of a way quickly. At this moment, a voice rang out in the observation room. Report to Director Baka, we have detected evolved sea monsters gathering. Baka assessed the situation. The evolved sea monsters sensed the threat of the expanding spatial rift and lost their composure. He stared at the monitor in front of him. Soon, a tide of monsters would be unleashed. Baka frowned, looking troubled, and with so many aliens continuously emerging from the spatial rift, he ordered his subordinates behind him. All teachers leading students from 6th grade and above gathered at the shore of the Holy Domain Academy, preparing to respond to the monster tide. The Academy's security team, equipped with diving gear, went underwater to support Lam 2. The subordinate nodded clearly. On Lam 2's side, someone inside the walkie-talkie asked him, Lam 2, what are you doing? Lam 2 replied, the spatial rift is still expanding. I think we should seize the device in the smart robot's hand to see if it can stop the rift from expanding. The person above immediately stopped me. No, stop immediately and turn back to the sea. The evolved sea monsters have been agitated by the power from the rift, forming a tide of monsters. The voice on the radio was extremely agitated and serious. Thousands of evolved monsters from the seabed were rushing towards him. At this moment, Lam 2 also saw the swarm of evolved beasts gathering right in front of him. He shouted in frustration, why didn't you tell me sooner? You can see the entire tide of monsters. At the same time, the alien creatures suddenly sensed the energy of the evolved beasts. Both sides rushed at each other. Lam 2 watched in shock as he reported. The evolved beasts and the aliens are fighting, and one of them is opening its mouth wide towards Lam 2. He cursed, damn it, and quickly plunged his dagger into its head. The fish was knocked out cold. After finishing up, Lam 2 quickly searched for the robot's whereabouts. A second later, he saw it being gnawed away by some alien creatures. Lam 2 put the spear away. At this skill level, who dares to pull tricks at the bottom of the Holy Realm Academy? He swam to the spot where the robot had left the item. Lam 2 thought to himself, that device must be a treasure. Turn off the headphones and the camera first. I want to take it quietly. He looked at the stone inside that strange device. This fell out from the energy crystal. Lam 2 reached out and touched the crystal. The system immediately activated, detecting a special power, triggering the swallowing skill, and began to swallow. Done. Gained 10 million experience points. Lam 2 opened his eyes wide, Unexpectedly gained 10 million experience points all at once. He looked up and around. There were many fragments like this here. Lam 2 quickly swam to another piece of debris, this time louder. At that moment, in another corner of the sea, an octopus suddenly waved its tentacles forcefully. Seconds later, it was seen leaping onto the shore. The people of the Holy Domain Academy immediately shouted a report, the second wave of tidal beasts is coming. Prepare defenses. Their ranks are even higher than the previous evolved beasts. Everyone be careful! The Sacred Domain Academy members quickly charged in, fighting the evolved beasts brought by the tide creatures. Suddenly, a loud bird call rang out, and everyone below looked up, seeing Baka standing on the back of a large bird, cheering, it's Director Baka, the level 9 fire flame mystic. Seconds later, his mystical bird breathed fire, wiping out the evolved beasts on the shore. The Academy members shouted, they've come to reinforce us! Another octopus had half its head lightly taken off by Baka, and the cheers below had not yet stopped. It really was Director Baka and the fire flame mystic bird, both at level 9. He landed on the ground, walked up to everyone amid cheers, and said, killing these evolved monsters is like cutting vegetables. So good. Baka turned his head to assess the situation. This sea area had already been cleared. The guard team immediately went into the water to find Lam 2 to deal with the evolved monsters and alien creatures underwater. At that moment, Lakuat caught up and immediately raised her voice in front of Baka. Old man Baka, where is Lam 2? He turned to look at Lakuat, probably still at the bottom of the sea. His communication device seems to be broken, always losing contact. Lakuat grabbed the diving suit from the person next to her and brought it over, frowning at Baka. It was him who sent him into the water. She walked toward the shore, glancing at Baka with a warning. So you better pray he's okay. If anything happens to him, I'll kill you. Baka was stunned, thinking to himself, what exactly is so attractive about that kid Lam 2? The two people standing behind him were also sweating cold. This is bad. This girl is really ridiculous, daring to say she would kill Director Baka. Is this anger because of her boyfriend? Lam 2 is her role model. After regaining his composure, Baka loudly gave the order. What are you guys still standing there for? Quickly go into the water to support Lakuat in finding Lam 2. Everyone promptly obeyed and jumped into the sea. Clearly, Lam 2 held the device in his hand. It seemed the device was no longer usable. Put this in. He held the strange crystal in his hand and threw away the shell. Strange. Lam 2 lowered his head, intently staring at the crystal in his hand. Why isn't this crystal fully absorbed by me like its fragments? Lam 2 turned to swim up to the surface. Leave it be. Take it back first, and deal with it later. We can't stay here long, let's go quickly. Suddenly, a bunch of seaweed floated behind him, and one of Lam 2's legs was caught. The system immediately reported to him that it was a level 4 mutated seaweed, with mutations caused by a virus, possessing corrosive properties and attack capabilities. Lam Tu pulled out the blade to cut the strand wrapping around him. It's only level 4 but already daring to mess with him. Yet as soon as he cut that strand, his hand was grabbed. Then his left leg was also wrapped up. His limbs and torso were all tightly entangled by the seaweed. Just then, a fish swam over with its mouth wide open, ready to swallow Lam Tu. He shouted, "I'm not showing off. You really thought I was a cat?" Lam Tu activated the electric current in his body and unleashed his Firestone technique, but the evolved beast seemed fearless and kept swimming closer. Lam Tu frowned. "Not done yet?" Suddenly, his pupils contracted. In front of Lam Tu was a new wave of beasts along with some giant creature. He froze. "What is that?" The monster opened its mouth wide to swallow. Lam Tu muttered, "I'm done for." System report. This is an alien creature level 8, the furious black whale, known as the King of the Sea, with extremely strong stomach acid capable of swallowing almost anything. Lam Tu panicked. An alien creature level 8. He muttered, "I'm only level 6, hurry and fight it." The black whale suddenly glanced at Lam Tu, then opened its mouth wide again to suck in. He flailed wildly, as if he were a snack. The entire sea and surrounding creatures were almost being sucked into its mouth. Lam Tu prepared to unleash an electric beam. "Want to eat me? Aren't you afraid of getting burned?" He unleashed a strike of electric firestones, each bolt hitting the beast directly. It thrashed its tail fiercely toward Lam Tu, sending him flying to the ocean floor. Lam Tu slammed his body against a rock, gritting his teeth. "This is bad." The black whale opened its mouth wide again, heading straight for Lam Tu. He immediately activated the circle, but he was still swallowed by the black whale. Suddenly, its eyes widened, and moments later it vomited out Lam Tu. He flew into a rage, staring fiercely at the black whale. "If this keeps up, I'm definitely going to lose. I have to escape quickly." Before Lam Tu could figure out a way to solve it, the black whale opened its mouth wide and swam towards him. Lam Tu gripped the dagger tightly and stabbed it into its eyeball. The whale thrashed violently, shaking its body back and forth. Lam Tu was thrown off to the side by its movements, losing the dagger from his hand. Seeing this, the whale opened its mouth again, trying to swallow him. Just as he was about to enter the black whale's mouth, Lam Tu quickly activated the circle. When Lakuat chased after, she only caught sight of Lam Tu crawling into the belly of the black whale. Panicked, Lakuat shouted Lam Tu, drew her sword, and lunged forward, cursing the damn creature to spit Lam Tu out. At this moment, Lam Tu fell splashing down the digestive tract into the black whale's stomach. He shouted, "Did this guy just swallow me whole again?" Lam Tu punched hard into its belly. He frantically struck and kicked, shouting, "I'm hard to chew, spit me out quickly." Outside, the whale suddenly rolled its eyes and shook its body violently as if it was in great discomfort. Lakuat silently stared at it, sensing it was in a lot of pain. She wondered, could Lam Tu be attacking inside its stomach? Lakuat picked up her sword again. "Lam Tu, hang in there, I'll cut it into pieces." Lakuat stepped forward, continuously slashing at the black whale's body. But inside the whale's stomach, a special corrosive acid had already been released. In just a short time, all the creatures swallowed by it were reduced to nothing but bones. He gritted his teeth and endured. Is this the weakening effect from using the rage skill? Lam Tu's circle gradually faded away. This one's stomach acid is very strong. He recalled the information the system had given him. This was an alien creature of level 8, the raging black whale, known as the sea ruler with extremely strong stomach acid capable of swallowing almost anything. Lam Tu winced in pain as his body immediately showed restless symptoms like being burned. He looked at his hand being corroded by his own stomach acid. If I get corroded like this, will I turn into the whale's eroded wolf droppings? I won't accept this. At that moment, Lakuat also noticed something unusual. The whale opened its mouth wide and lunged toward her. Lakuat quickly dodged and assessed the situation. The black whale was no longer in pain. "What's wrong, Lam Tu? Why aren't you attacking anymore?" Lakuat frowned deeply. "Lam Tu, you must not die." She struck a powerful blow into the whale's eye. "I won't let you die." The whale opened its mouth wide in pain, while inside, Lam Tu had already lost all his strength. He muttered, "Am I about to die?" Lam Tu's eyes looked heavy. "Xiao Yue will definitely be heartbroken, won't she?" A moment later, Lam Tu tried to pull himself together and shouted, "Damn it! I'm not going to die that easily." Lam Tu struggled to get up from the stomach acid of the black whale. "You are not a loser." The system unlocked the 3rd level gene. The system immediately sent a notification asking if you want to unlock the level 3 gene now, noting that there is a 10% chance of death. 20% chance of coma, and 30% chance of unforeseen complications during the unlocking process. Lam-Tu risked everything to order the unlock, knowing there was only a 50% chance of success. But it was better than turning into whale dung. The system quickly executed, and the Level 3 gene unlock began. Lam-Tu's body endured excruciating pain as he screamed in agony. Outside, the black whale's body was covered in countless wounds, some of which were frozen. Lac Nguyen's sword still radiated icy cold as she unleashed a freezing slash toward the black whale, saying, "Go to hell." Meanwhile, on the shore, all the evolved beasts had been dealt with. The Academy personnel stepped forward and reported to Baka. "Report to the director. All evolved beasts and alien creatures have been completely eliminated. 48 members of the Holy Domain Academy, including teachers and students, were injured, but none have died." He nodded. "Good. Continue treating the wounded." A diver surfaced and said, "Report to the director. All members of the escort team who went underwater have returned, but there is no sign of Lam-Tu and Lac Nguyen." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud explosion came from under the sea, sending seawater spraying everywhere. Bak Li and those nearby were all shocked. They looked down at the strange things floating on the surface of the sea. What's happening underwater? So many parts of the beast have evolved. What kind of skill is this? That powerful, huh? Meanwhile, Lac Nguyen was also carrying Lam-Tu on his back. The trainees' people quickly said, "That's Lac Nguyen, and also Lam-Tu." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. They finally came back. That terrifying attack earlier wasn't done by Lac Nguyen, was it? Only when she surfaced did everyone see that Lam-Tu was injured in many places, and someone quickly shouted for medical staff. "Lam-Tu is seriously hurt. Hurry, medical team." The medical team quickly moved forward to treat Lam-Tu, but Lac Nguyen stepped in to stop them, advancing another step. "Dead!" The medical staff immediately hesitated and stopped. They lowered their voices, saying, "Lac Nguyen, put Lam-Tu down. We will treat him." "That's right. You're injured too and need timely treatment. We won't do anything to Lam-Tu." Lac Nguyen firmly refused. "No one is allowed to touch him. I can carry him to the medical ship." With that, Lac Nguyen carried Lam-Tu away without hesitation. Bak Li watched her retreating figure. This girl was really angry. He sighed silently. Whoever tried to stop her earlier would be killed for sure. Bak Li had a headache from boredom. He only wanted to give that kid a chance. But unexpectedly, things turned out like this, and he even offended the genius girl from the Locke family. Bak Li's sigh seemed to echo to the heavens. Oh, this is so frustrating. 3 days later, in the infirmary of the Sacred Realm Academy, everyone gathered around Lam-Tu's recovery chamber, wondering when the class president would finally wake up. The doctor standing nearby reported that his health is recovering quickly, but for some reason he remains unconscious. Is he even still human? Such a serious injury has already healed in just 3 days. His health seems to be evolving. What kind of new skill could he have cultivated to do this? I really want to take a sample for research. As he spoke, he looked up and immediately met a fierce glare. Nguyen Tui warned, "What did you say?" Lac Nguyen stared at him. "Do you want to die?" Zhang Dan frowned. "Try saying that again." The doctor was scared. "I'm done." Moments later, he ran out of the hospital room as if his life depended on it. Nguyen Tui stepped forward and said, "Lac Nguyen, you've been watching here for 3 days. Go rest. Let me watch instead." Lac Nguyen shook her head. "No need. I'm not tired." Nguyen Tui asked Lac Nguyen, "Don't you trust me?" "I didn't do anything to Lam-Tu." At this moment, Quang Luk and Lebin stood aside together anyway. What Lac Nguyen worries about most is Senior Tu, and right now all she can think about is how to overthrow Lam-Tu. Nguyen Tui, overhearing this, immediately spoke up. "You two." She turned and smiled kindly at them. "Do you want to die?" Quang Luk trembled. "Senior Tu, please spare me." Lebin begged her. "Please spare me." Inside the principal's office, Bak Li spoke up. Has Lam-Tu still not woken up? The subordinate reported that his recovery skills seem to be evolving. Such a serious wound healed in just 3 days. Bak Li was a bit thoughtful. Every time he faces danger, his strength increases. It's really hard to know what level he will reach in the end. He asked the other person, "How did you handle the seabed? Have all the robots been retrieved?" The other person replied, "The rift at the bottom of the sea has completely disappeared. The evolved beasts have stabilized, and this morning the robot was brought ashore for dismantling and analysis." He reported that the robot is an old model intelligent robot from the last century, and nothing was found through the chip analysis. The device that could activate the space rift was severely damaged, and the energy crystal above it had also disappeared.
Bak Lai lowered his eyes, realizing that this investigation into the space rift would yield no results. The man asked, "Director Bak Lai, have you heard about what happened near Area E99? In the last century, the energy leaking from the spatial rift caused a large area to freeze, and countless zombies and evolved monsters in Area E99 were frozen at that time." He frowned and said seriously, "The spatial rift has suddenly disappeared recently. The frozen evolved zombies and monsters are coming back to life one after another, rushing toward Tinjiao City and Bakda City." His voice was serious. "The Federation is mobilizing warriors to Zone E99 and the surrounding cities for reinforcement." Bak Li waved his hand. "I know all about this. Get straight to the point." He smirked, saying someone had spotted intelligent robots matching the ones among the zombies in these cities. He was startled. What? Could it also be related to the disappearance of the underwater spatial rift and the spatial rift in Area E99? "Send someone to investigate immediately." The man smiled. "I've already sent someone." Bak Li nodded. "Good. Report to me immediately if there are any problems." The subordinate responded affirmatively. Meanwhile, Lam 2's system suddenly announced congratulations on successfully unlocking the Level 3 gene. In the sea of consciousness, Lam 2 felt like he was floating in space. He looked down at his hand, realizing it took much longer to unlock this time. The system explained, because the host's health was severely injured, it unlocked and healed at the same time. It cheerfully said, "Congratulations on acquiring a new skill. Talent formation. After the talent formation activates, the host will create their own domain. Within the field, the host and summoned troops gain enhanced senses and significantly increased strength." Lam 2's eyes lit up. "This damn field is a skill only 9th-level warriors can use. Amazing system." The system immediately shows it to him. Currently, the field radius is 5 meters, lasting 1 minute. Lam 2 was amazed. 1 minute is even shorter than the duration of the rage skill. Suddenly, he saw a dark shadow behind him, and moments later it transformed into a gruesome zombie lunging forward. Lam 2 shouted, "What the hell is that?" He opened his eyes wide. Was it a dream? The guards outside immediately saw Trongdan shout, "Lam 2 is awake." Kwang Luk yelled loudly, "The class president is awake. Medical staff." A few days later, at Lam 2's house, he was in his room practicing with the black staff, fully recovered. After unlocking the 3rd-level gene, his strength surged again. "Now I must be at this peak of level 6, right?" Lak Nuiet suddenly appeared, tossing him the crystal from the sea the other day to catch. Lam 2 was surprised, realizing it was with her. "I thought it was lost when I was unconscious." Lak Nguyen explained, "That day I took it from your mask, so I kept it for you." He nodded. "That's right. Do you know what this power crystal actually is?" Lak Nguyen shook her head, never having seen it before. Lam 2 felt a bit regretful that even she didn't know why. Just then, Nuak Tui's voice sounded from outside. "Dai Lam, I'm here to visit you." Nuak Tui walked inside. "Dai Lam, the glacier is melting in Area E99. Have you heard about the zombies and evolved beasts invading the surrounding cities? Tinjiao City is also near the E99 zone that was invaded, so I plan to go there to help." Lam 2 looked up at her. "You want to go save your brother?" Nuak Tui shook her head, saying he wanders outside all day and isn't in Tinjiao City. "But I've been at Tinjiao Academy for over half a year, made many friends, so both emotionally and logically I should go check it out." She asked him, "I know you have no parents there, you're an orphan, and the Tinjiao Academy has kicked you out, so will you go?" In Lam 2's mind, the images of Laluk, Song Ni, and Duong Thien immediately appeared, and he whispered, "After all, I grew up there and really miss the city of Tinjiao." "I'll go with you," Nuak Tui said happily. "I knew Dai Lam wouldn't let you go alone." Lak Nuiet, who had been listening nearby, suddenly spoke up. "Stop right there. I'm coming with Yuki too." Nuak Tui looked at Lak Nuiet with a teasing smile. "Are you worried about me staying with Dai Lam?" "Don't worry. I'll find more people to help." Lam 2 smelled the gunpowder between the two and quickly spoke up to mediate. "All right, I'll go find Dean Bak Lai to ask for leave right now." Nuak Tui asked him, "Do you really need to go find Dean Bak Lai just to ask for leave?" Lam 2 nodded. "Yes, I still owe that old man a debt." Bak Li sneezed as soon as Lam 2 mentioned it. Inside the principal's office, Lam 2 slammed his hand on the table. "Old man, you've caused me a terrible injury." Bak Li looked at him. "I heard that although you were seriously injured this time, your muscles evolved and your strength increased significantly. That means you should still thank me for giving you this opportunity." Lam 2 glared at him angrily. "Muscle evolution and increased strength are why I practice martial arts.
It has nothing to do with you. Since you caused me serious injury this time, you owe me a diamond martial arts skill card as compensation.
Bak Li raised his glass for a sip. The smart robot and device could open a gap. We had collected everything in the space, but we didn't find the mysterious power crystal on the device.
Did you see that?
Lam Tu replied calmly. If you didn't find the power crystal, what does that have to do with me? At that time, both the smart robot and I were attacked by more than 10 alien creatures. Bak Li looked up at him and said, with the situation so critical, why didn't you call for help, but instead turned off all the headphones and cameras?
Lam Tu shouted, pointing at him angrily. You sly fox, what do you mean? Are you accusing me of swallowing the energy crystal? This diving helmet was smashed by the alien creatures, and I almost drowned in the sea. And you still suspect me?
Bak Li avoided his gaze. Kid, you have a steady mind, yet I still couldn't trap you. Fine, it's okay if we don't find the energy crystal. He took out 2 cards and placed them on my desk, saying he wouldn't treat me unfairly. Bak Li handed over 2 cards, Lai Liam Thoi and Thien Bang Dia Liet. He explained, these are mission rewards. 2 diamond martial arts cards. I know besides spear techniques, you're also skilled in martial arts, so I specially chose these for you. Lam Tu quickly grabbed them and put them in his pocket, considering the old man somewhat conscientious. Deep down he was quietly delighted, and with the diamond spear skill card he got from the old man before, he now had 3 diamond cards. Then Lam Tu continued. That's right, old man. Lak Nguyet and I and some second-year students want to ask for leave to go to Tinjiao City. Bak Li was confused. If you want to ask for leave, go find your teacher. Why come to me? Lam Tu smirked. You're the dean. If 5 or 6 students ask for leave at the same time, shouldn't you be informed? Bak Li was speechless, then nodded. All right, I'll give you a month off. Is that okay? Not only am I giving you permission to take a break, but I've also arranged a private spaceship to take you to Tinjiao City. Surprised by Bak Li's sudden kindness, Lam Tu quickly took a step back, agreeing so quickly, and even sending a spaceship for us to go. If you're not him, then what scheme do you have? Bak Li stroked his beard. Don't say such unpleasant things. I just received news of the discovery of an intelligent robot and a sample near the city affected by floods and a zombie tide. He took a sip of water, preparing to send people to investigate. The results are Lam Tu looked at Bak Li. I just went through a life or death situation. Who would dare take on your mission? He sighed inwardly, wondering why he felt like he had fallen into the trap of this old fox. Bak Li explained, the time at the bottom of the sea was unexpected. Not every mission goes that smoothly. He thought of Lak Nguyet, saying as long as you find useful clues, everyone will be rewarded. You also know I'm very generous, so I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Except for that girlfriend of yours. Lam Tu thought it over and agreed. All right, we'll take on this mission. Bak Li nodded. Good. Straightforward. Tomorrow morning, I will arrange a spaceship to take you to Tinjiao City. The next day, at the spaceship waiting area, Nuoc Tui and Bao Huoc were already there. She waved at Lam Tu. Dai Lam, over here! Lam Tu and Lak Nguyet walked over, and he pointed at the person next to Nuoc Tui. Didn't you say you were looking for someone to help? Why is there only one person? Nuoc Tui said confidently. I have already scouted. The zombie tide and most of the evolved beasts coming out of area E99 are level 5 or below. Among the 4 of us, 3 are level 6 and 1 is level 7. Are we really afraid of a level 5 zombie tide? Lam Tu nodded and said, That's right. The spaceship has arrived. Let's get going. The 4 of them stepped inside the spaceship, all amazed by the interior space. Bao Huoc blinked. Is this Director Bak Li's private spaceship? Are we really traveling on this? He nodded. Sorry, you guessed right. Nuoc Tui praised, Our Dai Lam is so impressive. Only Lak Nguyet was probing Lam Tu, asking if that old man had another mission. He was also straightforward with her, saying that little Nguyet was smart, but it was nothing serious, just investigating something in area E99. Nuoc Tui sat down on the sofa, snorted coldly, knowing the old fox had no good intentions. But it was fine. She could still enjoy the luxury treatment on the spaceship. Lak Nguyet remained silent as the spaceship began to take off, quickly flying a considerable distance. Bao Huoc suddenly called out, Everyone, look outside! They all looked down at the scene below. Ruined, ancient houses, water flooding the entire city. Unexpectedly, the ice melt in area E99 could submerge 5 surrounding cities, and there were so many zombies and evolved beasts. Just as he finished speaking, the spaceship suddenly shook. Lam Tu asked the pilot, What's going on? The other person reassured, Everyone stay calm. We were attacked by a level 7 evolved beast. Lam Tu looked at Nuok Tui, level 7, a pack of predators. Didn't you say there were only zombies and level 5 evolved beasts? Ruoshui also felt confused. I had received that information. The pilot analyzed that the level 7 evolved beast earlier was a fish species only able to ambush in deep water, so flying away from that area would be safe. Most of the shallow water areas are filled with zombies and level 5 evolved beasts. After flying a bit longer, the crew announced, "Everyone, we are approaching Tinjiao City. We will land on the branch building of the Holy Realm Academy in the southern area of Tinjiao City." Lam Tu looked out the window at the scene below. Monsters attacking people, and sighed. It's terrible. Bao Huak added, "The city guards of Tinjiao are all incompetent. How could they let zombies storm the city area?" The spaceship landed on the roof of a tall building. The pilot told them, "Once the mission is complete, contact the academy and we will pick you up immediately. Good luck, everyone." Lam Tu led the group down, smiling as he said, "Tinjiao City, I'm back." The zombies and evolved beasts are moving deeper into the city. They're grabbing onto the fence, currently gathering in front of Tinjiao Academy, trying to climb inside. Soldiers gathered atop the high wall, raising their weapons and firing, determined not to let them climb over. Explosions rang out continuously, blowing away some zombie corpses and evolved beasts. But they seemed immortal, falling into the sea only to swim back in. The others trembled. 5th level, these zombies are all 5th level. We're doomed. None of us will survive. Then some birds cried out in the sky, opening their sharp beaks as they swooped down. Zombie birds. Amid the panic, someone shouted they couldn't hold on any longer. "Shoot! Shoot for me!" The zombie birds quickly swooped down to tear apart the soldiers standing on the high wall. They screamed in despair. "Save me!" someone shouted later on. "It's over. The zombies have broken into the academy." The announcement echoed throughout Tinjiao Academy as ships hurriedly landed on the parking lot below. All teachers and students quickly board the spaceship. The teachers, following orders, directed the students to gather and board the spaceship. "Hurry up! Hurry up!" At that moment, Duang Tien suddenly ran up and told La Luke it was over. "Teacher La, Zhang Xiaoai is not in the group. Why is La Lu panicking?" A female student spoke up. When Tiu Ai just left, she bumped into someone and then disappeared. La Luke was a bit worried. She must be injured. What should we do? Just then, someone shouted, "The main gate has been broken down!" The outer guards of the academy fled together. All the zombies and evolved beasts have stormed into the campus. "Go quickly!" "Go quickly." La Luke thought for a moment and then instructed, "Duang Tien, you're in charge of getting the students onto the spaceship. I'll go find Chuang Tiu Ai." Duang Tien was startled. "What?" "Teacher La, the zombies have already attacked the school grounds." "Teacher La, it's very dangerous," La Luke said seriously to them again. "I am your teacher, and I must take responsibility for you." At that moment, Lan Chu approached Quat La Luke. "Why are you all so slow?" "La Luke, quickly bring the student from the last row of your class onto the spaceship." La Luke turned around and replied, "Headmaster Chuang, our class still has one student who hasn't arrived yet." The leader sneered, "Just a useless kid from the last class. If they die, so be it." La Luke shouted angrily, "Homeroom teacher Trung, what do you mean by that? Aren't the students in my class still students?" Lan Chu frowned. "Do you want everyone to stay here and die with you? The last class should know their place." Duang Thien glared at him angrily. "So what if we're the last class?" Lam Tu was also in the last class when he was kicked out. Now he is the trusted one at the Holy Realm Academy. The clan leader snorted and smiled coldly. "So what if he's trusted? If he's so good, tell him to show up right now and save you." At this moment, another wall is being broken down by zombies and evolved beasts. The students panicked. The zombies are coming. The crazed zombies rushed inside. At that moment, a student suddenly pointed in one direction. Truong Tio Ai was there. La Luke turned his head to look at Tio Ai, who was sitting against a corner of the wall. La Luke quickly ran over there. "Duong Thien, take the students onto the spaceship. I will bring her here," Duong Thien called out to teacher La Luke. At that moment, a zombie lunged toward Tio Ai. La Luke quickly ran over and threw it aside. He grabbed Tio Ai's hand and ran off. "Hurry!" Suddenly, an evolved beast lunged from the side and knocked La Luke to the ground. Tio Ai shouted, "Teacher La Luke!" He yelled, "Don't wait for me! Run quickly!" Tio Ai was stunned. The evolved beast lowered its head and bit La Luke on the shoulder. Duong Thien turned pale and shouted, "Master La!" Just then, a move called 100 Phoenixes Soaring arrived in time. The fiery phoenix swept away the nearby zombies and evolved beasts. La Luke was stunned. This fire was too strong. Another ice flame slash cut the zombie in half. Then both Diep Vu and Cao Son Tran Ho swept by like the wind. Students of Tinjiao Academy cheered. Look quickly, 4 warriors have arrived. This is great. The Federation must have sent high-level warriors to support Tinjiao City. These people are so strong, they even killed level 5 zombies. No, that's not right. I heard the Federation's top fighters are all busy hunting high-level evolved beasts and zombie kings in the center of Zone E99. Duang Tian felt a wave of relief seeing Laluk being saved. 4 figures gradually emerged from behind the dust and smoke. The zombies lay scattered motionless on the ground. Laluk stared blankly at the person in front of him. Lam Tu spoke first. It's been a long time since we last saw you, Master Laluk. He was surprised. Lam Tu. Tioi helped Laluk to his feet. He looked at Lam Tu in surprise. Lam Tu. But before they could greet each other further, another wave of evolved beasts rushed in. Lam Tu stood in front of them. Teacher La, now is not the time to dwell on the past. You and this student should return to the spaceship first. We'll handle these zombies. Laluk and Tioi quickly ran back to the spaceship. He told Lam Tu, everyone be careful. As Duang Tian saw Laluk return, he immediately asked, Teacher La, are you okay? You're saying the leader of those 4 experts is Lam Tu? Laluk nodded firmly. Yes, that expert is Lam Tu, once your classmate and my student. Duang Tian jumped up excitedly. Lam Tu, did you hear? The high-level martial artist leading the team to save us is Lam Tu, the Lam Tu from our last class. Everyone became excited. Is Lam Tu really Lam Tu? Our class really does have talents like that, so what if we're at the bottom? Lot at the bottom is amazing. Only Lan Chu looks visibly annoyed but says nothing. On the other side, Lam Tu and his group are fighting zombies and evolved beasts. Everyone marvels that this is the real difference. Level 5 zombies brought Tinjiao City to its knees, but in front of them, they were all cut down like slices of meat. It seems they are all level 6. Their eyes fell on Lam Tu. Lam Tu had left Tinjiao Academy for less than a year and was already level 6. How did he train like that? Laluk stood beside them, shaking his head. It's not just level 6. He pointed to Lak Nguyen, the cold-faced girl who was a level 7 martial artist. The students in the last row were excited. Wow, level 7. Even the city lord of Tinjiao is only level 6. Isn't that cold girl Lam Tu's girlfriend? If that's really the case, Lam Tu is a role model for us all. Laluk pointed to the other side for them to see. He explained, everyone, although Lam Tu is level 6, his combat skills have far surpassed that level. Even a level 7 martial artist probably wouldn't dare to underestimate him. This kind of combat skill can only be honed through countless life and death experiences. He paused briefly, then emphasized, so you won't be able to learn his level of growth. After a fierce fight, Lam Tu and the Lak Nguyen group cleared all the zombies and evolved beasts in the Tinjiao Academy grounds. They approached the spaceship amid loud cheers, having defeated all the level 5 zombies and evolved beasts. We're safe now, right? As soon as I got close, Duang Tian rushed over to hug me. It's been so long since we last met. Thank you. If you had been a little later, you probably wouldn't have seen me again. Lam Tu comforted him. Didn't I already arrive? The student from the last class of Tinjiao Academy looked at him excitedly. Lam Tu, you're amazing. You really are our idol. Thank you. At that moment, Nuok Tui stepped in front of Duong Tian and scolded him. Careless fool, Sister Hiu Wai, are you innocent? Duong Tian was startled and pointed at her, saying, That's Sister Hiu Wai, so why is she with Lam Tu? Nuok Tui leaned close to Lam Tu and said, Actually, I'm also a student at the Holy Realm Academy, but now I'm Dai Lam's girlfriend. As soon as she finished speaking, Lak Nguyen's sword moved. She said coldly, If you're so sure, say it again. Nuok Tui chuckled teasingly. Lak Nguyen is jealous. Duong Tian glared at Lam Tu. Brother, you're too good. One girl on each side. Lam Tu twitched the corner of his mouth. We're just classmates. Just classmates. He then looked up at Chief Lan standing right by the spaceship entrance. Director Chuang, I didn't expect us to meet so soon. I wonder how the Chuang family is doing now. We still have an unsettled debt between us. The Forest Lord raised his eyes to look at him. Lam Tu, don't think that just because you're a level 6 now, you can look down on the Chuang family. Daring to pick a fight with them is like asking for your own death. Lam Tu slung the black bag over his shoulder and looked at Lan Chu with interest. Is that so? I came to Tinjiao City on a mission from the headmaster of the Holy Realm Academy. If the Truong family dares to mess with me, they better prepare to face the wrath of the Holy Realm Academy. The clan leader frowned without replying. At that moment, the principal of Tinjiao Academy quickly approached. Lam Tu, thank you for your support. The previous incident was because the Zhang family's power was too strong, and the school dared not oppose them directly, so we hope you can forgive it. Lam Tu looked at him with disdain. No need to be so polite. Honestly, your lives mean nothing to me. I only helped them out of respect for our teacher-student relationship and past friendships. The principal was a bit embarrassed, but still replied, no matter what, we will always remember Lam Tu's life-saving kindness. According to the orders of the Lord of Tinjiao City, we must go to Baka City to seek refuge. Do you want to come with me, Lam Tu? Lam Tu heard this and coldly refused. No need, we still have a mission. As soon as he finished speaking, the person next to the principal immediately rushed to report. Director, 2 spaceships from Baka Academy were destroyed by giant evolved beasts, and many students are still trapped inside. They are requesting backup. Duang Thian suddenly spoke up. Baka Academy, aren't the twins from Baka Academy? Lam Tu gritted his teeth. We're doomed. The principal glanced at his expression, then smiled and ordered his aide to rush to support Beidou Academy at top speed. The other person immediately replied, yes. Lam Tu smiled. Thank you, Director. We must not delay any longer. Let's head to Beidou Academy now. The principal nodded. All right, be careful and wait until the danger is resolved. You must let me represent the teachers and students at the academy to host a party to thank everyone. Over at Baka Academy, the situation seemed serious, with the walls crumbling and evolved beasts advancing deep into the campus. Students in the academy panicked, wondering when the rescue ship would arrive. Everyone rushed toward the ship. They shouted, "Don't push, let me go first, I'm a girl. I'll go first to save lives." The students looked at each other in confusion, knowing that once that giant beast spots us, we'll all be dead. Suddenly, someone standing on the path said, "Wait a little longer, the teacher just said a spaceship from the Star Academy has arrived." Just then, someone looked up and saw the spaceship flying in, and they cheered, "Look, it's the spaceship." Spaceship? The academy students nodded as if they had just seen a glimmer of hope. Great, we're saved, they cheered with joy. An announcement sounded to reassure everyone. All students, please do not push and line up to board the spaceship. The spaceship gradually landed amid cheers. It's great. It's the spaceship. The spaceship. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. We're saved. Suddenly, someone shouted, "This is bad. He's only looking behind him. That giant monster is coming this way again." Everyone panicked and pushed once more. "Let me get on the spaceship quickly. Don't push, don't push. Everyone stay calm. Maintain formation." Right now, the Huyan Hao gang, who bully others by relying on their strength, are heading to Taybat, so everyone, get out of the way. Taybat pointed at the students, the lower class, telling them to get out of the way. They kicked those standing at the spaceship door, telling them to scram and stop staring. Huyan Hao coldly turned and ordered, "What are you standing there for? Close the spaceship quickly," Taybat said worriedly. "But there are still many people who haven't boarded yet." Huyan Hao immediately slapped him, making him grimace. "Taybat, whether these people live or die has nothing to do with me. Your life is worth much more than theirs. Quickly close the door for me." Taybat rubbed his head and went to the door lock. Yes. He raised his hand to grab the lever. Just then, Song Ni stepped forward to stop him, holding back his hand. Song Ni looked at Huyan Hao and scolded, "Hey, Huyan Hao, are you still human? Trying to abandon your teacher and classmates and run away alone again?" Huyan Hao didn't hesitate and raised his hand to hit Song Ni. "Taybat, even if 100 of you die, it won't be worth his life. Get lost, cow." Just as his hand was about to come down, someone suddenly grabbed it. Huyan Hao spun around, cursing, daring to interfere with his business. "I think you're ready to die." The person who just arrived was Lam Tu. He looked at him defiantly and said, "I've been tired of living for a long time. If you're brave enough, then kill me." Huyan Hao trembled slightly, breathing heavily. He felt an unprecedented pressure. Since when did the Tinjiao Academy have such powerful fighters? And there are 4 of them? Lam Tu frowned coldly, then decisively broke Huyan Hao's arm. He trembled as he looked at Lam Tu. "How dare you? Do you even know who my father is?" Lam Tu said disdainfully. "I don't care who your father is. Scum like you don't deserve to sit on my ship." Lam Tu kicked once, and Huyan Hao was immediately thrown out of the spaceship. Lam Tu turned back. "Song Ni, it's been a long time." Song Ni was dazed. Brother Lam Tu." The little girl rushed forward and hugged Lam Tu tightly. "Is it really you?" "Lam Tu, did you come to save Song Ni?" Song Ni thought she would never see you again. Lakuat stepped closer to Lam Tu and asked irritably, "Who is she?" Nyuok Tui also darkened her face, hurriedly asking, "So it's because of this beautiful girl. What kind of relationship do you have?" Lam Tu stammered, Don't misunderstand. She's a neighbor who grew up with me in Tinjiao City." Nyuok Tui immediately understood and added, A neighbor's little sister, childhood friend, sworn sister. Lam Tu held his head and shouted, "Senior Tew, please stop exaggerating! You'll get someone killed!" The giant monster outside was still wreaking havoc. Lam Tu quickly ran outside. "The monster is here. Let's deal with it first." Nuoc Tui wanted to stop him. "Don't change the subject." Lam Tu ran down from the spaceship and said to those around him, "Don't be afraid, we're holding the monster back. Everyone line up to board the ship. Anyone causing trouble will end up like that guy earlier." Song Ni called out worriedly, "Be careful, Lam Tu." Song Ni's friends then stepped forward to ask her, "Song Ni, that handsome guy is Lam Tu, the one you've always been thinking about, right? Didn't you say he was cultivating at the Holy Realm Academy? Why is he at the Northern Head Academy? Aren't they here to save Song Ni? Who are those two strong-looking sisters?" "Song Ni, it seems you have a rival now." They looked outside and saw the four Lam Tus fighting the giant monster. They continued, "That monster is at least level 5, and with a body that big, it can definitely fight at level 6. Song Ni, I didn't expect your Lam Tu to be that strong." Song Ni was also a bit stunned. It had been less than a year since leaving Tinjiao City, and Lam Tu was already a level 6 martial artist. The girl stared intently at Lam Tu. Lam Tu Song Ni could never keep up with him, only able to watch from afar. Lam Tu took the black spear and flew up, thinking he had finally found a worthy opponent, but this fool was no match. The giant beast panted heavily, then suddenly threw back its head and let out a long howl. The nearby evolved beasts immediately startled, as if receiving a signal. They rushed toward Bakdao Academy. Someone standing on the roof looked down and immediately shouted, "That monster is summoning evolved beasts in the city. There are too many. Can the high-level fighter still fight back?" The students panicked once again. "Hurry up and fly away. This ship is full. If you don't leave now, you'll die here." The crew member immediately went into the cockpit and asked, "Captain, should we fly?" The captain glanced at him. "What did those high-level fighters say? You dare to fly? You'll probably be knocked down as soon as you take off." Lam Tu grinned. "Suppressing all the evolved beasts in Tinjiao City will save us a lot of time." Nuoc Tui frowned. "But there are still too many." Lam Tu stabbed the black spear into the ground. "With me here, rest assured." Lam Tu quickly activated his talent, and someone gasped, "Oh my god, Cold Domain, that kid is level 9. Lam Tu slammed the black spear into the ground. "Everyone, go ahead and kill to your heart's content." Bao Huok looked down at his body. "It's over. Is this the effect of the domain? I can feel my strength increasing quite a bit." "Lam Tu, how did you do that? Aren't you only level 6? Nuoc Tui stood nearby, covering her mouth and giggling. "That's exactly how I see it." So impressive. Everyone standing above looked down at the situation below. Song Ni's friend stepped forward and asked her, "Song Ni, isn't he your neighbor's older brother? How could he be a level 9 martial artist, not some old monster revived by medicine?" Song Ni turned around and shouted at them, "No way. He is brother Lam Tu, not a monster." A teacher spoke up. "He's too young to be a level 9 martial artist. It must be a rare type of martial art." Someone else spoke up. "Skills of this domain are not only rare, but also not easy to cultivate. What kind of monster is this kid after all?" Suddenly someone shouted, "Look out, they're charging this way!" Lam Tu called to me, and he and Lak Nuit each unleashed 100 Phoenix Waves and Ice Slash to sweep away the front runners. Nuoc Tui and Bao Huok also eagerly rushed in to sweep them away. The people standing on the rooftop looked down in amazement. So strong, so powerful, the momentum is terrifying. The students watched for a while, then panicked. Is this the killing intent of a high-level martial artist? I feel like I'm about to lose my footing. On the other side, amidst the swirling dust and chaos, the giant beast was also struggling to get up. It let out a few roars and charged straight ahead. Lam Tu laughed just in time. He stomped his foot and jumped up, spinning the black ring in his hand, then threw a series of fire-refined voids down below. They fell like a shower of meteors. The students standing above were staggered by this power. What kind of move is that? The fire is so intense I can feel the heat even from such a distance. The evolved beasts were scattered in panic by Lam Tu's fire. The giant monster was directly burned into a crisp. Lak Nuit lifted her eyes to look at it, thinking to run. She moved her wrist, slashing out an icy flame blade. That monster immediately went without coming back. The people on the rooftop saw the whole scene clearly and cheered with joy. That's great. The giant beasts have been dealt with. The evolved beasts are almost all eliminated. We're saved. We're saved. Bao Huok stepped forward and asked Lam, "Should we follow?" He shook his head. "A few shrimp only. No need to chase." Suddenly, 2 beams of light shot down at the fleeing beasts. The evolved creatures were continuously taken down by laser guns. A group of people in tactical gear suddenly appeared running over. Everyone be careful. The evolved beasts just charged here. It seems a fierce battle has taken place. That giant beast is gone. Kim Hai was stunned. This is Lidich, he said, eyes wide. Oh my God! All the evolved beasts have been wiped out. Even that giant beast. Kim Hai looked towards the 4 figures in the distance. Could it be that they were the ones who did it? Lidich quickly called out, Senior, please stop. Lam Tu heard the voice and turned around. Kim Hai and Lidich stared in shock. Lam Tu. Lam Tu laughed loudly. It turned out to be Brother Kim Hai and Senior Lidich. What did everyone just call me? Senior, I dare not. Lidich stepped forward to ask, Did you kill all of these? Lam Tu nodded. Yes. Lidich asked Lam Tu, Lam, aren't you already level 6? Lam Tu admitted cheerfully. Yes. Lidich immediately hugged him tightly. So good. Lam Tu. It seems that leaving the Tinjiao Academy back then was definitely the right decision. Kim Hai stood here explaining to the teammates, Everyone, this is Lam Tu, the one I often mention to you all, admitted to the Holy Domain Academy, very talented. Then Kim Hai looked over at the group from Nuoc Tui Bao Huoc. These people were introduced to them by Lam Tu, all friends from the Holy Domain Academy. Kim Hai smiled at them, feeling honored. Lam Tu put his arm around Lidich. This is my close brother in the Tinjiao City Alliance Army. He patted his shoulder. Right? How is Captain Tan now? Kim Hai said, Captain Tan is now a lieutenant colonel. Lam Tu laughed loudly. Promoted early, not bad. Kim Hai added, he is defending Baka City, commanding the allied forces of several cities to stop floods, evolved beasts, and zombies. Suddenly he looked up at the sky. It was the private spaceship of the Fak family owner from Baka City. What are they doing here? The spaceship landed on the rooftop of the building. The person who just came down shouted, Where is my young master? Why isn't my young master allowed to leave immediately? The principal immediately stepped forward to respond. It turned out to be Butler Kim. The Northern Academy's spaceship was destroyed by that giant beast, so it couldn't leave. Butler Kim retorted, Isn't there still a spaceship in the square? The principal explained. That is the spaceship that the Spirit Communication Academy sent to support us. The teachers and students are boarding the ship. But Steward Kim snapped as soon as he heard it. What? Even in such danger, you still care about others? Have you forgotten who always helps the Northern Academy? You should take the young master to a safe place immediately. At that moment, Huyen Hao was supported by 2 henchmen. He called for Butler Kim. Finally, you've arrived. You must take control for me. Butler. Kim hurried over to Huyen Hao. Young master, what happened to your wrist? Seeing the man's limp hand, Butler Kim glared fiercely. He turned and shouted at everyone there. Who did it? Come out of here right now. The rooftop was bustling with the arrival of Butler Kim. Lam Tu arrived just in time to hear his question and calmly replied, It was you. Lam Tu frowned at Butler Kim. Is there a problem? He hesitated slightly when looking at Lam Tu. The breath is too strong. This is level 6. Why would the young master get involved with a level 6 martial artist? Butler. Kim cleared his throat and said, You there. Do you know what my young master did to offend you? Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? Lam Tu pointed at the spaceship across the way. I was the one piloting the ship here, yet your young master wanted to board without my permission and even tried to abandon others and flee alone. Hearing this, Steward Kim protested. He just wanted to get on the ship. It's not like it called for such harsh measures. He thought to himself, so this is someone from the Star Communication Academy? Since when did the Star Communication Academy have such a high-level martial artist? But if they are from Tinjiao Academy, no matter how high their rank is, the Fakiak family still can't lay a finger on them. Lam Tu sneered. Is it such a small thing to ignore the life and death of others? People like that scumbag, do you believe I just threw him to the zombies? Steward Kim stormed in. Don't think the Fiachak family fears you just because you're a level 6 martial artist. The headmaster of the Tinjiao Academy you met even has to bow to my family head. Lam Tu rubbed his chin with amusement. This fool thinking I'm from the Tinjiao Academy is fine. I like pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. And when the time comes, you'll know we're students specially sent from the Holy Realm Academy to scare you to death. Nyuk Tui shivered and loudly asked, Is the Fak family in Baka City really that powerful? Bao Huoc glared, as if daring him to die. Just then, Kim Hai caught up and greeted, Are you Steward Kim? They helped the Alliance Army eliminate the zombies in Tinjiao City and are honored guests of the Alliance Army. How dare you speak so rudely? Butler Kim, seeing it was hopeless, had the bodyguards escort Huyen Hao onto the spaceship. As we left, Huyen Hao turned back and shouted, Kaite too, just you wait! At that moment, Lakuat spoke up, raising her hand to her neck as a signal. Kill them. Don't leave any trouble behind. Lam Tu shook his head. Forget it. We can't just start killing people as soon as we get back to Tinjiao City. Kim Hai turned pale, listening to them discuss killing people so openly, especially here in Tinjiao City. He stepped forward to advise Lam Tu. Lam Tu, take my advice. Don't mess with the Fak family. They're a powerful clan leading Baka City, and I heard they even have a level 7 elder guarding them. Lam Tu grimaced. Level 7, that's strong? I'm an 8th level martial artist, and I can still take them down. Kim Hai quickly stroked his fur. All right, Lam Tu, you're still the best. After everyone finished talking, Song Nai ran up and called Lam Tu. Lam Tu, where is everyone going next? Or how about coming back to Baka City with us? Lam Tu smiled and declined the little girl's invitation. Now that Tinjiao City is safe, we still have a mission at the Jiao Academy, so we can't go to Baka City. Song Yi was a little sad and said, all right then. Lam Tu patted the girl on the head. Don't be sad. Once we finish our mission, we'll definitely come to Baka City to find you, and you have to treat us to a meal then. Song Yi jumped up. Really? That's great. Kim Hai added, you must not forget us. When the time comes, come find us for a drink. No leaving until you're drunk. Lam Tu nodded in agreement with them. Definitely. Definitely. At that moment, the phone in Song Yi's pocket rang, and she took it out to answer. Song Yi spoke up. Hello, Mom. A hurried voice came through the line. Song Yi, are you still in Tinjiao City? Hurry to Baka City. Something has happened to your father. Song Yi was stunned. What? Dad, what happened to you? Her mother said. He was badly beaten and is now in the top hospital in Baka City. You need to come here quickly. Song Yi's voice trembled. He was beaten badly. Yes. I'm already on the ship and will arrive in Baka City soon. Song Yi looked up at Lam Tu. Mr. Lam Tu, my father was badly beaten in Baka City and is now in the hospital. Lam Tu was startled. Uncle Diep and Aunt Mai are in Baka City? Song Yi nodded. Yes, my parents run a small business in Baka City. Lam Tu immediately grabbed Song Yi's hand and turned to leave. Hurry everyone, get on the spaceship. We're heading to Baka City now. Song Yi quickly said, Brother Lam Tu, didn't you say you still have a mission to study Vietnamese? Lam Tu turned back and explained, Since I was young, Uncle Diep has always taken care of me. Now that he's in trouble, how could I just leave him? I will find the person who hurt Uncle Diep and make them regret living in this world. Everyone quickly boarded the spaceship, as ordered by Lam Tu. As the door was about to close, Lam Tu stood there saying goodbye to Quan Lien Min. Mr. Kim Hai, Senior Lai Dish, I'll be going ahead. The other two are waving goodbye to you. All right, see you later. The two watched the spaceship leave with a sigh. The unlucky guy who hit Lam Tu's acquaintance this time had really stirred up a hornet's nest. 3 people are level 6, 1 is level 7. The city of Baka is about to get lively. Li Dich looked at Kim Hai, the captain of the Chin team who happened to be in Baka City, and said we should quickly report what's happening here to Captain Chin and ask for his help. Kim Hai nodded. Yes, I will report it right away. In the top hospital in Baka City, Song Yi ran swiftly to find Dong Mai. Mom, how is Dad? Dong Mai was talking to Dr. Bak when she heard the call and turned around. Song Yi, you're here. She was surprised to see Lam Tu. Little Lam, aren't you studying far away? Lam Tu nodded to her. Miss Dong Mai, hello. I was assigned to investigate Tinjiao City at the academy, so I came back here. Song Yi pulled Lam Tu over to explain to Dong Mai, Mom, zombies attacked the Beidou Academy. The spaceship was destroyed. Many teachers and students are trapped inside the academy. If it weren't for you arriving in time, Song Nai might never have seen her mother again. Dong Mai grabbed Lam Tu's hand and said emotionally, Thank you. Little Lam, Uncle Diep, if something happened to you and Song Yi was still here, I wouldn't dare to imagine it. Lam Tu shook his head. Aunt Mai, the incident at Bakdao Academy is over. How is Uncle Diep now? Why did it happen like this? Dr. Bak, standing nearby, heard him ask and explained, Mr. Diep has broken limbs and needs surgery immediately. People usually prefer treatment with recovery serum, but if we choose that, the cost will be very high. Lam Tu took his backpack and said to Dr. Bak, Use the best recovery serum. Money is not an issue. Is this amount of level 5 rare spirits enough? If it's not enough, I still have money to go to the upper level. Dr. Bak pushed up his glasses and looked at the large pile of rare stars in front of him. Oh my God, so many level 5 strange crystals. Enough, definitely enough. Everyone go to the reception to pay. I will go arrange the surgery now.
After Dr. Bak left, Song Ni ran over and said, Lam Tu, these are the rare stars everyone worked hard to get by killing zombies and evolved beasts. How can you give them to me?
Dong Mai also refused. Little lamb, this is too precious. We can't accept it. Lam Tu smiled at the two of them. I'm an orphan, and if it weren't for Uncle Diep and everyone taking care of me, I probably wouldn't have survived until now. You all are my family. He pulled Dong Mai's hand and walked to the reception desk. Ms. Mai, we need to pay now. We can't delay any longer. Lakuat, Ms. Tu, everyone stay with Song Ni. Wait for me a moment. Standing by the reception desk, Lam Tu took the opportunity to ask for details. Miss Mai, who did Uncle Diep offend? Why was he beaten so badly? Dong Mai lowered her eyes and recounted that this morning he hit a luxury car while driving. Inside were 3 people who didn't let him explain and immediately beat Uncle Diep into this state. Lam Tu patted her shoulder. Ko Mai, do you know who beat Uncle Diep? Dong Mai shook her head. Little lamb, you shouldn't pry any further. We can't mess with those people. Just consider it bad luck. Lam Tu's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Ms. Mai. Just tell me who it was. Anyone who dares to mess with Uncle Diep, even heaven can't help them. Lam Tu and Ms. Mai stood silently by the reception desk, recalling this morning's events. Later, she spoke up, saying it was the eldest young master of the Fak family in Baka City, flaunting his wealth and his henchmen. Lam Tu frowned. It was the Fichak family again? Why avoid the easy path and rush into a dead end? Dong Mai saw his attitude and quickly stopped him. Little lamb, the Pahak family has power and influence in Baka City. Just let this matter go. Lam Tu smiled reassuringly at her. Don't worry, I know my limits. After they paid the hospital fees, the two returned to their original seats, but Lam Tu stayed behind. He saw Nuoc Tui and Bao Huoc arguing with Dr. Bak. Hadn't they just said it was okay? Why suddenly can't the surgery happen? Tell me clearly. Lam Tu stepped forward and asked, What's going on? Song Ni, with tears in her eyes, replied, Earlier, they went to the reception to pay. The doctor was on the phone, then said the operating room is full now and they can't operate on Dad. As soon as Lam Tu heard this, he went crazy and grabbed Dr. Bak by the collar. I've paid, and now you're telling me the surgery can't be done. Are you kidding me? The doctor said fearfully. Sorry, we can refund your money. Please go to another hospital. Lam Tu lifted Dr. Bak up high. You're not going anywhere. Perform the surgery on the patient now, or I'll tear this hospital apart. Dr. Bak stammered. This is Baka City. You can't cause chaos here. He shouted, Security! Security! The guards came running from afar. This is the top hospital in Baka City. Who dares to cause trouble? Bao Huoc and Nuoc Tui are blocking their way. It's us. Is there a problem? The guards looked a bit worried. This breath, level 6. How did Dr. Bak offend such a high-level martial artist? Dr. Bak widened his eyes. A level 6 martial artist. Lam Tu smirked and said, If I kill you now, do you think the city of Baka can hold all 4 of us? You're going back on your word, so what's really going on? Is someone behind this telling you not to perform the surgery? Without a word, Lam Tu immediately unleashed his power throughout the hospital corridor. If you don't want to die, tell the truth. Dr. Bak begged desperately. Don't kill me, I'll tell you. He trembled as he replied, It was the deputy director who called and told me not to operate on the patient. Lam Tu threw him to the ground and said, Take me to meet the deputy director. Dr. Bak nodded frantically. I will take you there. Then suddenly someone stepped forward. A few guys in green came out of nowhere and kicked the guards down. Good dogs don't block the way. Get lost. Get out of here. And what are you looking at? They turned to look at Nuoc Tui. There's also a beautiful girl here. Your tall guy better behave. The ringleader of the group stepped closer to Dong Mai. You must be related to that damn old man Yap, right? I didn't expect you to have so much money for surgery. He sneered. That old man hit the rich young Master Fak's car. He should pay for the damages, right? Hurry to the front desk and get the money back. Lam Tu stepped forward to shield Dong Mai. Brother, I used rare spirits to pay for the surgery fees, and I still have some left. I wonder if it's enough to compensate for the young Master Fak's car. He immediately moved closer to Lam Tu's backpack as soon as he heard him speak. This kid knows his stuff. With so many rare crystals, it's definitely enough. But as he got closer, he froze. His face turned pale. These were all level 5 rare crystals. They trembled as they looked at Lam Tu and asked how many level 5 evolved beasts he had killed. Lam Tu grabbed his wrist and said, Not many, just the level 5 evolved beasts from the entire Tinjiao city. The guy's eyes widened, level 5 across the entire Tinjiao city. Without saying much, Lam Tu directly snapped his wrist. The thug clutched his twisted wrist in pain and looked up at Lam Tu. You are a level 6 martial artist. Lam Tu still did not respond, gently applying pressure to his other arm. The thug was in so much pain his eyes were bloodshot. Oh God, even his henchmen stepped back in fear. Level 6, they turned and fled, leaving the guy who was stabbed lying on the ground. Run quickly. How is there a high-level martial artist here? But after only a few steps, they saw Nuoc Tui and Bao Huoc blocking their way. The two of them gently eased up on the pressure. Where do you guys think you're going? The three of them fell to the ground, and they were all level 6, even the one with the spiked head. They all knelt before Lam Tu, saying, "I was blind to offend you, hoping you would forgive us. Please, spare our lives. Please, spare our lives." Lam Tu looked at them grimly and said, "Uncle Diep's limbs are broken, and today I want to break yours too." He spoke coldly to Dr. Bak behind him. "Doctor, your operating room will probably have to work late tonight." The guys in blue hurriedly added, "Brother, we're family of the Fak clan. Please have mercy on us for the sake of the Fak family." Lam Tu snorted coldly. "You're looking for the Fak family to settle the score." Dang Dong charged at them with fierce determination, telling the guys to consider it a small gain. The hospital corridor echoed continuously with loud thuds. Later, all four of them were lying flat on the ground in a uniquely awkward position, completely disoriented. Dr. Bak trembled uncontrollably, so scared that his nose started to run. "Right this way." Lam Tu turned on his heel and walked toward him. He smiled and asked, "Can you take me to see the deputy director now?" Dr. Bak quickly agreed. All right. At the office of the deputy director of the top hospital in Baka City, a group of people in green uniforms are guarding outside the door. Standing nearby, Fat Hio is discussing matters with the deputy director, and unauthorized personnel are not allowed in. Lam Tu sneered. Even dogs guarding the door came to see the deputy director, unexpectedly gaining more than he hoped for. There are currently 3 people inside the office. Fak Huyen Fu lifted his teacup and took a sip, listening to the director opposite say, "Rest assured, young Master Fak, I've taken care of it. That guy named Deep will be gone soon." He chuckled. "Offending young Master Fak is definitely asking for trouble." Huyen Fu sneered. "My men say it seems the relatives of that Deep guy paid for his surgery, and they're all irregular stars." The director smiled flatteringly. "If that Deep guy damaged Fap Thio's car, then of course those irregular stars must compensate you." As soon as he finished speaking, the door was kicked open. The 2 guards were thrown inside, crashing down like ripe fruit. The chief stood up abruptly. "Who dares to cause trouble here?" Lam Tu smiled coldly and greeted them. "Sorry, these 2 guard dogs wouldn't let me in, so I had to be a bit rough." Huyen Fu frowned and shouted, "Lam Tu dares to hit my bodyguard. I think you're asking for trouble." He pointed and ordered, "Mr. Lai, deal with him for me." The man called Mr. Lai immediately charged forward with a stomp. He unleashed a fierce, wild tiger punch. Lam Tu sensed it immediately, also level 6, but still not enough to face him. He reached out with one hand, using Fire Claw to block one of Mr. Lai's punches. The 2 strikes collided and immediately exploded. Mr. Lai held his hand and stepped back. He looked at Lam Tu and said, "You are a level 6 martial artist." Huyen Fu was stunned. Level 6. Lam Tu's eyes flashed. Fak Huyen Fu wouldn't dare lay a hand on my Uncle Diep, would he? He rushed toward Huyen Fu as if his life depended on it. Mr. Lai stepped in front of Huyen Fu and quickly raised his hand to stop him. "It's a misunderstanding. It must be a misunderstanding. Hey, out of respect for the Fak family, please go easy." He took a hit from Lam Tu and quickly told Huyen Fu, "Young master, run quickly." Huyen Fu quickly fled, leaving Mr. Lai to face Lam Ti. But before he could take 2 steps, he was blocked by Lac Nuit. She looked at Huyen Fu coldly, and he stared back at her in shock. As the blade neared him, Huyen Fu remained frozen in fear. Seeing the sword about to touch Huyen Fu's throat, the young master quickly left Lam Tu behind and rushed over. Mr. Lai quickly pushed Huyen Fu down and blocked Lac Nuit's strike for him. Both of them fell to the ground. Mr. Lai shielded Huyen Fu. He reached out to touch the wound on his chest. The strength of this girl is no less than that boy. How can someone with the surname Diep have such powerful relatives? Mr. Lai quickly helped Huyen Fu to his feet and turned to Lam Tu and Lac Nuit, saying, "You 2 are the young masters who started this. We will compensate." He quickly offered 5 million, no, 10 million. This attitude successfully angered Lam Tu. He darkly approached the 2 who were coughing. "So what? Having money makes you so great? 1,000, 10,000 means nothing to me. Today, you will make him taste the pain of being crippled." At that moment, a group of people suddenly rushed in. Officer Kim led them inside, stopping in his tracks, daring anyone to cause trouble in Baka City. The chief immediately pointed at Lam Tu's group. "Officer Kim, it's them. Quickly arrest them." Huyen Fu quickly sought support as well. Officer Kim, you arrived just in time. These two are trying to kill me. Officer Kim shouted, "Dare to assault someone in my jurisdiction! Arrest them now!" The other officers immediately surrounded Lam Tu and Lak Nguyet. They came with handcuffs intending to arrest the two of us. Lam Tu frowned. Fak Huyen Fu injured a civilian, and you ignore it, but instead want to arrest us. Lak Nguyet snorted coldly. Blind fools kill them all. Officer Kim pointed his gun at them. This is Baka City, and you still dare to openly defy the federal government. Suddenly, someone new stepped forward and shouted, "Stop, everyone!" The group advanced to surround Kim's officers, and the first to arrive was Tan Kwang. He looked down at Officer Kim and coldly shouted, "Officer Kim, you're really bold. A one-star decorated soldier dares to arrest me?" Officer Kim turned around in surprise to look at Tan Kwang. What? A soldier with a one-star medal? He couldn't believe it, and turned to look at Lam Tu. Tan Kwang said coldly, "Not only do they have one-star medals, but the four of them also helped the Federal Army fight the zombies in Tinjiao City, and I'm applying for two-star medals for them." Officer Kim was stunned. Zombies? All the zombies in Tinjiao City are from the Diet family? The people surrounding Lam Tu and Lak Nguyet looked at each other in confusion. Officer Kim bowed 90 degrees to them. "Sorry, I was blind and offended an honored guest. Please forgive me." Qinggang waved his hand, saying, "I'm here, that's enough. You can leave." Officer Kim saluted him, and then ordered his subordinates to leave. "Clear, withdraw." Kim's police officers quickly fled. At this moment, Lam Tu finally had some time to look around. "Where is young Master Fak?" He ran off again. Then his gaze accidentally fell on the director who was still there, but there was still one more person here. Lam Tu bared his teeth in a terrifying smile. Seeing Lam Tu approach, the director fell to the ground in fear. "Brother Lam, it's my fault. I'll get treatment for you right away. Please forgive me." Tan Kwang looked at him coldly. "Get lost quickly." The cowardly director scrambled to his feet. "Get out of here now." After everyone left, Tan Kwang stepped forward and patted Lam Tu on the shoulder. "You really are a prodigy. Less than a year outside, and you're already a level 6. Lam Tu smiled at him. Captain Tan was no less so. Now he's a lieutenant colonel. Tan Kwang scoffed. "What use is being a lieutenant colonel? It's just an empty title. A martial artist should be like you, constantly strengthening yourself. Now, let's talk." He sat down on the sofa. "The Fak family's influence in Baka City is very strong. Although you are strong, you still need to be careful. They might try something sneaky." While the two were talking, Lam Tu had already fallen into the sights of a sniper. When the shot shattered the glass and flew inside, Lak Nguyet shouted just in time, "Lam Tu, be careful!" Lam Tu quickly leapt away. A large crater was left on the ground. Lam Tu told Tan Kwang, "There's a sniper." Tan Kwang gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, causing trouble in my jurisdiction again." Lam Tu hid behind the chair for a moment and said, "It's probably in the building opposite." Tan Kwang ordered his subordinates to immediately surround the building across the street and find the sniper at all costs. The subordinate quickly responded. Moments later, Lam Tu dashed out the window. "Let me see who dares to shoot him." Tan Kwang Huanghon urgently called out, "Hey, this is the MTH floor." Lam Tu kicked the glass window and rushed out, while also calling his pet over. "Hold him, little white. Help me keep that bastard occupied." Tan Kwang stuck his head out the broken window, watching Lam Tu move swiftly along the wall like a ghost and sighed. Although a level 6 martial artist can't fly yet, the ability to climb over roofs and walls is impressive. On the opposite building, a sniper is packing up his gear. "Damn it, missed the shot. Better retreat first." Suddenly, a shadow passed over him from above, a large bird and something else diving down. The whirlwind directly landed on the assassin's face, biting him hard. He winced in pain and quickly shook his head, trying to throw off the whirlwind. At that moment, Little White also flew over, exhaling a breath that quickly froze his legs. The assassin muttered, "Such a strong breath." He pulled the wild bird down and threw it away, damn beast. Just then a hand reached the rooftop railing. Lam Tu quickly slipped inside, saying, "Let me catch up first." The assassin nervously hissed, "This is the 28th floor. How did you manage to climb up here?" "You're a monkey by birth." Lam Tu held the black staff in his hand and smiled slyly at him. "I'm not a monkey. I'm here to kill the chicken." He shouted loudly, punishing the wicked as an example. Lam Tu pushed the black staff forward, unleashing 100 phoenix strike. But before he could land a second blow, several shots rang out, hitting his legs. Lam Tu quickly looked up and pinpointed the position from the building opposite, and with someone's help, a few more people burst through the rooftop door. The assassin stared at Lam Tu, thinking he had missed his shot and that the deal was a failure, but unexpectedly, Lam Tu walked right into their trap. Lam Tu coldly looked at them and said, "It seems you were hired to kill him. If you tell me who hired you now, I might let you die a little faster." The others were angered by his attitude, and the assassin shouted, "Arrogant, kill him for me." Lam Tu looked at them, assessing the situation, surprised that all these martial artists were level 5. He swept his black cloak in a circle and unleashed 100 Rules Phoenix Strike, just as 2 more shots were fired. Lam Tu quickly dodged to the side, forgetting about the snipers. The 2 snipers, pleased that they had successfully hindered Lam Tu, smiled smugly, but they were completely off guard. By now, Lac Nuit had somehow gotten behind them. It wasn't until Lac Nuit made a move that the assassin was startled and turned around. His agile body successfully dodged one attack, then another. He quickly drew the short blade at his side as the assassin lunged toward Lac Nuit, determined to kill. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nuoc Tui also arrived in time to support Lam Tu. "Dai Lam, let me help you." She took the opportunity to explain to Lam Tu why she was here. "Ma Bao Huoc is protecting her whole family and asked me to come help you." The leader of the assassin gang stood from afar, assessing Lam Tu's group. Unexpectedly, a small hospital had 3 high-level martial artists. "This order is a bit of a loss." He frowned, thinking that continuing like this wasn't the way. The leader shouted to regroup. The assassins struggling with Lam Tu all stopped, and even the 2 on Lac Nguyen's side quickly turned and left. Soon after, they had all gathered, standing behind the leader in formation. He said, "But once we've accepted, we can't back out halfway, or we'll be betraying the Fierce Tiger Assassination Squad." Nuoc Tui frowned slightly. "The Fierce Tiger Assassins hired these guys to kill us. They're quite generous, too." Lam Tu looked at her. "You know the Fierce Tiger Assassins?" Nuoc Tui nodded. Although the members of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Squad were all level 5, they practiced a combined Fierce Tiger formation skill that merged the spiritual power of 7 people, increasing their strength. It was said they once defeated a level 8 martial artist. The leader looked at Nuoc Tui, surprised that a girl like her knew so much. He raised his sword high, ready to broaden her horizons. The 7 of them immediately unleashed the Falling Tiger Strike. On this side, Nuoc Tui also launched the Butterfly Dance. Lac Nguyen, along with Lam Tu's Dien Tram and Bak Dio Trio Feng teams, simultaneously confronted the Fierce Tiger Assassination Squad. On the rooftop, the Fierce Tiger Assassins immediately stepped back, managing to hold their ground. The leader ordered to use that move. His subordinates immediately took their positions. "Understood." The leader recited the 7 Tigers' command. He raised the combined sword high. As the move reached its final step with the word 1 in the command, he swung his hand, delivering a powerful strike full of spiritual energy. This strike left Lac Nguyen silent, while Lam Tu and Nuoc Tui suffered some minor injuries. He frowned, surprised that the combined skill could unleash such a beautiful level 8 power. Lam Tu gritted his teeth, his eyes opening wide. He stood up confidently and said, "To repay you, and to show you our combined skill." "Ah, no, it's the fusion skill." Lac Nguyen glanced at Lam Tu and held her tongue. Without wasting much time, Lam Tu took out his red lotus fire. Lac Nguyen also took out the ice lotus flame, merging the 2 sources of ice and fire power. Nuoc Tui quickly stepped aside. "These 2 are crazy again." "Crazy." The leader of the Fierce Tiger Assassins flinched. Hong Lian Fire. Bing Lian Fire. His pupils contracted. Who exactly are these 2 gods? A bird fused with ice and fire appeared before them, and the rooftop suddenly unleashed a massive surge of power, shaking the entire area. Tan Kuang, standing near the hospital, was also pushed back by the force of the blast. "What?" He frowned. "This is level 8 power. Oh my god, what level 8 would come here to cause trouble?" Later, Tan Kuang caught up on the rooftop of the building opposite. Lam Tu placed the black collar around the leader's neck and said, "Who sent you to kill me?" He raised his eyes to look at Lam Tu, the eldest young master of the Fak family, Fak Huyen Fu, and said, "I'll be waiting for you in hell, bastard." As the leader finished speaking, Lam Tu quickly sent him on his way. He muttered in disgust, "It's the Fak family again." Lam Tu turned his head to look at the newcomer, while Tan Kuang stared at him in confusion. "Lam, was that big commotion just now caused by you?" Lam Tu nodded. "Yes, this is a combined skill that Lac Nguyen and I have been training together." Tan Kuang gave a thumbs up in praise. Amazing, to be able to use an 8th-level martial artist skill like that. His men, after a quick check, reported, "Report, they are members of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Squad." He pointed at the leader lying on the ground.
This is the captain of the Fierce Tiger Assassination Squad, an S-level wanted criminal. Xinqiang leaned in close and said, What? An S-class wanted criminal actually broke into Baka City? Lam Tu was also stunned. A wanted criminal? Tan Kong nodded. The fire in Zone E99 has caused chaos, and some criminals with bad intentions took the opportunity to sneak into Baka City to cause trouble. We have caught quite a few recently. Lam Tu looked at Tan Kwang. That old man told me before he died that Fak Huyen Fu from the Fak family hired them to assassinate me. Tan Kwang frowned. In Baka City, the Fak family has always been arrogant, but I never expected them to collude with an S-level wanted criminal from outside the city this time. The matter has been settled. Lam Tu didn't stay long. He stood up and said goodbye to Tan Kwang, leaving the rest to him. Tan Kwang turned to watch him go, asking, Lam Tu, where are you going? Lam Tu tilted his head and said, Of course it's tit for tat. I have to wipe out the Fak family from Baka City. Tan Kwang panicked and hurried to catch up and stop Lam Tu. Lam Tu, don't get carried away. This is Baka City. If you openly kill the Fak family, the federal forces will hunt you down. Lam Tu frowned. The Fak family dared to assassinate me right in front of you. If I leave Baka City, I don't know what will happen to Uncle Diep's family, so I have to eliminate the threat for them. Tan Kwang remained silent. At that moment, a spaceship flew in the sky. Tan Kwang looked up and saw that it was the private ship of Lord Sima from Baka City. The spaceship landed on the rooftop, the door opened, and someone stepped out. Upon seeing Tan Kwang, he was surprised. He stepped forward and greeted, So Colonel Tan is here too. My apologies for the oversight. He pointed towards Lam Tu, saying, I was sent by the city lord to invite you, Lam Tu, and your friend to the city hall. Lam Tu looked at Tan Kwang. The Tsuma City Hall? Tan Kwang was a bit worried. It seemed the earlier commotion had alerted the city lord. He stood protectively in front of Lam Tu. I will go with him. But the person who arrived refused. Colonel Tan! The city lord only invited Lam Tu and his friend. Don't worry. The city lord said he only wants to meet the enemy's son. Tan Kwang froze and quickly turned to look at Lam Tu, while Lak Nuiet and Nuak Tui were also stunned. The enemy's son. The other person led Lam Tu's group onto the spaceship. He smiled at Tan Kwang. Don't worry, Brother Tan. I'm leaving now and will be back. Lam Tu nodded to him, asking him to please inform my teammates at the hospital. After everyone was on board, the spaceship immediately took off. Inside, Lam Tu asked the steward, I've never met Lord Sima, so how does he know my father? The butler respectfully replied, The city lord is a martial artist from Tinjiao City, and everyone is from the same hometown. He proudly recounted that the city lord is a level 7 martial artist who has held the position in Baka City for less than 2 years. He came from a humble background, worked hard, and earned his position as city lord through his own abilities. Lam Tu frowned in thought, a powerful warrior from Tinjiao City. After a while, Lam Tu and the others arrived at the city hall, and the steward led them inside to see the city lord. Lam Tu has arrived. City Lord Sima of Baidi City immediately turned around when he heard the sound. He was very excited and looked exactly the same. He patted Lam Tu on the shoulder, looking exactly like your father, Lam Not Tu. Tsuma warmly welcomed them. Come on, sit down. Once you're seated, we'll talk. Lam Tu sat on the sofa talking with Tuma. Lord Tuma. You know my father? Tuma nodded. Your father and I were classmates, studying together at the Bakdao Academy in Tinjiao City when we were teenagers. After that, I left the academy on my own to make a living, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. Saying this, his mood slightly worsened. Unexpectedly, after I successfully returned, the scene was still like the parents were gone. Tuma looked at Lam Tu. I was the one who received the news about your father's passing. Lam Tu, you've been through a lot all these years. Lam Tu shook his head and said, When they passed, I was still a child under 5 years old. He looked at Tuma, saying he no longer clearly remembered what his parents looked like. Tuma then continued telling him what happened next. After learning about your parents, I have been quietly investigating. Lam Tu was surprised. What have you found out? Tuma recounted what he knew. 15 years ago, some wealthy playboys were hunting in Tinjiao City. He gritted his teeth and said, That night, more than 20 people in Tinjiao City were killed, and your parents were among them. Lam Tu's eyes flashed with hatred, so their deaths were no accident. Do you know who those guys are? Tuma shook his head. I only found out that they came from Tien Kong City, but I don't know exactly who they are. The city lord of Tinjiao at that time was afraid of offending these people and covered up the incident. Lam Tu was burning with rage. Could he find the city lord of Tinjiao from back then?
Sima lowered his head. That person became a citizen there by traveling along the road to Thien Kong City. At that moment, young Lakuat sitting nearby spoke up. I can find them. Sima looked up at her. This girl is Lakuat, she replied softly. From the Lak family, Thien Kong City. Sima widened his eyes. The Lak family, Thien Kong City. He stared at Lakuat, then turned to smile at Lam Tu. Child, I never expected you not only to be accepted by the Holy Realm Academy, but also to have such wide connections. If your father and son in the underworld knew, they would be very happy too. Then he expressed his anger about what Lam Tu had just faced. You already know about the Fak family, no need for you to intervene personally. I will give you an explanation for this matter. In Baka City, the Fak Hong Hach family has been bullying the people, and you have wanted to deal with them for a long time. Lam Tu clasped his hands in thanks, grateful to Lord Tu Ma. Tu Ma quickly waved his hand. Don't call me that, it sounds too formal. Just call me Uncle Tu Ma. Lam Tu smiled and replied, Yes, Uncle Tu Ma, I ask you to send someone to protect Deep Song Ni and her family. Tu Ma patted his shoulder. Rest assured, the Diep family are your benefactors. I will definitely protect them. 3 days later, Song Ni came to see Lam Tu off. Brother Lam Tu, my father is recovering very well. You don't need to worry. Tan Kwang, who was also present, stood behind Tu Ma and said, The Fiajak family members have all been captured. They won't be able to do anything anymore. Rest assured. Tu Ma asked Lam Tu, Aren't you staying a few more days? Lam Tu smiled at him. The investigation mission in Tin Jiao City is complete. The Academy has called us to Thunder Valley to investigate a newly appeared space rift, so we won't be staying longer. Tu Ma nodded. If it weren't for the mission, I'd really want to go to Thunder Valley and check it out. He warned Lam Tu, It must be very complicated there now, with many powerful enemies, so you all must be careful. Lam Tu nodded. Don't worry, we will be careful. He turned and walked up to the spaceship, waving to Sima's group below. Goodbye, everyone. Song Nei shouted, Goodbye, Lam Tu. I will definitely try my best to pass the Holy Realm Academy entrance exam. Tu Ma smiled at him, wishing him a safe journey. On the Thunder Valley side, the entire sky was shrouded in a dark space. A bolt of lightning struck straight down from above. Bao Huoc used his body to block the lightning. If he had been struck, he would have surely died. At that moment, another bolt of lightning struck down. Bao Huoc shouted, Move out of the way quickly! Suddenly, Duang Lakuat lifted her foot and kicked Lam Tu in the butt, saying, Why aren't you going to train yet? Lam Tu was kicked down before he could react, and the lightning strike immediately made him grit his teeth. Bao Huoc was terrified. This is bad, really bad. Nyuk Tui smiled faintly and said, It's okay. He practices SM martial arts. Just as Lam Tu was struck, the system immediately notified, detecting a great external power, activating the absorption skill, and converting experience points. Bao Huoc clapped his hands loudly. I remember now, this guy once caused the Vice Dean's Thunderbird to dry up and die. The whole academy lost power that time. I heard someone sabotaged the electricity. It wasn't you, was it? Nyuk Tui tried to lighten the mood. You should ask him about this. Lam Tu laughed and said, Luckily, from the experience of stealing electricity last time, I bought a combat suit that can absorb lightning, so I won't be embarrassed by torn clothes anymore. Bao Huoc, standing nearby, immediately interrupted. The power outage last time was really your doing. Impressive. Stealing electricity from the Holy Domain Academy. Lam Tu laughed foolishly and said it was exposed. Suddenly, cries for help came from inside the forest as a group of people helped each other run out to rescue. Behind them, an evolved beast was chasing. The system gave Lam Tu information about a thunder rhino in the forest. A level 7 evolved beast, characterized by its large size and brutal strength, whose power doubles when injured. Lam Tu was surprised. The level 7 evolved beast in front of him suddenly shouted, Save me! We know where the spatial rift is. Lam Tu quickly caught that phrase, spatial rift, and rushed forward to save them. His black staff plunged into the ground, helping him use it as a drumstick. Lam Tu flew forward with momentum. The rhinoceros took a stomp from him. Then Lam Tu gently landed right in front of it. On this side, Bao Huoc also rushed over. He activated the rage skill of the fierce ape and punched the rhino with a thunderous blow. He grinned, knocking down a level 7 with one punch. I'm awesome. But the rhino suddenly stood up again. Nyuk Tui shouted at him, Watch your head. It's about to unleash a big move. Get out of the way quickly. The rhino's horn emitted a bolt of lightning with an immense electric charge. Bao Huoc calmly ran behind Lam Tu. It's okay. I have a place to take cover. Lam Tu didn't have time to react, only managing to shout, "We're doomed!" Then he was stunned by an electric shock. The system announced it detected a great power outside and activated the swallowing skill that was exchanging experience. Lam Tu shouted angrily, "Ma Bao Huak, you're something else, using your teammate as a shield." Bao Huak laughed it off. "I was just thinking of you, letting you take a bit more of the lightning strike." Those people who just screamed must have been terrified to see this. One punch and one kick can take down a level 7 evolved beast and still survive being struck by lightning. What kind of monsters are these? Lak Nguyet stepped forward to warn Bao Huak, saying if you dare use him to block the lightning again, you'll die. Bao Huak muttered quietly to Nuoc Tui. Who was it that kicked Lam Tu into the lightning just now? Such double standards. The rhinoceros charged towards them. Lam Tu thrust his dark spear at it, a fierce Vule Hua Thuong attack. However, this move did not injure the rhino at all. Lam Tu was startled now. It's no use. He couldn't pierce its armor. Lak Nguyet stood beside him, reminding him to focus the spear strikes on one spot. Lam Tu smiled at her. Little Nguyen is still smart. All right. Lam Tu followed Lak Nguyet's instructions, choosing a spot on the rhino and striking with the fierce Vu Le Hua Tuong. Sure enough, the rhino's armor immediately cracked. Lam Tu stabbed once more, piercing through its flesh. Success. The rhino was in pain and angrily tried to gore Lam Tu. At that moment, Lak Nguyet ran up holding her sword, saying, "Let me!" Her eyes were sharp and cold. Lak Nguyet used the ice flame blade to strike the rhino's weak spot, its eyes rolling back. Then the trio of Lam Tu, Bao Huak and Nuoc Tui attacked together with Bak Dio Trio Fung, Bao Vien Tri No, and Diep Vu, cornering the rhino until it collapsed to the ground, unable to escape. The people who called for help earlier were still in shock, unable to believe they had easily defeated a level 7 evolved beast. At that moment, someone ran up from behind. "Captain, where are they?" The man called the captain stepped forward to scold them, saying they had drawn the attention of the Thunder one-horned rhinoceros and yet were chased all the way here, damn fools. Then he looked up and said, "Is that true? Dead already? Are you saying you killed that rhino corpse over there?" The person who called for help earlier honestly replied, "It wasn't me, it was these 4 who killed it." The team leader stared intently at the Lam Tu group. Can you really kill a level 7 evolved beast that easily? It must be a coincidence. He shamelessly stepped forward and said, "Thank you for your help. But we were the ones who discovered this thunder rhino first, and someone got injured trying to kill it." So Lam Tu held the rare star in his hand and helped him finish the sentence. "So this level 7 rare star belongs to you?" The team leader nodded. Yes, the thunder rhino still had many valuable materials on it, all belonging to you. Lam Tu asked calmly, "What if I don't give it?" The team leader smiled, but stared at him coldly. "What?" "Then we'll just have to take it from your skin." Lak Nguyet drew her sword and lightly slashed the squad leader. "Want to die." Nuoc Tui also drew her fan and stepped forward. "Daring to steal from me, bold move." Bao Huak was busy warming up his limbs, ready to break your bones. The 3 of them charged at the group, and soon had them crying for their lives. The squad leader holding a sword in his hand watched them warily, wondering if this group was really that strong. He leapt towards Lam Tu, aiming to take down the leader first. "I'm going to kill you!" Lam Tu raised his eyes to look at him, as if to say, "Am I the easiest to bully?" He swung his hand and unleashed the 100 phoenix flames, roasting the leader until he was burned. Then he fell to the ground with a sound that shook the area. Later, Lak Nguyet's group had dealt with everyone. The blond man who had called for help at first retreated step by step. Don't kill us. Please, spare us." Lam Tu stepped closer and said, "I know the exact location of the space rift. I will spare you." The man nervously said, "Sorry, I actually don't know the exact location of the space rift. I just wanted you to help earlier." Lak Nguyet drew her sword again and said, "Then die." The man frantically pointed at the leader. Don't kill me. Although I don't know the exact location, the leader has a map in his pocket." Bao Huak stepped forward to search the leader's body, saying, "Let me see." He quickly found a piece of paper. "Found it?" Bao Huak opened it to take a look. Yes, there is a map, and it even marks the location of the spatial rift. Inside the Thunder Valley, Lam Tu looked at the map while moving forward. The map uses letters to mark an area frequently attacked, where a large number of evolved beasts appear. Probably the spatial rift. Suddenly, Lak Nguyet spoke up. "Run away." The 3 of them looked at her in confusion, then quickly escaped as Lak Nguyet instructed. Lam Tu asked what was going on. Lak Nguyet signaled for them to be quiet and not make a sound. At that moment,
A group of about 10 people passed through the area where they had just been standing, and someone caught Lam Tu's eye. He shouted, "Big Nine!" Lak Nguyen quickly covered Lam Tu's mouth. "Be quiet!" Suddenly, Daiku noticed something, and the person behind him asked, "What's wrong?" He said it seemed like there was someone there. Lam Tu worriedly muttered, "We've been spotted." But a moment later, an evolved beast suddenly flew out in front of the group. Daiku snorted coldly, realizing it was an ungrateful beast. He reached out and gently caught it with one hand. With just a slight flick of his wrist, Daiku effortlessly dealt with the evolved beast and threw it aside. "Go ahead." They passed one by the place where Lam Tu was hiding. After they walked away, Lam Tu finally poked his head out and asked Lak Nguyen, "Why didn't you greet Daiku?" "Ah, I didn't greet you properly." Lak Nguyen frowned and said, "These people all come from Thien Kong City and have also trained in the underground world. They are very dangerous." Bao Huak added, "This level 7 evolved beast was killed with a single strike." Lak Nguyen nodded. "No surprise. They are all level 8 and have trained powerful skills." Nguyen Tui asked Lak Nguyen if these people also came because of the new spatial rift in the Thunder Valley. Lak Nguyen shook her head firmly, saying that one small spatial rift was not enough to attract them, and there must be a bigger opportunity. If it's in the Thunder Valley, it definitely has something to do with the lightning attribute. She turned back to look at Lam Tu, knowing he had to seize this opportunity. Bao Huak sneered, always thinking of Lam Tu when it comes to anything good. True love indeed. Nguyen Tui shouted at him to shut up. Later, as they ventured deeper inside, Lam Tu shouted loudly, "100 servants bow!" He looked at the burning evolved beasts and smiled confidently. Over 100 level 5 electric ants gained more than 200 million experience points, getting rich already. Bao Huak looked at Lam Tu gleefully and was speechless. "This guy rushes in first whenever there's trouble and even laughs out loud. Is he addicted or what?" Suddenly they heard a loud shout from the forest. "Be careful! Too many hits! Don't hold back on him, or we'll all die here!" Lam Tu and Lak Nguyen turned their heads toward the sound. It seemed like a fierce battle was going on over there. As they approached the spot, they saw a group fighting an evolved beast, and the system immediately sent all the information about the Shadow Spirit fruit to Lam Tu, noting its trait of absorbing mutated fruit trees infused with the spirit energy of heaven and earth. Its fruit can increase a martial artist's strength by 1 level. Just 1 fruit is enough. The level 5 Thunder Armored Beast has sharp claws, high defense, excels at lightning attacks, and prefers to gather near mutated fruit trees. Lam Tu salivated. It was the Shadow Spirit fruit again, his eyes shining brightly. This is a rare treasure. On the other side, someone slashed the back of the Thunder Armored Beast, but it was completely unharmed, and instead, he was stunned by the electric shock. The man was chased by the Thunder Armored Beast and immediately turned to flee. Lam Tu sighed. Though it was only level 5, the paralyzing effect of the thunder was hard to defend against, and these people wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lam Tu quickly grabbed the black spear and rushed forward to eliminate the troublesome thunder-armored beasts first. Lam Tu charged into the center of the battlefield, sweeping away a wave of thunder-armored beasts. He snorted coldly, dismissing them, saying this little electricity isn't even enough to bother him anymore. The people around stared blankly as Lam Tu fought alone. Who is this person? Why isn't he paralyzed by the lightning? So impressive. After a back-and-forth fight, the thunder-armored beasts were driven mad with rage by Lam Tu's attacks. They swarmed together and charged at Lam Tu all at once. A massive electric shock erupted right before everyone's eyes. The others were left speechless. The thunder-armored beasts were furious. So many thunder-armored beasts attacking at once, even if they don't die, they'll definitely lose a layer. The thick dust made it hard for them to see clearly. Waiting for the wind to blow the dust away, they finally saw the thunder-armored beasts being stunned by Lam Tu's electric shock. He smiled faintly, and the others were surprised as Lam Tu proudly said, "Let me show you what real lightning looks like." Lam Tu's circle suddenly lit up. The thunder-armored beasts hanging there panicked. Moments later, Lam Tu unleashed his ultimate move, the electric light firestone, blasting all the thunder beasts away. The thunder-armored beasts were all stunned by Lam Tu's electric shocks. They stood dumbfounded as the situation turned completely around before their eyes. Solved that quickly? They're too strong. One of them stepped forward to speak to Lam Tu. "Thank you all for your help." He paused for a moment, then added, "Since most of the thunder-armored beasts were killed by you, the Shadow Spirit fruits should belong to you." He hesitated and asked, "But we also want the Shadow Spirit fruits. Do you think you would sell them?" Lam Tu silently assessed the man in front of him. He only came forward later to pat him on the shoulder.
You're too polite. Eating too many shadow spirit fruits is useless. We only need 4, the rest you can divide among yourselves. The man was overjoyed. Really? Thank you very much. Lam Tu told him to come forward. I have never eaten a shadow spirit fruit before, so I don't know what it tastes like. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly, startling Lam Tu and the man, who quickly turned around to look. Stop right there. How dare you touch Cowbox stuff? Behind them, a group of people dressed in black approached. The man said to Lam Tu, "They are from Tudienmon." Cowbox spoke up. "If you know they're from Tudienmon, then get lost quickly." The people around shouted at him, "Since when did the Thunder Valley become the backyard of the Tudienmon? You didn't kill any of the thunder-armored beasts, and now you just show up out of nowhere to take advantage?" Cowbox sneered at them. "Tudienmon, I am one of the biggest sects in the Thunder Valley, and you little shrimp think you can mess with me. I'll count to 3 if you don't leave. Stay here, all of you." 1. At that moment, a sword slash came through, leaving a trail of blood on Cowbox's neck. He grabbed his neck tightly with his hand. Lakuat said coldly, "Why bother with these kinds of people? Just kill them." Baktun was so furious that he immediately ordered his men to attack. "Dare to lay a hand on me. Spare those 2 women, but kill the rest." The group from Tudienmon quickly advanced, killing them. They surrounded the 4 people with Lam Tu in the middle. Lam Tu smiled and said, "Planning another trick? You really aren't afraid to die." Bak frowned at him. "Want to die that badly? I'll make sure you get what you wish for." Another man stepped forward and asked the one who had just spoken to Lam Tu, "Hey, do we have a drink?" The man frowned and stared at Cowbok. "The Purple Electric Sect is bullying people excessively." He ordered his men to teach him a lesson. Bak jumped up to strike Lam Tu with a deadly electric slash, but Lam Tu easily blocked the move. Cowbok laughed loudly and scolded Lam Tu, "You fool dare to use a metal weapon to fight against the skills of Tudienmon." Lam Tu looked at him. "Is that all? Yet you boldly claim to master lightning." He calmly countered with a lightning strike. "Thunderstorm, Thorn Strike." Lam Tu said, "Let me show you my thunder." Bak was caught off guard by this move from Lam Tu. You also know how to use lightning skills." At that moment, another bolt of lightning struck the sky. Bak stepped back in fear, wondering if they were heading deeper into the Valley of Thunder. Are there fewer stars in the sky? He looked up, wondering if it was because he and this guy kept using lightning skills that they were attracting the thunder. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck down, hitting the tree behind them. Lam Tu tilted his head and sneered, "Why is this so boring? Isn't this the home ground of the Death Electric Sect?" Another lightning strike hit down, making Cowbok break out in a cold sweat. He's doomed. He tried to turn and run, but Lam Tu grabbed his shirt and pulled him back. "Don't run. This is going to be great." Cowbok shouted at Lam Tu, "Let go, damn it!" A terrifying lightning bolt struck right where the 2 of them were. He was beaten senseless, his laughter echoing through the skies, while Bak was struck until his teeth were bared and eyes wide. The man anxiously called out to Lam Tu, "Brother." The people from the Tudien sect were also shocked. "Young master," after the lightning struck, Lam Tu appeared through the smoke. Only then did someone see Bai Tiu's soul leaving his body. Did he die from an electric shock? Lam Tu looked at the person in his arms and sneered, "How will the Zdian sect pay for this?" The people from Tudienmon saw Bak in Lam Tu's hands and shouted, "Bak!" They threatened Lam Tu. You killed Bak! The head of Tudienmon will definitely tear you apart." Lam Tu looked at them like they were idiots. He messed up a lot, got struck dead by heaven. What does that have to do with me? The man talking to Lam Tu took the opportunity to shout, "Kill them all! Spare no one!" Both sides crazily charged at each other. After a while of fighting, the man stepped forward and said to Lam Tu, "Brother Lam has confirmed no one was missed." Lam Tu smiled at him. "Sorry for dragging everyone into this." The man looked back at his comrades behind him. "It's okay. The Tudienmon has been making waves near the Thunder Valley for many years. I was already annoyed, planning to finish this job and get the brothers out of here." Lam Tu told him, "The benefits for these fighters don't need to be shared with us. Give them to the brothers." Everyone cheered happily, and the man sincerely said to Lam Tu, "Thank you." Lam Tu reminded them, "This place is not suitable to stay long. Let's pick the Shadow Spirit fruit and leave." The man nodded. "All right, let's handle the bodies so we can leave here easily. We'll part ways for now. Take care. See you again." Lam Tu and the others also tried the Dark Spirit fruit, and he marveled at how good it was, feeling their strength increase significantly. Lam Tu looked at Nuok Tui and Dan Tree and told everyone to eat, then sat down to meditate and breathe while I and Lak Nuit protected them. Before Nuok Tui could respond, Bao Huok had already turned around.
Behind him was a swarm of level 5 mutated thunder beetles flying toward them. Known for their fast flight and ability to discharge powerful electric shocks, Bao Huak waved them away carefully, but accidentally got shocked and gritted his teeth. Lam Tu stepped forward to deal with them. These are mutated thunder beetles. They looked up at the sky. So many mutated creatures. Nyuk Tui frowned, definitely running out from the spatial rift. Lam Tu changed direction to follow. The flight path of these thunder beetles was surely toward the spatial rift. Go check it out. In another corner of the Thunder Valley, a large spatial rift is opening. Bak Queen spoke up. Van from Tu Dienmon, I will definitely get the Thunder Lotus Fire. Mr. Van, standing nearby, replied, Mr. Ba, if you want the Thunder Lotus Fire, you have to get past my challenge first. As soon as the leader finished speaking, both sides shouted and rushed at each other. The people with Lam Tu hid to the side watching the situation, and Lak Nguyet said, The Thunder Chain Flame has truly appeared. Lam Tu nodded. The two sides were fighting over the Thunder Lotus Flame. Nyuk Tui frowned. There were people from the Purple Electric sect again. Lak Nguyet glanced around, certain that the Thunder Lotus Flame was near the spatial rift. The four of them tiptoed carefully, searching for a way through. As they approached the space rift, they finally saw a yellow flower lying below. Lam Tu's eyes lit up. Look quickly. Is that the Thunder Lotus Flame? Lak Nguyet nodded. Yes. She told Lam Tu, These two are both top level 7. We can't fight them. Wait for the right moment. Meanwhile, an alien creature appeared inside the space rift, quickly grabbing someone and attacking. Bak Queen was startled. It was level 8 again. He suggested to Mr. Van, Old Van, we have to deal with this level 8 beast together. Bak Queen added, Let's take out this beast first, then have a final battle. What do you think? Mr. Van quickly agreed as well. All right. Lam Tu quickly ran up. Good opportunity. I'll go get it. That area is full of lightning. Everyone stay back. As fast as lightning, Lam Tu approached Lei Lianhuo closely. He stared at it intently. This kind of combined power seemed to require a special tool to obtain. He wondered if he could take it directly with his hands. Lam Tu hesitated for a moment, then suddenly someone below turned to look toward the Thunder Lotus Fire. He happened to see Lam Tu and shouted, We're doomed! Someone is stealing the Thunder Lotus! Bak Queen immediately turned back. Really? Lam Tu gritted his teeth. I've been spotted. Might as well take the risk. Bak Queen laughed at Lam Tu's bare-handed attempt to pick the Thunder Lotus, saying, Fool, using your hands to grab Thunder Lotus, you'll end up burnt to a crisp. But the next moment, he saw Lam Tu shoulder the spear and run off, gone. Both Van and Bak Queen stared in disbelief. You bastard. No way, he's unharmed. Bak Queen ordered, chase after him. Mr. Van also said, Don't let that kid get away. But the alien creature lunged forward. Bak Queen and Mr. Van were surrounded by it. You damn beast, you're risking it with him. Lam Tu quickly ran towards Lak Nguyet's group. The four of them headed straight for another part of the Thunder Valley. Lak Nguyet pointed ahead and said, There are people up front. Lam Tu frowned. Are the two old men chasing us already? Adding more electricity will cause a fire. Lak Nguyet shook his head. No, they are people from Thien Khao City earlier. Lam Tu said again, Then it's fine. Big Brother is here. Suddenly, Lak Nguyet told him, Use the Thunder Chain Fire. Lam Tu was stunned. Use it? That could kill someone. Lak Nguyet directly kicked the Thunder Chain Fire straight into his mouth, telling him to use it if he wanted to. Lam Tu was suddenly choked by the Thunder Chain Fire. Little Nguyet, are you trying to kill your husband? Lam Tu's cheeks puffed up. He was so choked up he was about to pass out, and suddenly a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Inside and out united, Lam Tu screamed in pain. The system announced it detected great power outside and activated the swallowing skill, currently converting experience points. Bao Huak stood not far away, mumbling to Nyuk Tui. This is the love and hate from the legend? Ruoshui said angrily. Shut up! At that moment, Dajo suddenly spoke up from the other side. I can feel the breath of Lei Lianhuo. They arrived just in time to see Lam Tu screaming loudly. One of them shouted, Did he swallow the Lei Lian fire? The great uncle was stunned. How is that possible? He ran like the wind toward Lam Tu to kill him and cut open his belly to retrieve the Thunder Lotus Fire in time. Nyuk Tui and Bao Huak turned around cautiously. Lak Nguyet also noticed someone rushing over and flew out to block Dai Ku. How dare you! Suddenly someone shouted, Stop! Dai Ku turned around. Lak Huatien, you want to stop me? Huatien said coldly, Are you blind? Don't you recognize this is my sister? Dai Ku looked back in doubt. Lak Nguyet. When he saw clearly, he was surprised it was really Lak Nguyet. Dai Ku threw up his hand and turned to leave.
Fine, whatever you say. Lac Nguyen remained silent. Hua Tin stepped forward to speak. Lac Nguyen, we meet again. Dad told me to bring you home. Lac Nguyen coldly refused. I'm not going back. Hua Tin continued. That kid Dujia has told everything about you and Lam Tu to Dad, and he took the initiative to cancel the engagement. Dad was very angry and told him to bring you back. Lac Nguyen gritted her teeth and said, That bastard Du Mok Than, I will definitely kill him. Lac Nguyen turned to look at Lam Tu and said, After he finishes absorbing the thunder flame, I will go back with you. Hua Tin ran his hand through his hair and said, Lac Nguyen, I know you like this kid and want to protect him, to help him grow up quickly, but you can't protect him forever. Besides, as a man, you shouldn't let a girl protect you. Lac Nguyen's eyes remained fixed on Lam Tu's back. Once he finishes absorbing this last time, I will leave. Hua Tin's eyes flashed. He was growing impatient. Dad warned me, if you don't go, I'll kill Lam Tu Lac Nguyen. If you don't listen, don't blame me for being cruel. Lac Nguyen held the sword and looked at Hua Tin. He dares. At that moment, Lam Tu spoke up again. Lac Nguyen is going with him, she said. I'm going, don't worry about me. I know she's good to me and I don't want to let her go, but I can't keep hiding behind my girlfriend, letting her protect me forever. Lac Nguyen was silent as she looked at Lam Tu. Then she heard him continue, I will rely on my own strength to enter Thien Kong City, to stand before you. Trust me, we will meet again soon. Lac Nguyen was silent for a long moment. Then she reached up and took something from her neck. She stepped forward and handed it to Lam Tu as a gift. Lam Tu looked up, watching Lac Nguyen's figure disappear. Lac Nguyen, rest assured, in less than a year, I will enter Thien Kong City, stand before you, I promise. Nguyen Tui, who had been watching quietly, finally spoke up. A miserable couple. Let me fill your heart and comfort you. Bao Huoc quietly interrupted her excited spirit. Aunt Chi, those people will be here soon. We should still find a safe place for Lam Tu to absorb the Thunder Lotus fire first. Nguyen Tui nodded. Before coming here, I noticed a very hidden cave ahead. Let's go there. A day passed, and the Lam Tu group was still hiding in the cave. They asked Huoc to check with Nguyen Tui. Sister Ba, it's been a day. Is Lam Tu okay? Nguyen Tui sighed. The lightning element in the thunder flame was both wild and intense, so it wouldn't absorb quickly. Suddenly, noise came from outside, reporting to the sect leader that the machine sensed a strong lightning power inside the cave, so hurry up and go check it out. Yes, Nguyen Tui scolded. Damn it, it's been a day and these people still won't give up. Bao Huoc frowned as the shameless machine cart went into the deepest hiding spot. The three Lam Tu people ventured deeper into the cave, arriving at a lake with water the dazzling color of emerald. Bao Huoc gasped, surprised there was another cave below. Nguyen Tui looked at them and said, Everyone be careful. This cave doesn't seem safe. The people from Bak Kien and Mr. Van have also entered. They looked at the pit in front of them, with a cave below. Everyone must be careful. Look at that white skeleton. It seems there are fierce, evolved beasts here. Bao Huoc hid anxiously in a rock crevice. They caught up so fast? Truly restless spirits, Nguyen Tui whispered. They have a few baskets. We can't escape. Bao Huoc gritted his teeth. Damn it. Then let's charge at them and take our chances. Nguyen Tui shook her head. They have 2 level 7 fighters. Charging in is just a death sentence. She turned to look at Lam Tu and asked, Lam, when will you be done absorbing? Lam Tu glanced at this progress, having absorbed 80%, and replied, I'm not sure, but it should be almost done. He then asked them, Can you all feel the presence of the lightning attribute breath deep in the abyss? Nguyen Tui turned to look down at the surface of the lake below. Is there something under the water? Lam Tu nodded, though he tried to hide it. I could sense a powerful thunder attribute evolved beast deep below. Bao Hu asked suspiciously, Why hide the breath? Nguyen Tui frowned. Is it preparing to attack because we intruded into its territory? At that moment, the scouts from Tudianmon returned to report to Bak Queen about the discovery of lightning elements at the bottom of the abyss. Bak Queen scolded, Stupid thing hiding under the deep swamp. Ong Van laughed loudly. This time, we can catch the turtle in the jar. Lam Tu stood behind the 2 Bao Huoc and spoke up. Those guys have also discovered something at the bottom of the swamp. Bao Huoc was startled, looked at what he was holding, and asked, Lightning chain fire, haven't you already absorbed more of it? Lam Tu smiled and replied, This is a low-quality product I created by releasing the energy of the lightning chain fire in my body. Nguyen Tui asked confusedly, What do you want to do? Lam Tu grinned. If it's an evolved thunder beast, then it can't withstand this thunder flame. He looked at the deep pond below and said, Let me stir up the water.
Lam Tu quickly jumped down, cautiously approaching the edge of the lake. "Come on, come here to Dad." In the depths of the pond, a pair of eyes emerged. It was an 8th-level evolved beast, a thunder poison creature, characterized by its dual attributes of deadly poison and lightning, extremely ferocious. Bao Huak turned pale at the sight. "Damn, is the snake that big?" Nuoc Tui analyzed, "This breath is top level 8. Lam Tu waved the fake lightning chain gun in his hand in front of it. "Little snake, look what I have here." The snake lunged straight at Lam Tu, and he spun around to run. "Come on, come on, come on!" Lam Tu shouted to Bao Huak and Nuoc Tui. "You guys hide well, I'll lure the snake over there." Bao Huak was speechless. "This guy is really crazy," Nuoc Tui muttered. "Taking such risks, the reason Lam Tu's strength can increase so fast is because he's crazy." Lam Tu ran quickly, trailing a thick cloud of smoke. Bak Quyen turned his head and looked back. "What's going on over there?" "It looks like they're fighting." Lam Tu is running towards Bak Quyen's group. He pointed at Mr. Van. "What did I just see?" "Thunderflame?" Mr. Van laughed loudly. "This kid knows he can't escape, so he brought the Thunderflame here on purpose?" Lam Tu ran while calling out, "Hello everyone, I brought my snake here." At that moment, Bak Quyen and Mr. Van were startled. Damn it, an 8th-level evolved beast. The snake opened its mouth to unleash an attack, its spiritual energy orb shooting straight forward. With a boom, it slammed into the ground. The people from 2DN Mon bared their teeth in shock. Bak Quyen gasped. "That bastard deliberately lured the giant snake to our location." The snake lunged toward everyone once again. Lac Nuit quickly dodged using teleportation. The snake missed Lam Tu but caught someone else. It tilted its head back to swallow, then stuck out its tongue to look at them after eating. Bak Quyen shouted loudly and insultingly. He then turned to look at Mr. Van. "Mr. Van, the two of us will hold the snake down. Your men and mine will surround that kid. Whoever grabs the Thunderflame first, it belongs to them." Mr. Van nodded. "It's decided then." Bak Quyen shouted the order. "Van and I will hold the snake down. Everyone, kill that kid for me." Mr. Van's disciples and the Purple Electric Gate immediately responded. Loud and clear. They decisively ran off to find Lam Tu. Van's men and Bak Quyen shouted to kill him and seize the Thunder Lotus Flame. Nuoc Tui and Bao Huak also joined the fight to finish things off. "Dai Lam, we've got your back. Get out of here." Nuoc Tui said to Lam Tu, "Keep absorbing. We'll help you hold them off." Lam Tu nodded as he saw the system notification showing 95% completion. "All right, just a little longer." Nuoc Tui suddenly said, "Ma Bao Huak, let's kill them to our heart's content." Bao Huak nodded. "All right." And on the other side, Bak Quyen and Van's group were in complete chaos. They saw the creature open its mouth and shouted, "Watch out, this beast is about to launch a thunderball." Bak Quyen raised both hands. "It shares my attribute. Let me stop it." Attack from the side. But a second later, the creature spat out something emerald green. Mr. Van was stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be a thunderball? The layer of poison sprayed straight onto Bak Quyen's circle. It quickly corroded the circle, and a few drops that fell onto the old man's hand immediately revealed white bones. Bak Quyen glared. It was poisonous fluid. The creature seemed to have activated its mechanism, continuously spitting out the venom. Mr. Van and Bak Quyen quickly dodged. "Move away fast, there's deadly poison." The disciples below didn't have time to escape and got hit. They screamed in despair, begging for their lives. "It hurts so much." Nuoc Tui frowned. "The poison is terrible." At this moment, the system also sent the latest notification to Lam Tu. After absorbing the power, Lam Tu continuously received 2 or 3 more notifications. "Congratulations to the owner for successfully leveling up. Current rank is 33. Congratulations to the owner for successfully leveling up to rank 34. At the same time, Lam Tu also received his latest information board. Host Lam Tu level 34, strength 700, stamina increased from 330 to 397, speed 220, total combat power increased from 7,500 to 7,980, title of martial artist level 5 with a 30% chance to block 50% damage when attacked, has not yet replaced the level 6 martial artist title. Skills include Analysis Eye, Rage, Camouflage, and Swallow Clone. Lam Tu stood up and warmed up his body a bit, leveling up twice in a row, still wielding the powerful Thunder Chain Fire. After adding potential points to stamina, his combat power is nearly 8,000. Just one more level and he will be a level 7 martial artist. Lam Tu raised his hand and said confidently, "Let me end this battle." The surviving members of the 2DN Mon immediately lit up at the sight of what was in Lam Tu's hand. This Thunderfire seems to be a bit bigger. Is the idiot really not absorbing the real Thunderfire?
They quickly ran towards Lam Tu and his brothers, trying to rob him. Even the manta attacking sensed something, Mr. Van could tell. It turned its head in the opposite direction, then immediately shot back toward it a moment later. Mr. Van muttered, "What the hell is that bastard doing?" Bak also looked towards Lam Tu, knowing they couldn't let that giant python swallow the lightning fire. Holding a band and a flame in his hands, Lam Tu said to Bao Huac and Nuoc Tui, "Senior sister, senior brother, everyone get back as far away as possible." Nuoc Tui looked at Lam Tu. "Dai Lam, you're not planning to use that twisted move again, are you?" Lam Tu combined the two flames in his hands and replied, "I've successfully fused the two types of fire. Now, even without Lac Nguyen, I can perform the fusion technique myself." Bao Huac asked Nuoc Tui in confusion, "Sis, what does Lam Tu want?" Nuoc Tui didn't let him say more and pulled him away running. "Don't ask, just run." Lam Tu laughed wildly on the other side. Come on, didn't you want combined energy?" His voice echoed throughout the cave. "I also have a crimson lotus flame." Mr. Van stared wide-eyed at Lam Tu, who was merging two kinds of fire in his hands. "What kind of luck does this guy have?" "There are two types of combined power." Bak Qian shook his head. "This is wrong. The breath emitted from the two combined energies is terrifying." Lam Tu chuckled at them. "This move is called clapping both hands together. Lam Tu fully releases energy with the heavenly thunder striking the earth fire technique." Bak Qian was stunned. "What?" The next day, the water under the lake immediately rose, and the stones above rumbled and fell. Bao Huac looked on, confused. "This is bad. What kind of move is this?" "Too extreme." After Lam Tu bombarded the cave, all that remained was a cloud of dust and smoke. Both the evolved beast and the humans lay scattered on the ground. The herder's eyes were dazed as it struggled, then turned and ran away. Lam Tu was startled. This beast still wasn't dead? The creature jumped straight into the water. Lam Tu quickly gave chase. The level 8 mutant had already fled. "Senior sisters and brothers, they are in your hands here," Ruo Shui called out to Lam Tu. "Dai Lam, be careful." Lam Tu didn't have time to respond before plunging into the deep swamp. Lam Tu fell into the lake, following the blood trail as he swam deeper. Lam Tu frowned. Why did swimming in the deep water feel like being burned? He looked at the blood flowing in the water. Could the blood of this giant python be poisonous? Lam Tu held the black fang and swam deeper, needing to strike quickly and retreat. Lam Tu quickly caught up to the giant snake and shouted, "Where do you think you're running?" He thrust the black spear straight into the snake's vital spot. The python instantly rolled its eyes, showing no signs of life as its blood flowed into the water. Lam Tu trembled from the pain. It hurt so much he approached the giant worm, quickly took the rare crystal, and left. Lam Tu quickly grasped the level 8 rare crystal in his hand, but the system suddenly sent another notification, detecting external power, activating the swallowing skill, progressing 5%. Lam Tu stared in surprise at the words showing experience points being exchanged, thinking to himself that the system was calling this poison an unidentified power and starting to absorb it. So Lam Tu continued to soak in the water, the progress reaching 35%. "If that's the case, I'll absorb this poison first." Meanwhile, on the lake surface, Bao Huac and Nuoc Tua were anxiously waiting for Lam Tu. The giant's leg was dead, so why hadn't Lam Tu come up yet? Nuoc Tui called out, "Dai Lam, we've collected all the valuable items, let's go." By this time, the system had also absorbed 100%. Lam Tu is swimming back up. The giant's blood is indeed valuable. Although it absorbs quickly, it feels like his whole body is being tempered. When Lam Tu reaches the surface, he replies to Nuoc Tui, "Come here," and the three of them quickly leave the place. "This cave is too big. It's better if we go back the way we came." Bao Huac complained, "The giant's leg bone is definitely valuable, but it's too big for us to carry." Inside the Thunder Valley, suddenly several arrows came flying at them in an ambush. Lam Tu narrowed his eyes and quickly dodged. He pushed Nuoc Tui aside carefully, sensing an ambush. An arrow struck Lam Tu's left shoulder. He pulled it out and shouted, "Who's there? Come out here now!" The person in the shadows continued to shoot a volley of arrows. "You fool! Hit by my poison arrow, you only have a few seconds left to live." Lam Tu sneered, "Your little poison won't affect me." He unleashed a 100-bird phoenix strike toward them. "If you won't show yourself willingly, I will force you out." Lam Tu's fiery phoenix soared toward the forest. With a boom, Lam Tu's fire instantly engulfed the whole area. Shouts rang out, "We're doomed! How can there be such a strong fire?" "My hair is burning." They quickly fled, and Nuoc Tui smiled. "Bao Huac has been waiting all this time."
The two of them used violent wrath and deep vu to deal with them. Lam Tu looked at them like that. Could it be they're hiding in the shadows? Suddenly, Bao Huak pointed at their clothes. Look, there's a symbol on their outfits. Lam Tu wondered. The lightning symbol? Could it be that Zidian Men was the one we eliminated? Nyuk Tui shook his head, saying the gear of Tudian Mon was different from theirs. Bao Huak thought for a moment, recalling he had seen this symbol at the entrance of Thunder Valley. It seemed they were the Thunder Knights. Lam Tu immediately praised, "That name is so cool." He stepped forward and opened their two bags. There were many valuable items in the bag, including a credit card from the Thunder Knight Alliance. Nyuk Tui clicked his tongue. It seemed the Thunder Knights were not noble at all, just a bunch of bullies causing trouble everywhere. Lam Tu held the strange treasures in his hands, grinning happily, saying that next time they met the Thunder Knights, they shouldn't go easy on them. Are these guys from rich families? Suddenly, shouts and chasing sounds echoed through the forest. Want to run? It's not that easy. Send out the level 8 rare spirit. Ling Ling, go. You take Quach Lin ahead and I'll block them. No, if you want to go, we go together. Lam Tu signaled Nyuk Tui and Bao Huak to be silent. Someone is here. Nyuk Tui frowned. Could it be that voice? As Nyuk Tui saw the three running out of the forest, she called out to Lang Lang Fat, Quach Than Sam, and Quach Lin. Lam Tu narrowed his eyes. Damn, is it really them? At that moment, Quach Lin also saw everyone. She called out, Sister, Lam Tu Ma Bao Huak. Nyuk Tui looked at them. Why are you here? Quach Lin replied, We were assigned to collect from the Thunder Valley by the Academy. Bao Huak asked Than Sam, Don't you know the Thunder Valley is very dangerous now? Than Sam explained, When we received the mission, we had no idea the Thunder Valley had developed a spatial rift. At that moment, the group chasing them caught up as well. They laughed loudly. Still have teammates? That's fine too. Hand over all the bags you're carrying. Then someone among them saw the two bodies lying on the ground and shouted that they were Goblin and Lakuat. He stared at Lam Tu. Are you the ones who killed them? Lam Tu nodded confidently. Should I escort you all on your way? The Thunder Knight smirked arrogantly. He shouted orders. Brothers, attack to avenge the Goblin and Lakuat. The Thunder Knights immediately drew their arrows and fired continuously. Their poisoned arrows sliced through the air as they flew forward. Lam Tu quickly activated the circle. Everyone be careful. The arrows are poisoned. Countless arrows rain down, and moments later they are paralyzed by Lam Tu's electricity. Lam Tu smirks. Is this the upgraded circle after absorbing the Thunder Lotus fire? Amazing. The Thunder Cavalry was stunned. Why is this happening? The commander ordered to shoot. Keep shooting to break through his defense. And so, each person fired an arrow. The Thunder Cavalry kept attacking Lam Tu's group. He smiled at them. Ignoring it would be rude. Lam Tu swung the black staff in his hand, activating the electric firestones, sending the poisoned arrows flying back, striking many of the Thunder Cavalry, while some jumped away to avoid them. We're doomed. And what kind of move is this? Get out of the way quickly. Lam Tu grinned. Let's see what you rich kids are capable of. He activated the innate talent formation again. Then Sam stood laughing loudly in the field. This is the feeling. I can take down M now. Bao Huak smiled with his eyes squinting. This is the field. Quach Lin also felt much better. I felt my strength surge. Bao Huak led the charge. How dare you mess with the Holy Domain Academy? Brothers, kill them. The moment the Thunder Knight squad saw the innate formation, their faces turned pale. His pupils contracted as the kid, Lam Tu, gave him no time to think and quickly teleported closer to them. The Thunder Knight shouted, We are the Thunder Knights, you can't kill us. But Lam Tu directly stabbed the black blade into his chest. Lam Tu looked down and said coldly, I'm the one who killed the Thunder Cavalry. Lam Tu snorted coldly, Handled them already, just a bunch of paper tigers. Only then did Lam Tu call out to everyone, Stop standing there, hurry up and see what good stuff is in their bags. After digging for a while, a pile of rare crystals was covered with dirt. Lam Tu's eyes lit up. These rich kids really had a lot of good stuff. Bao Huak said, Everyone, don't hesitate, just take it. Lam Tu suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Than Sam. Right. Specifically, what mission did you come here for? Than Sam explained, The mission is to collect M Thunder attribute gems of level 6 or higher. Lang Fat laughed and said, Originally we had only collected 3, but now the mission is complete. Quach Lin nodded. Yes, thanks to the Thunder Knight Crystal Squad for the gift. Nyuk Tui glanced at them. Earlier I heard the Thunder Knight Squad mention some level 8 crystal, right? Quach Lin nodded. Yes, we picked them up. Pretty great, right? Lam Tu was puzzled. When did level 8 rare gems become so cheap? Could it have been picked up by chance? Then Sam nodded firmly. Yes,
We accidentally ran into a dangerous situation and picked it up then. A dangerous situation. You also went to the space rift? The three of them nodded. Yes, near the space rift. They recounted the situation earlier, where many martial artists died, all mysteriously beheaded or had their limbs cut by sharp blades. Than Sam expressed his suspicion. We suspect an alien creature escaped from the space rift, capable of invisibility, with sharp front legs, able to kill enemies easily. He added, we saw a level 6 fighter killed effortlessly, but never saw the creature itself, so we knew we couldn't fight it. After picking up the level 8 alien crystal from a fighter's bag, they quickly returned. Lam Tu nodded, curious about what kind of creature it was. But such a dangerous place was not worth investigating. Nyuk Tui agreed with him, right, if you have completed the mission, then return. Then Sam nodded, okay. At the entrance to the Thunder Valley, someone was standing there shouting, move aside, don't block the way. Lam Tu and Bao Hua turned around to see a group of Thunder Knight Riders dragging the giant Chan corpse over. He glanced around disdainfully and said, see that? This is the power of the Thunder Riders. We are all level 8 evolved beasts. If you dare to act arrogantly in front of us, you're asking for death. Bao Hua frowned. That giant shepherd was clearly killed by Lam Tu. Nyuk Tui gritted his teeth, never having seen anyone so shameless before. Lam Tu crossed his arms and stared coldly at them. All level 8 mutated beasts are valuable, which means we just missed out. Lucky them. Suddenly, the Thunder Cavalry called Lam Tu and his group over. You all stop right there. He stepped closer to Long Fat. Everyone sees your bags bulging like that. You must have made quite a haul in the Thunder Valley, right? Do you want to trade it with our Thunder Knights? I'm sure you'll be satisfied with the price. Long Fat replied calmly. No need. Let them leave and let the Thunder Knights stay there. Suddenly, he roared, stop! Did I say you could leave? Lam Tu turned to look at him, the Thunder Knight standing before them, loudly saying, this is my Thunder Knight squad. If you don't sell what you got to us, are you disrespecting the Thunder Knights? Lam Tu smirked. The Thunder Knights, that impressive? The Thunder Knight twitched the corner of his mouth. The brat was cheeky. He ordered, brothers, deal with them. Kill them. The Thunder Knights drew their arrows and continued shooting, but all were stopped outside by Lam Tu's circle. The same move again. Can't you use something different? Then he swung his hand and shot the arrows back at them. The Thunder Knights could only shout in frustration as they continued to charge fiercely. Whoever caused trouble here dares to ambush the Thunder Knight squad. They are advancing to surround you guys. Lam Tu, don't let them escape. Brothers, take care of them. Then Sam frowned. They're a bit too many. Lam Tu sneered. It's okay. They're all just paper tigers. Bao Huak nodded. As long as they don't hide far away to shoot arrows, it's fine. Lam Tu shouted loudly. One by one, the Thunder Cavalry was defeated by the continuous chain of the 100 moves Phoenix Dance. Silver lightning strikes fiercely. Butterfly dance rages wildly. At that moment, another arrow flew through. Than Sam rushed over and pushed Quach Lin away. Quach Lin was cautious. The arrow was aimed straight at Than Sam's stomach. Quach Lin was stunned. Quach Than Sam Lam Tu frowned in discomfort. Someone had attacked from behind. Bao Huak glanced around, shouting, "Who's there? Come out here now." Quach Lin quickly poured medicine into Than Sam's mouth, urging him to drink it fast. At that moment, someone slowly stepped forward, their entire body enveloped in electric sparks. A voice shouted, "This is the great elder of the sect, what? Dugs. Is he really that 8th level master?" Lam Tu gritted his teeth. An 8th level expert. The elder of the Purple Lightning sect looked at Lam Tu and finally found you. The kid with both lightning and fire powers killed the sect leader and many members of our Tu Dien Mon. The Lightning Cavalry group turned pale as soon as they heard this. What? These guys have killed the sect leader of Tu Dien Mon? I didn't expect them to be this powerful. Shall we do something? Take action now, hurry and retreat. The elder of the Purple Electric sect's eyes flashed as he conjured an arrow in his hand. The elder of the Purple Electric sect roared, "Die, all of you!" The elder unleashed a deadly electric strike toward Lam Tu, who quickly turned and ran as a cloud of dust suddenly rose from the ground. The elder used electric teleportation to close in on Lam Tu. He gritted his teeth, trying to dodge. It was too fast. The elder of the electric sect swung his hand, striking Lam Tu's back, and he rolled on the ground several times before stopping. Lam Tu sat up with a groan, wiping the corner of his mouth. None of us stand a chance against him. He called for everyone to quickly retreat from the Thunder Valley. The Tu Dien Mon group blocked the entrance, so escaping wouldn't be that easy. "If you kill our sect leader, we will definitely tear you apart." They shouted, "Don't let them escape! Avenge the sect leader." The elder of Tu Dien Mon roared angrily, "Kill them." Nuok Tui looked at Lam Tu. What should we do? We're surrounded. Lam Tu focused on finding a way out, but couldn't break the encirclement. Then run toward the valley early to investigate. They stared intently at the dangerous forest. Nuok Tui wondered. Run further in and into that cave again? Lam Tu smirked, not leading them toward the space rift. He unleashed a dark strike to buy time and shouted, "Run, Lam Tu will hold them off, retreat quickly to the Thunder Valley." Only then did Nuok Tui realize, you want Lam Tu to agree, right? The more dangerous the place, the safer it is. For revenge, they will definitely chase us to the end. He turned his head to look at the Tu Mon disciple behind him. Lam Tu thought again of the place where the invisible alien creatures were. I'll lure them to a dangerous spot where monsters are hiding. The elder of the Purple Electric sect mocked Lam Tu's group, calling them fools for running toward the Thunder Valley. This time, even if you grow wings, you won't escape. Chase after them for me. The disciples of the Purple Electric sect immediately nodded. Yes, yes. Then Sam ran while looking back at Tiu. So many people are chasing us? Bao Huok frowned. Is it worth it for an 8th level to take on all 6 of us? Lam Tu explained to them. I want to use the invisible monsters near the space rift to wear them down, then figure out how to deal with the level 8 old man. Bao Huok is a bit worried, but the invisible monsters are also very dangerous. Lam Tu reassured them, saying, Trust me, I can handle this. Many fighters have already died near the spatial rift, and Lam Tu's group was stunned. Could it all be because of the invisible monsters? Nuok Tui glanced around. It seemed there were many monsters. Lam Tu squinted, his analytical eye skill immediately revealing the shape of this mysterious creature. It is a level 6 mutated monster, an invisible praying mantis, with invisibility only appearing when attacking and extremely sharp claws. This invisible mantis is everywhere throughout the forest. Lam Tu smiled smugly. Damn system, I really love you. Bao Huok asked Lam Tu if they really had to cross this forest. By then, the group from Tu Dien Mon had also caught up, determined to kill every last one of them. Lam Tu nodded in response to Bao Huok, saying, This is the only way left, everyone must follow me, no mistakes allowed. Lam Tu lightly jumped a step, then called them to jump 3 steps toward 3 o'clock. Then a group gathered around Lam Tu, forming a strange stance. Lam Tu kept giving instructions. 2 steps forward at 12 o'clock. Bend forward at 9 o'clock. Jump forward at 5 o'clock. Nuok Tui was strangely surprised. Why weren't we attacked? Could it be that the invisible monster has left? Lam Tu shook his head. No, the invisible monster is right next to us. It seems if we keep a certain distance, it won't attack proactively. Watch the 12 o'clock direction. Crouch and slip past. By now, the Zidian men group had reached the edge of this area. So many people died? Chief Elder, this place feels a bit strange. Should we keep chasing? The elder of Tu Dien Mon shouted, You cowards, don't you see them or what? Keep chasing. The Tu Dien Mon people cursed silently. Damn old man, why don't you go yourself? At that moment, a praying mantis was waiting above one of them, and as soon as he arrived, it sliced off his head. The people of Tu Dien Mon shouted, It's an ambush! A swarm of invisible mantises rushed out from the forest, and people kept screaming, Help! Save us! A few disciples reacted quickly and activated the circle, rushing to defend. They thought they could save their lives, but the invisible mantis still swooped down. It sliced right through the circle and the person in half. The elder of Tu Dien Mon hesitated. What exactly is this thing? The others were just as tense. It was terrifying how easily it could break the circle. When a praying mantis approached the elder of the Zidian sect, he quickly caught it. The elder of the Tu Dien Mon jumped straight into the air. Only then did he realize it was a mantis. The praying mantis knows how to turn invisible. It must be a mutated monster that slipped out from a space crack. Then he looked over at the group of people practicing Qigong over there. Why aren't they being attacked? Judging by their strange movements, maybe they can avoid the invisible mantis. Lam Tu was bending down, guiding everyone to lean forward and shake their hips toward the 5 o'clock direction. The elder of the Electric Shield sect raised his hand, ready to attack them. Damn it, pretending to be a god. He unleashed an electric shield move. Stay here for me. Lam Tu quickly sensed it and shouted, We're done for! Get out of the way! Moments later, the spot where they had just stood exploded. The elder of the Electric Mantis sect quickly approached Lam Tu, raising his hand. Go to hell! Lam Tu quickly stepped aside, leaping back several steps to escape. The elder of the Zidian sect turned to run, but unexpectedly Lam Tu, standing above, kicked something down. This is for you. He frowned at Lam Tu. What is this kid kicking? By the time Elder Tu Dien Mon realized,
The invisible mantis was already standing right in front of him. The elder of the Zdian sect was a beat too slow before shouting, "We're doomed." He swung his hand, cutting the mantis in half, that kid. Lam Tu grinned, then used his teleportation skill to deliver a series of rapid kicks, one here, another there, and yet another over there. Dozens of mantises flew straight down toward Elder Tu Dienmon, who killed some while cursing Lam Tu. "That brat is despicable. He has many invisible mantises, but they still can't do anything to me. I can do nothing to you." "What about them?" The elder of the Tu Dienmon froze. "What?" Behind him, the disciples of Tu Dienmon were being mercilessly attacked by invisible mantises. They screamed, "Elder, save us!" The elder shouted, "Damn it, get out of my way so I can leave this forest." The disciples of Tu Dienmon immediately fled. The chief elder ordered, "Run quickly, get out of here." "Elder, you have to be careful." The elder of Tu Dienmon frowned at Lam Tu and said, "Kid, you deliberately lured us here." Lam Tu nodded. "This is the tomb I specially chose for you." He thought to himself, abandoning the invisible horse was already a big loss, but now he could give his all. Lam Tu immediately activated the innate formation. Then Sam and Bao Huak became visibly excited. "It's back again, and this power feels even stronger." The supreme elder of Tu Dienmon was stunned. How? How could this be? "This is the domain!" Lam Tu roared. "Brothers, you take the black cloak and charge forward to kill." Guolin and Tansam also shouted to kill. On this side, Nhuak Taoi and Bao Huak joined in and charged forward together. The elder from the sect channeled his energy, his whole body surrounded by electric sparks. Even with enhanced powers, what can a bunch of level 6 or 7 kids do to me? He crazily charged at them, determined to kill them all here. Explosions kept ringing out inside the forest. Lam Tu shouted for Ma Bao Huak to charge forward together. Lam Tu activated his rage skill. Bao Huak also used his blood frenzy. While the two were preparing, the elder from the electric sect was suddenly attacked by Nuak Tui and Tansam. "What?" The old man gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, these two kids know how to instantly boost their power with advanced skills. Suddenly, the elder of the Tu Dien sect pauses, stands up straight, and looks around as Lam Tu swings a black mang to deliver a heavenly dragon strike, while Bao Huak charges in with the ultimate move, Havoc in the Heavenly Palace. The two of them charged at the elder of the electric gate from both sides, and he activated the electric dragon roar skill to counter them. "Kid, don't be too arrogant," the elder of the electric gate shouted. "Break!" Lam Tu was violently struck and thrown high into the air, forcing him to use the black belt to stabilize himself. He quickly launched another powerful strike. The elder of the sect was stunned. What? Lam Tu successfully pierced through the elder's body, and the system announced the successful kill of an 8th-level martial artist, awarding 88 quadrillion experience points. Lam Tu's expression hadn't relaxed yet. He turned to look at the elder lying on the ground, gaining another 8.5 billion experience points, meaning the previous 8th-level fighters were all killed alongside Lak Nguye, wasting too many experience points. Bao Huak stepped forward and said, "We've taken down another level 8. This is our greatest achievement." Nuak Tui looked around for a moment. The other fighters seemed to have run off. Lam Tu shrugged. Those cowards were scared out of their wits. Nothing to worry about. The invisible mantis's front legs could break the circle and would definitely sell for a lot of money, plus there were plenty of bodies to loot. That was a bit loud. Bao Huak and Quach Lin were extremely happy. This time they struck it rich, and our risk paid off. Everyone walked to the entrance and left the Thunder Valley. They talked with each other. What did Lam Tu do next? Nothing at all. Back at the academy, the Thunder Knights at the entrance definitely won't stop us anymore, right? Those bullies who prey on the weak certainly won't. A few days later, Lam Tu returned home. He called out loudly to Kon Kon and Tubak, "I'm back." Shobai immediately waited for Kun Kun to come out and greet Lam Tu. He held Kun Kun in his arms and asked, "Do you kids miss me? You haven't even won once yet, but you've already grown a lot. Must have eaten quite a few of my strange stars, huh?" Lam Tu looked up and suddenly saw a faint figure. He called out once, "Lak Nguyet." Later, Lam Tu regained his composure. "Lak Nguyet has returned to Thiên Kong City, so you won't see your mother for now." Just then, Zhang Dan's group also arrived at the door. "Class President, you're back.